The youth, Wang Hai, who graduated in animal husbandry, relies on the earnings from his labor. He returned to the coastal town, where he grew up, and established a veterinary clinic. During a fishing expedition, he unexpectedly acquired a precious fish pendant. From that moment on, he embarked on a leisurely life as a fisherman, indulging in beachcombing and fishing. By an unforeseen turn of events, he ultimately became an ambassador for marine conservation. With the money earned from fishing, he extended a helping hand to lonely elders and eventually developed tourism. The young people of the town returned to their homeland to work and collectively savor the joys of life. Chapter 1. The Essence of Childhood. Chirp, 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 chirp. On a sweltering summer day, at noon, beside a fish pond in Dolphin Bay, Wang Hai village, a young man crouches amidst the grass, his gaze fixated on the bobber floating on the water's surface. Ocean fishing is for amateurs. River fishing is for amateurs. I refuse to believe that I can be unsuccessful in this pond. Dressed in a light green short-sleeved t-shirt, the youth, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, mutters to himself. The young man's name is Wang Hai. Several months prior, he had resigned from his job in the bustling metropolis and returned to his hometown, Wang Hai village, where he was nurtured for over a decade. Wang Hai village is a quaint fishing hamlet nestled along the coast, isolated from the world, flanked by mountains on the left and the sea on the right. Grandfather, your grandson is calling you. A whimsical ringtone echoes. Wang Hai pulls out his phone to see that it is his childhood friend and mischievous companion, Sun Cheng, who is calling. Hai, I'm coming to find you. Grandma said you went fishing. Why didn't you call me? Where are you fishing now? A young voice inquires over the phone. Don't come. This spot is not good today. I'm still having no luck, Wang Hai whispers while crouched in the half-meter-deep grass, covering the phone. Just as he finishes speaking, the bobber on the water turns black, and he hurriedly raises his rod to hook the fish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fishing line sings as it is pulled taut, and the rod bends into an arc. On the other end of the line, Sun Cheng, hearing the sounds of a catch, continues to tease. Hai, you little rascal, you're lying to me, saying there are no fish. Wang Hai, feeling somewhat guilty while holding the phone, quickly interjects. Hey, Cheng, someone is calling me. I have to hang up. Without waiting for the other person to respond, he hurriedly disconnects the call and focuses on reeling in the fish. Just as he is engrossed in the thrill of fishing, a voice calls out from behind. Fourth uncle is here. Startled, Wang Hai stumbles and falls into the grass, daring not to move. After a moment of silence, he cautiously raises his head to inspect, only to see a few meters away, a young man with a lollipop in his mouth and a mischievous grin squatting there. Damn it! Cheng, when did you arrive? You startled me, Wang Hai exclaimed, repeatedly patting his chest. I've been here since you called. Who told you to deceive me? Sun Cheng shot him a disdainful glance. At that moment, Wang Hai noticed that Sun Cheng was holding a fishing rod, and it suddenly dawned on him. TCH, you're also here for fourth grandpa's fish pond. He then extended his middle finger in a gesture of contempt. After a brief moment, Wang Hai realized that he still had a fish on his line. He hurriedly lifted the rod, only to find it empty. The fish had already escaped. Damn it, this is all your fault, Wang Hai lamented, his face a portrait of anguish. I just had a big one get away like that. Sun Cheng curled his lip, feeling somewhat guilty. Your fishing skills are just lacking. Wang Hai was momentarily speechless. Give me some space. I've been skunked for days. Today, I must indulge in some casting. Sun Cheng crouched and moved forward. Moments later, two bobbers floated on the surface of the fish pond, while the two young men squatted in the grass, their gazes fixed intently on the floats. After a few minutes of inactivity, Wang Hai nudged Sun Cheng's shoulder. Hey, I've finished my cigarette. Hand me another. I say, Hai, you've been mooching my cigarettes for a week now. Can't you buy your own? Sun Cheng couldn't help but complain. We're good brothers. What's one cigarette? I'll treat you to a meal another day. Now, that's more like it. Sun Cheng pulled two cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Wang Hai. Hey, Wang Hai elbowed him playfully and said, Cheng, do you believe I can light this cigarette without a lighter? I don't believe it. Sun Cheng shook his head. If you don't believe me, then why don't you get out your lighter? Sun Cheng was utterly speechless. Not only was this guy mooching cigarettes, but he didn't even have a lighter with him. He rummaged through his pockets, but they were emptier than a barren landscape. His lighter had long since disappeared. Moments later, the two stared at each other in bewilderment. As the saying goes, even a hero can be thwarted by a single coin. Today, both found themselves at a loss over a lighter. With cigarettes in their mouths, they were lamenting how to ignite them when a voice interjected. Here, a lighter was presented before them. When a craving for nicotine strikes, other considerations fade away. Without a second thought, Wang Hai skillfully accepted the lighter and ignited his cigarette. After taking a puff, he finally registered his surroundings. Where did this lighter come from? Slowly turning his head, he beheld an elderly farmer, perhaps in his 60s, crouched behind them. The old man wore a straw hat and held a somewhat tarnished brass-colored tobacco pipe in his left hand. Upon seeing the old man, Wang Hai and Sun Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Wang Hai's mind raced as he sought to defend himself. No, it should be an explanation. He quickly plastered a smile on his face and snatched a pack of cigarettes from Sun Cheng. Eagerly approaching, he said, "Fourth Grandpa, have a smoke." Sun Cheng, realizing the situation, shot a glare at Wang Hai for snatching his cigarettes, and then turned to the old man with a fawning expression. "Wow, you two are living well. Smoking lotus flowers now," the old man remarked as he accepted the cigarette Wang Hai offered. Wang Hai, ever perceptive, used the lighter to light the old man's cigarette. "Aren't you afraid of snakes crawling around while you two are hiding in the grass?" Wang Hai, feeling no embarrassment, simply smiled innocently and then began to defend himself. "Fourth Grandpa, we saw trash in the fish pond and thought we might try to fish it out with our hooks. You believe us, right?" The old man merely snorted and continued, "Get out of here. I'm not so senile yet that you can fool me. You two are just like when you were kids. If you want to fish, just tell me. In the middle of the day, aren't you afraid of getting sunburned crawling through the grass? I thought someone was secretly fishing in my pond, and it turns out to be you two. Come on, let's fish by my doorstep. There are trees there for shade." With that, the old man waved his hand, signaling the two to follow, and turned to walk towards his home. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng exchanged glances, picked up their fishing rods, and trailed after the old man. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng had enjoyed fishing since they were 11 or 12 years old. They would spend their days at Fourth Grandpa's fish pond, but being children, it was dangerous to play by the water's edge, so they always had to sneak into the grass to fish. Whenever Fourth Grandpa caught them, they would inevitably receive a scolding. However, now that they were adults, they figured it wouldn't be a problem to simply ask to fish. Yet, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng felt that fishing directly lacked a certain nostalgic charm of their childhood. Fourth Grandpa, whose real name was Wang Qingyun, was Wang Hai's grandfather's younger brother, ranking fourth among the siblings. Fourth Grandpa's home was right next to the fish pond, and a large mango tree grew in front of his house. The tree was laden with numerous ripening green mangoes. In their youth, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng often visited, and whenever the mangoes were ripe, Fourth Grandpa would pick some for them to enjoy. If the weather was hot, they would each savor a delicious popsicle. Chapter 2. The 8-pound catfish beneath the tree stood a stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools. In days gone by, it was a common sight to witness the village elders gathering here for a game of cards. However, as the years rolled by, those who moved away and those who passed on left this place devoid of its former vibrancy and clamor. Grandpa C, in his youth, married a wife, but tragically, shortly after their union, she was diagnosed with cancer. Within 2 years, she departed from this world, leaving no offspring behind. At this moment, Grandpa C, standing in front of the two, glanced over and spoke. "There are stools in the yard. I don't need to move them for you, do I?" "No need. Grandpa C, we can manage it ourselves," the two quickly replied. They entered the yard and brought out 2 stools. "Here, have a popsicle to cool off," Grandpa C said as he emerged from the house, presenting them with 2 frozen treats. Wang Hai smiled and reached out to accept the popsicle, but just then, Sun Cheng rummaged through his pants pocket and pulled out a half-pack of Hashan cigarettes that had just been pilfered. Wang Hai shot Sun Cheng a disapproving glance. After all, he had taken the cigarettes first and chose to remain silent. Sun Cheng tucked the cigarettes back into his pocket and accepted the popsicle from Grandpa C. "Why aren't you having one, Grandpa?" he asked. "I only indulge in one occasionally. I can't handle them every day," Grandpa C replied. "If you wish to fish in the future, just come over. Am I going to eat your catch or something?" Grandpa C gazed kindly at the two. Though he had no grandchildren of his own, he cherished these two as if they were his own kin. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng exchanged shy smiles, replying, "All right." Grandpa C, "Well then, you two go ahead and fish. I'm off to play cards under the big tree in the square," Grandpa C said, taking a few steps before turning back to point at the green mango tree above. "The green mangoes up there are edible. Feel free to pick them if you want." Once Grandpa C departed, only Wang Hai and Sun Cheng remained, seated beneath the tree, fishing. From time to time, passers-by greeted them. "Uncle Wang off to the fields?" "Grandma Li, are you heading to play cards under the big tree?" "Aunt, buying so many vegetables?" As time slipped by, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the oppressive heat in the air, bringing a refreshing coolness to the two. A few green mango leaves drifted lazily down, landing on the surface of the fish pond and creating ripples. Ah, hi. Do you think we've accumulated too much karma in our past lives? It's been half a month, and we haven't caught a single fish from this pond. Sun Chung lamented, sighing heavily. Wang Hai gritted his teeth upon hearing this. He had clearly hooked a fish earlier, but if it weren't for Sun Chang's sudden interruption, he wouldn't be in this predicament. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have landed that big fish. Clearly, your skills are lacking. As they bickered back and forth, Wang Hai gained a slight upper hand in their verbal sparring. Just then, Sun Chung excitedly pointed at the distant water's surface, exclaiming, "Hi, a big black float." Wang Hai was naturally skeptical. Every time they fished together, Sun Chung tended to exaggerate, resulting in a lack of trust between them. Though they would joke and frolic over trivial matters, they unconditionally relied on each other for serious matters. Despite his doubts, Wang Hai turned to inspect the water. This time, however, he truly spotted a black float. He quickly lifted his rod to set the hook. Whoosh! The fishing rod bent, and the line tightened. Today, he was using a number 5 main line, number 3 subline, and number 9 Izayami hook. Any grass carp weighing under 7 pounds could be easily subdued. 10 minutes later, a 7 or 8 pound catfish lay at the water's edge, displaying its white belly. At that moment, the two faced a dilemma. There was a drop of over a meter between the pond's edge and the water surface, and if they tried to lift it directly, the hook would likely come loose. Doesn't Grandpa C have a landing net? Let us go fetch it, Wang Hai suggested after a moment of contemplation. Sun Ching nodded and dashed towards Grandpa C's yard, quickly returning with a landing net. Although he often came back empty-handed when fishing, his skills in netting fish were exemplary, and he effortlessly scooped the catfish onto the bank. After a month of catching nothing, they finally landed a fish. Wang Hai felt an overwhelming joy, nearly moved to tears. He first compared the fish to his size 43 sandals, then took out his phone, snapping a photo to post on social media. Why do these shoes look a bit dirty today? Satisfied, he nodded in approval. A casual glance revealed something hanging from another hook. It appeared to be an amber-like material, shaped like a fish and a pale yellow. Just as he reached to examine it, the catfish suddenly thrashed about, and one of the net's metal wires inadvertently cut his finger. He quickly withdrew his hand, oblivious to the drop of blood that fell onto the fish-shaped amber. Ugh, catching this catfish and still getting hurt? He muttered. Let me wipe it. Sun Chung, standing nearby, pulled out a tissue from his pocket. Wang Hai accepted the tissue and wiped the blood from his hand, then turned back to the fish-shaped amber, only to find nothing there. Furrowing his brow, he asked Sun Chung, "Did you see that amber just now?" "I didn't see anything. Are you seeing things?" Sun Chung replied with a mischievous grin. "I told you to watch your intake. At your age, you ought to practice moderation. You're still young, and now you're seeing things. Get lost," Wang Hai retorted. Yet, upon reflection, he too felt he might have imagined it. Sun Chung was 2 meters away and couldn't have taken it. Surely, the amber couldn't have vanished into thin air. The catfish raised by Grandpa C was splendid, plump and healthy, looking incredibly appetizing. Sun Chung gazed at the catfish with the longing of a bachelor who had been alone for decades, his eyes sparkling with desire. Indeed, the catfish was well fed, its skin gleaming, drawing compliments from anyone who laid eyes upon it. Neither of them had brought a fish keeper, so they placed the large catfish in the water tank at Grandpa C's yard and returned to the pond to continue fishing. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps fortune had finally smiled upon them today, or perhaps the fish were simply too easy to catch, as they hooked fish after fish. Almost every hour, they reeled in 2 catfish weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. As the sun began to set, the pond's surface mirrored the fiery orb in the sky. The angle at which they sat was rather awkward, placing them directly in the glare of the reflected sunlight, making it difficult to open their eyes. Wang Hai blinked his sore eyes and decided to reel in his rod. Let us pack up. If we fish any longer, we might go blind. Before leaving, they picked a few green mangoes and each carried a large catfish as they walked along the dirt road of Wangjia Village. Dolphin Bay Town is a small township within Qingshan City, and Wangjia Village is one of its subordinate hamlets. The area is not particularly affluent. A decade ago, it was merely a dirt road, and a decade later, it remains the same. Consequently, many villagers have complained. On sunny days, it's tolerable. But once a heavy rain falls, the pothole-ridden dirt roads of the village accumulate water, turning the paths into a quagmire, making movement exceedingly difficult. A situation humorously dubbed as real cement roads by the villagers. Carrying their large catfish, the two deliberately chose a busier route, their pace slowing considerably. What should have been a 7 to 8 minute walk stretched in a half an hour. Typically, they were not the type to flaunt their achievements. But after being skunked for over half a month, they were eager to show off their catch. Chapter 3. A chaotic life. Moments later, they arrived at their respective doorsteps. Their homes were adjacent, close enough that a shout could easily carry to the other. Wang Hai's home was an old, single-story tile-roofed house with a yard, built when his father got married. The exterior walls were made of stone, topped with tiles, and the courtyard walls bore faded contact numbers for fertilizer and seed sales, worn down by the passage of time and the elements. Upon entering the yard, Wang Hai immediately spotted several ropes tied up, on which hung some dried fish. At the entrance of the kitchen, a loquat tree stood, already bearing numerous orange-yellow fruits. The house comprises 3 rooms, with one on each side and a central living room. While the kitchen is a separate structure built in the courtyard, Wang Hai placed the fish into a side pond and made his way towards the kitchen. "Why are you back so late? Hurry and wash your hands for dinner," scolded an elderly woman with graying hair, her expression tinged with displeasure. This woman was none other than Wang Hai's grandmother, Li Xuelan, who, at 72, still enjoyed relatively good health, free from any chronic ailments. "Xiao Hai, I didn't oppose your decision to open a veterinary clinic in town back then. However, now that the clinic has closed, you've been idle at home without any source of income. It's high time you sought employment," she urged once again during dinner. Marking the 21st time this month, she had pressed him to find work. "Grandma, I've told you, I can't bear to leave you alone at home," he replied. "Stop with the nonsensical excuses. I'll give you 1 more week. If you don't find a job by then, don't blame me for kicking you out," she said angrily. Wang Hai remained silent, merely continuing to eat his meal. At that moment, it seemed his grandmother realized her words had been harsh. She opened her mouth to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she sighed and resumed her meal. After finishing dinner, Wang Hai went to the seaside, sitting alone on a rock. In his childhood, whenever he felt disheartened, he would come here to feel the sea breeze, as if it could wash away all his unpleasant memories. The waves crashed against the rocks, creating a soothing sound. Under the moonlight, he gazed into the dark, profound, and elusive depths of the sea, feeling the weight of his troubles. He took the last cigarette from the pack, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled, the faint glow of the ember flickering in the darkness. Reflecting on the years gone by, he could only describe his life in 4 words: a complete mess. When he was 3 years old, his father went out to sea on a fishing boat. A week later, the tragic news arrived. The boat had capsized in the waves, and all crew members were lost. 6 months later, unable to endure the bleakness of life without hope, his mother secretly left. She departed on a stormy night filled with thunder and lightning, taking with her the 20,000 yuan compensation for his father's death. After his mother's departure, his grandparents had searched for her at her family home, but his maternal grandparents were also unable to contact their daughter. Initially, his grandmother and grandfather found it hard to believe, but over time, they slowly accepted the grim reality. Subsequently, his maternal grandparents sent a few thousand yuan every few months, claiming it was to repay debts for their daughter. Wang Hai's grandmother accepted this once, but never again. The elderly couple, who had been unable to bear children in their youth, had adopted Wang Hai's mother, and now, in their old age, they were left with no income while still repaying their daughter's debts. Wang Hai's mother never returned. As a child, Wang Hai, having grown up without parents, faced bullying and ridicule from classmates. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely friendless. He had Sun Qing to play with. During elementary school, whenever other children bullied him, Sun Cheng would unhesitatingly step in to help, ensuring they received a sound thrashing in return. This often resulted in both of them being summoned to the principal's office. However, they never bullied others. Yet, in the eyes of their teachers, they were still categorized as hopeless delinquents. Wang Hai's academic performance was unsatisfactory, despite his efforts. He only managed to gain admission to a second-tier university. With his grandparents aging and lacking any source of income, he initially had no intention of attending university. However, his grandmother and grandfather were determined to support his education at any cost. Ultimately, he graduated with a degree in animal science, a field that, while sounding impressive, essentially revolved around livestock farming. Those who fared better could open a veterinary clinic in their hometown, while the less fortunate would find work as farmhands in large breeding facilities. Wang Hai considered himself fortunate. After graduation, he secured what he deemed a decent job as a veterinarian in a pet shop, working 2 days off a month for a salary of 5,000 yuan. Yet, after 3 diligent months of work, the owner absconded with the money, leaving him unpaid for the last 2 months. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and helplessness. He spent another month seeking employment, but the current job market was saturated with university graduates. His niche field was already obscure, making it challenging to secure a position. Gradually, he found himself running low on the meager first month's salary, unable to even pay the 500 yuan rent for the current month. He refrained from calling his grandparents for financial help, fearing they would worry. After 2 nights sleeping under a bridge, he ultimately surrendered to fate and returned to the construction site where he had earned his living during university. though it was arduous and exhausting work. It provided room and board, earning him 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. This continued for 3 years, a period that felt fleeting, almost like a blink of an eye. Yet, for him, it also seemed interminable, long enough for his diploma to gather a thick layer of dust. Long enough for him to have lost his grandfather to the other side. His grandfather passed away at the end of January due to a cerebral thrombosis. Upon receiving the news, Wang Hai hastily resigned from his job and returned to his hometown. The cycle of life and death is beyond anyone's control. The deceased are gone, yet the living must forge ahead. After his grandfather's burial, Wang Hai had no intention of leaving home again. With his background in animal science, he rented a storefront in town and opened the Great Sea Veterinary Clinic. However, while dreams are often beautiful, reality can be harsh. Since there had been no veterinary clinics in the town prior, most farmers treated their livestock with rudimentary remedies. They would only seek Wang Hai's help when their animals were gravely ill, often too late for intervention. Even when faced with such dire situations, he could only save 1 out of 10 livestock. Adding to his troubles, some farmers would attempt to defer payment, essentially seeking to benefit without compensation. Under such circumstances, Wang Hai's clinic could only sustain itself for 5 months before he had to close it due to mounting debts. His investment of 100,000 yuan vanished without a trace. As the waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks, Sun Cheng approached, carrying a case of beer. He sat down beside Wang Hai and offered him a bottle. "Want a drink?" Wang Hai nodded, and despite the absence of snacks, he opened a bottle and began to drink. "Don't rush," Sun Cheng said, reaching into his pocket to pull out a bag of unopened peanuts. After opening the package, they both took a handful and began to snack. "Cheers." Their cans clinked together, producing a sound that was both crisp and dull. After several bottles, the sea breeze began to take effect, and they gradually felt a slight intoxication. "What are we planning to do next?" Wang Hai shook his head, looking bewildered. "I certainly can't go out to work, with Grandma home alone. I can't leave her. But what could they possibly do in this small fishing village?" The waves splashing against the rocks sprayed droplets onto their faces, shaking them from their stupor. "Hey, do you remember DePao? That guy we used to bully as kids? Now he's out there streaming live from the tidal flats with a few of his childhood friends. He's gained a bit of fame as a streamer, with over 300,000 followers. How about we start a live stream too? They do tidal flat fishing. We could do a fishing live stream. What do you think?" Sun Cheng suggested earnestly. DePao? Wang Hai recalled. In his childhood, he was classmates with a chubby boy who, buoyed by his strength, gathered a few sycophants around him and often bullied other students at school. This bully frequently mocked Wang Hai, calling him an unwanted child, and would torment him alongside his entourage. However, after an incident where Wang Hai and Sun Cheng struck him with a brick, he ceased his harassment, revealing a typical tendency of the weak to fear the strong. Surprisingly, this very individual had taken to live streaming and had garnered a modest following, which left Wang Hai somewhat astonished. While it was dubbed live streaming, it was, in reality, a facade. He would purchase seafood in advance and bury it in the sand during his broadcasts. Sun Cheng, with a look of disdain, remarked that he held the utmost contempt for those who resorted to deceit, especially since he and the bully had never gotten along. Wang Hai, uninterested in discussing the bully, retorted, "With our fishing skills, which yield nothing 9 times out of 10, do you really think we can make money live streaming?" Sun Cheng countered, "If that fool can make money, why can't we?" Reflecting on it, Wang Hai conceded that if others could succeed, there was no reason they could not as well. With nothing pressing on the horizon, he nodded in agreement. After finishing their drinks, the two stood up, patted their backsides, and returned home to rest. As Wang Hai reclined on his bed, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette. In addition to the familiar texture of the cigarette box, his fingers brushed against something else. Upon pulling it out, he realized it was the amber stone he had encountered that very afternoon. What the devil? Startled, he promptly dropped the amber onto the floor, vividly recalling that it had vanished completely. Initially, he had thought he was imagining things. But how could this amber have ended up in his pocket? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. And soon beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he struggled to swallow. At that moment, the amber emitted a blinding white light before vanishing entirely. It must be an illusion. It has to be, Wang Hai repeatedly told himself, attempting to resist thoughts of the supernatural. He had no fear of many things, but ghosts terrified him. This fear stemmed from tales spun by an elderly blind man in the village during his childhood, recounting bizarre supernatural occurrences, stories of vengeful spirits, and terrifying encounters that had frightened him immensely. So much so, that he would often require his grandfather's company to the bathroom at night, too frightened to go alone. Just then, the amber stone reappeared in his hand. Each time he tossed it aside, it would ultimately return to him. Relieved to find no spirits or ghostly women, he sighed, wondering if this could be some kind of treasure. An avid reader of novels, especially those featuring seaside fishermen, He recalled tales of finding magical beads or stones that granted underwater vision, leading to wealth through fishing. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a similar treasure? Lost in thought, he scrutinized the amber stone closely, beginning to investigate whether it truly held any value. Heavenly spirits, manifest your power, he chanted, but to no avail. Wang Hai continued experimenting with different approaches, attempting to discern the stone's purpose. He remained engrossed in his musings until the clock struck nearly 3 in the morning, without unraveling the mystery of the stone. At that moment, his grandmother, disturbed by the noise, emerged from her room, donning a coat. Spotting the light still on in Wang Hai's room, she admonished, "Little Hai, what time is it? Turn off the light and go to sleep. Do you think electricity is free?" Having lived through the older generation, his grandmother harbored a deep-seated obsession with frugality. She would always eat the spoiled parts of fruit first and would tear off any moldy bits of buns before consuming them. Nevertheless, she would never allow Wang Hai to eat anything that had gone bad. In his middle school years, he often disposed of spoiled items secretly, enduring beatings for his actions. Yet he was determined to rid himself of them. "All right, I'll go to sleep right away," Wang Hai replied, abandoning his study of the amber stone to switch off the light and rest. The next morning, a series of knocks echoed through the door. "Hai, time to wake up." After a few moments of silence, Sunsheng pushed the door open and immediately spotted Wang Hai sprawled across the bed. "Hai, stop sleeping. We need to go live stream," he urged, shaking Wang Hai gently. Groggy, Wang Hai opened his eyes to find Sunsheng standing at his bedside, pressing him to rise. "No, let me sleep a bit longer," he mumbled, pulling the blanket over his head to continue dozing. Having stayed up late researching the amber stone until past 3, he had only managed a couple of hours of sleep before being roused, and naturally, he was reluctant to get up. Sunsheng, unaware of his friend's plight, called out for a while longer, but when Wang Hai still did not stir, he yanked the blanket off him. Exposed, Wang Hai, who had a habit of sleeping nude, lay bare before his friend. Sunsheng, having seen this scene before, was unfazed. "Get up quickly, or the sun will be up your backside." Unbothered by his nudity, Wang Hai buried his head under the covers, determined to keep sleeping. Suddenly, a flash from a camera erupted. "Damn it, Acheng, you're ruthless." Wang Hai begrudgingly rose to dress. "Delete that photo." Ultimately, under Wang Hai's watchful eye, Sunsheng deleted the pictures from his phone. "All right, since it's early, we might still catch a good bite. Otherwise, we'll go home empty-handed," Sunsheng said with a grin. However, Wang Hai remained unconvinced, continuing to glare at Sunsheng. The deletion of the records was not complete yet. He knew his mischievous friend well. He had to ensure that no leverage fell into his hands, lest it come back to haunt him unexpectedly. After supervising Sunsheng until the deletion records were entirely cleared, Wang Hai declared, Acheng and I are going fishing. You two can't engage in anything productive. Always off to fish," his grandmother replied, exasperated. After exchanging farewells with his grandmother, the two hopped on an electric bike and headed towards Dolphin Bay Town's port. After half an hour, they parked the bike, secured it, and made their way to the dock with their fishing gear. Wang Hai's fishing equipment was quite simple, a 299 yuan shipping-free sea rod and a small stool. In contrast, Sunsheng's gear was lavish, featuring a Shimano sea rod and a fully equipped tackle box. Sunsheng's parents owned a fresh fruit supermarket in a tourist area of the city, earning a considerable profit. He often assisted at the store, and with a lull in tourist activity, he returned to the village to enjoy some time off with his close friend. Although it was still before 7, the port was already bustling with fishermen. These anglers were a peculiar breed, willing to sleep late and rise early for the sake of fishing. In short, their motto could be summarized as, one person, one rod, one pack of cigarettes, fish all day long. Chapter 5. Red-spotted fish. The two found a less crowded spot, and Sunsheng opened his phone, switched to the live streaming interface, and commenced the broadcast. Meanwhile, Wang Hai yawned, casually selecting a scallop from the bait box, slicing it open, and baiting his hook. As the seconds ticked by, only a handful of viewers trickled into Sunsheng's live stream. Around them, fellow anglers were steadily reeling in small catches, while Wang Hai and Sunsheng sat idly, their bobbers remaining utterly still. Such is the nature of fishing. Sometimes, even within the same body of water, just a few meters apart with identical bait, some would catch nothing. Before long, a few viewers lingered in the live stream, providing a glimmer of solace to Sunsheng, who was growing increasingly frustrated. "This streamer is really having a tough time," one commented. "Why not try adding some ground bait?" Another suggested. Without hesitation, Sunsheng opened several green-lipped mussels, chopped the meat, and prepared the bait. Meanwhile, Wang Hai, struggling to keep his eyes open, was nearly dozing off. Having had so little sleep, coupled with the lack of fish, he felt utterly exhausted. "Hai, I have a bit of a stomach ache. You keep fishing? I'll go take care of it," Sunsheng said hurriedly, shutting off the live stream and dashing away, clutching his stomach. After Sunsheng departed, Wang Hai found himself engulfed in a profound boredom, compelled to light a cigarette to invigorate his senses. In his ennui, he picked up the fish-shaped amber stone, idly toying with it in his hands. A yawn escaped his lips, and soon his eyelids grew heavy, leading him to inadvertently drift into a slumber. Meanwhile, the amber stone in his grasp emitted a faint, ethereal glow, unnoticed in the daylight. Within the originally transparent amber, a delicate azure fish gradually began to materialize. As Wang Hai slept, he dreamt of becoming a fisherman, setting sail each day to catch an abundance of fish. Each haul was bountiful, filled with large yellow croakers and tunas, to the point of exhaustion, ultimately aiding his village in constructing a road leading out of the mountains. However, during one fateful outing, a tempest struck, capsizing his small boat. Just then, Wang Hai was jolted awake. "Damn it," he gasped, taking deep breaths as his heart raced. "Are you all right?" Sun Chung, who had just returned from the restroom, inquired anxiously. "I'm fine." Wang Hai waved his hand dismissively. "Just had a dream." Relieved that Wang Hai was unharmed, Sun Chung sighed. "It's been so long. Can't we catch even one fish?" He gazed enviously at a group of fishermen in the distance who had just reeled in a hefty mudskipper. Wang Hai, still bored, continued to fidget with the amber stone, contemplating what he should do next. Unbeknownst to anyone, an invisible azure thread emanated from the spirit fish within the amber, slowly winding around Wang Hai's arm. As the spirit fish opened its eyes, a hazy orange-yellow image surfaced in Wang Hai's mind. What is this? At that moment, a flood of memories surged into his consciousness. Spirit manipulation body refining technique. Spirit fish pendant. Wang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. The information flooding his mind revealed that the amber stone in his hand was indeed a rare treasure, known as the spirit fish pendant. Within it resided a spirit fish that could be commanded to emerge, granting him a limited field of vision. Yesterday afternoon, a drop of his blood had inadvertently bound him to it. Alongside this revelation, another technique surfaced in his thoughts, the spirit manipulation body refining technique. If the spirit fish pendant was a treasure, then this technique was the means to control it. Only by cultivating the spirit manipulation body refining technique could he command the spirit fish within the pendant. However, Wang Hai could distinctly sense that the knowledge in his mind was incomplete. The secrets of the spirit fish pendant were far more profound than this. Though he remained unaware of their specifics, although he now possessed a golden opportunity, without having cultivated the spirit manipulation body refining technique, he could not utilize it. At that moment, his fishing rod began to tremble with a vigorous struggle. Could it be a catch? Wang Hai exclaimed with delight. He dismissed thoughts of the spirit fish pendant, instead focusing on reeling in the fish. In an instant, the rod bent significantly, the reel rapidly unwinding, emitting a sizzling sound. The degree of the rod's curvature and the speed of the line being pulled indicated that this fish was no ordinary size. "This must weigh at least 10 pounds. Sun Chung shouted excitedly. The commotion from Wang Hai's catch drew the attention of surrounding fishermen. As the reel continued to release line, Wang Hai quickly adjusted the drag. But to no avail, the line persisted in unwinding. Sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, Wang Hai felt a pang of urgency. It was his first time catching such a large fish, and if it escaped, he would be utterly devastated. Sun Chung, watching anxiously, knew that Wang Hai's fishing rod was a budget model, likely to break at any moment. Whether he could land this large fish was uncertain. "If I had known I would hook such a large fish, I would have never skimped on the rod," Wang Hai lamented inwardly. Fortunately, although the rod was inexpensive, it held up admirably. After 7 or 8 minutes of struggle, it still hadn't failed him. As the fish ceased its fight, Wang Hai began to reel in line. Whenever it surged, he would halt. This back and forth continued for half an hour. Ultimately, the formidable fish succumbed, gradually being drawn back to shore. The commotion surrounding Wang Hai's catch attracted numerous nearby fishermen, all speculating on the identity of such a tenacious fish. Soon, a large fish adorned with crimson spots surfaced. "Goodness, am I seeing things? That's a red spotted grouper." This deep-sea fish was an unexpected find for a fisherman at the harbor. And look, this one must weigh at least 8 pounds. Red spotted groupers are rare, with wild specimens fetching over 800 per pound. A fish of this size could easily command over 1,200 per pound. Generally, the larger the fish, the more valuable it becomes. Many similar fish may differ by merely 2 pounds, yet their prices can double. The sight of such a grand red spotted grouper evoked envy among the other fishermen. Wang Hai, eager yet composed, reminded himself that the fish was merely at the water's edge, not yet secured. If overzealousness caused it to escape, he would be distraught. "Chung, help me net the fish," Wang Hai called out. Red spotted grouper, scientific name. Epinephalus aka, all right. Sun Chung, momentarily taken aback, sprang into action at Wang Hai's prompting, grabbing the net. The netting process went smoothly, and the red spotted grouper was safely brought ashore. The surrounding fishermen, upon witnessing this, exhibited glimmers of disappointment, as if they had missed out on something significant. It is often said that the less diligent earn more. Sun Chung was surely one of those individuals. He retrieved a live fish bucket from his gear, filled it with seawater, and gently placed the fish inside, activating a portable oxygen pump. A fish of such magnitude was immensely valuable, equivalent to the wages of an average worker for 2 months. If it perished, its worth would diminish. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man wearing a sun hat squeezed through the crowd. "Hey, is that big red-spotted grouper for sale?" Wang Hai recognized him as a fish vendor who often patrolled the beach in a tricycle, purchasing catches from fellow anglers. "Yes, I intend to sell it. But it depends on the price," Wang Hai replied. "All right, I'll offer you this." The vendor gestured with his hand, indicating $800. "What do you think?" Wang Hai thought to himself, 800? This vendor is trying to cheat me. Truly, there's no business without deception. While he understood the vendor needed to make a profit, this offer felt excessively low. If the vendor bought it for 800, he could easily sell it for double. 800? Sir, that's far too insincere. Before Wang Hai could respond, Sun Chung was already defending their position. "You can't expect to buy the fish at such a low price. Even if we took it to town ourselves, it would sell for much more." "Ah, come on. It's business. We need to make a profit too." The vendor shrugged, feigning helplessness. "As you can see, this red-spotted grouper weighs at least 8 pounds. Fish of this size are rare. I wouldn't have trouble selling it at a restaurant. It should fetch at least 1,200. If you genuinely wish to buy, let us settle on 1,001 per pound," Wang Hai declared earnestly, as if the vendor's agreement was a prerequisite for the sale. The vendor hesitated, well aware of the fish's value. If he took it to market, he could conservatively sell it for 1,005 per pound. Just as he contemplated pressing for a lower price, a booming voice from the crowd interrupted. "Young man, 1,001 per pound, is it? I'll take it." The man stood robustly, towering at a height of nearly 6 feet. "Old Hu," I said. "I had my eye on this fish first. There's no need to swoop in and snatch it away." The short, stout fishmonger hastily retorted. "Among fishmongers, there exists an unwritten rule. One must not encroach upon another's negotiations. Otherwise, it could lead to severed financial ties and unyielding enmities." Nevertheless, this matter had transpired countless times between these two merchants, hence there was little to be concerned about. "Ah, I just heard it clearly. This fine gentleman hasn't sold the fish to you yet," the fishmonger known as Old Hu interjected. "Fine, sir, as you suggested, 1,001 per pound. I'll take it." The short, stout fishmonger responded eagerly. The profit from this fish was substantial, and should he truly be outmaneuvered, it would result in a significant loss. Wang Hai felt a surge of delight. He relished the unfolding drama, knowing that the rivalry between these two would ultimately benefit him as the opportunistic bystander. Just as he prepared to agree, Old Hu quickly announced, "Young brother, I'll offer 1,002. "Why must you insist on this, Old Hu?" The stout fishmonger's voice grew more intense, his agitation palpable. "Last time I was procuring crayfish, some shameless individual swooped in and stole my business." Old Hu shot a pointed glance at his rival. "I had already informed you that a customer had ordered crayfish from me. If I don't procure them, I risk losing a significant client. What could I do?" The stout fishmonger replied. Old Hu spat on the ground. "Bah, you can wait until I've made the purchase and then buy it from me." The stout fishmonger found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he clenched his teeth, reasoning that even if he were to purchase the fish at 1,003 per pound, he could still make a profit of 200. "Fine, sir, I'll offer 1,003, 1,004, 1,005. When the bidding reached 1,005, the stout fishmonger withdrew. Any further increase would not only yield no profit, but also risk the fish dying. Ultimately, Wang Hai sold the red-spotted fish to Old Hu at the price of 1,005 per pound. The fish weighed 8 pounds and 9 ounces, fetching a total of 13,350. "Young sir, the payment has been made," Old Hu stated, tucking away his phone before placing the red-spotted fish into the live fish tank of his tricycle. Surrounding anglers looked at Wang Hai with envious eyes. He appeared somewhat dazed, pondering, "Did I just earn over 10,000? Am I dreaming?" In a moment of disbelief, Wang Hai pinched his thigh, prompting Sun Chung to exclaim, "What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? Am I not dreaming?" Wang Hai replied. Sun Chung, nearly incensed, retorted, "If you think it's a dream, pinch yourself, not me. I'm sensitive to pain." Naturally, Sun Chung was not one to succumb to such a loss, and promptly retaliated. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Wang Hai cried out in mock agony. Observing their playful banter, many anglers exchanged curious glances. "Are these two perhaps like Brokeback Mountain?" one mused. "Seems quite likely. Young people just enjoy being extravagant." Eventually, the duo noticed the attention they had garnered and ceased their playful scuffle. "Wang Hai, you've struck it rich today. It would be remiss not to treat your friends to a meal," Sun Chung suggested. "No problem. Let us head to Old Ju's for a bowl of beef noodles." Wang Hai replied. How stingy of you, Sun Sheng scoffed. Yet he understood that his friend was currently without a steady source of income and merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the clock approached 10 o'clock and the heat intensified, the two tidied up their fishing gear, hopped onto their electric bike, and made their way to Old Zhu's noodle shop. Upon arrival, Wang Hai did not stop, leading Sun Sheng to call out, Wang Hai, aren't we here for beef noodles? Why aren't we parking? What, do you really want beef noodles? Wang Hai jested, having only mentioned it in passing. In truth, he intended to visit the market to buy some ingredients and cook at home, affordable and undoubtedly satisfying. We'll procure some ingredients and prepare our own meal. All right. Sun Sheng nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the market, they purchased 2 pounds of beef, 2 pounds of lamb, a pound of marinated goose, and some greens, totaling just over 200. Afterwards, the two leisurely rode their electric bike back home. Ah chum, let your grandfather know not to cook lunch. We're having it at my place, Wang Hai instructed as they arrived at his doorstep. Got it. I'll tell Grandpa, Sun Sheng replied. Wang Hai carried the groceries into his kitchen, while Sun Sheng returned to inform his grandfather. Chapter 7. Grandpa Sun's understanding upon entering his home. Wang Hai's grandmother furrowed her brow. Xiao Hai, why did you buy so many groceries? Are you burning cash? Grandma, I bought these for lunch. I've invited Grandpa Sun and Uncle C over to eat, Wang Hai explained. Upon learning of the guests, his grandmother ceased her inquiries. After placing the groceries in the kitchen, Wang Hai hopped back on his electric bike to fetch Uncle C. Arriving at Uncle C's home, he found him tossing freshly cut rye grass into the fish pond from a tricycle. Uncle C was already glistening with sweat, his shirt clinging to him due to the heat. Wang Hai parked his bike and approached to lend a hand. Uncle C, don't bother cooking lunch. Come eat at my house. All right. Uncle C nodded in agreement without hesitation. The two worked diligently for several minutes until they had emptied the tricycle of ryegrass. The surface of the pond was alive with hundreds of grass carp, eagerly munching on the greenery, sending splashes everywhere. Wang Hai also felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiao Hai, there are popsicles in the house. Help yourself, Uncle C said. Resting on a stone bench beneath the mango tree, fanning himself with his straw hat, Wang Hai, not one to be shy, went inside and grabbed 2 popsicles, handing one to Uncle C. Here, have one too. After enjoying the refreshing treat, Wang Hai felt his perspiration dissipate and rode back home. Uncle C's house was not far, and he arrived in just a few minutes. Upon returning, he spotted Sun Sheng's grandfather busy in the kitchen. Ah chum, why did you let Grandpa Sun cook? Wang Hai inquired. You know how it is. Grandpa has 2 passions in life, cooking and brewing wine. If I don't let him cook, what delicious food will I have? Sun Sheng replied with a hint of exasperation. Wang Hai shared his sentiment. What was initially a plan to invite Grandpa Sun for a meal had transformed into securing a free chef. Yet, he felt a twinge of happiness. Grandpa Sun's culinary skills were renowned in town, rivaling even those of high-end restaurant chefs. Enjoying his cooking was indeed a privilege. As Wang Hai entered the kitchen, he observed Grandpa Sun, with his goat-like beard, skillfully chopping vegetables with a knife. The rhythmic sound of the blade striking the cutting board resonated in the air. Grandpa Sun, is there anything I can assist you with? Wang Hai asked. Xiao Hai, I've already prepared the ingredients. Just get the fire going, Grandpa Sun replied, deftly twirling the knife in his hand while speaking in a somewhat awkward Mandarin. Although he referred to Wang Hai as Xiao Hai, it was a mispronunciation of Xiao Hai. Can we skip the Mandarin, Grandpa? Wang Hai inquired. That is not an option. I must keep up with the times. Everyone should speak proper Mandarin, Grandpa Sun insisted. Wang Hai sighed. In his youth, Grandpa Sun had been the village's elementary school teacher, using his unique Mandarin to teach the children. Hence they all spoke with similar quirks. Xiao Hai, I heard from your grandmother that you're not planning to seek employment? Grandpa Sun asked. Well, working outside could earn some money, but with Grandma alone at home, I worry. While working is beneficial, if something were to happen to her, I wouldn't be able to return in time, Wang Hai explained. Indeed, you should steadfastly cling to your aspirations. If it proves too challenging, why not learn the culinary arts from me? If you master even half of my skills, opening your own restaurant would be a delightful venture. Grandfather Sun, I think I'll pass. I'm not fond of this line of work, Wang Hai replied candidly, revealing his aversion to cooking. Well, you young folks have your own ideas. I shan't press further, Grandfather Sun retorted, resuming his earnest task of preparing the meal. Wang Hai held a deep admiration for Grandfather Sun's culinary prowess. His speed in the kitchen was remarkable, and the dishes he created were delectable. Within merely half an hour, 3 dishes were ready: stir-fried lamb with scallions, garlic lettuce, and beef soup, complemented by a ready-to-eat braised goose. At that moment, 4th grandfather arrived on his tricycle. Old son, you're the chef today. It seems we're in for a treat. As 4th grandfather entered the courtyard, he spotted Grandfather Sun and Wang Hai emerging with the dishes. Your timing is impeccable. The meal is ready for us to enjoy, grandfather-son jested. Having known each other since childhood, their bond was deep. Ever since Wang Hai's grandfather, along with his elder and second grandfathers, had passed, they were the last of their generation, often engaging in playful banter. It's been a few days since I've tasted your sorghum wine. Shall we indulge? Fourth grandfather inquired. Grandfather's son nodded in agreement and instructed his grandson to fetch some of his homemade wine. All right, Sun Chung replied, sprinting back home to retrieve 5 taels of wine. He dared not bring more, knowing both his grandfather and fourth grandfather were of advanced age and should limit their consumption. Observing that his grandson had only brought back a modest amount, grandfather's son expressed his discontent. What's this, Xiao Chung? Is that enough for anyone? Grandfather, you both ought to drink less. Too much is detrimental to your health, Sun Qing urged, recalling his father and sister's recent admonitions against excessive drinking. Grandfather son, a little indulgence is delightful, but excess can be harmful, Wang Hai echoed. Very well, just a modest pour then. Grandfather's son waved his hand, filling glasses for himself and fourth grandfather. As they dined, the 3 elders learned that Wang Hai had caught a premium grouper that morning, fetching over 10,000 yuan, leaving them in disbelief. You truly caught a premium grouper? Grandfather's son exclaimed with curiosity, his passion for cooking igniting an interest in such rare ingredients. Indeed, it was quite a catch, Sun Chung exaggeratedly gestured. Wang Hai merely nodded in acknowledgement. His grandmother, however, was less concerned with the size of the fish and more with its value. Upon learning it was sold for over 10,000, her heart brimmed with joy. As the meal progressed, grandfather's son proposed, Fourth, since you usually dine alone at home, why not come over for meals? I enjoy cooking, and sister, you and Xiao Hei should join us as well. What do you think? Wang Hai and his grandmother nodded in agreement, fully supportive of grandfather's son's culinary talents. Noticing fourth grandfather's hesitation, Wang Hai quickly added, Fourth grandfather, you should come too. The more, the merrier. Leave the grocery shopping to me and a Chung. Fourth grandfather nodded slightly, though unbeknownst to him, a grain of sand had found its way into his eye, causing his eyelids to redden ever so slightly. Perhaps it was the joyful gathering that had bolstered the appetites of the elderly, for they each consumed an extra bowl of rice. Once the meal concluded, the task of washing dishes naturally fell to the 2 younger men. After Wang Hai and Sun Chung finished their chore, they settled beneath the loquat tree in the courtyard to relax and browse videos, while the 3 elders went to the village square to play cards. This wooden bench is truly uncomfortable. After just 2 hours, my back aches, Sun Chung remarked, stretching to relieve the discomfort of prolonged sitting. Contemplating purchasing a reclining chair in the future. That's just an excuse. What does comfort have to do with a bench? Wang Hai retorted, unapologetically returning the favor from their earlier banter. Chapter 8. A lavish dinner. As the 2 continued their playful repartee, the clock edged towards 3:30 in the afternoon. With the sun still blazing down, discouraging any desire to venture outdoors. Dai Hai, let us go fishing for a while, Sun Qing suggested. His mind still lingering on the prized grouper Wang Hai had caught earlier that day. On such a scorching day, feel free to go on your own. I'll remain here to cool off, Wang Hai replied, wary of the sun's intensity. It's the perfect time for fishing. How can one let fear of sunburn deter them? Sun Chung countered. Wang Hai shot him a glance, well aware that Sun Chung was fully equipped with a sun hat, protective clothing, and a sun shield, whereas he himself only wore a tattered straw hat. How could they be compared? At that moment, a yawn escaped Wang Hai as tiredness washed over him. He disregarded Sun Chung's words and retreated to his room for a nap. Seeing that Wang Hai had gone to sleep, Sun Chung gathered his gear and set off to fish alone, harboring a hopeful feeling that he would reel in a substantial catch that afternoon. As evening approached, the sky was awash with a golden glow, illuminating the courtyard. Wisps of smoke rose from the houses of Wangjia village, and Wang Hai, sluggishly pushing open the door, glanced at the clock. It was already past 6. The village elders typically dined early, and the savory aroma wafting from grandfather's son's house beckoned him. After washing his face, he made his way next door. By this time, dinner was ready, and fourth grandfather was emerging from the kitchen with a plate of fried oyster pancakes. Little Hai, you're here. Come help us with the dishes, he called out as Wang Hai entered. Wang Hai obliged, rushing forward to assist. The evening's offerings were indeed lavish, featuring 6 delectable dishes: fried oyster pancakes, stir-fried lamb with scallions, cold beef salad, sautéed greens, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and the leftover braised goose from lunch. Normally, when dining alone at home, Wang Hai would only prepare a couple of dishes. Thus he was pleasantly surprised by the abundance at grandfather's son's table. Grandfather's son, has a Chung returned yet? Wang Hai inquired, noticing Sun Chung was absent, and his electric bike was nowhere in sight. I just called him. He'll be back in a few minutes. No need to wait. Let us start eating, fourth grandfather reassured, just as they had taken a couple of bites. Sun Chung rode in on his electric bike, rushing into the kitchen, where he gulped down nearly half a jug of water. "Ah, refreshing," he exclaimed after quenching his thirst, before taking a seat at the stone table in the courtyard. "How did the fishing go?" Wang Hai asked, noticing Sun Cheng's forlorn expression, which indicated he had not had much luck, though he feigned ignorance. "Alas, I'm destined to be a member of the empty net brigade. I didn't catch a single fish," Sun Cheng sighed, diving into his meal. The three elders engaged in cheerful conversation during dinner, while Wang Hai and Sun Cheng occasionally interjected with light-hearted remarks, making for a pleasant dining experience. As dusk settled, the dimly lit tungsten bulb swayed gently from the eaves, casting flickering shadows on the ground, while the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore could be faintly heard. The houses of the two families were situated right by the sea. Stepping outside, they crossed a road to reach the beach. Though night had fallen, the air remained warm and stifling. After washing the dishes, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng ventured out to the beach, where the sea breeze brought a welcome coolness. Under the dim moonlight, a coastal road meandered through Yunyan Village and Wanshan Village, stretching 100 kilometers to Meishan County. Wangjia Village was comprised entirely of dirt paths, while this coastal road was paved with cement, appearing somewhat out of place in the quaint fishing village nestled amidst the mountains. Scattered across the expansive beach were shells and conchs, with the occasional little crab scuttling sideways in the moonlight. The waves lapped at their ankles, then receded playfully like a mischievous child. Sun Cheng tossed his clothes onto the sand and dove into the water to swim, with Wang Hai following closely behind. Wangjia Village rarely attracted tourists, remaining almost isolated from the outside world. The sea was a vibrant blue, and the beach was pristine, free from pollution. Were it not for the burdens of economic hardship, this place could undoubtedly be deemed a veritable paradise in the hearts of some. To venture out, however, one has but two options. The first is to traverse the mountains by means of transportation, a journey that consumes nearly 5 hours. The second entails embarking on a fishing vessel that circumvents the mountains via the sea, significantly hastening the journey to a mere 3 hours to the nearest Qingshan city. Yet, even under such circumstances, it is rare for villagers to leave the mountains. The endeavor is fraught with inconvenience, and Dolphin Bay possesses all the resources needed for self-sufficiency, rendering external purchases unnecessary. After 2 hours of swimming in the sea, the two returned to shore. Though described as swimming, it was merely frolicking in the shallows. Having grown up by the sea, their swimming skills were commendable, yet venturing into deeper waters at night instilled a sense of trepidation. The ocean harbors significant dangers, a lesson both had ingrained since childhood. A few swift strides brought Wang Hai back home, where he took a swift shower before settling cross-legged on his bed to study the spirit fish pendant. Holding the pendant in his hand, he commenced his practice of the spirit summoning and body refinement technique, channeling energy as the pendant emitted a soft azure glow, gradually seeping into his body through his palm. Accompanying this was a sensation of warmth coursing through him, ultimately converging in his lower abdomen, forming a small, droplet-sized azure orb. At that moment, with each breath he took, the air around him began to swirl. After an hour of meditation, he slowly opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the spirit fish within the pendant gradually opened its murky eyes, which soon transformed into a crystalline clarity, reminiscent of a newborn. Wang Hai established a connection with the spirit fish, allowing him to perceive the images it saw and hear the sounds it heard. He began to maneuver the spirit fish out of the pendant. Originally no larger than a fingernail, the fish expanded to the size of a palm upon emerging. Its body was plump, a translucent azure hue adorned with black stripes, and a single horn protruded from its snout. The spirit fish's appearance evoked in Wang Hai the image of a colossal whale. This little creature bore a striking resemblance to a narwhal, with its broad body and wide tail, not to mention the horn on its snout. Subsequently, Wang Hai guided the spirit fish to swim around the room. The fish moved with remarkable speed, completing a lap around the room in the blink of an eye. However, its rapid pace left Wang Hai feeling somewhat dizzy, akin to the sensation of a roller coaster. Realizing the overwhelming dizziness, he rubbed his temples and slowed the spirit fish's speed, feeling much more at ease thereafter. For the remainder of the time, he controlled the fish like a drone, navigating it through the air, or more accurately, swimming it through the room. In the beginning, Wang Hai struggled with control, causing the spirit fish to crash into the wall. Contrary to his expectations, rather than being halted by the wall, the fish passed through it with ease. Ecstatic at this revelation, he noted that the information in his mind had not mentioned the spirit fish's ability to phase through walls, indicating that the knowledge he possessed was indeed incomplete. Through the spirit fish's perspective, he observed his grandmother seated in the living room, listening to the radio while weaving a bamboo basket. The fish paused just before her, startling Wang Hai momentarily at its sudden appearance before his grandmother. Fearing it might frighten her, though she remained undisturbed, continuing her work. Did she truly not see the spirit fish? Wang Hai realized that the fish might be visible solely to him. The sounds from the radio streamed into Wang Hai's mind through the spirit fish. He continued to guide the fish in circles before his grandmother, and upon confirming his suspicions, he directed the spirit fish back to his room. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. If it could fly through the air, it should have no trouble swimming in the sea, he mused. With this in mind, he envisioned a future where fishing would no longer pose a challenge. He could employ the spirit fish to scout for fish in advance, ensuring precise catches. More importantly, with this treasure, he could forego the need to seek employment outside. Fishing daily for money would surely surpass the drudgery of labor. Moreover, it would allow him to remain home and keep his grandmother company. Although his grandmother often urged him to find work, Wang Hai understood that she did not genuinely wish for him to leave. Who would desire their loved ones to abandon their hometown for work if not out of necessity? At that moment, curiosity seized Wang Hai, prompting him to send the spirit fish to Sun Cheng's room to see what mischief the boy was up to. Their rooms were separated by only a wall, and they would often wake each other up at night with knocks. As children, they devised a signal, a series of knocks for going out to play, and a different pattern for fishing. The spirit fish traversed the wall into Sun Cheng's room, where the latter was admiring his muscles in the mirror, shirtless, showcasing a well-defined abdominal structure. Sun Cheng maintained a rigorous fitness regimen, resulting in a physique that garnered admiration from many girls, yet he remained a steadfast bachelor. Wang Hai then redirected the spirit fish back towards the sea, eager to explore the underwater world. However, as the fish approached the entrance of his home, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, halting its advance. Wang Hai tried several directions, yet the same limitation persisted, unable to move beyond approximately 20 meters from him. It became evident that the spirit fish had a constraint, unable to venture beyond that distance. Just then, a wave of dizziness washed over Wang Hai, followed by an overwhelming sensation of lightheadedness. The spirit fish, not far away, transformed into a wisp of azure light, retreating back into the pendant, its eyes closing. After a moment of recovery, the heaviness in his head gradually subsided. Clearly, his current physical state did not allow for prolonged control of the spirit fish. At this realization, a gnawing hunger struck him. Initially manageable, the hunger soon reached a peak after 10 minutes. Unable to endure any longer, he felt as though he hadn't eaten in days. He believed that even a whole cow before him would not suffice to quell his appetite. Slipping on his slippers, he pushed open his door, preparing to prepare a meal. "Grandma, I'm going to cook some rice. Would you like some?" Wang Hai occasionally prepared late-night snacks, and his grandmother had grown accustomed to it. "I won't eat, but you should take it easy. Too much at night is hard to digest," she advised, returning to her work. By now, it was nearing 10 o'clock at night, and Wang Hai, too lazy to stir-fry, opted for a simple meal of 2 bowls of noodles with a few greens. The pickled vegetables his grandmother had prepared added a delightful flavor to the noodles. Typically, 1 bowl sufficed to satiate him, yet tonight, driven by hunger, he prepared an extra bowl, but even after finishing, he still felt unsatisfied. What was going on? Had he truly not reached fullness after 2 bowls? Upon reflection, he surmised that the cause was likely the practice of his technique or the exertion from controlling the spirit fish. Though still a bit hungry, he was too lethargic to prepare more food and decided to lie down and sleep. Once asleep, he would no longer feel hunger. This was a lesson he had learned during his university days. Before long, the sounds of dogs barking in the village lulled Wang Hai into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke to a renewed sensation of hunger. As he glanced at the clock, he realized it was just past 5 in the morning. Deciding against returning to sleep, he sat cross-legged on his bed and resumed practicing the spirit summoning and body refinement technique. An hour later, upon hearing the alarm, Wang Hai ceased his cultivation, turned off the clock, and approached the courtyard's wash basin to freshen up. It was only a little past 6 in the morning, and the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze. "Dahai." With the call came a series of persistent knocks at the door. Wang Hai immediately discerned it was Sun Cheng. The two had become somewhat obsessed with fishing lately, even on days when the Air Force was grounded. They would rise early to chase the dawn at the seaside. Rushing to rinse his mouth, Wang Hai opened the door to find Sun Cheng standing outside, a battery-powered bicycle laden with fishing gear parked behind him. "Hold on a moment. I need to grab my bike," Wang Hai said as he returned inside to place his fishing equipment onto the tricycle. After exchanging greetings with his grandmother, he headed back outside. "Why aren't we taking the electric bike today?" Sun Cheng inquired, puzzled. They had always ridden the electric bike for their fishing excursions, rarely opting for the tricycle. "I forgot to charge the electric bike yesterday, so I had no choice but to take this," Wang Hai explained. "Oh, let us hurry. The early catch waits for no one," Sun Cheng urged. The two mounted their bikes and pedaled along the coastal road towards town. After half an hour, they parked the electric bike outside a noodle shop as usual. "Old Zhu, 2 bowls of beef noodles, extra beef, and plenty of greens," Wang Hai called out as he stepped inside. "Ah Hai is here. Please take a seat, old Zhu replied, commencing to prepare their meal. Several patrons nearby regarded Wang Hai with incredulous expressions, silently thinking, if you speak like that, the owner really might give you extra. What a joke. But soon, they were proven wrong as they observed Wang Hai's bowl, which was noticeably more generous than their own. Boss, why do they get so much beef and noodles while we receive so little? A hefty man, adorned with a pair of large gold-capped teeth and a face brimming with excess flesh, exclaimed. The three young men dining with him echoed his complaints, demanding an explanation from old Zhu. Given their fierce demeanor, it was clear that failing to provide a satisfactory response could lead to trouble. Don't misunderstand, brothers. They are eating the 15 yuan portion, while yours is only 10 yuan. Naturally, the quantities differ, old Zhu quickly clarified. Once they understood, the young men relented. During the meal, Wang Hai felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. Turning around, he found it belonged to the very hefty man from earlier. Wang Hai felt a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 10, Deliberate. After finishing his noodles, the hefty man approached the counter to pay. As he passed Wang Hai, he intentionally bumped into him, splattering noodles onto Wang Hai's arm. What is your problem? Wang Hai furrowed his brow, sensing that this was a deliberate act. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. It wasn't intentional, the hefty man said mockingly, his jowls quivering. Wang Hai felt an uncontrollable urge to slap the man. But years of navigating society had tempered his impulsiveness. DePeo, looking for trouble are we? Sun Cheng, however, was less restrained, promptly splashing noodle broth onto the hefty man. DePeo? Wang Hai recalled the nickname with some familiarity. It dawned on him that this chubby boy had once attended the same elementary school as him. He had endured relentless mockery and bullying due to Wang Hai's lack of parents. It was only after Wang Hai and Sun Cheng had once confronted him with bricks after school that he had finally learned to behave. That incident had led to both boys being summoned by their parents. They were not even from the same village. And DePeo had dropped out of school to work in his teenage years. After so many years, Wang Hai had initially failed to recognize him. Now DePeo stood frozen, noodles sliding off his clothes. His expression was one of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Sun Cheng had dared to splash him with broth. Sun Cheng, we're not kids anymore. Don't think I'm afraid of you, he roared, grabbing a nearby stool to hurl at Sun Cheng. With a following of tens of thousands of fans as a sea fishing streamer, he had ample means. If he injured someone, he could merely pay a fine. In that moment, rationality was cast aside. Wang Hai retaliated by pouring the remaining noodle broth onto DePeo's face and snatching the stool away. Give it here. Seeing the commotion, the noodle shop owner quickly retreated, fearful of being caught in the fray. The three young men dining with DePeo rushed to intervene, swinging their fists at Wang Hai while hurling insults. Despite being outnumbered, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng were not to be underestimated. They swiftly subdued their opponents, who were as frail as reeds compared to their own sturdiness. DePeo, realizing the futility of resistance, quickly began to apologize. Oh Cheng Hai, it hurts. I'm sorry. I want to do it again. He cowered, hands over his head, on the verge of tears. Sun Cheng, still unsatisfied, gripped DePeo by the collar, preparing to continue the beatdown. Enough, Cheng, Wang Hai cautioned. We're adults now. It's not like when we were kids. If this escalates and we end up in jail for brawling, it won't be a joke. Humph, you're lucky this time, Sun Cheng said, shoving DePeo away. The latter and his companions, sensing the danger, hastily retreated, aware that Sun Cheng was a loose cannon. Wait, we haven't paid. The noodle shop owner interjected anxiously. His modest business was already struggling, and he could not afford to let anyone dine and dash. How much? DePeo asked through gritted teeth, directing his ire toward the owner rather than Wang Hai and Sun Cheng. The owner, unfazed by the ruckus, simply demanded payment. The total for 4 bowls of beef noodles and 8 bottles of beer came to 64 yuan. Cough, cough. Wang Hai cleared his throat and glanced at the 2 broken bowls. The owner quickly calculated the cost, adding the broken items, which brought the total to 84 yuan. What? DePeo's face flushed with rage, but he had no recourse. After settling the bill, the group hurriedly exited the noodle shop. Before leaving, DePeo couldn't resist threatening. You two better watch yourselves. This isn't over. Sun Cheng feigned a pursuit, but DePeo, realizing he had run out of spiteful words, scurried away. The owner sighed and fetched a mop to clean the floor, while Wang Hai and Sun Cheng helped return the chairs to their rightful places. Old Zhu, let us get 2 more bowls of beef noodles. I'm still hungry, Wang Hai said, his stomach growling. Sure, just a moment, old Zhu replied. As the two waited for their meal, Wang Hai felt a sense of contentment. Having such a brother was truly a blessing. After finishing their noodles, as Wang Hai prepared to pay, Sun Cheng beat him to it. It doesn't matter who pays. Fishing is the priority. Don't delay, he urged. The two then ventured to the market to procure some shrimp before riding their bikes to a rocky shore. This location was known for its fruitful fishing prospects. And upon arrival, They found a dozen anglers already stationed along the rocky outcrop. Each prepared their gear as they approached the water's edge. "Big brother, how was the catch?" Sun Chung inquired of a man donning a green hat. "I just arrived. Haven't caught anything yet," the man replied. "Oldly, you've been here for 2 hours. That is hardly just arriving." A nearby man retorted mercilessly. "Can't you spare me a little consideration?" The man in the green hat shot back. Meanwhile, Wang Hai squatted to replace the line on his reel with an 8-number nylon line. Upon his arrival, he had already maneuvered his fishing lure into the water to assess the conditions. Just a few meters away, he spied a sizable grouper, weighing several pounds, hunting for smaller fish near a rocky outcrop. His fishing rod was, after all, a mere trinket, equipped with a nylon line of only size 3. A fish as large as the grouper he sought would undoubtedly sever the line, despite weighing merely a dozen or so pounds. The strength of sea fish far surpasses that of freshwater varieties. Sun Chung gazed at Wang Hai with a puzzled expression, struggling to comprehend his friend's intentions. Why the switch to such a thick line? Was he anticipating a catch of substantial size? Surely. He did not believe he could reel in another grouper of the same magnitude as yesterday's with this upgraded line. "I have a premonition that today will yield a significant catch," Wang Hai declared. "I too had a feeling of landing a big one yesterday afternoon, yet I returned empty-handed." Sun Chung retorted. Wang Hai rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage further. Could he not hope for a bit of good fortune for himself? Observing Wang Hai's disinterest, Sun Chung retrieved his phone and initiated a live stream. Though he had not caught a fish the previous afternoon, he was delighted to find his follower count had surged by over 20. Surprisingly, all his new followers were female. He wondered, had fishing become a newfound passion among women? Unbeknownst to him, these individuals were not drawn in by his fishing prowess, but rather by his striking appearance. With a naturally handsome visage and diligent sun protection, his fair complexion attracted quite a few admirers. Soon, several viewers flooded into the live stream, one being a follower from the previous day. A user named 30 with 2 kids sent a message. "Hey there, are you off fishing again?" They also dispatched a rocket emoji. "Thank you to the lovely sister for the rocket," Sun Chung exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement at the influx of virtual gifts. Wang Hai, observing Sun Chang's animated reaction, felt a twinge of surprise. This lad had only begun streaming yesterday, and already he was receiving gifts. However, he dismissed the thought and returned his focus to fishing. After retrieving a shrimp from his bucket, he expertly baited his hook and cast it towards the area above the grouper, some 10 meters away. As the shrimp plummeted into the water, it drifted downward gracefully. Chapter 11. The delivery arrives. Beneath the surface, a large grouper hunting for smaller fish came to an abrupt halt, staring curiously at the shrimp before it. In an instant, its eyes brightened. "Grouper up. A delivery has arrived." Without hesitation, it opened its gaping maw, ready to engulf the shrimp. The shrimp, still lively and sensing impending danger, frantically thrashed its tail in an attempt to escape. This only heightened the grouper's excitement. Like a rogue captivated by a beautiful maiden, it propelled itself toward the fleeing shrimp, swallowing it whole. Initially, the grouper savored the delightful taste of the shrimp, but soon it sensed something amiss. Its mouth seemed ensnared by something. Then, a dizzying whirl ensued as an immense force began to drag it toward the shore. On the bank, Wang Hai was tirelessly reeling in the line, drawing the attention of several nearby anglers. Sun Chung directed his live stream towards Wang Hai. The sound of the reel whirring echoed in the ears of the onlookers. It was evident that this fish weighed no less than 10 pounds. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, I have a big catch," Sun Chung shouted, observing the extreme bend of the fishing rod, indicating a minimum weight of 10 pounds. In the live chat, viewers began to chime in. "Stop bragging, streamer. If that fish exceeds 10 pounds, I'll do a handstand while eating Oreos." "Wow, I've never seen such a request before." "Hey, aren't you just trying to trick us into a free meal?" This single comment ignited a flurry of playful banter in the live stream, with suggestions of absurd challenges like live streaming while doing backflips or washing hair upside down. Meanwhile, Wang Hai continued to exert force, gradually guiding the fish toward the shore. As time passed, the grouper neared the surface, and Sun Chung adjusted his camera to capture the spectacle. Everyone, both present and online, was curious to discover what kind of fish possessed such strength. Soon, a grayish-brown fish adorned with faint red spots breached the water. "Look everyone, it's a grouper. It surely exceeds 10 pounds. The grouper, scientifically known as the spotted grouper, boasts tender meat and exquisite flavor, making it ideal for steaming or frying. Wild specimens fetch a price of around 80 yuan per pound, while farmed varieties are considerably cheaper." "Hey buddy, weren't you just saying you'd do a handstand while live streaming? Hurry up. Yeah, get over here." The viewers, excited by the sight of the fish, tagged the earlier commenter who had made the outrageous claim. "Enough talk, come help me net the fish." Wang Hai called out. "Everyone, I'm off to net the fish." Sun Chung exclaimed, eagerly grasping the net to assist in bringing the fish ashore. Goodness, a grouper of this size must be worth over 1,000 yuan, remarked a fellow angler wearing a green hat. Sun Chung filled his live fish bucket with water and placed the grouper inside, oxygenating it. The fish was so large that only its front half fit in the bucket, with its tail protruding outside. However, this posed no immediate threat under the oxygenated conditions. The fish would remain alive for the time being. After returning to his spot, Sun Chung stared glumly at his bobber. Wang Hai, rather than hastily rebaiting and casting again, maneuvered his lure around the vicinity in search of larger fish. Within a 20-meter radius, however, there were no substantial catches to be found. The waters were teeming only with tiny fish, no more than the length of a thumb. The lure could only navigate within that 20-meter expanse, compelling him to traverse along the shore, meticulously searching for the elusive grouper, scientifically known as the orange-spotted grouper. Soon, his footsteps came to a halt. So many rockfish. Wang Hai's eyes sparkled as he spotted a throng of rockfish, akin to finding piles of cash. He stood upon a rocky cliff towering over 4 meters high, with waves crashing against the precipice, sending sprays of seawater in all directions. Just a few meters from the shore, a small coral bed spanning roughly 10 square meters lay beneath the surface, home to a small cluster of rockfish feasting on shrimp the size of fingernails. They were quite sizable, with dozens present. He pinched half of the shrimp off his bait, affixed the remaining portion to the hook, and cast the line with precision toward a rockfish that appeared to weigh around 3 to 4 ounces. Rockfish are notoriously easy to catch. As long as there is food, they will eagerly devour it. As soon as the fish bit, Wang Hai swiftly raised the rod and reeled it in. Soon, a rockfish adorned with dorsal spines and a reddish-brown hue emerged. The rockfish, scientifically known as the brown-spotted rockfish, primarily inhabits coastal rocky areas. This fish is rather foolish and will accept any food offered. However, its flesh is quite delectable, typically priced around 80 yuan, with larger specimens fetching even higher prices. Wang Hai, after unhooking the fish, made his way back to Sun Chung, tossing the rockfish into the live fish bucket. It seems I will need a larger live fish bucket and a fishing net, otherwise, I won't be able to contain the fish I catch, he mused. This rockfish must weigh at least 3 to 4 ounces. What luck the sea has bestowed upon you. When will fortune smile upon me? Sun Chung expressed with envy. Wang Hai had already guided his lure through the waters surrounding Sun Chung's fishing spot, but there were no decent fish to be found, rendering the chances of a catch slim. It wasn't just him. Several other anglers in the vicinity faced the same predicament. Chung, let us try fishing over there. I have a feeling we'll find plenty of fish, Wang Hai suggested, pointing toward the area where he had been catching rockfish. Forget it. I think I'll stay here a bit longer, Sun Chung replied, shaking his head. Wang Hai chose not to press further. He had pointed out the school of fish to his friend, but ultimately, the decision rested with Sun Chung. All right, I'll borrow your fish net for now, otherwise, I'll have to run back and forth if I catch something. Sure, take it, Sun Chung replied. Sun Chung pointed to the fish basket beside him. Wang Hai picked it up along with a dozen bright shrimp and proceeded towards the location of the fish. Behind him, Sun Cheng's voice echoed, expressing gratitude to Sister Sanshur for the luxurious car she had sent. He wished her a timely and auspicious day, filled with fortune and longevity. Wang Hai couldn't help but marvel at how well suited his brother was for live streaming. He could effortlessly conjure words. However, upon hearing this sister's name, Wang Hai mused whether she was truly here for fishing. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts, knowing a large group of stonefish awaited his attention. Upon reaching the fishing spot, he baited his hook with shrimp and cast his line into the water. Within half a minute, he reeled in a stonefish weighing just over 3 tails. In the basket, Wang Hai exclaimed joyfully as he tossed the fish into the basket. At this rate, he could easily earn several thousand yuan from his morning catch. That amount equated to what he would earn from working on a construction site for half a month. And the labor on the site could not compare to the tranquility of fishing. Only those who had worked on a construction site could truly understand the toil involved. Chapter 12, Lollipop. At this moment, it was shortly after 8 in the morning, and the sun had risen high. Wang Hai's forehead began to glisten with fine beads of sweat. Once he donned a straw hat, he felt considerably more comfortable. The sea breeze gently rustled his clothing as he continued his unceasing actions of casting and reeling. One by one, stonefish were pulled from the water. Sun Chung noticed the unusual activity, and, in just a matter of minutes, Wang Hai had caught over 10 stonefish, all approximately 3 tails in size. He decided to leave his original position and joined Wang Hai, fishing rod and phone in hand. Wang Hai, how is it that you've already caught over 1 kilogram of stonefish in such a short time? There must be a school of fish down there. If you had come over earlier, you could have caught plenty too. Wang Hai tossed another stonefish into his basket. It's not too late to come now. Sun Chung then cast his line. Within 2 minutes, he exclaimed, Hey, I've caught one too. The stonefish he caught was noticeably smaller than Wang Hai's. This was primarily due to Wang Hai's ability to sense the fish, allowing him to cast his hook near larger fish. Of course, his catch was bound to be larger. Family, look, I've caught a big stonefish. Sun Cheng showcased his catch in front of the camera. Is this fish even the size of a palm? Can it really be considered a big fish? Indeed, it seems the streamer has never caught a big fish before. Let us not be too harsh. This stonefish does weigh over 2 taels, which is quite substantial among its peers. Sun Cheng remained unfazed by the comments from the viewers. After all, he had caught a fish. At that moment, Wang Hai felt a wave of heaviness in his head. It appeared that the time to control the spirit fish was drawing to a close. Wang Hai rubbed his forehead. Yet he refrained from retracting the spirit fish, eager to see how much longer he could maintain control under these circumstances. The heaviness in his head intensified until, after 10 minutes, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the spirit fish transformed into a green thread, retreating into the spirit fish pendant. Hai, what is wrong with you? Sun Cheng noticed Wang Hai clutching his forehead, his lips slightly pale, and hurriedly inquired. I'm fine. It's probably just low blood sugar. Wang Hai explained, opting for a convenient excuse rather than disclosing the true cause. Sun Cheng was puzzled, having never seen Wang Hai exhibit symptoms of low blood sugar before. Fortunately, he often carried lollipops, so he quickly retrieved one from his pocket, unwrapped it, and handed it to Wang Hai. I have a lollipop here. Eat one to help alleviate it. Wang Hai smiled faintly. Usually, asking him for a lollipop was like asking for his life. It was indeed a rare treat. You still have the energy to laugh? Sun Cheng found himself somewhat speechless. After a couple of minutes, Wang Hai's complexion had mostly returned to normal. The heaviness in his head dissipated, leaving only a gnawing hunger in his stomach. Wang Hai understood that his body was struggling to endure the prolonged control of the spirit fish due to his recent practice of the spirit and body refinement technique. The heaviness in his head served as a reminder that it was time to retract the spirit fish. The onset of dizziness indicated that he had reached his limit, or that he was beginning to overextend himself. I've caught another fish. Sun Cheng exclaimed excitedly as he lifted his rod. It was still a stonefish. Yet this one was slightly larger, weighing over 3 taels. Wang Hai quickly followed suit, reeling in another fish. As time passed, the two continued to catch fish, drawing the attention of nearby anglers. 2 individuals even approached, nearly casting their floats right next to Wang Hai's. Wang Hai said nothing, aware that the school of stonefish had likely been nearly exhausted. By now, it was already 10 in the morning, and the sun had become quite fierce. Seizing the opportunity during the fishing, Wang Hai attempted to regain control of the spirit fish, but each attempt ended in failure, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Achum, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head back, Wang Hai suggested. But we haven't had enough fun yet. Wang Hai knew that the fish beneath the surface had dwindled, making continued fishing unnecessary. All right, you can keep fishing for a while longer and watch the catch. I'll go buy a live fish box, otherwise. These fish won't survive out of the water. While Sun Cheng remained at the shore, Wang Hai hopped onto his tricycle and headed to town to purchase 2 transparent live fish boxes, each with a capacity of 160 liters. The boxes weren't large, measuring 1.2 meters in length and 60 centimeters in width, but they certainly weren't cheap. The vendor initially asked for 200 yuan, but after some negotiation, Wang Hai secured them for 150 yuan. He spent an additional 50 yuan on 2 portable oxygen pumps. The live fish boxes fit perfectly in the back of the tricycle, with enough space left for fishing gear. On his way back to the fishing spot, Wang Hai encountered the fish dealer, Lao Hu. He parked his tricycle and approached, asking, Brother Hu, what is your price for stonefish and green grouper? Wang Hai intended to sell the fish directly if the price was right. That depends on the size and quality of the catch, Lao Hu replied. When Wang Hai showed him a photo of the green grouper he had caught, Lao Hu's eyes widened as he slowly commented, This green grouper looks impressive. It seems to weigh over 10 jin. If we can ensure its liveliness, I can offer you 50 yuan per jin. Wang Hai was left speechless, reflecting on how a lack of competition resulted in a lack of pressure. Just yesterday, Lao Hu had been engaged in a bidding war with other dealers over red grouper, driving prices sky high. Now, he was offering him such a low price, as if he were trying to recoup losses from the previous day. Brother Hu, this green grouper weighs over 10 jin, not just 2 or 3 jin. Please offer a fair price. 50 is simply too low and won't sell, Wang Hai insisted. Your grouper is indeed large, but if I sell it, I'll only make a modest profit and bear the risk, Lao Hu rambled on, ultimately only willing to add another 10 yuan. Wang Hai wasn't naive and felt no need to continue the negotiation. Without hesitation, he hopped back onto his tricycle and rode away. Just a few meters down the road, Lao Hu regretted his decision and hurriedly called out from behind. Hey handsome, I'm offering you 65 per pound. Wang Haixin exclaimed. You're giving me 65 per pound for over 10 pounds of grouper? I can easily sell them for over 70 at the restaurant. Chapter 13. The Leading Lady. A few minutes later, Wang Hai parked the tricycle by the coast, where Sun Cheng was still sitting on the rocks, fishing. Wang Hai removed the key from the ignition and approached, inquiring, "So, how many have you caught? Don't even mention it. Since you left, I've had no bites." Sun Cheng replied. However, he wore a cheerful expression, primarily because he had earned over 500 from his live stream. Shortly after Wang Hai departed, he too had ended his live broadcast. The generous lady who had gifted him during the stream sent him a private message, asking to add her on WeChat. Most of the gifts he received during the live session had come from her, so he accepted her request. Upon hearing the news, Wang Hai chuckled, "You rascal. Looks like you've caught the eye of a wealthy woman." Sun Cheng retorted earnestly, "I only sell my art. I do not sell my body. Enough of that banter. I've purchased 2 live fish tanks. Let's quickly fill them with water and place the fish inside," Wang Hai declared. He then handed a cigarette to the neighboring brother and borrowed a live fish bucket. The two made several trips back and forth, filling the live fish tanks with water, placing the fish inside, and aerating them. Before putting the fish in, they released any stone fish weighing less than half a catty. They're too small. Not only will they fetch a low price, but they also lack substantial meat, Sun Cheng remarked, gazing at the fish in the tank. With so many fish, we certainly can't eat them all. Let's sell them instead. Indeed, I was thinking the same, Wang Hai replied. I asked a fish dealer along the way, but the price was far too low. We should take them to the town instead. How about we check with Sister Allen at her restaurant? Sun Cheng suggested. Sister Allen owned a seafood restaurant in town, and they had frequented it enough times to become familiar with her. They were unlikely to be taken advantage of. After agreeing, the two hopped on their bikes and headed toward the restaurant. Upon arriving in town, numerous people gazed in astonishment at the large grouper on the tricycle, satisfying their vanity. Upon reaching the restaurant, they entered together. Allen's seafood restaurant was one of the larger establishments in Dolphin Bay, though it measured just over 50 square meters. Inside, a fashionable young woman with voluminous waves of hair, appearing to be in her 20s, was seated at the cashier's desk, engrossed in her phone. This was Allen, the restaurant owner, who, although 30 years old, appeared much younger. It was only 10:30 in the morning, and the restaurant had yet to attract any patrons. Allen was preoccupied with her phone, browsing cosmetics, when she heard footsteps and looked up to see Wang Hai and Sun Cheng. With a smile, she greeted them, "Ah Hai. Ah Cheng, what would you like to eat?" Both Sun Cheng and Wang Hai were good-looking young men with well-built physiques. Allen, whose husband had passed away from illness a few years prior, was of an age where she naturally felt a certain attraction toward the two handsome fellows. "Allen, we're not here to eat. We just caught some sea fish and thought of you right away," Wang Hai responded with a smile. Allen's interest piqued. As she knew these two typically fished without success, today was an exception. With such a statement, of course, I'll take them. But why not just take them home to eat? Allen assumed they had only caught a few small fish and didn't think much of it. There are quite a few. And we can't finish them ourselves, Sun Cheng interjected. Allen followed them outside, and upon seeing the tricycle filled with fish, her excitement grew. Having run a restaurant for several years, she could tell at a glance that these fish were wild. "Wow, you two are lucky. You caught so many." After inspecting them closely, she continued, The quality of the fish looks good, especially this large grouper, which weighs over 10 pounds. The stone fish are also impressive. There are quite a few over 3 tails. All right, for this large grouper, I'll give you 80 per pound. For the stone fish over 3 tails, 82 per pound. And those under 3 tails, 60 per pound." Seeing the favorable prices, both men nodded eagerly. "Take the fish to the kitchen to be weighed, and I'll settle the payment," Allen instructed. Not wasting time, they emptied the water from the live fish tanks, lifted them, and followed Allen to the kitchen. The subtle fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating to the two single young men. Though Allen was 30, she was undeniably beautiful. Anyone unaware of her age would easily guess she was in her 20s. Allen's cheeks flushed as she felt their gazes upon her, prompting her to say, "Stop dawdling and quickly weigh the fish." Wang Hai and Sun Cheng exchanged glances, both coughing slightly to mask their embarrassment. Before weighing, Wang Hai grabbed a plastic bag from the wall, selecting 6 stone fish weighing over 3 tails to take home. After weighing, the grouper totaled 14.5 pounds, amounting to 1,160 yuan. The stone fish over 3 tails weighed a total of 5 pounds and 2 tails, worth 426 yuan. The stone fish under 3 tails totaled 3 pounds and 6 tails, worth 216 yuan. In total, they earned 1,802 yuan. But Allen rounded it down to 1,800 for good luck. "That works for me," Wang Hai nodded. He intended to return frequently to sell fish. So maintaining a good relationship was essential, even if it meant a slight loss of 1 or 2 yuan. Allen took out her phone, found Wang Hai on WeChat, and transferred the earnings to him. "You two have made quite a profit today. How about having lunch here? I can give you a 30% discount." "Sister Allen, perhaps another time. I saved a few stone fish to take home for a meal, Wang Hai replied, shaking the bag in his hand. All right then, come by any time. And I'll keep that discount for you. Just as they stepped out of the restaurant, Wang Hai called out to Sun Cheng. After selling the fish, there was another matter to address, splitting the earnings. Although the stone fish had been located using his skills, Sun Cheng had also caught quite a few. Since you caught several stone fish, I'll transfer your share to you, Wang Hai said, pulling out his phone and sending Sun Cheng 300 yuan. Hi. No need to split. I know how much I caught. Selling for 200 is already quite good. Plus, my live stream earned me over 500. That is sufficient. Sun Cheng replied, preparing to return the money to Wang Hai. Don't be silly. Just accept it, Wang Hai insisted earnestly. This money was necessary to give to him. As for the earnings from the live stream, that was purely due to wealthy women admiring Sun Cheng's looks. None of that was Wang Hai's doing. All right. I'll accept it, Sun Cheng conceded, realizing Wang Hai's intentions. By now, it was past 11 o'clock, and they decided not to linger any longer. They purchased some vegetables at the market and rode their bikes back home. After parking in front of Sun Cheng's house, they carried the groceries into the courtyard, where Grandpa Sun was seated, savoring tea. Upon spotting the stone fish in Wang Hai's hands, his interest was immediately piqued. Chapter 14. Is it your grandma, or my grandma? While stone fish were common, those weighing over 3 taels were indeed a rarity. He recognized them as wild just from their appearance. Did you buy these stone fish? Just these few must have cost over 100. What a waste of money. Grandpa Sun's tone carried a hint of reproach, not because he disapproved of the fish, but rather because he felt they were overpriced. With that money, you could buy several pounds of pork. Grandpa, we caught these while fishing with Hai. They didn't cost us anything, Sun Cheng proudly declared. Known for his fishing prowess at home, he was eager to show off his catch. Is it really you two who caught these? Indeed, it is true. I, alongside Hai, have sold quite a substantial number of fish. If you were to witness it, you would certainly be taken aback. If you doubt my words, just inquire with Hai. Sun Cheng reiterated the tale of their bountiful catch. After listening, Grandpa Sun remained somewhat skeptical. After all, the coastal fisheries resources have diminished significantly compared to the past. It is rare for fishermen to return from the sea with such a splendid haul. Could 2 individuals really catch so much? It wasn't until Wang Hai nodded in affirmation that he began to believe. His grandson may often speak fancifully, but Wang Hai is not one to deceive. Indeed, these several stone 9 fish will be transformed into a delectable stone 9 tofu soup for lunch. It is nearly noon. Cheng, please prepare these stone 9 fish. And Xiaohei, you assist me in the kitchen, Grandpa Sun instructed. Although Grandpa Sun tasked Wang Hai with assistance, once in the kitchen, he was merely responsible for kindling the fire. After preparing a dish of braised black sea bream, Wang Hai's grandmother and 4th grandpa also arrived. The 2 elders wished to help in the kitchen, but Grandpa Sun firmly declined. Instead, Wang Hai's grandmother fetched a broom and began tidying up the yard, while 4th grandpa tended to the eggplants, peppers, and other vegetables at the entrance, watering them. Today's meal consisted of only 4 dishes, although fewer than yesterday. The portions were still generous and plentiful. After serving rice to everyone, Wang Hai could hardly contain his anticipation and began to eat. He had been hungry since finishing the fishing trip. In the end, he devoured 4 large bowls of rice. He also indulged in a considerable amount of vegetables, finally feeling somewhat satiated. Fortunately, he had the foresight to steam extra rice. Otherwise, there would not have been enough. The others watched him with astonished eyes as he continued to serve himself bowl after bowl. Eventually, it was Sun Cheng who could no longer hold back, exclaiming to Hai, "Have you been possessed by a starving ghost? Eating so much? Xiaohai, do take it easy. You might upset your stomach," 4th grandpa cautioned. "How is it that your appetite has grown so much?" Wang Hai's grandmother inquired, her expression one of confusion. Only Grandpa Sun viewed the situation differently. He assumed Wang Hai simply enjoyed the meals he prepared. To be able to eat is indeed a blessing. Xiaohei is no longer a child and knows moderation. "Yes, Grandma, you need not worry. I am mindful." Wang Hai quickly set down his bowls and chopsticks. In truth, he could have continued eating, but he feared alarming the elderly folks and chose to refrain. After the meal, the 3 elders chatted for a while before each retired to their homes for an afternoon nap. "Hai, may I borrow your tricycle?" Sun Cheng asked. "What do you need it for?" Although Wang Hai was unsure of his intention, he tossed the keys to him nonetheless. "I'll make a trip to the town." "You will find out shortly," Sun Cheng replied mysteriously as he accepted the keys. "By the way, could you bring back some snacks and a pack of white liqueur cigarettes? Remember to buy the snacks from Ali," Wang Hai added. "No problem," Sun Cheng said as he stepped outside, removed the live fish box from the tricycle, and soon vanished from sight. Wang Hai then returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and began his cultivation practice. With each breath, threads of spiritual energy surged around him, splitting into 2 streams that entered his body and the spiritual fish pendant. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door. Hi, I'm here. Wang Hai, having ceased his practice, got up to open the door. Here, this is for you. Sun Cheng handed Wang Hai a large bag of items. How much do I owe you? The cigarettes and snacks cost 200. I also bought a bag of oranges for Grandma, so you needn't pay for those. Wang Hai's grandmother had always treated Sun Cheng well. Whatever Wang Hai enjoyed, he shared with him. Since the oranges were a gift for Grandma, he naturally would not expect payment. Wang Hai, not one to be polite, took out his phone and transferred 200 yuan to Sun Cheng. As they stepped into the yard, they spotted 3 brand new bamboo lounge chairs. You went to town just to buy lounge chairs? Wang Hai inquired. Indeed. Sitting on wooden chairs leaves my back aching after a while. Lounge chairs are far more comfortable. I bought 5, gifted one to 4th Grandpa, and kept another at home for Grandpa, Sun Cheng explained. Just then, Wang Hai's grandmother emerged from her afternoon nap. Grandma, I just bought you a lounge chair. Come try it out and see if you like it. Sun Cheng hurried to guide Wang Hai's grandmother to the lounge chair for her to test. Child, why waste money on such things? Although Wang Hai's grandmother feigned reproach, she was genuinely delighted. As she was helped into the lounge chair, a smile remained on her face. Hai, go fetch me a couple of those oranges I bought for Grandma, Sun Cheng said, glancing at Wang Hai. Wang Hai nodded and returned to the living room to retrieve 2 oranges. However, he mused to himself, is she truly your grandmother, or mine? He tossed one to Sun Cheng and peeled the other for his grandmother. Since he had never liked oranges, he did not take one for himself. Once Grandma finished her oranges, she got up to go play cards in the square. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng settled into their lounge chairs, leisurely scrolling through videos. It was only 1 in the afternoon, and the sun was quite fierce. Yet, beneath the loquat tree, the two found respite from the heat, occasionally enjoying a refreshing sea breeze. While watching videos, Wang Hai attempted to manipulate the spiritual fish, but to no avail. Could it be that he could only control the spiritual fish once a day? He pondered. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it, and continued watching videos. Every hour, he would attempt to control the spiritual fish, but without exception, he failed. Time passed swiftly as he was engrossed in the videos, and before he knew it, evening had arrived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky took on a pearly hue, and wisps of smoke began to rise from the village. Wang Hai went next door to help Grandpa's son prepare dinner. Grandpa's son was in good spirits today, and naturally, dinner was rather sumptuous. They prepared 5 dishes: oil-braised white shrimp, stir-fried green mussels, braised fatty intestines, stir-fried vegetables, and a meatball and pig liver soup. The staple was fish porridge. Such is life in a fishing village. Most dishes center around seafood. Chapter 15. I bet a spicy strip. Over the past few days, Wang Hai's appetite had increased significantly, and Grandpa's son had adjusted the dinner portions accordingly, yet nothing went to waste. During the meal, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng learned that 4th Grandpa's fish pond would be cleared and sold in 2 days, and they eagerly offered to help. All right, you can come by and lend a hand then, 4th Grandpa agreed. After dinner, the 3 elders sat in the yard chatting, while the 2 young men, unable to join the conversation, occupied themselves with their phones. At 8 in the evening, Sun Cheng suggested they go to the beach to catch blue crabs. Hai, let us go catch some blue crabs. It's the perfect time. The crab row is full right now. Let us see if we can snag a few to satisfy our cravings, he proposed. Sure, with the tide out, we might just have some luck, Wang Hai nodded. Feeling a pang of desire for blue crabs, it would be delightful to bring a few back to eat. During low tide, the sea recedes as far as 500 to 600 meters, exposing the mudflats where many fish and crabs can be found. Now is an opportune time to go clamming, and the harvest is usually rewarding. Each armed with crab claws, buckets, and headlamps, they gathered at the entrance. Since it was nighttime, Wang Hai suggested they take the tricycle for safety. Sun Cheng agreed, climbing into the back as they drove along the coastline. To catch blue crabs, they needed to head to the mangroves or mudflat areas. However, Dolphin Bay Town had only mudflats and lacked mangroves. The mudflats were located not on the side of Wangjia Village, but 6 kilometers away at the other end of Yunbian Village. They still had over 3 kilometers to go. A distance of 9 kilometers is no trivial matter, especially at night. As they navigated the coastal road without any guardrails for protection, Wang Hai, naturally, dared not accelerate, driving at a leisurely pace of just over 20 miles per hour. After nearly 40 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Although this stretch of mudflat was home to some blue crabs, they were not abundant, and given the late hour, no one was here to scavenge the shore. Equipped with headlamps, the 2 men made their way towards the water's edge. At this moment, much of the seawater had receded from the mudflat, extending over 200 meters towards the sea. However, the tide continued its slow retreat, potentially receding another 300 meters or more. A few dozen meters away stood numerous uneven stone pillars, densely covered with oysters. A few years prior, an outsider had leased this area to cultivate oysters, but due to unprofitability, He had ceased operations early, leaving the stone pillars behind. As Wang Hai stepped onto the mudflat, he noticed a few jumping fish nearby. Wild jumping fish were quite valuable, fetching prices of 70 to 80 yuan per pound. Many people even kept them as ornamental fish, with larger, well-patterned specimens selling for over 100 yuan. However, Wang Hai did not feel particularly elated. Despite their high price, jumping fish were also exceedingly wary. Before one could approach, they would leap away, making it quite challenging to catch them without specialized equipment. By the time Sun Chung reached the shore, he had already activated his live stream. After a few previous broadcasts, he had garnered over 200 followers, and as soon as he began streaming, several viewers tuned in. "Family, look, there are so many jumping fish," he exclaimed. "What a pity we didn't bring any tools. Otherwise, we could catch some as a side dish." Sun Chung pointed his camera towards the nearby jumping fish, while Wang Hai paid him no mind and walked further away, beginning his search for blue crabs. "Hey, wait for me, Hai!" Sun Chung shouted hurriedly, following after him. The two moved forward slowly, each step a laborious task due to the soft mud beneath them. After walking several dozen meters, Wang Hai spotted a small blue crab in a puddle, but it was too tiny, likely weighing less than a pound. He merely glanced at it and continued on. "Family, look, I caught a blue crab," Sun Chung exclaimed, holding up the small crab for his viewers. "Oh, it's so small. Can't you catch a bigger one, streamer?" "Exactly, let that little one go." Sun Chung hadn't intended to keep the tiny crab. He merely wanted to show it to his online friends. After releasing it, he headed towards Wang Hai. At that moment, Wang Hai's eyes brightened as he spotted a large claw protruding from a puddle beneath an oyster pillar. That claw must belong to a blue crab weighing over a pound. He thought to himself, using his tongs to flip the crab over. The crab, disturbed from its slumber, was clearly displeased, raising its formidable pincers and brandishing them. The strength of a large blue crab's pincers was formidable enough to easily snap a finger, prompting Wang Hai to exercise utmost caution. He first pinned it down with the tongs before carefully grasping it from behind. "Family, look, a blue crab over a pound. It's been ages since I caught one this big." Sun Chung eagerly positioned his camera to zoom in on the crab's eyes. "Oof, what are you so proud of? That crab isn't even yours. Hey, that crab catching guy is quite handsome. Streamer, give me his WeChat, and I'll send you a rocket." To the person above, "This is a beach scavenging live stream, not a dating show." Sun Chung leaned closer to Wang Hai and whispered, "Hai, a female fan in the live stream wants your WeChat. Should I give it to you?" Wang Hai shook his head vigorously. He dared not add any of Sun Chung's female fans. He certainly did not want to end up with someone who had 2 children at 30. "Hey, streamer, those pillars are oysters, right? As a person from the mainland, I genuinely envy the resources by the sea. Unlike us on the vast grasslands, we have nothing but a few thousand yaks. Someone, please take the show-off upstairs out." The live stream turned lively thanks to a group of mischievous viewers. During this time, Wang Hai secured the blue crabs he had caught, binding their pincers and placing them in a bucket. After passing a few stone pillars, Wang Hai discovered another blue crab in a puddle. "Nice, this one weighs a pound. I'll take it." The two continued their search for blue crabs. 2 minutes later, they paused in front of a wooden board, which appeared to be made of redwood, measuring over a meter in width, mostly covered in mud, revealing just over half a meter. "Family, blue crabs often hide beneath boards like this. What do you think? Will there be any blue crabs underneath?" Sun Chung asked his viewers. After a lively exchange among the viewers, the stream's popularity surged, with over 50 people watching. "I bet a spicy stick that there are no blue crabs underneath." To the person above, "I bet a whole pack that there aren't any. I'll wager 2 packs that there's none." The live stream's comments flooded in, mostly betting against the presence of crabs. "Family, I believe there's at least 1 blue crab underneath," Sun Chung asserted confidently. Such obstructions often conceal blue crabs. There's bound to be a catch. Chapter 16, The Surprise Beneath the Board. "Streamer, stop talking and hurry up and lift it." "Yes, if you're going to talk, you could have lifted it by now." Many viewers began to urge them on. Sun Chung, no longer hesitating, turned to Wang Hai. "Hai, hurry up and lift it to see what's underneath." Wang Hai frowned, feeling that the board looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, at Sun Cheng's insistence, he bent down, grasped the board, and heaved it upward. Strangely, the board seemed purposefully designed, featuring a vertical extension that allowed for easy leverage. Yet, whether it was buried too deeply in the mud or simply too heavy, Wang Hai found it impossible to lift alone. Even with all his strength, he could only raise it slightly. "I can't lift it alone. Come help me." "Family, wait a moment. This board is too heavy. I'll help lift it." After saying this, Sun Chung flipped the bucket he was holding, propping his phone stand atop it, directly facing the board. He then joined Wang Hai to assist in lifting. With their combined effort, although it remained somewhat challenging, they managed to flip the board over. Upon revealing what lay beneath, Both men felt a chill run down their spines. "Dahai, run!" Sun Qing shouted, bolting away. However, the heavy board had left his lower leg sunk deep in the mud, resulting in a loud splash as he fell flat on his face into the muck. This misfortune turned into a stroke of luck. As his leg freed itself from the mud, he quickly crawled away, his sole objective being to distance himself from the board. Meanwhile, Wang Hai was considerably luckier. He did not fall and sprinted away unscathed. The reason for their hasty retreat was that beneath the board lay not blue crabs, but several sea snakes over a meter long. Specifically, they were highly venomous gray-blue flat-tailed sea snakes. A single bite could easily lead to a fatal outcome. It was no wonder the two men were so frightened. Anyone witnessing such a scene would surely flee. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered by the turn of events. They had been betting on spicy sticks, not on what lay beneath the board. "Ah Chum, are you all right?" Wang Hai called out, having run 10 meters away, quickly checking on Sun Cheng's condition. Covered in mud. Sun Cheng was annoyed as he climbed to his feet, spitting out the dirt from his mouth. "Ugh, it's so salty," he finally said. "I'm fine. Just covered in mud." Wang Hai exhaled deeply, unable to suppress a laugh. Sun Cheng was not only covered in mud, his face and hair were similarly besmirched, with droplets of mud cascading down his strands. The two turned their heads simultaneously towards the spot where they had just been, only to find that the sea snake had vanished without a trace. The gray-blue flat-tailed sea snake, belonging to the cobra family, possesses a venom far more potent than that of the king cobra. However, it is generally more docile and rarely initiates attacks on humans. Initially, neither of them intended to return to their previous location, but with their phones and tidal gathering gear left behind, they had no choice but to cautiously retrace their steps, wary of the possibility of the sea snake re-emerging. "Ah, there are still several blue crabs down here, each weighing over a pound, almost 2. Sun Cheng exclaimed as they reached the wooden plank. After fleeing upon sighting the snake, they had not anticipated the presence of blue crabs. Surprisingly, the crabs and the sea snake had coexisted beneath the same plank without conflict, which puzzled Wang Hai. "Quickly, let us gather the crabs and move to a safer spot. This area is too perilous," Wang Hai urged, grabbing a pair of tongs from the bucket nearby to pick up a crab. Opting not to bind it, but placing it directly into the bucket. "Doesn't this plank resemble a coffin lid?" Sun Cheng inquired, perplexed. Wang Hai scrutinized it and had to admit that it indeed bore a resemblance. "It looks like a coffin board, without a doubt." Once he confirmed this, a chill crept over him. "Enough idle chatter. Let us hasten and collect the crabs," Wang Hai prompted, quickening their pace. "What are we returning for? As the saying goes, seeing a coffin brings fortune. These crabs are merely the first wave of our harvest. Surely, we'll make a substantial profit tonight," Sun Cheng replied, eliciting a wry smile from Wang Hai. Before long, they had gathered 6 blue crabs, each weighing over a pound, almost 2. After their catch, Wang Hai felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps they would indeed capture more that evening. With this thought in mind, he refrained from mentioning the return. The two equipped themselves and halted approximately 200 meters from the coffin-like plank. Although they had secured the crabs, they remained unbound in the bucket, likely to engage in conflict soon. As anticipated, 2 claws had already been lost. They both expressed regret, realizing that such large crabs could fetch over 100 each. Losing claws would have their value. Hastily, they retrieved rubber bands to bind the crabs and placed them back into the bucket. As the tide receded further, they ventured towards the newly exposed area, searching for more treasures. It was then that Sun Cheng remembered to check the comments from the viewers in the live stream. To his astonishment, over 200 people were online, most discussing the earlier sighting of the sea snake and Sun Cheng's blunder. He began to engage with the viewers while continuing their search. As time passed, and their haul remained modest, the viewer count dwindled back to around 50. Although they had spotted several blue crabs, they were all too small to catch. Yet neither felt disheartened. After all, capturing blue crabs was no easy feat. Had it been that simple, the area would be overrun with people clamoring for crabs. 8 crabs constituted a bountiful catch in their eyes. By 10:30, they decided to pry some oysters and then head back. This area had once been an oyster farming zone, and the surrounding stone pillars still held a fair number of oysters. While the larger ones had been harvested, it was inevitable that a few stragglers remained. They split up to pry oysters from the stone pillars. After half an hour, they had gathered over 10 pounds, albeit with shells, amounting to just over 2 pounds of meat. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to the deepest recess of the receding tide. Just 10 meters away lay the sea. In the distance, a haunting sound echoed over the water. While others might not recognize it, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, having grown up in Dolphin Bay, were intimately familiar with the sound of dolphins. "That's the call of dolphins," they exclaimed in unison, realizing the sound was not far off. "Family, listen. That's the sound of dolphins. It's close enough that we might even catch a glimpse," Sun Cheng excitedly told the viewers. He dashed towards the shore, eager to see if he could spot the dolphins. Chapter 17. The pod of dolphins. Wang Hai set down his tools and followed suit. Their small town was named Dolphin Bay precisely because of the frequent sightings of dolphins. As children, they often encountered dolphins by the shore. But such encounters had become rare in recent years. Upon reaching the shoreline, they noticed splashes on the water's surface about 20 meters away. Dolphins were leaping joyfully from the waves. Look at the size of that pod. There must be a dozen dolphins. Wang Hai exclaimed. Everyone look. There are so many dolphins ahead. Sun Chung excitedly directed the camera towards the distant sea. Host, it's too dark. We can't see anything. Exactly. Your headlamp is nearly out of battery. It's impossible to see. Is it possible that there are no dolphins? Is the host just playing with us? Numerous viewers began to voice their skepticism regarding the dolphin sighting. Sun Chung quickly realized the challenge. It was indeed nighttime, and the lighting was poor. His headlamp had been in use for quite some time, rendering the scene nearly invisible. Everyone, please hold on. I'll change the headlamp battery, he said, rummaging through his pocket. He soon produced a small, modified lithium battery, but it was caked in mud and unusable. Use mine, Wang Hai offered, handing over his spare battery. Once Sun Chung replaced the battery on his headlamp, the surroundings illuminated, allowing the distant dolphins to come into clearer view through the live stream. It really is dolphins. Wow, there are so many. I'm envious. Not only can the host gather crabs, but he can also see dolphins. Has anyone noticed that this pod of dolphins hasn't moved away? Now that you mention it, it's true. Prompted by the viewers' comments. Both Wang Hai and Sun Chung sensed something unusual. They had been watching the dolphins for 4 to 5 minutes, yet the creatures remained nearby without departing. Dolphins typically do not linger in one spot for extended periods. Their extended presence could indicate two possibilities. They were either hunting or waiting for companions. However, there had been no signs of small fish leaping to evade predation, suggesting that the dolphins were likely awaiting fellow members of their pod. Could it be that a dolphin has beached itself? Wang Hai speculated. I think that is a possibility, Sun Chung concurred. Let us split up along the shore and see if any dolphins are indeed stranded, Wang Hai suggested. Sun Chung nodded, and they parted ways, moving in opposite directions along the shore. After walking for about 50 meters, Wang Hai heard splashing sounds nearby. He hurried towards the source of the noise. Following the beam of his headlamp, he spotted a pink dolphin struggling near the shore. His initial assumption had been slightly off. This dolphin did not appear to be beached. The area where it was trapped was still being battered by waves, and under normal circumstances, a dolphin could use the force of the waves to return to the sea. However, this particular dolphin was ensnared by a fishing net, which was the true reason for its predicament. Fortunately, dolphins breathe through lungs, and they are constantly doused by the crashing waves, ensuring they are not deprived of water. The pink dolphin. Hing, Wang Hai shouted into the distance. What is the matter? I've discovered a stranded dolphin over here. Upon hearing Wang Hai's call, Sun Chung hurriedly ran towards him. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find that the dolphin was indeed pink. A pink dolphin. I have never seen one before, he marveled. But his expression quickly turned to one of anger. I can't believe some irresponsible fool carelessly discarded this net. What a lack of ethics. The fishing net was already covered in a considerable amount of seaweed, indicating it had been discarded for quite some time. Let's not dwell on that for now. We need to help remove the net from the dolphin, Wang Hai suggested. He had already managed to untangle a portion, but some parts were knotted tightly together, forming a robust rope that was difficult to unravel with bare hands. The two had not brought any tools or scissors, so they resorted to using a larger oyster shell to cut through the net. Although it was not as swift as scissors, it proved effective enough. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they succeeded in freeing the dolphin from the net. Wang Hai inspected the dolphin closely and found no signs of constriction. It appeared that the dolphin had not been entangled for too long. Only then did they take a moment to carefully observe the pink dolphin. Although described as pink, it actually had large patches of pink scattered across its body, while the remainder maintained the typical coloration of a dolphin. The creature measured over 2 meters in length and had a notably plump belly, clearly a gluttonous one. As the dolphin noticed the two men staring at it, it flicked its wide tail and vocalized. You can thank us once you're back in the sea, Wang Hai said with a smile. The dolphin seemed to be in good condition, so the two guided it towards the ocean with a wave. The dolphin, invigorated, swished its tail and swam towards the deeper waters not far away. A sharp call echoed as if it were expressing gratitude to the two men. Following its call, a group of dolphins swam to its side, encircling it like concerned friends welcoming a patient back from the hospital. At that moment, Sun Chung suddenly remembered he was live streaming. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from the bucket where he had carelessly tossed it while focusing on freeing the dolphin. Everyone look, we just rescued a pink dolphin. Sun Chung directed the camera towards the spot where they released the dolphin. However, the pod had already dispersed, leaving nothing behind. Where's the pink dolphin? There's nothing here. Streamer. Don't exaggerate. My cow is flying in the sky, thanks to you. Yeah, where's the pink dolphin? Why not say it's rainbow-colored? The viewers in the live stream began to tease him. Sun Cheng felt a pang of frustration. He had genuinely saved a pink dolphin. Yet the viewers refused to believe him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Let us split up and search again. Perhaps we might find another one. With the entire pod gone, how could there still be a stranded one? Wang Hai shot him a skeptical glance, rolled the net into a ball, and placed it in the bucket. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Oh, Sun Cheng said dejectedly, bidding farewell to his viewers before ending the stream. He pulled 2 slightly muddy lollipops from his pocket. Fortunately, the outer wrapping kept the lollipops inside clean. He handed one to Wang Hai. Chapter 18. Add more beef. Add more noodles. Hey, did the sun rise in the west? Stop the nonsense. If you don't eat, I'll take it away. It's free food. Wang Hai took the lollipop, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. The two gathered their catch from the day and made their way back to the shore. Along the way, Sun Cheng was incessantly fiddling with his phone, leaving Wang Hai curious about what he was up to. Suddenly, Wang Hai's phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw that Sun Cheng had transferred him 55 yuan. Why are you sending me money? Wang Hai asked, perplexed. We agreed to split the earnings from our live stream the other night, Sun Cheng replied. Wang Hai shrugged and accepted the money without further argument. By the time they returned home, it was nearly midnight. Wang Hai parked the tricycle in the yard and plugged it into charge. Their haul from the sea was casually placed by the water tank. The blue crabs and oysters were resilient, far more so than fish, and would not perish easily if left unattended. After taking a shower, Wang Hai lay on his bed, attempting once again to control the spirit fish, but to no avail. Is it restricted to once a day? He pondered. His ability to manipulate the spirit fish seemed to last only about 2 hours. If he could only control it once a day, he would be limited to fishing in one area. Changing locations would waste the time he had for the ability. As his thoughts deepened, his breathing became more relaxed. The next morning, at 5:30, Wang Hai was awakened by the sound of an alarm clock. Half asleep, he skillfully silenced it. After struggling in bed for another 10 minutes, he finally opened his eyes and got up. After yawning, Wang Hai sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing the spirit manipulation body refinement technique. Over the past 2 days, since he had started practicing, he felt significantly better physically. Whether it was due to his mood or the effects of the technique, he couldn't tell. As he practiced past 7 o'clock, his stomach began to protest. GUH. After halting his training, Wang Hai got dressed and washed up. Upon entering the yard of his neighbor, Grandpa's son, he spotted 3 elderly individuals having breakfast. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng typically did not eat breakfast at home, so the elders did not call for them. Xiaohei, come have some breakfast, Grandpa's son called out. Wang Hai glanced at the meal, which was as light as usual, stir-fried greens, pickled vegetables, and shrimp skin porridge. The aroma of the porridge made him feel a bit hungry, but he shook his head. Since he and Sun Cheng rarely had breakfast at home, naturally, there was nothing prepared for them. The food quantity was fixed. If he ate, there wouldn't be enough for Grandma and the others. Grandpa's son, is Cheng still asleep? Not yet. Just go wake him up. Wang Hai nodded and headed towards Sun Cheng's room, still puzzled as to why his friend, who usually rose earlier than him, was still in bed at this hour. Knock, knock, knock. Cheng, time to get up. After about 10 seconds, a voice came from inside. The door's unlocked. Come in. Wang Hai pushed the door open. The room was dim, the curtains drawn, and a faint aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Is Grandpa's son brewing wine again? Wang Hai asked. Sun Cheng pointed to 2 small wine jars in the corner. Yeah, those 2 jars were just distilled last night. Grandpa finished it when I got back. If you want some, help yourself. They have plenty in the cellar behind the house. Wang Hai waved his hand dismissively, although the wine was good. He did not enjoy the strong white liquor. It was both spicy and bitter, which he could not tolerate. At that moment, Sun Cheng had also dressed and got out of bed. After washing up in the yard and greeting the 3 elders, the 2 hopped on their bikes and headed towards town. As they passed the village entrance, Sun Cheng parked his electric bike in front of a small shop. The shop was modest, about 20 square meters, where a lean, pale-faced young man was hunched over a table, eating instant noodles. Brother Hai, Brother Cheng. Upon seeing them, the young man quickly set down his noodles and approached, though he limped slightly as he walked. Ollie, grab me a few lollipops, Sun Cheng said with a smile. The young man nodded and retrieved 5 lollipops from the shelf behind him, handing them to Sun Cheng. Sun Cheng took out his phone, poised to scan the code for payment, when he was abruptly stopped by the other party. Ah Cheng, there's no need to pay. Ollie, if everyone conducted business like you, they'd have gone bankrupt long ago, Sun Cheng remarked, yet he proceeded to pay nonetheless. Ollie had attended the same elementary school as the 2 of them. Abandoned due to a congenital disability, he was later taken in and raised by the village's Wang Xiazi. Although referred to as blind, Wang Xiazi was not entirely so, as he retained sight in one eye. Several years prior, Wang Xiazi had passed away, leaving the modest corner shop to Ollie. During his childhood, Ali's disability rendered him exceedingly self-conscious, leading him to avoid communication with others. Such individuals are often the most susceptible to bullying, and indeed, Ali frequently found himself a target. However, he was far too cautious to inform his grandfather of the bullying, fearing it would cause him additional trouble. As for the teachers, they were of little help. Due to his poor academic performance, they merely admonished the other children, resulting in an escalation of the bullying. It was only with the assistance of Sun Cheng and Wang Hai that he was finally spared from further harassment. Over time, the bond between the three grew closer, and they would invariably walk to and from school together. Ali, why do you eat instant noodles every day? It's terribly unnutritious, Wang Hai expressed with concern. Brother Hai, instant noodles are quite convenient and inexpensive. Just 1 yuan a packet, and if I cook them myself, it only costs 3 yuan a day, Ali replied. Wang Hai, observing Ali's emaciated figure, felt a pang of unease. While instant noodles were indeed economical and hassle-free, they lacked essential nutrients. Ali was acutely aware of the drawbacks of his diet, yet he felt he had no alternatives. Despite owning a small shop, patronage was scant. Most villagers preferred to shop at the store owned by the village chief's son. Earning merely 20 or 30 yuan a day was a blessing, leaving little room for anything other than instant noodles. Stop eating those noodles and join us for beef noodles in town. If you refuse, I won't buy anything from you again, Wang Hai said earnestly. Indeed, it's on Brother Hai. You should not miss out, Sun Cheng added, stepping in to encourage him. Ali felt a warmth in his heart, tears welling in his eyes. Come on, stop being such a crybaby, Sun Cheng urged, pulling Ali out of the shop as Wang Hai locked the door behind them. Upon arriving at the town, the trio entered the beef noodle restaurant. Old Zhu. 3 bowls of beef noodles, extra beef, and greens. Wang Hai called out, just as he always did. Xiao Hai, you've brought friends today, please take a seat. Old Zhu greeted Wang Hai before promptly preparing their meal. With no other customers in the shop, their noodles were ready in just a few minutes. As the steam rose from the bowls of beef noodles, Ali couldn't help but swallow hard. Wang Hai's stomach had already begun to protest, and as soon as the bowls were set down, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Sun Cheng and Ali quickly followed suit. Within mere minutes, Wang Hai devoured an entire bowl of noodles. Old Zhu refilled 2 more bowls. He exclaimed. In no time, Old Zhu returned with 2 generously filled bowls. Sun Cheng typically consumed only 1 bowl, while Wang Hai ordered extra for Ali, who, being shy, would never ask the owner for a refill even when hungry. As the meal progressed, Wang Hai and Ali astonished Old Zhu with their appetites, consuming a total of 10 bowls combined, Wang Hai 6, and Ali 4. Wang Hai was taken aback by Ali's ability to eat so much despite his frail stature, realizing it was likely due to his own enhanced metabolism from the training he underwent. Conversely, Ali's voracious appetite was purely a testament to his own resilience. Ali, why don't you join us for fishing today? It'll be a good way to unwind, Sun Cheng suggested. Yes, you usually stay at the shop. Consider this a day of fun, Wang Hai chimed in. Ali nodded slightly, murmuring, but I don't have a fishing rod. That's easily resolved. You can use mine. I need to get a better one anyway, Wang Hai replied. His current rod was too inexpensive for larger fish, making it challenging to catch anything substantial. If he were using Sun Cheng's Shimano rod, he could effortlessly reel in a fish within minutes, without wasting half an hour. After leaving the noodle shop, the trio headed to the fishing tackle store where Wang Hai had purchased a live fish box the day before. Upon entering, the bald owner greeted them enthusiastically. Hey there, what can I help you with? I'm looking for a sea rod, ideally around 1,000 yuan, with a price fluctuation of no more than 200. Wang Hai stated, glancing at the owner. The owner's eyes darted around before he produced a rod and reel from the shelves. Check out this Shimano rod and reel. Made from high carbon, perfect for fishing. It's a major brand, and while the original price is 1,400, since you're a regular, I can let it go for 1,200. Wang Hai couldn't help but smirk at the owner's audacity to offer a lesser brand while mislabeling it as Shimano. If you intend to offload unsellable merchandise on me, I'll simply take my business elsewhere. He thought to himself how easy it would be for an uninformed customer to be swindled. The owner awkwardly laughed, unfazed by the rebuke, and turned to find a suitable rod for Wang Hai. However, Wang Hai no longer trusted him and decided to explore the options himself. He had kept a keen eye on various fishing brands, though many were priced exorbitantly, far beyond his means. Now that he had a bit more to spend, he was determined to invest in quality gear that would allow him to catch fish quickly, thus saving time. After a few minutes of deliberation, he chose a 3.5-meter Honding sea rod and a Daiwa spinning reel. The rod was priced at 400 yuan, while the reel was 950. This was the retail price. Purchasing online would have been cheaper, but Wang Hai lacked the luxury of time. Time wasted was money lost. After some negotiation, he secured the entire setup for 1,200 yuan, which included 5 20-gram sinkers and 100 meters of nylon line. While it was still more expensive than online options, it was reasonable, as the owner had to make a profit as well. Finally, he purchased a fish net and a live fish bucket for an additional 40 yuan. After leaving the tackle shop, the three ventured to the market to buy 2 pounds of shrimp before heading to the dock. By this time, it was around 8 in the morning, and the area around the dock was already bustling with a dozen or so anglers. The trio found a secluded spot, unpacked their gear, and prepared to fish. Ollie had fished with Wang Hai and Sun Cheng during his childhood, so he was familiar with the basics. Taking the fishing rod, he sat beside Sun Cheng, baited a shrimp, and cast his line into the water. Sun Cheng followed suit, baiting his live shrimp and casting his line as he set up a live stream. Wang Hai, however, was not in a rush. He first maneuvered his spirit fish around the area, scanning for any signs of fish within a 20-meter radius. "Brother Cheng, are you live streaming?" Ollie asked. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Sun Cheng. Sun Cheng nodded, explaining that he had not been busy lately and decided to stream for fun. Just then, a smile crept onto Wang Hai's face as he spotted a 4 to 5 kilogram snapper lurking beneath the water, about 10 meters from the shore. He carefully took a live shrimp from the bucket, hooked it, and cast it out. The shrimp splashed into the water, thrashing about, inadvertently landing right in front of the snapper. Seeing the shrimp, the snapper assumed it was being challenged. However, it was cautious, circling around the shrimp without rushing to take a bite. Wang Hai observed this scene through the spirit fish's perspective, musing to himself, "This snapper is exceedingly cautious." After waiting for another 2 minutes, the bright shrimp continued to jump about, yet it remained unconsumed. Wang Hai, feeling somewhat frustrated, prepared to reel in the fishing hook and seek a new target. As he swiftly retrieved the bright shrimp, the sea bream lurking beneath the water grew impatient. A duck almost within reach could not be allowed to escape. With a sudden surge, it lunged forward and swallowed the shrimp whole. It finally succumbed to temptation. Wang Hai raised his rod to strike, beginning to reel in quickly. Beside him, Sun Cheng and Ollie exchanged astonished glances at Wang Hai. Had it truly been less than 5 minutes since he cast his line, and already he had a catch? The fish was not particularly large, and being very close to the shore, it was forcibly dragged in within mere seconds. "Brother Hai, let me net the fish for you," Ollie exclaimed, limping over to scoop it up with the landing net. "Everyone look, we've got a big one. This sea bream must weigh over 3 pounds. Sun Cheng placed his oversized flip-flop next to the fish for comparison. "Sea bream, look how excited the streamer is. If one didn't know better, they'd think he caught it." "Indeed, streamer, you're still a member of the Air Force." "Exactly, the less skilled one talks. The more they say, it's referring to the streamer." Sun Cheng felt his confidence slightly undermined upon reading the comments in the live chat. "You bunch of little trolls. Just wait, I'll surely catch one too," he declared, returning to his fishing spot with determination, vowing to reel in an even larger catch. This sea bream, not particularly noteworthy, was placed directly into the keeper. Released into the ocean, it would remain alive for a while, exhibiting good vitality. Chapter 20, Setting the Pace. Once everything was arranged, he resumed his search for targets with the spirit fish. However, after a while, the results were less than satisfactory. Although there were fish nearby, they were predominantly small sparrow sea breams and minor mudskippers. The sparrow sea breams were hardly the size of a palm, rendering them useless to catch. The mudskippers, though weighing over half a pound, were not much better. Farmed mudskippers are relatively expensive and can be sold fresh for about 40 to 50 yuan per pound. But wild ones fetch a significantly lower price, with 20 yuan being considered a high rate. I've hooked a fish," Ollie exclaimed joyfully, excitedly cranking the reel. Soon, a grayish fish with dorsal spines, a mudskipper, was pulled up. Judging by its size, it weighed over 3 taels. "It's a mudskipper. This fish is quite inexpensive in the wild. If lucky, it might sell for 20 yuan a pound," Sun Cheng remarked with some disdain. "Brother Cheng, is 20 yuan really considered cheap?" Ollie was taken aback by Sun Cheng's comment. For him, 20 yuan represented nearly a day's earnings at the local shop, which hardly seemed inexpensive. The mudskipper, also known as the stinky belly fish, possesses toxic dorsal spines. Meanwhile, many kilometers away, a hefty man lay in bed, puffing smoke. The live broadcast of Sun Cheng reached his phone. Upon hearing Sun Cheng suggest that the fish was cheap, he perked up, clutching his phone and typing furiously before hitting send. Is this streamer perhaps not of this world? 20 yuan a pound is still considered cheap? As soon as he sent it, his chubby hand trembled slightly, and he mumbled, "Damn it, I forgot to switch accounts." In Sun Cheng's live chat, this comment ignited a frenzy. "Exactly, 20 yuan a pound isn't expensive, what would be? Right, our entire meal doesn't cost even 20 yuan. How is that cheap? What kind of streamer is this? Doesn't he know what values to promote? I'm out of here. Exactly, I'm leaving." Several viewers exited the live stream, and from over 50 participants, a dozen vanished in an instant. Sun Cheng was left bewildered by this turn of events. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly attempted to clarify. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. When I said cheap, I meant in comparison to more valuable fish species. After some explanation, a few rational viewers began to regain their composure. Did anyone notice we were seemingly led astray just now? You're right, after your comment, it does seem so. Everyone, take a look. The first commenter has over 300,000 followers and is a beachcombing streamer. Considering the location, it seems they're from the same area as the streamer. Seeing the comments, Sunsheng opened the beachcombing streamer's profile, and his expression darkened immediately. The account belonged to the very person he had fought at the noodle shop yesterday. So, he resorts to underhanded tactics when he can't win in a fair fight? An impulse surged within him to confront this beachcomber immediately. And so he did, chatting briefly with the viewers before making an excuse to end the stream. After shutting it down, Sunsheng's countenance was grim, exuding an aura of fury. Did I say something wrong? Ollie inquired timidly, noticing Sunsheng's anger. It's got nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it, Sunsheng replied, patting Ollie's shoulder with a forced smile. This situation was indeed unrelated to Ollie. It stemmed from his previous day's catch being too costly, leading him to blurt out that the mudskipper was cheap. Little did he know, the beachcomber had been watching his stream and had dealt him a nasty blow. Ollie, you and Hai continue fishing. I need to take care of something. Without tidying up his fishing rod, Sunsheng stood up and prepared to leave. Ollie, still confused about the situation, recalled how he had been bullied by the beachcomber in childhood, prompting Sunsheng to react similarly. He would rush off to confront them, resulting in a reprimand from Grandfather Sunday. The reprimand wasn't for fighting, but for his impulsiveness, which could lead to trouble. As Sunsheng approached his electric scooter, Ollie, anxious, called out to Wang Hai, Brother Hai, a Chung is heading to confront the beachcomber. You need to stop him. Wang Hai, having just noticed a 7-pound barramundi and preparing to cast, was jolted by this news. What was this kid thinking? Fishing was going well, so why go after the beachcomber? Though he pondered this, his feet didn't hesitate as he rushed towards Sunsheng. Upon reaching the scooter, he swiftly pulled out the keys. Sunsheng, speechless, didn't greet Wang Hai, fearing being stopped. He popped a lollipop into his mouth and explained, Hai, give me the keys. I'm thirsty and want to buy a drink. Wang Hai, of course, was skeptical. He had drinks on his tricycle, so why would he need to buy more? Just then, Ollie arrived. What is going on? Wang Hai inquired. Ollie recounted the events from the live stream. Wang Hai thought to himself, this beachcomber is still as foolish as a pig, not even realizing he should use a secondary account to stir the pot. Sunsheng, times have changed. If you go beat someone up, it may feel good, but what if they call the police? What if you get detained? Then grandfather, son, your parents, and fourth uncle would all be worried. Think carefully. Does it really make sense to act impulsively? You need to learn to control that temper of yours. Otherwise, you'll certainly face serious consequences in the future. Wang Hai's admonition left Sunsheng speechless. All right, I understand. You sound just like my mom, always nagging. Sunsheng scoffed. Yet, he genuinely took Wang Hai's words to heart. Wang Hai had secretly resolved to teach this beachcomber a lesson. However, physical confrontation was out of the question. Perhaps stirring up some trouble during his live stream would be more effective. Let us continue fishing for now. As for dealing with the beachcomber, I have some ideas. We'll discuss it when we're back, Wang Hai said, while his thoughts lingered on the barramundi from earlier. At this moment, Sunsheng regained his composure and recognized that he had acted too impulsively earlier. Nodding in agreement, the three of them returned to their fishing spots. Upon their return, Wang Hai maneuvered his spirit fish to explore the depths for the elusive blue-spotted grouper. However, the grouper had long since vanished without a trace. Wang Hai wore a pained expression, lamenting the loss of several hundred yuan just like that. After searching the surrounding area with the spirit fish, they found no valuable catches. Only a few mudskippers weighing over half a pound. Unwilling to succumb to despair, Wang Hai picked up his fishing rod and strode towards the distance. Along the way, the spirit fish continuously scoured the shoreline within a 20-meter radius. After walking over 100 meters, he came to a halt. In the near distance, he spotted several stone base, each weighing over 4 ounces. If he managed to catch them all, they could fetch over 100 yuan. Raising his arm, he cast the hook beside the stone base and teased them a few times until one, rather dim-witted, took the bait. Just then, he noticed a school of dark shadows darting beneath the surface, and his heart surged with joy upon realizing what they were. Chapter 21, Sea Bass. It was a school of sea bass hunting a small group of sardines. Wang Hai hurriedly cranked the fishing reel, pulling the stone bass onto the shore, unhooking it, and tossing it into the live fish bucket. He then grabbed a live shrimp from within and affixed it to the hook, casting it above the school of sea bass. In less than 5 seconds after the shrimp hit the water, a greedy sea bass devoured it in one swift gulp. He was hooked. Wang Hai swiftly raised his rod to set the hook. This sea bass was not particularly large, weighing just over 5 pounds, but eager to catch more. Wang Hai quickly turned the reel, hauling the base towards the shore, lifting it directly out of the water. Despite the proximity of the sea base school, he knew that in just a few minutes, once the sardines moved away, the sea base would follow suit. Not daring to waste a single moment, he unhooked the sea base and rebaited with shrimp, casting again. "Achung, Ali, hurry over here to fish, there's a school of sea bass." Wang Hai shouted into the distance, unconcerned about attracting other anglers. Just as he spoke, a tremendous force surged through his fishing rod once more. Zzz. The rod bent under the strain, and the reel spun continuously. This sea bass was significantly larger than the last, making it much harder to reel in. Fortunately, the rod in his hands was no longer the cheap one he had used before, allowing him to reel in effectively. As he drew in the line, approximately 10 meters from the shore, a long, robust sea bass, measuring over a meter in length, leaped from the water, thrashing its head about. Watching such a sizable sea bass thrash, Wang Hai's heart raced. Luckily, the hook had secured itself well, and the sea bass did not manage to throw it off. Goodness, what a massive sea bass. This sea bass was likely over a meter long. Not far off, two anglers wielding rods expressed their astonishment. They had heard Wang Hai shout about the school of sea bass earlier, but had been skeptical. After all, this was a dock, not the open sea. How could there be a school of sea bass so close to shore? However, seeing such a large specimen made them reconsider. Both had not fared well in their fishing endeavors that day, having caught only a few mudskippers since morning. They thought it might be worth checking out, as they could potentially land a meter-long sea bass. Even if they didn't tee, there was nothing to lose. Sun Chung and Ali were also somewhat doubtful upon hearing Wang Hai's proclamation about the sea bass school. Yet, Wang Hai's resolute tones spurred them to grab their rods and landing net, rushing over. Sun Chung, net in one hand and rod in the other, led the charge, while Ali, limping, trailed behind, struggling to keep pace with Sun Chung. "Quickly cast your lines into that area," Wang Hai urged, pointing towards the location of the sea bass school as Sun Chung arrived. Sun Chung, not hesitating, cast his line with shrimp bait attached. Just then, Ali caught up and followed suit, though his cast fell short due to his lack of strength. Fortunately, the school of sea bass was merely a dozen meters from the shore. Ali's bait landed on the edge of the school. The sea bass, in pursuit of the sardines, immediately noticed the live shrimp, with two of them abandoning their chase for the sardines to swim towards the enticing shrimp. The sardines swam swiftly, and with a more effortless meal available, the two bass naturally opted for the shrimp instead. The remaining sea bass continued to follow the sardines, disappearing from the spirit fish's view into the depths. "I've got one," Sun Chung exclaimed with delight, realizing that there truly was a school of sea bass. "Hey, I've got one too," Ali shouted in excitement, as a sudden force yanked his rod, nearly toppling him into the sea. Witnessing this, Wang Hai was alarmed and swiftly grabbed Ali's shirt to steady him. With a rip, the fabric tore, but Ali's balance was regained. Meanwhile, Sun Chung, who was reeling in his fish, was startled but continued to focus on his catch, determined to savor the experience of reeling in a fish. He could not afford to lose it due to distraction. Ali, momentarily stunned by the thrilling incident, swallowed hard. "Ali, don't just stand there, step back," Wang Hai advised. Ali, regaining his composure, took a few steps back, feeling the force of the fish on his line. Thankfully, the fish remained hooked. The reel continued to spin, and the rod bent under the strain. He retreated another 2 meters, realizing that with such a large fish and his own frail physique, he could not risk standing too close to the edge. He couldn't swim, and if he were to be pulled into the sea, it would not end well. At that moment, Sun Chung successfully reeled his fish to the shore. Upon seeing that it weighed only 3 pounds, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He unhooked the fish and rebaited with another shrimp, hoping to land a meter-long catch. Just then, 7 or 8 other anglers arrived, witnessing the 3 of them catching fish, which solidified their belief in the presence of a sea bass school. They eagerly cast their lines, brimming with excitement. Wang Hai inwardly cursed. "Oh no, the fish are fleeing. And here they are crowding together to fish." It wasn't that he resented their presence. After all, the ocean was not his private domain. Yet, with him and Ali still reeling in fish, the multitude of lines being cast posed a risk of tangling, jeopardizing their haul. If that happened, they would be the ones to suffer the loss. "Hey, I've got one too," exclaimed a man in a green t-shirt, visibly thrilled. "Me too," shouted a middle-aged man in a hat. Wang Hai thought, yes, they've hooked fish, but only 100 grams. Through the spirit fish's vision, he could clearly see that their lines had become entangled, and they were both pulling with all their might. "Achung, quickly reel in your line, and help Ali with his catch," Wang Hai called out, noticing Ali was struggling. Sun Chung promptly reeled in his line and rushed over to assist Ali. Wang Hai's sea bass was so large that it was proving difficult to reel in. He had to use skillful maneuvering to guide the fish sideways, keeping it as far away as possible from the encroaching anglers. It's not a fish. The anglers whose lines had become tangled pulled their lines to the shore, revealing their disappointment. After a few more minutes of casting without any bites, they began to realize that the school of fish had indeed moved on. They all reeled in their rods, casting envious glances at Wang Hai and Ali. Once Wang Hai managed to get the fish close to shore, Sun Sheng used the landing net to scoop it up. "Wow, that fish must weigh over 20 pounds," exclaimed one of the nearby anglers in astonishment. "Hey, make some room, make some room." A stout man squeezed through the crowd. It was none other than the chubby fishmonger who frequented the beach to collect fish. "Hey there, it's you again. This big sea bass looks to weigh around 20 pounds. Though the sea bass is a common catch, one of such considerable size is indeed a rarity. I offer you 30 yuan per pound. How does that sound?" Chapter 22. The Unscrupulous Fishmonger. "Brother, we won't be selling this fish. We'll keep it for ourselves," Wang Hai stated with a shake of his head. It was not that he genuinely intended to retain the fish, but he was unwilling to sell it to the unscrupulous fishmongers by the seaside, who offered prices that were utterly laughable. A sea bass of this magnitude should fetch no less than 40 yuan per pound. Upon hearing the paltry offer of 30, Wang Hai lost all interest in negotiating. He was resolved to take the fish to Sisterland's restaurant for sale instead. If that failed, he would simply take it home to enjoy, as they were dining in a group, and this sizable sea bass would be consumed in no time. Ali's fishing reel continued to unfurl line, the buzzing sound echoing in the ears of those gathered. Observing the arc of the bent rod, everyone was convinced that this fish was no small fry. At that moment, the line on Ali's reel had been pulled out 30 to 40 meters, and Wang Hai, unable to discern the size of the fish through the spirit fish's vision, restricted to a mere 20 meters, was left in suspense. "Goodness, just how large is this fish?" Sun Sheng, who was assisting Ali with the rod, gritted his teeth in anticipation. "Take your time reeling it in, no need to rush. This rod is rather inexpensive. Exert too much force, and you might snap the line." Wang Hai cautioned the pair. Understood. The rod had over 100 meters of line. They could afford to take their time. Rushing to bring the fish in could easily result in a lost hook or snapped line. Meanwhile, Wang Hai seized the opportunity to catch several stone fish he had spotted earlier. Just then, from 20 or so meters away, a silver-scaled sea bass over a meter long leapt from the water, thrashing its head and gills before crashing back into the sea. Wow, what a magnificent sea bass. Although still some distance away, its impressive size suggested it weighed at least 20 pounds. If only I could manage to catch a fish half its size, I would wake from this dream with a smile. The onlookers, fellow anglers, gazed enviously at the distant sea bass. Wang Hai merely cast a glance at the splashing sea bass before returning his focus to the spirit fish, continuing to search for other catches. The spirit fish had a time limit, and he could not afford to waste precious moments watching others fish. He strolled along the pier, gradually moving to the left. After walking over 200 meters, he paused before a crevice in the rocks beneath the water, where he spotted a 6-pound red drum. Without hesitation, Wang Hai cast his bait 20 meters out onto the water's surface. He then slowly reeled the bait back until it halted right before the red drum. The fish, perhaps genuinely hungry or simply unguarded, swiftly devoured the live shrimp. Observing this, Wang Hai abruptly jerked the rod to set the hook and quickly reeled in the line. The unsuspecting red drum was dragged several meters toward the shore before it even realized what had transpired. In mere moments, it began to thrash frantically, attempting to swim away. But to no avail. Within a minute, it was pulled to the bank. Wang Hai had not brought a landing net, and as Sun Sheng and Ali were still preoccupied with their sea bass, he opted not to call for assistance. Just then, a young man fishing a short distance away approached him, offering his landing net. "Hey there, let me help you net that fish," he said with a smile. Wang Hai, sensing the young man did not appear to be the envious type, nodded in agreement. The young man wasted no time, lowering the net, and Wang Hai slackened the line. Once the red drum was in the net, it was hoisted up. The fish still had some fight left in it, and flopped a couple of times on the shore before settling down. The red drum, commonly known as the redfin snapper, typically inhabits coral reefs and coastal rocky areas. Its body is red, with thick flesh and few bones, making it a delicacy, priced around 60 yuan. This red drum is quite a catch. "Hey, how about you sell it to me?" the young man suggested, eyeing the fish. Wang Hai was taken aback. Was this angler actually looking to buy fish? The young man, noticing Wang Hai's confusion, shrugged. "I've been having a streak of bad luck and have come back empty-handed for several days. If I don't bring home a fish today, my wife might not let me fish again. I was planning to buy one at the market, but since you have one, it saves me a trip. Rest assured, I'll pay you the market price," he added. Wang Hai, originally intending to sell the fish, felt reluctant to refuse given the young man's earnestness. "All right, I'll sell it to you, but I don't have a scale. Given its size, it should weigh at least 6 pounds. Let us agree on 6 pounds for 60 yuan each," totaling 360. Sounds good, the young man replied, nodding as he took out his phone to transfer the payment. Both were pleased, one fulfilling an obligation to his wife, and the other earning a profit. The young man excitedly snapped photos of the fish once he returned to his fishing spot. Wang Hai resumed using the spirit fish to search the surrounding waters. Finding nothing of interest, he made his way towards sunken, where a crowd had gathered. The large sea bass, having been fought for over an hour, finally succumbed and was reeled ashore. "Excuse me, let me through," Wang Hai urged as he navigated the throng to assist in netting the sea bass. While in the water, its size had not been fully appreciated, but once on land, it presented a striking visual impact. I have never seen anyone catch a sea bass of this size. Surely it weighs close to 30 pounds. At my height of 1.60 meters, the length of this fish reaches my neck. 30 pounds seems an understatement. Hey there. Such a beautiful sea bass. How about selling it to me for 51 per pound? An enterprising fishmonger named Old who squeezed into the crowd. Apologies, but we do not plan to sell this fish. Wang Hai gestured dismissively. Not dissuaded, Old who persisted. While sea bass are common, one of this size, especially alive, is a rarity. If I could procure it, I could sell it for over 100 per pound. Such a large fish is also easy to wash. Once that happens, it won't fetch a good price, Old who argued. Wang Hai shook his head, thinking to himself that he need not concern himself with that. Old who then turned his attention to Ali, the one who had caught the fish. "I defer to Brother Hai," Ali murmured softly. Old who, feeling helpless, could only watch as the sea bass was hoisted onto a nearby tricycle, with the live fish boxes devoid of seawater. Wang Hai called on sunken for assistance in filling them. Chapter 23, Steamed Blue Crabs. Ali remained on the shore, keeping a watchful eye on their catch. As there were many people around, and it was not impossible for someone to sneak away with a fish. While keeping vigil, Ali busied himself packing up their fishing gear. Wang Hai and sunken made over 20 trips, filling both live fish boxes to about half with water before stopping. Wang Hai observed the sea bass's tail protruding from the live fish box, feeling somewhat exasperated. When he purchased the live fish box, he had not anticipated catching such a large fish. It seemed he would need to acquire a larger one. Fortunately, today's catch was sea bass, which were not prohibitively expensive. Losing one would not result in a significant loss. However, had it been the grouper he caught the day before, the loss would have been considerable. "Ah Chung, we've caught enough for today. Please bring the catch over," Wang Hai instructed. Having searched the vicinity with the spirit fish and finding nothing worthwhile, he decided against further fishing. The priority was to sell the caught fish, as sea bass were particularly susceptible to stress and could perish easily. At that time, the prices would naturally be considerably lower. Sunken nodded and went to fetch the remaining catch, placing it into the live fish box. Wang Hai took advantage of the moment to call Sister Lan. "Ah Hai, your call comes at just the right time. In a little while, the evening seats will be fully booked," Sister Lan chuckled, initially thinking Wang Hai was calling to reserve a table for dinner. "Sister Lan, I'm not calling to reserve a table. Today, I caught some sea bass and stone fish with a chum. I wanted to ask if you would buy them." "Sure, just bring them over," Sister Lan replied. Each day, fishmongers delivered fish to her, and she was more than happy to have two young gentlemen do so. After hanging up, sunken and Ali also approached with fishing gear. They loaded the equipment onto the tricycle and headed towards Sister Lan's restaurant. As the tricycle came to a halt in front of the seafood restaurant, many passers-by curiously examined the largest sea bass. "How did you catch such a huge sea bass?" Sister Lan, who was sitting inside playing on her phone, smiled and came out upon seeing the group. Her curiosity piqued at the sight of the large sea bass. "Naturally, it was caught through skill," Wang Hai joked. Sister Lan approached the tricycle and inspected the other catches in the live fish box. Aside from the largest sea bass, the condition of the other fish was quite good. "These two large sea bass are not in great condition, so I can only offer you 60 yuan each. The remaining sea bass will be priced at 50 yuan per jean. The true snapper will be 30 yuan per jean, and the stone fish is not small either, so it will be priced at yesterday's rate of 82 yuan per jean. As for these mudfish, I won't be buying them. Their wild taste is not desirable." After Sister Lan quoted her prices, Wang Hai glanced at sunken and Ali. "Big Hai, most of these fish were caught by you. You decide," sunken said. "Big Brother Hai, I'll follow your lead," Ali nodded in agreement. Since Wang Hai had discovered the sea bass school and caught the majority of the fish, both of them naturally deferred to him. "Sister Lan, we accept these prices." Once the prices were settled, Sister Lan gestured for them to bring the fish to the kitchen for weighing. The two continued to pour out the water from the live fish box and followed her into the kitchen. The two large sea bass weighed 195 jean and 288 jean respectively, totaling 2,898 yuan. The three smaller sea bass weighed a total of 107 jean, which amounted to 535 yuan. The true snapper was 34 jean, yielding 102 yuan, and the stone fish weighed 25 jean, worth 205 yuan. The entire catch totaled 3,740 yuan. Sister Lan's gaze towards Wang Hai shifted slightly. They had caught nearly 2,000 yuan worth of fish yesterday, which could be attributed to luck. But how would today's catch be explained? Sister Lan, the money is fine. Just transfer it over, Wang Hai replied. Sister Lan was not one to delay. All the fish delivered to her were settled on site, and Wang Hai was no exception. After a brief operation on her phone, she transferred the money. Once the funds were received, Wang Hai exchanged greetings with Sister Lan, and the three of them turned to leave. Watching Wang Hai's retreating figure, Sister Lan couldn't help but snort inwardly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She had priced Wang Hai's catch at the market's highest rates, and he hadn't even suggested treating her to a meal. She had even considered giving him a discount. Unbeknownst to Wang Hai as he exited the restaurant, he first drove to the roadside near the market and parked. He took out his phone and transferred 200 yuan to Sun Cheng and 1,728 yuan to Ali. Sun Cheng, upon receiving the 200, felt quite pleased, as he had only caught a sea bass weighing a little over 3 jin. Big brother Hai, I can't accept this money, Ali panicked, quickly waving his hands, feeling he hadn't contributed much to the catch. Deep down, he understood that the credit for catching the fish belonged to Wang Hai and Sun Cheng. Wang Hai had provided the rod, discovered the school of fish, and it was only with Sun Cheng's assistance that he managed to reel them in. This sum of over 1,700 yuan represented a significant income for him. Yet he felt he could not accept it. To be precise, he couldn't accept it all. Why are you acting like a Cheng from yesterday, being so hesitant? Just accept it, Wang Hai said sternly, not allowing for rejection. As Sun Cheng unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into his mouth, he heard Wang Hai referring to himself. You two chat among yourselves. What is my business in this? He then turned to Ali, saying, Ali, this money is rightfully yours, so just take it. After some persuasion from both of them, Ali ultimately accepted the money. The three then went to the market to buy some vegetables, though Ali insisted on footing the bill for the groceries. After exiting the market, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Sun Cheng suggested inviting Ali to his home for a meal. However, Ali's shirt had torn while reeling in the fish, so he first went to his small shop to change into a fresh outfit before heading to Sun Cheng's home. Wang Hai was in the yard, having not seen Grandpa Sun, who was likely out for a stroll. After playing cards for a while, around 11 o'clock, the three elderly men returned together. They were all quite fond of Ali, who hurriedly greeted them upon seeing them. The three elders nodded, and Grandpa Si and Wang Hai's grandmother went to play cards at the stone table. With so many people, it was naturally too crowded, so Wang Hai voluntarily stepped back to help Grandpa Sun with the cooking. Today's lunch was particularly lavish, featuring several fresh crabs and oysters that had been caught the previous night, all steamed to perfection. They also prepared a braised mudfish and roasted duck purchased from the town. The staple was rice, with Wang Hai steaming an enormous pot. His appetite had grown significantly. If he cooked too little, he would go hungry. Looking at such a sumptuous lunch, Ali blinked in disbelief. As he gazed at the large crabs, his mind didn't dwell on how delicious they might be, but rather on how much money all those crabs could fetch. Grandpa Sun, is the food I made not to your liking? Grandpa Sun asked, noticing Ali hesitating to pick up his chopsticks, confusion evident on his face. Grandpa Sun, your cooking is delightful, Ali quickly responded, snapping back to reality and starting to eat. You look thin. Eat more, Wang Hai's grandmother said, serving Ali a leg of the braised duck. Thank you, Grandma. During the meal, the three elders expressed their concern for Ali. Having watched him grow up and knowing he lacked parents, they naturally wished to care for him as much as possible. Ali, why don't you come here to eat regularly? It would save you from cooking alone at home, Grandpa Sun said, observing Ali devouring the food with great enthusiasm, his face beaming with joy. Upon hearing this, Ali paused, as he genuinely enjoyed Grandpa Sun's cooking, which was far superior to his own instant noodles. However, he knew that the cost of today's meal would be several hundred yuan. Eating here every day would be difficult. Even if Grandpa Sun and the others didn't mind, he himself would feel embarrassed. He certainly couldn't afford to pay for meals like this, as he was barely making ends meet with his small shop's income. Everyone soon realized Ali's concerns, prompting Sun Cheng to speak up. Ali, our regular meals aren't this lavish, don't overthink it. Today's crabs were caught last night, so we decided to treat ourselves. The three elders nodded in agreement. With the matter laid out, Ali felt awkward to refuse any longer. All right, he nodded, I'll come over to help with cooking, and I can assist Grandpa Sunday. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Sun's eyes lit up, as he had been worried about his cooking skills not being passed on. Ali helping in the kitchen would allow him to teach his culinary skills. Ali, you can learn cooking from me. And one day you could even open your own restaurant. That wouldn't be bad. After finishing lunch, Wang Hai and the others accompanied Grandpa Si to the fish pond in front of his house. Tomorrow, the fish pond will be drained and the fish sold. Thus today it is only natural to commence the water release. Grandpa C's fish pond is modest, encompassing just over 2 acres. After an afternoon and a night of draining, the fish will be ready for harvest by tomorrow morning. Upon arriving at Grandpa C's doorstep, before any work had commenced, 3 young men were already seated beneath the mango tree, savoring the ice pops brought by Grandpa C. Once they finished their treats, Wang Hai followed to the steps by the pond. The fish pond at Grandpa C's features drainage outlets situated along the steps leading into the water. At intervals of 1 meter in depth, there exists a drainage outlet on each step, totaling 3 in number. Typically, one would open the uppermost outlet first, allowing the water to drain before proceeding to the next. However, Wang Hai chose to deviate from convention. He shed his shirt and plunged into the water, directly opening both upper drainage outlets. After completing this task, he emerged from the water and tossed the pipe he had used to block the outlet onto the shore. Grandpa C, I've opened both upper drainage outlets. The water will drain faster now. Only you would do such a thing. You rascal, Grandpa C chuckled, albeit appreciating the efficiency of the method. This way, he only needed to enter the water once, and there was still the lowest drainage outlet yet to be opened. There was no concern about the pond being drained prematurely, which could jeopardize the fish. Meanwhile, Sun Chung and Ollie were busy picking mangoes with their nets. Ouch! Sun Chung quickly covered his head, struck by a falling mango. Are you alright, Chung? Ollie inquired, rushing over. It's nothing, just a little mango. What could possibly happen to me? Sun Chung grinned defiantly. This amusing scene brought a smile to Wang Hai's face. Moments later, Sun Chung, looking disgruntled, was munching on the very mango that had attacked him. Grandpa C often took a nap in the afternoon, so after enjoying the mangoes, the 3 bid farewell and left. In the midday sun, they wandered around the village for a good 10 minutes before arriving at Ali's small convenience store. With the sun blazing fiercely, they sought refuge inside to escape the heat. The old electric fan whirred away, creaking rhythmically. This fan must be about as old as I am, Sun Chung remarked, observing its still functioning blades. Older items were crafted from genuine materials, unlike today's cheap imitations, Wang Hai replied. The trio amused themselves in the store until after 5 in the afternoon. Wang Hai gained a newfound appreciation for Ali's efforts in those few hours. Only one customer came in, purchasing a mere bag of salt. As Ali was scheduled to help Grandpa Sun prepare dinner, he locked up the store, took the tricycle left by Grandpa Xia, and with Wang Hai and Sun Chung in tow, made their way to Grandpa Sun's home. Ali, come here quickly. I'll teach you how to cook, Grandpa Sun exclaimed upon seeing Ali, pulling him toward the kitchen, entirely ignoring Wang Hai and Sun Chung. Unfazed, the two settled onto a nearby chair and began scrolling through videos. Before long, Grandpa C and Wang Hai's grandmother also arrived. With the gentle sea breeze and the sunset painting the sky, the yard filled with the sounds of jovial conversation. After dinner, Wang Hai, Sun Chung, and Ollie reclined on the rocks by the seaside. The moonlight was particularly luminous that night, casting a silvery glow over the sandy beach and the shimmering sea. The waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, creating a soothing soundscape. Hey, Sun Chung, Wang Hai began, lying back on the rocks with his legs crossed. Earlier you mentioned having a plan for the cannon. What exactly is it? Some things must remain confidential for now, but I do have a question that needs answering. Wang Hai mused, having already contemplated his general idea earlier that afternoon, yet needing to confirm one detail before proceeding. What is it? Sun Chung asked. You mentioned that the cannon's live sea-catching broadcasts often involve deception. Is that correct? Wang Hai inquired. Indeed. He caught Australian lobsters while live-streaming in our country. It's utterly ridiculous, Sun Chung exclaimed. What is even more astonishing is that many people actually believed him. Wang Hai nearly choked upon hearing about the Australian lobsters, incredulous at such unprofessional deceit. Numerous seafood vendors in town recognized him. Prior to each live stream, he would purchase thousands of dollars worth of fish, only to later concoct various excuses to return them. After hearing Sun Cheng's account, Wang Hai felt more assured. This time, he was determined to ensure this individual faced some consequences. Initially puzzled, Sun Cheng's eyes soon lit up. Wang Hai, are you planning to expose this guy for his fraudulent live sea catching? That is not a bad idea, Wang Hai replied, shaking his head in resignation. Exposing him might not yield the desired effect, and it would be too lenient on him. Not an exposure. But keep an eye on their live streaming times over the next few days, and you'll understand. All right, Sun Chung nodded. The 3 of them enjoyed the sea breeze and engaged in cheerful conversation until, somehow, the topic shifted to dreams. Chapter 25, Longing for a Simple Life. My dream, Ollie said, gazing at the glimmering sea, a smile creeping across his face, is to own a very large supermarket and earn a substantial income every day. As for me, Sun Chung exhaled a puff of smoke. I dream of having my own fishing boat, going out to sea every day as a carefree fisherman. Well, My dream is simply to wish both of you the best in achieving your aspirations, Wang Hai remarked. Come on, what is your dream, you lazy bum? Sun Cheng retorted. All right, I won't banter with you two any longer. Wang Hai inhaled deeply. I just wish to earn a modest living, marry a girl I like, and lead a simple life of my own. Encountering someone you like, who reciprocates those feelings, truly qualifies as a dream. As he uttered these words, a familiar face flashed through Wang Hai's mind. Ultimately, it remains merely a dream, he thought, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. After a few more moments, the three said their goodbyes and departed. Upon returning home, Wang Hai lay on his bed, perusing the photographs of his afternoon catch on his phone. He then opened a fishing group chat, where fellow anglers frequently showcased their catches. During his idle days, he often found himself envious of their displays. Now he, too, had some impressive catches to share. He first posted images of the red-spotted fish he had caught a couple of days prior. Hey, how did everyone find out I caught an 8-pound, 9-ounce red-spotted fish? Subsequently, he shared pictures of the large sea bass he had caught that day. Wow, look at this big red-spotted fish and this massive sea bass. Jealous yet? Hey, brother, that is not fair. Don't just post pictures without sharing some details. Exactly. Posting without context is like having 4 sons in a single birth. Wang Hai chuckled at the flurry of messages, thinking to himself, let them envy me as they usually do. It's time to return the favor. After browsing the messages a bit longer, he yawned, plugged his phone into charge, and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Wang Hai awoke at around 5. After meditating for an hour, he practiced the spirit refinement body technique before getting up to wash up. Upon rising, he sensed something was amiss. His body felt remarkably lighter. Clenching his fists, he realized his strength had seemingly doubled. Could this be the effect of the spirit refinement body technique? Wang Hai pondered, just as Sun Cheng's voice called from outside. Wang Hai, hurry up. We need to help Grandpa see with the fish at the pond. All right, Wang Hai replied, hastily stepping out. After a quick wash, the two hopped onto an electric bike, eager to make their way to Grandpa C's house. Just as they revved the engine, Ollie emerged from the house. Calling out to them, he held several steamed buns in his hands, offering them to the duo. Since we're heading to help Grandpa see with the fish, we won't have time to eat breakfast in town. Grandpa's son asked me to bring a few buns for you, Ollie explained. Sun Cheng took the buns, waved his hand, and the two set off toward Grandpa C's residence. Upon arriving at Grandpa C's doorstep, they found 3 middle-aged men seated at the stone table. Ah Hai and Ah Cheng have come to lend a hand as well. A tall man with a scruffy beard greeted them with a smile. Indeed, Uncle Tianny. We are here to assist Grandpa C, the two responded warmly. Wang Hai extracted a cigarette and distributed it among the group once more. The others, also engaged in aquaculture, often assisted each other in hauling nets during fish sales. Though this was not done gratis, remuneration was expected. As they departed, each person would take home a couple of fish. After a modest breakfast, the fish merchant arrived, driving a vehicle designed for transporting fish. The prices had been previously agreed upon, and without further delay, they commenced the net fishing. The pond still retained a meter of water, making it far more convenient to drag the net rather than drain the pond entirely. Sun Tianny, the most experienced among them, took command of the operation as usual. He efficiently directed everyone to their respective positions. Soon, a massive net enveloped one end of the pond. The net's top was buoyed by floats, while iron weights anchored the bottom, with 2 individuals on either side pulling the net. Gradually, they advanced, and the net's center formed a pouch, herding the fish towards the opposite side. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, being the younger ones, were assigned to pull the ropes attached to the floats, which proved quite effortless. In contrast, the 2 elder gentlemen hauling the ropes connected to the weights found the task significantly more strenuous. As the net was drawn, the fish beneath the surface leapt and flailed, some weighing over 10 pounds escaping capture. After half an hour, the net gradually drew together near the house of the 4th uncle, with fish thrashing and splashing within. 4th uncle, your fish are truly splendid, Sun Tianny exclaimed repeatedly. Enough of this, we can't dawdle. The fish are beginning to suffocate. Let us load them up, Sun Pingan interjected. Although the 4th uncle wished to assist in the water, the others quickly restrained him. 4th uncle, you needn't trouble yourself. We've got this, they insisted. They then sorted the fish from the net, placing them into buckets and carrying them ashore for weighing. A small crane atop the fish merchant's vehicle was employed to hoist the fish aboard with the assistance of his companions. As they transported the fish to the shore, the sun climbed higher in the sky, beads of sweat forming on each person's brow. They toiled until 11 o'clock, finally loading the last of the fish onto the vehicle. It's been over 6 months since we last fished. This has truly been exhausting, Sun Pingan remarked, rubbing his sore shoulders. Indeed, my arms are feeling quite fatigued as well, Sun Tianny agreed. Here, have some water, the 4th uncle offered, handing out refreshments. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng sat beneath a mango tree, removing their sweat-drenched shirts. Goodness, this is utterly exhausting, Sun Sheng exclaimed, fanning himself with his hand as he caught his breath. Wang Hai, however, felt no fatigue, merely the oppressive heat. How is it that you, who regularly work out, are so weary after this little effort? What do you mean? You can't possibly believe I'm not tired? They began to bicker playfully. Meanwhile, the fish merchant was busy tapping away at his calculator, tallying up the earnings. Grass carp at 4,505 pounds, priced at 75 yuan per pound. White catfish at 1,888 pounds, at 56 yuan per pound. Flowering catfish at 1,500 pounds, at 76 yuan per pound. The total comes to 53,507 yuan. Please check and confirm for payment. The merchant relayed to the fourth uncle. No discrepancies here. That's the correct amount, the fourth uncle affirmed after a quick calculation. Chapter 26. The Grocery Money. The fish merchant retrieved a bag from his vehicle, extracting cash and wetting his fingers before counting. In short order, he produced a stack of 10,000 yuan. Setting it aside, after several rounds of counting, he handed the total to the fourth uncle, who verified the amount before the merchant departed. The fourth uncle then withdrew 600 yuan to settle the wages of the 3 villagers who had assisted, also gifting each of them a grass carp to take home. Uncle Fourth, we'll be heading back now, the 3 men said, taking their leave after receiving their pay. At that moment, the fourth uncle handed 2,000 yuan to Sun Cheng. Fourth uncle, what is this for? Sun Cheng protested, shaking his head, unwilling to accept the money. Take this. It's for your groceries, the fourth uncle replied with a smile. Wang Hai exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Cheng, encouraging him to accept it. It wasn't he about needing the 2,000 yuan. Rather, the fourth uncle was quite stubborn, and he would find a way to replenish it elsewhere regardless. Very well. Sun Cheng conceded. We'll accept this for groceries. At that instant, his phone rang. It was his grandfather calling. Grandpa, what is up? We're just finishing here. All right. We'll be back shortly. After hanging up, Sun Cheng announced, lunch is ready. Let us head back. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng loaded a grass carp and a flowering catfish intended for their own meal onto a tricycle, making their way home. While the fourth uncle followed closely behind on his own tricycle. Sun Cheng's grandfather had already laid the table with dishes, waiting for their return. Old Fourth, how much did you sell the fish for? Sun Cheng's grandfather inquired with a smile upon the fourth uncle's arrival. Not much, just over 50,000. The fourth uncle replied with a shake of his head. Although 50,000 yuan sounds substantial. Sun Cheng's grandfather knew that the fish in the pond had been nurtured for over 4 years. Daily grass cutting and feeding, coupled with the cost of feed, meant that the annual profit barely exceeded 10,000 yuan. Sun Cheng and Wang Hai placed the fish they brought back into a basin and, after washing their hands, began their meal. Today's lunch, while not as lavish as yesterday's, was still of commendable quality. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, with rice as the staple. After the meal, Ali had initially volunteered to wash the dishes, but Sun Cheng's grandfather objected. Ali helped prepare the meal. He needn't wash the dishes. How about this? We'll play rock, paper, scissors. The loser washes, Ali suggested with a grin. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng nodded in agreement at the proposal. Ultimately, Sun Cheng lost, begrudgingly heading off to wash the dishes. After finishing his meal, Ali returned to his small shop, anticipating potential customers in the afternoon. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng reclined in lounge chairs beneath the loquat tree, scrolling through videos. Let us go fishing, Da Hai? Sun Cheng asked around 2 o'clock. It's too hot now. We'll wait until it cools down, Wang Hai replied, casually munching on an apple while watching videos. All right then. By 4:30 in the afternoon, the sun had lost much of its intensity. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng gathered their gear and set off towards the pier. As they passed Ali's shop, Wang Hai called out, intending to invite him along. After all, with few customers, fishing would surely be more profitable than standing watch over the shop. However, Ali shook his head in refusal. He felt that it was improbable for luck to strike twice, especially after the previous day's catch of a 60-pound sea bass. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng had a reputation in the village for often returning empty-handed from fishing trips. More importantly, he had to return to Sun Cheng's grandfather's house around 5 to help with dinner. Upon arriving at the pier, Wang Hai was taken aback by the sight before him. Typically, the pier hosted a mere handful of anglers, but today it teemed with people. Upon closer inspection, he counted over 40 fishermen, each spaced a few meters apart. What is going on? Why are there so many people today? Wang Hai asked a nearby friend. Haven't you heard? Someone caught a sea bass weighing over 60 pounds yesterday. We're all here hoping to strike it lucky too. The young man in a sun hat replied. You've got it wrong. I heard it was over 80 pounds. Chimed in a nearby older gentleman. Wang Hai, bewildered, was left in shock. What do you mean 60 pounds? 80 pounds. He was fishing here yesterday afternoon. How could he not know? After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the two were likely referring to the sea bass caught by Ali. However, This seemed rather exaggerated, didn't it? It was clearly only around 20 kilograms. Yet somehow it had transformed into over 80 kilograms through the grapevine. This was akin to the village's rumor mill, where someone choking on water at the east end of the village had morphed into someone drowning at the west end. At that moment, Wang Hai also understood why so many anglers had gathered. If these individuals had known it was merely 20 kilograms, it's doubtful so many would have shown up. But when they heard the figure of 70 or 80 kilograms, the allure became extraordinarily compelling, explaining the crowd's presence. At this time, Sun Chung had already cast his line and was beginning to set up his live stream. Wang Hai also assembled his fishing rod, attaching a live shrimp. However, he was in no rush to cast. He intended to first survey the area with his spirit fish. As soon as he summoned the spirit fish, his eyes widened in astonishment. The spirit fish, which had originally been the size of a palm, had suddenly swelled to several times its size. It was now comparable to 2 basketballs. Adding to its remarkable appearance, the unique horn on its snout made its length nearly a meter. The intricate dark patterns on its body now radiated a gentle blue glow. What was happening? At that moment, Wang Hai recalled how, after practicing the spirit control and body refinement technique that morning, he had felt lighter and significantly stronger. Could it be related to the level of his cultivation? The more powerful he became, the mightier the spirit fish? Or perhaps, the longer he practiced the spirit control and body refinement technique, the stronger the spirit fish would grow? Since the spirit fish had increased in size, could it also mean that his control range had extended? With that thought, Wang Hai began to maneuver the spirit fish further out into the depths. After a brief moment, a smile crept across his lips as he obtained the answer he sought. Upon swimming 20 meters, the spirit fish did not encounter the usual invisible barrier of air. Instead, it glided effortlessly onward, eventually stopping 50 meters away from Wang Hai. It appeared that his control range for the spirit fish had now expanded to approximately 50 meters. "What are you doing, just standing there and grinning like an idiot?" Sun Chung remarked, noticing Wang Hai's goofy smile, nearly drooling in awe. He tilted his head, wondering if Wang Hai had lost his mind. Chapter 27. An unexpected discovery. Wang Hai's silly grin was not due to foolishness, but rather a revelation he had regarding the spirit fish's newfound capabilities. Moments ago, while maneuvering the spirit fish, he had intended for it to weave through a school of white pomfret. However, upon colliding with the largest pomfret, the spirit fish did not simply pass through as he had anticipated. Instead, it seemed to meld into the pomfret's body. More accurately, it had possessed it. He could now freely control the pomfret that the spirit fish had inhabited. I'm fine," Wang Hai replied, distractedly responding to Sun Chung's shout. The school of pomfret was still over 40 meters away, making it impossible to accurately cast his bait. But now, he could directly control the pomfret to swim towards his hook. Yet, he did not intend to flaunt this ability too much, considering there were plenty of other anglers around. Wang Hai lifted his fishing rod and forcefully cast it into the water, the hook landing over 30 meters from the shore. After casting, he began to guide the possessed pomfret towards his bait. To his surprise, the entire school of pomfret followed suit, swimming towards the hook. "Buddy, your casting position is in the rocky area. It's easy to snag the line," a fellow angler wearing a sun hat kindly cautioned. "No worries, fortune favors the bold," Wang Hai replied with a grin. The nearby angler chose not to press further, acknowledging that while the rocky area posed a risk of snagging, it also harbored fish, especially grouper. However, Wang Hai had no intention of fishing in that area. Even if he were fortunate enough to catch a grouper, the line would likely be severed by the rocks. On the other hand, Wang Hai had no such concerns. Through the vision of the spirit fish, he could deftly maneuver the fish away from the rocky area the moment it bit. As long as the fish was not excessively large, he anticipated no issues. At that moment, the silver pomfret under Wang Hai's control approached the hook. A school of 70 or 80 silver pomfret congregated nearby, eagerly searching for food. A tiny shrimp, merely the size of a thumb, became the target of their competition. Several pomfrets surged forward, vying for the shrimp. In the ensuing tussle, the hook, along with the shrimp's tail, was swallowed by one of the silver pomfret. "It's on," Wang Hai shouted from the shore as he swiftly lifted his rod, forcefully pulling the fish towards the surface. "Is he really catching fish already?" a nearby youth exclaimed. Astonishment etched across his face as he watched Wang Hai's reel spinning. He was filled with envy, having arrived early in the morning, skipping lunch, and only managing to catch 2 small mud skippers. Meanwhile, this guy had only been here for less than 10 minutes, and was already landing a fish. Judging by the bend in the rod, it had to weigh at least 4 to 5 kilograms. Truly, one can't help but feel inferior when comparing oneself to others. Wang Hai, however, had no time to be concerned about others' gazes, focusing solely on frantically reeling in the line. In the depths of the ocean, another school of silver pomfret awaited him. Although this fish was sizable, Wang Hai's equipment was more than up to the task. After 4 or 5 minutes of battling, he managed to drag the fish to the shore. As the silver pomfret reached the shoreline, it still had plenty of fight left, thrashing its tail and splashing water everywhere. "What a gigantic silver pomfret!" the young man exclaimed, becoming increasingly agitated. Wild silver pomfret was already expensive, with fish over a kilogram selling for 70 to 80 yuan. A fish of at least 4 kilograms could fetch 200 yuan per kilogram, and people would be clamoring to buy it. He wasn't particularly concerned about the money. It was more about the fact that such a large silver pomfret was not something one could easily catch. As soon as Wang Hai brought the fish to shore, Sun Cheng rushed over with a net to assist in landing it. Gazing at the silver pomfret, which was larger than his head, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow! That's enormous. Sun Cheng, don't just stand there. Go fetch the tricycle and fill the live fish tanks with water. This fish will lose its value if it dies." Sun Cheng nodded and hurried off to retrieve the tricycle parked a few meters away. Through the vision of the spirit fish, Wang Hai observed that the school of silver pomfret remained in their previous location, allowing him to relax as he and Sun Cheng filled the live fish tanks with water. The two of them toiled for several minutes before finally filling both tanks. As they prepared the second live fish tank, Sun Cheng wore a puzzled expression. They had only caught one fish. Was it really necessary to fill 2 tanks with water? Despite his confusion, he complied and helped fill the tanks. Once they finished, Wang Hai cast his hook back into the school of fish, and the bait didn't even have a chance to sink. It was immediately taken. Is he catching another fish? Both nearby anglers and Sun Cheng were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Wang Hai hooking yet another fish. The viewers in his live stream also began to stir, inquiring eagerly about the fishing spot. However, this fishing village was not easily accessible. Many viewers expressed regret over their inability to visit after hearing the location. Nonetheless, a few overly enthusiastic anglers sent private messages to Sun Cheng, though whether they would actually come was uncertain. Wang Hai paid no mind to the two, swiftly reeling in the line. A few minutes later, he landed another silver pomfret weighing over 4 kilograms. Sun Cheng set aside his fishing rod and hurried over to assist in netting the fish. "Wang Hai, what kind of unbelievable luck do you have?" As he gazed at the silver pomfrets still flopping in the net, Sun Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He decided against fishing from his original spot and instead moved his chair beside Wang Hai, hoping to benefit from his luck. Noticing this, Wang Hai pointed towards the general area where the fish were congregating. "Cast your bait into that region. I caught both of mine nearby," he advised. Sun Cheng, having just witnessed those 2 silver pomfrets being caught, naturally trusted his words. "Hey, I'm casting near you guys. Hope you don't mind?" A nearby young angler chimed in, offering them cigarettes with a grin. "No problem," Wang Hai replied, accepting the cigarette. After all, one should not turn away a friendly approach, especially since the sea did not belong to anyone in particular. Once Sun Cheng cast his hook into the water, he settled into a tranquil wait. His cast was slightly off from the fish school, and it took him 4 or 5 minutes before he felt a nibble. Meanwhile, the young angler next to him was considerably luckier, landing a fish on his very first cast. "This is exhilarating. What a rush," he exclaimed, excitedly reeling in his catch. His enthusiasm so palpable that one might mistake his actions for something other than fishing. After a few minutes, Wang Hai assisted in netting the fish as it neared the shore. Such camaraderie is a hallmark among anglers, while fishing in the wild. Helping each other out often leads to stronger bonds and the sharing of fishing spots, barring any fish that manage to escape. Chapter 28, Magnificence. Wang Hai wasted no time, casting his rod once more. The trio had been reeling in fish for about an hour, each one more plentiful than the last. During this time, aside from Wang Hai, both Sun Cheng and the young angler had their lines cut by the jagged rocks multiple times, delaying their fishing efforts and preventing them from catching even more fish. "Why has the bite stopped?" the young angler mused aloud after waiting for several minutes without a nibble. "Buddy, this is fishing, not harvesting cabbages." "The fish won't just stay put," Sun Cheng teased with a smile. Wang Hai, glancing at the nearly full live fish box, felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Today's catch could very well yield a profit of several thousand yuan. "Hey, want a cigarette?" the young angler offered Wang Hai. After thanking him, Wang Hai took a few puffs but soon shook his head. He found this brand lacking in comparison to his preferred Li Kun. Of course, everyone has their own taste. Originally, their area had very few anglers, but due to the abundant catches, many had thickened their skins to join in. After fishing for nearly an hour, Wang Hai began to feel lethargy creeping in. He quickly reeled in his line to avoid overexertion. That sensation was truly unbearable, and he had no desire to experience it again. As he pulled in his line, the previously caught silver pomfret looked bewilderedly at its surroundings, recalling that it had not been in this location a moment ago. How could it have suddenly ended up here? And where had half the fish school gone? After a few moments of confusion, it shook its little head, deciding not to dwell on it, and swam off into the distance. the rest of the fish school following suit. On the shore, Wang Hai contemplated that the energy expenditure during the possession of the spirit fish was indeed greater than during normal control. Just then, a voice broke his thoughts. "Hey there. With such a great haul today, are you planning to sell?" Looking up, he saw the fishmonger, Old Hu. "I'm sorry, but these fish are already spoken for." Wang Hai interjected, not wishing to engage in further conversation. He knew the price offered would undoubtedly be below market value. Just as Old Hu was about to quote a price, Wang Hai's words effectively silenced him. However, Old Hu was not easily dissuaded. Recently, fishing boats had been struggling to catch silver pomfrets, making them a rare commodity. With supply dwindling, prices had surged. What used to sell for 80 yuan per kilogram had now doubled. Wang Hai and his companions were catching prime specimens weighing over 4 kilograms. If he found the right buyer, they could sell for over 300 yuan per kilogram. Old Hu continued to offer Wang Hai cigarettes and played the sympathy card, lamenting how difficult it was to work in his line of business. In short, he was doing everything he could to persuade Wang Hai to sell his fish. Yet, Wang Hai resolutely declined, understanding that while selling fish was tough for him, it was equally challenging for others. At this moment, the silver pomfrets in the live fish box were not in the best condition. Despite the oxygen supply, nearly half had flipped onto their backs. Larger fish tended to be more temperamental, often succumbing to stress at the slightest disturbance. As evening approached, a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, creating a column of light standing tall above the sea. At that moment, the ocean and sky seemed to merge into one. A flock of seagulls soared above the water's surface, occasionally diving in to create splashes of foam. Wang Hai and Sun Chung decided it was time to leave, hopping onto their tricycle. Just then, the earlier angler approached them with a smile. "Hey, wait a moment." He lifted his fish net from the shore, revealing 8 or 9 silver pomfrets. Selecting the largest, he dumped the rest directly into the live fish box of their tricycle. Wang Hai and Sun Chung stared, dumbfounded by the unexpected generosity. "What is going on?" They both wondered silently. "These fish are a gift for you. I can't be bothered to take them back," the young man said, waving his hand dismissively. Is this really happening? Wang Hai thought. Upon reflection, he noticed the young angler was smoking huazi, an indication that he likely wasn't too short on money and could afford to give away a few pomfrets without concern. Not wanting to be rude, Wang Hai accepted the fish. "Let us add each other as friends so we can fish together sometime," he suggested casually. He didn't expect the young man to actually add him, merely extending a polite gesture after accepting the fish. To his surprise, the young man nodded without hesitation. "Sure. I'll scan you." Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, adding the young man as a friend. "I'm Li Qingyang, but you can call me Old Chung, or just Qingyang," the young man introduced himself. "I'm Wang Hai. You can just call me Hai," Wang Hai replied, adding a note to the friend request. "I'm Sun Chung. Just call me a Chung," Sun Chung chimed in with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the young man took his remaining silver pomfrets and departed. Wang Hai and Sun Chung did not linger either, heading toward Lan Jia's restaurant. The sky had begun to darken, and they needed to sell the fish and get home for dinner. Initially thinking that the upside-down silver pomfrets would be hard to sell, they were astonished when Lan Jia, upon seeing the fish, beamed with delight and immediately offered 200 yuan per kilogram for the lot. "Lan Jia, that is a lot of fish. Are you really going to take them all?" Wang Hai asked, aware that they had over 100 kilograms in total. Even a bustling seafood restaurant like hers couldn't possibly require so many silver pomfrets. "You might not know, but silver pomfrets are currently in high demand. These over 4-kilogram ones are particularly rare," Lan Jia explained, omitting the fact that she had a former classmate who owned a seafood restaurant in the city. Due to the recent decline in silver pomfret catches, she had been tasked with sourcing them from the fishing village, along with other rare sea fish. She would gladly buy not just their 100-plus kilograms, but even double that amount without hesitation. Ultimately, the total weight of the catch amounted to 126 kilograms. At 200 yuan per kilogram, they sold for a total of 200 yuan. "Hi, I've transferred the money to you. You must stay and enjoy a meal here tonight before heading back," Lan Jia said with a dreamy look in her eyes as she smiled. Wang Hai, noticing the peculiar glint in her gaze, quickly cleared his throat, preparing to make a discreet exit. "Hey, Alan, the meal is ready at home. How about we come over tomorrow night for dinner?" "Ha ha ha, just teasing you. Look at how scared you got." Seeing Wang Hai's expression, Sister Lan couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes crinkling in delight. "Sister Lan, it's getting late. We should head back now." Wang Hai felt his heart racing at Sister Lan's demeanor, worried about embarrassing himself. So he quickly waved goodbye and made his escape. Chapter 29. The old man who wouldn't wake up Sun Chung was utterly perplexed as he watched Wang Hai hastily exit the shop, waving goodbye to Sister Lan before following suit. As they made their way back, the night had completely enveloped them. The tricycle rolled along the coastal path, and after a turn, Wang Hai spotted a figure lying on the ground, instinctively slamming on the brakes. Fortunately, the speed was not excessive, otherwise they would have been unable to stop in time. Ouch! Sun Cheng, who had been engrossed in his phone on the tricycle, was thrown headfirst into the live fish box due to the abrupt halt. Luckily, there was no water in the box, otherwise he would have ended up taking an unplanned bath. What the hell? Are you doing this on purpose? Sun Cheng exclaimed, exasperated. I was having a great time. Why did you slam the brakes? There's someone lying in the middle of the road, Wang Hai hurriedly explained. What? Sun Cheng thought he misheard. Climbing out of the fish box, he looked down the road and indeed saw a person sprawled out. For a moment, both were taken aback, hesitant to approach the scene. In these times, being a good Samaritan could lead to dire consequences. If they were accused of wrongdoing, having witnesses or evidence might help. But if they couldn't prove their innocence, they could end up losing everything, not to mention facing online harassment. Moreover, they were on a tricycle, which didn't even have a dashcam. After a mental struggle, Wang Hai found himself unable to ignore the situation. He realized that turning back would be the most beneficial for him, but his conscience wouldn't allow it. With a sigh, he slowly said, Ah Cheng, turn on your phone's camera. It might serve as evidence if we get accused. Sun Cheng nodded, secretly wishing to help the man up. But Wang Hai had held him back. After starting the recording, Wang Hai cautiously approached the figure. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was an elderly man. His hair grayed and likely over 60. Wang Hai didn't recognize him, probably a resident from a nearby village. The man emitted a strong odor of alcohol, and a faint snoring sound escaped his lips. Old man, wake up. You can't sleep here. Wang Hai half squatted and shouted near the old man's ear. After a moment, there was still no response. If it weren't for the snoring, Wang Hai might have checked for a pulse to see if he was still alive. Dai Hai, check if the old man has a phone so we can contact his family, Sun Cheng suggested, seeing the old man lying there, unresponsive to Wang Hai's calls. Wang Hai agreed, knowing that it was late and the old man's family must be worried, perhaps searching for him. However, just as he reached for the old man's pocket, he hesitated. No, we should take him to the police station instead. If we contact his family and they turn out to be unreasonable, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Dai Hai, you think ahead, Sun Cheng acknowledged as they carefully helped the old man onto the tricycle. Before departing, Wang Hai shone a flashlight around, searching for the old man's belongings. Seeing none, they turned back toward town. Having just left town, they soon returned to the police station after a few minutes. Ah Cheng, you stay with the old man. I'll go inside and get help, Wang Hai instructed before walking towards the station. Upon entering, a young policewoman in her 20s, dressed in uniform, approached him. Hello, how can I assist you? Wang Hai intended to call her officer, but upon seeing her, he thought it inappropriate to say auntie. So he refrained. Well, it's like this. Wang Hai recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, the policewoman nodded, affirming that Wang Hai had done the right thing. She called over a middle-aged officer named Officer Chiao to help carry the old man to a bench in the inquiry room. Old man, wake up. Officer Chiao attempted to rouse him, but the old man merely grunted and rolled over to continue sleeping. Xiao Zhao, please take down the details from these two young men. Officer Chiao gestured for the young officer to take over. Could you please fill out this form, gentlemen? The policewoman beckoned them. After completing the registration, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng left the police station and hopped back onto the tricycle, hurrying home. Earlier, Grandpa's son had called, urging them to return for dinner. Fortunately, the journey was short, taking only about 10 minutes. Upon entering the house, they found Grandpa's son and the others already seated at the dining table, and both boys served themselves some fish porridge and joined in. During the meal, Sun Cheng couldn't help but boast about their catch from the afternoon. What? Over 20,000. The three elders were taken aback upon hearing that the two had sold their fish for such a sum. Such a catch was rare, even for seasoned fishermen at sea. You must have caught gold. How did it sell for that much? Wang Hai's grandmother expressed her disbelief. Grandma, it's not gold. It's silver pomfret. We caught over 100 pounds. Sun Cheng exaggeratedly gestured, emphasizing the weight. Even if it were 200 pounds of silver pomfret, it wouldn't fetch that much, Wang Hai's grandmother remarked, who was usually frugal, meticulously saving every penny. Though they lived by the sea, she wouldn't splurge on silver pomfret. Still thinking of the prices from years ago. The price you mentioned is from over a decade ago. Silver pomfret has become quite valuable now, Grandpa's son interjected. As they continued eating, Grandpa's son noticed Wang Hai appeared to have something on his mind and asked, Xiao Hei, do you have something to say? Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Wang Hai replied, I want to buy a fishing boat and go out to sea to earn some money. As soon as he uttered those words, the atmosphere at the dinner table grew tense. Absolutely not. I disagree. Wang Hai's grandmother slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Though her voice was not loud, her commanding presence left no room for argument. Grandpa's son shot Wang Hai a warning glance, regretting having asked the question. The sea is not just a means of livelihood. It can also be a place of danger. Wang Hai's father had met with an unfortunate incident while fishing, and his grandmother had experienced the heartbreak of losing a child. She never wished to endure that pain again. Wang Hai understood his grandmother's concerns and knew that this matter would not be easily swayed. However, he felt it necessary to voice his intentions eventually, so he decided to plant the seed of discussion early. The meal grew somber with Wang Hai's revelation, but one person's eyes sparkled with excitement: Sun Cheng. Chapter 30. The Carefree Fisherman. After dinner, Wang Hai found solace on the rocky shore, sitting quietly. Just as he lit a cigarette, the sound of crashing waves mingled with a teasing voice reached his ears. "Dai Hai, you can't just give up like this." Sun Cheng settled beside him. He had previously articulated his dream of owning a fishing boat and living freely as a carefree fisherman. But he knew that if he pursued it alone, his family would never agree. If he could team up with Wang Hai, perhaps their families would relent. Thus, during dinner, upon hearing Wang Hai's aspiration to buy a fishing boat, his eyes sparkled with hope. However, he certainly did not dare to bring it up at that time. He had previously mentioned it to his family, but each time he was met with reprimands. When his grandfather found out, he even gave him a beating. Wang Hai let out a bitter smile. Naturally, he would not so easily give up, especially since he had acquired an advantage that he must utilize to its fullest. The fishing resources along the coast were, without a doubt, inferior to those in the near sea, and the near sea was not nearly as bountiful as the far sea. If one wished to earn substantial profits, one had to catch larger and more valuable fish. Such ambitions were difficult to realize along the coast. Only by venturing out to the far sea could they be achieved. Wang Hai was well aware of Sun Cheng's aspirations, but the matter of purchasing a fishing boat was indeed complicated. If he were alone, he would only need to persuade his grandmother, but with Sun Cheng involved, the obstacle of Sun's grandfather had to be considered. Giving up was out of the question. It was simply that persuading his grandmother would take some time. Lying back on the rocks, Wang Hai sighed helplessly. "This is simple. I have a plan," Sun Cheng said excitedly. Wang Hai's interest was piqued. "What plan?" "We can act first and report later. Let us buy the boat outright," Sun Cheng proposed. Wang Hai rolled his eyes. He knew he should not have asked that kid. "What do you think?" Sun Cheng, oblivious to the skepticism, remained exuberant. In his mind, he had already envisioned the scene of buying the boat and setting sail. "Your idea is not very realistic. Even if we buy the boat, I doubt Grandma and Sun's grandfather would agree to let us go out to sea." Wang Hai did not want to admit this, but it was indeed the truth. "Let us take it slow. First, we buy the fishing boat, and then we'll work on convincing our families," Sun Cheng said cheerfully. "We'll see about that." At this moment, Wang Hai remembered that they had yet to divide the earnings from selling the fish. The total income from selling the fish was 28,400, and their catches had been mixed together, making an exact split impossible. He had caught the most fish, keeping 60% for himself and transferring the remaining 40% to Sun Cheng. He had considered splitting it evenly, but ultimately refrained. Once or twice was inconsequential, but it could not become a habit. If he opened this door now, disputes over money would inevitably arise in the future. Despite their current good relationship, which was better than that of brothers, there were always exceptions. Wang Hai knew he had to eliminate this potential hazard in advance. "Why did you transfer me so much?" Sun Cheng exclaimed upon seeing the substantial amount Wang Hai had sent him. He knew that without Wang Hai's guidance in recent days, he would hardly have caught any fish. The money felt a bit undeserved, especially since he had not yet divided the income from his live streaming rewards. "Though I hate to admit it, your luck in fishing is indeed better than mine. The fish I catch are all thanks to your good fortune, so we need to redistribute this money." "I cannot accept it as is," Sun Cheng said earnestly, as he intended to accompany Wang Hai for fishing in the future. Money matters are extremely sensitive in any business partnership, and he wanted to clarify this early to avoid any discord. Hearing this, Wang Hai smiled, pleased that his friend had matured. "All right then, how do you think we should split it?" Sun Cheng stroked his chin, pretending to ponder seriously, but inwardly he was calculating. How much should he take? 40%? No, that seemed too much. 20%? No, that felt too little. Then 3 parts for him and 7 for Wang Hai. Having made up his mind, he smiled and said, "Wang Hai, from now on, let us split the fish according to a 3-7 ratio. I'll take 3, and you'll take 7. However, I will keep the money from my live streaming." "Fine, we'll go with what you said. You can keep this money, and we'll start the new arrangement next time." Wang Hai nodded, finding this division quite agreeable. After sitting by the sea for a while longer, the two returned home. Upon entering the house, his grandmother was as usual, listening to the radio and weaving a bamboo basket, as if nothing had transpired. When she saw Wang Hai come in, she looked up and said, "Xiao Hai, Grandma, what is it? I heard someone say this afternoon that your grandfather had a fall. Tomorrow, you should catch a couple of hens and buy some things to visit him." "What? Was Grandpa's fall serious?" Wang Hai's expression turned anxious. Although his mother had left, his grandfather and grandmother treated him very well, often visiting him when he was young. Sometimes during holidays, he would stay at his grandfather's house for a few days. "I'm not sure." Wang Hai's grandmother shook her head. He couldn't use a mobile phone, so naturally, he couldn't call to inquire about the situation. Wang Hai hurriedly took out his phone to call, but after 2 attempts, he received no answer. If it weren't so late, he would have rushed over immediately. After a quick shower, Wang Hai lay down on his bed, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his grandfather. And it wasn't until past 1 in the morning that he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Wang Hai woke up around 5. His grandmother had placed the 2 hens he had caught on the tricycle and reminded him to ride slowly and be careful. "Don't worry, Grandma," Wang Hai replied, mounting his electric bike and setting off. At this time, dawn was just breaking, and there were not many people in the village. His grandfather's house was located 40 kilometers away in Chigo village, and the entire journey was on dirt roads, which made for quite an uncomfortable ride. The fastest he could manage on the electric bike was barely over 20 miles per hour due to the poor road conditions. By the time he arrived at his grandfather's house, it was already lunchtime. His grandfather's house was a single-story tiled dwelling, and the outer walls were somewhat weathered. Wang Hai gently pushed open the wooden gate and entered the yard. The familiar sight greeted him, a small vegetable garden and a ginkgo tree standing in the yard. Woof! Woof woof! The large gray dog, who had been basking in the sun, growled a couple of times at the sight of a visitor, then wagged its tail and bounded over. "Yellow flower, stop it," Wang Hai said, scratching the big dog's head helplessly. "Who is it?" An elderly woman with graying hair emerged from the kitchen. "Grandma, it's me," Wang Hai said, rushing towards the elderly woman. Hi. You could have at least let me know you were coming. I haven't prepared any dishes," the old woman said, wiping her hands on her apron and approaching him. Chapter 31, Cicada Monkey. "Grandma, I heard that Grandpa had a fall. How serious is it?" Wang Hai did not forget the main concern and inquired about his grandfather's condition. "It's nothing serious. He just has a fracture in his left hand, and it is already in a cast." Upon hearing that it was not severe, Wang Hai felt relieved and turned to bring in the items he had brought from outside. "You child, why waste money like this?" Upon seeing the 2 chickens and several boxes of gifts Wang Hai was carrying, his grandmother began to scold him. Though she spoke like this, her heart was warm. His grandfather was in the living room watching television, the volume turned up high due to his hearing difficulties. When he saw Wang Hai, he was very pleased, turning off the television and asking about Wang Hai's recent happenings. After a lengthy conversation, Wang Hai's throat was nearly hoarse. Following lunch, he played a game of chess with his grandfather until around 3 in the afternoon, when he finally rose to prepare to head home. Although his grandparents wanted to keep him for dinner, the journey back was too far, so he did not stay longer, merely receiving a few reminders to be careful on the road. "Grandma, I left something under your pillow. Remember to put it away," Wang Hai said before quickly riding off on his electric bike. After watching Wang Hai leave, his grandmother returned to the house, lifted the pillow, and found 2 stacks of cash totaling 20,000 yuan. His grandmother took the money and went outside, but Wang Hai had already vanished from sight. This 20,000 yuan was what Wang Hai had specifically withdrawn from the town that morning. He knew that if he gave it directly to his grandmother, she would surely refuse to take it, so he had left it hidden in the house beforehand. The journey back was silent, and by the time Wang Hai arrived home, it was already evening. His grandmother, relieved to learn that his grandfather had only suffered a fracture, felt at ease. Wang Hai arrived at Grandpa Sun's house next door, only to find that Sun Chung was absent, presumably out fishing and yet to return. At that moment, Ali was in the kitchen, assisting Grandpa Sun with the meal preparation. Meanwhile, Grandma and 4th Grandpa were seated in the courtyard, engaged in conversation. After a brief interval, Sun Chung returned, riding his electric bike, looking like a defeated rooster, his head hung low. "Ah Chung, how many fish did you catch this afternoon?" 4th Grandpa inquired, intrigued, as both Sun Chung and Wang Hai had recently enjoyed considerable success in their fishing endeavors. "Nothing at all," Sun Chung sighed. He had risen early, around 6 o'clock, to seek out Wang Hai, only to learn that he had gone to his maternal grandfather's house. Undeterred, he took his gear and headed out to fish alone. Upon reaching the village entrance, he called out to Ali to join him. Upon hearing about the fishing trip and recalling their previous day's catch of silver pomfret that earned them over 20,000, Ali readily agreed to accompany him. However, aspirations often clash with reality. They fished from dawn until 11 o'clock, yet instead of reeling in silver pomfret, they didn't even encounter a single mudfish. After lunch, Sun Chung remained undeterred, intent on rallying Ali for another attempt. Ali quickly shook his head, declining to join. Left with no choice, Sun Chung persevered alone for the afternoon, ultimately returning empty-handed. His viewers in the live stream humorously dubbed him the Prince of Empty Nets. Dinner that evening was lavish, featuring 3 dishes and a soup. After the meal, Sun Chung grew restless and rummaged through the house for a flashlight and fishing rod, clamoring to go catch cicadas. Cicadas, or zhiliao, are those yet to shed their skins, known by various names in different regions, including golden cicada and tang sing meat. Typically, they emerge from the ground during the summer evenings as darkness falls. Wang Hai and Ali nodded in agreement, grabbing their flashlights and setting off together. Not far from Wangjia village, there lay a grove of poplar trees. The trio decided against riding their bikes, mindful that they would soon venture into the woods. Leaving electric bikes on the road at night was deemed unsafe, particularly given a previous incident last year when someone came to catch cicadas and had their bike stolen. The distance was not great, just over 3 kilometers, and as they walked, they chatted, making the journey seem swift. Yet, as they progressed, Wang Hai began to feel a twinge of unease. This unease was not unfounded, as the grove, while known as a poplar forest, also had another name. The Wangjia village communal cemetery. The sight of numerous small burial mounds unsettled him. Were it not for Sun Cheng and Ali's company, he would never have dared to traverse this path alone at night. As they neared their destination, Sun Cheng took out his phone and started a live stream. Having a fan base made a difference. Within minutes of starting the broadcast, dozens of viewers joined. "Welcome to the new family members," Sun Cheng exclaimed. "Host, what are you doing in this pitch-black darkness?" One viewer queried. "This doesn't feel right. Why are there all these graves?" Another chimed in. "Host, what on earth are you up to at this hour?" "Dear viewers, we are here to catch cicadas," Sun Cheng replied, engaging with his online audience. Upon entering the woods, the trees were still sparse, and the three of them shone their flashlights upwards, but seeing no signs of cicadas, they ventured further in. After a few minutes, Ali was the first to spot a cicada. "There are 2 on this tree." "Where?" Sun Cheng hurried over, following Ali's pointing finger. Indeed, there was a cicada, perched over 4 meters above the ground, out of reach. He used his fishing rod to poke it down, while Ali prepared to catch it at the right moment. "Dear viewers, this is a cicada. They are quite valuable now, selling for over a yuan each. Fry them in oil, and they become crispy and delicious." After capturing the cicada, Sun Cheng eagerly showed it to his online friends. "Isn't that just a bug? It looks so ugly," one viewer remarked. "Seriously, can you eat that?" Another asked. "Upstairs, this is a delicacy. I used to catch them often as a child, but they are quite rare these days." "Host, are you selling the cicadas?" "I'll buy them." "Dear viewers, we can't sell these. If we're lucky, we might catch a few dozen tonight, and there won't be any to spare," Sun Cheng explained with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Hai, not far from where they stood, spotted another cicada climbing a tree and quickly captured it, placing it into the bottle he had brought. As time passed, the trio continued to find cicadas, sometimes encountering those that had already shed their shells, which they chose not to catch. Having spent years underground, cicadas emerged at night to molt, evading predators. It was unfortunate that they had now attracted the attention of 2-legged hunters. Most of those still in their shells were captured, while the ones that had already molted were left unharmed. After all, if they caught them all, there would be none left for the future. Their luck was exceptional that night. While it usually took 2 hours to catch only a few dozen, they had amassed nearly 200 cicadas, a veritable bounty. It was now past 9 in the evening, and with their considerable catch, the 3 began their journey home. "Can you believe we caught so many? If we were to sell them, it could easily be worth 200 yuan, Ali exclaimed excitedly on the way back. "Indeed, we were quite fortunate tonight." Wang Hai nodded in agreement. As for selling them, that was not the goal. They had come to catch cicadas for their own enjoyment. Earning money could be left to their fishing endeavors. The next morning, Wang Hai awoke, practiced for an hour, and then got up to wash up. Having spent the entire previous day without fishing, he felt a surge of eagerness. He loaded his fishing gear onto the tricycle and stepped outside, intending to call for Sun Cheng. However, just a few steps out, a large black dog, towering half a person high and covered in black fur, suddenly dashed out from the corner of the road, wagging its tail and panting as it rushed towards Wang Hai. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dog was drooling profusely. Wang Hai swallowed nervously, sensing trouble, and instinctively took a few steps back. Wang Hai was well acquainted with this dog, known as Hai, the king of village dogs, who had sired numerous litters with the village's female dogs over the past 2 months. He had fathered half of the puppies in the village. Hai had grown up eating from various households, often mooching off the food meant for other dogs. Despite his carefree demeanor, he had a gentle disposition and rarely bit anyone, which led most dog owners to tolerate his presence. However, after he impregnated nearly every female dog in the village, some owners became displeased and pooled money together to have Wang Hai neuter him. Before the procedure, Wang Hai had developed a good rapport with Hai, often feeding him chicken legs. Yet, after the neutering, Hai held a grudge. He refused to accept Wang Hai's offerings and would occasionally linger outside Wang Hai's house, barking for a time to express his dissatisfaction. As the dog approached, Wang Hai felt increasingly alarmed and retreated into the courtyard, hastily closing the door behind him. He couldn't shake the image of Hai wagging his tail as he ran over. Wang Hai suspected the dog was merely putting on an act. This canine was far too clever, likely plotting a trick or a sneak attack. He feared that once it got close, he would be in for a bite. It seemed that arranging a rabies vaccination for Hai Chai was urgent. One could never tell when he might strike. Just then, Sun Chung yawned and opened his courtyard door. Seeing Hai Chai sitting at Wang Hai's door, he chuckled and went back inside to fetch a sausage. Hai Chai, come here. Sun Chung peeled open the ham sausage, teasing the black dog. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing the food, the black dog dashed over and devoured the sausage in one bite. Ah Chung, hurry and shoo the black dog away, or I won't be able to get out. Upon hearing Sun Cheng's voice, Wang Hai shouted towards the door. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog, upon hearing Wang Hai's voice, became irate. Be good, black dog, don't stoop to that brat's level. Sun Chung patted the dog's head. Understanding Wang Hai's predicament, the dog complied and went inside to search for a chicken leg, taking its time before finally being dispatched. After the black dog left, Wang Hai dared to open the courtyard door. I say, Da Hai, I think it would be a light punishment for the black dog to bite you. Considering you had him castrated, Sun Ching jested with a smile. Get lost. If I had known this situation, I wouldn't have done it for 200. Not even for 500. Wang Hai replied with a helpless expression, realizing he had made an enemy of the black dog while only charging 200 for the procedure. Feeling thoroughly cheated, after exchanging a few words, they each mounted their bicycles and headed towards the town. They stopped by Ali's convenience store, where Sun Chung went in to buy a few lollipops. Wang Hai wanted to invite Ali to go fishing with them. But since Ali had to help Grandpa Sun with cooking, he couldn't join. Upon arriving in town, they first indulged in a bowl of beef noodles, then went to the market to buy some shrimp for bait. By the time they reached their fishing spot, it was already past 8 o'clock. Unlike the previous day, they didn't head to the dock but instead chose a rocky area that typically yielded a good catch. There were already 4 or 5 anglers present, taking advantage of the early morning bite. After parking their bikes, as soon as they reached the shore, they spotted a pod of dolphins leaping out of the water about 50 meters away, a group of over 20 dolphins, constantly breaching the surface. Upon closer inspection, they noticed numerous small fish jumping out of the water, likely fleeing from the dolphins. Above, a flock of seagulls hovered, poised to swoop down for any scraps. The locals of Dolphin Bay had long since become accustomed to such sights, finding no novelty in them. Wang Hai glanced twice before controlling the spirit fish to search for schools of fish beneath the surface. The fishing spot they had chosen was quite promising. The bottom was littered with stone base, and a decent group of 1-pound sea bream was also present. Ah Chung, fish over here. Wang Hai called out to a location where there were plenty of stone base. Coming. Sun Chung, now fully convinced of Wang Hai's prowess in locating fish, promptly made his way over. With the fish school discovered, their catches were plentiful. After just 10 minutes of fishing, they had reeled in several stone bass. However, as time went on, their luck seemed to dwindle. Sun Chung's hook had been submerged for several minutes without a single nibble, while Wang Hai maintained a steady catch rate of about 1 fish every 3 minutes, though his pace began to slow as well. He maneuvered the spirit fish swiftly through the depths, searching for new prey. Yet, most of the stone base had already been caught, leaving only a few smaller ones, which were hardly worth the effort. Initially, there had been a small school of sea bream nearby, but after catching a couple, 2 sharks appeared, sending the entire school fleeing. By 11 o'clock, no new schools of fish had arrived. Although their haul was decent, it paled in comparison to the silver pomfret they had caught the previous day. It was then that he noticed something. The spirit fish's usual operating time was around 2 hours. Yet today it had lasted for over 4 hours, and still showed no signs of stopping. This puzzled him. Could it be that, with practice, the spirit fish could extend its operational duration? Or perhaps, because he hadn't used the spirit fish yesterday, the time had accumulated? Just as he was contemplating this, he heard Sun Cheng's voice. Da Hai, it's getting late. Let us go sell the fish and buy some groceries. Wang Hai decided to ponder the matter later and would test the spirit fish's operational time again tomorrow to find out. Chapter 33. Selling fish. The two of them filled the live fish tank with water and placed their morning catch inside. To their surprise, once all the caught fish were packed into the tank, it appeared to be quite a substantial amount, approximately 20 to 30 pounds. A few nearby anglers looked on with envy. Once they had moved away, the anglers exchanged remarks. These two fellows are truly lucky. The fish they caught this morning surpasses what I've caught in 6 months. Indeed, even at the fish pond, I couldn't catch that many. Now that's real fishing. We're merely dabbling. If I had that kind of luck, I wouldn't need to lug my wife to the market every day to buy fish. As they spoke, they hurried to the spot where the two had just fished. After about 10 minutes, Wang Hai parked the tricycle in front of Sister Allen's seafood restaurant, only to find, to his surprise, that the restaurant was closed today. Da Hai, Sister Allen's not open today. What should we do with our fish? Sun Chung inquired. Let us not panic. I'll call and ask, Wang Hai replied, pulling out his phone to dial Sister Allen. After nearly half a minute, Sister Allen's slightly fatigued voice came through the line. Hi, what's up? Sister Allen, Chung and I came to deliver fish to your restaurant. But I see it's closed, so I wanted to check if everything is alright. Hi, my mother is in the hospital. I want to be opening the restaurant for the next few days, so I can't take the fish. I intended to inform you, but got caught up in things and forgot. I'm really sorry, Sister Allen apologized. If there is anything you need help with, just let me know. Don't worry too much. Your mother is blessed. She'll be fine, Wang Hai reassured her. Okay, I understand. I have to go. I have other matters to attend to. After hanging up, Wang Hai turned to Sun Cheng and said, Sister Allen's mother is ill, and the restaurant will be closed for the next few days. We'll need to take our catch to other restaurants and see if they'll buy it. All right. Sun Cheng nodded. They hopped back on the tricycle and inquired at 3 different restaurants, but the prices offered were dismally low. While Sister Allen would buy the stone base for 80 each, the highest offer from others was merely 50. Looking at their considerable haul, both felt overwhelmed. Hai, with so many fish, it's not feasible for us to take them all home to eat, is it? Sun Cheng remarked. Wang Hai gritted his teeth and declared, let us set up a stall to sell them. I refuse to believe we can't sell them. Hearing about selling fish made Sun Cheng excited. Selling goods at a stall was his forte. Without hesitation, they took their fish to the town market. Due to the late hour, all the prime spots had already been claimed. They found a random spot by the roadside, unloaded the live fish tank, and placed it on the ground. Hai, I'll keep an eye on this. You go buy a scale and some food bags, Sun Cheng instructed. Since he wasn't familiar with setting up a stall, he decided to follow Sun Cheng's lead. Nodding, Wang Hai walked over to a nearby grocery store about 20 meters away. As soon as he entered, an old man greeted him with a smile. Young man, what can I help you with? Sir, I'd like to buy an electronic scale and a bundle of food bags, Wang Hai replied. The old man nodded and went to fetch an electronic scale from the shelf, along with some food bags. The scale is 65, and the plastic bags are 3. That'll be 68 in total. After paying, Wang Hai returned with the scale and bags. Young man, 80 per pound for your stone base is a bit pricey. Can you give me a better deal? Oh, sister, I can tell you're someone who knows how to manage a household. You see, these are all wild caught. When you boil them for soup, they'll be incredibly fresh. I guarantee your husband will praise your cooking skills. How about this? Since you're my first customer today, I'll give you 75 per pound. The woman, delighted by Sun Cheng calling her sister, readily agreed. All right, give me 2 pounds. Upon hearing that the eldest sister desired 2 pounds of fish, Sun Cheng quickly nodded and turned to Wang Hai beside him. Hai, stop dawdling. Swiftly fetch the scale and assist this lady in weighing her fish. Wang Hai, realizing the urgency, hurriedly brought over the scale. Sun Cheng adeptly set it up and weighed 2 pounds of fish. Sister, it's 2 pounds and 1 tail. A total of 160 yuan will suffice. After the customer departed, Wang Hai chuckled. You little rascal, selling a portion so quickly. Sun Cheng replied with a grin. Hee, my years working at the fruit store were not in vain. Handsome, how much do you sell this fish for? A middle-aged man passing by pointed to the live fish in the tank. Brother, this Red Sea bream is 50 yuan per pound, all wild catch weighing over a pound, perfect for braising or steaming. Would you like one? Sun Cheng smiled. Yes. Please weigh this one. The man indicated a suitably sized fish. Sun Cheng picked it up for weighing. Brother, it's 63 yuan, just 60 will do. In the following moments, a dozen Red Sea breams proved quite popular and soon sold out. However, over 20 pounds of stone fish remained unsold. Many inquired about the price, but upon hearing 80 yuan per pound, they shook their heads in dismay and departed. The vendor across the way sells for 40 yuan per pound. Who would buy yours at 80? A woman in her 30s remarked, turning to purchase fish from the competitor. Even if the stone fish were cheaper, it couldn't possibly be just 40 yuan per pound, could it? Sun Cheng, being in the fruit business, was well aware that some vendors tampered with scales to lure customers with seemingly low prices, though the actual cost was not as cheap as it appeared. Yet, he remained puzzled. Their fish were too inexpensive, and the discrepancies in weight were unmistakable. Customers would surely notice. Selling less would inevitably lead to losses. So how exactly were they turning a profit? With these questions lingering, he crossed the street, drawn by the crowd gathered around the cheaper fish vendor. It took some effort to squeeze in, but upon observing the stone fish, he still could not discern any tricks. Although the competitor's stone fish were slightly smaller, most weighed around 2 taels. Selling at 41 yuan per pound would hardly yield profit. Boss, I'll take a pound. Sun Cheng, eager to uncover the truth, decided to buy 1 pound of stone fish. Upon receiving the bag, he sensed something amiss. Having worked at the fruit store for several years, he could gauge weight without needing a scale. The stone fish he was given felt like it weighed no more than 8 taels, and most likely was just that on the scale. An 8-tael weight would display as 1 pound. Although he sensed something was off, he remained silent and returned to his stall with the purchased fish. Chung, Why did you buy fish from across the street? Wang Hai looked bewildered as he saw Sun Chung return with a pound of fish. I was just curious as to why their fish are so cheap. After using his scale to weigh the fish, he confirmed his suspicions. They indeed used an 8-tail scale. He then retrieved a pair of scissors from his tackle box, sliced open the fish's belly, and upon seeing the abundance of fat, shook his head. It was as he suspected, the fish was farmed. Did you figure something out? Wang Hai inquired. Yes, they are passing off farmed fish as wild catch, which costs just over 20 yuan per pound, and the weight is also insufficient. Just then, Sun Chung made a new discovery. What is this? He opened the fish's intestines to reveal a lead weight the size of a fingernail. Incredible. I initially thought they were merely shortchanging customers and selling fake goods, but I never expected them to stuff lead weights to increase the weight. Sun Chung marveled at the cunning of the vendors. Indeed, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds exist. Meanwhile, at the rival fish stall, the husband and wife team were busily weighing fish for customers. Please, everyone, don't rush. Take your time. There's enough for all. A middle-aged woman observed the line forming for fish, her lips curling into a grin. After several minutes of frantic activity, they finally dispatched the last of that wave of customers. Dear, we've been here selling for an hour. It's time to change spots. The middle-aged husband took a puff of his cigarette, satisfaction evident on his face. They had struck gold in this market, selling 4,000 to 5,000 yuan worth of fish in just 1 hour. Why rush? Such a prime location, leaving would mean losing it. The wife, hearing of the relocation, retorted, this spot is too good to leave. Are you out of your mind for money? What if someone comes looking for us? The husband's tone grew slightly irritated. Would they dare? The wife picked her nose, flicking the residue into the live fish tank. The couple exchanged barbs for 2 minutes, but ultimately remained in place. Just then, an elderly gentleman with a cane approached, his hands trembling as he pointed to a greenstone fish, his speech slightly slurred. How much for this greenstone fish? Sir, this greenstone fish is 55 yuan per pound. The wife, noticing a potential customer, shot a glare at her husband and cheerfully explained, gesturing to ensure he could hear her. Is it really that cheap? There are no issues, right? The old man asked, trembling. Rest assured, sir, everything is above board. Just look at them, still lively, the wife said, kicking the live fish tank, causing the fish to thrash about in fright. Then how much for this red sea bream? 30. The old man examined the stall for quite some time, inquiring about several types of fish. But he didn't make a purchase. This infuriated the wife, who silently cursed, this old coot, after all this questioning, if he doesn't buy a fish. He won't leave here today. After 2 more minutes of deliberation, he pointed at the stone fish. I'll take 2 pounds of that stone fish. Upon hearing that the old man wished to buy fish, the wife's face lit up with joy as she selected several stone fish from the tank and brought them to the scale for him. Sir, it's a total of 3 pounds and 1 tail, 120 yuan will do. What? 3 pounds? I only wanted 2 pounds. How can you weigh 3 pounds for me? The old man exclaimed, his cane tapping insistently on the ground, ready to make a scene. The wife, slightly displeased, thought it unfair after all her explanations. It's not unreasonable to sell 1 extra pound, is it? The husband, seeing the old man's age, waved his hand. Old brother, that's a full 2 pounds. 80 yuan will be sufficient. He wasn't having a sudden change of heart. Rather, he feared the old man might swindle him. In these times, there were many frauds, and one could easily lose everything. Although the wife was somewhat displeased, she refrained from voicing her complaints. After the old man paid, he took his 2 pounds of stone fish and, leaning on his cane, slowly made his way away. Moments later, he stepped into a grocery store, tossing aside his cane and appearing quite sprightly. My acting skills are quite remarkable. He then retrieved a scale to weigh the fish, confirming the discrepancies in weight. Upon slicing open the belly, he discovered the excessive fat and the lead weight as well. I've always loathed dishonest vendors. Today, let me teach you a lesson. The old man selected 2 fish from the bag, placed them in his kitchen, picked up the discarded cane, and headed back toward the fish vendor's stall. The middle-aged wife was still engaged in a quarrel with her husband, who was eager to leave, but she was adamant about staying. The old man stepped in front of them, took a deep breath, and declared, you two are heartless, deceiving even an old man like me. The fish I bought is filled with fat. Isn't it farmed? To sell it as wild at 40 yuan per pound is utterly unscrupulous. And not to mention, you've stuffed lead weights inside. Moreover, the fish I purchased was clearly supposed to weigh 2 pounds and 1 ounce, yet upon returning home and weighing it, I discovered it to be a mere pound and 2 ounces. Are you even human? The old man's voice rose to an astonishing pitch, entirely incongruous with someone who ostensibly relied on a cane. A crowd of shoppers quickly gathered, drawn by the commotion. After all, it was a spectacle worth witnessing. The middle-aged woman, realizing her fraudulent tactics had been exposed, initially faltered, But upon hearing the elderly gentleman declare that his fish weighed only 1 pound 2 ounces, her ire ignited. 1 pound 2 ounces? Is she jesting? She had certainly utilized an 8-ounce scale. So it should have been 1 pound 6 ounces at the very least. How could it be so much less? Clearly, this old man was attempting to swindle her. Meanwhile, the male vendor shot a fierce glare at his wife, as if to say, if you had heeded my advice to leave earlier, none of this would have transpired. The woman, now aware of her predicament, instinctively shrank back. Please, sir, do not attempt to deceive us, she murmured, her gaze flitting about. Our scale is perfectly accurate. If your scale is indeed accurate, then weigh it again for me, the old man insisted. As the crowd swelled, encircling the stall, the fishmonger found himself unable to escape. Among the onlookers, some who had purchased fish from her voiced their displeasure at the accusations of underweight and lead weights, demanding an explanation. Under the scrutiny of so many, the woman, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to reweigh the fish for the elderly gentleman. She took the fish from his hands and placed it on the scale, which displayed a weight of 1 pound 7 ounces. The male vendor's eyes darted quickly as he remarked, Sir, you have already taken the fish. How can we ascertain that you haven't tampered with it? Chapter 35. Come at me. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with indignation as she retorted, Indeed. I suspect you are trying to gain an unfair advantage by stashing some of the fish at home. She then addressed a young man who had just purchased fish from her stall, urging him to place his fish on the scale to verify its weight. The young man, curious to see if he had also been shortchanged, complied. He had bought 3 pounds 2 ounces, and the scale confirmed this weight. Nodding, he affirmed, That is indeed 3 pounds 2 ounces. Many in the crowd cast suspicious glances at the elderly gentleman leaning on his cane, while whispers circulated among them about how, at such an advanced age, he still sought to exploit others. It seems that even the wicked grow old, they murmured, hearing the chatter. The old man felt a surge of frustration. You have allowed yourselves to be used as pawns, and you remain blissfully unaware. He shook his head, lamenting that some individuals, lacking a full understanding of the situation, hastily drew conclusions that harmed both others and themselves. Naturally, among the crowd were astute individuals who recognized the vendor's scale was inherently flawed. Why would anyone expect accurate measurements from it? This statement caused those who had previously criticized the old man to redirect their gaze toward the fishmonger. Indeed, your scale has always been problematic. On what grounds do you accuse the gentleman of deceit? Good heavens, I realize now I misjudged the old man. Rogues, such deceitful rogues. The tide of public opinion swiftly turned against the fish vendors. The old man sighed in resignation, acknowledging the fickleness of the crowd. The fishmonger, adamantly denying any fault in his scale, found himself in a stalemate with the onlookers. At that moment, the young man, still clutching his fish, approached Wang Hai's stall. Brother, may I use your scale? Of course, feel free, Wang Hai gestured, inviting him to proceed. The young man placed his fish on the scale, and moments later, the display read 25 pounds. What the? I'm short 8 ounces. Rounded up, that's nearly 1 pound. The young man, furious, returned to the fish stall, hurling the fish at the vendor. I ordered 3 pounds of fish, yet you shortchanged me by 1 pound. If you don't provide a reasonable explanation, I'll demolish your stall. The young man, standing at 6 feet tall and muscular, instilled fear in the vendor. Please, young man, let me refund your money. Consider the fish a gift, the vendor stammered, visibly intimidated. And I too demand a refund, shouted the other customers who had bought fish from him. Ultimately, the vendor refunded all customers and compensated them with fish, hoping to quell the uproar. However, not everyone was satisfied, and dissent lingered. Just as the fishmongers were about to make their escape, a police car arrived and apprehended them. Following this incident, more customers flocked to Wang Hai's fish stall. Young man, please weigh me 2 pounds of stone base. I want 3 pounds. Within merely half an hour, the stone base were nearly sold out, leaving only 7 or 8 for the two men to keep for themselves. The total earnings from the day amounted to 560 yuan, and Wang Hai transferred 30% to Sun Chung. Awesome, Sun Chung exclaimed, thrilled to receive the money. After loading the live fish into a tricycle, Wang Hai cheerfully entered a grocery store, buying a cigarette for the old man and handing him 50 yuan. The old man accepted the cigarette, waving his hand dismissively. No need for the money. I cannot abide these unscrupulous merchants. Wang Hai merely smiled, recognizing the old man's significant assistance and feeling grateful. Sir, we agreed on this amount. It is only fair to honor it. If you truly wish to give, catch me a few wild stone base. My granddaughter adores them. The old man beamed with delight. Initially, Wang Hai thought the old man was refusing the money, only to realize he was simply seeking a more substantial gesture. The stone base sold for 80 yuan per pound, and the old man would undoubtedly feel embarrassed to accept just half a pound. Nevertheless, Wang Hai was more than willing to oblige, for the old man's grocery store was a prime location. Cultivating a good relationship with him could ensure a favorable spot for future stalls. Exiting the grocery store, Wang Hai selected 4 fish from those set aside for personal consumption and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to give them all to the old man. Upon receiving the fish, the old man's smile widened, internally acknowledging, this young man truly understands the value of goodwill. Young lad, what is your name? The old man inquired. Wang Hai. You may call me Xiao Hai, Wang Hai replied with a grin. Ah, Xiao Hai, next time you set up a stall, do it right in front of my shop. I won't allow anyone else to encroach. The old man was perceptive. Noticing Wang Hai's repeated glances toward the vacant space in front of the shop, understanding full well his intentions. After all, he had just accepted over 2 pounds of fish and gestured toward the empty area, indicating, you may set up right here. Thank you, sir, Wang Hai replied, beaming as he exited the grocery store. With Sister Allen away, he had been catching fish solely to sell himself, so securing a prime location was indeed a boon. Before reaching the tricycle, he spotted a familiar rotund figure. If you have the guts, hit me. Come on, hit me. DePeo tilted his head, thrusting his round face toward Sun Chung provocatively, seeking a confrontation. He had researched online and discovered that if someone struck him first, it would constitute intentional injury, allowing him to seek retribution later. At worst, he could extort some money. Although Sun Chung was tempted to retaliate, he wasn't foolish. DePeo's blatant provocation hinted at some ulterior motive. From a distance, Wang Hai observed DePeo's infuriating demeanor and felt a surge of anger. Oh, you want to play? Do you? Then I shall gladly entertain you for the next few days. Wang Hai thought to himself, smirking coldly. Initially, he intended to wait a few days before confronting DePeo, but given the latter's blatant insolence, he decided to act sooner. Ah Chung, don't engage with fools. It's infectious, Wang Hai cheerfully advised as he approached. You are the fool. DePeo stuttered in frustration. How dare you call Brother Pao a fool? Do you have a death wish? The youth with the cockatoo hairstyle bared his teeth. I never said that. You said it yourself, Wang Hai replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Upon hearing this, Pao directly smacked the cockatoo youth on the forehead, emphasizing, if you don't want to speak, no one will treat you as a mute. After being struck, the cockatoo youth wore an aggrieved expression and glared fiercely at Wang Hai. What? Do you want to hit me? Wang Hai waved his hand invitingly. Come on, hit me. Unable to contain himself, the cockatoo youth let out a loud cry and lunged at Wang Hai. Chapter 36. Gathering sea treasures. Wang Hai had spent years laboring on construction sites and had now cultivated the spirit manipulation and body refinement technique. He stepped back 2 paces, easily evading the attack. The cockatoo youth, however, crashed to the ground, losing a front tooth in the process. Oh dear, mate, you really need to be more careful. Here, let me help you up, Wang Hai said hurriedly, pretending to assist him. The cockatoo youth, one hand clutching his mouth, pushed Wang Hai away with the other, yelling, get lost. Following this, he began to wail dramatically. Wang Hai, feigning innocence, thought he was merely playing around, unaware that the youth was so easily provoked. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Pao and his 2 followers, who instinctively swallowed hard. You all saw it. He is crying on his own. It has nothing to do with me, Wang Hai stated innocently. At this moment, a crowd gathered, drawn by the commotion. Pao shot Wang Hai an angry glare before helping the cockatoo youth to his feet and leaving. Dai Hai, you truly have a knack for handling things, Sun Chung said with a smile, giving Wang Hai a thumbs up. All right, it's already noon. Let us head back. The 2 decided not to linger any longer, purchasing some vegetables before making their way home. On their return, Ollie called the 2, urging them to hurry back as dinner was ready. By the time they arrived home, the meal had already begun, and Grandpa Sun and Grandpa C were partaking in drinks. Grandpa C, you should drink a bit less, Sun Chung advised as they entered the yard. You little rascal, mind your own business, Grandpa Sun snapped, dismissing his grandson. Grandpa, you said it yourself. So I guess I'll have to call my sister. Sun Chung pretended to dial his sister's number, causing the old man to panic. All right. Just don't drink too much. Grandpa Sun was unafraid of many things, except for his granddaughter. Wang Hai and Sun Chung quickly washed their hands and sat down to eat. The lunch was still lavish, featuring oil-braised prawns, braised pork, stir-fried greens, fried cicadas, and pig liver meatball soup. After the meal, the 3 elders returned to their rooms for an afternoon nap. The task of cleaning up the dishes naturally fell to the 3 younger ones. Each of them lay back in their chairs, clutching their stomachs and reluctant to move. Despite the unwillingness to clean, someone had to do it. After half an hour of procrastination, Ollie finally went to wash the dishes. In the afternoon, the 3 lounged in chairs beneath the loquat tree in Wang Hai's yard, engrossed in their phones. Although the sun was scorching, the sea breeze kept the atmosphere refreshing. At 3 o'clock, Wang Hai opened a live stream where a large, jovial man was cheerfully gathering seafood. A Chung, a Li, we have work to do. Let us go? Wang Hai stretched and announced with a smile. Where are we going? Ali and Sun Chung asked in unison. To gather seafood, Wang Hai replied. All right, they both nodded. No longer asking questions. After gathering their gear, the three squeezed into a tricycle and set off. Wang Hai drove along the coastal road. Initially, everything seemed fine, but soon Sun Chung sensed something was amiss. Dai Hai, did you miss the turn? Didn't we just pass the rocky beach? He shouted over the wind. We're not gathering seafood here. We're heading to Honglang Reef. Wang Hai responded. Sun Chung was further perplexed. Not only was Honglang Reef far away, but it was also known for its inferior resources, with hardly anyone venturing there to gather seafood. However, since Wang Hai insisted on going, Sun Chung kept his thoughts to himself. Though the resources might not be the best, the scenery was lovely, so they could treat it as an outing. Ali felt similarly. He was initially confused, but chose not to voice his concerns either. Half an hour later, they arrived at Honglang Reef, which was nearly deserted. However, not far away on the rocky beach stood 4 individuals. Among them was the cockatoo youth, looking frustrated as he aimed a camera at a hefty man. Family, quick, look. It seems there's an eel in the crevice of these rocks. Everyone, hit that like button. Once we reach 100,000, we'll start catching. The chubby man, covered in mud, humorously shouted from in front of a rock crevice. The other 2 youths were holding their phones, driving the live stream's momentum. Seeing this, Sun Chung smirked. Dai Hai, are you sure you want to gather seafood here? Oh, there are plenty of good treasures. We might even catch a few Australian lobsters. Just wait and turn on the live stream. Wang Hai chuckled. With this revelation, Sun Chung understood the situation and promptly gave Wang Hai a thumbs up. Dai Hai, as expected, your idea is quite cunning. What? Ali looked perplexed, not grasping what the two were babbling about. It's nothing. Just follow along and help gather the good stuff, Wang Hai said, patting Ali's shoulder with a grin. Ali nodded and followed Wang Hai and Sun Chung toward the beach. Sun Chung then activated the live stream and began chatting with the audience. Family, this afternoon, we're gathering seafood for fun. Before they knew it, the 3 found themselves merely a dozen meters away from the cockatoo youth and his companions. Upon spotting Wang Hai's infuriatingly smug face, the cockatoo youth clenched his teeth. Wang Hai noticed the cockatoo youth looking at him and waved cheerfully. Hey. The cockatoo youth was on the verge of madness, wondering why Wang Hai was greeting him. The others sensed the cockatoo's agitation and followed his gaze. What are they doing here? Panic surged through them. They were still live streaming, and if those 3 came over to cause trouble, what would happen? After waiting a few minutes without Wang Hai's group approaching, they all breathed a sigh of relief, though somewhat displeased. They were still live streaming and could not simply chase the 3 away. Meanwhile, Sun Chung exclaimed, Wow, family, look. I caught a nest of wild blue crabs. And there's a wild little blue dragon. Oh, and look, there's a piece of 304 stainless steel. What a pity it's already dead, but it still looks quite fresh. I can't believe it. Family, look. There's an abalone here. Judging by its size, it must be a triple-headed abalone. Sun Chung continually discovered treasures beneath the surrounding rocks and sandbags. The viewers in his live stream were bewildered. Is this really gathering seafood? A little blue dragon. A ribbon fish, commonly known as 304 stainless steel. Host, are you sure these aren't things you buried in advance? Yeah, how could you gather so much so quickly? This seems too fake. I may not have attended primary school, but I know you can't dig out abalone from the sand. On the other side, Pao and his companions were seething, fists clenched and teeth gritted. A blonde youth leaned closer to Pao's ear, speaking urgently. Brother Pao, the seafood we buried in advance is almost all gone. What should we do? Chapter 37. The storm approaches. Pao contemplated for a moment before signaling to shut down the live stream. His heart ached at the thought of how much money he would lose today due to this interruption, all thanks to Wang Hai, who had to come and stir up trouble. The 4 of them strode purposefully towards Wang Hai and his companions. Dai Hai, they're coming over. Ali warned. It's nothing. Let's continue our sea gathering. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly, Wang Hai remarked nonchalantly. Alone, he could easily handle the few individuals across from him, especially with Sun Chung by his side. Dealing with them was as effortless as wringing a chick's neck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked bringing Ali along. What do you mean? Wang Hai? DePeo bellowed in anger. He had not only shut off his live stream, but also lost half of his seafood to Wang Hai and his crew. Today, he was bound to suffer a loss. Don't you dare mess around. We're live streaming here. Wang Hai gestured towards Sun Cheng's phone. You are not allowed to gather seafood here. DePeo had prepared an arsenal of insults, only to suppress them forcefully. After all, his livelihood depended on live streaming. And if any video of him cursing got edited and released, what would become of him? Do you really think the sea belongs to you? How dare you say we can't gather here? Wang Hai looked at him as if he were a fool. Delightful, ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Sun Cheng's heart brimmed with joy. You thought you could provoke us, but now you'll have to suffer the consequences. DePeo was overwhelmed with frustration. 1,000 curses swirling in his mind, yet he found himself at an impasse. He could neither retaliate nor fight back. Being outmatched, it felt like they were merely being bullied. As is human nature, spectators flocked to Sun Cheng's live stream, which had initially attracted just over 50 viewers but surged to over 200 as DePeo arrived shouting, "Welcome to all the new family members. Please send some love to the host. Special thanks to my sister who sent a carnival gift." Hearing this expression of gratitude, DePeo and his companions found it particularly grating. They were unable to receive gifts since their stream was off, while Wang Hai and his crew were reaping the rewards. However, DePeo dared not voice his displeasure any longer, begrudgingly leading his companions away. The four did not rush to leave. Instead, they scattered among the sandy mounds and rocky crevices, digging for the seafood they had buried earlier. Observing the bounty unearthed by the others left them astonished. Blue crabs, orchid crabs, 304 stainless steel, sea hares, and most absurdly, DePeo pulled out a king crab from beside the rocks. Of course, this crab was not for the live stream, but was meant for their dinner later. If they had genuinely caught it during the gathering, the fans would have surely lambasted them. Sun Cheng licked his lips, regret evident on his face. Had I known, I would have checked over there earlier. Such a large king crab is quite valuable. Yet, upon glancing at the seafood they had in their buckets, he conceded it was also commendable, likely worth 1,000 or two. After DePeo and his crew departed, Sun Cheng chatted with viewers for a while before ending the stream. The three did not hasten to leave. Having come this far, they might as well enjoy the sea gathering. As expected, after searching the rocky area for over an hour, they had only managed to catch 2 small crabs. This location was indeed unsuitable for gathering. Just then, the sky darkened, and the waves grew tumultuous. Coastal weather is notoriously unpredictable. One moment, it was clear blue skies, and the next, ominous thunderclouds rolled in. Realizing a downpour was imminent, the trio hastily gathered their buckets and dashed toward the shore. On their drive back, heavy rain began to pour. The relentless downpour drenched them thoroughly. Since they were already soaked, the trio decided to embrace the rain, slowing their pace and allowing the water to drench them. This scene evoked fond childhood memories when they would rush out to play in the rain at the slightest drizzle. By the time they arrived home, it was already 5:30 p.m. As soon as they entered, Wang Hai's grandmother began to scold them. "You three, why didn't you wait for the rain to stop before coming back? You'll catch a cold." After scolding, she urged them to take hot showers to avoid getting sick. Once the three had taken turns showering, Grandpa's son had prepared dinner. Due to the heavy rain, fourth Grandpa had called to say he would eat at home to avoid getting soaked on the way over. The four sat indoors, enjoying their meal and chatting while the rain continued to pour outside. The downpour persisted until after 9 p.m., showing no signs of abating. Given the situation, it seems the rain won't let up tonight. "Ollie, you should stay at my place," Wang Hai suggested, glancing out at the thunderstorm. He was concerned for Ali's safety. The village roads became treacherously slippery after rain, making it easy to fall. "Let Ollie stay in my room. Your bed is too small for two," Sun Cheng proposed. "I can sleep in Brother Cheng's room." Ollie nodded in agreement. The three spent some time playing games in the living room before heading to bed around 10:30 p.m. The next morning, Wang Hai awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside. He intended to check the time, but realized his phone had died after a late night of watching videos, and he had forgotten to charge it. After plugging in his phone, he sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing his cultivation technique. By around 7 a.m., Wang Hai opened his door and began his morning routine. Thanks to the overnight rain, the fresh air outside was invigorating. While brushing his teeth, he heard the familiar barking of the black dog, and he muttered to himself, "Can't you just be quiet for a day?" After finishing his wash, the barking had ceased. Wang Hai approached the door, ready to peek outside and see if the dog had left. Just then, a loud knock echoed. "Wang Hai, are you up?" Wang Hai inhaled sharply. Anyone with a weaker constitution might have been startled. Enough yelling early in the morning. Wang Hai opened the courtyard door. "Let's go fishing. It just rained yesterday, and the fish will surely be biting this morning," Sun Cheng exclaimed. Wang Hai nodded, headed back inside to greet his grandmother, hopped on the tricycle, and headed out. Ollie was helping Grandpa's son with breakfast when Sun Cheng pulled him along to fish. The three rode their bikes towards the town. As was customary, they first enjoyed a bowl of beef noodles before purchasing bait and arriving at the port. Due to the recent rain, there were significantly more fishermen than usual, with both lure and shore fishermen present. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Hai sent his spirit fish into the water. After a brief search, he was disappointed to find no signs of any fish, not even the usually abundant rockfish. After thoroughly scanning the area, he still found nothing. Ollie and Sun Cheng followed him closely, like two eager apprentices, ready to cast their lines wherever Wang Hai indicated. "I feel like there's nothing here at the dock. Shall we change locations?" Wang Hai suggested after searching the entire pier. Staying here would yield little. He doubted they would even catch fish worth 200 yuan all morning. Recognizing Wang Hai's skill in finding fish, Ollie and Sun Ching agreed that if he deemed this spot unproductive, it likely was. The three hopped back on their bikes and moved to a new location. After searching the area again with his spirit fish, Wang Hai was once again let down. Although there were plenty of fish, they were all too small to keep. Reluctantly, they pressed on to the next fishing spot, where Wang Hai finally breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted 2 sea bass and several mudskippers. Let us fish here, Wang Hai decided. While the resources were not abundant, he didn't wish to change locations again. It was better to secure what they could catch here rather than continue searching. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Hai baited his hook and cast his line. The past couple of days had seen good catches, causing him to set aside thoughts of buying a boat for now. However, today they encountered 3 fishing spots in succession, none of which yielded satisfactory resources. The thought of purchasing a boat and venturing out to sea once again surged within Wang Hai's mind. Just as he was pondering, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly trembled violently. Instinctively, Wang Hai lifted the rod to set the hook, quickly regaining his composure to play the fish. The strength of this fish was not particularly formidable, and within 3 minutes, it was brought to the shore. To his surprise, it was a sea mullet. Wang Hai felt a twinge of confusion. He distinctly remembered casting his bait near a green grouper and, upon seeing a bite, maneuvered the live bait to entice the fish. Thinking it was a grouper, the sea mullet, also known as the sea bream, weighed about 4 to 5 pounds, and Sun Ching swiftly netted it. Although the flesh of the sea mullet is tender, it is rife with small bones, which keeps its market price low, generally around 10 yuan. Despite its affordability, this particular sea mullet could fetch over 40 yuan, Sun Ching remarked with a smile. At that moment, Ollie also hooked a fish, as he steadily reeled in. He soon brought a mudskipper to the shore, which seemed to weigh around 4 ounces. After Wang Hai unhooked the sea mullet, he tossed it into the live fish container. Adding water, the trio's catch for the day was destined to be modest. By 11 o'clock, they had only managed to reel in a little over 10 pounds of mudskippers and 4 sea mullets. The sole consolation was a 3-pound green grouper, which could be worth over 200 yuan. By now, it was already 11 o'clock, yet the live bait still showed no signs of activity. Wang Hai attempted to retrieve the live bait and reset his line, but it remained unproductive. This could be considered his most significant gain of the morning. After packing up their gear, the three hastened to the market. Upon arrival, they parked their tricycle in the vacant area in front of the grocery store. "Young lad, you're here," the store owner greeted with a smile upon seeing Wang Hai. "Yes," Wang Hai replied, stepping forward to offer the owner a cigarette. After accepting it, the owner gestured to a nearby wooden bench, indicating Wang Hai should take a seat, assuring him he could return after a while. Although he had a small stool, its comfort could not compare to that of the wooden bench. He took no offense and moved 2 benches outside. Sun Cheng, having a fishing chair, opted not to take one. After waiting at the stall for half an hour without any sales, the trio began to grow anxious. Their frustration was understandable, primarily due to the unpopularity of the sea mullet and mudskippers they had caught. During this time, some people inquired about the prices, but no sales transpired. Left with no choice, Wang Hai entered the grocery store to borrow some cardboard and a marker from the owner. They decided to conduct a clearance sale, slashing the price of mudskippers from 20 to 15 yuan and the sea mullet from 10 to 7 yuan. The price reduction proved effective, as numerous bargain hunting patrons quickly snatched up their catch. Adding in the most expensive green grouper, the trio's total sales for the morning amounted to 561 yuan. While this was not insignificant compared to a day's labor, it still fell short compared to their earnings from previous days. With Ollie joining them, it was only fair for him to receive his share. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng willingly relinquished 10% for Ollie. After dividing the money, it was now noon, and the three hurried home. Upon arriving, they washed their hands and sat down for lunch. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Hai rode his electric bike along the coastline. The previous fishing spots yielded no fish, prompting him to seek out new, more promising locations. After searching along the shore for over 2 hours without finding any worthwhile spots, Wang Hai reluctantly returned home. That evening, fine rain began to fall again. After dinner, Wang Hai dashed to Sun Cheng's room, locking the door behind them as they delved into discussions about purchasing a boat. Initially, they were quite animated, contemplating the size of the fishing vessel they wished to acquire and how to explain it to their families. However, the matter hit a snag due to their lack of a boat operator's license, causing their plans to stall at an embryonic stage. While it was not entirely abandoned, it was rather put on hold. After some deliberation, they resolved to first obtain their boat operator's licenses before proceeding with the purchase. Once in bed, Wang Hai did not rush to sleep. Instead, he opened his phone to review information about fishing boats. He continued this until past 1 in the morning, only shutting off his phone when fatigue overcame him. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng remained awake, tirelessly browsing through boat details. He compared materials, from fiberglass to aluminum alloy, and explored boats ranging from 4 meters to over 30 meters long. missing none in his examination. While it was certain they could not afford a 30-meter fishing boat, browsing didn't cost anything. When he found a type he favored, he would take a screenshot and send it to Wang Hai for his input. Initially, their conversations were lively, but after 1 o'clock, messages sent went unanswered, and Sun Cheng realized Wang Hai had likely fallen asleep. He continued to browse until around 4 in the morning, when he finally dozed off. The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Wang Hai went next door to wake Sun Cheng. They had agreed the night before to register for the boat operator's license today. Being abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, Sun Cheng reluctantly donned his clothes, experiencing the discomfort of being roused from sleep. After exchanging greetings with their families, they hopped on their electric bike and headed towards town. After eating noodles, they took a bus to the city, as their town lacked the facilities to issue boat operators' licenses. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus finally arrived in the city. After disembarking, they enjoyed lunch nearby, and Sun Cheng led Wang Hai to a driving school for fishing boats. Sun Cheng had long desired to obtain a boat operator's license and had researched several local driving schools, yet had never found the time to enroll. After registering and paying, they were assigned a coach. Their instructor, a middle-aged man named Yu Tian, was in his 40s, slightly balding, but with a friendly demeanor. "You can call me Old Yu or Coach Yu," he said. After a brief introduction among the three, Old Yu began to explain the details of the licensing process. In summary, the entire examination could be completed in as little as 8 days. The first week consisted of theoretical and practical training, covering topics such as fishery laws and regulations, collision avoidance, and fire and lifeboat safety. The practical portion involved boat handling and engine operation. After a week, they could sit for the exam, and if all went well, they would receive their licenses that same day. In the afternoon, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng fervently immersed themselves in theoretical studies. Eager to expedite the process of obtaining their licenses, they decided not to return home. They called their grandmother to reassure her not to worry. That evening, they took a taxi to Sun Cheng's family's fresh fruit supermarket. Sun Cheng's father, Sun Tian, had just unloaded a box of oranges from a truck when he spotted his son and Wang Hai approaching with smiles. "Ah, hi, when did you come? You should have let me know in advance," Sun Tian remarked. "Uncle Tian, we arrived this afternoon," Wang Hai replied. After exchanging a few words, they assisted in carrying the goods into the store. Once finished, Sun Tian invited them inside for tea. Shortly thereafter, Sun Cheng's mother returned on her electric bike, carrying vegetables. Upon entering the store, she was delighted to see her son after more than a month. Originally intending to prepare dinner, she abandoned those plans, closed the store, and they all went out to eat instead. During dinner, Sun Cheng shared the news of their pursuit of boat operators' licenses. With Wang Hai by his side, Sun Cheng's parents did not oppose the idea of going out to sea, though they offered little encouragement. For Sun Cheng, this was the best possible outcome. That night, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng shared his room for sleeping. The bed was quite spacious, allowing them to rest comfortably without feeling cramped. The following morning, the two did not attend driving school, but instead chose to study theoretical materials at Sun Cheng's home. They planned to visit the driving school again in a couple of days when it was time for practical training on the boat. Both sat like statues in their chairs, intently focused on their phones. During their free time in the evenings, they assisted in organizing the fruit shop, and thus 3 days passed in such a manner. On the fourth morning, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai rose early, filled with excitement for the fishing boat practical training. "Mom, we're heading out," Sun Cheng called out. "You too. Make sure to eat something." "Why the rush?" his mother remarked, just as she was finishing breakfast. "We're not eating," Sun Cheng replied, and with that, they left the house. After a glance at the electric scooter parked at home, they opted to take a taxi instead. Although the scooter had all the necessary permits, it was not suitable for transporting passengers, and they risked a fine if caught by the authorities. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they hesitated. The road was congested, with traffic extending for miles. The honking of cars was incessant. Despite being only about 4 kilometers from the driving school, given the current situation, it seemed that a taxi ride would take at least an hour. After deliberation, they decided to take the risk and ride the electric scooter. With the key inserted and helmets donned, they transformed into the most stylish figures on the street, leaving behind any thoughts of luxury cars like BMWs or Audis. They sped down the road, covering a significant distance in under 10 minutes. Just as Sun Cheng reveled in their wise decision, a traffic officer suddenly appeared at the end of the greenbelt, signaling for them to stop. Instantly, they froze in place. How long had this officer been hiding? They hadn't noticed at all. Since the scooter was registered, escaping was not an option, and Sun Cheng had no choice but to comply. The officer approached, skillfully removed the keys, and gestured for them to push the scooter aside. After presenting their IDs, paying the fine, and receiving a lecture, the officer asked, "How many times has this happened to you?" "This is our first time," Wang Hai and Sun Cheng replied in unison. Naturally, the officer did not believe this. As every person he stopped claimed the same. After a few more minutes of admonishment and their repeated assurances, they were finally let go. The remaining distance to the school was not far, just over a kilometer, so Wang Hai decided to run, while Sun Chung rode the scooter ahead. All things considered, they had still managed to arrive faster than if they had taken a taxi, albeit having spent quite a bit of money. Upon reaching the driving school, Wang Hai opened a pack of cigarettes he had specifically purchased and offered one to Coach Lao Yu. Taking two for himself, one to smoke and one to hold between his lips, casually handing the remainder to Lao Yu. Hai, what are you doing? I can't accept this. Lao Yu quickly waved his hands, signaling his refusal. Don't misunderstand, Lao Yu. I can't smoke these either, just take them, Wang Hai insisted. And after some persuasion, Lao Yu accepted the cigarettes. Let's wait a moment. There are still 2 more students coming, Lao Yu said. Upon hearing that more students were on their way, Wang Hai relaxed and sat on the steps to smoke. After a short wait, a young man and woman arrived, both appearing to be around 20. The young man was tall, around 6 feet, wore black-framed sunglasses, and was quite handsome, albeit a bit flashy. The young woman was dressed in long jeans and a white cartoon t-shirt, sporting a bun hairstyle, which made her look quite adorable. They walked up together, and it was evident they made a charming pair. Coach Yu, we're late due to traffic, the young woman said, jogging up with an apologetic expression. No worries. Since everyone is here now, let us get going. It's normal for traffic to be heavy with more visitors today, Lao Yu reassured them. Knowing they were only a few minutes late, Wang Hai was somewhat puzzled. It was common to encounter girls when getting a driver's license, but it was rare to see them for a fishing boat license. Hey there, I'm Zhou Zheng. We're all here for the driving test, so we might as well consider ourselves classmates. This is my older sister, Zhou Zhou, the young man said, removing his sunglasses and approaching Sun Chung and Wang Hai. Zhou Zhou, hearing her brother call her old, nearly gave him a playful smack, but restrained herself in the presence of 2 handsome young men, instead giving him a fierce glare while smiling and waving at Wang Hai and Sun Chung. Chapter 40. Buying a boat. It then dawned on Wang Hai that he had misjudged their relationship. They were siblings, which explained their resemblance. Given their courtesy, Wang Hai and Sun Chung reciprocated with polite introductions. The driving school was situated near the seaside, and upon boarding the boat, Lao Yu explained the operational procedures. He then demonstrated by taking the boat for a spin. Driving a fishing boat is quite simple. Come on, Hai, give it a try? Lao Yu said with a smile directed at Wang Hai. Sure, Wang Hai nodded, eager to give it a shot. Recalling Lao Yu's instructions, he confidently took the helm without any reminders, and despite being a novice, he managed to handle the boat quite well. After about half an hour, it was time to switch drivers, similar to how a car driving test is conducted. Each person practiced for 2 rounds before lunch. The driving school did not provide meals, so the 4 of them headed out for takeout. After a morning of practical training, they noticeably improved during the afternoon's practice sessions. They continued training until 5 in the evening, when Lao Yu signaled Wang Hai to dock the boat. That's enough for today. Make sure to review the theoretical knowledge tonight. You don't want to forget it later, Lao Yu advised. After leaving the driving school, Wang Hai and the others waved goodbye to Zhou Zheng. Having just been fined for riding the scooter with a passenger, Wang Hai was not keen to ride again. With traffic still congested, he decided against taking a taxi. 4 kilometers was not far, and he could run back. Why don't you ride the scooter? Sun Qing suggested, thinking their luck couldn't be that bad again. No need, 4 kilometers isn't far. I'll consider it a workout, Wang Hai replied, jogging ahead while Sun Chung followed on the scooter. Just 100 meters down the road, a Volkswagen CC pulled up beside Wang Hai, and Zhou Zheng leaned out from the passenger seat. Hai, where are you headed? Let us give you a ride. Thanks, but no need, Wang Hai waved his hand, not wanting to impose, especially since they had just met. Don't be modest, it's on our way, Zhou Zheng insisted. After some coaxing, Wang Hai reluctantly hopped into the car. Having spent several days practicing at the driving school, the next morning, the group arrived at the Maritime Affairs Bureau to take their exams. Compared to the number of people taking car driving tests, there were significantly fewer for fishing boat licenses. Upon entering the hall, Wang Hai noted that there were only about 30 people present. At 8 o'clock, the exam administrators provided everyone with some instructions. After a half-hour wait, the theoretical exam commenced at 8:30. Wang Hai began answering the questions on the electronic screen, and the diligent studying over the past few days paid off. He completed the exam in just over 20 minutes. After a short wait, Sun Qing also emerged from the examination room. How did it go at Cheng? Wang Hai inquired as soon as he saw Sun Chung. Do I even need to ask? Of course I passed. How about you? Sun Chung replied with a smile. I passed too. At that moment, Zhou Zheng and Zhou Zhou also came out. The 4 of them were delighted to learn they had all passed, and chatted briefly before heading toward the practical exam area. Upon boarding the vessel, Wang Hai initially felt a tinge of nervousness, yet he quickly regained his composure. He began to maneuver the ship away from the harbor, and as he navigated through the operations, they successfully passed without incident. After a brief wait outside, Zhou was the first to emerge from within, her face aglow with a radiant smile, leading Wang Hai to surmise that she too had succeeded. "How did you fare, Zhou?" he inquired. "I passed." Zhou nodded affirmatively before inquiring about Wang Hai's results. "Just like you," he replied. The two engaged in light conversation for a while, and half an hour later, Zhou and Sun Cheng also emerged. "Sister, I passed," Zhou exclaimed with palpable excitement. "I've told you countless times not to call me sister," Zhou retorted, playfully tugging at her younger brother's ear in mock annoyance. "Ah, brother Dahu, save me," Zhou cried out in feigned distress, seeking Wang Hai's intervention. Having spent a few days together, the camaraderie among the trio had flourished. Wang Hai, well aware of the complexities of dealing with women, feigned ignorance. Realizing that his plea for help was in vain, Zhou turned to his sister for mercy. "Sister, I was wrong. I want to do it again." Zhou, with a huff, finally released her grip. Zhou promptly darted behind Sun Cheng, sticking out his tongue and making a comical face. "You little rascal. You're simply asking for trouble," Zhou exclaimed, raising her fist in playful pursuit. The siblings began to chase Sun Cheng in a playful circle, when suddenly, Zhou stumbled, falling face first towards the ground. "Ah!" she exclaimed in shock, but Sun Cheng, quick on his feet, managed to catch her in the nick of time. "Sister, are you all right?" Zhou gasped, his concern evident. Despite their playful banter, he held a genuine regard for his sister's well-being. Zhou, cradled in Sun Cheng's arms, felt the world spin around her. The warmth of his embrace made her cheeks flush, her heart racing. "Hey, Zhou, why is your face so red?" Sun Cheng asked, puzzled by her sudden embarrassment. "I am fine," she stammered, hastily responding. Wang Hai could only shake his head in disbelief, recognizing that his friend was hopelessly oblivious. A quintessential straight man. Noticing her brother approaching, Zhou playfully kicked him in the backside in mock irritation. Zhou, undeterred, grinned and moved closer. "Let us not fuss. We haven't even picked up the certificates yet." It was only at Wang Hai's reminder that the three recalled they had yet to collect their documents. Once the certificates were in hand, it was noon, and the trio decided to celebrate at a nearby restaurant. After placing their orders, Zhou inquired, "Dahu, are you planning to set out to sea for fishing after obtaining your licenses?" "Yes, now that we've acquired the fishing permits. We intend to visit a nearby shipyard this afternoon to inspect some fishing vessels," Wang Hai replied. Zhou felt a twinge of excitement at the thought of joining them. But remembering his prior commitments, he refrained from expressing his desire. After their meal, the four bid farewell. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng hailed a taxi to the closest shipyard. With their combined savings of around 200,000, purchasing a fiberglass fishing boat of approximately 10 meters was well within their means. However, they opted against acquiring a large vessel right away. Not only were the costs considerable, but they had only just obtained their licenses. Instead, they decided to start with a smaller fishing boat for practice, suitable for coastal waters. After comparing several shipyards, they settled on the last one, which offered a 5-meter-2 fiberglass fishing boat at a discounted price of 5,000 due to a customer's cancellation. After inspecting the boat, both Wang Hai and Sun Cheng were immensely satisfied and promptly signed the contract and made the payment. The vessel measured 5 meters 2 in length, 1 meter 4 in width, crafted from fiberglass, and equipped with a 28-horsepower diesel engine. With ample time left, the two proceeded to register the boat and secure their fishing permits. Following a few days of waiting for the permits to be processed, they took the opportunity to equip the boat with various gear, crab traps, eel traps, and nets. For the past couple of days, they had been maneuvering the fishing boat on the water to familiarize themselves with its handling. This morning, the fisheries department notified them that their fishing permits were ready. Upon receiving the news, they hurried to collect them. Upon exiting the fisheries office, Sun Cheng wore a goofy grin, lost in thoughts of the adventures that awaited them at sea. "Hey, look at this kid. Has he completely lost his mind at such a young age?" Wang Hai mused, distancing himself slightly from Sun Cheng, feigning ignorance of their acquaintance. At the harbor, they first refueled the boat and filled their spare fuel containers before setting sail towards Qinjia village. As the fishing boat sliced through the waves, the ocean breeze was refreshing despite the sun's blazing heat. Sun Cheng stood at the bow, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Water duck number 1, setting off." Just then, he felt a warm sensation on his forehead. Upon inspection, he discovered it was bird droppings. Turning to see a seagull soaring away, he began to mutter a string of curses. By 3:30 in the afternoon, they returned to the waters near Dolphin Bay, but chose not to hurry back. Instead, they meandered around, now equipped with their fishing licenses and a full array of gear, eager to cast their nets. Wang Hai skillfully navigated the boat, while Sun Cheng kept an eye out for schools of fish beneath the surface. Soon, they spotted a small school of large yellow croakers, numbering in the hundreds, though each fish was relatively small, averaging around a pound. Wang Hai quickly reduced the boat's speed and called out, "Ah chum. Prepare to cast the net here." "Got it." Sun Cheng nodded. As the boat slowed, he positioned himself at the edge and began to lower the net. Just as the net hit the water, Wang Hai took control of the spirit fish, guiding it to collide with the yellow croakers. After several attempts, the school of fish began to disperse. Wang Hai felt a pang of regret, but consoled himself with the thought that they still had several yellow croakers caught in the net. After a few more attempts, Wang Hai began to feel a strain on his mind. Initially, he had hoped to rely upon the spirit fish for future fishing endeavors, but the exertion proved disproportionate for such a modest catch. With only a handful of fish to show for it, he realized the spirit fish's time was nearly up. While he still had control, Wang Hai sought out a nearby coral reef abundant with crabs, lowering the traps and eel nets. By the time everything was in place, it was already past 5 in the evening, and he returned to the net casting location. "Ah chum, the net has been down for over an hour. Let us pull it up," Wang Hai instructed. "All right," Sun Cheng replied, though he felt the time had been rather brief. He began to draw in the net as instructed. After pulling in just over 10 meters, he suddenly exclaimed, "Dao, we've got a big one. It's a large yellow croaker." "Yellow croaker?" Wang Hai chuckled at Sun Cheng's excitement, having anticipated the success. "Continue reeling in. I'll handle the fish." Crouching beside the deck, Wang Hai began to unhook the large yellow croaker from the net. After retrieving one, Sun Cheng's enthusiasm surged, feeling an invigorating rush of energy. With each pull, more yellow croakers surfaced. 2, 4, and eventually 12. "Daho, we're going to strike it rich. There are so many yellow croakers," Sun Cheng exclaimed, as though he had never seen such bounty before. Gazing at the catch, he pinched himself. Ouch. This isn't a dream. Wang Hai looked on, bewildered by Sun Cheng's self-inflicted slap. "Why are you hitting yourself?" he asked, puzzled. "I just thought it felt surreal, like a dream," Sun Cheng explained, his excitement palpable. In the midst of a dream filled with hammers, it was time to get to work. The hour was growing late, and there was still a return journey ahead. Wang Hai tossed the final large yellow croaker into the cargo hold, stretched his limbs, and prepared to navigate the vessel. With only a little over 30 meters of net remaining, it seemed that aside from a handful of large yellow croakers, there would be little else to show for their efforts. As he settled into the captain's seat, the startled exclamation of Sun Cheng echoed through the cabin. "Huh, it's all yellow croakers. Are there any more fish?" Wang Hai shifted his gaze and nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. The net floating on the sea was teeming with yellow croakers. "Dahai, come help me. It's too heavy for me to pull alone." "Oh, I'm on my way." Wang Hai rushed over to lend a hand, and together they managed to haul in the remaining net. To his utter surprise, the last 20 meters of netting yielded such a bountiful catch. Every single fish was over a pound, resulting in more than 100 yellow croakers. The yellow croaker, scientifically known as Seriola lalandi, belongs to the order Perciformes and the family Carangidae, characterized by its yellow belly, fins, and lower half of the tail. It predominantly inhabits sandy bottom marine areas in tropical regions. Once the nets were fully retrieved, the two crouched down to begin detaching the fish, taking nearly half an hour to transfer all the fish into the live fish tank. Unfortunately, the latter part of the net was riddled with holes and deemed unusable. As the sun set, casting golden rays over the water's surface, a fishing boat sliced through the waves, heading towards Dolphin Bay. Half an hour later, Sun Cheng began maneuvering the vessel to the shore. Ollie stood at the dock, gazing out at the distant sea. Each returning fishing boat drew his attention as he wondered if it was Wang Hai's crew. With an abundant catch today, Wang Hai had already called Ollie before returning to the dock, instructing him to drive over with a tricycle to retrieve the live fish tank. "Dahai, is this the fishing boat you bought?" Ollie inquired with curiosity as he eyed the modest vessel. Indeed, time was of the essence, and the trio had little opportunity for idle chatter as they began using the landing net to load the catch into the live fish tank on the tricycle. Ollie had already filled the tank with seawater before their return, so they needed only to load the fish. Within minutes, the commotion attracted a crowd of curious onlookers. "Wow, how did you catch so many yellow croakers?" As the three continued to transfer fish to the tricycle, people marveled at how such a small boat could yield such a bountiful harvest. Chapter 42. The first official voyage. Old Hu, a fish trader, had heard rumors of a significant yellow croaker catch in the area and approached, only to feel a tinge of disappointment upon realizing it was Wang Hai. This young man was not easily swayed. If he offered a high price, he would make no profit, but if he offered a low price, Wang Hai would refuse to sell. Thus, he chose to observe silently, refraining from discussing the purchase of fish. "There's another large yellow croaker." "No, wait. There are many large yellow croakers." As the sizable fish were pulled from the net, astonished murmurs spread among the crowd. Once the live fish tank was filled, Wang Hai rinsed the deck of the fishing boat with seawater. Upon reaching the shore, the three made their way towards Sister Alan's restaurant. Prior to arriving at the dock, Wang Hai had called Sister Allen to avoid an unnecessary trip. Sister Allen was already waiting at the entrance of the restaurant, smiling as she approached Wang Hai and his companions. After exchanging pleasantries, she began inspecting the catch. The yellow croakers are in excellent condition, averaging around a pound each. I can offer you 55. These large yellow croakers also weigh over a pound, and I'll give you 400 yuan for them. What do you think, Brother Dahai? Sister Allen's offer for the large yellow croakers was quite generous, though the price for the yellow croakers was somewhat below market value. Wang Hai understood that her restaurant could not possibly consume such a large quantity of fish in one go. She would likely find other avenues to sell them and profit from the price difference, as no one was in the business of charity. Compared to the fish traders by the seaside, Sister Allen's offer was considerably higher. In this situation, both parties stood to benefit, and Wang Hai was naturally pleased. Once the price was agreed upon, they began weighing the fish. The total weight for the yellow croakers was 454 pounds, while the large yellow croakers weighed 136 pounds. The overall sum reached 415 yuan. With the receipt of payment, Wang Hai felt assured of the wisdom in purchasing the boat. Today's catch alone, despite the netting issue, had earned over 10,000 yuan. If every day yielded similar results, he could recoup the cost of the fishing vessel within 5 days. As darkness fell, the three decided to have dinner at the restaurant. During the meal, Wang Hai allocated a third of the earnings to Sunken and transferred an additional 200 yuan to Ali, acknowledging the help he provided that afternoon. Having earned a substantial amount today, Wang Hai was generous enough to cover the dinner bill up front. Sunken and Ali indulged in drinks, while Wang Hai abstained. Assuming the role of designated driver, after dropping Ali off at his home, Wang Hai returned to his own residence. As he approached his yard, he spotted a young man exiting, exuding an air of arrogance. This individual was Wang Hai, the grandson of Wang Hai's great-uncle. Hi, you've met your cousin. Why didn't you greet him? Also, where have you been these past few days? We've been looking for you. The tone carried a hint of displeasure. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, disinterested in engaging, and walked toward his yard. Hey, you rude little brat. How dare you ignore me? Wang Hai stepped in front of Wang Hai, blocking his path. If you have something to say, then hurry up. Wang Hai replied with a hint of impatience. Well aware that Lycan and his family were not of good character, they had been unsympathetic during his father's passing, and he had little desire to associate with them. I've opened a restaurant in town, and I heard you're just lazing about at home without a job. I happen to need a waiter. You should come work for me. Wang Hai spoke as though issuing a command. How much will you pay for a month? Wang Hai was naturally uninterested but curious about the offered salary. Hey, cousin, you're being a bit ungrateful. We're family. Why talk about money? I'll cover your meals and lodging. Isn't that enough? Lycan's tone suggested that he was doing Wang Hai a favor by offering him a position. Wang Hai was taken aback. Was he expected to work for free? Before he could respond, Sun Cheng, still reeking of alcohol, interjected, irritated by Lycan's arrogance. Get out of the way, you dog. Who are you calling a dog? Lycan glared at Sun Cheng, contemplating a confrontation, though he lacked the courage. Their physical disparity was significant. Lycan stood just over 5 feet, while Sun Cheng towered at 6 feet tall. Call me whatever you want, but come at me if you dare. Sun Cheng unleashed some of the brazen tactics he had learned from DePeo. Humph, brute, Lycan scoffed. Dismissing Sun Cheng and turning back to Wang Hai. Hi, have you thought about my offer? Will you come work for me as a waiter? Wang Hai shrugged, regarding Lycan as if he were a fool. He couldn't fathom the audacity behind that question. Seeing Wang Hai's expression, Lycan sensed his growing frustration and coldly warned, Humph. If you refuse, don't say I didn't warn you. What? You think you can threaten me after trying to take advantage of me? Wang Hai frowned, growing increasingly displeased. Sun Cheng, still under the influence of alcohol, found Lycan's audacity intolerable. Scram, or I'll run you over with this tricycle. Sun Cheng threatened, revving the engine. Seeing the situation escalate, Lycan recoiled, realizing he had overstepped, and hurriedly retreated. All right, let us go, Wang Hai said, concerned that in his drunken state, Sun Cheng might inadvertently accelerate the tricycle. After assisting Sun Cheng into the room and greeting Grandpa Sun, Wang Hai retreated to his own quarters. Early in the morning, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng prepared their gear and hurried to the town's dock. Upon arriving, Wang Hai encountered an old acquaintance, the young man named Li Qingyang, who had previously gifted them with white pomfret. Wang Hai had even casually mentioned going fishing together sometime, but that had slipped his mind. I haven't seen you guys out fishing for a few days, Li Qingyang remarked with a smile as he approached. Yes, I've just obtained a fishing boat license, and we're heading out to sea to fish. Would you care to join us? Wang Hai invited, recalling the fish they had received from him. Intrigued by the prospect of fishing at sea, Li Qingyang responded, Sure, are we leaving now? Let us grab some snacks and water before we set off. Their fishing boat was rather small, lacking the capacity for cooking, so they could only bring along some bread and similar provisions. Knowing it could be quite sunny on the ocean, Wang Hai decided to purchase 3 packs of bottled water. They didn't buy much food, just some chips and bread. Once aboard the fishing vessel, Li Qingyang expressed a bit of excitement about the small boat, but after half an hour of sailing, the drawbacks of such a tiny craft became apparent. The boat rocked with every wave, causing Li Qingyang to feel nauseous and dizzy. Though he had been out on larger fishing boats before, this 5-meter-long vessel was a new experience for him. Is this your first time on such a small fishing boat? Not quite used to it. Wang Hai inquired. Yes, this little boat is too shaky. I'm feeling queasy, Li Qingyang admitted, regretting his decision to join the fishing trip. However, since they had been underway for over half an hour, he felt reluctant to suggest returning, especially considering Wang Hai relied on fishing for his livelihood. Just let me know if you can't hold on any longer, and we'll take you back, Wang Hai offered. I'm fine, I'll adapt, Li Qingyang waved dismissively. Wang Hai felt relieved to hear this, as returning would consume valuable time, and it was best to avoid it if possible. A few minutes later, Sun Cheng maneuvered the boat to the area where they had placed crab and eel traps the previous day. As soon as they stopped, he eagerly initiated a live broadcast. Wang Hai hoisted the buoy of the crab trap, preparing to retrieve it when Sun Cheng exclaimed, "Wait a moment, let me haul in the first net." Sun Cheng felt confident that his luck from the previous day would continue. "All right, go ahead," Wang Hai replied. Sun Cheng rushed over, took the rope, and vigorously began his task. The waters here were shallow, about 10 meters deep, and in less than half a minute, the trap was pulled up. "Why are there only 2 stone crabs?" Sun Cheng complained, looking at the trap that contained only 2 undersized crabs. Glancing at his live stream, he was relieved to see only 3 viewers. Otherwise, the comments would be flooded with mockery. Despite the low viewership, some still chided him, prompting Sun Cheng to engage in a heated exchange in the chat. Wang Hai could only smile helplessly as he collected the remaining traps. Just as he finished, Li Qingyang exclaimed, "Look at all these mantis shrimp and a big lobster. This trap is a bonanza." Upon hearing his voice, Sun Cheng turned around and indeed saw a bountiful catch. Wang Hai was not particularly surprised. He had already seen the haul through the spirit fish's vision. The traps were overflowing, and the crabs and lobsters had started to fight, resulting in 2 of the mantis shrimp losing a claw. Initially, Wang Hai felt a pang of regret over the lost claw, knowing it would lower the selling price, but he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that he could simply enjoy the catch himself. They had set 6 crab traps and 6 eel traps, yielding a substantial catch of over 20 crabs and 8 mantis shrimp. The eel traps, however, were disappointing, with only 1 sea eel weighing over a pound. Overall, the results were satisfactory, likely worth around 1,000 yuan. Sun Cheng sat on the deck, live streaming while tying up the mantis shrimp, while Li Qingyang, feeling unwell, dozed off on the bow. Wang Hai navigated the boat nearby, searching for fish. He spotted plenty of fish, but they were small and of little value. So he chose not to stop. After speeding along, he found a suitable spot and also reset the eel and crab traps. This time, he decided not to venture far, remaining within a few kilometers, as he feared that good Samaritans might help themselves to his traps, a concern not unfounded based on past experiences. Having set off not far, Wang Hai noticed a school of fish gathering beneath the surface. Although he had grown up by the sea, he only recognized some common species, and these fish, resembling snapper with their yellow spots, were unfamiliar to him. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to stop and fish here. Although he was uncertain about their market value, each fish weighed about 3 to 4 pounds, and catching several should yield a decent profit. Just as he anchored the boat and was about to suggest they fish here, Sun Cheng eagerly pulled out his rod and cast it without waiting for Wang Hai's cue. After more than 10 days without fishing, he was itching to cast a line. Wang Hai chuckled to himself, also retrieving his fishing rod, intending to fish. He initially considered waking Li Qingyang to join them, but ultimately decided against it. Just as he was preparing to bait his hook with live shrimp, Sun Cheng hooked a fish. "I've got a big one. It's putting up a tremendous fight." The sound of the reel spinning made Sun Cheng's heart race with excitement. He was convinced that the fish he was reeling in was enormous. And indeed, as Wang Hai observed through the spirit fish's vision, Sun Cheng had indeed hooked one of the larger fish from the school, weighing around 10 pounds. Li Qingyang, groggy from sleep, instinctively opened his eyes at the sound of the reel and turned to see Sun Cheng laboriously reeling in line. Instantly, his nausea subsided, and he quickly got up to see what was happening. As the fish thrashed, beads of sweat began to form on Sun Cheng's forehead. After several minutes of struggle, the fish was finally exhausted and was brought alongside the boat. "What a massive peppered snapper!" Li Qingyang exclaimed, excitedly grabbing the net to help bring it aboard. "Do you recognize this fish, Chinga?" Wang Hai asked. "Yes, I caught some with friends before, but they were only around 2 pounds. I've never caught one this close to 10 pounds, Li Qingyang replied. Wang Hai was more concerned about the fish's market value. "Do you know how much this fish costs per pound?" Li Qingyang shook his head. "I've fished before, but I never paid attention to the prices. It made sense. Someone who was not in need of money would hardly be concerned about fish prices. There are many types of peppered snapper, and the fish they caught was scientifically known as the yellow-spotted peppered snapper, a medium-sized fish from the stone bass family, capable of growing up to 60 centimeters long. Commonly referred to as iron lady, this term can also apply to other fish species, such as the sea bream in some regions. Sun Chung pointed the camera at the large fish for his live stream, eager to show his viewers that he was not merely a little prince of empty boasts, but a genuine angler with skill. Li Qingyong, now fully awake, also grabbed his fishing rod, baited it, and cast it into the water. Below is the school of fish. It has not been long since the hook was cast, and he has already caught a fish. However, this particular fish is not substantial, weighing around 2 pounds. In less than 2 minutes, it is pulled from the water and placed into the live fish tank. Wang Hai does not hastily follow suit to fish. Instead, he retrieves his phone to check the fish's information and its approximate value. Upon inspection, he realizes the price discrepancies are vast, with some sources claiming over 100, while others suggest 31 per pound. In a moment of uncertainty, Wang Hai decides to settle on an average estimate, assuming it to be 60 yuan per pound, with the actual price to be determined at the time of sale. Chapter 44, the tailspot base. The ocean is teeming with various species of fish. Far too many for him to know them all. For instance, had Li Qingyong not been aboard today, he would not have even been able to name the fish. Resolutely, he vows to acquire some marine fish literature upon returning home to educate himself. During his contemplation, Sun Chung and Li Qingyong each reel in a peppered base. Observing this, he decides not to delay any further and picks up his fishing rod to resume his work. He continues fishing until just past 10 in the morning when several sharks arrive, scattering the school of fish. Wang Hai is compelled to retract his fishing rod, shift his position, and navigate the boat to a different fishing spot. Although he does not encounter another school of fish, he occasionally hooks a good catch. After landing a few, he continues to change locations, meandering within the nearby few kilometers of sea, fishing when he finds fish and moving on if he does not. Passing fishermen observe their boat darting back and forth and assume they are merely out for leisure, who would remain in one spot for just a few minutes. At noon, Wang Hai sits on the boat, enjoying some bread when he faintly hears splashes from a distance. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he peers towards the sound and sees a pod of dolphins leaping through the water, heading toward their fishing vessel. Sun Chung and Li Qingyong also notice the dolphins. As they approach, Sun Chung gazes at a pink dolphin, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "Look, doesn't that pink dolphin resemble the one we rescued last time?" he exclaims. Pink dolphins are a rare sight, and he feels it likely could be the same one. The pod before them consists of about a dozen dolphins, nearly identical in size to the group that included the pink dolphin they had saved previously. Upon reaching their boat, the dolphins do not rush away. Observing this, Wang Hai selects a few inexpensive small bass from the live fish tank to feed them. Sun Chung, not to be outdone, retrieves a 2-pound tailspot base to offer to the dolphins. Such a waste. Just feeding them base is sufficient. Hurry and return that tailspot bass to the live fish tank. Wang Hai scolds, exasperated. That fish is worth 600 to 700 yuan. You'd be losing a fortune if you fed it to them. Oh, Sun Chung replies, obediently returning the fish to the tank. After circling the fishing boat for a while, the dolphins depart. Wang Hai then maneuvers the boat back to the location of the crab traps, preparing to retrieve them. Given the abundance of crabs and lobsters in that area, he sees no need to wait until evening to collect them. Initially, Sun Chung feels it may be too early to collect, but upon seeing the catch, his doubts vanish. The morning yielded a bountiful haul of crabs, and the evening yielded lobsters, all weighing over a pound, over 20 in total. After resetting the crab traps, Wang Hai sets off to find fish again. However, after more than an hour of searching, he finds little of quality. The sun is now blazing, and he is drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Originally intending to search for fish in a different spot, he realizes that the time for mackerel has arrived and must return. Without external assistance, his fishing skills are on par with Sun Chang's. Glancing toward the distance, he spots a lush island, and it seems an excellent place to escape the heat. After consulting with Sun Chung and Li Qingyong, both nod in agreement. Eager to explore the island, Wang Hai wastes no time and steers the boat toward it. From afar, the island appears small, but as they approach, its true size becomes apparent. Upon landing, Sun Chung, like an exuberant monkey, dashes toward a coconut tree, leaping and bounding in an attempt to bring down the coconuts. After a strenuous 15 minutes of effort, he has managed to retrieve none and collapses onto the sand, panting like a dog. Li Qingyong, witnessing this, chuckles and hands him a bottle of water, advising him to hydrate and avoid heat stroke. After a tiring endeavor, Sun Chung feels quite thirsty. Once he has drunk the water, he again gazes at the coconuts overhead, undeterred in his ambitions. "What are you up to?" Li Qingyang inquires, observing Wang Hai pacing along the shore, occasionally squatting to sift through the sand. There are clams on this beach. I'm thinking of gathering some to enjoy later, Wang Hai replies. The beach is indeed abundant with clams. He has already dug up nearly half a pound in just 10 minutes. Were it not an uninhabited island, he would have suspected it was a cultivated clam farm. Upon hearing about the clams, Li Qingyang approaches, exclaiming, "You've gathered so many." Indeed, this island appears to be rarely visited, thus preserving such an abundance of resources. Li Qingyang concurs, acknowledging that had anyone frequented the island, such plentiful resources would not exist. He has not ventured into the sea but imitates Wang Hai, digging in the sand. While Wang Hai has unearthed several clams, Li Qingyang has yet to find a single one. Turning to Wang Hai, he asks, is there a trick to clam digging? Of course, there are techniques. Notice the small holes in the sand. Beneath them likely lie the clams. As he speaks, Wang Hai digs with his hand, revealing a clam. Inspired, Li Qingyang begins searching for holes himself and, upon inspection, indeed discovers clams. The two collect for about 10 minutes until Sun Chung arrives, carrying a freshly opened coconut. How did you manage to get that down? Wang Hai inquires, taking the coconut, savoring a sweet sip, though lamenting that the coconut water has warmed under the sun. I found a stick in the woods and knocked it down, Sun Chung explains. Li Qingyang also takes a sip and remarks, how sweet. Just drink up. There are several unopened ones under that tree, Sun Chung adds. While the coconut is delightful, Wang Hai decides to limit himself to one. After digging for clams for over half an hour, they have amassed around 4 to 5 pounds, more than enough to suffice, and he decides not to continue. Primarily, clams are inexpensive, costing only a few yuan per pound. Had they been costly, he would have certainly dug up more to sell. He fetches a bucket from the fishing boat to store the mound of clams he has gathered, placing it on board. The island they visited today boasts rich resources and crystal clear waters. Standing on the shore, they can clearly see depths exceeding 2 meters. With the sun blazing, Wang Hai decides to shed his shirt and take a swim in the sea. Once in the water, he feels an invigorating chill. Floating on his back, he drifts along with the waves, blissfully contemplating the day's catch and its potential earnings. Suddenly, a large wave crashes over him. Chapter 45, The Conch. The wave knocks him off balance and fills his mouth with seawater. After a fit of intense coughing, Wang Hai feels somewhat better. He is now only about 20 meters from the shore, with the water barely reaching his chest. Taking a few steps, he feels something beneath his feet. Initially thinking it to be a rock, he looks down and discovers a sea conch. Wait a moment. Wang Hai suppresses his excitement and bends down to retrieve the conch. There exists a myriad of varieties of conch, most of which Wang Hai is unfamiliar with. However, the specimen in his possession is one he recognizes as the most expensive of them all. It is called the sound conch, characterized by its conical shape, with a slender tail and a broad head. Gazing at the sound conch in his hand, which is nearly as thick as his thigh, Wang Hai cannot help but swallow hard. This conch must weigh around 9 pounds. During his coastal foraging excursions, Wang Hai has certainly come across sound conchs, but most have been quite small, with none exceeding half a pound. The growth rate of the sound conch is exceedingly slow. It takes 5 years to attain a weight of 1 pound, and a conch of this size in his grasp would require at least 4 to 5 decades to reach such dimensions. As for its market value, it is difficult to ascertain. While 2 to 3 pound conchs are available, typically priced around 6 to 700 per pound, specimens exceeding 9 pounds are virtually unseen and would undoubtedly command a premium price. Rather than hastily returning to shore, Wang Hai chose to dive again, hoping to discover more of these treasures. Alas, after searching for a mere 10 minutes, he found no further traces of sound conch. Regrettably, it seemed that only this one would suffice. Shaking his head, he walked towards the shore, cradling the conch, which was nearly the size of his own head. As he emerged from the water, Sun Chung could hardly contain himself, and Li Qingyang, who fancied himself worldly, stood agape. Is this a sound conch? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it is a sound conch, albeit somewhat larger than usual. Wang Hai replied with a grin as he set the hefty conch down on the ground, realizing that holding onto such a weighty specimen for too long was rather taxing. Curiously, Li Qingyang crouched beside the conch, inspecting it closely. After lifting it slightly, he remarked on its substantial weight. My goodness, are you willing to sell this conch? If so, I would like to purchase it. His father held a particular fondness for tidal cuisine, especially a dish featuring sound conch, and he believed that bringing this conch home would surely delight his father. Wang Hai was indeed inclined to sell the sound conch, yet he was uncertain about setting a price, as no one in the market had ever sold one of such magnitude. Sensing Wang Hai's hesitation, Li Qingyang chuckled and assured him, rest assured regarding the price. I guarantee it will be fair and just. While I am not well versed in the pricing of sound conchs, I have a friend in the seafood business. Allow me to inquire, and I shall provide you with a quote. With that, fearing Wang Hai might decline, he promptly dialed his friend. Once connected, he inquired, Fatio, I need to ask you something. Approximately how much would a sound conch weighing around 9 pounds be worth? After a lengthy pause, his friend cautiously responded, Are you certain it is a 9-pound conch? Li Qingyang, observing the conch's girth, confidently replied, Yes, it seems about right. On the other end, his friend gasped. Then, with a mix of excitement and skepticism, exclaimed, A conch of that size? I have never heard of anyone catching one so large. Did you really stumble upon it? Li Qingyang, growing impatient, pressed for a straightforward price. I recall that during the last coastal auction, an 85-pound sound conch fetched a staggering 100,000 yuan. Naturally, the actual price is discounted at such events. For the 9-pound conch you mentioned, I would estimate around 50,000 yuan. All right, we shall discuss this further another day. After receiving the desired price, Li Qingyang ended the call. Wang Hai, you heard it, my friend quoted 50,000. What do you think? Since Li Qingyang had the speakerphone on, Wang Hai heard every word clearly. Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, a shiver of astonishment coursed through him. While he believed the conch was significant, he had initially hoped to sell it for 2,000, never dreaming of such a lofty sum. 50,000. Sun Cheng could hardly remain composed, exclaiming in disbelief. Are you saying this single conch is worth more than our fishing boat? Indeed, no problem, Wang Hai nodded in agreement. With Wang Hai's consent, Li Qingyang wasted no time and promptly transferred the funds. With ample daylight remaining, the three of them settled beneath a coconut tree to enjoy the shade. Brother Cheng, you're not from Dolphin Bay, are you? Wang Hai inquired. No, my family is from Binhai City. I have a fondness for the lifestyle of fishing villages. And Dolphin Bay boasts a lovely environment, so I rented a small cottage here to enjoy for a while. It was evident that people differ vastly. While those in his town relentlessly strive to escape, others willingly embrace this life. Wang Hai, your fishing boat seems rather small, with your talent for locating fish. A larger vessel would allow for greater opportunities, Li Qingyang observed. Having accompanied Wang Hai on this fishing trip, he had witnessed firsthand his adeptness at finding fish and his fishing prowess. Each time their boat anchored, they managed to catch a considerable amount. Unlike his previous experiences on larger vessels, where he had scarcely caught anything all day. There's no rush for a larger boat, Wang Hai replied with a smile. He felt that purchasing a larger vessel was unnecessary at this time. Not only was the price steep and fuel consumption high, but a larger fishing boat would also require additional reliable crew members. Relying solely on the two of them would indeed be overwhelming. Of course, the advantages were numerous, as a larger boat could venture into deeper waters where resources were more abundant. After spending the afternoon on the island, the trio set sail back to Dolphin Bay at 3 o'clock. Upon their arrival at the port, Ollie was there once again, waiting for them in his three-wheeled cart, accompanied by an elderly man sporting a goatee. As their fishing boat docked, Sun Cheng shivered slightly and looked over at Wang Hai, whispering, Wang Hai, why is my grandfather here? Wang Hai shook his head, indicating he had no knowledge of the matter. As soon as the boat stabilized, Sun Cheng's grandfather, usually of a good temperament, approached with a stern expression. What have you two been up to? If it weren't for your father calling me, I would have had no idea you two were quietly embarking on such a venture. Were it not for his age, I might have taken off my shoes and given you both a good thrashing. Chapter 46, a profit of over 70,000. The two young men listened to their grandfather's admonishment, understanding it stemmed from concern for their safety, and they nodded in agreement. Grandfather, please don't be upset. Wang Hai and I were only near the shore. Sun Cheng gestured towards the life jackets and flotation devices on the boat. Look, we have all the necessary safety equipment. There was no danger. Glancing at the safety gear on the boat, his grandfather huffed in disapproval, but chose not to speak further. After a brief silence, he finally asked, How many fish did you catch? Quite a lot. See for yourself. With that, Sun Cheng opened the live fish compartment. As the lid lifted, the fish began to thrash about, splashing water everywhere. Having been a fisherman himself, Sun Cheng's grandfather had some understanding of his catches, and he had never seen such a bounty before. He peered into the two buckets nearby. One contained clams, which was quite ordinary, but the other was filled with a plethora of swimming crabs and small lobsters. On the deck of the boat lay a sound conch the size of a football, prompting his grandfather to incredulously point at the haul and ask, Did you really catch all of this in one day? Yes, all of this was caught today. Sun Cheng did not mention that aside from the clams and sound conch, which they had collected on the island in the afternoon, the rest of the catch was from the morning's fishing trip. Otherwise, his grandfather would have been even more astonished. After calculating in his mind, Sun Cheng's grandfather estimated that the shrimp and crabs alone could fetch around 20 to 30,000 yuan, with a daily income exceeding 10,000 yuan. He had no further justification for preventing his grandson from going out to sea. Initially, there was dissent, primarily due to the fact that contemporary fishermen scarcely earn a living and are often faced with the peril of capsizing. Most fishing vessels capsize due to tumultuous winds and waves, or when they run aground. However, aside from these considerations, if one remains vigilant, the dangers are not as exaggerated as they might seem. The two young men possess commendable swimming skills, and the boat is equipped with adequate safety gear, making the likelihood of accidents exceedingly low. In an era where stepping outside could result in being struck by a vehicle, engaging in any activity is fraught with risk. Upon reflecting on this, he found himself less averse to his grandson's aspiration of venturing out to sea for fishing. Well then, you all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave, grandfather murmured, stroking his goatee and shaking his head. Wait a moment, grandfather, Wang Hai interjected. With that, he fished out a 2-kilogram pepper fish from the live fish tank, along with a few needle crabs and a small prawn, which he handed to Ollie. Ollie, it's getting late. You should accompany grandfather home to prepare dinner. I'll manage things here with Aching. All right, brother Hai, I'll head back with grandfather, Ollie nodded, accepting the fish and crustaceans. After their departure, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai commenced their work, loading the catch from the live fish tank onto the tricycle. Li Qingyang, eschewing any airs of a wealthy heir, joined in assisting with the loading. Brother Hai, the fish I caught is a gift for you. In a few days, may I join you on your next fishing expedition? Li Qingyang inquired. It had been quite some time since he had experienced such exhilarating fishing, and had it not been for the urgency of returning the conch to the elder, he would have eagerly accompanied them to sea the very next day. You are always welcome, Wang Hai replied with a smile, recognizing the value of having free labor. Though it might seem somewhat unseemly to think this way, it was the undeniable truth. If others were to fish for their own catches aboard his boat without charge, such generosity would not be extended. After Li Qingyang departed, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng meticulously cleaned the fishing boat before setting off on the tricycle towards Sisterland's restaurant. Today's catch was notably diverse, with sizes varying greatly. Unlike yesterday's catch, which was uniformly average, resembling farmed fish. Upon arriving at Sisterland's establishment, they weighed the fish and settled their earnings. The pepper fish was the most abundant, totaling over 120 pounds, yet the price was not as high as Wang Hai had anticipated, fetching only 50 yuan per pound. Including the lobsters, crabs, and some grouper, their total sales amounted to over 24,000 yuan. After transferring the funds to Wang Hai, Sister Lan found herself increasingly fond of him, yet being a woman who had already been married once, she could only sigh wistfully within. Brother Hai, would you and Aching care to stay for dinner? Sister Lan inquired. No, Sister Lan, dinner is already being prepared at home, Wang Hai waved dismissively. Seizing the opportunity while time was still on his side, he visited a nearby bookstore to purchase a book on marine fish. His knowledge of fish was rather limited, and gaining more information could prove advantageous, especially in the event he encounters poisonous or prohibited species in the future. Sun Cheng rode the tricycle along the coastal road back to the village, the setting sun casting elongated shadows of the vehicle and the two individuals. As Wang Hai sat in the cart, he mentally calculated the day's earnings from their catch. Selling the conch brought in 50,000 yuan, and with the 24,200 yuan from the fish, the total was 74,200 yuan. After deducting Sun Cheng's share of 30%, he retained 51,940 yuan. Brother, can you believe we made so much on our very first outing? Sun Cheng exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. Wang Hai himself found it hard to comprehend. Perhaps buoyed by their financial success, Sun Cheng pressed the accelerator to the floor. Upon arriving home, they found it was just in time for dinner. At the dining table, Wang Hai glanced at his grandmother, who appeared to be unaware of his recent purchase of a fishing boat. He understood that he could not keep this a secret indefinitely, but he was unsure how to broach the subject. Little did he expect that after dinner, his grandmother would speak up. Xiao Hai, do you intend to keep the matter of your boat purchase hidden from this old woman? Wang Hai was taken aback, immediately looking to grandfather, who shook his head as if to signal he had not revealed anything. Grandmother, you already know? Her brow furrowed. She sighed and reached into her pocket, producing a document and placing it on the table. I was uncertain at first, but I did not expect you to actually buy a fishing boat. The document in question was none other than Wang Hai's fishing license, which he had fortuitously discovered while airing out blankets in his room that morning. It was his first day at sea, and with Sun Cheng's eagerness, he had inadvertently left the license behind. A document that ought to have been carried at all times. Although she could not definitively conclude that Wang Hai had purchased a boat, the absence of his return for lunch, combined with the evening's menu of lobster and crabs, led her to deduce that these were indeed catches that could only be obtained by venturing out to sea. Considering all the evidence, she was nearly certain that Wang Hai had indeed bought a fishing boat. After a moment of silence, Wang Hai spoke up. Grandmother, the reality of life at sea is not as dire as you might imagine. Moreover, Aching and I will remain within the nearby waters, not venturing far. The safety equipment on board is comprehensive, and we are unlikely to encounter any mishaps. Grandfather interjected, "Sister, regarding the incident with the dong, it was ultimately just an accident. In my youth, I, too, went out to sea daily. As long as one refrains from setting sail in stormy weather, there is little cause for concern." Chapter 47. Why bait? Grandfather, though inclined to support the two youths, decided against speaking further, wary of inadvertently complicating matters. Grandmother wrestled with her thoughts, remaining silent for some time before finally responding. "Wang Hai, making a living from the sea is not as simple as you might think. While you've earned some money from fishing along the shore, can you guarantee that you will continue to earn so much when venturing further out?" Grandmother, you may not be aware, but today, Brother Hai and I sold our catch for over 70,000. Sun Chung exclaimed. Grandfather's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to his grandson, internally chastising him for exaggerating. "Your boat's catch may be plentiful, but surely it could not exceed 30,000. You are inflating the figures." Seeing the elder's skepticism, Sun Chung pointed to Wang Hai. "If you don't believe me, surely you can trust Brother Hai." Their gazes shifted from Sun Chung to Wang Hai, who nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we did earn over 70,000. Grandfather's mouth twitched slightly. Wang Hai appeared sincere, leaving him perplexed. How could they have sold so much fish? He contemplated asking for clarification, but withheld his inquiries, not wanting to shatter the newfound acceptance from Wang Hai's grandmother regarding their seafaring endeavors. Most importantly, the prospect of fresh lobsters and crabs daily was enticing. Upon hearing of the substantial earnings from their catch, grandmother was momentarily rendered speechless. All her previous objections to their seafaring pursuits evaporated. Earning over 70,000 in a single day, what did that signify? It was an amount Wang Hai would typically toil for an entire year in the city. "You may venture out to sea, but I must insist. You must prioritize your safety," grandmother reiterated emphatically, repeating her plea 3 times. "And you must never set sail during inclement weather." Upon receiving his grandmother's blessing to fish at sea, Wang Hai felt elated. "Rest assured, grandmother, I will adhere to your advice." Sun Chung chimed in supportively. "Grandmother, I will keep a watchful eye on Brother Hai. You need not worry." Hearing Sun Cheng's assurance, grandmother could only smile in resignation. Ollie stood up and began to clear the dishes from the table. "I'll wash the dishes," he declared. Wang Hai also rose to assist him. Sun Chung, having eaten his fill, reclined in his chair, rubbing his overstuffed belly, a look of sheer satisfaction on his face. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as Grandpa Sun struck his grandson on the forehead. "Ouch!" Sun Chung exclaimed, covering his head, a look of grievance in his eyes. "Grandpa, why did you hit me?" Grandpa Sun retorted impatiently. "Aren't you going to help? You have no sense of awareness at all." Sun Chung, who had been bubbling with joy, felt his spirits dampen after the slap and sulked toward the kitchen, muttering, "Am I really your own grandson? What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing." After finishing the chores, they settled on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze. Wang Hai took out his phone and transferred 3,000 yuan to Ollie, a sum they had previously discussed with Sun Chung. Ollie looked puzzled. "Brother Hai, why are you sending me money?" "This amount is your salary for last month," Wang Hai explained. "Salary?" Ollie was somewhat bewildered. For the past few days, he had been cooking their meals alongside Grandpa Sun, and during his free time, he also helped tidy up both yards. Wang Hai and Sun Chung had noticed this, and upon returning home one night, they decided to pay Ollie a daily wage. "Ollie, after discussing with Chung, we agreed to pay you 200 yuan a day. You'll be responsible for cooking for everyone, and when we return from fishing, you can lend a hand. We'll settle up at the end of each month. How does that sound?" Ollie, upon hearing this, readily agreed with a nod. He understood that Wang Hai and Sun Chung were earning over 10,000 yuan daily, so paying him 200 yuan would not pose a burden. "It's a pity, Ollie. If only you weren't seasick, you could join us out at sea," Sun Chung sighed. Ollie smiled, content with his role at home, preparing meals for everyone. Earning 200 yuan daily amounted to 6,000 yuan a month, which was already higher than many people's wages. "Brother Chung, I really enjoy cooking. This is just perfect for me." The 3 of them lay on the beach, and Wang Hai tossed a cigarette to Sun Chung before lighting one for himself. "Ollie, would you like a smoke?" Wang Hai asked with a grin. "Brother Hai, I don't smoke." Ollie waved his hand. He had tried it once in secret, but found it too harsh for his liking. Not smoking is just fine. Under the pristine moonlight, the waves continued to lap at the shore. The night breeze was cool, sweeping through the entire town. The following morning, Wang Hai slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the time, it was just past 5. He sat cross-legged to meditate until 7, then got dressed. As he stepped into the yard, a strong wind greeted him, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. Wang Hai shook his head. With such strong winds today, the waves at sea won't be calm either. "It seems we can't go out." Not dwelling on it, he picked up a tea mug and squatted by the water basin to wash up. This morning, Grandpa Sun had made a special breakfast, so Wang Hai and Sun Cheng stayed home to eat. After breakfast, Grandpa's son instructed them to move the fermented sorghum to the distillation room to begin making liquor. They were busy until just past 11, managing to distill 4 jars of liquor. Grandpa's son and Ollie went to prepare lunch, while Wang Hai and Sun Cheng carried the jars to the back of the house. Sun Cheng placed the jars on the ground and lifted a stone slab about a square meter in size, revealing an entrance to a cellar about 4 to 5 meters deep with a rope ladder hanging beside it. Sun Cheng tossed a tissue down to check if the fire was still burning. Once he confirmed it was, he climbed down the rope ladder. A rush of cool air enveloped him, making him shiver involuntarily. "Die Hai, lower the jars," Sun Cheng called out. "Okay." Wang Hai used the rope to secure the jars, lowering them carefully. After placing all the liquor into the cellar, Sun Cheng quickly climbed back up. While the cellar was indeed cool, he had become somewhat fearful since a couple of years ago when a snake had slithered out while they were storing liquor. Back in the yard, after watching some videos, lunch was ready. After eating, Wang Hai went to the beach to take a look. The waves were still quite formidable for larger fishing vessels. Going out to sea was not a significant issue, but for their small boat, even a single large wave could be perilous. He maneuvered the Lingyu along the shoreline for a while, but shook his head in disappointment. Only small fish were around, and while there were some scattered stone fish, they were few. Ever since he began sailing out to sea, he had become somewhat dismissive of the coastal resources. Just a few days prior, he would have eagerly grabbed his fishing rod to catch small fish. Was he becoming a bit arrogant? Upon reflection, who could blame someone for wanting to catch big fish rather than returning to small ones? Chapter 48, The Red Umbrella and the White Rod. After checking the weather forecast, Wang Hai discovered that tomorrow promised favorable conditions for fishing, with no strong winds. He decided not to worry about it any longer. Considering he had earned over 50,000 yuan the previous day, today, he would treat himself to a day off. Just as he returned home, he spotted Sun Cheng and Ollie, each carrying a small bucket, heading out. "Die Hai, where have you been? We couldn't reach you on the phone," Sun Cheng inquired. "My phone was on silent, so I didn't hear it. What are you two up to?" Wang Hai asked. "Brother Hai, it rained a few days ago, and now is the perfect time for mushroom picking in the mountains. Cheng, and I thought we'd gather some to eat," Ollie replied with a smile. "You just got back. Come with us," Sun Cheng urged. The mountains were less than 2 kilometers behind Wang's village, not too far, so the three decided to walk. The main reason was that the village had a simple folk culture, and they feared leaving their electric bike at the foot of the mountain, as kind-hearted people might help themselves to it. As they walked and chatted, they passed the village entrance, where several older women were cracking sunflower seeds, gossiping animatedly. Without needing to think, it was clear they were discussing how one family's daughter-in-law was ungrateful and another family's son was unsuccessful. Upon seeing Wang Hai and the others, a woman in her 50s called out with a smile, "Ah Hai, what are you all up to?" "We thought we'd go pick some mushrooms today since we have nothing else on our agenda," Wang Hai replied, fully aware of the need to limit interaction with the local gossipers. He quickly made his excuses and left. After he departed, the same woman spat dismissively, "Humph. Nothing to do today? They've been lazing around for months without working. And he is supposed to be a university student. My son, who didn't even graduate from middle school, works as a security guard and makes over 5,000 a month." Another woman chimed in, "Exactly. When he first opened that veterinary clinic, I told him he was too young. Look at him now. It didn't even last a few months before closing down. Haha. And that Ollie, doing nothing all day, eagerly cooking for others for free. Is he out of his mind? I fear he'll never amount to anything in life. By the way, my niece Xiao Feng is looking for a job. Does your son's place need security staff? He should ask around." The women continued their chatter, oblivious to the 3 young men who had already walked away. After a 10-minute stroll, the trio arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountains here were quite large, but relatively flat, not steep. They followed a small path into the woods, venturing deeper instead of gathering mushrooms around the outskirts, which had already been picked over countless times. After walking for nearly half an hour without seeing any signs of foot traffic in the surrounding underbrush, they finally decided to stop. "Stay close, everyone. Don't wander too far," Wang Hai instructed. Foraging for mushrooms was not as safe as one might imagine, aside from snakes and insects. The mountains here were also home to numerous wild boars, which posed a significant danger if encountered. "Understood," Sun Cheng and Ollie replied in unison. The 3 individuals dispersed, beginning their search for mushrooms in the surrounding area. After a brief period of searching, Wang Hai had yet to find any mushrooms, but stumbled upon a wild hawthorn bush adorned with a plethora of bright red berries. With mushrooms eluding him, Wang Hai decided to pluck a handful of the hawthorn berries and began to indulge in their tangy flavor. The berries, small and akin to the size of soybeans, were pleasantly sour, and he found himself quite enjoying them as he continued his search for mushrooms. Within minutes, while using a stick to clear away some grass, he uncovered several mushrooms with bright red caps and white stems. He mused, recalling a phrase he had read online. The mushrooms before him were indeed red-capped with white stems, identified as edible red mushrooms. In contrast, the red-capped, white-stem variety he thought of was the infamous fly agaric, one of the most poisonous mushrooms in the world, which could also appear in orange and gray variants. The fly agaric was indeed toxic, and consuming it could lead to dire consequences. Wang Hai carefully collected the red mushrooms into his basket and resumed his expedition. After over half an hour of foraging, his yield was modest, consisting of only a few morels. Just then, he spotted a considerable cluster of mushrooms on the ground ahead and, upon closer inspection, identified them as beef tripe mushrooms. These mushrooms were relatively common, and while their abundance diminished their value, selling for merely 10 yuan per pound in their area, they were fresh and palatable. Without hesitation, Wang Hai crouched down to harvest them, estimating the cluster to weigh around 2 to 3 pounds. As he finished gathering the mushrooms, he heard rustling nearby in the grass, accompanied by the movement of leaves. What could that be? Wang Hai wondered, cautiously stepping back a few paces. The rustling ceased, and he used his stick to part the grass. Suddenly, a large, black snake, its tongue flicking in and out, reared up before him, standing over a meter tall. Holy crap! Wang Hai's legs nearly buckled from fear. The distance between him and the snake was merely 3 meters, and their eyes locked in an intense stare. This snake, known as the king cobra, was one of the most venomous serpents in existence. Its upper body was raised, fixated on Wang Hai, while its tongue flicked out repeatedly. At that moment, he felt paralyzed with fear. Any sudden movement could provoke it. The king cobra was incredibly swift. If it decided to charge, he wouldn't have time to escape. What to do? Wang Hai's mind raced, contemplating how to evade this perilous situation. He considered striking the snake with his stick, but its impressive size, nearly 3 meters long, was daunting. If his strike failed to incapacitate it, he would certainly be bitten. The snake continued to flick its tongue, its head swaying as if searching for the perfect angle to launch an attack. Just then, the cobra leaned back, and Wang Hai thought it might be retreating. However, the next moment made it clear that he had misjudged the situation. It was preparing to strike. The cobra's body coiled back, akin to a bowstring pulled taut, and it lunged toward Wang Hai with alarming speed. Chapter 49, A Stroke of Bad Luck. Reacting instinctively, Wang Hai swung his stick, managing to strike the snake and send it flying several meters away. The stick, however, could not withstand the force and splintered in two. Gripping the remaining piece of wood, less than half a meter long, his hands trembled slightly. Facing a formidable king cobra was a different matter altogether. A single bite could spell his doom, especially in the wilderness. He had only recently acquired his newfound abilities and made some money. Surely, he would not meet his end today. Despite these thoughts, his legs obeyed their instinct, and he bolted away from the scene. The king cobra, angered by the blow, crashed into a nearby tree and, shaking off its daze, resumed its pursuit of Wang Hai. With all his strength, he ran, but the dense underbrush and obstacles of the mountainous terrain hindered his speed. The cobra, however, moved with the grace of a fish in water, weaving effortlessly through the foliage. Through the lens of fear, Wang Hai watched as the distance between him and the snake diminished, from 10 meters to 8, 4, and finally 2. This is truly rotten luck, he thought desperately. In his frantic focus on the cobra, he failed to notice the steep incline before him. With a misstep, he found himself tumbling down like a ball, rolling uncontrollably. Disoriented, he felt the jarring impacts against the rocks, each collision sending pain coursing through his body. After what felt like an eternity, the spinning sensation finally subsided. But before he could catch his breath, the cobra had caught up with him. In agony, he stood up and scanned his surroundings for any potential weapon, but found none. The snake reared up, its body coiling and hissing ominously, its red tongue flicking as it prepared to strike again. In that moment, Wang Hai's instincts kicked in. Knowing he could not fend off the cobra like before, he recalled the possibility of his unique ability. If the spirit fish could inhabit fish, could it also possess other animals? With no other options left, he decided to try. Just then, the cobra lunged, its massive jaws open wide, ready to bite. At that critical moment, the spirit fish entered the cobra's body. However, the cobra's momentum carried it forward, its jaws still descending, and in a panic, Wang Hai commanded the snake to retract its fangs. Although he was still bitten, the venom was not injected. Cold sweat drenched Wang Hai's back, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead, trickling down to his chin. All of this transpired in mere seconds, from the cobra's approach to the present moment. Looking down at the snake gnawing at his leg, anger surged within him. He seized the cobra and delivered 2 forceful blows. If it weren't for your status as a king, I would have ended you. Moments later, Wang Hai felt dizzy and his legs trembled. Wait, didn't the cobra not inject venom? Before he could finish his thought, he collapsed to the ground. In his haze, he faintly heard someone calling his name from a distance. Dahai, brother Dahai. Two young men from the nearby woods were anxiously shouting for him. After a moment, Wang Hai slowly opened his eyes, the world spinning around him. Lying on the ground for a couple of minutes, he finally regained some composure. "I'm here," he called weakly. Yet, he felt as though he hadn't eaten in days, utterly drained of strength, his voice barely audible. He quickly checked his pockets and was relieved to find his phone still intact, though it was covered in a web of cracks. Fortunately, it was still functional. As soon as he unlocked his phone screen, he was greeted by a flurry of over 20 missed calls, all from Ollie and Sun Chung. A glance at the clock revealed it was already past 4 o'clock, and he feared that he had been unconscious for at least an hour. Unlocking his phone, he dialed Sun Cheng's number. Once the call connected, an anxious voice came through. "Hi, where are you? Are you all right? I've called you so many times. Why didn't you answer?" The barrage of questions left Wang Hai momentarily at a loss for which to respond first. "I'm fine," he assured Sun Chung. Before informing him of his current location, he had just heard their voices calling his name, which indicated that they were not too far away. Indeed, as Wang Hai described his whereabouts, Sun Chung and Ollie arrived in approximately 10 minutes. During this interval, Wang Hai began to surmise the reason for his fainting spell. It was likely due to the excessive strain from his spirit fish possessing the mountain fish, which had taken a considerable toll on him. The sea fish he had previously possessed were generally smaller than the spirit fish, whereas this mountain fish was over 3 meters in length. Currently, the size of his spirit fish should preclude him from possessing any creature larger than itself. Upon contemplating the mountain fish, Wang Hai became alert, scanning his surroundings. Noticing nothing amiss, he quietly exhaled in relief. "Hai, are you okay?" Sun Chung, having just descended from the hillside, spotted Wang Hai leaning against a linden tree. His clothes tattered and stained with blood. "Hai, how are you?" Ollie approached, his face etched with concern as he assessed Wang Hai's condition. Internally, he felt a wave of guilt. If it weren't for his suggestion to gather mushrooms, Hai would not have been injured. Wang Hai seemed to sense Ollie's thoughts and managed to muster a faint smile, enduring the pain as he stood up and patted Ollie on the shoulder. "Ollie, you don't need to worry. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine and full of energy. Haha, nothing to fret about." Both Ollie and Sun Chung recognized that he was putting on a brave front, yet they chose not to call him out. "Hai, what happened to you? Is this some kind of performance art?" Sun Chung remarked, observing Wang Hai's ability to stand and surmising that his injuries were merely superficial. "A stroke of bad luck. I encountered a mountain fish and, in my haste to evade it, accidentally tumbled down from above, resulting in this predicament." Wang Hai briefly recounted the incident, omitting any mention of the spirit fish. Noticing the time approaching 5 o'clock, Sun Chung suggested, "All right, it's getting late. We should head back." At that moment, Wang Hai glanced into the distance and seemed to discover a new wonder. His eyes widened as he beheld a plethora of mushrooms, far too numerous to count. Initially, he thought he was merely overexerted and hallucinating, but after blinking and looking again, the sight remained unchanged, an expansive field of mushrooms. Could it truly be? Wang Hai muttered, pointing in that direction. "Look over there. Aren't those all mushrooms?" Chapter 50, The Fool. After Sun Chung and Ollie arrived, their focus remained on Wang Hai, not initially noticing the mushrooms. Following Wang Hai's indication, they turned to look, and indeed, a mere 10 meters away, the ground was carpeted with mushrooms. The trio made their way toward the bounty, and Sun Chung crouched down, inquisitively asking, "What kind of mushrooms are these?" "These are known as giant shaoqing. They're of such excellent quality that a pound should fetch over 400 yuan. Ollie exclaimed with excitement. He often ventured into the mountains after rain to gather mushrooms for sale, but he typically only scoured the outskirts, never delving this deep. So his yield was minimal. An impressive haul for him was just over a pound in an afternoon. Now, staring at this abundance of giant shaoqing, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Giant shaoqing, scientifically named boletus. The patch before them was nearly entirely filled with these mushrooms, and if they harvested them all, it would easily exceed 50 pounds. With so many giant shaoqing, we're looking at nearly 50 pounds. At 400 per pound. Sun Chung fumbled with his fingers, struggling to calculate. Until Ollie chimed in, "Hing, that's 20,000 yuan. Given the quantity, we won't be able to harvest it all in one go. But we can gather a portion before dark and come back tomorrow morning for the rest," Wang Hai suggested. Both Sun Chung and Ollie nodded in agreement, kneeling down to start collecting mushrooms. At this point, Wang Hai had regained some strength and climbed the slope to retrieve the bucket he had dropped during his flight. After half an hour of diligent work, they filled all the buckets they had brought. The giant shaoqing here far surpassed their expectations. Their buckets, half a meter deep and 30 centimeters in diameter, could easily hold over 10 pounds each, with 3 buckets now filled to the brim. And considering the 20-odd pounds they had already collected, they had only harvested about a fifth of the mushrooms in the vicinity. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the landscape, Wang Hai reminded them, "It's getting late. We should hurry back before darkness falls. Sun Chen nodded. Taking the bucket Wang Hai was carrying, "You're injured. Let me carry this for you." While Wang Hai certainly felt weak, he willingly relinquished his bucket to Sun Chen. Weak as he might be, it was worth it, had he not been chased by the mountain fish. He wouldn't have tumbled down the slope and consequently discovered the new potential of the spirit fish, nor would he have stumbled upon such an abundance of mushrooms. It was a case of serendipity born from misfortune. On their way back, the trio chatted and laughed, making the journey feel swift. Once out of the mountains, Wang Hai suggested, "Let us take the back roads home. Although it'll take a bit longer, it's less conspicuous." He was acutely aware of the adage that one should keep their wealth hidden. Despite the rural community being largely straightforward, there remained many who resented the less fortunate and feared the prosperous, even among their own kin. Even with their caution, they still encountered someone while traversing the back road. From a distance, it was hard to discern who it was, but as they drew closer, they recognized a burly young man. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Heir Shah, a well-known figure in the village. He was robustly built but disheveled, his hair matted from neglect, and his red short-sleeved shirt was ragged. Wang Hai felt a twinge of sympathy for him and his mother. She had lost her parents at the tender age of 16. Due to his mental challenges, he was initially meant to be sent to an orphanage. However, the then village chief, who was also the previous village head, proposed, "How could we send one of our own to an orphanage? What would others think of us?" Ultimately, the village committee decided to take him under their wing. Initially, everything seemed to function normally, but gradually, things began to unravel. When the girl turned 17, her pregnancy became apparent, and the situation came to light. At that point, the village chief intervened again, insisting, "We cannot report this. It would tarnish the village's reputation." He further added, "We've just secured funding for road repairs. If this incident affects that, I will not spare those who stir trouble." Thus, under his coercive influence, no one dared to speak out on behalf of the unfortunate girl. By this time, many in the village had pieced together the truth. The child she carried was likely his. Those who had grievances against the village chief seized upon this opportunity, collecting evidence over time. The chief, oblivious to the brewing storm, continued his misconduct during the girl's pregnancy. With the evidence mounting against him, individuals with vendettas finally alerted the authorities. Meanwhile, the child born by the foolish girl has come into the world. Upon investigation, what was uncovered was nothing short of explosive. The child is not the village chief's. Yet there exists undeniable evidence of his coercive actions. In a bid to mitigate his punishment, he unveiled a staggering secret. Over the course of the year, nearly 40 married men and aging bachelors from the village had been involved. Heir Shah, as he is known, is the one who has given life to this child. When Heir Shah was merely 16, his mother tragically drowned by the riverbank. Heir Shah is of a similar age to Wang Hai, although somewhat simple-minded. He is capable of taking care of himself, albeit just barely. He primarily survives on government aid. Occasionally, he suffers from episodes during which he curses. Yet he has never harmed anyone. As Wang Hai approached, he observed Heir Shah playing with a scruffy dog. "Hey, Mantu, come chase me." The dog barked enthusiastically. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, they were a picture of innocence. Heir Shah's eyes sparkled with clarity, untouched by the burdens of the world, retaining his childlike wonder. The little dog, caked in mud and matted fur, wagged its tail joyfully. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hai and his companions felt a pang of emotion. Upon noticing Wang Hai and his friends nearing, Heir Shah tightly embraced the small yellow dog, crouching against the wall, trembling as if he were accustomed to being bullied, a reflexive response. Sun Chen, observing this, sighed. Despite his usual boisterous demeanor, he found it difficult to bear such a sight. He stepped forward and placed the last remaining lollipop from his pocket beside Heir Shah. After the group departed, Heir Shah blinked in confusion at the lollipop lying on the ground. On their way home, the three remained silent. Once they arrived, the sun had fully set, and night enveloped the landscape. The croaking of frogs resonated from the rice fields behind the house. The sea breeze gently swayed the dim, antiquated tungsten bulb hanging from the eaves, casting flickering shadows of the stone table, walls, and all objects in the courtyard. In the kitchen, the sizzling of vegetables filled the air with an enticing aroma. "Xiaohei, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Grandpa's son inquired while stir-frying green beans with a spatula. "Grandpa, we went mushroom picking in the mountains, and we were delayed on the way back." Wang Hai replied with a smile. "How much did you gather? If it's a lot, we should wash it all so we can add another dish for dinner." "Grandpa, are you sure we should wash it all? I'm afraid we won't finish it in 3 days," Sun Chung interjected, peering into the kitchen with a cheeky grin. "Hey, how much more could you possibly gather?" Grandpa's son retorted, thinking his grandson was joking. Sun Chung shrugged and brought a bucket of mushrooms into the kitchen. "Grandpa, there are still 2 more buckets outside. Should we wash those as well?" Sun Chung winked. Bending down to inspect, Grandpa's son was astonished to find mostly mushrooms. How on earth did you gather so many in just a few hours? Thanks to Hai, he discovered a vast patch of mushrooms down a hillside. We only collected about a fifth of them, and there's still plenty left. We can go back tomorrow and gather the rest, Sun Sheng explained, omitting any mention of Wang Hai's fall down the slope. He knew that if Grandma and fourth Grandpa learned of it, they would only worry unnecessarily. Upon returning home, Wang Hai quickly changed his clothes, and the elderly folks did not notice anything amiss. Ali washed his hands and rushed to the kitchen to assist with the cooking, while Sun Chung remained oblivious, lounging in the courtyard, engrossed in videos. Wang Hai took some mushrooms to the kitchen. After dinner, Sun Chung scooped up a bowl of food he had set aside and dashed outside. You little rascal, where are you off to? Grandpa's son grumbled. Sun Chung continued on his way, saying, I'm just going for a stroll. Wang Hai, deep in thought, could guess Sun Cheng's intent. Grandpa, I'll join him for a walk, Wang Hai said before following suit. What mischief are these two up to now? Grandpa's son murmured to himself. Sun Chung hadn't gone far when Wang Hai quickly caught up with him. Chung, where are you headed? Wang Hai asked. Sun Chung sighed. I can't stand to see others suffer. I may not be able to help much, but I can at least bring some food to Ersha. The distance to Ersha's dwelling was a bit far, taking them several minutes to arrive. Damn you bastard. Why didn't you drown with your wretched mother years ago? Otherwise, you both could have perished. One of the three men surrounding Ersha spat viciously. Next time I see you, I'll break your legs. A fool gave birth to another fool. Your whole family is nothing but idiots. The ringleader of the attack was none other than the former village chief's grandson, named Qin Shou, accompanied by two notorious ruffians from the village. Upon seeing this, Sun Chung placed his bowl on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to charge in. Wang Hai, quick to act, grabbed him and retreated to a corner, having sensed something amiss in Qin Shou's words. He had mentioned that if Ersha and his mother had been by the river together, they could have both died. Could it be? Before he could continue his analysis, Sun Chung was restless. Hai, why are you holding me back? He exclaimed. If it weren't for their lifelong friendship, he might have thought Wang Hai was afraid to confront the situation. They haven't attacked yet. Let us hold off for now. Wang Hai then took out his phone and began recording. Meanwhile, upon hearing his mother's name, Ersha became agitated, murmuring Mama, Mama, with increasing intensity until he nearly shouted. The tattooed youth beside Qin Shou, hearing Ersha's near-manic cries, swallowed nervously. Qin Gu, maybe we should just let him go today, he suggested timidly. Damn it, look at you, cowering like that. Qin Shou kicked him in frustration. The other young man with a nose ring also hesitated. But without Qin Shou's command, he dared not leave. Qin Shou glared at the dirt-streaked Ersha seated on the ground, his anger boiling over. If it weren't for his mother, his father and grandfather wouldn't be in prison, and their ill-gotten gains wouldn't have been confiscated. Perhaps he would still be a wealthy young man, not having to resort to thievery and robbery. Damn it, he exclaimed, kicking Ersha again. Mama, Mama. Ersha seemed to have grown accustomed to the beatings, incessantly calling for his mother. Your mother is dead, you fool. Let me tell you the truth. I'm the one who killed her. She was bathing in the river when I pushed her in. I just wanted to teach her a lesson, but she ended up drowning. Huh, you think you're tough, Qin Shou? I see you as less than a beast. Sun Chung cursed aloud, feeling an impulse to strangle Qin Shou. Wang Hai was equally shocked. He had intended to record evidence for the police, but had inadvertently captured a monumental secret. As Ersha's cries for his mother subsided, he slowly rose, his eyes bloodshot, and lunged at Qin Shou. Chapter 52, The Cycle of Fate. He did not comprehend the meaning behind it. Yet he discerned that it was the cause of his mother's demise. You are responsible for my mother's death. I shall take your life. The towering figure of Ersha, nearly 2 meters tall, forcefully tackled Qin Shou, raining down punches with unrelenting ferocity. From a distance, Wang Hai and Sun Chung felt a sense of relief. Ersha unleashed a barrage of over 20 punches, his strength formidable, rendering Qin Shou's teeth entirely obliterated. Blood mixed with teeth spewed onto the ground in gruesome spits. Qin Shou mumbled incoherently, "Help, please help me." It was only then that the tattooed youth and the one with the nose ring snapped back to reality and rushed to assist. Yet, even with their efforts of striking and kicking, they could not halt Ersha's onslaught. The commotion drew numerous villagers out of their homes. Within mere minutes, a crowd of 30 to 40 villagers had gathered 30 meters away from the scene. The trio of Qin Shou, known for their petty thievery and frequent bullying of Ersha, found no allies in this situation. Naturally, no one came to their aid. Among the crowd, many quietly cheered. Truly, the cycle of fate is just. The tattooed youth and the one with the nose ring, rendered powerless, could only watch helplessly as Ersha's fists, as large as sandbags, struck Qin Shou repeatedly. Call the police, someone call the police. The tattooed youth hurriedly pulled out his phone to dial for help. The police response was prompt, arriving at the scene within approximately 10 minutes. A total of 6 officers from the precinct were dispatched, having heard reports of a person going mad and wielding a firearm. Accompanying the police cars was an ambulance. Upon their arrival, Shah, having exhausted himself, simply plopped down onto the ground. Qin Shou lay motionless, appearing to have expended more energy than he could afford. 2 officers cautiously approached and subdued Shah from behind. Medical personnel rushed forward to assess Qin Shou's condition. Upon witnessing his horrific state, several of them involuntarily gasped in shock. "Everyone disperse," one officer commanded. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, yet with the police present, the crowd reluctantly began to disperse. Among the officers, one was familiar to Wang Hai, Officer Li, who had previously assisted him when he brought a drunken elder to the station. Once the crowd had cleared, Wang Hai and Sun Chung approached Officer Li, who was smoking beside the police vehicle. "Officer Li, we have something we wish to report," Wang Hai said. "And you are?" Officer Li inquired, recognizing the two but struggling to recall their names. After a moment, he finally remembered. "Ah, it's you two. What is it?" Wang Hai proceeded to play the video he had recorded. Officer Li's brow furrowed in concentration as he silently watched the footage. This was a case he had handled years ago. Initially, he had sensed something amiss but lacked evidence of foul play, concluding instead that it was a tragic accident resulting from drowning due to the mental state of the involved parties. He never anticipated such a significant oversight. He added Wang Hai's contact information and requested a backup of the video. "By the way, what are you doing out here at this hour?" Officer Li casually asked, noting the absence of villagers in the initial footage. "I intended to bring some food to Shah," Wang Hai replied, prompting Officer Li to notice the bowl of food in Sun Cheng's hands. "Brotherly, we should head back," a young officer called from a distance. Officer Li turned to the two and said, "Now that this matter is settled, I must return to the station to attend to the next case. You should head back as well." That night, upon returning to the precinct, Officer Li immediately began interrogating the tattooed youth and the one with the nose ring. The two were obstinate, but after a thorough session of ideological education from Officer Li, they finally confessed. Essentially, years ago, the trio had concocted some homemade explosives intending to use them for fishing in the river, fortuitously encountering Shah's mother while she was bathing. To absolve themselves of blame, they had shifted all responsibility onto Qin Shou, who was still uncertain of his fate. In the early morning, in 2 separate interrogation rooms, the 2 youths synchronously called for the officers. "I want to report Qin Shou for drug dealing. Will this help me reduce my sentence?" Upon hearing about drug trafficking, the young officer's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, prompting an inquiry into the specifics. When he learned that Qin Shou had several kilograms of drugs, he became fully alert. Meanwhile, Qin Shou remained oblivious to his fate. Even if he miraculously survived, he was destined to face dire consequences. As dawn broke, Wang Hai rose early for his cultivation practice, and, after washing up around 7 o'clock, he prepared to head out. Woof, woof, woof. The elderly matriarch shook her head at the large black dog outside the yard and went next door to have breakfast at Sun Cheng's home. While brushing his teeth, Wang Hai listened to the dog's barking. He had grown accustomed to the black dog barking occasionally. After finishing his mouthwash, he played with his phone in the yard for a while, and once the dog's barking ceased, he opened the door to visit Sun Cheng's home. They planned to go up the mountain to gather the remaining mushrooms. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng each took large bags meant for carrying rice, preparing to forage for mushrooms. Ali had initially wanted to join them, but Wang Hai declined. "Ali, you often venture into the mountains to gather mushrooms. You should know where to sell them, right?" Wang Hai inquired. "Yes, I usually sell the few mushrooms I gather at the market. If I have more, I can sell them to the mountain goods shop in town, but the price might be slightly lower than retail. However, it won't be too much lower," Ali replied. "In that case, Sun Chung and I will head into the mountains to collect the remaining mushrooms. You should take the 3 barrels of mushrooms at home to sell and check the prices. When Sun Chung and I come down from the mountain, I'll call you to come pick us up." Wang Hai deemed Ali too frail for the lengthy journey into the mountains, which could take several hours. So he assigned him to sell the mushrooms instead. "Don't worry, Brother Hai. I'll ask around a few shops to ensure I sell them for a better price." Ali understood Wang Hai's intention and did not refuse. After loading the mushrooms they had gathered the previous night onto the tricycle, Ali first took Wang Hai and Sun Chung to the foot of the mountain before heading to the town himself. Once in the mountains, Wang Hai and Sun Chung retraced their steps from the previous day, venturing deeper into the forest. The symphony of birdsong and insects filled the air. The rustling of leaves danced in the breeze. Today, Wang Hai had brought along 2 sturdy wooden sticks, prepared for any potential snake encounters. As for the spirit fish, he intended to reserve it as a last resort, only to be used in dire circumstances, for he wished to avoid the disorienting effects that left him incapacitated for hours. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and by 8:30, they reached the slope where they had discovered the mushrooms yesterday. To Wang Hai, The ground was not merely covered in mushrooms. It was a treasure trove of wealth. Let us get to work, Wang Hai declared, crouching down to begin gathering the fungi. Sun Qing wasted no time and joined him a few meters away. Big Hai, look at this one. It's massive, almost over 4 ounces. Sun Qing boasted, brandishing a palm-sized mushroom. Chapter 53, Mountain Walnuts. Mine isn't small either. The two bantered cheerfully, continuing to gather mushrooms until after 10 o'clock. Finally harvesting all that was visible. Their bags were nearly full, and Wang Hai estimated they had collected at least over 120 pounds. According to Ali, if each pound fetched 400 yuan, that would amount to a whopping 48,000 yuan. Most importantly, the mushrooms grew from underground mycelium, meaning that even after their harvest, the mycelium remained intact, and after the next heavy rain, mushrooms would sprout anew. This was truly a source of continuous income. The hour was growing late as the two men each shouldered a bag containing over 50 pounds of mushrooms, beginning their descent down the mountain. Sun Qing, a regular at physical exercise, found the weight trivial, wearing a relaxed expression while whistling cheerfully. Wang Hai, having practiced the spirit manipulation body refinement technique, also experienced a significant increase in physical strength, making the burden feel light for him as well. Instead of retracing their steps, they opted for a longer route. Primarily due to the cumbersome weight of the mushrooms, the path they had taken was quite steep and inconvenient. About halfway down, the sound of rushing water reached their ears. Hai, do you hear that? It sounds like a mountain spring, Sun Qing remarked. Indeed, Wang Hai confirmed, having also caught the sound. Soon, the two, in perfect harmony, headed toward the source of the water. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes of walking under the dense canopy, they discovered a narrow stream, about half a meter wide, gently flowing with crystal clear spring water. Sun Qing set down his bag and squatted by the stream to wash his face, the icy water invigorating against his skin. How refreshing, he exclaimed. Wang Hai followed suit, washing his own face before settling down on a nearby rock to rest. Sun Qing remained crouched by the stream, cupping his hands to drink. Chung, don't drink that water. It's untreated and could be teeming with parasites and bacteria. Wang Hai warned urgently. The water in the wild is far from pristine. It may contain the carcasses of dead animals or their waste. If one were to drink it, it must be boiled first. I can't drink it, Sun Qing lamented, spilling the water from his hands. At that moment, his eyes brightened as he spotted a plant not far away, adorned with a cluster of red berries the size of soybeans, looking quite delectable. Hai, look over there. What kind of fruit is that? Is it edible? Wang Hai followed Sun Qing's gaze and recognized the plant. It seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled having seen it in a book about endangered plants during his school days. That's wild ginseng, judging by its height and leaf structure. It must be at least a decade old. Upon hearing it was wild ginseng, Sun Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. I've heard that this stuff is worth a fortune. We're going to make a fortune. With that, he squatted down and began digging with a piece of wood. Seeing this, Wang Hai sighed, Chung, that's an endangered species. Don't just dig it up. In this day and age, anything labeled as wild tends to be quite valuable. Sun Qing pouted, muttering, I can't drink the water, and I can't dig up wild ginseng. What else can we do? Wang Hai chuckled, pointing toward a distant tree. There's a hickory tree over there. We can pick some nuts to take home. Hickory nuts? Sun Qing's eyes lit up again. Following Wang Hai's direction, he spotted a hickory tree laden with green fruit, about 30 meters away. In a flash, he darted to the tree and, without a second thought, climbed up like a monkey. Be careful, Wang Hai cautioned, handing over a stick for added safety. Though Sun Qing was not climbing very high, a fall could still be painful. Wang Hai stood at the base of the tree, using the stick to knock down any reachable nuts while Sun Qing collected them. After about half an hour, they had gathered roughly 10 pounds of nuts. Noticing that Sun Qing showed no signs of stopping, Wang Hai glanced at the time and urged, Chung, that's enough. It's almost lunchtime. We should head back. All right, let me just pick a few more from this side, Sun Qing replied, taking his time before finally sliding down from the tree. With their bags already filled with mushrooms, Sun Qing decided to remove his shirt to carry the hickory nuts, tying the sleeves together around his neck in a rather comical fashion. They had walked a considerable distance before picking nuts, and the remaining journey was not too far. After another half hour of walking, they reached the foot of the mountain. As they approached the village, Ali had yet to arrive, so they sat down by the roadside to rest. Sun Qing, unbothered by the dirt, pulled a few green hickory nuts from his shirt, peeled them, and smashed them open with a stone. Hai, want one? He offered. No, thanks, Wang Hai declined, waving his hand. The juice from the hickory skins would stain his hands black, and he preferred to avoid that mess. At that moment, an older woman approached them, smiling as she asked, Haha, Chung, what are those 2 heavy bags filled with? She curiously eyed the mushroom-filled bags, but couldn't discern their contents. Before Sun Qing could respond, Wang Hai quickly interjected, Aunt Li, We went to the mountains to gather some hickory nuts. Wang Hai was cautious not to reveal that the bags contained valuable mushrooms. Aunt Li had quite the reputation for gossip, and if she discovered their secret, it wouldn't be long before the entire village was aware. After all, mushrooms sprouted anew after the next rain, and if others learned of their location, they could face unwanted competition. Wow, you gathered that many? I haven't had hickory nuts in years. I almost forgot what they taste like, Aunt Li said, eagerly watching as Sun Chung cracked open a nut. Her desire for a taste evident, though she hesitated to ask outright. Aunt Li, these hickory nuts are delicious, Sun Chung said, popping a freshly shelled nut into his mouth. Aunt Li watched intently, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. Noticing that she had no intention of leaving, Wang Hai sought to hasten her departure. Auntie, we have plenty of nuts. Would you like me to bring you some to try? He offered, handing her a few nuts. Oh no, that would be too much trouble. I'll pay you for them, Aunt Li insisted quickly. Internally, Wang Hai rolled his eyes, thinking, she talks about paying, yet her hands remained firmly by her sides. Aunt Li, it's just a few nuts, they're worth hardly anything. Take them home to enjoy, Wang Hai replied, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Chapter 54, Soaring with the Ship to Hai. Ever since you were a child, I knew you were a sensible boy. I'll keep these nuts then. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to help, Aunt Li said, happily carrying the nuts as she made her way home, humming a little tune. Just as she passed the village entrance, she encountered several other women from the information group. Being the village's gossip, she was keen on sharing the latest news, and thus, they stood chatting away. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and Sun Chung waited by the roadside for a few more minutes until Ao Li hurriedly approached. Ao Li, have you just returned from the town? Wang Hai asked, noticing Ao Li was coming from that direction. Yes, I went to the town this morning and checked a few mountain goods shops. They offered only 320 yuan for the mushrooms. One shop did offer 360 yuan per pound, but I still felt it was a bit low. So I took them to the market and sold them for 400 yuan. After that, I rushed back, but I ended up being a bit late, Ao Li explained. Scratching his head sheepishly, Wang Hai understood that Ao Li was trying to maximize his earnings and refrained from commenting further. Sun Cheng's focus was different. Noticing the absence of a digital scale in the vehicle, he asked, Ao Li, did you not bring a scale? How did you sell them? In the past, I occasionally ventured to sell mushrooms and became acquainted with the elderly gentleman selling vegetables nearby, often borrowing his scale. As time slipped away, the three of them ceased their chatter and boarded a tricycle to hasten home. Passing by the village entrance, a few gossiping aunties remained seated by the roadside, engaging in their usual banter. Not long after they departed, the women began to exchange remarks. That the Hai boy truly lacks manners. He passes by without a greeting. Just like that, they were well aware of his circumstances. His father had passed away in his childhood, and his mother had fled, leaving him in the care of an elderly couple. What kind of sensible child could they possibly nurture? Day after day, he seemed to accomplish nothing, merely existing. Aunt Li, who had just collected walnuts from Wang Hai, was displeased. Hey, that the Hai is a fine lad. You all should refrain from speaking ill of him. Is your conscience pricked? One of the women retorted, your daughter-in-law's son is over 30 and still single. Perhaps you should reflect on your own family. Another chimed in. And you, black-faced woman, your son is well off. Yet he's still stuck sewing in there? Aunt Li shot back. You don't even have a son and still have the audacity to criticize others. Just think about how you'll manage in a couple of years when you can't even walk. Like a machine gun, Aunt Li fired back at everyone who spoke ill of Wang Hai. Is today the day you've taken up arms? Teased the wife of Pendant, as those targeted by Aunt Li bristled, questioning her motives. With a huff, Aunt Li turned her back to them and strolled homeward. Thinking to herself, humph, you gossips think I haven't heard your disparaging words about my son? Meanwhile, upon arriving home, Grandpa's son was busy starting a fire to cook. Ollie, not to be idle, rushed into the kitchen to lend a hand. Wang Hai closed the gate of Sun Cheng's yard and poured the freshly foraged mushrooms onto the ground. The mushrooms varied in quality. The better ones could fetch a higher price. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng squatted down to sort the mushrooms by size and appearance. Grandma and Grandpa C joined to assist. Although there were over 100 pounds of mushrooms, the four of them worked swiftly, finishing the sorting in just half an hour. With the meal prepared, everyone washed their hands and sat down to eat. Grandpa's son brought out a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. This midday feast left everyone feeling quite full. Old son, it's your fault. The meal was too delicious, and now my belly feels swollen, Grandpa C joked, reclining in his chair with a satisfied expression. At your age, you can't control your appetite and still blame me? Grandpa's son retorted. The two old men engaged in playful banter, much to the amusement of the others. After a while, Grandpa C rode his tricycle home. The Hai. We gathered a total of 264 pounds of mushrooms yesterday, which at 400 yuan per pound amounts to 10,560. I'll transfer it to you, Ollie said, pulling out his phone to prepare the transaction. Hold on, Ollie, We still have over 100 pounds left. Let's wait until it's all sold, Wang Hai replied thoughtfully. These mushrooms were sorted by a Chung and me. You can't sell them all individually. The better ones should go to the mountain goods store. And there should be about 20 pounds left. The rest, take to the market and sell for whatever you can get. Keep some for yourself to eat. A Chung and I are heading out to sea this afternoon and won't be able to assist you. Don't worry, Dahai, I can handle it alone. Ali assured him confidently. With time still on their side, the three of them took a brief afternoon nap. At 1:30, they set off for the town, heading to the market and the dock. Upon reaching the dock, their first task was to refuel the fishing boat. After a busy day, the 30-liter tank was nearly empty. Once everything was prepared and the boat inspected for any issues, Wang Hai piloted the vessel out of the harbor. The direction of their journey was towards the location where they would set crab traps and eel nets, over 30 kilometers away. As Wang Hai maneuvered the boat, he also used the fish finder to locate fish beneath the surface. Whenever he encountered grouper or schools of fish, he would pause to cast his line. The 30-kilometer journey took nearly 3 hours, but the time spent was rewarded with a fruitful catch. They managed to reel in several 4 to 5 pound groupers, along with a 2-pound starry grouper. Fortuitously, they stumbled upon a school of sea bass, hauling in dozens of pounds, though regrettably, most were small, averaging just over a pound each, leading to a lower market price. Nevertheless, this catch was a bountiful harvest for their modest-sized fishing boat, especially considering they had only been at sea for a few hours. As they neared the location to drop the crab traps, a flock of seagulls suddenly swooped down, flying alongside the boat. They were close enough that Sun Chung could almost reach out and touch them. Chapter 55. Fish do not fall from the sky, only hooks do. Naturally, he attempted to catch one, and surprisingly, the bird did not fly away. A Chung, don't get too carried away. Be careful not to get a shower of bird droppings on your hand. Wang Hai joked while steering the boat. Don't worry, I'm not that unlucky, Sun Chung asserted, but before he could finish, a splat of bird droppings landed squarely on his hand. Huh, I told you so. You didn't believe me. Wang Hai laughed heartily. Sun Chung, feeling vexed, shook his hand to rid it of the mess and rinsed it with water, muttering, You have the mouth of a crow. Minutes later, they reached the location for the crab traps, and the buoy was still floating, indicating it hadn't been collected by any well-meaning passerby. Wang Hai peered through the fish finder to assess the situation beneath the water, and to his delight, they had made a significant catch. The traps were filled with lobsters and crabs, and a few small fish that had been nearly devoured by the crabs. Sun Chung stood at the edge of the boat, using a hook to retrieve the buoy, and began pulling in the rope. Just as Wang Hai anticipated, when they brought up the first trap, Sun Chung gasped in astonishment. My goodness, it's a bonanza, full of lobsters and crabs. Don't just stand there. Get to work, Wang Hai urged, realizing Sun Chung was momentarily stunned by the sight. Oh, right, work is important, Sun Chung exclaimed, hurriedly placing the trap onto the boat and continuing to retrieve the next one. After collecting 6 traps, they counted over 10 pounds of blue crabs and around 8 or 9 pounds of lobsters, along with 4 unexpectedly hefty flower crabs, each weighing over a pound. When it came time to collect the eel traps, they were also pleasantly surprised to discover they were filled to the brim. After releasing a few small red eels, each trap averaged 2 eels weighing over a pound. So many red eels, Sun Chung remarked. The red eel, scientifically known as the wolf-tooth shrimp goby, is a species of the goby family, characterized by its elongated body and prominent jaw. It is said to be beneficial for those suffering from anemia. Eels and lobsters are relatively easy to handle. They could simply be tossed into the live fish tank, but the crabs required a bit more care, needing to be tied up to prevent them from fighting each other. The two of them busied themselves for several minutes before successfully binding all the crabs. Given that there were still plenty of lobsters and crabs on the seafloor nearby, Wang Hai and Sun Chung decided to lower the crab and eel traps back into the water. Dahai, where are we going to fish now? Sun Chung asked, clearly impressed by Wang Hai's fishing and trapping skills. Wang Hai glanced at the time. It was already 4:30, and replied, It's getting late. Let us fish nearby until 5, then head back. There are still quite a few golden drum fish in the vicinity, although they are not particularly large. It is already late, and there is little need to change locations. Of course, there are also plenty of eels lurking beneath the surface, but Sun Chung is certain he wouldn't be able to catch them. He can utilize the vision of the spirit fish to cast his line with precision. Upon hearing that fishing is taking place here, Sun Chung wasted no time in pulling out his fishing rod, attaching a live shrimp, and casting his line. Wang Hai, wiping his forehead, hurriedly made his way to the helm to steer the boat, exclaiming, A Chung, reel in your line for now. Below us are crab pots and eel traps, and it's easy to get snagged. Oh, Sun Chung scratched his head, having thought they would be fishing in place. Wang Hai maneuvered the fishing boat to a stop about 100 meters from the crab pot. We'll fish here. All right, Sun Chung nodded, casting his line anew. Wang Hai also retrieved his fishing rod, opting for a piece of fish meat instead of live shrimp. While live shrimp are effective for attracting fish, fish meat is far more suitable for eel fishing, as its strong odor prevents frantic movements. As he cast the bait into the water, the fish hook adorned with fish meat slowly descended, and Wang Hai began to reel unsteadily, constantly adjusting the angle to ensure the bait landed as close to the eel's mouth as possible. A leopard eel, weighing over 4 pounds, peeked its head out from a crevice in the rocks, poised to ambush any passing prey. However, when it suddenly saw a large piece of meat descend from above, it was startled, quickly retreating back into its hiding place. After a brief period of waiting and sensing no danger, it cautiously poked its head out again, inching closer. After 2 minutes of careful probing, it deemed the bait safe and swallowed it whole. Hee, having devoured my fish meat, you are now mine. Wang Hai grinned, lifting the rod to hook the fish and swiftly cranking the reel to bring it in. The eel, eager for the fish meat, had thrust most of its body out of the crevice, losing its leverage, and was swiftly dragged out, spinning wildly before being pulled to the surface. Once it broke the water's surface, the eel twisted and writhed around the fishing line, becoming a tangled mess. Such a sizable leopard eel, definitely 4 or 5 pounds. Sun Chung exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Hai, however, did not afford the eel any time to react, swiftly bringing it aboard the boat. The leopard eel, scientifically known as the leopard moray, belongs to the family Murinidae and the genus Gymnothorax. With its fierce appearance and double rows of sharp teeth, it boasts remarkable nutritional value. Often referred to as the ginseng of the sea, the leopard eel is indeed a rare gem among fish, though the fish was successfully caught. The leopard eel's razor-sharp teeth had swallowed the fishhook, making extraction perilous. Wang Hai decided against attempting to retrieve it, opting instead to cut the line and place the eel in a separate bucket. At that moment, Sun Chung also landed a catch. Wang Hai initially thought it was a golden drum fish, only to discover it was a 2-pound spiny puffer. This is a fine catch, we'll save it for dinner, Wang Hai said as he used a net to assist in bringing it aboard. It is worth noting that spiny puffers differ from fugu. While fugu are poisonous and require careful handling to avoid toxicity, spiny puffers are non-toxic and are characterized by their numerous long spines. As soon as the spiny puffer was netted, it instinctively inflated into a ball upon sensing danger. Time flew by, and soon it was 5 o'clock, with the horizon tinged with the soft hues of dawn, creating a picturesque scene where sea met sky. During this time, Wang Hai had caught 3 eels, while Sun Chung had fared well too, with 4 golden drum fish and 2 spiny puffers. Chung, it's getting late. Let us take a break and prepare to head back, Wang Hai suggested as he stowed his fishing rod and pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Sun Chung before lighting one for himself. The two sat on the deck at the bow of the boat, smoking. Wang Hai noticed that Sun Chung appeared somewhat pensive and inquired, "What is on your mind?" Sun Chung nodded. "Do you think Sha will be all right?" Wang Hai patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, Sha will be fine. When I returned last night, I spoke with Officer Li about Sha's situation. He said they would conduct a psychiatric evaluation on Sha. If the results indicate mental illness, he won't bear criminal responsibility and will be sent to a specialized psychiatric facility for better treatment." "Really?" Sun Chung questioned. "Have I ever lied to you?" Wang Hai retorted. Sun Chung merely rolled his eyes in response. Chapter 56, Worth the Price. As they finished their cigarettes, the once tranquil sea began to stir with waves, causing the fishing boat to sway precariously. "Chung, you rest a bit longer. I'll take over the helm," Wang Hai said, rising to take the wheel as he steered the boat towards Dolphin Bay. Half an hour later, they returned to port, and as soon as the boat was docked, Sun Chung leaped onto the shore in a single bound. The tricycle was parked not far away, and he drove it to the side of the fishing boat, filling the live fish tank with water before starting to unload the catch. Old Hu, the fishmonger, stood off at a distance, watching intently as the 2 men transferred fish from the boat to the tricycle. He mused to himself, "If only I could acquire all these fish, it would surely net me a handsome profit." Over the past 2 days, Wang Hai and Sun Chung had returned from each outing with a full load, garnering quite a reputation, and many people knew of them. A middle-aged man approached with a smile, offering the 2 fishermen a cigarette, and cheerfully remarked, "Young fellows, I see you catch so many fish every day. Quite impressive." "It's all right, just scraping by," Wang Hai replied with a grin. "Young people like you are rarely so modest," the middle-aged man said, his gaze towards them shifting slightly. Initially, he engaged them in casual conversation, but soon his inquiries became more pointed, subtly probing for information about their fishing spots and netting locations. While Wang Hai was unbothered about sharing fishing locations, as he navigated his boat to find fish, he was less inclined to divulge the locations of crab pots and eel traps. Resources are finite. If he were to reveal such information, everyone would descend upon those spots, rendering them ineffective. Wang Hai felt a sense of resignation, realizing that notoriety often invites scrutiny. And catching more fish was no exception. Seeing that he could not extract any valuable information, the middle-aged man departed, muttering under his breath, "Humph. If you don't want to share, then don't. I suppose I'll just have to believe your claim that fish are caught at random." As they continued to load the fish, a crowd began to gather around them. Wang Hai preferred to avoid drawing attention, so after finishing the loading, he quickly tidied up the fishing boat, locked it, and prepared to leave on the tricycle. Just then, a bald-headed man approached. He was the owner of a local restaurant. Tomorrow, he had a reservation for several wealthy out-of-towners who specifically requested red eels. Without hesitation, he had agreed to the order, but upon visiting the market that morning, he had scoured for red eels to no avail, nearly exhausting himself in the process. Desperate, he had come to the dock this afternoon, hoping to find a fisherman who might have caught red eels. As evening approached, several fishing boats returned, yet none bore red eels. Just as he was about to give up hope, he spotted Wang Hai's fishing boat docking. He stood by and observed for a while, noticing that Wang Hai indeed had red eels. Seeing the red eels, the bald-headed restaurant owner relaxed and continued to watch from the sidelines, not rushing to approach. He wanted to avoid appearing overly eager, as that would hinder his ability to negotiate a lower price. Business had been slow at the restaurant lately, and having stumbled upon a lucrative order, he needed to cut costs wherever possible. Approaching the tricycle, he initially considered offering Wang Hai a cigarette, but then thought better of it, realizing that even a single cigarette would cost $1. Besides, he was, after all, a customer, and as such, expected to be treated with respect. "Haha, young fellows, how about selling me those red eels? I assure you, the price will be fair." Though the fish may demand a price, a smile does not, the bald-headed proprietor remarked, his face adorned with an unceasing grin. "Not for sale." Wang Hai shook his head, prepared to drive away on his tricycle. Upon hearing the refusal, the bald-headed boss grew anxious, swiftly blocking the vehicle's path and inquiring, "Young man, you catch fish to sell. So why, pray tell, will you not part with them?" Wang Hai recognized this man. Not long ago, when Sister Allen's restaurant closed, he had brought fish caught with Sun Cheng to this very establishment, only to be offered a meager 50 yuan for fish worth 80. All while the man looked down his nose at him, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "Take it or leave it." Wang Hai was not one to easily forgive, and seeing the man's eagerness for the red eel, he decided against selling it to him. Yet, he refrained from being overtly blunt, opting instead for a more palatable excuse. "Uncle, it's not that I refuse to sell. It's simply that these fish are already promised to someone else." "Wait, young man, here's the deal. You give me 3 eels, the market price is 70. And I'll pay you 3 times that, 210 yuan per pound. What do you say?" The bald-headed boss, realizing he could no longer press for a lower price, resorted to offering Wang Hai cigarettes and wearing a sheepish smile, fearful that Wang Hai might still decline. Having already taken a deposit, he could not afford to let the red eel slip away. If he failed to procure it, he would be at a loss when his customers arrived the next day. "Young man, what do you think?" The proprietor gazed eagerly at Wang Hai, seeing the man's earnest demeanor and the generous offer. Wang Hai feigned indecision for a moment before finally saying, "Boss, since you seem genuinely interested, I'll part with 3 eels, and I'll personally explain to my client later." Of course, the man had no actual client waiting. The eel had not been promised to anyone. But this statement made the bald-headed boss feel as though he was receiving good value for his money. After weighing the fish, the 3 red eels totaled 4 and 2 pounds. "Young brother, let's exchange contact information. In the future, whenever I need fish, I'll be sure to come to you." Finally, securing the red eels, the weight lifted from the bald-headed boss's shoulders was palpable, his smile broadening. "All right, let me add you." Wang Hai was not in need of buyers, but he did not decline the man's request to connect. Just as the bald-headed boss sent the payment of 882 yuan without a single cent missing, he said, "I've transferred the money. I must be off now." After the proprietor departed, the daylight began to fade, and Wang Hai and Sun Cheng wasted no time in heading towards Sister Allen's restaurant. However, after walking a few hundred meters, Wang Hai's phone rang. It was Sister Allen calling. "Hai, have you returned to the dock?" "I have, and I'm on my way to your restaurant now," Wang Hai replied. "Perfect. Don't come over just yet. Wait for me at the dock. I'll be there shortly." "All right." Although Wang Hai did not fully grasp the situation, he acquiesced. After hanging up, he turned his tricycle around and made his way back to the dock. Chapter 57. Women can be terrifying. "Hai, what's going on? Aren't we going to Sister Allen's restaurant?" Sun Cheng observed Wang Hai's change of direction with a puzzled expression. "I don't know. Sister Allen said to wait for her at the dock," Wang Hai explained. Upon their return to the dock, the two sat on the stone steps in front of their fishing boat, smoking. "Hai, do you see that speedboat approaching?" Sun Cheng pointed toward the distant sea. Sure enough, following Sun Cheng's indication, a speedboat was heading straight for the dock. "It appears so," Wang Hai replied nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his cigarette. Dolphin Bay rarely saw a speedboat throughout the year, yet many gathered to observe, occasionally offering comments. Indeed, that's a speedboat. It can easily outpace fishing boats. I wonder whose it is. Perhaps a wealthy family from the city, coming to enjoy our town, just like last year. When the speedboat arrived at the dock, it came to a halt beside Wang Hai's fishing boat. The first to disembark was a portly man in a white chef's coat, likely in his 40s. Sporting a beer belly, he scanned the surroundings as if searching for someone. Just then, a meticulously dressed woman in her 20s stepped off the boat. "Managerin, shall we wait here?" the chef inquired. "Yes," Managerin nodded. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the live fish tank on Wang Hai's tricycle. "Red eels," she exclaimed, hastening toward the tricycle and calling out to the chef, "Come check if these red eels are wild." The chef, who had just taken out a cigarette but not yet lit it, hurried over at the manager's behest and peered into the fish tank, confirming, "Indeed, these red eels are wild. And these Eastern Star and green grouper are also wild. They must have been caught by local fishermen just returning from the sea." Seated a few meters away on the stone steps, Wang Hai glanced at Managerin, thinking to himself, what a sight. Of course, he was not a lecher. He merely found it natural to observe someone inspecting his catch. Aware of her captivating figure, Managerin, realizing Wang Hai was looking at her, slightly furrowed her brow but chose not to say anything, merely shooting him a glare. Wang Hai, unyielding, returned her gaze defiantly, thinking, what's the matter? You stand before my live fish tank, and I can't look? Haven't had enough? Should I threaten to gouge your eyes out? Managerin, known for her fiery temper, had already warned him once. Surprised that he continued to stare, she retorted angrily. Just as Wang Hai was about to respond, Sister Alan arrived driving another tricycle. Spotting her, Managerin dashed over, not giving Wang Hai an opportunity to speak. "Alan, you finally made it," she exclaimed, playfully tugging at Sister Alan's hand. "All right, and she. Enough with the theatrics. I'm losing my patience," Sister Alan replied, and after exchanging playful banter, the two approached Wang Hai. "Sister Alan," Wang Hai greeted with a smile. "Hai, let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, and she, also the manager of the seaside restaurant in the city. This is Hai, from whom I acquire the fish you wanted." Sister Alan introduced them. They nodded at one another, acknowledging each other. Wang Hai began to understand why Sister Alan had instructed him to wait at the dock. It was because the buyers had arrived. However, Sister Alan's direct introduction of Chi made him wonder if she feared he might secretly negotiate a deal with her friend. Of course, Wang Hai knew he wouldn't do that. Selling directly to Sister Alan was far less troublesome and would not significantly reduce his profits. But why did Sister Alan have such trust in him? Perhaps she placed greater faith in her friend. Hai, how many fish did you and Chung catch today?" Sister Alan's inquiry pulled Wang Hai from his thoughts as he gestured toward his tricycle, saying, "Not much, just what's in the live fish tank." The chef continued to gaze at the fish with astonishment, originally eyeing Wang Hai suspiciously, and she paused, pondering, could I have misunderstood? Perhaps he is not a lecher, but simply curious because I stood beside his catch. Before her thoughts could continue, Sister Alan took her hand and led her toward Wang Hai's live fish tank. "Sister Alan," Sun Chung greeted with a smile as he acknowledged her presence. Sister Alan once again introduced Sun Chung and the plump chef to one another before turning her gaze towards the live fish tank. The bass were the most numerous. Yet these fish were not particularly resilient. Several had already begun to float on their backs. In contrast, the grouper and eel posed no significant issues. The price for the catch that Sister Alan offered remained consistent with previous occasions. As for how much he would sell to Aki, Wang Hai felt no need to inquire. What was rightfully his would always belong to him, and he would not dwell on matters that were not his to claim. Before weighing the fish, Wang Hai selected a few remaining red eels and 2 porcupine fish, intending to keep them for himself. "Little brother Dazai, why have you set aside those red eels?" And Qian hurriedly approached with her question. "Managerin, I plan to keep these red eels for my own consumption," Wang Hai replied, indifferent to the girl's beauty. He was just about to gouge out his own eyes. Observing her earlier gaze towards the red eels alongside the plump chef, Wang Hai surmised she too desired them. His intention to keep them was merely to provoke her. Realizing the situation, Qian understood that this little brat was retaliating against her. Yet, she found herself with no other recourse. The red eels had recently become scarce. Although farmed eels were plentiful and reasonably priced, they were not suitable for her boss's important guests, who demanded that all dishes be prepared with wild-caught fish. "Little brother Dazai, please let me have those red eels, won't you?" The earlier incident was a misunderstanding. "I apologize sincerely," Qian implored, pulling Wang Hai's hand and adopting a beguiling demeanor. As the old adage goes, a woman who knows how to charm can be utterly deadly. "Dazai, just consider it a favor for your sister. Let us not eat these fish," Sister Alan added, joining the fray. Wang Hai found himself unable to resist such psychological pressure. And with Sister Alan's encouragement, he hazily agreed. Women could be truly formidable, Sun Cheng muttered softly, startled. Chapter 58. Working as a waiter at my house, plump chef? Quickly help weigh the red eels and load them onto the boat, and Xian instructed, glancing at the chef with urgency, fearing Wang Hai might change his mind. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng assisted in weighing today's catch and transporting it to the fishing vessel. Sister Allen stood beside the scale, calculating the weight and price of the haul. The total earnings for the day were not as substantial as before, amounting to only 9,659 yuan. Primarily because the majority of the catch consisted of small sea bass weighing just over a pound, which were not particularly valuable. Had they caught grouper instead, the price would have undoubtedly multiplied several times. However, grouper rarely traveled in schools, typically acting alone except during spawning seasons, which limited their numbers. Nonetheless, both Wang Hai and Sun Cheng felt quite content. Their half-day at sea had yielded an income comparable to what an average fisherman would earn in half a month. This didn't even account for the mushrooms they had picked that morning, and if added together, it would mark a day with earnings surpassing 10,000. After receiving their payment, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng did not rush to leave. There were still plenty of fish on Sister Allen's tricycle, and the two helped load them onto the speedboat. Once everything was settled, darkness enveloped the sky, and Xian and the plump chef bid farewell to the group and departed on their speedboat. As they vanished into the distance, Sister Allen turned to Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, saying, "It's getting late. Why don't you two stay and have dinner at my place?" Sister Allen, "There's no need. My grandfather just called to say dinner is ready at home," Sun Cheng replied, having been informed by his grandfather while assisting with the fish. After bidding farewell to Sister Allen, the two hopped onto the tricycle and headed home. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with the sound of their grandfather's furious reprimand. "Get out of here quickly. You little rascal cannot cause a scene." Wang Hai and Sun Cheng hurriedly dismounted and dashed into the yard. As they entered, they saw Wang Liken standing at the dining table. "Grandpa Sun, please don't be so angry. I just wanted to talk to Hai about a job opportunity," Wang Liken interjected. "Hai, how about it? Have you considered the offer to work as a waiter at my restaurant? Don't worry, my mother said she would pay you a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. Enough, right? Hey, are you out of your mind? Get lost." Sun Cheng interjected before Wang Hai could respond. Wang Liken felt a twinge of frustration. He hadn't wanted to come at all. In his opinion, it would be simpler to spend 3,000 yuan to hire a waiter. But his mother insisted. He asked Wang Hai, "I'm talking to Hai, what is it to you?" Wang Liken shot a glare at Sun Cheng. "Sun Cheng, don't waste your breath on him. Just throw him out," Grandpa Sun commanded. With the order given, Sun Cheng began to roll up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Wang Hai could tell from his grandfather's anger that the little brat had said something unsavory, and he too began to prepare for action. Seeing the situation escalate, Wang Liken dared not linger any longer and left, looking quite dejected. "Grandpa Sun, what did that kid say to make you so angry?" Wang Hai asked, approaching the dining table with a smile. "Nothing significant. I've always thought that kid was no good. When I heard he wanted you to work at his family's place, I had him thrown out, and then you both returned," Grandpa Sun explained. "I see." Wang Hai thought Liken had caused a scene in the yard, but it seemed that wasn't the case, which was a relief. Meanwhile, after leaving, Wang Liken cast a furious glance back at the yard. "Wang, Wang, Wang." Just then, the fierce black dog came rushing from nowhere, barking aggressively at Wang Liken. Seeing the imposing black dog, he instinctively swallowed hard, stepping back a few paces before slowly sitting on his electric scooter. With a turn of the key, he sped off. Wang, Wang, Wang. The black dog chased after the electric scooter, following it all the way to the village entrance before finally stopping. "You damn dog. One day I'll stew you." Wang Liken gritted his teeth as he muttered. Minutes later, he parked his electric scooter at his family's dog meat hot pot restaurant and, feeling disgruntled, made his way to the kitchen. Instantly, he was greeted by a foul odor mingled with the scent of blood. A plump woman kicked a dead mouse away from her feet and snapped, "You little rascal, why are you back so late? How did it go?" "Mom, they didn't even let me in. They kicked me out right away. Even fourth grandpa was there, and he didn't say a word on my behalf." "If your grandfather were still alive, would he dare to act so arrogantly? By the way, once he is gone, his house and money will all be ours." "Mom, what are you thinking? Hai and second grandpa's family still have people around. How could it all belong to us?" Wang Liken replied, "You're so foolish. You should visit him more often. If you can win him over, everything will naturally belong to our family. If you can manage to get the money and house before he passes, that would be even better. Fourth grandpa has never liked me. He favors Wang Hai. How can I just go visit him and expect to get the house and money? Stop with the nonsense and just listen to me." Wang, Wang, Wang. At that moment, the big yellow dog tethered nearby began barking. Hearing the barking reminded Wang Liken of being chased by the black dog in the village, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the big yellow dog. "Bark. I'll give you something to bark about." His frustration boiling over, he kicked a few more times. The big yellow dog seemed impervious to pain. Although it ceased barking, it let out a low growl, drooling a viscous, transparent fluid from its mouth. After delivering a multitude of kicks, Wang Hai finally felt a sense of relief. He mused to himself, a black dog is it? In a couple of days, I shall have you captured for a feast. Just then, the large yellow dog lunged at his calf, biting down with ferocious intensity. Ah! Wang Hai cried out in pain, retreating instinctively. Yet the dog clamped down with unyielding tenacity, refusing to relinquish its grip. Wang Hai resorted to kicking with his other foot and picked up a tool for slaughtering dogs from the ground, struggling for quite some time before finally extricating his leg from the dog's jaws. Oh, you wretched creature. This is a rabid dog. What possessed you to provoke it? His mother, witnessing the flesh on her son's calf nearly bitten off, was seized by panic. With only this one child, should anything happen to him, their family would face utter despair. Wang Hai had initially intended to continue kicking the yellow dog, but upon hearing it was rabid, his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he stammered, "Mom, am I going to die?" Chapter 59, Old Acquaintances. What on earth are we going to do about this? You foolish child. Wang Hai's mother was in a state of alarm, her mind blank as she wept uncontrollably. Wang Dachui, serving dog meat to the guests, entered the kitchen to find his wife and son on the floor wailing, and he scolded them with a dark expression. What are you two doing? You'll frighten away the customers. Wang Hai's mother hastily wiped her tears and snot on her clothes and grasped her husband's pant leg, exclaiming, "What shall we do? Our son has been bitten by a rabid dog. Let him get a rabies shot at the clinic. What good is your crying here?" Wang Dachui shouted in frustration, wishing he could kick his wife for her foolishness. Though he often chastised his son, he recognized that he was their only hope for the future. Pushing his wife aside, he hurriedly lifted his son from the ground and headed outside, muttering, "I'll take him for his vaccine. You handle the shop." After dinner, Wang Hai, Sun Cheng, and Ollie made their way to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze. The pristine moonlight cast a silvery hue over the entire shore. The sound of waves crashing against the sand filled the air, and sitting on the beach, the trio could faintly hear the croaking of frogs from nearby rice paddies. "Ollie, how much did you sell the mushrooms for?" Wang Hai inquired. "Brother Dao, yesterday I sold a total of 115 pounds of mushrooms. Out of those, 82 pounds were of high quality, which I sold to the mountain goods store owner for 380 yuan per pound. The remaining 33 pounds were of inferior quality, which I sold for 260 yuan, but only managed to sell 20 pounds, so I brought the rest back, adding yesterday's sales of 560 yuan. The total comes to 920 yuan, which I'm about to transfer to you." As Ollie spoke, he took out his phone to initiate the transfer. "No need for that." Wang Hai gestured for Ollie to pause, continuing, "Let us simply split the money evenly. Just transfer your share along with mine." "Dao, you discovered the mushrooms after falling down the slope. It wouldn't be right for us to take so much," Sun Cheng quickly objected. "I concur with Brother Cheng. We can take less," Ollie chimed in. Wang Hai looked at his two friends with a hint of exasperation, while others devised ways to extract more money. "You two are willingly pushing it away." "Yes, I discovered the mushrooms, but you both contributed significantly as well. We will divide it equally. Mushrooms are not a daily occurrence like fishing, and you both deserve your share." Seeing Wang Hai's resolve, the two did not protest further and accepted the money. Wang Hai then transferred his share of the day's fish catch to Sun Cheng. After spending some time by the sea, the three parted ways around 10 that night. Upon entering the living room, Wang Hai was taken aback to find a statue of Mazu, the sea goddess, along with offerings of fruit and incense that had recently burned down, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. It was evident that his grandmother had arranged this to ensure his safety while at sea. After fetching a change of clothes and taking a cold shower, Wang Hai collapsed onto his bed. Just as he opened his phone, a message from Li Qingyang appeared. "Brother Dao, tomorrow I'm bringing 2 friends to Dolphin Bay. Can we join you on your fishing boat? The catch will be yours, we won't take any." Noticing the time, which indicated the message was sent over 2 hours ago, Wang Hai replied, "No problem, but we set sail quite early. We'll leave at 8 tomorrow morning." The response was almost instantaneous. "Sounds good. See you at 8. Wang Hai had initially considered asking if his friend's companions suffered from seasickness, but he figured if they did, Li Qingyang wouldn't have invited them. After watching a few minutes of video, he turned off his phone, as the screen had shattered during yesterday's mushroom foraging, making it quite uncomfortable to look at. Conveniently, he planned to get a new phone when he returned the next day. The following morning, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng set off early on their bikes towards the town. They first visited the market to purchase live shrimp, then picked up some food before heading to the dock. It was only 7:30, and with plenty of time to spare, they decided to stop by Old Zhu's noodle shop. Given the early hour, the shop was still relatively empty, and Old Zhu was engrossed in his phone, likely watching an action film. as indicated by the drool almost forming at the corner of his mouth. 2 bowls of beef noodles, the usual, Wang Hai called out. Upon recognizing Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, old Zhu put away his phone with a cheerful grin. All right, you two take a seat. He then moved to the stove to prepare their noodles. Old Zhu was remarkably quick, and within minutes, 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles were served. With no other customers around, old Zhu decided to sit down and chat with them. You two haven't been around for a few days. Is everything all right at home? As they usually visited his shop every morning, his curiosity was piqued by their absence. We've been in the city for some errands and just got back. Wang Hai replied with a smile. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance, Boss, 3 bowls of noodles, please. Sure, have a seat. Old Zhu hurriedly welcomed the new customers and went to prepare their meal. Wang Hai recognized the voice as Li Qingyang's and turned to see him accompanied by 2 familiar faces, Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zheng, the siblings he had met while obtaining their fishing boat licenses. Before Wang Hai could speak, Zhou Zheng exclaimed in surprise, Dao, what are you doing here? You know each other? Li Qingyang asked, clearly taken aback. Yes, my sister and I were taking the boat driving test a while back. And we met Dahu and Sun Cheng there, Zhou Zheng explained. As if recalling something, she added, Chenggu, is Dahu the one you mentioned, the expert at finding fish? Indeed. I had no idea you two were acquainted, Li Qingyang replied. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou's gaze had been fixed on Sun Cheng since their arrival, looking like a lovesick girl. Wang Hai had initially worried that Li Qingyang's friends might be difficult to get along with, considering they were from a wealthy background, but it seemed he had overthought it. Noticing they were still standing, Wang Hai invited, everyone, please sit down. Let us have some noodles before we head out to sea. Chapter 60, Fishing for Red Snapper Again. After Zhou Zheng settled down, he noticed his older sister standing in a daze, so he remarked, Sister, hurry up and take a seat. Why are you just standing there? Are you perhaps daydreaming about love? Zhou Zhou snapped back to reality, shooting a fierce glare at her younger brother before letting out a cold huff and finally sitting down. Observing his sister's unfriendly gaze, Zhou Zheng instinctively shrank his neck, refraining from further conversation. After a brief wait, their meals were served at the table. The aroma was enticing. Zhou Zheng, eyeing the steaming bowl of beef noodles, eagerly grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat. Once they finished their meal, Wang Hai generously paid the bill for the group, considering that Zhou Zhou had covered their celebratory dinner after passing her driving test just days prior. He was naturally willing to splurge on a few bowls of noodles. Upon exiting the noodle shop, Li Qingyang intended to buy some snacks for the boat. However, Wang Hai informed him, Brother Cheng, we have already stocked up on sufficient regular food, all placed on the boat. Let us just purchase some snacks we enjoy. All right. The group then proceeded to a nearby store, where they bought some chips and spicy snacks for indulgence on the boat. Once aboard the fishing vessel, Zhou Zheng curiously surveyed his surroundings. Big C, I haven't had much experience piloting a fishing boat since I obtained my license. Let me take the helm. No problem. Just be cautious while leaving the harbor, Wang Hai replied, happy to have someone else steering the boat, as it meant a free driver for him. Zhou Zheng, much like someone freshly licensed to drive a car, took the initiative to operate the boat. However, he would likely lose interest in time as the novelty wore off. As Zhou Zheng sat at the helm, he started the engine and gradually steered the fishing boat away from the harbor. Not long after their departure, another fishing boat, measuring over 6 meters, followed closely behind them. Big C, which direction should we head towards now? Zhou Zheng inquired. Wang Hai pondered for a moment before accessing the GPS, setting a course for the small island where they had dug for clams a few days prior. That area was rich in resources, predominantly rocky, and teeming with grouper fish. They could fish in the morning and retreat to the island to escape the afternoon heat when the sun was at its peak. As for the crab traps and eel nets, they could be left for a few more hours and collected upon their return to port in the afternoon. Casting a glance behind him, Wang Hai noticed a small fishing boat about a nautical mile away. However, he dismissed it. They had only just left the harbor, and it was normal for other fishing vessels to be nearby, expecting they would soon be out of sight. With nothing pressing to attend to, Wang Hai moved to the front of the boat, offering cigarettes to Sun Cheng and Li Qingyang. Zhou Zhou, meanwhile, sat beside them munching on chips and tapping away on her phone, seemingly engaged in a conversation with friends. After a few minutes, Zhou Zheng called out, Big C, do you recognize that fishing boat behind us? Since they set out to sea, Zhou Zheng had observed a fishing boat trailing them. Even when he altered their course, it maintained a consistent distance, mirroring their speed when he slowed down. Wang Hai began to sense something amiss. It was evident that the boat was following them. After some contemplation, he deduced that it was likely local fishermen from the town, probably trying to discern their successful fishing spots since they had been reeling in impressive catches daily. Don't worry about them. Just keep driving, Wang Hai advised Zhou Zheng. Let them follow. As long as they don't act out of line, it's no concern. After all, we're all fishermen. And making a living at sea isn't easy. After approximately 20 minutes of sailing, they reached the island where they had previously harvested clams. Zhou Zheng. Let us stop here and fish, Wang Hai instructed. All right. Zhou Zheng complied, bringing the boat to a halt. Wang Hai used his fish finder to scan the area and, although there were no large schools of fish nearby, he spotted a few scattered fish, all valuable groupers. Below the surface, a red grouper, at least 7 pounds, caught his eye. Wang Hai maneuvered his fish finder to follow it closely, anxious not to let it escape. He thought to himself that if the grouper swam more than 50 meters away, he would need to take action, as losing such a sizable catch would be painful. Fortunately, the red grouper remained within a dozen meters, swimming nearby. Once the boat was steady, Wang Hai brought a bucket of live shrimp to the center of the vessel, announcing, "There are shrimp inside. Everyone help yourselves." Without waiting for others, he baited a hook with a live shrimp and cast it into the water. The sea was calm, the sky a brilliant blue, and the water a deep azure. Zhou felt that in such an idyllic setting, even if they didn't catch anything, it would be perfectly fine. Sun Cheng, meanwhile, pulled out his phone and opened the live streaming interface. However, he refrained from starting the broadcast immediately and turned to Zhou and the others, saying, "Just a heads up, I'm going to start a live stream soon. But don't worry, I want to capture your faces." Aware that some might be hesitant about appearing on camera, he wanted to give them a fair warning. "Ah Cheng, you're also streaming on Kuaishou. What is your account name?" "I'll follow you," Zhou inquired, as if she had just discovered something remarkable. "Ah Cheng, feel free to stream. We're used to being the support crew for your broadcasts," Zhou teased, nudging Li Qingyang with his elbow. "Right, Brother Cheng?" He then cast a deliberate glance at his sister. "Humph, I didn't make you to my support crew for nothing. I did treat you to a meal." Zhou pouted. "Ah Cheng, go ahead and stream. We don't mind being on camera," Li Qingyang nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone was comfortable, Sun Cheng had no reservations and began his live stream. He shared his account name with Zhou, then prepared to fish. Zhou followed Sun Cheng's account. Reading his username aloud, "The handsomest guy in Dolphin Bay. What a unique name. I like it." "Zhou, what are you saying?" Sun Cheng asked. "Oh, nothing," Zhou replied with a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, on another fishing boat, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a scruffy beard lowered his binoculars and turned to his bald companion, saying, "Old Yi, they're fishing over there. What should we do? Should we fish as well?" "Let us not rush. Let us wait a bit and see if they catch anything first," the bald man replied. "All right, I'll keep an eye on them." The bearded man resumed observing Wang Hai and the others through the binoculars. He quickly became excited upon seeing their catch, a red grouper, a 7 or 8 pound red grouper. They caught a 7 or 8 pound red grouper. Chapter 61. Bluefin Tuna. Upon hearing this, the bald man was taken aback and quickly snatched the binoculars from the bearded man's hands to gaze in the direction of Wang Hai and his crew. Indeed, it was a red grouper. They had only just started fishing, and already they had landed a 7 or 8 pound grouper. The value of that single fish equaled the earnings of their fishing boat for an entire month. The bald man thought to himself that following them today was undoubtedly the right decision. "Quick, let us get our fishing rods. We need to fish too," he exclaimed excitedly. His expectations were modest. As long as he could reel in a few red groupers, he would be satisfied. As Sun Cheng witnessed Wang Hai pulling in such a large red grouper, he immediately directed the camera towards it. "Folks, look at this massive red grouper. There's no way it's less than 7 pounds. Wow, such a large red grouper. Isn't it worth a few $100? For those unaware, red groupers are quite expensive. Fish of this size, especially wild ones, start at 1,000 per pound. Streamer, why do you always show off others' catches? When will you catch one for yourself?" For those who don't know, the streamer has a nickname, the Air Force Prince. Ha. Sun Cheng glanced at the comments from the live chat, rolled his eyes, and chose not to respond. As he was feeling somewhat despondent, the tip of his fishing rod quivered gently, then trembled again. Had he hooked a fish? Sun Cheng stepped forward, thinking that due to the slight oscillation of the rod tip, it was likely a small fish. He gently lifted the rod. Indeed, as he had surmised, the fish was not substantial. It would be fortunate if it weighed 2 taels. He refrained from further comment, placing his phone on a nearby stand, and began to reel in the line. "Streamer, your luck seems rather unfortunate. While others are catching red-spotted fish, you're stuck with a small calamari," someone remarked. At that moment, a powerful force surged through Sun Cheng's fishing rod, bending it dramatically as the reel emitted a rapid whirring sound. Zzz. The sound of the reel was incessant. Wang Hai, standing nearby, felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained a calm facade. Moments ago, he had utilized a spirit fish to discern 3 tuna swimming below, ready to drop the hook. One of the fish had darted towards Sun Cheng's bait, devouring a small squid in one swift motion. Observing the significant bend in Sun Cheng's rod, the others on the boat could surmise that this was no small fish. They hastily reeled in their own lines to avoid entanglement. Goodness, what a tremendous force! After just a few minutes, Sun Chung felt as though he could barely hold onto the rod. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Fortunately, his rod was of decent quality, otherwise, it would not withstand such strength. Heavens, how large could this fish be? Li Chungyang mused, equally astonished. Beneath the surface, a long, bullet-like tuna thrashed its tail, struggling vehemently against the line. After several more minutes of exertion, Sun Chung could no longer endure the strain and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I can't handle it anymore. Hai, it's your turn to fight the fish." Without hesitation, Wang Hai seized the rod, beginning to wrestle with the fish. As soon as he took hold of it, he felt as though he were grappling with a bull rather than a fish. The strength was overwhelming. He quickly settled into a half-squat stance, leaning back slightly to achieve balance. Although the tuna was indeed powerful, Wang Hai was no novice. If it came down to sheer strength and endurance, he was confident he could outlast the fish. However, reeling in a fish required more finesse. A brute force approach would likely result in a snapped line. After about 10 minutes, the tuna's strength showed no signs of waning, perhaps even intensifying. Hai, I've never fought a fish this large before. Let me give it a try, Zhou Zheng said, watching others engage with the massive fish, feeling an itching desire to experience it himself. All right, just a bit longer, Wang Hai replied, continuing to lift the rod and reel in the line in a repetitive motion. After an additional 10 minutes, sensing a slight decrease in the tuna's energy, Wang Hai decided it was time to hand the rod over to Zhou Zheng. This is exhilarating, Zhou Zheng exclaimed. Having never encountered such a large catch before, his excitement palpable. Although the tuna's strength had diminished considerably from the beginning, Zhou Zheng could only endure for less than 10 minutes before passing the rod to Li Qingyang, who approached the task with a steadier hand, relying more on technique than brute strength. Yet, even he could only manage for a few more minutes before surrendering the rod back to Sun Chung. Catching such a large fish relies too much on human strength. An electric reel would make things much easier, Li Qingyang remarked. Thus, they engaged in a round-robin struggle until the tuna finally began to tire, gradually being pulled closer to the boat. As it broke the surface, the onlookers aboard the vessel could hardly contain their excitement. Is that a tuna? A bluefin, no less. Given its size, it must weigh over 100 pounds. Li Qingyang exclaimed, astonished. What kind of luck does our boat have? The first catch was a 7 or 8-pound red-spotted fish, and now we've hooked a bluefin tuna? Wang Hai, however, did not dawdle. He grabbed the fish spear from the boat's rear that had yet to be used and thrust it towards the fish's eye. Although the tuna had lost its strength, its body still instinctively thrashed about, splashing water on several people. After half a minute, the tuna lay still, prompting Wang Hai to say, "Ah chum, pass me the gaff from the back of the boat. With a fish this large, the net won't suffice. We'll need the gaff to haul it aboard." Without delay, Sun Chung retrieved the gaff, hooking it into the fish's gills. With their combined efforts, they managed to haul the fish onto the boat with relative ease. "A bluefin tuna," Sun Chung exclaimed, once again taking out his phone to boast to his followers. "Folks, you can no longer call me the Air Force Prince. This bluefin tuna is my catch." Zhou Zheng lay back on the boat, looking at Li Qingyang and saying, "Brother Chung, with such a large bluefin, hurry and take my picture. I need to post this on WeChat." Seeing this, Zhou Zhou pulled his brother aside, positioning herself next to the bluefin tuna. "Brother Chung, take my picture first." After Li Qingyang had captured photos of both, he joined in the frame before turning to Wang Hai, who stood nearby. "Hai, do you want to take a picture too?" Wang Hai was contemplating how to process the bluefin tuna when he heard Li Qingyang call him. "Brother Chung, what did you say?" "I asked if you wanted a photo with this magnificent bluefin tuna," Li Qingyang replied. "Oh sure." Hearing it was a photo opportunity, Wang Hai smiled and approached the tuna. Chapter 62. More friends, more paths. Wang Hai initially considered lying down for a photo as well, but the deck was now stained with fresh blood. So he opted against it, simply standing nearby for a quick snapshot. Once everyone had finished taking pictures, Li Qingyang stated, "The tuna needs to be bled and gutted, otherwise, it will affect the flavor of the meat and significantly reduce its market value." Wang Hai was aware that bled tuna was essential, yet he was uncertain about the actual process. "Brother Chung, how do we do this?" "Find me a knife, I'll take care of it. So I'll know how to handle it next time we catch one." Wang Hai walked to the stern of the boat, retrieving a dagger from a wooden barrel and handing it to Li Qingyang. Taking the dagger, Li Qingyang crouched down to meticulously process the tuna, removing its gills and internal organs, and making a cut at the tail. The process of preparing a tuna was quite straightforward. Li Qingyang stood up, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. "Brother Chung, you should rest for a bit. We'll handle the rest," Wang Hai offered, handing Li Qingyang a bottle of water with a smile. Given the tuna's size, the internal organs and blood were considerable, making the deck sticky and quite gruesome in appearance. Zhou Zhou, however, showed no fear. She helped wash the deck down with water. After cleaning the boat thoroughly, Wang Hai began to face a dilemma. Leaving such a large bluefin tuna on the fishing boat was not feasible. Without a cold storage or ice, and with the sun blazing, the fish would spoil within a few hours. After some contemplation, he resolved to head back to port rather than risk wasting time fishing further and losing the tuna. Simultaneously, the idea of acquiring a larger fishing vessel began to take root in his mind. After all, a larger boat would have cold storage and larger live fish tanks, allowing for longer journeys. "The Hai, are you planning to sell this bluefin tuna?" Li Qingyang inquired. "Of course. Why, Brother Chung, do you have an interest?" Wang Hai instinctively thought Li Qingyang wanted to buy it. "No, I'm not looking to buy. When I inquired about the price of conch last time, I spoke to a friend whose family is in the seafood business. He would surely be interested in this bluefin tuna. If you're selling, I can ask him." Li Qingyang explained. "Sure, that would be a great help, Brother Chung." Wang Hai readily agreed, recognizing that selling such a large bluefin tuna could prove challenging. Although the fish caught at present is not plentiful, Sister Allen can consume all of it. Once they acquire a larger vessel, the catch will certainly increase. And at that time, it is likely that Sister Allen will no longer be able to eat so much. This is a perfect opportunity to sell bluefin tuna and establish a connection with Chung Gu, a friend involved in the aquatic business. If Sister Allen can no longer manage the quantity later on, it would provide an additional avenue for oneself. Of course, Wang Hai is merely contemplating this for now. The actual situation will dictate the subsequent course of action. Li Qingyang retrieved his mobile phone and made a call, chatting for a while before hanging up. "Let us continue fishing here. My friend is on his way over in a speedboat." A few hundred meters away, on another fishing boat, the bearded man and the bald man were staring at each other in bewilderment. "Old Yi, what is the situation? They just caught another bluefin tuna. And we haven't even had a nibble," the bearded man complained. "Calm down, let us wait a little longer," the bald man replied, albeit somewhat frustrated. After another half hour of fishing without a single bite, the bearded man could no longer contain his impatience and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Old Yi, you assured me that following them would yield a good catch. Yet what do we have now? I doubt we'll even cover the fuel costs." With that, the bearded man's eyes darted around as he continued. "Their constant catches indicate there must be a school of fish beneath their boat. Shall we not venture over there and cast our lines? The ocean doesn't belong to them alone." The bald man, stroking his bald head, concurred. "Your suggestion has merit. They've been catching so many fish. It's time for us to have our share." The two reached a consensus and steered their boat closer to Wang Hai and his companions. On their boat, Wang Hai was carefully placing the freshly caught grouper into the fish hold when he noticed the other fishing boat rapidly approaching. "What is going on? Are they out of their minds?" Wang Hai thought, alarmed. At such a close distance, a single mistake could lead to a collision. The rest of the crew also noticed the approaching boat, their expressions turning grave. They ceased fishing, their gazes fixed on the approaching vessel. After a moment, as the other boat slowed down, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Had it barreled toward them, they would have had to hastily maneuver their boat to evade it. Capsizing would not be a trivial matter. Although the opposing vessel's engine had stopped, it continued to glide towards them due to inertia, finally halting over 30 meters away. "You must be out of your mind. If we collide, no one will survive," Sun Chung exclaimed furiously, shouting at the distant boat. "You little brats dare to insult me? Do you believe I want to capsize your boat?" The bearded man stroked his beard, his voice dripping with menace. Viewers in Sun Chung's livestream, witnessing this thrilling spectacle, began to comment, with many eager to incite further chaos. "Streamer, don't back down. Charge at them." "Exactly. With 5 of you, minus 1 girl. You still have 4 strong men. Rush over and teach them a lesson." Yet, a number of rational viewers cautioned them to prioritize safety. "Streamer, you may have numbers, but they clearly aren't pushovers. Don't provoke them into a real confrontation. Indeed, in such situations, it's best to call the Coast Guard." However, Sun Chung had no time to monitor the barrage of comments flooding his livestream. Meanwhile, the viewer count surged to over 10,000 due to the escalating conflict. The chat was abuzz, filled with fervent calls to confront the other crew. Zhou Zheng, shaking his shoulders, spoke irritably. "We outnumber them. Why not go over and teach them a lesson? I'll cover the medical expenses." Sun Chung had long desired to confront the other crew and reason with them. But he knew Wang Hai would likely disapprove, so he refrained from suggesting it. Seeing Zhou Zheng shared his sentiments, he instantly agreed. "I'm on board. Calm down. Can you not be so impulsive?" Zhou scolded her brother, giving his forehead a light slap, thinking, "You've been a bad influence on Chung." Zhou Zheng merely rolled his eyes. He had grown accustomed to his sister's unpredictable temperament. Wang Hai and Li Qingyang remained composed, understanding that the other party wouldn't dare to collide. More precisely, they couldn't afford to. The sizes of their fishing boats were comparable. A collision would surely lead to both vessels sinking. Unless the other two were reckless, it was all just bravado. "Listen, we're not the type to bully others. If you leave this area now, Nothing need occur, the bald man said, his gaze turning menacing, his tone chilling as he added, if you refuse to heed our warning, do not blame us for being ruthless. You're truly searching for trouble. Zhou Zheng, previously nonchalant, now had a cold glint in his eyes as he typed a message on his phone. This moment went unnoticed by the crew on the fishing boat. Rest assured, they won't dare to collide. Let us continue fishing, Li Chengyang reassured. Minutes passed, and seeing that Wang Hai and his crew showed no intention of leaving, indeed, they had even resumed fishing, frustration boiled over in the two men on the other boat. Old Yi, your words seem ineffective, the bearded man remarked. The bald man was equally surprised. Their previous tactics had worked well against other vessels, often scaring them away. Today, however, they had encountered a group of fearless newcomers. Let us teach them a lesson, the bald man declared, racing to the helm to rev the engine, preparing to charge at Wang Hai's boat. The bearded man was taken aback. Old Yi, are you really going to ram into them? I want to live. He quickly dashed over and seized the steering wheel. Fear etched on his face. Get off. I'm not actually going to crash. I just plan to intimidate them, the bald man retorted, somewhat irritated. Wasn't he foolish? In the vast ocean, a real collision could cost him his life as well. Only then did the bearded man relax. Damn, you should have said so earlier. The way you were acting, it looked like you really intended to crash. The bald man took the wheel again, steering the boat towards Wang Hai's vessel. Although they were merely 40 meters apart, there was still room to maneuver, though it required skill. Wang Hai, while fishing, was startled to see the other boat truly approaching. However, he quickly regained his composure, noting that the other vessel was not moving swiftly and still had room for maneuvering. Nevertheless, he could not gamble with the lives of his crew, so he promptly approached the helm to navigate their boat away, shouting, everyone, reel in your lines and brace yourselves. Li Qingyang remained calm, steady as a rock. Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng, both brimming with youthful fervor, grasped their spear guns and fish hooks, their eyes fixed on the approaching boat. Zhou Zhou, although a tomboy, had never encountered a situation like this and, frightened, hid behind Sun Cheng. Clutching the hem of his shirt, the bald man on the opposing boat, seeing Wang Hai and his crew depart, burst into laughter. Ha! A bunch of kids who haven't even sprouted hairs yet dare to challenge me. They're still too green. Fueled by the thrill, the bald man continued to chase after Wang Hai, the bearded man hurriedly interjecting. Old Yi, you've done it again. Hurry up and fish instead of chasing them for money. Yes, fishing is surely the priority. The bearded man smacked his forehead and quickly reduced the boat's speed, steering towards the fishing spot. Brother Hai, are we really leaving like this? Sun Qing asked, a look of frustration on his face as he glanced at Wang Hai at the helm. It's fine. We've yielded to them, Wang Hai replied. Though he said this, how could he genuinely let them off the hook? Just moments ago, while they were fishing, he had manipulated a spirit fish to possess the nearest gray-blue flat-tailed sea snake, stealthily making its way onto the other party's fishing boat, hiding beside a crab trap in the corner. Initially, the opposing team was quite arrogant, but they couldn't inflict any serious harm. However, after they had attempted to ram their boat into his, he no longer felt the need for mercy. He directed the sea snake to approach the bald man slowly. At that moment, the bald man was grinning widely, preparing his fishing rod with bait, while taunting Wang Hai and his companions for being cowards. Without any hesitation, Wang Hai commanded the sea snake to bite down on the bald man's foot. The bald man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot and instinctively looked down, only to see a sea snake darting away from him towards the bearded man, sinking its fangs into his calf before swiftly disappearing into the sea. The bearded man felt a chill in his calf but thought nothing of it, continuing to fish. Only the bald man, having witnessed the entire ordeal, was so frightened that his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Old Yi, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and fish, the bearded man urged. Noticing the bald man standing there in a daze, picking his nose. The sea snake. The bald man struggled to articulate his words. Whereas the sea snake, the bearded man, perplexed, looked around, and, seeing nothing, snapped back. Are you so used to your perverted ways that you're imagining things? Get to work, or we'll miss the school of fish and catch nothing. Look at your calf. You've got 2 red spots from the sea snake's bite. The bald man, fearful that the bearded man wouldn't believe him, pointed at his bitten foot and then at the bearded man's calf. Upon seeing the small red dots on his own calf, the bearded man felt a flicker of panic. Old Yi, you can't just say things like that. It could cost lives. Meanwhile, Wang Hai, sitting at the helm of the fishing boat, was filled with mixed emotions, both the thrill of revenge and a twinge of anxiety. He observed the frantic movements of the 2 men on the fishing boat a short distance away. When he had commanded the sea snake to bite them, he had held back, not wishing to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, the sea snake had injected only a minimal amount of venom. If they reached a hospital within 3 hours, they would suffer, but their lives would be spared. Brother Hai, what should we do now? Zhou Zheng asked, looking at Wang Hai, who still had the engine running but wasn't moving. No need to rush. They'll likely leave soon, Wang Hai said with a smile. He remained at the helm, concerned that if the two men believed they had been bitten by a venomous sea snake and would perish, they might attempt to take him down with them, making an escape difficult. After all, human nature is unpredictable. It's essential to be fully prepared. Chapter 64, Feng Shui and Fortune-Telling. In less than a minute, the opposing fishing boat suddenly revved its engine and turned back toward the dock. Brother Hai, you're incredible. They really are leaving. How did you know? Zhou Zheng marveled. I have a bit of knowledge about Feng Shui and fortune-telling, Wang Hai replied, feigning an air of mystery. It's something like seeking the dragon and dividing the gold, where every twist and turn holds a secret. Zhou Zheng excitedly gestured, his face filled with longing. What you're describing is tomb raiding, Zhou Zhou remarked, shaking her head at her brother's antics. Sun Qing pondered. I've never heard Brother Hai mention he knows about Feng Shui and fortune-telling. Could it be something he just learned? Li Qingyang eyed Wang Hai with a hint of skepticism. He didn't believe in Feng Shui or fortune-telling. Yet he had indeed noticed the two men on the distant fishing boat appearing quite anxious, as if something significant had occurred. After a moment of contemplation, unable to find clarity, he decided to dismiss the thought. Just then, a speedboat approached them, carrying more than 10 people in total. The man leading the speedboat slowed down upon spotting Zhou Zheng on the fishing boat, prompting Zhou Zheng to urgently signal for him to stay away. Brother Cheng, are they the friends coming to buy tuna? Wang Hai asked Li Qingyang. I don't think so, Li Qingyang replied, shaking his head. His friend had mentioned coming in person, but there were no signs of him on the two speedboats. Furthermore, with so many people present, it didn't seem like a buying trip. It looked more like a confrontation. Li Qingyang glanced at Zhou Zheng, deep in thought. On the speedboat, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses recognized Zhou Zheng's expression and immediately gestured for the driver to leave. Zhou Zheng pulled out his phone and sent a message in a chat. Meanwhile, Wang Hai rubbed his temples. The earlier use of the spirit fish to possess the sea snake had drained him considerably. Now that the spirit fish had returned to its pendant, he realized he couldn't utilize it again today. Without the spirit fish's vision, his ability to locate fish was diminished, so he simply declared, "There's nothing else to do now. Let us continue fishing." The group picked up their fishing gear and resumed fishing. Wang Hai had initially held little hope for a catch, but to his surprise, as soon as they cast their lines, they all hooked fish nearly simultaneously. I've caught one. It feels pretty big. Zhou Zheng shouted excitedly. Me too. Sun Qing chimed in. Wang Hai and Li Qingyang, more composed, merely smiled and began reeling in their lines. Although they all hooked fish at the same time, none were exceptionally large, alleviating any concerns about tangling lines. Zhou Zhou, despite being the only girl, was the first to reel in a fish, a pufferfish weighing over a pound. Once aboard, the pufferfish inflated, resembling a small ball. It's a pufferfish, Zhou Zhou exclaimed, delighted by the adorable, round creature. Meanwhile, the others also pulled in their catches. Each a pufferfish weighing over a pound, almost 2. Zhou Zheng held up his pufferfish and began rubbing it on his shoes, laughing. Huh? This makes for a great shoe brush. Sun Cheng, seeing this, joined in, realizing it was indeed effective. They exchanged glances and smiles, feeling a camaraderie in their shared antics. Why are we all catching pufferfish? These things are poisonous, Wang Hai said quietly. Though toxic, they can be quite tasty if prepared properly, Li Qingyang replied, removing his pufferfish from the hook and tossing it into the live fish tank. Wang Hai wasted no time, quickly rebaiting his hook. He believed that since they had all hooked fish simultaneously, there must be a school of fish beneath them, and while they were still around, they should catch as many as possible. Aside from Zhou Zhou, who was busy taking pictures of her freshly caught pufferfish, the others continued fishing. Li Qingyang and Zhou Zheng were less concerned about money. They were true fishing enthusiasts, eager for the thrill of the catch. Pufferfish come in various species, and the one Wang Hai and the others had caught was scientifically known as the yellowfin puffer. Its belly fins are yellow and highly toxic. Those unfamiliar with handling them should avoid attempting to prepare them at home. I've hooked one. This one feels a bit heavier, probably 4 or 5 pounds. Nice catch. Minus over 2 pounds. The pace at which everyone was catching fish was swift, almost as if the moment the hooks were cast, they were met with bites. Several individuals continuously cast their lines into the sea, reeling in fish for approximately 10 minutes before the bites ceased. Observing the catch in the live well, they estimated it to weigh around 60 to 70 pounds. Wang Hai waited another minute, and seeing that there were no more bites, he retracted his fishing rod and settled down to rest. Li Qingyang also stowed his rod and took a swig from his water bottle. Brother Cheng, how long do you think your friend will take to arrive? Wang Hai inquired, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Li Qingyang, who accepted it. By now, he should be here. Let me give him a call. Li Qingyang took out his phone, dialed, and after a brief conversation, He relayed. His speedboat broke down midway, and he had to switch to another one. He should arrive shortly. As noon approached, the sun's heat intensified. Wang Hai was preoccupied with the thought of the buyer arriving soon, as the tuna would soon spoil. After waiting for less than 10 more minutes, he spotted a dark speck on the distant ocean surface, which gradually revealed itself to be a speedboat. This must be Brother Cheng's friend, Wang Hai mused. As the speedboat drew near, a portly man waved at Li Chengyang. Brother Cheng, I sincerely apologize. That old boat was utterly unreliable and failed me at a critical moment. Once the speedboat reached their fishing vessel, the chubby man nimbly hopped aboard. This is Fei Qiu, and this is Wang Hai and Sun Cheng. Li Chengyang introduced them briefly, gesturing towards the bluefin tuna on their boat. This bluefin tuna is what they caught. Hello, just call me Fei Qiu, the man said, shaking hands with Wang Hai and Sun Cheng before crouching down to inspect the tuna. The fish's skin had begun to dry due to prolonged exposure to air, yet fortunately, the flesh remained fresh. If left for a few more hours, it would have deteriorated. Fei Qiu examined the fish closely, producing tools to extract some flesh for evaluation. This fish is excellent. It has a high fat content. I can offer you 600 per pound, my friend Hai. What do you think? Sounds good. Wang Hai nodded. He had some knowledge of bluefin tuna prices, recognizing that 600 was already quite favorable. Of course, he had heard reports of individual tuna fetching millions at auctions, but those were exceptional cases. Normal prices were not that high. After settling on the price, Fei Qiu turned towards the speedboat and called out to the two men aboard, Uncle Chun, Uncle Chin, please help lift the tuna onto our boat for weighing. The two middle-aged men nodded and jumped onto Wang Hai's fishing vessel, where they collectively hoisted the fish onto the speedboat for weighing. Once weighed, Fei Qiu announced, the bluefin tuna weighs 116 pounds, so at 600 per pound, that totals 69,600. If there are no issues, I can transfer the money to you directly. Not a problem, Wang Hai replied, somewhat astonished. He had initially estimated the tuna to weigh around 100 pounds, so he was pleasantly surprised by the actual weight. Fei Qiu, observing the two uncles placing the tuna into the cold storage, could not contain his smile. He glanced back at Wang Hai's fishing vessel, which, despite its small size and lack of electric reels, had managed to catch such a large tuna. This was no small feat. He privately thought that Wang Hai was quite remarkable and said with a grin, how about we add each other on WeChat, Hai? If you have more bluefin tuna or other quality goods in the future, just contact me. Since you are Brother Cheng's friend, you are also my friend Fei Qiu, and I will ensure you receive the best market price. Wang Hai felt a surge of joy at Fei Qiu's initiative to add him. He had been considering it himself. After exchanging contacts, Fei Qiu transferred the payment for the tuna. He then casually inquired, do you have any other good catches on your boat? How about some 7 to 8 pound grouper? Fei Qiu paused, astonished. He had asked casually, knowing from Li Chengyang that they had only set out 3 hours prior. And catching a bluefin tuna was already remarkable luck. The mention of grouper took him by surprise. Of course, I'll take them. Where are they? Fei Qiu's excitement was palpable as he followed Wang Hai to the live well. As Wang Hai opened it, Fei Qiu nearly exclaimed in disbelief. The moment the lid lifted, the water surged with fish. Visibly, the majority were puffer fish, followed by grouper. My goodness, are you all fishing here? Fei Qiu remarked, looking at Wang Hai with raised eyebrows. It feels more like a procurement operation. Well, today's luck has been decent, Wang Hai replied with a chuckle. Fei Qiu rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, if this is merely decent luck, I shudder to think what exceptional luck would entail. Brother Hai, you are too modest, he laughed. These fish are all splendid. I'll take all the grouper and puffer fish. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Wang Hai hesitated. While he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Fei Qiu, he also had obligations to Sister Allen. If he sold everything to Fei Qiu and caught nothing in the afternoon, he would be in a bind. Then it dawned on Wang Hai that he had forgotten about the crab and eel traps. He expected a decent haul from those as well. Even if he sold the grouper and puffer fish to Fei Qiu, he would still have goods for Sister Allen. Furthermore, there were still some wolf fish and mullet in the live well, totaling around 40 to 50 pounds. With that thought, Wang Hai felt resolute and nodded in agreement. No problem. Seeing Wang Hai's agreement, Fei Qiu smiled. Rest assured, Brother Hai, the prices I offer will always reflect the highest market value. With that, he beckoned to his companions to begin retrieving fish for weighing. Hai, I've heard puffer fish are quite delicious and tender. Why don't we keep a couple for dinner tonight? Sun Cheng whispered to Wang Hai. Perhaps it's best to skip that. After all, they are poisonous. Wang Hai hesitated, wary of the risks involved with puffer fish. Don't worry, my grandpa is an excellent cook. Handling puffer fish will be a breeze for him. But I've never seen grandpa cook puffer fish. Are you sure? Wang Hai still felt uneasy. Let us just keep a couple, if grandpa can't handle them. We want to eat them. With Sun Cheng's assurance, Wang Hai finally consented. All right, let us keep 2. As they began to scoop the puffer fish, Wang Hai addressed the middle-aged man assisting with the catch. Uncle, we'll take 2 of these pufferfish. We'll try them ourselves tonight. All right. But these are wild eastern yellow pufferfish and highly toxic. Make sure they are prepared properly before consuming, the man cautioned. Another middle-aged man chimed in. Indeed. Every year, there are numerous cases of poisoning due to improperly prepared pufferfish. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful during preparation, Wang Hai replied with a smile. Meanwhile, as they continued to scoop fish, Sun Chung climbed aboard the speedboat to help with the weighing. Everyone else was busy with their respective tasks. Although Zhou Zhou had intended to assist, she was quickly sidelined by the presence of so many men aboard. After weighing the catch, the green grouper totaled 364 pounds, priced at 74 per pound. 2 grouper fish were caught, weighing a total of 106 pounds, with a price offered at 100 yuan per pound. The red grouper, the heaviest single catch among the groupers, weighed in at 78 pounds, commanding a price of 1,000 yuan per pound. The total weight of the pufferfish was the heaviest, at 731 pounds, yet it was the cheapest, priced at only 50 yuan per pound. The market price for pufferfish is elevated due to the processing costs, which include the removal of its toxins. After weighing the catch, Feiqiu began calculating on the side, and after a while, he turned to Wang Hai with a smile. Brother Wang Hai, the total earnings from the fish catch amount to 152,086 yuan. Cutting off the fractional amount, we will consider it as 152,08, and I will transfer the sum directly to you. Feiqiu was indeed a straightforward individual, and without further ado, he transferred the money to Wang Hai. Upon receiving it, Wang Hai felt a wave of satisfaction. Although part of the catch belonged to Li Chungyang and his companions, they had agreed beforehand that they could fish for free on his boat, with the catch not belonging to them. This arrangement was not a matter of greed on Wang Hai's part. After all, they had enjoyed the experience of fishing and gained spiritual fulfillment. While he benefited financially, a clear win-win situation. Chapter 66, The Hermit Crab. Wang Hai distributed cigarettes to everyone before saying, "It's getting late, and the sun is rather scorching. There's an island not far off. Let us head there to escape the heat and grab a bite." "Absolutely, I'm famished," Zhou Zheng replied, rubbing his stomach. Wang Hai then turned to Feiqiu. "Brother Feiqiu, would you like to join us?" Although Feiqiu was eager, he shook his head. "No. I must hurry to deliver these fish back. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon." Seeing that Feiqiu genuinely seemed to have pressing commitments, Wang Hai refrained from insisting and watched as Feiqiu returned to his speedboat. "Brother Dehan, do remember to contact me next time you have such a splendid catch," Feiqiu called out. "Rest assured," Wang Hai replied. Feiqiu waved goodbye to everyone, and the speedboat turned around to leave. "Is the island Dehan mentioned the one over there?" Zhou Zheng inquired, pointing to the distant, indistinct isle. "Indeed, that's the one. It has plenty of coconuts," Sun Chung confirmed. Hearing about the coconuts, Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the helm and started the fishing boat. "Everyone, brace yourselves. We are now setting course for Coconut Island," he shouted, pushing the throttle forward and gradually steering the boat towards the island. Initially, the weather was oppressively hot, but once the fishing boat was underway, the sea breeze made the heat considerably more bearable. Zhou Zheng, donned in a sun hat and protective clothing, resembled a mummy as he nestled at the bow of the boat, engrossed in his phone, scrolling through the pictures taken earlier with Sun Chung by the tuna. A smile never left his lips. Li Qingyang leaned against the side of the boat, resting with his eyes closed. Wang Hai sat beside him, leaning against the fishing boat. But instead of resting, he pulled out his phone to share the photos taken with the tuna, posting on social media. He then checked the fishing group chat, where he immediately saw 2 fellow anglers boasting about their catches. "Brothers, today's luck was dismal. I only managed to reel in a small sea bass. Just a couple of bluegill, barely over 10 pounds. Wang Hai smiled at the messages and shared the photo of the tuna. This caused quite a stir in the group, with the anglers expressing their envy vehemently. "Sea King, oh great one, please accept my humble admiration. To catch such a colossal bluefin tuna, it's a dream I dare not even imagine. Envy and jealousy are consuming me." After reading through the flurry of messages, Wang Hai, feeling quite pleased, closed his phone and rested his eyes. The fishing boat cut through the waves, swaying rhythmically, and before long, he fell asleep. When he awoke again, the fishing boat had already reached Coconut Island. "Dehan, wake up," Li Chunyang nudged Wang Hai's shoulder softly. Groggily, Wang Hai opened his eyes and yawned, asking, "Brother Chang, have we arrived at the island?" "Yes, they've already disembarked. Let us join them," Li Chunyang replied. Wang Hai sat up and looked towards the shore, where Sun Chung and Zhou Zheng were sprinting towards the coconut trees. Zhou Zheng was curiously squatting by the beach, collecting beautiful seashells. They wasted no time, grabbing their food and jumping off the fishing boat, heading towards the sandy shore. Zhou Zheng, happily picking up seashells, suddenly spotted a claw emerging from one of the shells, startling him, and he quickly tossed it aside. What happened? Wang Hai approached and inquired. A claw popped out of the seashell. Zhou Zheng pointed, still a bit shaken. A claw. Wang Hai paused, then looked in the direction Zhou Zheng indicated, and indeed, several red claws began to emerge from the shell, slowly crawling. Wang Hai chuckled. Zhou Zheng, that's a hermit crab, much like a snail, carrying its shell with it. A hermit crab? Upon hearing that, Zhou Zheng sighed in relief, having initially feared it was a large spider. The hermit crab, which had been slowly crawling, retracted back into its shell at the sound of their voices. Zhou Zheng jogged over, picked up the hermit crab again, and curiously examined it. Meanwhile, Sun Sheng and Zhou Zheng reached the coconut trees, where they had just knocked down 2 coconuts with a stick. At that moment, they heard rustling from the nearby bushes. They exchanged cautious glances, and Zhou Zheng whispered, "Achung, it seems there is something in the grass. But I'm not sure what it is." As the rustling continued, both instinctively took a step back, apprehensive about what danger might lurk behind. However, their curiosity prevailed. Sun Sheng carefully extended his stick towards the grass, gently parting it. Upon seeing what lay within, both exclaimed in unison, "Coconut crab." There, behind the grass, a coconut crab was clutching a coconut, tearing it apart with its claws. The coconut crab's appearance was quite distinct from that of a regular crab. It resembled a large spider, with a rounded cephalothorax protruding forward, while part of its abdomen folded back towards the underside of the cephalothorax. Its legs were stout, with the left claw slightly larger than the right. Its pincers were incredibly powerful, capable of easily cracking open coconuts. Excitedly, Zhou Zheng rushed forward, preparing to grab the coconut crab, but Sun Sheng quickly cautioned him. "Zhou Zheng, be careful. The coconut crab's claws can easily snap a finger." "Don't worry. I'm aware," Zhou Zheng replied, then seized the coconut crab from behind, lifting it into his arms. Wow, this one must weigh over 4 pounds. The coconut crab flailed its massive claws in Zhou Zheng's grasp, but no matter how it waved, it couldn't reach his hands. "Achung, have you ever eaten coconut crab?" Zhou Zheng asked. Sun Sheng shook his head, stating, "I've heard others say coconut crab is quite delicious, with a hint of coconut aroma. But I've never tried it myself." "Neither have I. This one is so large it should be enough to feed all of us. Let us gather some wood and roast it later. What do you think?" "Sounds good. There are plenty of empty coconut shells around here that we can use to start a fire," Sun Sheng said. Without further ado, Zhou Zheng placed the coconut crab onto the sand and began collecting coconut shells alongside Sun Sheng. The coconut crab moved slowly, so there was no need to worry about it escaping. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and Li Qingyang were digging for clams on the beach. They had brought a self-heating hot pot, so they could simply toss the clams in and enjoy a freshly cooked meal. As Wang Hai tossed a freshly dug clam into the bag, he noticed a lump in the sand, suspecting it might be a crab, and approached to dig it up. It turned out to be a moon snail, which was a pleasant find as well. Chapter 57, Feeling Thirsty. After a little over 10 minutes, Sun Sheng and Zhou Zheng returned, carrying coconut shells and some branches to where Wang Hai and the others were by the coconut trees. "Achung, why did you bring so many branches and coconut shells?" Wang Hai asked, looking puzzled. "My companion Zhou Zheng and I have captured a coconut crab, and we shall roast it for our meal shortly." "Where is the coconut crab?" Zhou Zhou inquired, seated under the shade, savoring some potato chips. Hearing about the crab piqued her curiosity, and she glanced towards her brother. "It's over there, beneath that tree." "I'll fetch it," Zhou Zheng announced, tossing a pile of firewood to the ground before sprinting away. 2 minutes later, he returned, cradling a crab larger than a basketball in his arms. "Look, sis, but you'd best not touch it with your hands. This creature is fierce, and its claws can easily crush your fingers." Zhou Zheng displayed the coconut crab before Zhou Zhou, deliberately brandishing it in a menacing manner, knowing well that his sister harbored a deep-seated fear of spiders, which would surely startle her. "Quick, get that away from me," Zhou Zhou exclaimed, precisely as he had anticipated. "I'll put it down if you promise not to bully me anymore," Zhou Zheng teased, waving the coconut crab tantalizingly before her. "I promise I won't bully you anymore. Just get it away." Zhou Zhou, visibly shaken, quickly acquiesced. Hearing her promise, Zhou Zheng finally relented. But his moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted as a flurry of playful slaps rained down on his head from Zhou Zhou. "You little rascal, how dare you scare me?" she proclaimed, delivering her playful retribution. Of course, Zhou Zheng was no fool. He promptly fled rather than stand still to be punished, with her in hot pursuit. Just as he thought he had escaped, he tripped over a branch and tumbled to the ground, mouthfuls of sand filling his mouth. He coughed and spat the grains out. "Ugh!" Zhou Zhou caught up to him, promptly mounting him and delivering a sharp slap to his forehead. "Oh sis, I swear I won't do it again," Zhou Zheng pleaded. But her slaps only intensified, revealing just how much he had startled her moments earlier. Realizing that begging for mercy was futile, he called out for help to their friends nearby. "Chenggu, hi. Achung, help. If you don't intervene, someone might get hurt." "Wang Hai, glancing at the coconut tree not far away, remarked, "I'm feeling a bit thirsty. I'm going to pick a coconut." "Me too. Count me in." "You three have no sense of camaraderie." Jojo, sensing her brother's plight, exclaimed, Okay, I was wrong. I truly want to do it again." The three boys silently thought, "Serves you right." After a good while of playful retaliation, Jojo finally felt satisfied. Wang Hai and the others returned with coconuts. And upon settling back down, Sun Chung began to dig a pit in the sand, preparing to roast the coconut crab over a fire. "Ah Chung, you can't roast the crab directly. You must release the black liquid inside it first, or the taste will be terrible and it will carry a kerosene flavor." Li Qingyang interjected. Sun Chung, curious, inquired, "How do we do that?" "Allow me. You just keep stoking the fire, and we'll bury the crab in the coals afterward." "All right." Sun Chung nodded, continuing to add coconut shells and branches to the fire. Li Qingyang then seized the coconut crab, firmly pinching its claws, and with a knife, he pierced through the shell, instantly releasing a stream of black liquid. Once the crab ceased to move, he rinsed it clean with fresh water. Seeing them preparing the coconut crab, Wang Hai busied himself with the self-heating hot pot he had brought along, adding cleaned clams and letting it heat up. Before long, steam began to rise from the pot. Zhou Zheng, who had been doodling in the sand, caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and couldn't help but swallow hard as he dashed towards the hot pot. "It smells amazing." After waiting for about 10 minutes, the hot pot was ready to eat, and Zhou Zheng, unable to restrain himself, dove in without even washing his hands. Once Zhou Zheng had devoured his fill, Li Qingyang retrieved the coconut crab from the coals, using a stick to extract it from the fire. The boys eagerly snatched up crab legs, while Jojo hesitated. "Jojo, aren't you going to eat?" Li Qingyang inquired. I've had enough. You all enjoy," she replied with a wave, smiling. Seeing this, Li Qingyang ceased to press her further. Zhou Zheng, noticing Sun Chung had already finished a crab leg, quickly grabbed another to indulge himself. After satisfying their hunger, the group sprawled out on the beach, too lethargic to move. Finding the atmosphere dull, Wang Hai decided to take a stroll along the shoreline. The waves lapped rhythmically against the sand, while nearby, small crabs peered cautiously from their burrows, startled by the vibrations of his footsteps, retreating back into their holes. Just then, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the air. Wang Hai looked up to see two eagles soaring in wide circles above. One was a familiar brown hue. He recognized it as a golden eagle. The other, however, was pure white, and from a distance, he couldn't identify it, though he was certain it was an eagle, as the sound he had heard just moments ago had emanated from it. Is that a white-tailed sea eagle? Or perhaps a bald eagle? Wang Hai pondered, when suddenly a gust of wind swept by, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. At that moment, the golden eagle and the white eagle dove towards each other with impressive speed. Wait, a duel between eagles? Wang Hai's spirits lifted at the sight. Such a spectacle was rare. Typically, eagles refrained from attacking their similarly sized kin, fearing mutual destruction. The golden eagle and the white-tailed sea eagle both spread their wings wide, colliding with claws outstretched, aiming for each other's bodies. In the next instant, both eagles plummeted from dozens of meters high in a free fall. Just as Wang Hai thought they would plummet into the sea, the two eagles released their grip mere meters from the surface and ascended back into the sky. He couldn't help but swallow hard. When they had been soaring above, their size seemed manageable. But witnessing their wingspan fully extended from just a few meters away was a breathtaking shock. Simultaneously, Wang Hai recognized that the pure white eagle was likely a white-tailed sea eagle. Perhaps due to genetic mutation, it exhibited albinism, as typical white-tailed sea eagles only have white tail feathers, while the rest of their plumage is a rich brown. The sight of these two magnificent creatures engaged in battle was exhilarating. The golden eagle was considerably larger than the white-tailed sea eagle, with an estimated wingspan of 3 meters compared to the latter's 2 meters. Although the white-tailed sea eagle was at a disadvantage in size, it exhibited superior agility and swiftness. In no time, it maneuvered above the golden eagle, locking its gaze onto it before swiftly diving down, aiming its talons towards the golden eagle's eyes. The golden eagle, however, would not remain passive. It retracted its wings and dove downward to evade the lethal strike. The white-tailed sea eagle pursued closely, unable to reach the golden eagle's head, and instead, it clawed at its back, tearing into its flesh. The golden eagle let out a pained cry. The sky was filled with the echoes of eagle calls, causing all the seabirds in the vicinity to retreat into the thickets, trembling with fear. Seizing the moment, the white-tailed sea eagle soared back into the sky, preparing to gather strength for its next strike. Indeed, while the white-tailed sea eagle may not possess the size of the golden eagle, it is far more intelligent and agile. Wang Hai mused. The white-tailed sea eagle successfully attacked the golden eagle several more times, exhilarated enough to call out in triumph. Caw, caw. The golden eagle responded, but its cries resembled more of a lament. Repeatedly assaulted, even with its larger size, it could not withstand the onslaught. Its feathers were now stained crimson. The golden eagle had lost the bravado it possessed at the beginning of the skirmish and instead fled in a state of disarray. With the white-tailed sea eagle hot on its heels, the shadows of the two eagles gradually diminished, ultimately merging into a small black before vanishing from sight. With the excitement dissipated, Wang Hai stretched, his neck aching from the prolonged upward gaze. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in realization. He had been so engrossed that he forgot to take photographs. The pure white-tailed sea eagle was a rare sight indeed. A wave of regret washed over him, but lamenting was of no avail. After a brief respite, he resumed his leisurely stroll along the beach. Just a few minutes later, the air was once again filled with eagle cries. Wang Hai looked up and let out an exclamation of dismay. What the hell? The golden eagle, previously on the receiving end of the white-tailed sea eagle's attacks, was now invigorated and pursuing its adversary. The reason? It had the confidence of numbers. On either side of it were two golden eagles, with another one trailing behind, providing it with ample assurance. Even if it could not outmatch the white-tailed sea eagle alone, it could call upon its brethren. After all, there were now 6 golden eagles against a single white-tailed sea eagle, a scenario that was hardly challenging. The white-tailed sea eagle appeared increasingly beleaguered. Its once pristine white feathers were now marred with bloodstains. This time, Wang Hai was not caught off guard. He quickly retrieved his phone, opting to record a video instead of taking pictures. Although the white-tailed sea eagle was swifter than the golden eagle, it could not maintain a significant advantage. Despite exerting all its might, it could not shake off its pursuers. Having just battled one of the golden eagles, its stamina had already waned, further slowing its flight. Now, it could barely match the golden eagle's pace. As the golden eagles noticed the white-tailed sea eagle's dwindling speed, they began to screech like a band of marauders, as if to announce, "Halt! You cannot escape our grasp." Gradually, the white-tailed sea eagle's speed decreased further, prompting the golden eagles to ascend steadily, preparing for their impending assault. Once they reached a sufficient altitude, they all dove simultaneously towards the white-tailed sea eagle, which was now bleeding from its wing wounds. It recognized that with its current speed, it could not hope to outrun the golden eagles. If it continued in a straight line, death awaited. Reacting swiftly, it summoned its last reserves of strength to ascend vertically into the sky, hoping to evade the impending attack. The golden eagles, witnessing this, immediately mirrored the action, climbing upwards as well. This time, the white-tailed sea eagle narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Yet it had nearly exhausted its final energies. Its eyelids drooped, losing the sharpness they once possessed. The golden eagles, sensing its fatigue, began to accelerate their descent once more, targeting the beleaguered white-tailed sea eagle. Although the white-tailed sea eagle had survived a perilous encounter, its instinct for survival compelled it to attempt another evasive maneuver. However, this time luck was not on its side. It was struck hard on the head by the talons of one golden eagle, sending its body plummeting uncontrollably towards the ground. Thud! A few seconds later, accompanied by a dull thud, the white-tailed sea eagle crashed heavily onto the sandy beach. It landed merely 200 meters from Wang Hai, who, upon witnessing the event, hurried towards the fallen bird. As he approached within a dozen meters, he felt a chill race down his spine. Looking up, he saw a golden eagle diving toward him, its stance unmistakably aggressive. Damn it! Wang Hai cursed, rolling to the side to avoid the impending strike. If the golden eagle's talon struck his head, he would either die or be rendered a fool, forever known as the village idiot. Bang! Wang Hai rolled swiftly, and the golden eagle missed him as it dove, merely sending sand flying into the air. Realizing it had failed to hit its target, the golden eagle swiftly flapped its wings and took to the skies once more. The entire sequence, from the moment the golden eagle began its dive to its departure, lasted only a few seconds. Wang Hai quickly raised his gaze to the sky, where 6 golden eagles circled ominously, poised to launch another attack at any moment. He dashed towards the trees behind him, seeking refuge, and felt a wave of relief as he sheltered himself within their cover. Chapter 69, The Battle of Eagles. After several minutes of waiting, the golden eagles continued to circle overhead, showing no inclination to descend. Wang Hai surmised they were likely wary of him suddenly darting out and posing a threat. A few more minutes passed, and once the golden eagles were assured of their safety, they landed on the beach to feast on their prey. Caw, caw. The echoes of eagle cries resonated in the sky once more. A flock of around 10 white-tailed sea eagles approached from the distant sea. What the hell? How can there be so many white-tailed sea eagles? Wang Hai marveled. It was no wonder he was taken aback. Both the white-tailed sea eagle and the golden eagle typically operated either solitarily or in pairs. Such a gathering was exceedingly rare, and to see 2 different species congregating was even more unusual. As the golden eagles arrived next to the white-tailed sea eagle to partake in the spoils, They were startled by the sudden appearance of the flock of white-tailed sea eagles. They spread their wings and fled in haste. They had no choice. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, they were outmatched, let alone facing two opponents. If a skirmish ensued, their lives could very well be at stake. The golden eagles ascended directly toward the distant sea, while the flock of white-tailed sea eagles closely pursued them. However, one white-tailed sea eagle did not follow suit. It remained motionless beside the fallen leucistic white-tailed sea eagle on the beach. Caw caw. The white-tailed sea eagle called out, seemingly attempting to rouse its fallen companion. Minutes passed, yet the leucistic white-tailed sea eagle lay still, resembling a lifeless form. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of its body, it would have seemed devoid of life. The calls of the white-tailed sea eagle grew increasingly mournful and plaintive. Hidden behind the trees, Wang Hai felt a pang of empathy upon witnessing the scene. It seemed evident that these two white-tailed sea eagles were likely a pair. He continued to wait for another 10 minutes, as the white-tailed sea eagle remained steadfast by the side of its leucistic counterpart, incessantly calling out, refusing to leave. At that moment, the white-tailed sea eagle noticed Wang Hai, standing a few meters away behind the trees, but it made no aggressive move. Realizing the white-tailed sea eagle harbored no intention of attacking him, Wang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually, he grew bolder, inching closer to the white-tailed sea eagle. Having worked as a veterinarian for several months, he felt compelled to inspect the injuries of the leucistic white-tailed sea eagle. Given the rarity of white-tailed sea eagles, a leucistic one was even more extraordinary, and it would be a tragedy for it to perish in such a manner. Uncertain as to whether the white-tailed sea eagle comprehended that Wang Hai harbored no malicious intent, it refrained from attacking him, instead retreating gracefully to a distance of several meters. Of course, Wang Hai himself speculated that this majestic creature might merely be intimidated by his presence. Approaching the leucistic white-tailed sea eagle, he crouched down to assess its injuries. To his dismay, his heart sank upon inspection. Its back was marred by numerous claw marks, and given the apparent age of the wounds, the blood had dried, congealing into the feathers. Observing the extent of the bend in its left wing, he surmised that it was likely fractured, a consequence of its recent fall from the sky. Fortunately, the landing site was a sandy beach. Had it fallen onto a concrete surface, the damage would have been far more grave than a mere broken wing. As for the condition of its internal organs, whether there was any rupture or bleeding, Wang Hai could not ascertain. After a thorough examination, he noted that the creature still exhibited signs of life. Aside from the serious wing fracture, the other visible injuries seemed to be superficial and non-fatal. However, a gash on its head suggested it had also been attacked, presenting a greater challenge. Given its current state, the likelihood of survival appeared dismally slim. Even a mere 10% chance would be considered optimistic. Brother Eagle, I wish to save you, but my heart is willing while my strength is insufficient. At that moment, Wang Hai felt the spirit fish pendant around his neck radiating warmth. Curiously, he removed it and held it in his hand. The pendant now emitted a faint green glow. What could this mean? Wang Hai pondered, his expression one of confusion, until clarity dawned upon him. Perhaps this spirit fish pendant could facilitate its healing. But how could he effectuate such a miracle? He tentatively placed the pendant upon the fractured wing of the leucistic sea eagle. In that instant, the green light from the pendant began to spread, casting a pale azure glow within a 5-meter radius. It was as if a beacon had been lit, with ethereal blue light continuously emanating and converging towards the eagle's wounds. Wang Hai watched, mouth agape, his excitement palpable. This spirit fish pendant had the ability to mend injuries. If it could heal animals, surely it could aid humans as well. The leucistic white-tailed sea eagle, lying motionless on the ground, gradually opened its eyes, and its injuries visibly began to heal before his very eyes. It appeared to understand that Wang Hai was endeavoring to save it, remaining docile as it lay on the sand. After 2 minutes, the eagle's wounds were nearly invisible, and its once bent wing had returned to its former glory. Had it not been for the bloodstains on its feathers, one would scarcely believe it had ever been injured. The eagle first tentatively flapped its wings, and moments later, it took off in a joyous sprint along the beach, as if reclaiming a beloved treasure. Chirp, chirp. Observing this scene, Wang Hai couldn't help but smile. The leucistic sea eagle flew back several meters, quietly awaiting the arrival of its companions. They engaged in mutual preening, their expressions suddenly turning fierce as they flapped their wings and soared in pursuit of the golden eagles that had taken flight. Brother Eagle, I at least saved you. No need for thanks, but you could have bid me farewell. Wang Hai jested, calling out, chirp. In the sky, the leucistic sea eagle let out a cry, as if expressing gratitude to Wang Hai. Thank you, I must take my leave now. As he watched them ascend into the distance, Wang Hai snapped back to reality, glancing at the spirit fish pendant in his hand before putting it back around his neck. After meandering along the beach for a while, he rounded a sandy outcrop, and his view suddenly expanded. Before him lay a vast expanse of rocky shore, revealed by the receding tide, stretching hundreds of meters. To his surprise, he discovered such a large stretch of rocky terrain. There was a shallow layer of water covering his ankles. After just a few steps, Wang Hai's eyes brightened at the sight of a small puddle nearby, where a grayish-brown fish, over a meter in length and adorned with spots, lay stranded. What a sizable cat shark! Wang Hai dashed over to investigate. Chapter 70, A Bounty of Shells. The cat shark, also known as sand shark or water neck, belongs to the cat shark family within the class of cartilaginous fish and the order of true sharks. Unlike most sharks, such as the great white or whale shark, which are prohibited from being caught for consumption, cat sharks are an exception and can be eaten. This particular cat shark was trapped in a puddle approximately 2 meters wide and 10 centimeters deep. Lacking any tools, Wang Hai decided to leave it for later. Stumbling upon such a substantial find upon his arrival was indeed a fortuitous omen, prompting Wang Hai to scour the beach further. Sea urchins. In this secluded island, the resources were undeniably plentiful. Just a few meters away, he spotted numerous sea urchins. After contemplating the lack of equipment to collect them, Wang Hai decided to call Sun Cheng. After several rings, the call was answered, and he heard Sun Chengyan on the other end. "Ah, hi, what is up?" Initially, Wang Hai intended to ask Sun Cheng to bring over a couple of buckets, but after a moment's reflection, he simply said, "Hey Cheng, just head over directly in the fishing boat, navigating from the left side of the sea to the back of the island. The rocky area over here is exposed due to the low tide, and there are plenty of treasures to be found. Hurry over." "All right." After hanging up, Sun Cheng yawned again and turned to Li Chengyang, who was busy on his phone. "Brother Cheng, Hai says there are a lot of marine goodies in the rocky area behind the island. I'm heading over. Do you want to join?" "Sure, I'll come along." Sun Cheng glanced at Zhuozhua and Zhou Zheng, who were both still asleep, and after a moment's thought, he gently nudged Zhou Zheng. "Wake up, Zhou Zheng." After rubbing his eyes and letting out a few groans, Zhou Zheng finally replied, "Hey Cheng, what is going on?" Sun Cheng reiterated the plan to head to the back of the island. "You guys go. I'll sleep a bit longer." Zhou Zheng shook his head and settled back down to sleep. Zhuozhua remained asleep, so Sun Cheng opted not to press the matter further, knowing Zhou Zheng would inform Zhuozhua upon waking. Once Sun Cheng and Li Chengyang boarded the boat, they set off towards the back of the island. Minutes later, the fishing boat arrived at the rocky area. Meanwhile, Wang Hai was busy gathering larger sea urchins and placing them near the puddle where the cat shark was trapped. Spotting Sun Cheng and Li Chengyang approaching, he waved cheerfully. The two moored the boat, switched off the engine, and grabbed 3 buckets as they made their way towards Wang Hai. As they arrived, Li Chengyang caught sight of the cat shark in the puddle and the pile of sea urchins on the ground, immediately giving Wang Hai a thumbs up. "Hi, impressive. You even caught a cat shark. Just lucky. The cat shark was stuck here when I arrived," Wang Hai replied modestly. "Don't be humble. Luck is a form of skill as well." After exchanging a few words, they dispersed to search for more marine treasures. Sun Cheng, holding a bucket in one hand and his phone in the other, began a live stream. "Hello, new viewers, please show some love for the streamer. Look everyone. I found a spider crab, probably over half a pound. Oh wow, a little blue dragon." Before long, Sun Cheng discovered a sizable abalone beneath a rock. "Folks, check this out, such a large abalone. There's no escaping this one. This big abalone is slippery and tender. I can't help but want to taste it. You're speeding, streamer. Streamer, this ISNTA school bus. I want to get off. I suspect the streamer is up to something. Come on, everyone. Let us not jump to conclusions. This is a pure, authentic marine treasure hunting live stream." As the conversation unfolded, a warning notification from the official channel popped up in the live stream. "Ha ha ha, host, even the officials couldn't bear to watch anymore." Observing this, Sun Cheng hastily stowed the abalone into a bucket. He dared not continue, fearing that the stream might come to an abrupt end, which would certainly spoil the mood. "Host, please go on. I relish seeing your defiant demeanor." At this moment, Li Chengyang had also amassed a considerable haul in his bucket, including sea urchins, crabs, and eels, collectively weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Though Wang Hai did not utilize any hacks, his catch was still the most abundant, totaling over 10 pounds of various seafood. Noticing the bountiful yields of his companions, viewers in Sun Cheng's live stream were naturally inclined to express their envy. Such a lifestyle is enviable. "Can I join you all on your sea excursions? Count me in too. Dear friends, you are more than welcome to visit our town, although it may seem somewhat remote. The roads are pristine, surrounded by majestic mountains, offering a splendid environment and fresh air. However, as for joining us at sea, that is not feasible at the moment. Our fishing boat is too small to accommodate so many people." Meanwhile, Wang Hai was chasing after a sea eel when he stumbled upon an enormous clam standing upright in the water, momentarily lost in awe. By the time he regained focus, the eel had vanished, presumably having slipped into a crevice among the rocks. Only then did Wang Hai turn his attention back to the colossal clam, which bore a resemblance to a scallop but appeared rougher and more substantial. A significant portion of its shell was embedded in a large rock, exposing over 20 centimeters of height. The clam was half open, revealing its plump flesh. What a magnificent tridacna! Sun Cheng, who was streaming a few meters away, immediately dashed over upon spotting it. My friends, look at this enormous clam. It must weigh several dozen pounds. Are there any experts in the live chat who can identify this? Almost instantly, someone chimed in. I study marine biology. This is called tridacna, or giant clam. It is the largest bivalve in the ocean, with some specimens reaching up to 500 kilograms. It is as rare as the giant panda, and is colloquially known as the prisoner clam. They typically attach themselves to rocks. While juveniles can move, adults remain stationary. Impressive. There are indeed many knowledgeable individuals in the live chat. But can a tridacna really grow to 500 kilograms? That would be an astonishing 1,000 pounds. Just how enormous would that be? Having absorbed the information shared in the stream, Sun Cheng finally recognized the tridacna. Although he had grown up near the sea, this was his first encounter with such a creature. He had initially contemplated the clam's size and rarity, considering its potential value, and was prepared to excavate it for sale. Fortunately, thanks to the viewer's warnings, he realized the gravity of the situation and avoided unwittingly committing an offense. Li Qingyang, noticing that Wang Hai was fixated on something at his feet, approached out of curiosity and was stunned to find the gigantic tridacna. Brother Cheng, do you recognize this? Wang Hai felt a surge of emotion. Both he and Li Qingyang had been raised by the sea, and while they could identify the previously caught pepper fish and the tridacna, he felt somewhat inadequate for not knowing. Yes, this is a protected species and quite rare. He replied, this island is indeed fascinating, with conchs, tridacna, coconut crabs, and more. After contemplating the tridacna, Li Qingyang took out his phone and handed it to Wang Hai. Hai, please take a picture for me. This tridacna is truly a rare sight. After Wang Hai captured the moment, he joined for a couple of photos as well. Hai, what are the coordinates of this island? Sun Cheng inquired. Why do you ask? Wang Hai replied, puzzled. Many viewers in the stream are interested in this island and want to know where it is. Before Wang Hai could respond, Li Qingyang leaned closer to Sun Cheng and whispered, Aching, I suggest you refrain from disclosing the location to the viewers. After all, this area contains tridacna, which doesn't move like other mollusks. While some viewers genuinely wish to visit, we cannot guarantee that there aren't others who might covet the clam. Li Qingyang's warning resonated with Sun Cheng, who took a moment to deliberate before ultimately deciding against revealing the location to the stream. Just then, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the sky. Wang Hai and the others looked up simultaneously, spotting a group of over a dozen white-tailed eagles circling above them. Everyone look. So many eagles, at least 12. Sun Cheng exclaimed, adjusting the camera to capture the breathtaking scene. Li Qingyang, equally astonished, had seen solitary or paired eagles before, but never a flock. At that moment, one eagle, a striking white-tailed variant, swooped down toward them. Li Qingyang's heart raced with alarm. He wondered if the eagle viewed them as prey. Aching Hai quickly ducked behind the rocks. He shouted. Sun Cheng, engrossed in the live stream, had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Upon hearing Li Qingyang's urgent call, he hurriedly sought refuge behind a rock. Meanwhile, Wang Hai remained rooted in place, having recognized the eagle as the one he had rescued earlier, a white-tailed eagle. However, Wang Hai was not foolish enough to remain stationary, as he understood that the eagle could still pose a threat. His calm demeanor stemmed from his prior studies on raptors, which, albeit not extensive, provided him with enough knowledge. The eagle approached slowly, exhibiting no signs of aggression. Typically, a predator would dive swiftly to seize its prey. From their hiding place behind the rocks, Li Qingyang and Sun Cheng were bewildered to see Wang Hai still standing there. Hai, what are you doing? Get down! Li Qingyang shouted. Sun Cheng, more forceful, rushed over and pulled Wang Hai behind the rock. Once crouched down, Sun Cheng's heart raced from the adrenaline, and he took a moment to catch his breath before addressing Wang Hai with an annoyed expression. Hai, what were you thinking? It's fine, it 1T attacked me. Wang Hai replied with a smile. Just because you say it 1T, doesn't mean it 1T actually attack when the moment comes. Sun Cheng's tone grew more serious. He had always regarded Wang Hai as calm and intelligent, but today's episode left him perplexed. On the other side, Li Qingyang, who had also been startled, finally relaxed when he saw Wang Hai join them behind the rocks. Peeking out, he noticed the eagle was still flying toward them, now only 30 to 40 meters away. At that moment, Li Qingyang could clearly see that this eagle bore a unique red and white coloration, a sight he had never encountered before. As the white-tailed eagle slowed its descent, it landed on a rock a mere 10 meters away from the trio. Brother Eagle, over here. Wang Hai rose to his feet and waved at the leucistic white-tailed sea eagle. Upon noticing Wang Hai, the eagle's eyes brightened momentarily. Yet it remained rooted in place, hesitant to approach. Observing this, Wang Hai surmised that the eagle was likely intimidated by Sun Cheng and Li Qingyang, so he called out, "Brother Eagle, these two are my friends. They mean you no harm. Fear not, come closer." After hearing Wang Hai's words, the leucistic eagle, displaying remarkable intelligence, fluttered over and perched beside him on a rock, swaying its head from side to side as it regarded the group. Sun Cheng and Li Qingyang were utterly astonished at this spectacle. Sun Cheng had initially thought that Wang Hai had lost his mind, but it was evident that he was familiar with the eagle. "Wang Hai, you know this eagle, and it can comprehend your words?" Sun Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Li Qingyang also cast a curious glance at Wang Hai. Wang Hai nodded, explaining that he had once rescued the eagle when he was injured. He refrained from mentioning that it was just moments ago, as that would seem implausible. After all, the eagle's wounds had completely healed, and he certainly could not claim to have treated it with spiritual fish bait. Sun Cheng, however, had no doubts about Wang Hai's ability to heal animals, given his prior experience running a veterinary clinic. Li Qingyang, unaware of this background, inquired, if it was injured, shouldn't it have been taken to a rescue center instead of being treated personally? Before Wang Hai could respond, Sun Cheng interjected, "Brother Cheng, you might not know, but Wang Hai used to run a veterinary clinic, and there isn't a rescue center around here, only in the city. It's likely that this eagle's injuries were minor, and Wang Hai healed it before releasing it." Wang Hai smiled, appreciating Sun Cheng's imaginative narrative. He called out to the leucistic eagle, and all eyes turned to him, causing a jolt of surprise within. At that moment, the eagle was nearly drenched in blood, which had not been the case when it was initially injured. Realizing this, Wang Hai understood why the eagle had hurriedly taken flight earlier. It likely sought vengeance, and the blood on its feathers was probably that of a golden eagle. Chapter 72, Orchid Crabs. Sun Cheng, feeling reassured by the eagle's familiarity with Wang Hai, reached out to touch it. However, before his hand could make contact, the eagle retreated a couple of steps. Sun Cheng, disheartened, turned to Wang Hai and said, "Wang Hai, it understands you. Please ask it to let me touch it. I want to try." Wang Hai addressed the leucistic eagle, "Brother Eagle, could you allow my friend to touch you? He means you no harm." Upon hearing this, the eagle seemed to comprehend and shook its head. Wang Hai turned to Sun Cheng and shrugged, "Ah Cheng, it disagrees. I cannot force it." Li Qingyang's gaze remained fixed on the leucistic eagle. Initially, he had thought it was a pale pink creature, but after observing it for a while, he realized that the pinkish and reddish tones were merely bloodstains, and its true color was white. He had wished to touch it as well, but seeing Sun Cheng's failed attempt, he deemed it unwise. At that moment, an idea struck him. He rummaged through his bucket and produced a small snapper, which he extended towards the leucistic eagle. This tactic proved effective. The eagle seized the fish in its beak and began to tear into it. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyang managed to stroke the eagle's back while it was preoccupied with its meal. Sun Cheng stared in disbelief, astonished at how effortlessly it had been done. As the eagle feasted, several other white-tailed sea eagles that had been circling overhead descended to the ground, although they remained cautious, standing several meters away from Wang Hai and his companions. The trio, noticing this, tossed some small fish from their buckets towards the eagles. These fish were of little value, so they felt no remorse in offering them. However, there were quite a few eagles, and their appetites were insatiable. Once the fish were gone, Wang Hai declared, "With no more fish left, you must seek food elsewhere." In truth, he still had a considerable amount of abalone in his bucket, but he was reluctant to part with them due to their high value. Wang Hai was uncertain whether the eagles understood him. Nevertheless, after the fish were finished, they remained at a distance without leaving. Initially, the trio found the leucistic eagle fascinating, but over time, their curiosity waned, and they resumed their beachcombing, collecting valuable abalone to add to their buckets while discarding small fish behind them to feed the white-tailed sea eagles. The eagles eventually formed 3 groups, following closely behind them and waiting for food to rain down from the sky. At first, aside from the leucistic eagle, the others were quite wary, maintaining their distance. But as time passed, they ventured closer, moving to within 6, 7, and then 2 meters. The group continued their activities until approximately 5:30 in the afternoon, at which point the tide began to rise, compelling them to stop. As they sat on the beach, smoking, the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing against the shore filled the air. The setting sun painted the ocean a brilliant golden hue, casting shimmering reflections across the water. A gentle sea breeze stirred, transforming the once calm surface into rippling waves. Above, the white-tailed sea eagles soared, their presence silencing even the bravest of birds on the island. After finishing their cigarettes, the 3 men loaded their catch onto the boat and set off to retrieve Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zheng. As the fishing boat approached the shore, Wang Hai spotted the siblings engaged in playful antics. Zhou Zhong, get on the boat. Wang Hai called out. The siblings, aware of the importance of the situation, gathered their belongings and made their way to the fishing boat. Ah Cheng, how was your beachcombing? What did you catch? Zhou Zhong inquired as he boarded the vessel. Well, the haul was decent, but you missed quite a spectacle. You wouldn't believe how many sea eagles we encountered. Sun Cheng replied. A whole flock of them. I'm not exaggerating. Of course it's true. I even took photos. Let me show you, Sun Cheng added as he and Li Chengyang sat on the deck. Flipping through the pictures of the white-tailed sea eagles, Zhou leaned in, eager to join in. The three of them sat cross-legged in a circle, peering at the phone and exchanging remarks. Wow, this red and white one is stunning. Zhou exclaimed upon seeing the leucistic eagle, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's not red and white. It's actually white, and the red is bloodstains. Wang Hai interjected from the driving seat. Everyone, please take your seats. We're preparing to head back. With that, he started the engine and turned the boat towards the town's dock. After sailing for a short while, Wang Hai remembered that the crab and eel traps had yet to be retrieved. Fortunately, the location of the crab traps was not far off from their course. So they redirected the boat. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the site of the crab traps. The buoy was still afloat, thankfully untouched by kind-hearted passers-by. As the boat stabilized, Sun Cheng used a fishing hook to retrieve the buoy and began pulling in the crab trap. The traps did not disappoint. Having been left for a couple of days, they yielded a splendid catch, filled with orchid crabs and red flower crabs. As the remaining crab traps were hauled up, they predominantly contained orchid crabs and red flower crabs, with the latter being most abundant. Wang Hai found it rather puzzling. Typically, the traps yielded a plethora of swimming crabs. Yet today not a single one was found. However, on the flip side, this could be considered fortuitous. Among these three species of crabs, the red flower crab commanded the highest price, fetching over 100, while the orchid crab could be sold for around 60. The swimming crab was the least expensive, priced at approximately 30 per pound. Naturally, if the crabs were of equal weight, Wang Hai would prefer the red flower crab. Zhou, intrigued, expressed his desire to retrieve the remaining eel traps. I tend to have exceptional luck, he declared, confident that my collection of eel traps would yield a bountiful catch. The first trap revealed a commendable bounty, 2 red eels, each weighing around 2 pounds. The subsequent traps, however, proved less fruitful, yielding only 2 eels in total. As the 5th trap broke the surface, a sense of anticipation washed over the crew. A robust, earthy-hued eel darted frantically within the confines of the trap. By size alone, it was no less than 5 pounds. Such a magnificent creature, Sun Cheng exclaimed. The earthy dragon is reputed to be quite effective for infusions. Chapter 73, The Green Ring Sea Snake. The earthy dragon, a local colloquialism, refers to a species of marine eel scientifically designated as the crab-eating moray. Its scaled body, tapering to a rounded tail, typically exhibits a pale brown hue, belonging to the family of snake eels. It commonly inhabits the muddy banks at the confluence of rivers and seas. A carnivorous creature, it thrives on small marine life such as shrimp, crabs, and mollusks. It is rumored that infusing it in liquor yields remarkable effects. Men who consume it are said to be irresistible to women, while the reverse is true for women who partake. Despite the sharpness of its teeth, Sun Cheng accepted the eel trap from Zhou, tipping it into the live fish tank. Upon entry, the earthy dragon thrashed wildly, nearly escaping the confines of the tank. Observing this, Sun Cheng hastily secured the tank's lid. Concurrently, Zhou retrieved the final eel trap. Goodness, he exclaimed, as the trap was swiftly cast back into the sea. What's wrong? Sun Cheng inquired. Zhou, swallowing hard, replied with trepidation, there's a sea snake in the eel trap. Zhou, witnessing her brother's nearly paralyzing fear, could hardly contain her amusement. Li Chengyang, intrigued by the mention of a sea snake, promptly raised the trap once more. Fear not. A sea snake in the eel trap poses no threat to us. As the trap emerged from the water, a sinuous creature adorned with black and white rings slithered about. This is a green ring sea snake, Li Chengyang remarked, a smile gracing his face. A friend of mine has tasted it, and the flavor is said to be exceptional. Wang Hai chuckled inwardly at this, suspecting that this friend was likely Li Chengyang himself. Given that sea snakes are protected species, they are not permitted for consumption, at least publicly, privately. One could only smile at the irony. Although the eel trap contained a sea snake, it also held a green eel, albeit of modest size. Li Chengyang decided to release both the green eel and the sea snake back into the ocean for safety's sake. Once everything was settled, the eel and crab traps were lowered back into the depths, and the vessel set a course for the Dolphin Bay dock. By the time the fishing boat returned to port, night had fully descended, yet the dock remained illuminated as if it were still daylight. Numerous fishing boats that had just finished retrieving their crab traps and nets were returning. The dock was bustling with activity. Wang Hai had already coordinated with Sister Allen, and upon docking, they promptly began unloading the catch for delivery to the restaurant. Although the tuna and most of the grouper had been sold to Fei Chiu earlier that afternoon, the harvest from the crab traps, combined with the fish caught later, still amounted to over 10,000. After leaving Sister Allen's restaurant, Wang Hai led his companions back to Wangjia village. Initially, Sun Cheng had intended to treat everyone to a meal at Sister Allen's establishment that evening. However, after some contemplation, Wang Hai opted to invite them to his home instead. Firstly, Grandpa Sun's cooking was certainly on par with the chefs at Sister Allen's, if not superior. Secondly, inviting them to his home would convey a greater respect, especially since Li Qingyang had been quite helpful over the past few days, essentially serving as free labor. It was only fitting to extend such hospitality. With the ingredients already at home, Wang Hai only stopped briefly to purchase half a braised goose and half a pig's liver for soup. Li Qingyang and the others had driven to the village, with Sun Cheng accompanying them in the car, while Wang Hai rode ahead on his tricycle. To his surprise, upon reaching the village entrance, he encountered the black dog loitering about. Oh no, must it be this way? With no other option, Wang Hai pressed the accelerator to the floor, hoping the black dog would not pursue him. Fortunately, the dog merely cast a glance in his direction and did not give chase. Inside the car, Li Qingyang observed Wang Hai's sudden acceleration with curiosity, while Sun Cheng, seated in the passenger seat, burst into laughter, leaning out the window to shout, "Black dog." He tossed a leftover sausage from lunch to the roadside. "Ah Cheng, what is going on? Haha. Chingu, you may not know this, but the black dog and Hai are sworn enemies. Upon sighting each other, one must make a hasty retreat." Sun Cheng chuckled, continuing, "You see, Hai has taunted the black dog, though the dog only visits his house occasionally to bark. It has never truly attacked him. Poor black dog." Zhou Zheng, upon hearing this, felt a chill beneath him. After accelerating, Wang Hai decided not to slow down, racing straight to his doorstep. As for Li Qingyang and the others, with Sun Cheng leading the way, they had no worries about losing their way. Before returning home, Wang Hai had already called Grandpa Sun to inform him that several friends would be joining for dinner that evening, so he had not begun preparations too early. He was now seated in the courtyard on a lounge chair, fanning himself while listening to the radio. Ali was in the kitchen, skillfully wielding a knife as he chopped vegetables. "Grandpa Sun, I appreciate your hard work tonight." "What hard work? I'm delighted to have people enjoy my cooking," Grandpa Sun replied, greeting Wang Hai warmly as he placed the groceries in the kitchen. "Let me assist you, Ali, brother to Hai. I've nearly finished chopping." "I don't need any help," Ali said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Seeing that Ali did not require assistance, Wang Hai took out the pig's liver and crabs to clean them. At this moment, Sun Cheng and Zhou Zhou entered. As soon as Sun Cheng stepped through the door, he called out, "Grandpa, we're back." "Ah, now that you're here, let us get to work," Grandpa Sun responded. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at Zhou Zhou, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring memories of a familiar face. "Are you Grandpa Sun?" "I'm Zhou Zhou." Zhou Zhou, with her innate friendliness, approached Grandpa Sun, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth in his presence. "Zhou Zhou, please take a seat." Grandpa Sun gestured kindly towards a stone bench. At that moment, Wang Hai emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 puffer fish, and asked Grandpa Sun, "Grandpa, do you know how to prepare these puffer fish?" Every gaze in the courtyard fixated on him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After a couple of awkward coughs, he finally replied, "Well, I know a little about it." The uncertainty in Grandpa Sun's voice was palpable. "Really? Grandpa, what do you mean by a little?" This was the first time Sun Cheng had ever heard of a grandfather unsure of how to handle something, leaving him somewhat astonished. In his youth, he once dealt with a situation when his father was merely 12 years old, and the entire family succumbed to food poisoning, requiring hospitalization. Fortunately, he managed to handle it adequately, preventing a complete catastrophe. Grandfather Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, and his voice diminished significantly as he spoke. "However, I later took the initiative to learn how to prepare pufferfish. Unfortunately, your father and the others were too afraid to try it, so I never attempted it again. Yet, I believe my skills have not deteriorated. Perhaps I should give it another go?" Chapter 74, Steamed Pufferfish. Upon hearing this, apart from Zhou Zhou, everyone's heads shook vigorously like a rattle drum. Even fourth uncle and granny, who had just reached the doorway, joined in the head shaking. This was undoubtedly the most significant blow to a chef's pride. Grandfather Sun found himself in a quandary, unable to laugh or cry. At that moment, Zhou Zhou piped up, "Grandfather, I want to eat it." Immediately regretting his words, Zhou Zhou had intended to comfort Grandfather Sun, reasoning that with so many refusing, he surely wouldn't cook for just one person. To his surprise, Grandfather Sun's eyes lit up, a broad smile spreading across his face. "My dear, since you wish to eat it, I shall prepare it for you. Rest assured, it will be handled with utmost care. Hearing this, Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. But then again, hadn't he grandfather's son claimed to have learned how to prepare pufferfish? Surely it would be fine. Yet, how many years had passed since he last cooked it? His technique was likely rusty by now. Thus, Zhou sat in turmoil, awaiting dinner. Wang Hai continued to introduce everyone to Granny and the others while he busied himself in the kitchen. Grandfather's son entered the kitchen and began to prepare the pufferfish. Although it had been some time since he had handled one, his technique remained deft, and he swiftly completed the task. Wang Hai, standing by, watched the entire process of preparing the pufferfish, unable to suppress his gulp. Grandfather's son, are you certain it's been cleaned thoroughly? Grandfather's son hesitated for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. It's not far from perfect. It's good enough. With that, he began to cook. All the ingredients were prepped, and grandfather's son adeptly managed 2 stoves simultaneously. He initially intended to serve the pufferfish as sashimi, but ultimately decided on steaming it instead. He had some fresh green vegetables left from a few days prior, which he stir-fried with meat, while the eel was braised directly. The flower crabs were simpler, just steamed with a dipping sauce prepared. The marinated goose was sliced and paired with a dipping sauce, ready to eat. Finally, he made a pig liver meatball soup, adding a few slices of lettuce for freshness. Grandfather's son contemplated frying sea urchin eggs, but, glancing at the time, noted it was nearly 8:30 and abandoned the idea. At the dining table, filled with joy, grandfather's son instructed son Cheng to fetch the aged liquor that had been stored for 20 years. Ah Cheng, ah Zhou, can you indulge a little? Grandfather's son inquired. I can manage a bit, but not too much, Li Qingyang replied with a smile. Zhou, however, was less modest, boasting. Grandfather's son, my capacity is quite impressive. I can handle 2 gin easily. Wang Hai, ever perceptive, took the wine jar and poured for everyone, ensuring not to fill too much for grandfather's son and fourth uncle, given their age. Wang Hai himself was not particularly fond of white liquor, but with only Granny and Zhou abstaining, it felt inappropriate not to partake, so he poured a glass for himself too. Make yourselves at home. Eat and drink as you please, grandfather's son declared before taking the first sip. His face lit up with satisfaction. The decades-old liquor had a delightful flavor. Li Qingyang took a small sip. Compared to wine or beer, he preferred the intense flavor of white liquor. As soon as the glass reached his nose, he recognized it was of superior quality. A sip revealed a smooth taste, rich with the essence of grains, leaving a sweet aftertaste. Grandfather's son, where did you procure this liquor? Its flavor surpasses even those priced at several thousand a bottle, Li Qingyang inquired. I brewed it myself. There's plenty at home. If you enjoy it, I can let you take a couple of jars back, grandfather's son replied, delighted that someone appreciated his homemade liquor. Thank you, grandfather's son. Li Qingyang said, genuinely grateful, as he intended to bring some back for his own father, who also enjoyed white liquor. Zhou, however, downed his glass in one go, believing that all white liquors tasted the same, failing to discern any distinct flavors. Grandfather's son's gaze shifted to Zhou. He found her increasingly endearing and mused how wonderful it would be if she could become his granddaughter-in-law. Zhou, since you wish to try the pufferfish, what do you think of the flavor? Zhou, just about to grab a piece of braised eel, trembled at grandfather's son's words, causing the piece to fall back onto the plate. Hastily, she transferred the eel to her bowl, forcing a faint smile. Under the scrutiny of everyone at the table, she finally took a piece of pufferfish, hesitating for a moment before placing it into her brother's bowl. Ajing, you love pufferfish, so you try it first. Zhou, who was sipping soup, nearly choked, casting a look of despair at Zhou. Initially, he intended to refuse, but a sudden pain in his waist compelled him to comply. Zhou, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Sun Qing asked with concern upon noticing Zhou's discomfort. I'm fine, Zhou managed to reply, suppressing the pain while forcing a smile. Under Zhou's subtle threat, he glanced at the pufferfish in his bowl, hesitating before ultimately daring not to taste it. Grandfather's son, oblivious to the group's inner turmoil, took the initiative and sampled a piece, relishing the taste. Rest assured, the pufferfish is properly prepared, and it's safe to eat. Seeing grandfather's son eat, Zhou quickly picked up a piece, wanting to demonstrate her fearlessness. The moment the pufferfish touched her palate, an explosion of flavor danced upon her taste buds. The texture was fresh and elastic, bursting with delight. Sister, is it delicious? Zhou inquired, noticing his sister's enjoyment. Not delicious, Zhou replied, yet her chopsticks continued to transfer fish to her bowl. Observing this, Zhou realized his sister was intent on hoarding the delicacy for herself. He promptly grabbed a sizable piece of fish and placed it into his bowl. This prompted the others to join in, fearing that if they hesitated any longer, the fish would be devoured entirely. By the end of the meal, everyone's bellies were pleasantly full. Zhou, his face flushed and neck thick, lay sprawled on the stone table, fast asleep. He had boasted most during the drinking, claiming to have a high tolerance, yet ended up consuming the least and dozing off. It was only a little past 10, which was considered late for the elder folks like grandfather's son, prompting them to retire to their rooms. Chapter 75, The Plea of the Blackwood. Meanwhile, the younger crowd, including Wang Hai, reveled under the moonlight, playing by the beach. Zhou Zheng, thoroughly inebriated, lay sprawled on the sands, deep in slumber. Zhou Zhou, seeing this, returned to the car to fetch a jacket to cover him. Despite their frequent bickering, the bond between the siblings was undeniably strong. Although it was nighttime, with the sea breeze blowing over the beach, it remained quite warm. Wang Hai, Li Qingyang, and Sun Cheng dove into the ocean for a refreshing swim. While they called it bathing, it was more about cooling off, as they would need to shower again upon returning. Zhou Zhou watched the three boys frolicking in the water, tempted to join but deterred by her white t-shirt, which would become see-through when wet. She settled for sitting beside her brother, idly playing on her phone. As the night deepened, the moonlight bathed the beach in a silvery glow, illuminating the darkness. The croaking of frogs echoed from the nearby rice fields. Hey, there's fish. As Sun Cheng swam, he felt something moving beneath his feet. Instinctively, he bent down and grasped the object, only to discover it was a sardine, roughly the size of his palm. Having swum by the seaside before, Wang Hai was unfazed by the occasional encounter with fish beneath his feet. As the group continued to frolic until 11 at night, they changed into their clothes and returned to the shore. Wang Hai assisted Li Qingyang in helping Zhou Zheng into the car and turned to Zhou Zhou, who was seated in the driver's seat, waving his hand and saying, Zhou Zhou, drive slowly and be cautious on the road. Don't worry. I'm a seasoned driver with 3 years of experience, Zhou Zhou replied playfully, then turned to Sun Cheng and said, Goodbye, Cheng. Goodbye. Drive safely. And feel free to come over anytime, Sun Cheng replied with a smile. As they watched the car disappear into the distance, Wang Hai turned to Sun Cheng and remarked, Cheng, you must seize the opportunity with such a wonderful girl like Zhou Zhou. To be honest, Hai, Sun Cheng replied. While Zhou Zhou is indeed gentle and sweet in appearance, I find her temperament a bit too fierce and aggressive for my liking. I prefer someone a touch more tender. Wang Hai rolled his eyes in response. Suit yourself. It's your choice when it comes to such a significant matter in your life. After all, a forcibly picked fruit is seldom sweet. Make sure to get some rest. Don't spend your nights flexing in front of the mirror until 1 or 2 in the morning, Wang Hai advised. How do you know? Sun Cheng exclaimed incredulously, firing a barrage of questions at Wang Hai. You must have misheard me. I merely suggested you sleep early since we have fishing plans tomorrow, Wang Hai said hastily, shutting his yard gate and making a quick exit. Standing outside, Sun Cheng muttered to himself, could it be that I truly misheard? I thought I was the only one who spent evenings before the mirror. Surely Hai couldn't he know that? After pondering for a moment and finding no clarity, he shook his head and went inside his home. Once Wang Hai was inside, he took a cold shower and collapsed onto his bed. Grabbing his phone, he opened a social media app and began scrolling through videos. What is up with this app? It keeps recommending me videos of young ladies dancing in ultra-short skirts. I'm a serious fishing enthusiast. Shouldn't it be suggesting fishing content? He grumbled, though his gaze remained fixated on the short skirts. Indeed, joyful moments are fleeting. Before he knew it, it was already past 1 in the morning. Despite this, Wang Hai felt no inclination to sleep. But reason reminded him that he couldn't indulge any longer. There were important matters to attend to the next day. Reluctantly, he forced himself to shut off his phone and close his eyes. Yet the more he tried to sleep, the more elusive it became. After lingering until 1:30 in the morning, Wang Hai conceded that he might as well wait until he felt truly tired before sleeping. He retrieved his phone once more and began researching fishing boats. The small fishing vessel they currently owned was no longer sufficient for their daily needs. At just over 5 meters in length, it could only navigate nearshore waters, which lacked the abundant resources found in the open sea. The small fuel tank also limited their range, but that could be remedied with spare fuel barrels. However, the most pressing issue was the inadequately small live fish tank, which lacked refrigeration. It was summer, and if they caught tuna or other fish that perished quickly after being caught, returning to port mid-journey was not an option. In warm weather, the fish would spoil within hours. All these conditions would be easily resolved with a larger fishing vessel. After much deliberation, Wang Hai finally settled on a 24-meter, double-deck, flybridge fishing yacht that featured 2 large-capacity live fish tanks and 2 fish holds. Additionally, it boasted 4 bunk rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, essentially making it a mobile home at sea. Most importantly, it was equipped with a 220-horsepower diesel engine and a 15-ton fuel tank. All these features made Wang Hai's heart race with excitement, but upon seeing the hefty price tag of $1.2 million, he fell silent. He felt that a 24-meter fiberglass fishing boat would suffice, as it could still be used for trawling while allowing for fishing without much compromise on comfort. After browsing for a while longer, fatigue finally set in, and his eyelids grew heavy. Just as he closed his eyes, the sound of barking dogs pierced the night. Woof! Woof! Wang Hai had heard that sound countless times and immediately recognized it as the bark of the black dog. This dog never seemed to quiet down at night. He buried his head in his blanket, muttering, "Woof! Woof!" Yet the barking persisted, transitioning from furious barks to what seemed like howls of distress. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Hai's instincts kicked in. As a veterinarian, he was all too familiar with such cries. He had previously treated dogs that had been poisoned, and this sounded like a clear indication of poisoning, weak and gasping. Furthermore, the black dog typically only barked in the early morning, never at this hour. With that thought, Wang Hai quickly donned a pair of shorts and slippers and rushed outside. The black dog continued to bark, now sounding more like a lament. Upon opening the gate, he spotted the black dog lying at his doorstep, panting heavily and foaming at the mouth, with a dart syringe embedded in its abdomen. Just then, a van sped towards him, and upon noticing him, it immediately turned to flee. Although the van's high beams were blinding, Wang Hai could vaguely make out a figure in the driver's seat. He surmised that it was likely a young person, as they wore a mask obscuring their features. Furious, Wang Hai shouted, "Damn dog thieves!" Although he cursed, he refrained from pursuing them, recognizing the folly in chasing after a pack of thieves, typically working in groups. One person alone would not dare to engage. If caught by the villagers, they might face severe consequences. Moreover, these thieves were ruthless, armed with poison darts. Recklessly confronting them could endanger his life. Wang Hai had intended to memorize the van's license plate number, but it was covered with a black bag. Which didn't surprise him. Those engaged in such nefarious activities often used fake plates and likely drove a stolen vehicle. As the van disappeared from view, Wang Hai set aside his concerns and swiftly removed the syringe from the dog's body, cradling it as he rushed back inside. Once in his room, he laid the black dog on the floor and began to assess its condition. The poor creature was so weak it could barely make a sound. Its pupils dilated and unfocused. Wang Hai immediately deduced that the substance injected was likely cyanide. The black dog had shown considerable resilience. Generally, dogs injected with cyanide succumbed to the poison within 2 minutes, losing consciousness and suffering cardiac arrest. It was a highly toxic substance, and survival was nearly impossible unless treated quickly. However, the local clinic was unlikely to have any antidotes for cyanide poisoning, and even if they did, it would take too long to transport the dog from the village to town. Fortunately, he still possessed the spirit fish pendant. Having successfully treated the severely injured white-tailed eagle earlier that day, he hoped it could similarly counteract the effects of cyanide. With that thought, Wang Hai swiftly removed the pendant from around his neck and placed it on the black dog. However, the pendant failed to emit the expected azure glow as it had earlier. "No, you can't falter now," Wang Hai urged, gripping the pendant tightly and fervently repeating, "Heal, heal, heal." After a brief moment, the spirit fish pendant finally emitted a verdant glow, and upon witnessing this, Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief. Although the black dog barked at him in a seemingly threatening manner, it had never once truly bitten him. Wang Hai understood that the creature was merely expressing its grievances over its recent neutering, venting its frustrations. He had grown accustomed to this behavior. If the black dog were to perish, he would indeed find himself at a loss. Naturally, his fondness for small animals was evident. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to study animal science in university. With the healing powers of the spirit fish pendant, the once dull gaze of the black dog rekindled with vitality. Observing this, Wang Hai hurriedly grasped the dog's jaws, fearing that it might regain its wits and retaliate with a bite, which would spell disaster for him. Although the black dog had never truly bitten him before, he pondered the possibility that it simply had not found the opportune moment. With this thought in mind, he cleared his throat and softly spoke, "Black dog, while I did neuter you, tonight I have saved your life. This must balance our past grievances. So you must not bite me. If you can comprehend my words, give a bark." After a moment of silence, Wang Hai grew anxious when the black dog remained silent. Surely it wouldn't dare to bite him after he had saved it? It was then that he realized he was still holding its mouth shut, making it impossible for the dog to bark. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. "If you agree, wag your tail twice." With the treatment from the spirit fish pendant, the black dog appeared to have regained its spirits. After hearing Wang Hai's words, it turned its clever eyes a few times before promptly wagging its tail. Wang Hai, relieved by this response, hesitated but ultimately did not release its jaws. He remained wary of the dog's intelligence. To be more precise, its cunning nature, which could be quite treacherous. Watching the black dog wag its tail incessantly, Wang Hai waited for 2 more minutes before cautiously loosening his grip on its mouth. Though he did not completely let go, should the black dog choose to attack, he wanted to be prepared to restrain it again. After a brief wait, the black dog remained obediently lying on the ground, tail wagging. It seemed a bit bored, twirling its tail and scratching circles on the ground. At that point, the glow of the spirit fish pendant began to dim, and Wang Hai surmised that the healing process was likely complete. After some contemplation, he finally released the black dog's mouth, resigning himself to the possibility that if it truly wished to bite him, it would be an act of utter betrayal. He could not simply abandon the black dog in the middle of the night, especially with dog thieves lurking about. The creature had narrowly escaped danger tonight, largely due to its cleverness in seeking refuge at Wang Hai's doorstep. But what about next time? It was unlikely that such fortune would persist. Thus, he resolved to allow the black dog to stay at his home, permitting it to roam freely during the day. Although the dog thieves were brazen, they would likely refrain from striking during daylight hours, as the villagers of Wangjia village harbored a deep-seated resentment towards dog thieves. A sign had even been erected at the village entrance, boldly declaring that any dog thief caught would be beaten to death. Relieved that the black dog had not bitten him, Wang Hai sighed in quiet relief. Yet, just as he stood up, the black dog sprang to his side and opened its mouth wide, attempting to bite him. Wang Hai's inner thoughts screamed in disbelief. This black dog is most ungrateful. After uttering this exclamation, he noticed that there was no pain emanating from his calf. Looking down, he saw that although the black dog had acted swiftly, it had merely nipped him gently, not even breaking the skin. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Wang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. The black dog barked a couple of times in a haughty manner, though it seemed to be cautious not to wake Wang Hai's grandmother, as it barked softly. Subsequently, it turned its rear and lay down beside the bed to sleep. Observing this, Wang Hai felt his earlier tension dissipate. Since the black dog had not bitten him, it likely would not do so again. Lying back down, he began to reflect on the shadowy figures from the van earlier. They seemed familiar, as if he had seen them before. However, after ruminating for some time, he could not recall where he had encountered them, so he decided to set the matter aside. Although he had initially considered reporting the incident to the authorities, he ultimately dismissed the idea. What could he possibly say? That the black dog had been struck by a dart infused with cyanide? It was common knowledge that anyone hit by such a projectile would not survive. Yet the black dog was still lively and full of vigor, making it impossible for him to explain. Moreover, there had been reports of dog thefts in the village over the past 2 years, but the thieves were always cautious, using fake license plates and wearing masks, making it nearly impossible to identify them. If the thieves succeeded tonight, someone would inevitably report it tomorrow, thus relieving him of the burden of explanation. However, Wang Hai was determined not to let these dog thieves escape unscathed. As for how to investigate, that would require careful consideration. This was not a matter that could be resolved in haste. Lost in thought, he was suddenly stirred by the sound of snoring. Turning his head, he saw the black dog sleeping soundly. Chapter 77, The Veterinary Clinic. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the black dog's snoring, Wang Hai gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, the sky was shrouded in gray, with a light drizzle falling. After completing his morning exercises, Wang Hai opened his door to find the black dog eagerly darting out first. After washing up, he glanced at the weather forecast, feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. A typhoon was expected to make landfall the day after tomorrow, which meant he would not be able to venture out to sea for several days. Upon arriving at his neighbor Sun Cheng's home, he found Ali just bringing the freshly prepared meal into the living room. As he was about to greet Wang Hai, he noticed the black dog running in from behind. Knowing of the animosity between them, he quickly warned, "Brother Hai, the black dog is behind you." "It's fine," Wang Hai replied with a smile, reaching down to pat the black dog on the head. Ali was taken aback. He remembered how the black dog had always attempted to bite Wang Hai whenever they crossed paths. Just then, Sun Cheng emerged from the house, yawning, and upon witnessing the scene, wore a rather peculiar expression. "Brother Hai, what kind of magic potion did you give the black dog? Why isn't it trying to bite you?" "What magic potion?" Wang Hai retorted. He then recounted the events of the previous night, when a dog thief had come to the village, though he deliberately downplayed the situation, omitting the detail about the black dog being struck by a poisoned dart. It would take considerable effort to explain how he had saved it. Haha, that is certainly a good thing. At least now you don't have to run away when you see the black dog. As they ate breakfast, Sun Cheng and the others were astonished to see the black dog peacefully coexisting with Wang Hai. After finishing their meal, the rain continued to fall lightly, and the wind had picked up, causing the waves to rise high. Since they could not go to sea, Wang Hai donned a raincoat and rode his tricycle to the town. His phone screen had shattered during his last mushroom-picking excursion, and he had yet to replace it. He first purchased a new model, which cost over 4,000 yuan. In the past, he would have hesitated to spend such an amount. Since Wang Hai's veterinary clinic had closed, a new one had opened in town, though he had yet to visit. Since the black dog was accompanying him, he decided to take it along to get its rabies vaccine. This veterinary clinic was still located in the same premises that Wang Hai had previously rented. Upon parking his vehicle out front, the black dog immediately became alert, recalling that it was here where it had been neutered, instinctively perceiving the place as dangerous. "Wang Hai, Noticing the black dog's intent to flee, quickly seized its front legs. The black dog was a large breed, weighing over 120 pounds. Had Wang Hai not possessed significant strength, he might have struggled to hold it back. What is the fuss? It's just a vaccine. Wang Hai scoffed. You're far too big to be acting this way. The black dog, however, would not be swayed by Wang Hai's dismissive words. Its prior experience of being lured into the clinic with a chicken leg had left a lasting impression, and it vigorously struggled to escape. However, Wang Hai was not one to be trifled with. Weighing over 100 kg, he effortlessly lifted the hefty black Shiba Inu into his arms. Ultimately, the dog was forcibly carried into the veterinary clinic. Upon entering, Wang Hai surveyed the familiar surroundings with a tinge of nostalgia. After all, this was the place where his dreams had taken flight, and it stirred a profound sense of reflection within him. Kai Ling was seated behind the medicine cabinet, engrossed in a popular science book about animals. Upon hearing footsteps, she instinctively looked up, only to find a young man clad in a raincoat, cradling a large black dog. Initially, his expression bore a hint of melancholy, yet it was overshadowed by a wistful gaze at the environment around him. The wind howled fiercely outside, accompanied by relentless rain, and with the dog nestled in his embrace, she instinctively surmised that the canine must be unwell. She gently inquired, "Hello, is the dog sick?" At the sound of her voice, Wang Hai turned to her, and at first glance, he perceived an aura of purity about her. Dressed in a flowing white dress and sporting black-rimmed glasses, her long, dark hair shimmered elegantly under the light. A subtle sadness flickered in her eyes, evoking an instinctual urge to protect her. No, I'm here to get it vaccinated against rabies," Wang Hai replied, feeling an unexpected nervousness in her presence, a sensation he had never experienced before. Upon hearing that it was merely a vaccination, the girl nodded slightly. "If it's just the vaccine, it will be 25 yuan. Wang Hai, having previously owned a veterinary clinic, found this price relatively reasonable, perhaps even a touch low. Naturally, if it were a veterinary station, the rabies vaccine would be free, as it is public service. However, a private veterinary clinic incurs charges. Initially, Wang Hai intended only to vaccinate the black Shiba Inu. But considering its stray-like demeanor, constantly roaming outside, it was likely harboring parasites. After a moment's thought, he added, "All right, I'll also need some deworming medicine." "Okay, please wait a moment. I will fetch the vaccine," Kai Ling said as she rose and approached the refrigeration unit to retrieve the vaccine. Then searched the cabinet for the deworming medicine. Wang Hai shot a warning glance at the black Shiba Inu, advising it not to wander, before gently placing it on the ground. He then removed his raincoat, revealing his robust physique. The black Shiba Inu, now devoid of the anxiety it exhibited upon entering, lay quietly on the floor. Yet, from its gaze, one could sense a resigned acceptance. The dog let out a soft bark, as if to say, "Well, whatever happens, happens." Kai Ling, noticing Wang Hai without his raincoat, was momentarily taken aback, and it took her a while to react as she approached with the medication and syringe. "What is this dog's name? It seems very obedient." "It's called Black Shiba. Don't be fooled by its current docility. Let us not get into that." Wang Hai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. During the vaccination, the black Shiba Inu remained surprisingly calm, not barking or causing a fuss, simply lying quietly on the ground. Once everything was completed, the black Shiba Inu yawned and barked softly, as if to say, "All right, is it done? Can we go home now?" Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Given the circumstances, it seemed they would be stranded for a while. Kai Ling remarked, "The rain is too heavy right now. You should wait here until it subsides." Wang Hai, pleased with this suggestion, felt a sense of attachment to the clinic, which he had only opened a few months prior. Kai Ling poured him a glass of water and, taking a chicken leg, squatted beside the black Shiba Inu to play with it. However, the dog displayed a remarkable lack of interest, merely glancing at the chicken leg before turning its head away, continuing to lazily draw circles with its tail. Wang Hai chuckled to himself, finding Kai Ling's persistence reminiscent of his own initial encounters with the black Shiba Inu. Regardless of what delicious food was presented, the dog refused to eat. It took weeks of familiarization before it would accept any food from him. Seeing Kai Ling still crouched beside the black Shiba Inu, persistently waving the chicken leg in front of its nose, Wang Hai gently reminded her. Upon hearing his words, Kai Ling's determination only intensified. She was adamant to prove that apart from working dogs, no other canine could resist the allure of food. As the minutes ticked by, it became evident that the black Shiba Inu remained utterly uninterested in the chicken leg. After half an hour, Kai Ling returned to the cash register with a dejected expression, petting the dog's head before diving back into her book. Wang Hai, feeling equally bored, initially considered striking up a conversation with her. But seeing her engrossed in her reading, he opted instead to casually peruse a guide on canine ailments. More than an hour passed with the rain showing no signs of abating. Just as Wang Hai contemplated braving the downpour to return home, a wooling van sped up to the veterinary clinic. A dark-skinned middle-aged man wearing a gray-green t-shirt jumped out, seemingly oblivious to the rain drenching him, and rushed inside, exclaiming, "Kai Ling, hurry, come to my house. The calf is too big, and the cow can't give birth. If we wait any longer, it will suffocate." Wang Hai recognized this man as Chen Changchun, a livestock farmer from Yunbian village who owned over 20 cows. He was generally honest, but rather frugal, often delaying until an animal was gravely ill before seeking Wang Hai's assistance, all to save on veterinary fees. Previously, when Wang Hai's clinic was still operational, a cow from Chen's farm had fallen ill. What could have been a minor issue, easily resolved with a simple foredrip for a couple of hundred yuan, had been dragged out until the cow was nearly beyond saving, resulting in a costly bill of over 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing about the cow's predicament, Kai Ling quickly donned a white lab coat and prepared to follow him outside. Just as she reached the door, she noticed Wang Hai still waiting inside to escape the rain. It would be inconsiderate to send him out into the storm. Assessing Wang Hai's demeanor, she deemed him unlikely to cause any trouble, especially with surveillance cameras in the clinic. Thus, she said, "You should wait here until the rain stops, and then you can pull down the roll-up door and leave." In his urgency, Chen Changchun had not even registered Wang Hai's presence. Upon turning to see him, his surprise turned to delight. "Kai Ling, I'll take your boyfriend with me. You can drive behind us." Without waiting for Kai Ling to respond, he grabbed Wang Hai and headed for his van. Understanding the farmer's predicament, Wang Hai followed suit without protest. He was aware of how crucial it was for a cow to give birth. Any delays could lead to dire consequences for both the cow and the calf. Kai Ling felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, intending to clarify, but by then, both men were already in the vehicle, starting the engine. Fortunately, she had visited Chen's farm recently, so she was not worried about losing her way. She quickly turned, pulled down the roll-up door, and addressed the still-lying black Shiba Inu. "Stay here, don't wander off." She was not overly concerned about the dog causing mischief, given its ability to resist even the tempting allure of a chicken leg. With a glance at the black Shiba Inu, Wang Hai felt a twinge of regret as he settled into the van. Chen Changchun, eager to save the cow, drove at breakneck speed towards Yunbian village. Wang Hai glanced at the speedometer, which read 109 km/h, nearly sending his heart into his throat. "Uncle Chen, the roads are slippery in the rain. Let us take it slow. Veterinarian Wang, we must assess the actual situation. We can afford to wait, but our cow cannot. Furthermore, in my youth, I was a racing driver, traversing this road countless times. Even with my eyes closed, I could drive back effortlessly." With that, Chen Changchun lightly tapped the brakes, shifted gears, swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and executed a perfect right-angle drift. Wang Hai watched in astonishment, feeling as if his very soul had almost lagged behind. Fortuitously, due to the rain and the coastal highway, there were few vehicles on the road. In their reckless speed, they covered a journey that would typically take half an hour in a mere 10 minutes, arriving at the cattle farm at the foot of the mountain beside Yunbian village. "Veterinarian Wang, time waits for no one. We must hurry." After parking the car, Chen Changchun dashed towards the cattle pen. Noticing Wang Hai swaying unsteadily, he quickly hoisted him onto his back and ran inside. Wang Hai was not deliberately sluggish. Chen Changchun's driving was so wild that he felt dizzy and nauseous from the sudden stops and accelerations. Once inside the barn, Wang Hai's dizziness subsided. In the distance, an elderly man with graying hair anxiously awaited the birth of the calf. Upon seeing his son and Wang Hai arrive, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Ah Hai, you must come quickly and see what to do." "Grandpa Chun, please do not panic," Wang Hai replied, rushing into the pen. "Uncle Chun, first secure the cow to the fence to prevent her from moving around, and find a sturdy, longer rope." "Understood," Uncle Chin responded. Taking hold of the rope meant for tethering the cow and binding it to the fence, while Grandpa Chun went to fetch the rope. Wang Hai seized the moment to wash his arms thoroughly. After cleansing his hands, Wang Hai approached the cow from behind. At that moment, only one hoof of the calf had emerged. Wang Hai reached in, confirming the position of the calf's head and the other hoof. To his surprise, he discovered two heads. "Uncle Chun, this is not simply a case of a calf being too large to be born. You have twins. Their hooves are entangled, causing the difficulty in delivery." As he spoke, he skillfully separated the intertwined hooves and gently pulled the first calf's hoof outward. The mother cow bellowed in pain. Fortunately, Wang Hai's skills had not waned. He quickly extracted the calf's hooves and head. Initially, he intended to use the rope to assist in the delivery, but his strength was sufficient to manage alone. With the calf's position corrected, after a few more minutes of effort, the first calf was successfully born. Thanks to Wang Hai's timely arrival, the calf was in good condition, not suffering from oxygen deprivation, and was now lying on the ground, curiously peering at the new world. Just then, Kai Ling, carrying a medical kit, hurried in, breathing heavily. Upon seeing the newborn calf, she sighed in relief, but noticing the mother cow's still large belly, she realized another calf was likely still inside. You should check on the calf's condition. It's been a while, and it might have inhaled water. I will handle the remaining calf, Wang Hai suggested to Kai Ling. While the first calf appeared lively, there was still a risk of complications. Before Kai Ling could fully grasp the situation, Wang Hai resumed his efforts to extract the second calf. Initially, she thought Qin Changchun had merely misinterpreted Wang Hai as his boyfriend, bringing him along. But she was surprised to see Wang Hai's professional handling of the delivery. Satisfied with Wang Hai's expertise, she squatted beside the calf, beginning her examination. After assessing it, she confirmed there were no significant issues, just as Wang Hai had indicated, some water in the lungs, but nothing serious. A quick injection and drip would suffice. Without delay, she opened her medical kit and prepared the necessary treatment. Meanwhile, Wang Hai busied himself for over half an hour before successfully delivering the second calf. Kai Ling approached, administering the prepared nutrients to the mother cow, who had expended considerable energy during the prolonged labor. If she did not receive proper nourishment now, the next birthing could likely result in complications. After washing his arms again, Wang Hai took out his stethoscope to check the condition of the second calf. This little one appeared quite well. Despite being the last to be born, it had not inhaled any water. Just a couple of minutes after the examination, the calf began to wobble, attempting to stand. This little fellow is quite eager, Wang Hai remarked with a smile. Due to its recent birth, the calf struggled several times, but seemed close to succeeding. Seeing both the calf and mother cow safe, Qin Changchun, who had been anxiously pacing, finally relaxed. He approached Kai Ling to express his gratitude. Kai Ling, if it weren't for you and your boyfriend today, I would have been at a loss. Uncle, it's not what you think, Kai Ling hurriedly interjected, realizing there was no time to explain. An uncle knows these things. I understand, Qin Changchun replied with a knowing smile. Adding, Hi, Kai Ling is a fine girl. Your taste is commendable, reminiscent of my youth. Wang Hai, who had been drinking water, nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. His reaction was not solely due to Qin Changchun's compliment about Kai Ling, but also the implication that his taste mirrored that of Qin Changchun's youth. I understand, Uncle Chun. Wang Hai managed to say between coughs. Qin Changchun, who often played matchmaker for the younger generation, would likely try to set him up with Kai Ling if he knew Wang Hai was single. Wang Hai indeed harbored some affection for Kai Ling. After all, they shared the same profession, and she was both beautiful and well-proportioned. Beyond their shared career, those two attributes alone would likely draw any man's admiration. However, Wang Hai preferred a natural progression rather than an arranged introduction. Moreover, a girl as stunning and accomplished as Kai Ling was likely already taken. After settling the payment, Qin Changchun invited both to lunch at his home, but Kai Ling politely declined. Uncle, although it's pouring rain today, the veterinary clinic cannot be left unattended. With Black Dog still at the clinic, Wang Hai naturally accompanied Kai Ling back to her vehicle. Once seated in Kai Ling's car, Wang Hai felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, reflecting, now, this is what driving should feel like. Earlier, Chun Uncle's driving was akin to racing against the Grim Reaper. My name is Meng Kai Ling. You may call me Kai Ling, she introduced herself. Wang Hai. You can call me Da Hai or Ah Hai, he replied. I noticed your professional handling of the calf delivery. Are you also a veterinarian? Kai Ling inquired. Still puzzled about why Wang Hai had brought Black Dog to the clinic for vaccinations if he were indeed a veterinarian. I was once, but I am not anymore. Wang Hai replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Kai Ling understood. Her veterinary clinic had been open for 2 months, yet customers were scarce, which likely contributed to its struggle to remain open. Who would run a business that did not profit? Reflecting on it, she realized she might be the only one in such a predicament. On their way back, the two engaged in light conversation, discussing various animal-related topics. By the time they arrived at the veterinary clinic, the torrential downpour had diminished to a gentle drizzle. As soon as Wang Hai stepped out of the car, he felt a sudden chill on his back. Turning around, he saw Wang Liqing glaring intently at him while riding his electric bike. Distracted, he crashed into a 3-wheeled cart that was reversing, tumbling to the ground with a thud. Ouch! Wang Liqing winced in pain, letting out a muffled groan. The oranges in the cart tumbled down with a clatter, scattering across the ground, while the 2 trays of eggs beneath his feet shattered into pieces. The elderly woman driving the tricycle was momentarily stunned, instinctively believing that she had collided with someone while reversing. Panic set in as she took a couple of deep breaths. But soon she regained her composure, realizing that her reversing speed had been slow, and if she had seen the person, evading them would have been no issue. Clearly, this young man was attempting to deceive her. What is wrong with the youth today? Why must they resort to petty tricks? Wang Liqing felt a sharp sting in his elbow, estimating that he had at least scraped his skin. Lying on the ground, he lamented his misfortune. And upon hearing the old woman accuse him of being a fraud, he immediately became irate, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You old hag." He was about to retort that he was not a scammer, but after a moment's thought, he decided to play along. With his eggs all smashed and oranges scattered everywhere, why not give this old woman a taste of her own medicine? "Oh, my arm, my thigh, my back, it hurts." Wang Hai seized the old woman's tricycle, preventing her from escaping. You young rascal." The elderly woman, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of curses for a full 2 minutes, managing to draw upon her entire repertoire of expletives without repeating a single word, showcasing her mastery of invective. At that moment, several onlookers in the crowd recognized the old woman. A middle-aged man chuckled, "Hey, it seems we're in for a show. This old lady is notorious for scamming others. Who would have thought she'd meet her match in a young man today?" Despite the drizzling rain, numerous passers-by gathered under their umbrellas, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Occasionally, someone would comment, "Well, this old woman is something. When the insults didn't work, she just lay down. Look at that. She's even frothing at the mouth. Her eye rolling is top-notch. Truly a professional scammer. What do you call this? This is professionalism." Observing the scene, it was evident that the young man lacked the requisite skill. He merely lay on the ground wailing, devoid of any expressive actions. Chapter 80. The dog thief turned out to be him. Kaling noticed the old woman's peculiar behavior and approached to investigate. Seeing this, Wang Hai quickly grabbed her arm, not out of a lack of compassion, but because he recalled that moments before the old woman fell, she had stuffed something resembling a pill into her mouth, likely the source of the foam. It was understandable that Wang Hai harbored suspicions. A college classmate of his had once helped an elderly individual only to be extorted by the entire family. Had it not been for surveillance footage capturing the entire incident, his friend would have had no idea how much he would owe. "Hai, what are you doing?" Kaling frowned as Wang Hai held her back. "Don't worry, someone has already called the police." Wang Hai gestured towards the distance, where 2 doctors clad in white coats were making their way over. Their location was only a couple of 100 meters from the clinic, and someone had already gone to summon medical assistance when the incident occurred. Kaling's veterinary clinic was just nearby, and Wang Hai's primary concern in holding her back was to prevent her from getting embroiled in trouble. Neither the habitual scammer nor Wang Hai were upstanding individuals. An entanglement with either could lead to complications. Kaling glanced in the direction Wang Hai indicated and indeed saw 2 doctors approaching. The lead physician, upon recognizing the old woman lying on the ground, immediately wore a displeased expression, clearly aware of her reputation, yet out of professional duty, he knelt to assess her condition. "Old lady, what seems to be the trouble?" Gasping, the old woman replied, "I feel dizzy and weak all over." After a comprehensive examination, the results confirmed the doctor's suspicions. She was merely feigning distress. At that moment, a police car arrived, and 2 officers stepped out to inquire about the situation. They first spoke with the 2 principal individuals involved, then consulted the eyewitnesses who had observed the entire episode, leading them to reach a conclusion. The doctors determined that the elderly woman was unharmed, yet she insisted on undergoing a CT scan and a full examination, clearly seeking a free medical checkup. The onlookers were astonished by her audacity. Seeing the old woman speak and behave normally, Kaling realized her earlier concerns had been unfounded. Having been raised in comfort and sheltered by her parents, she had never fathomed the depths of human deceit. With a resigned shake of her head, she cast a grateful glance at Wang Hai. "Everyone, please disperse," the police officer instructed as the crowd continued to swell. Wang Hai and Kaling turned to head towards the veterinary clinic. Meanwhile, Wang Hai, seated on the ground and enduring police inquiries, cast a cold glare at Wang Hai's retreating figure, silently attributing the entire incident to him. Had it not been for their encounter, he would not have found himself entangled with this fraudulent old woman. Moreover, his eggs and oranges, intended for Old Fourth, would now necessitate a fresh purchase. As Wang Hai opened the roller shutter of the veterinary clinic, he remained blissfully unaware that Wang Hai had taken a grudge against him. Of course, even if he had known, it would have mattered little. As soon as the door swung open, the slumbering black dog stirred, glancing at Wang Hai. With a casual glance, it spotted Wang Hai across the street and immediately bared its teeth, charging towards him. Woof, woof. Seeing this, Wang Hai was startled, initially believing the black dog was about to attack him. With no way to evade, he swiftly grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck, managing to subdue it. "Black dog, didn't we agree last night to let bygones be bygones? What else with this sneak attack?" Woof, woof. Wang Hai observed the black dog growling incessantly, but its ire was directed not at him, but at Wang Hai. Kaling, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and stepped back a couple of paces. "Are you all right?" Wang Hai quickly inquired, concerned. "I'm fine, but what is up with the black dog?" "I'm not sure," she replied, as they conversed. Although the black dog did not bark, its low growl persisted, its gaze fierce. Wang Hai felt a chill. The intensity of the black dog's stare at Wang Hai surpassed even the ferocity it had displayed when he had previously reprimanded it. How had Wang Hai managed to provoke such animosity? Wait a moment. The more Wang Hai scrutinized Wang Hai's figure, the more familiar it appeared. Coupled with the black dog's current aggression, he began to draw comparisons between Wang Hai and the dog thief from the previous night. They were undeniably the same person. Now he understood why the black dog was so hostile. While he had made this connection, he lacked any evidence. Even if he reported it, there would be little recourse. However, it was of no consequence. Knowing the identity of the perpetrator was sufficient, and he was certain that Wang Hai would strike again in the future. Black dog, stop barking. Wang Hai spent some time calming the dog until it finally quieted down. Checking the time, he saw it was already past 10 in the morning. After exchanging pleasantries with Kaling, he prepared to leave. Hai, wait a moment, Kaling called out urgently. What is up? This morning, you assisted with the delivery of Uncle Chen's cow. After deducting the cost of the 4-drip, you deserve your share of the consultation fee. Let us exchange contact information, and I'll transfer the money to you. Wang Hai initially hesitated to accept the money, as he didn't particularly need it at the moment. However, upon hearing her mention contact details, he quietly took out his phone. I'll scan you. After they added each other as friends, Kaling sent Wang Hai 200 yuan. Truth be told, this amount was quite generous. Wang Hai knew that a typical delivery fee was around 500 yuan, not including transportation costs. Although the figure of 500 may seem substantial at first glance, in reality, cattle farmers typically handle such matters themselves. It is only in cases of difficult births that they urgently seek the assistance of a veterinarian, much like today. Wang Hai hesitated for a moment before accepting the situation, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt for relying on others. Hey, let us go, he urged his dog. After leaving the veterinary clinic, Wang Hai first visited the market to procure some fresh vegetables before heading home. As he passed by the village entrance, he fortuitously encountered Aunt Li, slowing down. He greeted her, but was promptly stopped. Hi, wait a moment, she called out. What is it, Aunt Li? Wang Hai inquired, bringing his vehicle to a halt, puzzled. The house of Uncle Qing Yun has collapsed. Many people have gone to help, did you know? Uncle Wang Qing Yun was, after all, his great-uncle. Hearing that the house had fallen, Wang Hai felt as though a thunderclap had struck his head. When did this happen? Is great-uncle all right? He asked urgently. I don't know. Your uncle heard the news and rushed over to help. You should hurry and check on him, she advised. All right, Aunt Li. I'll head over now. Wang Hai dared not linger and quickly hopped onto his tricycle, accelerating towards his great-uncle's home. The distance was not great, but Wang Hai drove as if the wind were at his back, navigating the muddy village roads post-rain, nearly skidding into ditches several times. Fortunately, his skills behind the wheel saved him from mishaps. His dog, Hai, was less pleased, jostling about in the back and finally leaping off when the tricycle slowed. Minutes later, as he approached within 100 meters of grandfather Sun's house, Wang Hai spotted several individuals gathered at great-uncle's doorstep. As he drew near, seeing great-uncle Wang among the crowd, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Great-uncle, are you all right? He called out as he parked his vehicle and rushed over with concern. Don't worry, Xiao Hai. I'm fine. It's just the courtyard wall that was blown down by the wind, great-uncle replied, his demeanor surprisingly cheerful despite the situation. Wang Hai then noticed that it was indeed only a section of the wall that had collapsed, not the house itself. The fallen bricks had already been collected and piled aside by the villagers who had come to help. Hearing Aunt Li's alarming report had truly frightened him unnecessarily. Great-uncle Wang was well liked in the village, and many had come to lend a hand. You're late, Hai. We've already tidied this place up, chuckled Sun Cheng, who was seated on a brick, smoking a cigarette. Hai Ji greeted Ali with a smile from beside him. Wang Hai observed that both were covered in mud, indicating they had been hard at work. He merely nodded to the elders present, producing some cigarettes to share, and announced, It's nearly noon, uncles and brothers. Please join us for lunch at grandfather Sun's house. Everyone was aware that Wang Hai and great-uncle Wang frequently shared meals at grandfather Sun's, and they nodded in agreement. Smiles on their faces. Sounds good. It's been a while since we all gathered like this for a meal, said Sun Jiangwo, Aunt Li's husband, glancing at Wang Hai with a newfound respect. Previously, he had heard gossip about Wang Hai loafing around, but seeing him so courteous changed his perception. Indeed, Uncle Sun's culinary skills are renowned in town. We'll eat well at noon, someone else chimed in. And there will be wine. It's been a long time since I've tasted Uncle Sun's brew. We must indulge, added another, all nodding in agreement, smiles brightening their faces. Hi. It's still early. Why don't you head back to prepare lunch? I'll take the others to help fix great-uncle S house to prevent leaks. As for the courtyard wall, we'll wait until the typhoon passes to rebuild it. Otherwise, the cement won't set properly and could be blown down again. Li Jiangguo suggested. Being a skilled mason, he had built Wang Hai's home, so Wang Hai felt assured in his abilities. Uncle, I appreciate your help. Wang Hai replied with a smile. Not a bother. You all get busy, and we'll get to work swiftly to avoid any further rain delays, Li Jiangguo said, leading the group into the courtyard to inspect potential leaks. At that moment, only Wang Hai, Ali, and Sun Cheng remained outside. Since Sun Cheng could not cook and the vegetables Wang Hai had purchased were only sufficient for his family, he sent Sun Cheng to buy more. He and Ali would return home to prepare the meal. As Sun Cheng took the tricycle keys, Wang Hai called out, "Ah Cheng, wait a moment. What is up?" Sun Cheng asked, "Please pick up 3 packs of double happiness cigarettes while you're out." Wang Hai handed over the money for the cigarettes. "Aren't you a fan of Likun? Why the change in taste?" Sun Cheng asked in surprise, quickly realizing that the cigarettes were likely for the 3 uncles who would be helping with the repairs. Indeed, Wang Hai intended to offer the cigarettes as a token of gratitude for their goodwill. "Enough chit-chat. Hurry back, and be careful on those slippery roads," Wang Hai urged. Though Ali owned a small shop, he didn't profit from cigarette sales, so he couldn't contribute to the cigarette fund. "All right, I'll be off," Sun Cheng replied and departed. Once he left, Wang Hai and Ali carried the fresh produce back to Grandfather Sun's house. Sun Grandpa was reclining in a chair, eyes closed in repose, blissfully unaware of the courtyard wall incident. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so relaxed. Wang Hai knew he would need to inform Grandfather Sun about the lunch invitation for those who had helped Great Uncle. He decided to share all the details. "As long as Great Uncle is fine," Sun Grandpa said, visibly relieved upon hearing the news. "By the way, inviting everyone who came to help for a meal is certainly in order. However, paying them would seem impersonal. So, Xiaohei, please buy a few packs of cigarettes, nothing fancy. Just double happiness will do. After lunch, each person should take home a jar of wine and a pack of cigarettes," he suggested. Wang Hai smiled, realizing they had both thought along similar lines, although he hadn't considered the wine. "I've already asked Ah Cheng to buy the cigarettes," he informed. "Good thinking. You rascal," Sun Grandpa said, regarding Wang Hai with approval. As the hours passed, Wang Hai washed the vegetables while Ali chopped, and Sun Grandpa tended to the cooking. Under their collective efforts, lunch was prepared in no time. Around noon, Sun Cheng returned with marinated goose and roasted duck. Meanwhile, Li Jiangguo and the others were still laboring on the roof, drenched in sweat, working until 12:30 before they finally finished and came to eat. After lunch, Wang Hai distributed the cigarettes and wine to the 3 helpers. Sun Jiangguo, upon seeing the offerings, promptly waved his hands in refusal. "Ah Hai, I'll accept the wine, but not the cigarettes." Despite their initial reluctance, they ultimately accepted the gifts after Sun Grandpa's encouragement, leaving with smiles on their faces. "This time we'll accept, but don't hesitate to ask for help in the future. Next time, it shouldn't be like this," Sun Jiangguo insisted earnestly. "Understood, Uncle Sunday. Please drive safely," Wang Hai replied, smiling as he walked them to the door. Once they had distanced themselves, he swayed slightly as he returned inside, realizing that the 3 men were quite the drinkers, each having consumed over 2 gin of liquor, while he himself had only managed about 1 gin and was already feeling unsteady. "Xiaohei, you should rest now," Sun Grandpa advised, noticing Wang Hai's flushed face and unsteady gait, prompting him to have Sun Cheng help Wang Hai to his room for a much-needed rest. Chapter 82, Catching Eels. Once in his room, Wang Hai collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, I found that darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. A glance at the clock revealed it was 7:30 in the evening. I ventured into the yard to splash my face with cool water, which brought me a measure of relief. "Dahai, dinner is ready. Come over to my place," Sun Cheng shouted. "All right, I'm coming," I replied. Once seated at the dining table, Wang Hai, unusually disinterested, glanced at the array of dishes before him, lacking appetite. He merely sipped a bowl of plain congee and nibbled on a few vegetarian dishes. After the meal, Sun Cheng, having procured a few nets from somewhere, clamored to go set them for catching eels. Fortunately, the 2 families lived adjacent to a stretch of abandoned rice paddies. Had the destination been farther, Wang Hai would have likely opted out, particularly since he was still feeling the effects of midday indulgence. Having dug up some earthworms earlier as bait, the trio donned headlamps and set off. Thanks to the recent rain, the frogs in the paddies were particularly lively, their croaks resonating continuously. The 3 of them walked cautiously, as the damp ground was quite slippery. The air was refreshingly cool, but not only the frogs were active, the leeches were too. The abandonment of the rice paddies had led to rampant growth of reeds, with a thick layer of duckweed blanketing the water's surface. Finding a suitable spot, Sun Cheng cautiously rolled up his pant legs and waded into the water. Though the paddies had once been cultivated, the water was not deep, yet years of sediment had rendered the ground treacherous. "Be careful, Ah Cheng. The leeches are abundant after the rain," Ali warned. "Don't worry, these little leeches don't intimidate me," Sun Cheng retorted arrogantly. Observing Sun Cheng's bravado, Wang Hai couldn't help but smile, though his expression swiftly morphed into one of alarm as he pointed behind Sun Cheng. "Ah Cheng, there's a leech right behind you." "Uff, such a poor act. Do you think you can fool me?" Sun Cheng scoffed, unwilling to even turn around. Frustrated that his scare tactic had failed, Wang Hai sighed. It had once been effective, but its overuse had diminished its impact, akin to the fable of the boy who cried wolf. Sun Cheng cleared away the surrounding water weeds to create a space for the net. "Ollie, pass me a net," he instructed. "Sure," Ollie replied, handing over a net from the bucket, already baited. Sun Cheng positioned the net, leaving part of it above water for the eels to breathe. The nets couldn't be placed too close to each other, or it would cause disturbances. Once the net was set, Sun Cheng returned to the bank and continued along the earthen path beside the paddies. Describing the path as earthen was somewhat misleading. It was more akin to a grassy trail, seldom trodden by others. Over time, the grass had grown to a height surpassing their waists. However, this was advantageous for them, as unfrequented places yielded better resources. The journey was cumbersome. Wary of snakes, they had to strike the ground with sticks to scare them away. The dense underbrush made navigation difficult, and in some places, the grass was so tall that they had to clear a path with machetes. They took their time, spending nearly half an hour setting down 5 nets, with 3 still remaining. By now, the rain had intensified, and without umbrellas, they realized that even if they rushed back, they would arrive home soaked. Resolutely, they decided to complete the remaining 3 nets. The chorus of frogs continued unabated, but as they approached, the croaking ceased abruptly, a testament to the frogs' caution. "These frogs are quite skittish," Wang Hai remarked with exasperation. The first 2 nets took about 10 minutes to set. While preparing the final net, Sun Cheng was bent over manipulating the water weeds, and Wang Hai, watching intently, noticed a water snake slithering a few meters away, heading towards Sun Cheng. This snake was not large, about half a meter long and slightly thicker than a thumb, its back a slate gray. Wang Hai, unfamiliar with the species, hurriedly shouted, "Ah Cheng, quickly come up. There's a water snake behind you." "What? Are you trying to trick me again?" Sun Cheng replied dismissively, exhibiting an air of disbelief. Ollie, however, recognized the snake, which was scientifically named the Chinese water snake, also known as the mud snake or the golden-edged mud snake. Short and stout with a slightly larger head, it was mildly venomous. Although its venom was not lethal, a bite would certainly be unpleasant. "Ah Cheng, there really is a water snake. Hurry up," Ollie urged. "Since when did you start joking like Wang Hai?" Sun Cheng retorted, knowing Ollie rarely jested. Yet, instinctively, he turned to look. "Oh my God, a water snake!" Sun Cheng exclaimed, racing towards the bank without looking back. "I told you. But you wouldn't believe me." Wang Hai chuckled as he pulled Sun Cheng to safety. Though he made light of the situation, he had not been idle. When the snake approached Sun Cheng, he had used his fishing line to steer it away. Once on dry land, Sun Cheng adamantly refused to return to the water to set the final net, and Wang Hai, still feeling dizzy, was equally reluctant. As for Ollie, his fear of snakes rendered him unwilling to go back. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the trio unanimously agreed to abandon the last net and head home. They were all thoroughly soaked by this time, and as they made their way back, each returned to their respective homes for a shower and rest. After showering, Wang Hai collapsed onto his bed. Black Dog followed suit, lying on the floor of Wang Hai's room, and soon the sound of snoring filled the air. To an unknowing observer, it would seem as if a tractor were idling in the house. Tossing and turning, Wang Hai found himself unable to sleep, disturbed by Black Dog's snores. It seemed that tomorrow, he would need to construct a doghouse for Black Dog, otherwise, restful slumber would remain elusive. The following morning, Wang Hai awoke to the cheerful chirping of birds outside his window. Unbeknownst to him, Black Dog had somehow managed to push the door open and venture outside. After a brief meditation session, Wang Hai headed to the yard to freshen up. The rain had washed the air clean, leaving a refreshing aroma of damp earth. For reasons unknown, Wang Hai found this scent delightful, evoking a sense of comfort and relaxation. Taking a deep breath, he squatted by the water basin to wash his face. Just as he was midway through his routine, Sun Cheng rushed over, calling for Wang Hai to join him in retrieving the nets. "Why the hurry? Let's have breakfast first," Wang Hai suggested, spitting out water, then shaking his hands dry as he yawned and ambled towards Sun Cheng's house. Seeing no other option, Sun Cheng followed suit, and they went to have breakfast first. Due to the approaching typhoon, the morning sky remained overcast even at 7:30. Upon arriving next door, they found Ollie busy in the kitchen, preparing dishes. Wang Hai entered the kitchen, intending to lend a hand, but Ollie gently ushered him out. "The Hai, please have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly." Breakfast was simple yet refreshing: stir-fried oil wheat, homemade pickled vegetables, and plain congee. After the meal, the 3 of them grabbed buckets and set out to collect the nets. Following a night of heavy rain, the water level in the paddies had risen significantly. However, the nets were equipped with empty bottles, ensuring that the eels would not suffocate. The first net yielded disappointing results, producing only 2 tiny crayfish, barely substantial enough to eat, more akin to crayfish fry than anything else. The second net fared slightly better, offering a 3-pound eel along with 4 or 5 larger crayfish, even a palm-sized crab. The third, fourth, and fifth nets produced increasingly bountiful catches, with the crayfish multiplying rapidly. Collectively, they amassed around 4 to 5 pounds. "We came to catch eels, yet all we have are crayfish," Sun Chung muttered, untying the net's sack and pouring its contents into the bucket. "Where can one find such an abundance of eels for you to catch? Having numerous crayfish is quite commendable as well. For midday sustenance, preparing a spicy crayfish dish would be delightful." Wang Hai, evidently more carefree than Sun Chung, wore a cheerful expression. However, the crux of the matter lay in his genuine aversion to eating eels. Those creatures harbor a plethora of parasites. In his youth, he had once captured them, only to discover, while processing, that their bellies were filled with long, wriggling worms, an utterly revolting sight. Although he had heard others extol the nutritional virtues of eels, he was still single, rendering such claims moot. Ollie, on the other hand, scavenged for a stick on the ground, using it to turn over the egg-bearing crayfish and toss them back into the rice field. Such egg-bearing crayfish are not palatable. After spawning, they have depleted their nutrients, resulting in small, often empty shells. It is better to release them to prevent overfishing. Nevertheless, some individuals specifically target these egg-bearing crayfish, not for consumption, but rather for their roe, claiming it resembles caviar in flavor. Wang Hai, however, could not concur with this notion. Though he had never tasted caviar, he had sampled crayfish roe in his childhood, which was decidedly unpalatable, releasing nothing but a fishy taste upon biting. If it truly tasted like caviar, it would hardly command such an exorbitant price. The group wasted no time and continued along the path they had forged the previous night, heading towards the next trap location. Upon retrieving the remaining 2 traps, they found, to their surprise, that not a single eel was caught. They were all filled with crayfish. Sun Chung, gazing into the net of the trap, was visibly frustrated, as his objective was not the crayfish but rather the grand eels. Just then, Ollie spotted a long object emerging from the mound of crayfish in the trap. Initially, he thought it was an eel, but upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Brother Chung, there is indeed a sizable eel in the trap, albeit one with markings." Upon hearing Ollie's words, both Sun Chung and Wang Hai instinctively leaned closer to the trap. Indeed, there was an eel adorned with distinctive markings. Splendid. They could buy a chicken later and prepare a delightful dragon and phoenix casserole for lunch. After collecting all the traps and discovering only a couple of eels, Sun Chung turned his attention to the marked eel. Wang Hai, recalling the delicious dragon and phoenix casserole he had enjoyed at Grandpa Sun's home during his childhood, nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since he had tasted it. They would bring it home for a midday feast. As Sun Chung hoisted the last trap to the edge of the field, Wang Hai reached out to pull him up. Due to the presence of a water snake in the trap, they refrained from opening the net bag to dump its contents into the bucket. Otherwise, the water snake might escape, which would be manageable, but a bite would pose a problem. Although the snake's venom glands are not well developed, and its toxicity is minimal, no one wishes to be bitten. It was best to wait until they returned home to handle the snake safely. Once on solid ground, Sun Chung felt something amiss on his legs and instinctively looked down, only to find them covered in leeches, thickly clustered, with a dozen or so on both legs. Fortunately, having often played in water during his childhood, he was quite accustomed to such occurrences. There are numerous methods for dealing with leeches. The most common involves repeatedly slapping them until they release their grip. Alternatively, sprinkling salt on them is also quite effective. Of course, those unfamiliar with the proper approach sometimes resort to forcibly pulling them off, which is ill-advised, as it can cause the leech to latch on more tightly. Even if they manage to remove it, the leech's mouthparts may remain embedded in the flesh, leading to redness, swelling, or even severe skin ulceration. Sun Chung chose not to rush the matter. Instead, he returned home, where he sprinkled salt on the leeches. Before long, they recoiled in pain and fell away. "Well done. You all managed to catch so many crayfish," Grandpa Sun exclaimed upon seeing the group return, peering into the bucket filled to the brim with wriggling crayfish. At that moment, the water snake in the trap began thrashing about, catching Grandpa Sun's attention. "Ah, and there's a water snake. Excellent. Chung, go to the town and buy a chicken. We'll prepare a dragon and phoenix casserole for lunch." "All right." Sun Chung, seated on a chair, applying ointment to his legs, acknowledged his grandfather's request. "Grandpa, I'll move some bricks from the edge of the cellar to build a doghouse for Black Dog," Wang Hai said, glancing at Grandpa Sunday. "Sure, you can do that yourself." Hearing about the doghouse piqued Sun Chung's interest, prompting him to assist in moving the bricks. Meanwhile, Ollie sat by the water tank in the courtyard, tending to the crayfish, eels, and water snake they had caught earlier. Ollie, be cautious when dealing with the water snake. First, strike it with a stick to kill it before removing it, Grandpa's son advised, having brought a stick over to Ollie. Got it, Grandpa, Ollie replied with a smile, accepting the stick and dispatching the water snake from the trap. Once he confirmed it was indeed dead, he removed it and proceeded to gut it. Grandpa's son stood nearby, offering guidance. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and Sun Qing busied themselves transporting bricks to build the doghouse for Black Dog. Though the weather was pleasantly cool, the continuous trips left beads of sweat on their foreheads. In contrast, Black Dog appeared to be enjoying itself immensely, grinning widely as it frolicked with a pack of dogs along the path in the rice fields behind the village, embodying the very essence of a canine king in the village. After 2 hours of diligent work, Wang Hai and Sun Qing finally completed the doghouse for Black Dog. Describing it, one could say it featured a semi-open design with excellent ventilation. The roof was crafted from modern, ultra-high-strength, nanometallic materials, essentially tin roofing. While modest in appearance, it offered adequate protection from the elements, unlike before, when Black Dog would sleep on a pile of firewood at night. In the event of rain, it would have to endure the night huddled under the eaves. This was a significant improvement. Chapter 84, Dragon and Phoenix Casserole. With time still on their side, Wang Hai assisted Ollie in cleaning the crayfish, which are notoriously dirty and difficult to prepare. Sun Qiang, meanwhile, headed to the town to purchase a chicken in preparation for the Dragon and Phoenix Casserole. Their method for handling the crayfish was rather crude. They simply clipped off the legs, which bear no meat, and used scissors to cut open the head, removing the gills and liver before extracting the intestinal tract. With a considerable number of crayfish to process, it became a tedious task, taking over an hour to complete half the batch by the time Sun Qiang returned with the chicken. With an extra pair of hands, they managed to finish the cleaning just before lunchtime. After washing their hands, they settled on a small bench, eagerly awaiting their meal. Grandpa's son stroked his goat beard, turned off the radio, rose from his reclining chair, stretched his limbs, donned a pink apron, and entered the kitchen to commence his culinary endeavors. Ollie wasted no time either. After finishing the crayfish, he joined in the kitchen activities. As soon as the crayfish were stir-fried to perfection, Sun Qing stealthily approached the kitchen, intent on sampling one without washing his hands. Just as he reached for a crayfish, Grandpa's son swatted his hand away with a large spoon, huffing. Wash your hands before eating. Oh, Sun Qiang replied, rubbing the back of his hand where he had been struck, sulking as he retreated. To his credit, Grandpa's son had struck just the right balance, neither too hard to injure the bone nor too soft to let Sun Qiang off easy. The group remained busy until noon, at which point lunch was finally ready. Once the meal was prepared, everyone washed their hands and sat down to eat. Ollie poked his head out of the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, "It's time to eat." Besides the spicy crayfish and Dragon and Phoenix casserole, Grandpa's son had also prepared hand-torn cabbage and twice-cooked pork, as those of their generation were less inclined to enjoy crayfish. As soon as he sat down, Sun Qing eagerly grabbed a small crayfish and began to eat, only to realize that it had been out of the pot for a while and was still scalding hot. His hands fumbled back and forth as he blew on it, exclaiming, "Oh, it's hot." Observing his foolish grandson, Grandpa's son merely rolled his eyes. After all, the crayfish had just been reheated in the pot, so it was hardly surprising that it was still hot. Wang Hai, however, was not in a rush to dig into the crayfish. Instead, he took a spoon and served everyone a bowl of the Dragon and Phoenix soup before sitting down to sip from his own bowl. The flavor was fresh and delightful, reminiscent of his childhood. Grandpa's son glanced at the sensible Wang Hai and then at Sun Qiang, who was stuffing crayfish into his mouth with abandon, shaking his head and sighing. In his heart, he thought, what a difference between my grandson and his friend, feeling a tingling sensation on his back. Sun Qiang instinctively glanced at his grandfather, who was casting him a disapproving look. Uncertain of what he had done to provoke the elder, Sun Qing dared not speak, fearing that a wrong word might lead to a reprimand. He lowered his head silently and continued to savor the delicious crayfish, which, to his surprise, was indeed quite delectable. "Old son, it's been years since you last made this Dragon and Phoenix stew. Your skills remain as sharp as ever," fourth Grandpa remarked after tasting the soup, feeling as if his taste buds were in love. Once the meal concluded, before Ali could begin cleaning up, Grandpa's son instructed, "Qiang, go wash the dishes." Sun Qiang sensed that his grandfather was not particularly pleased, even though the elder did not show it outwardly. His intuition warned him that if he did not wash the dishes immediately, he would face dire consequences. All right, he nodded and took the bowls to the kitchen to wash. In the afternoon, the rain began to fall again. Grandpa's son, fourth Grandpa, and Anai gathered around a table to play do di zhu and pass the time. Sun Qiang, not knowing where he found a chess set up another table. Checkmate, checkmate. After losing 3 consecutive games to Wang Hai, Sun Chung wore a frustrated expression as he looked at Ali, preparing to target an easy opponent to regain some gaming satisfaction. Ah Chung, I'm not very good at chess. Let us skip it. Ali quickly waved his hands to decline. It's fine. You only improve with practice. The more you practice, the better you become, Sun Chung insisted, unable to hide his smile. After all, if Ali were good at chess, then he would surely be on the receiving end of a beating. After one game, it became evident that Ali truly did not know how to play, as he was completely defeated by Sun Chung. However, starting from the second game, the two were locked in a stalemate for over half an hour, ultimately resulting in a draw. In the third game, Ali decisively overwhelmed Sun Chung, catching him off guard. After a few more rounds, without exception, Sun Chung ended up losing every time. Ali, is this what you call not knowing how to play? You're clearly pretending to be a novice. Sun Chung was on the verge of madness. It turned out the fool was himself. No, Ah Chung, I really don't know how to play. Ali hastily waved his hands in explanation, insisting that he was genuinely not pretending. This was indeed the case. Ali had only played chess a few times as a child and had not touched it since. He was merely familiarizing himself in the first game, which led to his defeat. Sun Chung slumped over the table, lamenting the unfairness of fate. If you're not good at it, then what does that make me? I'm done. I'm done. After venting, Sun Chung quietly packed away the chessboard and pulled out his phone to browse large fishing boats. He and Wang Hai shared the notion that current fishing boats felt somewhat small and limiting. Look at this one, a 24-meter fiberglass fishing boat. What do you think? Wang Hai took Sun Chung's phone and began to browse. The boat looked impressive, complete with a separate kitchen, bathroom, and 2 rest areas. The engine was equipped with dual 1,600 horsepower diesel engines. However, the most significant aspect was that it featured 2 large live fish tanks and a refrigeration compartment, with a maximum cargo capacity of 50 tons. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Hai couldn't help but swallow hard. Currently, they only brought back a few hundred pounds of fish per trip. With a larger boat, wouldn't they be able to catch so much more? But after some thought, Wang Hai realized that a small boat could not be compared to a large one. Although both were fishing vessels, their methods of fishing were fundamentally different. Large fishing boats could access areas that small ones could not, and they were also much safer, with a wider variety of fishing operations. For instance, trawling could not be accomplished on a small boat. Glancing at the shipyard's quote of 530,000, Wang Hai remarked, "This boat is indeed nice. But the price is a bit steep." Of course, that's just the initial quote. The final price is negotiable, and if we could knock off 4,000 or 5,000, that would be the best we could hope for. In total, the price for the fishing boat would still be around 500,000. Although he and Sun Chung had made some money recently, they were still quite far from that amount. While they might manage to scrape together the funds, it seemed unnecessary. It would be better to wait until they had earned more from fishing before considering purchasing a new boat. Early in the morning, a rooster-esque crow shattered the darkness. After washing up, Wang Hai stepped into the yard. The overcast clouds cloaked the sky, and fierce winds swirled, as if to engulf the entire fishing village. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, illuminating the dim earth. Thankfully, the typhoon didn't make landfall here. With such power, we truly wouldn't have been able to withstand it, Wang Hai murmured. Throughout the day, Wang Hai remained at home watching videos, and time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had flown by. Although the typhoon had not struck their area, it still had a significant impact. Many trees had been uprooted, and debris littered the roads, with some uninhabited, dilapidated houses even collapsing. Fortunately, no one in the village was injured. On a bright and sunny morning, Wang Hai and Sun Chung rode their bikes toward the dock. The typhoon had passed, and the harbor had regained its previous vitality, with fishing boats setting out one after another to catch fish. After having breakfast and purchasing live shrimp, Wang Hai and Sun Chung made their way to their fishing boat. "Hey, isn't that a Hai?" Wang Hai heard someone call out to him, and instinctively turned to look. A young man, clad in floral shorts and a white shirt with slicked back hair, casually approached, holding a fishing box and rod, clearly there to fish. However, Wang Hai did not recognize him. Yet, since the stranger knew his name, he must have been familiar with him. Wang Hai did not return the young man as friendliness. His tone was laced with sarcasm. Just then, a girl in a short skirt and black stockings walked over, holding a cup of milk tea, and grabbed the young man's hand. "Darling, do you know each other?" As soon as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Wang Hai. At first, she thought he was quite handsome, but as she looked closer, he seemed somewhat familiar. It quickly dawned on her that he was Wang Hai, her classmate from junior high, who had once received a love letter from her, which he had rejected. Her eyes turned resentful as she looked at Wang Hai. Wang Hai felt inexplicably bewildered by her stare. Given the looks exchanged between the two and their tone of conversation, it seemed prudent to keep his distance. He turned to Sun Chung and said, "A Chung, let us go?" "Okay," Sun Chung replied, following along. The young man in floral shorts snorted disdainfully but remained silent, taking the girl's hand and walking toward the harbor. Upon reaching the dock, the young man pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Brother Wang, I'm at the dock. Where are you?" "Lang, I must apologize. My mother has had a fall and is now hospitalized, so I cannot set out to sea today. In my haste, I forgot to inform you." On the other end of the line, the middle-aged man repeatedly expressed his regrets. However, Lang was unfazed by the man's excuses. He had arrived today, only to hear that the other party's mother was ill and he couldn't go out to sea. "Uncle Zhu, are you jesting with me? I've already paid you the fishing fee and I'm here in person. Now you tell me we're not going out? Is this a trick?" "It's just a fishing fee of 500 yuan. I will refund you." The middle-aged man, upon hearing Lang's tone, was evidently displeased and abruptly hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal, Lang's frustration boiled over. "What the hell? How dare he stand me up?" "Lang, what's wrong?" a girl inquired. "I've been stood up by Zhu, and we can't go out to sea." The girl's expression soured upon hearing the news. She had specifically applied sunscreen and spent over an hour on her makeup for this outing, only to hear they couldn't go. "Humph, I knew you were unreliable." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Seeing his girlfriend upset, Lang quickly grabbed her arm and smiled. "Baby, it's not a big deal. We're already at the dock, so why worry about finding a fishing boat?" Upon hearing this, Yunli's mood brightened considerably. "Then hurry and find one." "All right," Lang exclaimed, dashing towards a fishing boat that was preparing to set sail. He spoke briefly with the captain, but soon returned looking dejected, having switched to another boat in vain. By now, it was 8:30, and most of the fishermen had already departed, leaving only a few boats at the dock. After inquiring nearly everyone, the boat owners, upon learning Lang intended to fish and live stream, all waved him off. Their outings primarily involved netting and longline fishing, leaving little time for actual fishing. Only one last boat remained in the distance, but Lang felt it was futile to ask. Today was destined to be a day without fishing. "Baby, it seems we are not meant to go out fishing today," Lang lamented. "Wait, you haven't asked about that boat over there," Yunli pointed out. Lang glanced at the distant fishing boat, where Wang Hai was conducting a sanitation check, and thought it unnecessary to inquire. Why should we seek their favor? Besides, they're just fishermen. How much could they possibly earn from such a small boat? 500 yuan would be a fortune for them. I'll just give him 1,000 yuan to charter the boat for the day, and they'll treat us like royalty. Once on board, I'll live stream and surely make a few thousand. After reflecting on his girlfriend's words, Lang instinctively felt there was merit in her logic. He regained his composure, straightened his collar, and strode confidently towards Wang Hai and his crew. "Hey, Hai, it's been years. Have you bought a boat? Are you planning to head out to sea?" Wang Hai frowned slightly at the uninvited approach, seemingly uninterested in engaging. However, upon hearing the phrase years, it was evident they must have known each other previously, albeit only as casual acquaintances. Otherwise, Wang Hai wouldn't have been oblivious to his identity. When Lang noticed Wang Hai's puzzled expression, he felt a pang of awkwardness but quickly said, "It's me, Lang. We were in the same class back in middle school, don't you remember?" Lang? Wang Hai mentally sifted through his memories and finally recalled him. In their youth, Lang had been among the top students in class, but he was also notorious for his loose tongue, often reporting on others, which had landed Wang Hai in trouble with their teacher. However, the person before him bore little resemblance to the Lang he remembered. The latter had been dark-skinned with prominent buck teeth, a rather unsightly appearance. The individual before him, although not exceptionally handsome, was of above-average looks, certainly more appealing than Wang Hai himself. Wang Hai suspected that Lang must have undergone some cosmetic enhancements. "Oh, I remember now, but we're about to set sail." Wang Hai, wishing to avoid further interaction, casually replied and attempted to walk away. "Wait, my girlfriend and I also plan to go out fishing, but the previous boat owner stood us up. Would it be possible to share your boat?" Lang smiled, believing their shared past would compel Wang Hai to consider their request favorably. To his surprise, however, Wang Hai shook his head firmly no. Wang Hai thought to himself, "With your history of reporting on me to the teacher, I'd be crazy to let you on my boat. Hai, don't misunderstand. We're offering to pay the fare, not looking for a free ride." Lang hastily clarified, thinking Wang Hai had misconstrued his intentions. Wang Hai merely smiled at him, remaining silent. "You must know that fishing is hard work, and a single trip typically yields only a few hundred yuan. I'll offer you 1,000 yuan to charter your boat for the day. What do you say?" After a moment of silence, seeing Wang Hai still unresponsive, Lang gritted his teeth and added, 2,000 yuan. But don't be too greedy. That's already quite generous. Lang feared Wang Hai might demand an exorbitant fee, so he hurriedly reminded him. Beside them, Sun Cheng scoffed, 2,000 yuan? You think you can charter our boat for a day? Are you out of your mind? We earn far more than that on our own outings. Unfamiliar with Yu Silang and perceiving his tone as ungracious, Sun Qing had no intention of engaging further. He took the helm and started the engine, leaving a bewildered Yu Silang behind. Dahai, there's no need to waste words on people like him. Just leave. Sun Qing remarked. Wang Hai merely nodded in agreement, non-committal. He then settled at the bow of the boat, allowing the refreshing sea breeze to envelop him. Wang Hai stretched his shoulders and controlled the spirit fish to emerge. The moment the spirit fish surfaced, it radiated a blinding blue light, and moments later, as the light faded, it underwent another evolution, expanding to about a meter in length, with its horn nearly matching its size, totaling over 2 meters long. The once obscure runes on its body now appeared more pronounced and mysterious. Wang Hai eagerly closed his eyes, guiding the spirit fish into the water as it swam away into the distance. As it traversed the waters, he spotted 2 grouper, but didn't pause, continuing onward. Eventually, the spirit fish halted approximately 150 meters away from Wang Hai. Excellent. After its evolution, the range of movement had tripled, previously confined to a 50-meter radius. It could now move freely within a 150-meter radius. Wang Hai chose not to fish nearby immediately. Instead, he aimed for the locations of the crab and eel traps. With the recent typhoon, he wondered if they had been displaced by the waves. After a silent half-hour, the fishing boat slowed as it reached their crab trap location. Fortunately, both the crab and eel traps were intact and hadn't been swept away. Perhaps due to the storm, the crab catch was disappointing, yielding only a few dozen pounds. But they could still fetch 200 to 300 yuan if sold. The yield from the eel trap was far better. Upon retrieving the first trap, Sun Qing exclaimed, "Wow! It's bursting with eels." The eel trap was teeming with eels, weighing at least 4 to 5 pounds. After collecting the remaining eel traps, they found that nearly all had yielded impressive catches. Once the catch was transferred to the live fish tank, Sun Qing picked up the eel trap to reset it. But Wang Hai shook his head. "Qing, let us not set the eel traps and crab traps here. Let us move to another spot." Wang Hai had just maneuvered his spirit fish to explore the underwater realm, and he found that most of the crabs and slightly larger eels in the vicinity had already been caught. Although a few elusive fish might have escaped his grasp, he realized that continuing to fish in this spot would yield little more. Thus, he decided to cease operations here, allowing the local crabs and eels a chance to recuperate. After pulling up the nets, Wang Hai steered his fishing boat in search of fish schools nearby. However, he encountered only solitary fish, and after a few casts, he promptly moved on, having yet to find any sizable groups. Just as Wang Hai began to lose hope, a vibrant group of red, whiskered fish appeared beneath the surface. Autumn fish, he thought, his heart leaping with joy as he quickly halted the boat. Sun Qing, noticing the boat had stopped, inquired, "Dahai, have you found something?" "Indeed. This area should be teeming with fish." Wang Hai nodded in affirmation. Sun Qing held Wang Hai's fish-finding prowess in high regard, and without hesitation, he seized his fishing rod and began casting. For an angler fortunate enough to encounter a school of fish, it was simply a matter of skill. As soon as Sun Qing's hook hit the water, he felt a tug. He raised the rod to set the hook, but the fish offered far less resistance than he had anticipated, and he effortlessly reeled it in. "It's an autumn fish, weighing over half a pound. I thought it would be a bigger catch," Sun Qing muttered, yet he felt a surge of delight. Despite its modest size, this fish boasted excellent flavor and was in low supply. With the popularity of this delicacy, prices naturally soared. Although Sun Qing was unsure of the exact price, he estimated it must be upwards of 100. The autumn fish is a collective term for whiskered fish, not referring to a single species. The one Sun Qing caught was scientifically known as the large sea red carp, also called the red-banded carp, characterized by its red hue and resemblance to freshwater carp. It belongs to the family Sparidae, under the subfamily Cyanidae. Wang Hai was also reeling in fish, his catch weighing just over half a pound as well. This species can grow larger, yet the ones they encountered were predominantly small, averaging around half a pound. Nevertheless, they met the criteria for harvesting. "Fish on!" Wang Hai exclaimed. The 2 men continued to reel and fish for over an hour, but as the school began to disperse, a group of sharks approached, hoping to scavenge. Wang Hai, however, would not grant them such an opportunity and swiftly steered the boat to a new location. After traveling 4 or 5 kilometers, Wang Hai's attention was suddenly captured by a fish on the ocean floor, causing him to shudder with excitement. Chapter 87, Dragon Flatfish. A massive dragon flatfish. At that moment, resting quietly among the rocky crevices 20 meters beneath the surface, lay a dragon flatfish with a dark gray hue, which Wang Hai estimated weighed no less than 70 to 80 pounds. Without a moment's hesitation, he reduced speed and brought the boat to a halt. Sun Qing, noticing the sudden stop, assumed they had encountered another school of fish. He quickly finished his drink and turned to grab his fishing rod, ready to cast his line. However, His anticipation was met with disappointment. After waiting for more than 3 minutes, the tip of the rod remained motionless. Once the boat was stable, Wang Hai opened the live fish tank and, after some rummaging, managed to extract a 1.5-pound swallowtail fish. He then replaced the hook on his rod with a larger one, attaching the swallowtail fish and casting it into the sea. As the saying goes, one must spend to gain. Wang Hai was determined to invest in hopes of landing the dragon flatfish. Initially, he had intended to use an autumn fish as bait, but after searching for a while, he found only those weighing over half a pound. Fearing the dragon flatfish would dismiss such small prey, he opted instead for the swallowtail fish. Sun Qiang, puzzled, looked at Wang Hai and asked, "Da Hai, are you attempting to catch a giant?" "Yes, I'm taking a gamble. Perhaps it will turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." As the swallowtail fish gradually sank to the seabed, landing 3 meters away from the dragon flatfish, the latter observed its potential meal with cautious curiosity. Instead of rushing to devour the bait, the dragon flatfish remained vigilant. Since the swallowtail fish was alive, it did not settle as Wang Hai had anticipated. Instead, it darted several meters away, frantically swimming, which caused Wang Hai to manipulate the spirit fish to swim back towards it. The dragon flatfish, initially puzzled, wondered what was happening today. Was there truly a fish delivering itself? However, having just eaten, it had little interest in food, even as the swallowtail fish flailed before it. The dragon flatfish remained indifferent. "Hey, you're not eating?" Wang Hai on the boat was taken aback. After further enticing, the dragon flatfish continued to show no interest, even turning away as if to say, "I'm full today, go play elsewhere." Seeing this, Wang Hai felt a wave of frustration. Since the dragon flatfish was unwilling to feed, he had to resort to another strategy. With this thought, he directed the swallowtail fish to bite the dragon flatfish's back. But its scales were impenetrable, akin to an ant biting an elephant. There was no reaction whatsoever. After several futile attempts at different spots, he realized that if he couldn't bite through the scales, he would aim for an unprotected area instead. With that in mind, Wang Hai decided not to have the swallowtail fish bite the dragon flatfish anymore. Instead, he charged directly at its eyes. This time, it proved effective. The dragon flatfish, irritated by the unexpected assault on its vision, bristled with anger. Normally, it would avoid bait fish like this, but today it dared to be so bold. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon flatfish opened its massive jaws and lunged at the swallowtail fish. However, the latter skillfully dodged and swam away from the rocky area. The dragon flatfish, now fixated on the swallowtail fish, surged forth from the crevices in pursuit, accelerating as it surged out from the rocks. The swallowtail fish, hovering motionless about 5 meters above the rocky area, appeared to be waiting for the dragon flatfish to catch it. The dragon flatfish, unmindful of the situation, quickly swallowed it whole, thinking, "What a terrible taste." After gulping down the fish, it turned to return to the rocky crevice, only to realize something was amiss. Its mouth felt ensnared, and pain shot through it. In a reflex, it thrashed its tail to dislodge the hook, but to its surprise, the more it struggled, the deeper the hook embedded itself. On the fishing boat, Wang Hai witnessed the dragon flatfish swallow the swallowtail fish and swiftly raised his rod to set the hook. The reel whirred to life, and the fishing rod bent into a bow shape. Sun Qiang, seeing Wang Hai had hooked a large fish, immediately began reeling in his line to prevent any tangles that could allow the fish to escape. Wang Hai, bracing against the rod, dared not make any abrupt movements. The dragon flatfish was thrashing wildly, and if he could withstand this initial struggle, the fish would likely be secured. For over half an hour, the two engaged in a tug-of-war, with beads of sweat dotting Wang Hai's forehead, while the dragon flatfish still had yet to surface. "Da Hai, let me take a turn." "You should rest for a moment," Sun Qiang suggested, noticing the sun was high and Wang Hai was drenched in perspiration. "Be careful, this one is quite strong. Don't let it pull you into the water," Wang Hai cautioned. His words were not mere exaggeration. The pull of saltwater fish is several times greater than that of freshwater fish, and with the dragon flatfish being sizable, a moment's lapse could lead to an unfortunate plunge into the sea. Such incidents had occurred before. "Don't worry, it's just a fish. Watch how effortlessly I handle it," Wang Hai replied as he grabbed a bottle of drink and settled into the helm of the boat. Glancing into the distance, he noticed a small fishing boat anchored several hundred meters away. The silhouette of a figure on board seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yu Sailing. The other woman must be his girlfriend, Wang Hai mused inwardly. However, after some contemplation, he concluded it was unlikely they would come over to stir up trouble. After all, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Yet, if they did choose to confront him, he was not one to shy away. Meanwhile, on the fishing boat, Yinli had unknowingly shed her outerwear, now adorned in a sultry black lace camisole dress, the plunging v-neck nearly descending to her navel, her fair skin captivatingly exposed. "Brother Qin, I need to get the carnival started." she said, her large, doe-like eyes sparkling as she tucked her hair behind her ear, her tone one of feigned innocence. The middle-aged boat owner, seated at the helm, found himself unable to resist such temptation, watching the tantalizing scene before him as he swallowed hard. Today's girls truly know how to let loose, he thought. On the other hand, Yu Sailang was indifferent to the scene, having adjusted the camera settings for his girlfriend. He grabbed his fishing rod and dashed off to catch some fish. He rarely had time for fishing, so he seized this opportunity on the boat to sneak in a few casts. Thanks to Brother Chin for the carnival. Love you lots. At that moment, Yu Sailang glanced at the distant fishing boat and exclaimed a curse. Damn it. He watched in disbelief as Sun Cheng pulled a massive creature from the water, estimating it to weigh at least 80 pounds. Chapter 88, A Misguided Notion. A fish of such magnitude was the dream catch of every angler. So his astonishment was no surprise. Regaining his composure, he scoffed, puffed. They're just lucky. I can catch one too. On the other fishing boat, Sun Cheng struggled mightily, finally managing to bring the fish to the surface. A dragon grouper. The sight of its gray, powerful tail brought a continuous smile to his face. As the dragon grouper broke the surface, it immediately thrashed its tail and dove back into the depths, leaving only a splash behind. However, having inhaled a considerable amount of water, it was quickly exhausted and soon pulled back to the boat's side. Wang Hai initially intended to use the landing net, but upon comparing, found it smaller than the fish's tail and discarded it. Although there were hooks aboard for catching fish, he knew that method would likely prove fatal for the grouper, so he reconsidered. Ah Chung, hold one side of the gills and pull it up. Got it. Sun Cheng responded. While the fish was still recuperating, they donned gloves and worked together to grasp its gills, hoisting it onto the boat. Goodness, it's huge, Sun Cheng exclaimed. The dragon grouper, once aboard, thrashed a couple of times before lying still on the deck, utterly spent. Die Hai, hurry, take a picture. Sun Cheng lay beside the fish, forming a peace sign. Wang Hai cooperatively retrieved his phone and snapped several photos. Die Hai, aren't you going to take one? Sun Cheng asked as Wang Hai withdrew his phone. No need. Let's get it into the live fish tank quickly. If it dies, it won't be worth anything. They worked together to place the fish into the live fish tank, glancing at their haul, knowing they were likely to exceed 10,000 today. Ah Chung, it's nearly noon. Let's take a break. Wang Hai pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Sun Cheng, lighting one for himself as well. After finishing a cigarette, they grabbed a quick bite, hardly pausing to rest before resuming their work. Their current goal was to upgrade to a larger fishing boat. Yet the total they had earned so far was only around 300,000, still a significant way from the 500,000 needed. Their plan was to work diligently in the coming days to earn the necessary funds for the larger vessel. Just a few days prior, after lunch, they would have already sought refuge beneath the coconut trees on the island. Perhaps today their luck had run dry, or perhaps it was simply fate. For the next hour, they encountered no significant catches. They only managed to reel in some snapper, which, while not worthless, were mostly small, averaging just over half a pound. Yet, even the smallest catch had its value, and they were not one to dismiss any gain, collecting everything into their storage. Meanwhile, Yu Sailang, on the other boat, was experiencing a different fate. He had been fishing with lures for hours, and when he finally felled a bite, his rod bent, and a real word. He initially thought he had hooked something massive, but after over an hour of struggle, he found himself cursing loudly as he reeled in a hammerhead shark. His mood soured. Silently, he retrieved scissors to sever the line, glancing over at Wang Hai and the others, who were pulling in catch after catch. Frustration bubbled within him. Why were they so fortunate while he caught nothing? True, he had landed a fish, but it was hardly a legitimate catch, a shark. Moments later, his eyes darted around as an idea took shape. He approached the middle-aged boat owner, first lighting a cigarette. Hey, could you steer the boat closer to those two guys? All the fish seem to be over there, and we aren't catching anything here. The boat owner, mid-drag of his cigarette, frowned at the request. No can do. There are rules at sea about not encroaching on other spots. It could lead to enmity. After a pause, the boat owner smirked, adding, but it's not impossible. Initially disheartened by the outright refusal, Yu Sailang quickly grasped the underlying implication. He glanced at his girlfriend, who was engrossed in her live stream, then leaned closer to the boat owner's ear and whispered, rest assured, once this is done, I'll give you an extra 500. The boat owner shook his head. I suggest you drop it. 500? You think that's enough to entice me to offend someone else? Yu Sailang understood the implication. The boat owner was looking for a more substantial sum. However, he had little money to offer. All his funds came from his girlfriend. The 2,000 yuan he had to rent the boat for the day was also her contribution. Scraping together 500 in secret savings was already a stretch for him. While he did have more than that, as a man, it was unacceptable to find himself completely broke. How about this? I can stretch it to a maximum of 700, but no more. The boat owner regarded him with disdain. He had long suspected this young man was living off his girlfriend. Now, He had confirmation. He shook his head, holding up 8 fingers. Without 800, this won't work. If I go over there and offend the other fishermen, it's a problem. Just look at how quickly they're reeling in fish, in just a short time. They've caught so many. If you went over, surely you'd catch enough to cover that 800, right? With good luck. Just one grouper could pay it back several times over. Yu Silang hesitated, but the thought of catching a grouper to recoup the costs spurred him on. Gritting his teeth, he nodded in agreement. Fine, 800 it is. Let's go now. Going over is one thing, but I prefer to collect the payment up front. The boat owner said with a grin, noticing the fish were biting. Damn it, this boat owner is really something. Yu Silang cursed inwardly, but kept a smile on his face. Brother boat owner, once we return and I sell the fish, I'll make sure you get your share. The boat owner merely rolled his eyes, dismissing him. Not a chance. Little did he realize whether this young man was capable of actually catching fish or merely pretending. After all, he had spent several hours fishing, and the only catch was a shark. If he were to confront Wang Hai and the others now, not only would he risk offending them, but what if this young man failed to catch another fish and suddenly denied everything? Chapter 89, The School of Ghost Knife Fish. Times have changed since decades ago. Back then, when his fishing boat anchored, it wouldn't leave without payment. In today's legal society, if he were to act like that, the other party could easily report him to the authorities, and he would find himself accused of extortion. Seeing the boat owner's resolute stance, Yu Silang understood that he had no choice but to pay. Silently, he took out his phone. All right, I'll transfer the money to you. The boat owner, seizing the moment, retrieved his phone and opened the payment code. Moments later, upon seeing the 800 yuan arrive, he happily stowed his phone away and started the fishing boat, slowly steering it towards Wang Hai and his companions. Young man, I wish you luck in catching a grouper. Yu Silang, still lamenting his dwindling savings, had no inclination to listen to the boat owner. The boat owner, however, was not foolish. Although he brought the fishing vessel toward Wang Hai's fishing area, he stopped over 50 meters away. Getting too close could lead to the other party calling the Coast Guard, which would be troublesome and could result in fines. After all, he had already made a profit, and he certainly didn't care whether Yu Silang could catch fish or not. Hey, why are you stopping here? Get a bit closer. Yu Silang felt a twinge of displeasure at the boat owner's halt. Did he think the 800 was just a joke? Young man, it's already good that I can stop here. If I get any closer and they report me, who is going to pay the fine? The boat owner replied. Upon hearing that he would be responsible for the fine, Yu Silang's spirits immediately sank. There was nothing he could do. He had to fish from this spot, as he simply didn't have extra money to pay a fine. He silently raised his fishing rod and cast out the artificial bait, beginning to reel it in quickly. To his surprise, just as he reeled in the first several meters of line, a fish bit. However, preoccupied with thoughts of the 800 yuan he had just given the boat owner, he missed the perfect moment to set the hook, resulting in the fish escaping. Damn it, it got away. Yu Silang repeatedly slapped his thigh, cursing himself for being so distracted. Nevertheless, he forced himself to focus and continued to reel in quickly. The fish in the water twisted and turned, sometimes swimming quickly and at other times sinking rapidly, resembling an injured fish desperately trying to escape. Yu Silang's fishing skills were commendable, and soon he felt another bite. He immediately raised his rod to set the hook. In the next moment, the reel began to release line, and the rod bent dramatically. The boat owner, watching from the helm, was taken aback. Had he really hooked a fish on his very first cast? What a catch! Yu Silang was internally astonished, feeling both excitement at the catch and trepidation at the thought of it being another shark. The hammerhead shark he had caught earlier had exerted similar strength. Thankfully, this time he was not disappointed. As he reeled in, a large, elongated fish with a vibrant yellow-green hue leaped from the water, thrashing its head and gills. A ghost knife fish. The boat owner gasped in surprise. Wow, it's a ghost knife! Yu Silang exclaimed. Although this fish was not as valuable as a grouper, it still fetched 40 to 50 yuan per pound. More importantly, ghost knife fish often traveled in schools, so it was no wonder that after losing the earlier catch, he quickly had another bite. It seemed there was a whole school of ghost knife fish beneath the surface. This particular ghost knife fish, though powerful, was not very large, appearing to weigh only about 4 to 5 pounds. After a few more minutes of skillfully maneuvering it, he brought the fish alongside the boat, where the boat owner assisted with the net. Once aboard, the fish flopped vigorously on the deck. Without hesitation, Yu Silang unhooked it and quickly cast out again. The boat owner then lifted the fish and placed it in the live well. This assistance was not out of kindness. They had agreed beforehand that he would help with netting the fish. Besides, having just received 800 yuan, the boat owner was quite willing to do this small task. Meanwhile, on the other fishing boat, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng had little time to pay attention to Yu Silang and his crew. A massive school of ghost knife fish had arrived, and the two of them were overwhelmed, catching one fish after another. This is exhilarating. Now I truly understand why people rave about fishing for ghost knife fish. Not only are they strong, but they keep coming one after another, Sun Chung exclaimed, rapidly turning the reel. Indeed, the thrill of reeling them in was intoxicating. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. After a solid hour of fishing, the school of ghost knife fish finally began to disperse. The two of them tucked away their rods and sat on the deck to rest. The sea breeze picked up, causing the previously calm waters to stir, and the fishing boat began to sway. Ah, the sea, Sun Chung remarked, as he moved to the back of the boat to retrieve 2 bottles of mineral water, tossing one to Wang Hai. He opened his own bottle, drank half, then removed his sun hat and poured the remaining half over his head, letting the cool water stream down his hair and onto his clothes, refreshing him as the sea breeze blew. Though the wind was pleasant, the sun remained relentless. Not satisfied with just half a bottle, he poured another one over himself. Sighing in relief, Wang Hai followed suit, thoroughly soaking himself. It was just too hot. Checking the time, he noted it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and the live well was full. Chung, let us find a spot to drop the crab trap and head back to port. Sure. Where should we drop the crab trap? Sun Chung asked, sitting down at the helm. Wang Hai contemplated for a moment before replying. Let us head near Coconut Island. The rocky areas there should yield good resources. All right, hold on tight. We're off to Coconut Island, Sun Chung announced, raising the anchor and starting the engine towards their destination. They had ventured quite far today, and Coconut Island was conveniently on their route back to the dock, eliminating the need for any extra detours. Half an hour later, they arrived near Coconut Island. Wang Hai instructed Sun Chung to circle the area, confirming that it was resource-rich before deciding on a spot. Chung, stop here. Let us drop the crab trap nearby. Got it. Sun Chung slowed the boat, and they soon came to a halt a mere 3 kilometers from Coconut Island, where the water was 20 meters deep, teeming with fish, shrimp, and crab resources. After working diligently for half an hour to set the crab and eel traps, Wang Hai and Sun Chung did not rush off, but instead took the boat to Coconut Island. With plenty of time left, they spent some time on the beach, digging up over 2 pounds of clams to take back for dinner as a side dish. Before leaving, they picked a few coconuts, satisfied with their haul before returning to the boat. By now, it was 4:30, and just as they were about to depart, a cry of an eagle echoed from the sky. Wang Hai looked up to see 2 white-tailed sea eagles circling above, one of which was an albino. They circled twice, seemingly confirming that the people on the fishing boat were indeed Wang Hai, before descending. The sea eagles are here, Sun Chung exclaimed, watching the 2 massive shadows swoop down. Chapter 90, Little White, Little Black. As the albino sea eagle approached within several meters of the fishing boat, Wang Hai noticed it was clutching something in its talons, an irregularly shaped object of grayish-white hue. Before Wang Hai could discern what it was, the albino eagle released its grip, and the object fell with a thud onto the deck of the fishing boat. Both Wang Hai and Sun Chung moved closer, curiously inspecting the item. What had seemed small in the air now appeared as large as a soccer ball on the boat. What is this? Wang Hai shook his head, unable to make sense of it. I don't know. It looks like a rock, but it can't be, or it would have left a dent when it hit the boat from that height. At this moment, 2 white-tailed sea eagles had alighted upon the ship's railing, curiously peering at Wang Hai and his companion, Sun Chung. Sun Chung, with a direct approach, seized one of the creatures. Noting its considerable weight, he estimated it to be at least 4 or 5 pounds. He took a whiff and remarked, "The ocean has a certain fragrance to it. Can you smell it?" Without further ado, he presented it to Wang Hai, intrigued by the scent. Wang Hai recalled that there was indeed something in the sea known for its aroma, ambergris, which bore a resemblance to the object in question. Leaning in to take a sniff, he confirmed its fragrant allure, albeit tinged with an indescribable foulness. If my guess is correct, this should be ambergris, Wang Hai stated with restrained excitement. Ambergris, the very substance sold by the gram, Sun Chung exclaimed, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He had heard tales of ambergris being exceedingly precious, fetching prices in the hundreds of thousands per pound, often with a market scarcity. They likely had over 5 pounds of it. If it turned out to be genuine ambergris, the value would be staggering. We'll have to confirm its authenticity with Grandpa C when we return, Wang Hai suggested. Grandpa C, a seasoned fisherman, had once stumbled upon a piece of ambergris during his youth, albeit a smaller fragment weighing just over a pound, and it had reportedly sold for over 600,000 due to its exceptional quality. Such a treasure must be safeguarded, Sun Chung declared, cradling the ambergris as he made his way to the stern of the boat. After a thorough search, he removed his sun-protective jacket to wrap the ambergris, placing it carefully into a bucket, finally feeling reassured. Wang Hai shook his head in bemusement. After all, ambergris was not particularly susceptible to sun damage. Was such meticulous wrapping truly necessary? He glanced at the 2 white-tailed sea eagles, acknowledging that their unexpected gift was likely an expression of gratitude for their rescue. However, since they were already there, Wang Hai felt compelled to ensure the eagles did not leave empty-handed. He retrieved a fish from the live fish tank and tossed it onto the deck. Help yourselves. Feast to your heart's content, and I'll pack one for each of you to take home. As if comprehending his words, the two sea eagles hopped from the railing onto the deck, indulging in the offered delicacy. Observing their voracious appetite, Wang Hai chuckled and remarked, "We've become quite familiar. How about I give you names for convenience? If you agree, just nod." The white-tailed sea eagles paused their feast, their intelligent eyes meeting Wang Hai's as they nodded in agreement. With both creatures in accord, Wang Hai pondered suitable names. Before he could settle on one, Sunken chimed in. "What about Big Eagle and Little Eagle?" Both the eagles and Wang Hai rolled their eyes in unison at such uninspired suggestions. "If that is not fitting, how about Green Flower and Strawman?" Sun Chung continued. "What kind of names are those? They lack any grandeur. Why not try something more majestic?" Wang Hai countered. "Then you come up with something better. I'm eager to see how much better it can be." Sun Ching teased. Wang Hai began to contemplate names earnestly and, after a brief moment of inspiration, pointed at the leucistic white-tailed sea eagle. "You shall be called Little White." He then turned to the other eagle. "And you shall be Little Gray. How does that sound?" Your silence signifies agreement. The two eagles shook their heads vigorously, clearly dissatisfied with their new names, yet unable to voice their displeasure. Ultimately, they begrudgingly accepted their fate and returned to their meal. Little White and Little Gray displayed impressive appetites, devouring a 3-pound fish in no time, leaving only bones behind. "By the way, Little White, do you still have that stone you brought me earlier?" Wang Hai inquired, fully aware that it was unlikely the eagle would have more. After all, such treasures were not as common as cabbages. Little White shook its head in a definitive manner, not disheartened by the absence of more stones. Wang Hai reasoned that if the piece they had was genuine, it already held substantial value, enough for he and Sun Chung to procure a large fishing vessel, with plenty of money left over. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 5:30 in the evening. Without further delay, he retrieved 2 smaller scarlet carps from the live fish tank and offered them to Little White and Little Gray. "Take these as a late-night snack. It's getting late, and we should be heading back." To his surprise, Little White and Little Gray remained motionless at the railing, showing no inclination to depart. The 2 scarlet carps flopped energetically on the deck. Wang Hai, perplexed by the eagles' behavior, could not ascertain their intentions. However, realizing that darkness would soon bring larger waves and potential danger, he had no choice but to wave his hands, attempting to shoo the 2 creatures away. Yet, his efforts proved futile. "It seems that Little White and Little Gray wish to accompany us home. Just imagine the thrill of having 2 eagles as companions." Sun Ching mused, imagining the prestige it would bring. "Get serious. You can't just take them home. They're a protected species, and 2 of them at that." Wang Hai retorted. "I was only joking, of course, but these 2 aren't leaving us. What should we do?" Sun Ching queried. "Let them be. You head to the helm and steer us towards the dock. They'll likely fly off on their own soon enough," Wang Hai instructed. "Understood." Sun Ching nodded, assuming control of the boat and steering towards the dock. Not long after, while Wang Hai was seated on the deck, engrossed in his phone, he heard the unmistakable call of eagles overhead. Glancing up, he noticed several golden eagles circling above, and it dawned on him why Little White and Little Gray were reluctant to leave. They were seeking refuge from their adversaries. "Little White, Little Gray, come here." Wang Hai beckoned to the 2 eagles. They jumped from the railing and approached him with curiosity. Wang Hai, seizing the moment, took a selfie with one under each arm and posted it to his social media. He then held out a scarlet carp towards Little White, but it seemed satiated, retreating a couple of steps instead. After several minutes of travel, the golden eagles continued to circle the fishing boat, but dared not descend to attack. Only when they were several kilometers from the dock did the golden eagles finally depart. As they neared the dock, Little White and Little Gray grabbed a scarlet carp from the deck, seemingly bidding farewell to Wang Hai before flapping their wings and soaring away. This spectacle startled nearby seagulls, who mistook the 2 eagles for hunters and scattered in panic. "Until next time," Wang Hai called out, cupping his hands to amplify his voice as the eagles flew into the distance. Approaching the dock, Wang Hai took out his phone to call Sister Allen, informing her that this was their first outing after the typhoon, and they had an abundant catch, allowing her to prepare accordingly. "Hello, Ahai, how was your catch today?" Sister Allen inquired as soon as the call connected, knowing they had gone out to sea. "Yes, we did quite well today, around 1,000 pounds. Do you think you can manage it?" Wang Hai asked. "Absolutely. When will you be back?" "I'm already at the dock," Sister Allen replied. "We're almost there." "Great. I'll wait for you at the dock." After hanging up, Wang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. If Sister Allen couldn't take in a catch, it would pose quite a challenge to handle, as selling to fishmongers would yield significantly lower prices. Selling at the market was simply out of the question. So many fish. When will we be able to purchase them all? The vast ocean, behold that magnificent vessel. Sun Chang, from a distance, spotted a grand ship docked at the pier. It was not that he had never seen such a large ship before, but rather, in his recollection, no vessel of this magnitude had ever graced the docks of their small town. Most notably, this ship was not a fishing boat, but rather seemed suited for transportation purposes. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a medium-sized cargo ship, approximately 24 meters in length. Sunken gently maneuvered their fishing boat into the vacant space beside the large vessel, rendering their little boat akin to a mere toy in comparison. As soon as the boat was secured, Wang Hai noticed Sister Alan and Qian approaching together. At that moment, Wang Hai had also realized that this formidable fishing vessel was likely brought in by manager and to collect the catch. "What kind of haul do we have today?" Sister Alan eagerly asked as she jumped aboard the fishing boat once it had stabilized. Managerin, clad in high heels, opted not to follow. "Sister Alan, take a look for yourself," Wang Hai said, opening the live fish tank, from which splashes of water erupted. Once the water settled, Sister Alan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You two are incredibly fortunate. You've caught such a massive grouper." Gazing at the half-person-length fish in the tank, she could scarcely comprehend how the two had managed to reel it in. Not only was the fish sizable, but it was also significant that grouper were nearly non-existent in the nearby waters. She never expected them to encounter one, let alone catch it. "Sister Alan, you know the strength of both me and Sun Chong. A little grouper is hardly a challenge for us," Wang Hai chuckled, standing at the shore, and Qian internally scoffed. Yet upon seeing the enormous grouper, she felt a genuine thrill. She had arrived earlier that day, and after the recent typhoon, the hotel had run out of fresh fish. Although they had collected some catches from local fishermen, none were particularly satisfying. The fish were small, and they hadn't come across any rare varieties. The sole decent catch was a 2-kilogram starry grouper. With the boss due to inspect the hotel tomorrow, it was imperative to have a few impressive specimens on hand. Initially, her spirits were at a low ebb, convinced that luck was not on her side today. However, upon sighting the large grouper, she felt reassured that they would have something substantial to present in the hotel's aquarium to appease the boss. "Managerin, it's getting late. Shall we weigh the catch now?" Wang Hai suggested. "Yes, please wait a moment. I will call someone to assist in weighing this large grouper," and Qian replied, ascending the steps and calling out to a plump chef in the distance, who had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Hey, chef, bring someone over to help. We have a big catch." "All right, I'll be right there," the chef responded, turning to a young man nearby. "Xiaozhong, come with me to assist. Xiaochun, you stay here and continue collecting the fish. Keep an eye on the weight, and call me if you need anything." "Don't worry, chef, I've got this covered." The chef nodded, leading the young man towards the dock. Initially, he had assumed the catch would weigh around 30 to 40 kilograms, but upon boarding the ship, he realized it was a grouper weighing well over 100 kilograms. Being a chef himself, he instantly recognized it as pure wild-caught and not farmed. "I haven't seen a wild grouper this large in years," he exclaimed in astonishment. Nonetheless, he kept busy, assisting in hoisting the grouper out, and together with 3 others, they carried it towards the shore. Wang Hai felt it was somewhat excessive. He and Sun Chung could easily manage to bring the fish ashore on their own. Why the need for 4 people to lift a single fish? However, Qian insisted on 4 individuals for her peace of mind. After all, she was unfamiliar with Sun Chung and Wang Hai's strength. The last thing she wanted was for the fish to slip back into the water due to an oversight. Eventually, Sister Alan returned with a scale and began weighing the fish. Wang Hai had initially thought the grouper would weigh no more than 90 kilograms, but to his astonishment, it tipped the scales at an impressive 112 kilograms. "Quickly, get it on the boat and into the live fish tank." After the weighing was complete, Qian hurriedly directed the crew to lift the fish aboard, fearing that delay might jeopardize its vitality. The positioning of their fishing boat was quite fortunate, being adjacent to the larger vessel, allowing for a convenient transfer via the crane. In the ensuing moments, Qian observed the various precious fish being retrieved from Wang Hai's boat, such as the scarlet perch, starry grouper, and other valuable catches, further elevating her already good spirits. She was now thoroughly impressed by Wang Hai's capability. The rare fish the two had caught in a single day surpassed the collective efforts of all the fishermen in their small town combined. More importantly, their fish were lively and well-preserved, with minimal scales lost, unlike those of other fishermen whose catches often arrived lifeless and unsightly. Of course, a significant factor contributing to this was their method of fishing. The majority of Wang Hai's catch had been caught with rods, ensuring the fish remained intact and lively. In contrast, most fishermen seldom had the time to fish with rods and primarily relied on nets, which resulted in damaged scales and lifeless fish. The primary reason behind their reliance on nets was the difficulty in catching rare fish. It was often more practical to set nets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone had been busy for over half an hour, finally completing the weighing of all the catches before darkness enveloped them. The haul was quite varied. amounting to a total of 440,000 yuan, with the grouper being the most valuable, priced at 120 yuan per kilogram, contributing over a third of the total earnings. Hi, I've transferred the proceeds from the catch to you, Sister Allen stated, having tallied the total. Wang Hai, unconcerned with how much was earned in the middle, accepted his due share, exchanged pleasantries with the others, and set off towards home, as time was of the essence, and dinner awaited. During the sale of the fish, Wang Hai discreetly slipped 4 knife fish into the mix, as per grandfather Sun's request, who wanted to make cured fish given the plentiful catch. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng took the opportunity to clean the boat while the fish payments were being settled. In fact, their fishing boat was relatively clean, requiring little more than a rinse with seawater. Ah Cheng, it's getting late. The boat isn't dirty, just rinse it off, Wang Hai urged. Noticing Sun Cheng still tidying up. Almost done. I'm just drying the seawater, Sun Cheng replied, taking a mop to dry the remaining water on the deck. After a thorough inspection of the boat, he carefully wrapped the ambergris in his sun-protective clothing and hopped onto the shore. Ah Cheng, what are you so cautiously wrapping up? Sister Allen inquired, noticing his meticulousness. Oh, it's nothing, just some shells and sea snails I found. I plan to make wind chimes, Sun Cheng replied. Having spent considerable time with Wang Hai and understanding the importance of discretion, choosing not to disclose the contents of his package. Oh, the sun is setting. Please be careful on your way home and ride slowly, Sister Allen advised without suspicion as they prepared to depart. Understood, Sister Allen, Sun Cheng smiled and nodded, making his way with Wang Hai towards where their tricycle was parked. On the journey back, Sun Cheng sat on the tricycle, lost in thought about purchasing a boat. Ocean. If this truly is ambergris, how much could it sell for? Then we could buy an 80-meter large fishing vessel, and my dream would be realized. Listening to Sun Cheng's fanciful musings, Wang Hai did not hesitate to douse his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. What are you thinking, my friend? It's already quite impressive that the two of us can manage a 24-meter vessel, let alone an 80-meter one. Even a destroyer is over 100 meters long. Are you planning to go to war? The sea can be quite overwhelming. I'm merely stating the facts. An 80-meter fishing boat requires at least a dozen crew members. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to handle even a single haul of fish. While conversing, the two of them unwittingly arrived home, where Grandpa Sun had already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their return to dine together. Grandpa, I'm back, Sun Cheng exclaimed, clutching the ambergris tightly as he hurried to the dining table. Wang Hai, on the other hand, first parked the tricycle in his yard to recharge before heading over to Sun Cheng's home. What is that you're carrying so tightly? Grandpa Sun inquired, noticing the object in his grandson's arms with a hint of curiosity. Oh, this is something that Xiaobai sent to me while Dahai and I were at sea. Dahai suggested that it might be ambergris. Sun Cheng could hardly contain his excitement. Upon hearing the word ambergris, Grandpa Sun was somewhat dismissive, assuming Xiaobai was a person and wondering why anyone would gift such a precious item. Suspecting it must be a counterfeit, you were quite naive to think that if someone found ambergris, they would give it away instead of selling it. Only a fool would do that. Realizing his grandfather had misunderstood, Sun Cheng quickly clarified, Grandpa, you're mistaken. Xiaobai is actually a sea eagle, not a person. Upon hearing that it was a sea eagle, Grandpa Sun looked at his grandson as if he were foolish, believing it would be more credible if it were a human gift, as sea eagles cannot form bonds with humans unless they were raised from a young age. Both Grandma and Uncle C exchanged peculiar glances with Sun Cheng, as did Ali, who stood nearby. Why don't you believe me? Sun Cheng asked, feeling frustrated at their disbelief. He promptly revealed the item wrapped in his sun protection clothing and placed it on the table with a thud. Instantly, a pungent yet oddly fragrant odor wafted through the air. At that moment, Uncle C's expression froze, his mouth agape in astonishment. This was indeed ambergris. The color and aroma matched perfectly with what he had found in his youth at sea. The only difference being that his find had been significantly larger. This is just like the ambergris I found in my youth. It must be the real deal, Uncle C said, taking a moment to compose himself. With Uncle C's confirmation, Sun Cheng tilted his head, as if to say, now do you believe me? Are you certain this stone is actually ambergris? Grandpa Sun asked. Yes, it's likely genuine. Uncle C nodded, a look of nostalgia on his face, then turned to Sun Cheng and Wang Hai, acknowledging their prowess. These two youngsters are impressive. Not only do they earn thousands from fishing every day, but they've also found such a substantial piece of ambergris. Truly, the Dragon King must be favoring them. Uncle C, how much did you sell your piece of ambergris for? Grandma Wang inquired. Although some time had passed, Uncle C had a vivid memory of the event. Mine was small, only a little over a kilogram, and it sold for 720,000. With the size of Cheng's find, it could easily be worth 2 to 3 million. Though the exact price will depend on the current market conditions. Upon hearing that it could fetch over 3 million, Grandpa's son quickly asked. Chang, you haven't mentioned finding ambergris to anyone else, have you? Don't worry, Grandpa. Aside from us, no one else knows, Sun Cheng assured him. Chapter 93. Plans to renovate several houses. Yes, wealth should not be flaunted. This matter must remain confidential, Grandpa's son stated as he entered the house and returned with a wooden box. Chang, place the ambergris inside and hide it under your bed in your room. He then turned to Wang Hai. Xiaohei, what do you plan to do with this ambergris? Hai and I discussed it on the way back. We intend to inquire about the price over the next few days. And if it's reasonable, we'll sell it. With part of the proceeds, we can buy a larger boat and renovate our houses. He added, as the saying goes, when poor, focus on self-improvement. When prosperous, help others. I may not yet have the means to aid the world, but I certainly wish to enhance the lives of my family. Agreed. Let us proceed as you've suggested, Grandpa's son nodded. Uncle C initially wanted to decline the renovation, believing it would be a waste of money. But knowing Grandpa's son for decades, he simply smiled and patted his shoulder. Old C, this is the children's intention, and you cannot refuse. Uncle C shook his head resignedly, acquiescing to the plan. Hai, I now have money of my own and can afford renovations, so I'll pass on this one, Ali said. He felt Wang Hai had already been generous enough, and it wouldn't be right to ask for more. Ali, your house has been standing for years, surely. You can't claim it hasn't leaked? With just tens of thousands, it won't be enough. Don't refuse. Let us do it my way, Wang Hai said, not waiting for Ali's response, then turned to Uncle C. Uncle C, once we get a larger fishing boat, I'd like to ask you to take me and Ching out a few times. After all, you're an experienced fisherman, having piloted over 40-meter-long ocean vessels before. No problem, Uncle C agreed. Although he was older now, he could still manage a few trips at sea. Wang Hai's request for Uncle C to accompany them had been a well-considered decision. He worried that Uncle C might struggle with the boat due to his age or face health issues. However, he had a backup plan, the spirit fish weight. If he and Sun Cheng were just dropping crab traps and fishing, they could manage without Uncle C, but once they switched to a larger boat, they would need to employ trawling methods. Fishing alone wouldn't suffice, and since they had no experience in trawling, they needed someone to guide them. After dinner, Wang Hai took a photo of the ambergris and returned home to shower before lying down. Despite having trained in the spirit control body refinement technique, he still felt exhausted from the day's activities. He thought that if he closed his eyes, he would soon drift off to sleep. However, there was still an important matter to attend to, so he refrained from rushing to slumber and instead took out his phone to find Li Qingyang among his contacts. While he knew Li was a wealthy heir, he wasn't aware of the specifics of his family's business. Such affluent individuals typically held an interest in ambergris, and at the very least, he might know someone who did. Cheng, are you busy right now? Wang Hai initially intended to get straight to the point, but decided to start with this question instead. After waiting a few minutes without a response, he assumed Li was occupied, so he began searching online for the recent prices of ambergris. A few minutes later, his phone buzzed, and he instinctively thought it was Li replying. However, upon checking, he found it was a message from Meng Kaling, the owner of the veterinary clinic. Hai, are you free tomorrow? What's the matter? Is something going on? Wang Hai was unsure of the situation and didn't explicitly state his availability. Primarily, he wasn't certain himself. He had just messaged Li Qingyang, and if he truly knew someone interested in ambergris and the price was right, they might be heading to the city tomorrow. If not, they might need to go out to sea, so he decided to wait for clarity before making any commitments. While awaiting Meng Kaling's response, Wang Hai's imagination ran wild, conjuring up scenarios where her family was pressuring her to marry and needed him to pose as a fake boyfriend. However, as Meng Kaling seemed to be preoccupied with something, several minutes passed without a reply. Wang Hai eventually turned off his phone screen and lay back on the bed to rest his eyes. Approximately 4 or 5 minutes later, the sound of the mobile phone rang once more. Ding dong. Wang Hai instinctively unlocked his phone to check, only to find it was not from Meng Kaling, but from Li Qingyang. Hai, what's up? I didn't notice the messages while I was at the bar. Brother Cheng, I have a piece of ambergris I wish to sell. I have no contacts for this, so I was wondering if you might know someone interested. You have indeed come to the right person. Zhou Zhang's family is engaged in the antique and cultural relics business. He should be quite interested. As it happens, he is with me now. Wait a moment. We are heading to the parking lot. Let us discuss this on the phone shortly. All right, Wang Hai replied. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, Zhou Zhang called. Once connected, without waiting for Wang Hai to speak, Zhou Zhang initiated the conversation. Hai, how much does the ambergris weigh? Wang Hai estimated the weight of the ambergris before responding. I haven't weighed it precisely, but it should be around 4 or 5 pounds. Upon hearing the weight, Zhou Zhang's eyes lit up. In that case, send me a picture so I can take a quick look. Okay, just a moment. Wang Hai opened WeChat and sent a photo of the ambergris to Zhou Zhang. A moment later, Zhou Zhang's voice erupted on the other end, exclaiming, damn. A fine white piece of ambergris. Hai, hold on to it for me. I'm heading to Dolphin Bay immediately. No, wait, I'll come over tomorrow morning. Wang Hai could sense Zhou Zheng's determination to acquire the ambergris, as if he would not rest until it was in his hands. All right, then I want to be going out to sea tomorrow. I'll wait at home for you, Wang Hai said, feeling pleased that he wouldn't have to make a trip to the city. Great, see you tomorrow. And remember to keep that ambergris for me. As for the price, we'll have to figure that out after appraisal, but rest assured, I will offer the highest market price. Zhou Zheng seemed anxious about the ambergris being snatched away, repeatedly urging Wang Hai to reserve it for him. Don't worry, I will definitely wait for you, Wang Hai assured him with a smile. However, he did not completely close off his options. He merely stated he would wait for Zhou Zheng without promising to sell it to him immediately, as the latter had yet to conduct an appraisal and provide a definitive offer. It would be unwise to agree without knowing the price, especially if it turned out to be lower than expected. Zhou Zheng understood Wang Hai's implications, but opted not to comment further. After all, the transaction would ultimately depend on whether the price was right. If it was, there would be no fear of missing out on the purchase. Chapter 94, Wildlife Rescue Center. After chatting for a while, the two ended the call. At that moment, while Wang Hai was speaking with Zhou Zheng, Kaling had also replied to his message, and he finally found the time to read it. Hai, I apologize for the delay. A customer came into the shop, and I couldn't reply sooner. I want to establish a wildlife rescue center, but as I am not from this town, I cannot find a suitable location. You are the only peer I know, so I was hoping you could help me inquire about it. Wang Hai understood the essence of the message. She was seeking a piece of land. However, he struggled to comprehend the endeavor of rescuing wild animals. It is crucial to note that injured wildlife cannot be personally rescued. One must contact the Forestry Bureau to summon professionals for their treatment. It is not merely a matter of goodwill to take them in or provide care. Though Wang Hai had recently treated a small animal on Coconut Island, Kaling's intention to build a wildlife rescue center was fundamentally different, as it implied housing and rehabilitating such creatures. Kaling, are you certain you want to establish a wildlife rescue center and not a stray animal shelter? Wang Hai inquired, suspecting a typographical error. Kaling, seated on her sofa, quickly realized her mistake upon reading Wang Hai's message and responded, it is indeed a wildlife rescue center. There is no facility for rescuing wildlife in Dolphin Bay. I have already applied with the Forestry Bureau, and there is no risk involved. Upon receiving Kaling's clarification, Wang Hai grasped that she was certified and qualified to rescue wildlife. He pondered for a moment and recalled a suitable location in their village, located just 2 kilometers from his home. It was previously a free-range pig farm owned by the village collective, which had fallen into disuse due to significant losses from a sharp decline in pig prices and the influx of cheap imported frozen pork. Fearing continued financial losses, the villagers had clamored for refunds, leading to the decision to sell all the pigs and abandon the farm. This decision proved fortuitous, as a few months later, an outbreak of swine fever devastated nearby pig farmers, resulting in the slaughter and burial of all their pigs, except those from Wang's village, which had already been sold. There is indeed a suitable spot at the foot of our village's mountain, although it used to be a pig farm. I happen to be free tomorrow afternoon. How about I take you there to see if it fits your needs? Wang Hai proposed. Sure, let's plan on that. I'll come by tomorrow afternoon to take a look, Kaling agreed. They continued to chat casually for a while, but eventually, Wang Hai, feeling quite tired, decided to end the conversation and get some rest. The next morning, having gone to bed early the previous night, Wang Hai woke before 5 o'clock. Although the sun had yet to rise, the birds outside were already chirping, embodying the adage that the early bird catches the worm. Wang Hai meditated for an hour practicing the spirit cultivation technique, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Sun Cheng's voice. Hai, breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat before we head out to sea. Wang Hai quickly dressed and opened the door, greeting Sun Cheng. Ah Cheng, we won't be going out to sea today. I've arranged for Zhou Zheng to come and assess the ambergris. If it's suitable, I may sell it today. Sun Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing they wouldn't be going out to sea, but his spirits lifted instantly upon learning it was for the sale of the ambergris. Once sold, they could upgrade to a larger fishing boat. After finishing breakfast, Wang Hai hopped on his electric bike and rode to the vicinity of the pig farm they had discussed the previous night. He felt it prudent to gain some familiarity with the area before Kaling arrived in the afternoon. Upon reaching the entrance of the pig farm, he noted that it had been abandoned for 2 years, with weeds now growing up to half a person's height. It appeared that since pigs were no longer raised there, no one had visited the site. The gate had become rusty, and as it was locked, Wang Hai could only glance inside. Visible to the naked eye, there were more than a dozen pig pens, occupying an area of about an acre. The yard still contained a patch of open land, which was also overgrown with weeds. Wang Hai considered this location to be an excellent choice for establishing a wildlife rescue center. The pig pens could be readily converted for use with a thorough disinfection and the installation of wire fencing. This would save time and resources, eliminating the need for new construction. There were also living quarters available, though they appeared somewhat dilapidated. However, the main structure was made of reinforced concrete, merely requiring a fresh coat of plaster and some renovation to make it habitable. If a girl were to live here, it might not pose too much of a challenge for the bold, but those with a timid disposition might hesitate. Yet, these considerations were not Wang Hai's concern. His responsibility was merely to show Kaling the site in the afternoon and, if it met her approval, to inquire about the leasing price in the village. The rest of the arrangements would not fall to him. Turning back to ride home, he noted that it was still early, and Zhou Zheng had yet to depart, as he was expected to arrive around noon. So boring. Should we play some games, Ali? Sun Chung slumped in a chair, looking lethargic. Sure, let us log on. Ali replied, then turned to Wang Hai. The Hai, want to play a couple of rounds? You guys go ahead. I need to give Hai Chai an external deworming treatment later. That little rascal is infested with fleas, Wang Hai complained. Recalling how Hai Chai had stayed in his room for 2 nights, leaving him covered in itchy red spots after waking up that morning. Boiling hot water was poured into a wooden basin, followed by a considerable amount of water until the temperature was just right. Once prepared, a deworming solution was added and stirred thoroughly. Hai Chai, come here. Wang Hai called out to Hai Chai, who was busy excavating an ant hole at the corner of the door. The dog, as if its ears were stuffed with donkey hair, feigned ignorance and continued its play. Left with no choice, Wang Hai had to run over and physically bring Hai Chai to him, unceremoniously tossing the dog into the medicated bath, leaving only its head above water. Fortunately, Hai Chai was not averse to bathing. Otherwise, managing such a large creature would have been quite the challenge. All right, come out now. It's time for a trim. After thoroughly soaking Hai Chai's fur, Wang Hai fetched a pair of clippers and began the arduous task of grooming. Observing the dog's persistent struggles, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He had no desire to shave Hai Chai, but without it, the fleas on its body would not be eradicated solely by the medicated bath. After more than half an hour of effort, and with the clippers running out of battery, he hastily concluded the grooming session. Chapter 94, The Haircut for Hai Chai. Ha ha. Oh my, what on earth is this? Sun Chung erupted into laughter at the sight of the shorn Hai Chai, which now sported a bare coat save for tufts of fur on its head and tail. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Hai Chai seemed to lose face, barking twice at Sun Chung in protest. Sun Chung tried to suppress his laughter, understanding the blow to Hai Chai's dignity, but it was too amusing to resist. Ali, witnessing the spectacle, also struggled to contain his mirth. Wang Hai, unable to concern himself with their reactions, placed Hai Chai back into the bath and went to the kitchen to fetch an old iron basin. He lit a fire and tossed the collected dog fur inside, incinerating the fleas within. After completing the medicated bath for Hai Chai, he swiftly gathered his bedding, linens, and clothes from his room to hang them out in the yard. He found a spray bottle, filled it with diluted pesticide, and began to spray his room. The reproductive capabilities of fleas were astonishing. Seizing the opportunity while their numbers were still manageable, he aimed to eliminate them all. Once everything was attended to, the clock approached 11 o'clock. At that moment, Wang Hai's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, have you arrived? Wang Hai inquired once the call was connected. Yes, we've just arrived. My sister and I are at the dock. Come pick us up, and remember to take the tricycle, Zhou Zheng replied. All right, I'll head over now. After ending the call, Wang Hai hopped onto the tricycle and made his way to the dock in town. Upon arriving, he spotted a white speedboat, most likely Zhou Zheng and his sister's vessel. As he pulled the tricycle closer, Zhou Zheng waved enthusiastically to Hai. Wang Hai approached, and it was then he noticed an elderly man seated in the boat's rear, his hair streaked with gray and sporting a goatee reminiscent of Grandpa Sunday. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit, the man exuded a certain elegance. Hai, this is my grandfather, Zhou Zheng introduced, gesturing between the two. Grandpa Zhou, Wang Hai instinctively addressed, knowing wealthy individuals often preferred such formalities. Ah, no need for such formality, just call me Grandpa Zhou. By the way, did you bring that piece of ambergris? If so, may I have a look? Although the old man appeared reserved and profound at first, his demeanor was surprisingly approachable once he spoke. Grandpa Zhou, it's still at home. Since it's lunchtime, why don't we go home for a meal and then take a look? Wang Hai had initially thought it would only be Zhou Zheng and his sister. But to his surprise, their grandfather had also come along. He cast a glance at his tricycle, its paint peeling and parts corroded by seawater, rusting in several places. He wondered if someone as affluent as Grandpa Zhou could tolerate such a vehicle. Grandpa, what are you thinking? Who would carry such precious items around? Zhou chimed in. Haha, indeed, Grandpa Zhou responded, turning back to Wang Hai. Well then, shall we head to your home? Sure, Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Zhou Zheng hopped into the tricycle's cargo area, prompting Zhou Zhou to give him a playful slap on the forehead. You little rascal. Don't you think to help your grandfather up first? Only then did Zhou Zheng realize his oversight and turned to assist his grandfather. Grandpa Zhou waved his hand dismissively, and Wang Hai initially thought he was reluctant to ride in the old tricycle. However, the next moment, a smile broke across his face. How about I drive instead? Grandpa. Don't be silly, Zhou Zhou replied, exasperated. Grandpa Zhou pouted slightly, crossing his arms and throwing a little tantrum. If you want tea, let me ride. Then I want tea, go. Wang Hai inwardly chuckled at the playful side of Grandpa Zhou. If Grandpa wants to drive, then let him. He knows how to. Zhou Zheng supported from the side. Seeing this, Grandpa Zhou gave Zhou Zheng a thumbs up behind his back, silently praising him for his cleverness. Then shot a glance at his eldest granddaughter, thinking, every day, all she does is fuss over me. She forgets who the elder is. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Zhou Zhou, since Grandpa can drive, let him do it. As long as he is happy, Wang Hai quietly suggested to Zhou Zhou. Rolling her eyes, she whispered back, Hai. You'll regret what you just said. Wang Hai was indifferent to her warning. He had never even considered the meaning of regret. With everyone advocating for her grandfather, Zhou Zhou eventually relented. All right, you can drive, Grandpa. Without further ado, Grandpa Zhou hopped into the driver's seat of the tricycle and called out, All right, everyone, get in. We're ready to depart. Wang Hai wasted no time climbing aboard the tricycle. Although Zhou Zhou was reluctant to ride with her grandfather, she had no other transportation available. After much hesitation, she finally sat down at Zhou Zheng's urging. Sister, stop wasting time and get on already. Humph, Zhou Zhou huffed, reluctantly complying. Let us go. Grandpa Zhou skillfully released the handbrake, gave the throttle a twist, and turned onto the road. Initially, everything seemed normal, and Wang Hai thought, Grandpa Zhou drives quite steadily. However, he quickly began to regret it, as Grandpa Zhou transformed into a spirited young man. Once on the road, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the tricycle sped forward like the wind. If it weren't for the maximum speed being just over 30 miles per hour, he might have taken off. Grandpa, slow down, Zhou Zhou exclaimed hurriedly. This is only 30-some miles per hour. It feels like a crawl. How could I slow down? The sea breeze tousled Grandpa Zhou's goatee as they sped along. Let us go. Zhou Zheng removed his sun hat, stood at the front of the tricycle, one hand gripping the backrest behind his grandfather, and the other waving his hat triumphantly. Witnessing the light-hearted antics of the elderly and young, Zhou Zhou was seething with frustration. Just then, they approached a speed bump, and Grandpa Zhou slammed on the brakes abruptly, causing Zhou Zheng to lose his balance and land squarely in the cargo area. Ouch! Grandpa, are you trying to harm your own grandson? Zhou Zheng grumbled, rubbing his sore backside. However, he spoke softly, and Grandpa Zhou didn't hear him. Otherwise, he would have surely given his grandson a scolding for such disrespect. With the exhilarating speed, both Grandpa Zhou and Zhou Zheng were thoroughly enjoying themselves, while Wang Hai and Zhou Zhou felt dizzy and nauseous, wishing they could vomit. Thankfully, the distance wasn't too far, otherwise, they surely would have. Grandpa Zhou, stop at that entrance up ahead. Wang Hai pointed toward his home's yard as they approached. All right. Chapter 96, a meeting bitterly regretted. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Grandpa Zhou, catching a whiff of something delicious, made his way to Sun Cheng's house. It smells wonderful. Sun Cheng, who had been sitting in the yard watching videos, suddenly spotted an elderly man with a goatee peering curiously over the fence and instinctively asked, Who are you looking for? Without waiting for Grandpa Zhou to speak, Zhou Zheng stepped forward, smiling and waving his hand. Aching, this is my grandfather. We are here to collect the dragon's blood incense, and, if possible, to enjoy a meal together at noon. Is that welcome? What kind of talk is that? You must be welcomed. Hurry, come in and take a seat, replied Sun Cheng, quickly putting away his phone and ushering everyone inside. After Zhou Zhou greeted the guests, she squatted down beside the black dog, playing with it. At that moment, fourth Grandpa and Grandma were also in the yard. Once Wang Hai entered the house, he introduced Zhou Grandpa to them. As Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zheng had visited before, they required no introduction. After the introductions, Zhou Grandpa caught a whiff of the aroma and headed into the kitchen. Wang Hai followed him in, reintroducing Sun Grandpa. Sun Grandpa, this is Zhou Zhou's grandfather. Here to see the dragon's blood incense. He'll be having lunch here as well. Noticing that the other man sported a goat beard like his own and was Zhou Zhou's grandfather, Sun Grandpa nodded with a smile. Old Zhou, the kitchen is filled with strong aromas. Why don't you all sit in the living room and enjoy some tea? The meal will be ready shortly. Zhou Grandpa waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble at all. I often cook for myself. However, judging by this scent, your culinary skills are certainly superior to mine. You must be preparing stir-fried pig liver, right? It smells exquisite. Yes, stir-fried pig liver. It seems you have quite the culinary expertise as well, replied Sun Grandpa. Observing the two elderly men sharing a mutual interest, Wang Hai felt a sense of relief. Initially, Wang Hai intended to present the dragon's blood incense to Zhou Grandpa for appraisal, but he decided to wait until after the meal. After enjoying tea and chatting for a while, lunch was nearly ready by noon. Everyone washed their hands in preparation for the meal. "Ollie, shout when the meal is ready," came the call from the kitchen. Today's lunch was indeed more lavish than usual, featuring a total of 8 dishes and a soup, with 2 of the dishes prepared by Zhou Grandpa himself. "Aching, bring out a jar of old wine," commanded Sun Grandpa, prompting Sun Chung to dash to the backyard. When he returned, he was cradling a seemingly aged jar of wine. "Old Zhou, this is all pure grain wine that I brewed myself. This particular jar has been aging for over 30 years. There are only a few jars left. I seldom drink it myself, only opening one when Oldfur craves it. This is not inferior to those wines priced in the thousands outside. You should give it a try." Sun Grandpa took the jar from Sun Chung, breaking the wax seal at the mouth. Instantly, a unique fragrance of wine wafted through the air. Upon catching this aroma, Zhou Grandpa's expression shifted. "What a fine wine. Grandpa, drink sparingly," cautioned both Sun Chung and Zhou in unison. The two elderly men glanced at their grandsons, each secretly calculating their own intentions. "Rest assured, I won't overindulge," Sun Grandpa reassured, followed by Zhou Grandpa nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Sun Chung and Zhou ceased their concerns and focused on enjoying the meal. By the end of the meal, the 3 elders, 4th Grandpa, Zhou Grandpa, and Sun Grandpa, had consumed just over a gin of wine, which, when calculated, was not too excessive. Zhou Grandpa contemplated secretly pouring himself another cup, but ultimately, even the wine jar was confiscated by his granddaughter. Though somewhat displeased, he could do nothing against the granddaughter he had doted on since childhood. Understanding that Wang Hai and the others had pressing matters, Sun Grandpa suggested they join 4th Grandpa for a game of cards at the village square. Wang Hai's grandmother retired to the house for a nap, leaving only Wang Hai and the others behind. "Aching, bring out the dragon's blood incense," Wang Hai instructed. "All right," Sun Chung nodded, running to his room to fetch the box containing the dragon's blood incense, placing it on the table and opening it. Zhou Grandpa transformed from his playful demeanor to a serious one, pulling out his reading glasses and leaning in for a closer examination. "Indeed, this is a premium white incense." After stating this, he carefully pinched off a piece to bring to his nose for a delicate sniff. Finally, he took out a lighter and set the piece ablaze. "This piece of dragon's blood incense is truly a rarity. Ahai, I won't weigh it. I'll give you a flat price of 3 million. What do you think?" Zhou Grandpa removed his glasses and turned to Wang Hai, seeking his opinion. Wang Hai had already researched the prices of dragon's blood incense online, and 3 million was indeed a substantial offer. Of course, if it were taken to an auction, the price might rise further. But he was in urgent need of cash to purchase a fishing boat, so he couldn't afford to wait for an auction. "All right, Zhou Grandpa, let's go with your price." Wang Hai nodded, satisfied with the offer. Pleased with Wang Hai's straightforwardness, Zhou Grandpa immediately made a call to arrange the transfer of funds to Wang Hai's account. "The money has been transferred to your account. I have other matters to attend to this evening, so I won't stay any longer." Zhou Grandpa signaled for Zhou Zheng to take the dragon's blood incense and headed outside. Wang Hai and the others stood up to see them off. At the door, Wang Hai turned to Sun Chung and said, "Aching, I'll take Zhou Grandpa to the dock. I have other errands in town as well." "Sure, drive slowly and be careful," Sun Chung advised, waving goodbye to Zhou Zheng and Zhou before turning back to Zhou Grandpa. "Zhou Grandpa, do come over to visit sometime." "Of course. I'll definitely come by when I have the chance," Zhou Grandpa replied, smiling as he waved his hand. Without waiting for Wang Hai to take the driver's seat in the tricycle, he plopped down into the seat himself, making his intentions unmistakably clear. He would be driving. Wang Hai felt somewhat helpless, but climbed into the back of the vehicle. As long as the elderly gentleman was happy, it was fine. After all, the distance wasn't far. Given Zhou Grandpa's speed, it would only take about 10 minutes. Zhou Grandpa sped along, completing the 3-kilometer journey in just 8 minutes, even quicker than Wang Hai had anticipated. Holding back his nausea, Wang Hai waved goodbye to the group, and, once their boat disappeared from view, the discomfort faded significantly. Turning back to ride his tricycle, he headed toward the veterinary clinic. Just as he made a U-turn, he felt a chill creeping up his spine, as if someone were watching him. However, upon glancing back, he noticed many people at the dock, but saw no one fixedly gazing at him. After pondering, he concluded it was likely just his imagination. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and twisted the throttle, heading toward the veterinary clinic. At this time, it was precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, one of the hottest hours of the day. The spacious street saw only the occasional passing car, with not a pedestrian in sight. A few minutes later, Wang Hai parked his tricycle in front of the veterinary clinic and walked inside. The shop was empty, with Kai Ling dozing at the desk. her disheveled hair spilling across her cheeks, rising and falling with her breath. Occasionally, she would furrow her brow but quickly relax again. Chapter 97, Second Uncle. Wang Hai was aware that the veterinary profession could be quite taxing, often requiring night calls, so he refrained from waking her. The air conditioning in the room provided a slight chill, and since she was only wearing a t-shirt, Wang Hai casually picked up a blanket from the sofa and tiptoed over to drape it over her. He then returned to the sofa, quietly observing her. It wasn't that Wang Hai was being lecherous. After all, which man could resist stealing a glance at a beautiful woman? After watching for a while, he picked up a nearby book and began to flip through its pages. After another 10 minutes, Kai Ling finally blinked awake. Feeling the blanket draped over her and instinctively questioning it since she distinctly remembered not covering herself. Upon seeing Wang Hai sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a book, she understood that he had covered her. "You're awake," Wang Hai said instinctively, looking up at her with a smile. "Yes, there was no one in the shop. So I dozed off," she replied, setting the blanket aside and tidying her tangled hair. "Can we go see the place you mentioned now?" "Yes, we can." Wang Hai nodded, setting down the book in his hands. In perfect synchrony, the two rose simultaneously and made their way towards the door. After closing the roll-up door, Wang Hai took the lead on his tricycle, with Kai Ling following closely behind on her electric bike. The heat of the day prompted both to increase their pace, and within a mere 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Observing the lush weeds surrounding the pig farm, Kai Ling felt quite pleased. The area of the farm was extensive, entirely sufficient for their needs. All they would require was to hire someone to clear the weeds, restore the surroundings, enclose the pig pen with barbed wire, and install a gate. This would be more than adequate. This site had previously served as a pig farm, abandoned for the past 2 years. However, the structures within remained intact and could be refurbished for use. The only drawback was the nearby grave mounds, which might pose a concern for a young woman living here. Before Wang Hai could finish his thought, Kai Ling shook her head. "No, I find this place quite appealing. Sometimes, the living can be far more terrifying than the deceased." Upon saying this, a fleeting hint of sadness crossed her face, quickly replaced by a smile. "I am truly satisfied with this place, Wang Hai. I will need your assistance in facilitating the rental process," Kai Ling expressed, feeling a twinge of guilt for burdening Wang Hai. "Of course, since I promised to help you find a location, I will ensure it is taken care of," Wang Hai replied with a smile. Assisting a beautiful woman was a task he welcomed, and since the ownership of the pig farm lay with the village, which had allowed it to fall into disrepair, he believed they would be more than willing to accept some rental income. With that, Wang Hai guided Kai Ling to the home of Grandpa Si. From a distance, he spotted Grandpa Si and Grandpa Sun sitting beneath a mango tree by the fish pond, sipping tea. Approaching them, Wang Hai greeted Grandpa Si, Grandpa Sunday. Yet, neither elder responded, their attention fixated on Kai Ling, who sat on the electric bike beside Wang Hai. "This girl is unfamiliar. She must not be from our village. Could she possibly be Xiaohei's girlfriend?" They exchanged peculiar glances, as if silently communicating their surprise at the revelation. "Hello, Grandpa Sun, Grandpa Si," Kai Ling greeted, having been introduced to them by Wang Hai beforehand. "Good, good." Both elders replied with nods of approval. Observing their demeanor, Wang Hai suspected they had misconstrued his relationship with Kai Ling, and, fearing any awkward remarks, he took the initiative to speak. "Grandpa Sun, I have a matter I would like your assistance with." "Go ahead. As long as it doesn't involve me traversing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, anything within my capability, I will gladly assist." Grandpa Sun jested with a smile. "It concerns the abandoned pig farm on the hillside behind the village. Kai Ling wishes to rent it and transform it into a wildlife rescue center," Wang Hai stated. Before he could finish, Grandpa Sun waved his hand, having comprehended the situation. He initially thought there was something more pressing at hand, only to discover it was this matter, leaving him feeling somewhat relieved. "Let us go to the village committee now. That pig farm has been abandoned for years. If we confirm the rental, we could finalize everything this afternoon," Grandpa Sun declared. The village committee was just a few hundred meters away, and Grandpa Sun chose to walk with Kai Ling. Wang Hai intended to follow, but was stopped by Grandpa Sunday. "Xiaohei, are you doubting your grandpa's ability to handle this?" Wang Hai chuckled. "How could I doubt Grandpa Sun? Then that is settled. It's quite hot today, so you should rest under this tree while we take care of things." With that, Grandpa Sun led Kai Ling toward the village committee without looking back. "Girl, what does your family do?" Grandpa Sun casually inquired. Kai Ling hesitated, struggling to articulate her response. Noticing her nervousness, Grandpa Sun reassured her, "No need to be anxious. Once we arrive at the committee, just refer to me as your second uncle. I will handle everything else." "All right," Kai Ling nodded. As they continued, Grandpa Sun realized that this girl was not Wang Hai's girlfriend, a realization that left him feeling somewhat foolish for his earlier assumptions. Regardless, now that he had committed to assisting, he was determined to help earnestly. Passing the village committee square, they noticed several individuals playing cards under a large tree. One bald elder chuckled, "Old son, that girl looks unfamiliar. Is she perhaps a Chung-ass girlfriend? Don't jump to conclusions. She is my niece. You all continue playing. I need to have a word with Qinshan. All right, we'll see you later." Chapter 98, Signing the Contract. "Not a problem," Grandpa's son said, leading Kai Ling into the village committee and directly toward the village chief's office. The door was ajar, revealing a middle-aged man engrossed in his phone. This man was the current village chief, Sun Qinshan. Chief Chun, enjoying a leisurely moment. "I see," Grandpa's son remarked, entering the office without knocking and taking a seat. He gestured to Kai Ling, signaling her to sit as well. Kai Ling, momentarily taken aback, struggled to discern who was the village chief amidst the situation. Nevertheless, she complied and took a seat. "Uncle Sun, please just call me Qinshan. When you address me as Chief Chun, it always feels ominous," Sun Qinshan joked. At this moment, he turned his attention to the beautiful girl seated beside Grandpa's son, contemplating how wonderful it would be if she could become his daughter-in-law. Grandpa's son, well aware of the chief's character and his underlying intentions, cleared his throat. "Today, I have an important matter to discuss. It's best to continue addressing you as Chief Chun." Upon hearing the mention of a serious matter, Sun Qinshan instinctively focused back on Grandpa's Sunday Uncle Sun. "What is it? Please, speak freely. It concerns my niece, who intends to establish a wildlife rescue center in our town. This is a beneficial endeavor. No matter where it is built, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed," Sun Qinshan acknowledged, instinctively nodding in agreement. "Exactly. I thought of our village first. If we had a wildlife rescue center here, it would undoubtedly draw more attention to our village, benefiting both you and the community," Grandpa's son elaborated. "Absolutely. It must be built in our village. We cannot allow other villages to seize this opportunity," Sun Qinshan insisted earnestly. "Yes, I share that sentiment. The pig farm behind our village has been abandoned for 2 years, making it a suitable location. I took Kai Ling to inspect it, and the environment is quite favorable, nestled against the mountains. Therefore, I sought the village's opinion. If it proves suitable, we will proceed with the rental." Grandpa's son continued, "However, do not feel pressured. If the village is unwilling to rent out the pig farm, we can explore other suitable locations in Yunbian village." Originally, Kai Ling intended to go there, but I suggested she first assess this site. There is no reason to hesitate. The pig farm has been abandoned for so long. Utilizing it would indeed be a positive development. Having spoken, Sun Qinshan turned to Kaling and declared, "My dear Kaling, I am prepared to make a decision right now. I shall rent it to you." At that moment, Kaling comprehended why Wang Hai had invited Grandpa's son to accompany her. It was astonishingly effortless. However, just as she was about to utter a word, she was halted by Grandpa's Sunday village head Chun. He remarked, glancing at Sun Qinshan, "It is abundantly clear that the rent cannot be excessively high. Uncle Sun, the rent is not an issue, but to prevent the villagers from gossiping, we ought to settle on a reasonable amount," Sun Qinshan replied thoughtfully. He continued, "How about we agree on 8,000 per year, with a contract for 3 years? What do you think?" He understood that Grandpa's son was eager for a lower rent, but he also recognized that establishing the wildlife rescue center would genuinely be beneficial for him. Nonetheless, the rent could not be too low. After all, as the saying goes, a deserted field will be cultivated by someone if left untended. It was essential to avoid any further gossip. Kaling felt quite satisfied with the sum of 8,000. Yet, Grandpa's son seemed to harbor some dissatisfaction, believing that the amount could be reduced further. He shook his head, saying, "Village head Chun, this 8,000 is indeed rather low. Perhaps I should take Kaling to explore other villages." With that, Grandpa's son rose, feigning a desire to depart. Upon hearing that 8,000 was deemed low, Sun Qinshan initially thought Grandpa's son had agreed, but when he mentioned visiting other villages, he felt a wave of urgency. Such a favorable arrangement would undoubtedly attract attention if other villages became aware. He understood that Grandpa's son wished to negotiate further, but he knew he could not concede. "Uncle Son, how about we reduce it by another 2,000? I truly cannot go any lower." Upon hearing the reduction of 2,000, Grandpa's son finally nodded in satisfaction and turned to Kaling, inquiring, "Kaling, what do you think?" "Well, I believe 6,000 is quite reasonable. Anything lower would indeed be difficult for village head Chun to explain to the villagers." Once she expressed her agreement, Sun Qinshan breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he lifted his teacup for a sip, only to nearly choke on Grandpa's son's next words. "Village head Chun, while we have settled the rent, the lease term seems rather short. Let us sign for 5 years. Additionally, after the contract expires, Kaling should have the right of first refusal for renewal, and the rent increase shall not exceed 20. "Very well, that is all acceptable," Sun Qinshan replied, his mind already filled with exasperation. After both parties reached an agreement, he began printing the contract, and within half an hour, both parties had signed. Upon exiting the village committee, Kaling looked at Grandpa Sun with immense gratitude. Grandpa Sun, I am truly indebted to you today. To express your thanks, you ought to be grateful to Wang Hai. Were it not for him, I would not have come here to put my old face on the line, Grandpa Sun replied. Who is Wang Hai? Kaling asked, puzzled. Is that perhaps Wang Hai's nickname? It's Wang Hai. Despite my less than perfect Mandarin, I mistakenly called him Wang Hai, and it stuck, Grandpa Sun chuckled. Kaling, let me tell you, this child Wang Hai has grown up under my watch. He is a fine individual. Kaling smiled sheepishly upon hearing this. Having already surmised that Grandpa Sun likely wished to match her with Wang Hai. However, she soon realized that matters were not as she had presumed. Grandpa Sun merely stated that Wang Hai was a good person and offered no further commentary. In truth, Grandpa Sun genuinely liked this girl. But he was not one to meddle in the affairs of youth. He believed that young people should navigate their own relationships at their own pace. There was no need to impose pressure. If it was meant to be, it would happen naturally, and if not, matchmaking would be in vain. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Fourth Grandpa's home, where Wang Hai and Fourth Grandpa were sitting beneath a tree, each enjoying an ice pop with great delight. Grandpa Sun, how did it go? Wang Hai inquired upon their return. What else could happen once I stepped in? It's all settled, Grandpa Sun declared, blissfully unaware of the concept of humility. Impressive, Grandpa Sun. Your involvement is worth 3 men's efforts, and it is done. Wang Hai praised, humorously flattering him. Seeing that Grandpa Sun and Kaling were sweating from the heat, Fourth Grandpa turned back inside, retrieving 2 old ice pops. Child, sit and enjoy an ice pop to cool off. Thank you, Fourth Grandpa, Kaling said as she accepted the ice pop, enviously glancing at Wang Hai for having such a wonderful elder. Chapter 99. Beneficial for both parties. Noticing that Kaling was still standing, Grandpa Sun pointed to a stone bench, signaling her to sit. Child, sit here and eat. All right, Kaling nodded and took a seat. By the way, Kaling, the venue has been rented. When do you plan to commence construction? Wang Hai asked. I have not yet found the workers. I will likely need to wait a few days, Kaling replied. Upon hearing that the workers were not yet arranged, Wang Hai instantly thought of someone. Aunt Li's husband, Sun Jiangwo, who was originally a mason. He could handle basic renovations and fencing, and importantly, he had good character. Just a few days ago, when Fourth Grandpa's yard wall had fallen, he had willingly come to help. I have someone in mind who can assist. I can vouch for his character. I can introduce him to you. And you can entrust him with the renovation and construction work, which will save you a great deal of trouble, Wang Hai said earnestly. Wang Hai's proactive offer, while devoid of ulterior motives, was a little hard for him to believe. Last time, the other party had helped Fourth Grandpa by thoroughly inspecting the house and reinforcing areas prone to leaks, and he had charged only a pack of cigarettes. Wang Hai had wanted to pay him, but he had adamantly refused. Since the other party was currently unoccupied, Wang Hai thought it would be a good gesture to recommend him for work, thus repaying a favor. Moreover, having him take on the work would be advantageous for both him and Kaling. Yes, I have been worrying about finding workers. Since you have a recommendation, I shall not decline, Kaling said with a smile. She had come to trust Wang Hai's character, believing that anyone he recommended would likely be reliable. Lacking Sun Jiangwo's phone number, Wang Hai turned to Fourth Grandpa. Fourth Grandpa, do you have Uncle Jiangwo as contact information? Yes, I have it, Fourth Grandpa replied. Kaling, I will read it to you, remember it. With that, Fourth Grandpa took out his old mobile phone and searched for Sun Jiangwo's contact number, reciting it for her. Once Kaling noted down the number, Fourth Grandpa promptly called the other party, explaining the situation, leaving the rest for the two to coordinate. Thank you, Fourth Grandpa, Kaling said with a smile. No need for thanks, Fourth Grandpa waved his hand dismissively. Wang Hai and Kaling lingered under the tree for a while longer before taking their leave. Wang Hai had initially intended to head home, but Kaling called out to him. Hai, please wait a moment. What is it? Wang Hai asked. Well, thank you for your help today. Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner. Kaling proposed. A beautiful lady treating. How could I possibly refuse? Wang Hai replied playfully. All right, see you tonight, Kaling said, given that it was still early. She waved at Wang Hai and headed towards the town. After watching her depart, Wang Hai hopped onto his tricycle and returned home. Upon entering the yard, he spotted Sun Chung and Ollie, both drenched, each wielding a hose, drenching one another. When their gazes fell upon Wang Hai, he instinctively thought, this is bad. The next moment, 2 jets of water shot toward him, thoroughly soaking him. With no means to fight back, he had no choice but to join in, and soon, the unfortunate target became the black dog lounging at the entrance. Fortunately, the yard was paved with cement, preventing any pooling of water, otherwise, they would surely face Grandpa Sun's wrath upon his return. Stop, stop, no more. Wang Hai hastily waved his hands. By this time, Sun Chung and Ollie were indeed exhausted. tossing their hoses aside and plopping down on the chairs to rest. Wang Hai glanced at his drenched clothing and contemplated returning home for a refreshing shower and a change of attire, especially since he had dinner plans for the evening. Hai, hold off on washing up for now. It's still early. Let's catch some jumping fish and fry them up later, Sunken called out. Wang Hai looked up at the blazing sun overhead and quickly shook his head. No way, it's too hot for that. Why would I want to tan? Noticing Wang Hai's reluctance, Sunken turned to Ali. Ali, since Hai isn't going, let's go together. Brother Aching, it's sweltering out. Perhaps we should postpone until evening? Ali replied with a wry smile, also disinterested in going. Seeing both of them unenthusiastic, Sunken let his head droop, sulking as he scrolled through his phone. He had no desire to venture out alone. Fine, let's just go later, he conceded. Wang Hai returned home for a cool shower and settled under a tree's shade, perusing listings for medium-sized fishing boats and various shipyard quotes on his phone. The ambergris had already been sold, and although he currently had $3 million in hand, he knew the importance of frugality. If he could negotiate a lower price for the fishing boats, that would be ideal. After a prolonged search, he found that the online quotes for 24-meter fishing vessels hovered around 550,000 yuan. One particular listing was priced at 480,000 yuan, but upon closer inspection, it had reduced engine specifications, making it less favorable than the 550,000 yuan option. Merely browsing online was insufficient. Thus, Wang Hai scheduled a visit to the shipyard for the following day to examine the vessels in person. For the sake of comparison, he made appointments with 4 different shipyards, believing that a day would suffice for his inquiries. Before long, the clock struck 5:30, nearing 6 o'clock. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue across the sky, and the sea shimmered with golden light. The rice fields behind the village, already ripe, appeared even more resplendent, swaying gently in the breeze. Wang Hai stretched, mounted his electric bike, and set off for the town. Hai, it's mealtime. Where are you off to? Sunken inquired. Mind your own business, child. Wang Hai retorted with a smirk, twisting the throttle and speeding away. Behind him, he heard Sunken's voice exclaim, "You're the child." Seeing this, grandfather Sun simply chuckled, well aware of Wang Hai's intentions. As Wang Hai passed the village entrance, he spotted the wandering black dog and called out, "Hai Chai, hurry home for dinner." Woof. The dog barked, seemingly oblivious to Wang Hai's command. Not far off, several women watched him, their murmurs undoubtedly filled with gossip about him. Silently, he continued, embraced by the gentle breeze, and within 10 minutes, he arrived at Kaling's veterinary clinic. Inside, 2 gentlemen were attending to their dogs. Wang Hai greeted them and quietly took a seat, opting not to disturb Kaling's work. The 2 dogs were merely suffering from colds. After Kaling administered the necessary medication and a shot, the matter was resolved. Should a more severe case arise, Wang Hai would readily offer his assistance. Once the clients departed, Kaling removed her white coat and washed her hands, stating, "Let's go. I've made the reservation." "All right," Wang Hai nodded, and they walked side by side towards the exit. Just as Wang Hai pulled down the roll-up door, an elderly man arrived in a tricycle, hurriedly bringing a sheep to the clinic. "Looks like we have another visitor," Wang Hai remarked, reopening the door. He found himself pondering why, during his own time running a veterinary clinic, business had not thrived in the same manner. "What's wrong with the sheep, sir?" Kaling inquired. "I don't know. It hasn't eaten for days, only sipping some water. Today it can barely stand. It just lies there," the man explained anxiously, gesturing as he spoke. Wang Hai understood the man's concern. This sheep was a prized ram, and if it fell ill, it would be a grave issue. A flock typically has only 1 ram, and without it, breeding with ewes would become impossible. Judging by its size, Wang Hai estimated the ram weighed around 180 pounds. Kaling decided against having the farmer unload the sheep, considering its size would consume considerable time. Instead, she entered the clinic, retrieved her stethoscope, and returned to examine the ram carefully. Observing the ram's condition alongside the man's descriptions, Wang Hai suspected it had ingested foreign objects, leading to its current state. After examining the ram, Kaling asked the man, "Did you harvest the feed yourself or purchase it?" "Mostly, I cut it myself. But sometimes I buy some," the man replied. This ram likely ingested something like wire or other foreign material, which has accumulated over time, resulting in this condition. Kaling explained earnestly, "What can we do about it?" The man asked urgently. "It's manageable, but it will take some time." She then glanced at Wang Hai, signaling that their dinner plans might have to wait. "No problem. Treating the sheep is our priority," Wang Hai affirmed. With that, Kaling turned and re-entered the clinic, returning with various tools, a flexible hose, a piece of wire, and a magnet. Wang Hai was quite familiar with these implements and stepped forward to assist. After half an hour of effort, they extracted numerous pieces of wire and nails from the ram's stomach. The ram, having gone without food for so long, was extremely weak. prompting Kaling to fetch a bottle of glucose and set up in 4 to restore its strength. After another hour of care, the task was finally complete. Once the elderly man left, they closed the roll-up door and walked side by side towards the restaurant. Upon arriving at the eatery, Wang Hai was taken aback to discover that Kaling had reserved a table at Sister Allen's seafood restaurant. He contemplated suggesting a change of venue, but ultimately decided to follow her in. "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" Sister Allen greeted them with a smile, her eyes widening slightly upon recognizing Wang Hai. Hi. I was just wondering why you didn't go out to sea today. Turns out you're on a date with your girlfriend. Why not introduce us?" Sister Allen teased. "Sister Allen, please spare me the jokes. This is Kaling, the owner of the new veterinary clinic in town. I helped her out, and she asked treating me to dinner," Wang Hai explained. After exchanging pleasantries, Kaling added, "Sister Allen, I have a reservation for room 5. All right, I'll notify the kitchen to start preparing your meals. Please wait a moment," Sister Allen replied. Familiar with the establishment, Wang Hai led Kaling to the private room. Seeing that it was just the two of them made Wang Hai feel somewhat awkward. The kitchen staff worked swiftly, and soon, their dishes were served. "Hai, do you have any intentions of continuing your work as a veterinarian?" Kaling asked, looking at him earnestly. "What do you mean by that?" He inquired. "Well, I manage the clinic alone for now, and it's manageable. However, once the Wildlife Rescue Center is established, I'll undoubtedly be overwhelmed. I don't want to abandon the clinic, so I'm considering hiring another veterinarian, and you came to mind. I wanted to see if you might be interested," she continued, seemingly anxious about his potential rejection. "Rest assured, I can offer a salary of 5,000 yuan per month." Wang Hai was taken aback at the mention of a 5,000 yuan monthly salary, as it was not insignificant, especially considering his current circumstances. A day at sea could yield more than that. However, for the residents of Dolphin Bay Town, such a sum was considerable. "Kaling, it's impressive that your clinic can break even each month. But are you certain you want to spend 5,000 yuan to hire someone else?" Wang Hai understood her perspective, but remained skeptical. Maintaining the daily expenses of one's own establishment is already quite commendable. However, seeking additional personnel could indeed lead to financial losses. If one possessed ample wealth, it would be a different matter, allowing for indulgences without much concern. At worst, it would merely be a waste of funds. Yet, for those lacking financial resources, the outcome would inevitably mirror that of the previous owner, closure. But who among the affluent would venture into an obscure, unremarkable fishing village to establish a veterinary clinic? The sea. Every decision I make is thoroughly contemplated. I understand your concerns. Although I am not excessively wealthy, I am capable of sustaining the veterinary clinic. Kai Ling spoke with a composed demeanor, her seriousness evident. Upon hearing her words, he refrained from further persuasion. Yet he was undeniably unable to continue his role as a veterinarian at present. "Kai Ling, I am currently collaborating with friends in fishing ventures, earning a substantial income daily. So I cannot assume the responsibilities at the clinic." "I apologize," Wang Hai sighed. "That is quite all right. If you find yourself unavailable, I can seek additional help," Kai Ling replied. Wang Hai pondered for a moment and realized there might be a viable solution, stating, "Though I cannot serve at the clinic, there is no need for you to hire another veterinarian. Please, continue," Kai Ling encouraged. "The reason you are overwhelmed with the Wildlife Rescue Center is that you can easily hire someone to manage the daily feeding of the animals there. When I return from fishing, if time permits, I can assist in treating the injured animals," Wang Hai suggested. "That sounds very much like hiring a veterinarian." "It still requires employing someone," she countered. "No, the cost of hiring a veterinarian is quite high, and there might not even be someone willing. However, simply hiring someone to feed the injured animals is far more feasible, and the expense would only amount to 2,000 or 3,000. After a moment, Wang Hai seemed to have an epiphany and continued, "By the way, Kai Ling, did you not mention that the Wildlife Rescue Center is sanctioned by the Forestry Bureau? Surely there must be some form of subsidy each month?" "Indeed, there is a monthly subsidy, though I am currently unaware of the exact amount. However, from what I gather, it should not exceed 5,000, Kai Ling responded. Upon hearing that the amount would not surpass 5,000, Wang Hai felt somewhat disheartened, recognizing it to be rather meager. Nevertheless, he reflected that it would suffice. After all, Ali had little to do aside from cooking and occasionally selling a few items at the small shop. He resolved to ask him if he had any interest in becoming a caretaker. At that moment, Wang Hai realized it was premature to proceed without consulting Kai Ling's opinion. So he inquired, "Kai Ling, what do you think? I believe this is a viable option. However, I do not know anyone suitable for the position. Do you have any potential candidates in mind?" Kai Ling discerned from Wang Hai's words that he likely had someone in mind already. "Certainly. But I need to wait until tonight to confirm with the individual," he replied. "Well, I appreciate your help," Kai Ling said, her gaze towards Wang Hai reflecting a newfound respect. His thoroughness in considering matters and his meticulous assistance with her concerns were commendable. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the veterinary clinic, and Wang Hai bid farewell to Kai Ling before riding his electric bicycle home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed Ali and Sun Chung emerging with their coastal foraging gear. "Ah, what a fortuitous timing. Let us head out to forage," Sun Chung exclaimed, handing Wang Hai a set of tools before turning back inside to fetch another set. Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, as he had yet to express whether he was going or not, finding himself unceremoniously dragged along. Sun Chung soon reappeared, brandishing another set of equipment. Observing this, Wang Hai parked his electric bicycle in the yard to charge and brought out the tricycle. "Let us take the tricycle," he declared. Ali and Sun Chung wasted no time, loading their gear onto the tricycle before climbing aboard. It was then that Wang Hai noticed that Ali's bucket contained a net. "Are we not foraging for seafood? Why bring a net?" he inquired. "The net is for catching jumping fish. It has been quite a while since we last had some. Brother Ah Chung suggested we catch some," Ali explained. At that moment, Grandpa C emerged from Sun Chung's home, preparing to return to his own residence. Upon seeing the three youngsters heading out to forage, he cautioned, "Take care on your way, and be particularly vigilant while foraging. There have been many sea snakes around lately." "We understand, Grandpa C," the three replied, nodding in acknowledgement. After waving goodbye to him, they proceeded towards the tidal flats a few kilometers away. While there were rocky areas nearby, their target fish for the day were found in the tidal flats, as they were absent from the rocky zones. The tricycle cruised along the dimly lit coastal road, the gentle sea breeze providing a refreshing comfort. Today coincided with the high tide, the full moon illuminating the otherwise dark surroundings with a brilliant glow. The trio engaged in lively conversation and soon arrived at the tidal flats, parking the vehicle before donning headlamps and grabbing their gear to walk towards the exposed flats, the sound of crashing waves echoing in their ears. As they approached, Sun Chung, guided by the beam of his headlamp, spotted several jumping fish a mere 10 meters away on the flats. "With so many jumping fish along the shore, it seems today will be a bountiful catch," he exclaimed, turning to Ali. "Quickly, get the net ready and set it up." "All right," Ali responded, lowering his head to retrieve the net and handing one end to Sun Chung while taking the other for himself, the pair advancing to spread it out. Catching jumping fish differs significantly from capturing those in the water. Typically, jumping fish are found on the flats, where there is no water. The net does not need to be submerged. It can be propped up on the flats with wooden sticks. Catching fish in water is considerably simpler, as they can be dropped directly into it. Wang Hai watched Sun Chang's frantic efforts and shook his head in exasperation, questioning the necessity of using a 100-meter-long net just to catch a few for dinner. Fortunately, Ali and Sun Chung were sufficient for that task, while Wang Hai took up his bucket to search for blue crabs among the oyster beds. Although today marked the ebbing of the high tide, it had only just begun, and it would take several hours to reach its lowest point. Having walked a short distance, Wang Hai noticed movement in a puddle beneath the oyster beds. Assuming it to be a blue crab, he hurriedly approached to investigate, only to discover a 3-pound ribbonfish. "Wow, I actually stumbled upon a ribbonfish," Wang Hai exclaimed, slightly astonished. This reaction was not unfounded, as ribbonfish typically dwell in deeper waters. While it is not uncommon to encounter one or two while foraging, they are usually small. It is rare to find one exceeding a pound. "That is a catch. No need to be modest," Wang Hai declared, seizing the opportunity to gather such a sizable ribbonfish for dinner. The puddle was relatively large, approximately 2 meters wide, and had been churned into murky water by the ribbonfish. Noticing the mud on the tongs he held, Wang Hai plunged them into the water to rinse off the grime. In the next moment, a dark undercurrent stirred again. "Is there more?" Wang Hai wondered, immediately using the tongs to grasp the spot where the water was disturbed, pulling out yet another ribbonfish. This second ribbonfish was noticeably smaller than the first, but still weighed over a pound. "How can there be so many large ribbonfish?" Wang Hai mused, momentarily perplexed. Realizing he could not fathom the situation, he decided to continue stirring the water with his tongs, hoping to uncover more ribbonfish. However, after a while of stirring, there was no further movement. Recognizing that the catch was indeed depleted, Wang Hai resumed his journey forward. Goodness, an octopus, a white pomfret, a large blue crab. In just half an hour, Wang Hai gazed into his bucket, filled with an astonishing haul, hardly able to believe his eyes. This stretch of tidal flats usually yielded little in terms of resources. Catching even 2 blue crabs was considered a good day. It was no wonder that at tonight's high tide, aside from Wang Hai and his companions, there was not a soul to be found foraging. "The resources here are exceedingly abundant. It seems I shall frequent this place often in the future," Wang Hai mused. Traversing the rocky areas and sandy beaches was effortless. Yet the mudflats posed a stark contrast. With every step, his feet sank deeply into the mire. After laboring for over half an hour, even Wang Hai began to feel fatigued. Having already gathered a satisfactory bounty, he decided to make his way to the shore, where he found a stone to sit upon. Lighting a cigarette, he observed Ollie and Sun Chung, who were joyfully catching jumping fish, their laughter mingling with their playful antics. The duo was currently throwing a mud ball to drive the fish towards the net. Startled by the mud ball, the jumping fish leapt in the direction of the net, only to become ensnared. After watching for a while, Wang Hai called out, "Chung, Ollie, come take a break." Sun Chung, lost in the excitement, waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, then turned to the sweating Ollie beside him, saying, "Ollie, you should take a rest. I can manage here alone." Ollie, feeling a bit worn out, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take a break." With that, he made his way towards Wang Hai, who shifted slightly to make space for him on the stone. Chapter 102, The Not-So-Astute Black Dog. "Brother Hai, how did you catch so many fish?" Ollie exclaimed, surprised at the haul in the bucket beside Wang Hai. He usually ventured out during low tide in the afternoon, but returned with meager results. Today, the resources here are quite good, and with no one else around. "The catch has improved significantly," Wang Hai replied with a smile. This was indeed the truth. If more people were clamoring for fish, the yield would be halved at the very least. A few minutes later, Wang Hai resumed his fishing, bucket in hand, while Ollie picked up his bucket to retrieve the jumping fish stuck in the net. After another hour of diligent work, as they approached 9 o'clock, the three of them returned to the shore in perfect synchrony, gathering their gear to head home. To Wang Hai's astonishment, his catch nearly filled a bucket, boasting an array of octopuses and blue crabs, among other varieties. Sun Chung and Ollie had also caught a fair number of jumping fish, releasing the smaller ones, leaving about 4 or 5 pounds. They hopped onto a tricycle, arriving home around 9:30. Once at Sun Cheng's house, they squatted by the water tank in the yard, illuminated by the glow of a light bulb, to process their catch. The ribbonfish and snapper Wang Hai had caught had perished due to lack of oxygen, and with the heat rising, it was imperative to clean them while still fresh, otherwise they would spoil by morning. The blue crabs and jumping fish could withstand a night without issue, but with so many hands on deck, they decided to gut the jumping fish, marinate them briefly, and then coat them in starch for frying. By the time all the fish had been prepared, it was nearly 10:30. Yet for these young men, it was still early. They often stayed up until dawn. Wang Hai placed the snapper and white pomfret in the freezer for later consumption, while Ollie marinated the jumping fish. And Sun Cheng busied himself in the kitchen, chopping several ribbonfish into pieces to give to Ollie. Once the fish was marinated, Wang Hai lowered his voice, saying, "Ollie, come sit by the sea for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." "All right," Ollie nodded, following Wang Hai outside. "Brother Hai, what is it?" Sun Cheng inquired. Curiosity piqued. "Let us go. Grandpa's son is already asleep, and we shouldn't wake him. He often suffers from insomnia and relies on sleeping pills, and I wouldn't want to disturb him." The beach was only a few dozen meters from the door, and the three quickly made their way there. Under the luminous moonlight, the shoreline glimmered, and the gentle sea breeze, mingled with the croaking of frogs from the rice fields behind the house, created an atmosphere of tranquility. Wang Hai began, "Ollie, I have a friend who plans to establish a wildlife rescue center behind the village. They will need someone to feed the animals. Would you be interested?" "Brother Hai, since it's you recommending it, I would definitely go," Ollie replied, though he hesitated slightly. Noticing Ollie's reluctance, Wang Hai patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about my opinion. This job is yours to undertake. If you wish to go, then go. If not, then don't." "Actually, I do want to go. Besides, when I'm cooking, I often find myself quite bored and unsure of what to do. But if I go, I want to be able to cook for everyone," Ollie confessed. "You needn't fret about that. The Wildlife Rescue Center won't be too demanding. After all, how many injured wild animals could there possibly be? Your responsibilities will mainly involve feeding them and maintaining cleanliness. It won't be overly taxing. And you'll still have time to cook. If it becomes too busy, they will certainly hire more staff," Wang Hai reassured him with a smile. His words rang true. Upon hearing that he could still return to cooking, Ollie became less concerned about the additional workload, dismissing any notion of hardship. "Brother Hai, how much will Ollie earn monthly?" Sun Chung inquired. Wang Hai pondered for a moment, recalling that Kai Ling offered his friend, the veterinarian, a monthly salary of 5,000. However, since Ollie's role would not require specialized skills, it should be somewhat less. 3,000 should be reasonable. 3,000 a month, Wang Hai stated. Ollie cared little about the salary. He currently earned 200 a day for cooking and cleaning at home. If Wang Hai suggested he take the job, even without pay, he would have no complaints. "That's great. With this 3,000 added, your monthly income will reach 9,000. Sun Chung exclaimed, patting Ollie on the shoulder, genuinely happy for him. Having spent some time by the seaside, the jumping fish and ribbonfish had marinated sufficiently, so the group returned to the kitchen to begin frying. Utilizing a rural wood-fired stove, they toiled for over half an hour, managing to fry the fish, which they then packaged into bags and placed in the freezer for future meals. They left one plate aside, taking it outside to enjoy with beer as a late-night snack. The black dog, originally sleeping in its kennel, was roused by the commotion and, enticed by the aroma of fried fish, hurried over to beg for scraps. "Come here." "Black dog," Sun Chung called, tossing a jumping fish to it. After a satisfying meal, the clock struck midnight. As Ollie prepared to leave, Wang Hai reminded him, "Ollie, be careful on your way back." "Yes, don't worry," Ollie replied. After he departed, Wang Hai exchanged farewells with Sun Chung before returning home. Although he had bathed earlier in the afternoon, after another day at sea, he was once again sweaty and muddy, necessitating another wash. The following morning, Wang Hai was awakened by Black Dog's barking. As he stepped outside, still mumbling about the early disturbance, he noticed a hedgehog had somehow wandered into the yard. With Black Dog cautiously nipping at it, the hedgehog had curled into a ball, exposing its spines, which caused Black Dog to grimace in discomfort. "What a nuisance," Wang Hai remarked, observing Black Dog's persistence in trying to bite the creature. Approaching, he picked up the hedgehog to assess its condition. Fortunately, the hedgehog appeared unharmed. But Black Dog had not fared as well, with blood seeping from its mouth, evidently a result of its ill-fated attempt to bite. Wang Hai carried the hedgehog to the edge of the rice fields behind the house and released it, saying, "Now go on, and don't wander off again." Black Dog, having followed closely behind, looked quite displeased, still eager to snap at the hedgehog. Wang Hai, seeing this, seized the dog, bemused by its apparent lack of wisdom. How could a normally clever dog be so foolish as to tempt fate again? Chapter 103, Setting Off to View the Fishing Boats. Upon hearing this, it seemed Black Dog understood, for after Wang Hai released it, it refrained from approaching the hedgehog. "Come, let us go back for breakfast," Wang Hai called out, promptly turning towards Sun Cheng's home. The black dog, unwilling to be left behind, cast a reluctant glance at the hedgehog burrowed in the grass before following Wang Hai's lead. The hour was still early, just past 6 in the morning, and Ollie had only just arrived on his tricycle. "Good morning, Hai." "Morning," Wang Hai replied with a yawn. "I'm off to prepare breakfast," Ollie said, rushing towards the kitchen. Wang Hai initially intended to assist, but Grandpa's son had already entered the kitchen, so he opted to recline on a chair in the yard and continue resting. The black dog sneaked into the kitchen, pawing at Grandpa's son's leg in a bid for food. Annoyed, Grandpa's son gave the black dog a swift kick, sending it outside. "We've only just begun cooking. Hurry outside and stop causing a ruckus." "Woof," the black dog whined softly, resembling a child who had been wronged. It approached Wang Hai, raising a paw to point at Grandpa's son, its meaning unmistakable. "Old dang, I've been bullied. Avenge me," the black dog seemed to implore. Seeing this, Wang Hai turned his head, thinking to himself, "Why should I intervene? I'm not itching for trouble." With Wang Hai refusing to act, the black dog shifted its attention to Sun Chung, who had just emerged from the house while yawning. However, after several attempts to signal, Sun Chung remained oblivious, merely assuming the black dog wanted to play. Ruffling the black dog's fur, Sun Chung wearily said, "Black dog, go play by yourself for now. I'll join you after I freshen up." "Woof, woof." The black dog persistently pointed at Grandpa's son in the kitchen, almost bursting to speak human words. "Wait a moment. The food isn't ready yet," Sun Chung replied, as he took a tea mug to the sink to wash his face and brush his teeth. Frustrated, the black dog scampered off to a corner to dig at an anthill. "Chung, we need to head to the city to check on the boat later. Tell Uncle Tion that we'll have lunch together," Wang Hai remarked. "Must we go? My mother has been pestering me about blind dates lately. I can hide in the village, but if I go to the city, it's like being a sheep led to slaughter. There's no escaping," Sun Ching said, his expression a picture of reluctance. "Indeed, you're not getting any younger. It's time to consider blind dates," Wang Hai teased with a grin. "Fine, since you mentioned it. I might as well inform my mother and have her introduce a few for you too." Upon hearing Sun Cheng's words, Wang Hai's smile vanished instantaneously. A textbook example of a sudden change in demeanor. "Forget I said anything," Wang Hai replied. After finishing breakfast, the two mounted their electric bike and made their way to the pier in town. They first filled the fishing boat's fuel tank and topped up the 2 remaining 20-liter reserve oil barrels before heading towards the city. Along the way, they passed Coconut Island, where they retrieved the crab traps and eel traps they had set 2 days prior. The extra day had proven fruitful, yielding 5 or 6 eels, each weighing over a pound. The crabs were an even greater bounty, with a haul of red crabs weighing in at over 10 pounds. "Hai, are we still putting down crab traps here?" Sun Chung inquired. "Not for now. Let us load them onto the boat and prioritize our trip to the city," Wang Hai replied. "All right." With that, Sun Chung restarted the fishing boat, setting off towards the town. Wang Hai stood at the bow, taking in the picturesque scene of water and sky, capturing a selfie. Upon reviewing the photo, he felt something was amiss, though he couldn't quite place it. Traveling by water was remarkably swift. By around 10 in the morning, they arrived at the city pier. With numerous boats docked, They waited in line for about 10 minutes before it was finally their turn to moor. Compared to the other mid-sized fishing vessels, their small boat seemed somewhat out of place. Just as Wang Hai secured the boat, a few youths burdened with fishing gear approached. "Hey, brother, is your fishing boat going out? We're looking to charter it for a fishing trip." Wang Hai paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure and shaking his head. "Sorry, our boat isn't going out." Seeing this, the youth assumed Wang Hai was concerned about the fee and pressed on. 3,000 for a day? Think it over? Wang Hai shook his head again. He needed to inspect fishing boats today, and even without that, he wouldn't take the job. His earnings from a day at sea far exceeded 3,000. "It's not about the money. We have some errands in the city and won't have time for fishing." Realizing they truly weren't interested in going out, the youth's expression fell. He had been asking around since 7 in the morning, finding larger boats willing to go, but their prices started at 20,000 for a day. It was frustrating to finally encounter a small fishing boat that wouldn't go out. "All right, sorry for bothering you," the youth said before moving on to inquire with other boats. Wang Hai and Sun Chung lingered on the boat for a few minutes, packing the red crabs and eels into barrels to bring ashore. Nearby the dock, many buyers from local restaurants were present, and Wang Hai decided it was best to sell the catch rather than keep it on the boat, as they would be buying a fishing vessel soon, which could take anywhere from a day to several days. "Hey there, are you selling those red crabs?" A middle-aged woman approached shortly after they reached the shore. "Yes, what's your offer?" Wang Hai replied. "To be honest, your red crabs are quite good in size and condition. I'll give you 100 per pound, and for the eels, let's say 130 per pound." While the price for the eels was reasonable, the offer for the red crabs was slightly low. However, Wang Hai didn't want to waste time and nodded in agreement. "All right, sounds good." Since neither of their boats had brought a scale, and the woman buying fish also lacked one, Sun Chung dashed to a nearby fruit stand to borrow a scale from the bald vendor. "Brother, we rushed out today and forgot our scale. Could we borrow yours?" The fruit seller, a generous soul, waved his hand and replied, "Everyone has their troubles while out and about. Feel free to use it." Grateful for the vendor's kindness, Sun Chung signaled Wang Hai to bring the catch over for weighing. Ultimately, the red crabs weighed in at 169 pounds, at 100 per pound, totaling 1690. The eels weighed 76 pounds, at 130 per pound, totaling 1028. The grand total amounted to 2,718, but they decided to round down to 2,700. "That works," Sun Chung said with a smile. This wasn't out of kindness. It was more that the fruit vendor likely had a scale that wasn't entirely accurate. Of course, given the vendor's generous nature, it was probable that the scale was fine, but one could never be too sure. If it turned out the scale was off, they could accept a small loss, but the woman wouldn't suffer, as her offer had already been low. Hearing that they were rounding down the total delighted the woman, who paid promptly and left with her catch, satisfied. Wang Hai and Sun Chung wasted no time, placing the barrels back on the fishing boat before hailing a taxi to the city's largest shopping mall. Sun Chung was puzzled. Weren't they here to inspect fishing boats? "The Hai, aren't we going to the boatyard?" "There's no rush. I've made afternoon appointments at the yard. We need to stop by your home for a bit, as I want to buy something for Uncle Tian and Aunt Qian," Wang Hai explained. The two had treated him well during his childhood, and when he last visited to take his fishing license exam, he hadn't bought anything for them. This time, he certainly wouldn't go empty-handed. The mall wasn't too far from the dock, but traffic was heavy, and it took nearly an hour to cover the few kilometers. Uncle Tian enjoyed tea, so upon entering the mall, Wang Hai headed straight for the tea section. After much deliberation, he finally settled on bulk Prechiming Longjing tea. Despite being loose leaf, it came at a steep price of over 9,000 per pound, and he purchased 2 pounds. When it came time for packaging, he specifically requested paper wrapping instead of a fancy package. For Aunt Qian, Wang Hai purchased a handbag, which cost nearly 20,000 yuan. Although it may not be from a prestigious brand, it certainly was not inexpensive. The reason for such extravagant gifts for the two of them was not due to Wang Hai's desire to impress, but rather because he genuinely appreciated their kindness. And with his newfound wealth, he felt inclined to present such valuable items. On their way to the house, Sun Chung continuously grumbled about the high cost of Wang Hai's gifts, insisting that a more modest price would suffice as long as the sentiment was conveyed. Wang Hai retorted, "It's not your money, so there's no need for your incessant complaints." Upon arriving at Sun Cheng's fruit shop, which was nearly empty at 11:30 due to the warm weather, Sun Cheng's father was seated at the cash register, engrossed in his phone. Seeing his son and Wang Hai, he smiled and said, "Make yourselves comfortable. Feel free to take any fruit you desire." Sun Chung, not one to be polite, immediately seized a large durian and dashed upstairs to the kitchen. His father couldn't help but grimace, silently scolding his son for his audacity in choosing such a peculiar fruit. "Uncle Tian, I've brought gifts for you and Aunt Qian and placed them on the table inside," Wang Hai announced. "You young man, it suffices that you came. There's no need for gifts," Uncle Tian replied with feigned annoyance, though he was genuinely pleased. Afterward, He rose to fetch some freshly boiled water for tea, only to realize that they had run out of tea leaves the previous day and had not yet replenished their stock. Noticing the tea set prepared but the absence of tea leaves, Wang Hai quickly deduced the situation and said, "Uncle Tian, I happen to have brought tea leaves with me. Just wait a moment while I fetch them." "All right," Uncle Tian replied, smiling at the good fortune of Wang Hai's offering. Wang Hai entered the living room and retrieved 2 kilograms of tea leaves, which were divided into 4 packages. Upon opening one, Uncle Tian, a frequent tea drinker, immediately recognized the excellent quality of the tea, which likely did not come cheap. After placing a handful into the teapot, the brew revealed a vibrant, clear green hue, free of impurities. "Ahai, how much did you pay for this tea? It appears superior to the one I had previously, which cost over 1,000 per kilogram." Uncle Tian inquired, admiring the brewed tea. "Uncle Tian, this tea isn't worth much," Wang Hai replied modestly. "There's no need to discuss prices." At that moment, Sun Cheng returned with the open durian and overheard his father asking about the tea's price. "Dad, the tea that Big Hai bought is nearly 10,000 yuan per kilogram." He chimed in. Upon hearing this, Uncle Tian's hands trembled slightly as he turned to Wang Hai, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. He was typically under strict control by his wife, and having the opportunity to drink tea that cost over 10,000 was indeed a rarity. He poured himself a cup, eager to savor it. Though he usually drank tea priced in the thousands, when calculated, it was not exorbitantly expensive. A kilogram of dried tea leaves was quite a substantial amount, sufficient for nearly 2 months, averaging about 500 yuan per month. Uncle Tian poured another cup for Wang Hai and his son, then eagerly took a sip, almost burning his tongue in his haste. Sun Cheng remarked, "Dad, there's no one competing with you. Why the rush? Hey, you little rascal, do you dare lecture your father?" Uncle Tian shot a glare at his son. Sun Cheng shrugged, silenced, knowing his place in the family hierarchy. In his childhood, he had to rely on his older sister to enjoy durians, as asking his parents for one was futile. He would be lucky to receive a rotten peach. Placing the durian on the tea table, Sun Cheng said, "Big Hai, have some durian." Wang Hai shook his head and waved his hands. "I don't eat durian." He truly had no interest in it, finding the smell unbearable. Uncle Tian also disliked the fruit's aroma, and upon seeing Wang Hai's aversion, he waved his hand dismissively. "Let him eat the durian himself. The smell is too strong. And we have tea to enjoy." "Oh," Sun Cheng said, taking the plate and squatting on the steps outside the shop, happily indulging in the fruit while muttering, "If you want to eat something so delicious, then I suppose it's a treat just for me." After a short while, Sun Cheng's mother called them upstairs for lunch. With the meal prepared, everyone gathered at the table. It was noon, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Sun Cheng's father took the opportunity to close the shop, hanging a sign that read "Closed for lunch." Today's lunch was quite lavish, featuring steamed pomfret, stir-fried clams, braised goose, red braised pork, oil-braised shrimp, and meatball soup, with steamed rice as the staple. "Achung, Ahai, eat more. You two must be starving from your time at sea," Sun Cheng's mother urged. Loading their plates with food, even Wang Hai struggled to keep up. Uncle Tian glanced skeptically, unable to see where the 2 boys looked any thinner. "Ahai, would you like some beer?" he asked Wang Hai. "Sure, 1 bottle will suffice," Wang Hai replied, although he wasn't too keen on drinking. But noticing Uncle Tian's persistent glances, he quickly caught on. "1 bottle? No way, let us have 3, Uncle Tian declared, retrieving 9 bottles from the fridge. As he placed them on the table, he caught the disapproving glare from his wife and quickly cleared his throat. Dear, it's not that I want to drink. It's for Ahai. I can't let him drink alone. Achung and I should at least have a couple of bottles with him. You still have to restock this afternoon." "How can you drink?" Sun Cheng's mother replied, unimpressed. "Honey, there is plenty of stock in the shop. We can restock tomorrow just as easily. With our son and Wang Hai here, I want to say no to a drink," he added. After the meal, they polished off 9 bottles of beer, with Wang Hai and Sun Cheng each having just one, while Uncle Tian consumed the rest. To placate his wife, he justified, "Once the drinks are out, there is no reason to put them back. It's the culture of the dinner table. Dear, you wouldn't understand." Uncle Tian's drinking capacity was quite impressive. After finishing 7 bottles of beer, he showed no signs of intoxication, not even a blush on his face. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, not wanting to linger, bid farewell and hurriedly made their way to the shipyard to inspect the boats. By now, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had 4 shipyards to visit. With barely an hour allotted to each, including travel time, they were pressed for time. Upon arriving at the first shipyard, they were greeted by a tall, slender man in his 30s wearing glasses. "Hello, we currently have 3 24-meter boats available. 2 are made of fiberglass, and 1 is pure aluminum alloy. Let me take you to see them," he said. Wang Hai felt no need to inspect the aluminum boats, having already researched their prices online, starting from over 1 million yuan, which was far beyond his budget. However, Sun Cheng was quite interested and insisted they look at the aluminum option first. The staff at the shipyard were accommodating, providing water and thoroughly explaining the boat's features and configurations. After viewing all 3 boats, the time had already reached 3 in the afternoon. At this pace, they would hardly have time to check all 4 shipyards. Brother Zhang, what is the minimum discount for this fiberglass fishing boat? Wang Hai inquired about a mid-sized fiberglass fishing boat docked nearby. This boat's original price is 550,000 yuan. But we currently have a discount of 50,000 yuan. If you can place a deposit today, I can secure an additional 20,000 yuan discount for you. Bringing it down to 480,000 yuan, the representative explained. After listening to the quotation, Wang Hai felt quite tempted. The vessel, with its engine and other configurations, stirred his interest profoundly. Most enticing was the price of merely 480,000 yuan, which made him feel an impulse to finalize the deal right then and there. However, he ultimately managed to suppress that impulse. Impulsiveness is the bane of purchasing, especially when it comes to a fishing boat worth several hundred thousand. What if another shipyard offered a lower price? That could mean a difference of several thousand yuan. Brother Zhang, let us finalize this today. Time is indeed rather pressing. Let us exchange contact information so we can ponder it a bit, and I can get back to you tomorrow morning, shall we? But could you also hold that 20,000 yuan discount until then? Wang Hai stated earnestly. Yes, that's absolutely fine. To be frank, our fishing boats are currently the lowest on the market, Brother Zhang replied. He understood well that purchasing a boat necessitates comparing options and selecting the best among them, which is entirely reasonable. After departing from the shipyard, the two hurried to the next one. This time, they were greeted by a young woman whose attitude was not particularly warm, likely due to their somewhat shabby attire. She merely showed them a vessel without any introduction and only responded vaguely when Wang Hai inquired. The fishing boat's specifications were quite similar to those of the previous shipyard, yet the price was devoid of any discount, standing firm at 550,000 yuan, leaving them with the impression of a take-it-or-leave-it stance. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng deemed this establishment not worth considering and promptly turned to leave for the next one. TCH. Looking like a pauper, can't even afford a boat. What a waste of my time, the girl muttered under her breath once they had walked a few meters away, pulling out a compact mirror to retouch her makeup. Just then, she noticed someone approaching, quickly stowing the mirror away, adjusting her clothing to accentuate her figure, and approached with a beaming smile. Wang Hai recognized the figure from a distance, feeling a sense of familiarity. As they drew closer, he realized it was Li Chengyang. Just as he was about to greet him, the girl rushed ahead, instinctively leaning towards Li Chengyang and sweetly cooing, "Brother Cheng, you're here to look at boats again." Li Chengyang, taken aback by her advance, instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. He had previously indicated his discomfort with her persistent advances. Yet she continued to intrude upon his space. Seeing him retreat, the girl mistakenly interpreted it as a game of coyness and pressed closer once more. This time, Li Chengyang had no intention of being polite. He firmly pushed her away, stating, "Please maintain your dignity. I am already married." The girl, clearly incensed, caught sight of Wang Hai and Sun Cheng observing the scene and snapped, "What are you staring at, country bumpkins?" Upon hearing the insult, Sun Cheng bristled with anger, pointing at the girl and retorting, "Who are you calling a country bumpkin? I dare you to hit me. TCH, you're truly a country bumpkin. Go ahead and strike me if you dare," she said, pulling out her phone to record, secretly plotting. "Go on, hit me. And I'll post it online to incite a backlash against you. I'll position myself as the victim and gain a surge of followers, then start live streaming products to sell." It must be acknowledged that the girl's antics irked Sun Cheng greatly. Wang Hai, sensing that Sun Cheng might retaliate, quickly intervened. "Ah Cheng, don't let yourself be provoked by this foolish girl." Wang Hai understood well that we live in an era where some women thrive on creating drama, filming it to share online, and gaining followers at the expense of others. It was essential not to play into her hands. The girl, upon hearing Wang Hai refer to her as foolish, lost her composure, erupting into a fit of rage and lunging towards him. Wang Hai, however, was not one to be trifled with. He promptly took off running. Who was Wang Hai? A man who had spent 3 years on construction sites and honed his skills in martial arts. He was certainly no match for this girl. After merely running 20 meters, the girl, panting heavily, halted her pursuit. Her mind replayed the insult "foolish" over and over, igniting her fury. With reddened eyes, unable to catch Wang Hai, she turned her wrath towards Sun Cheng, charging at him. Sun Cheng was taken aback by the scene and instinctively turned to flee. "Ah!" The girl screamed in frustration, realizing she was unable to catch anyone. At that moment, her rationality flew out the window, and she sought someone to vent her ire upon. Setting her sights on Li Chengyang. "Get lost. This has nothing to do with me." Li Chengyang felt a chill run down his spine and sprinted away. Though he could handle the girl physically, he had no desire to be labeled as someone who strikes women. Fortunately, the girl was merely annoyed and not foolish enough to confront him. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and bald head rushed over. His face contorted with anger as he spotted the girl causing a scene. Chui Ling, what on earth are you doing? He barked upon arrival. The girl, coming back to her senses, lowered her head and began to cry. Uncle, they called me foolish. Hearing her complaint, the middle-aged man sighed in relief, grateful that the incident did not involve Li Qingyang. If it had, even he, the shipyard manager, would face consequences. Li Qingyang, having witnessed the entire event, frowned and remarked, Manager Tan, I was present during the entire ordeal. It was your sales representative who insulted these potential clients, calling them country bumpkins. You cannot shield her simply because she is your relative. If this is how you handle matters, I see no reason to proceed with the order for the fishing boat. The shipyard manager felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He turned to his niece and delivered a sharp slap. The sound of the slap echoed, loud enough for Wang Hai and Sun Chung to hear from over 20 meters away. Uncle, how could you hit me? The girl exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at her once loving uncle, now a stranger glaring at her. What are you waiting for? Go apologize to them. The manager commanded. Why should I apologize? Aren't they just country bumpkins? Am I wrong to say that? She retorted, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice rising. Hearing her words, the manager's anger flared, regretting ever giving her a chance to work as a sales representative. Li Qingyang, observing the spectacle, was both amused and incredulous. He had seen many oddities, but this was a truly rare breed. The manager, realizing the gravity of the situation, approached Wang Hai and Sun Chung, plastering on a sycophantic smile. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for today's debacle. I certainly did not expect this to unfold. How about this? If you decide on a boat today, I will personally ensure you receive a 10% discount. You have not been harmed, and we can let this incident pass. How does that sound? Wang Hai discerned that the manager's words were not born from genuine contrition, but rather from a desire to appease Li Qingyang, putting on a show for his benefit. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the discount was unnecessary. It was evident they were being looked down upon, even after the discount. The price would still be higher than the previous shipyard's offer. With time running short, they needed to move on to the next shipyard. Approaching Li Qingyang, Wang Hai smiled and inquired, Brother Cheng, are you here to look at boats as well? No. I came to check on the progress of the boat I customized at your shipyard, Li Qingyang stated. Upon witnessing the unexpected familiarity and jovial exchanges between both parties, the shipyard manager found himself utterly astounded, cursing himself inwardly for his short-sightedness. Had he known of the connection between the other party and young Master Cheng, he would have offered a significant discount. Now, however, it seemed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. After exchanging a few words with Li Qingyang, Wang Hai and Sun Chung turned to take their leave, preparing to head to the next shipyard. Once the two departed, Li Qingyang cast a sidelong glance at the shipyard manager, silently reflecting, I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Do not blame me for the consequences. He then declared, Manager Tan, I no longer wish to proceed with the production of the fishing boat I ordered. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Initially, the shipyard manager held on to a sliver of hope, believing that Li Qingyang would not be so incensed over this matter. However, it appeared he had been gravely mistaken. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, soon saturating his clothing. Once Li Qingyang had vanished from view, he collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in despair. What should I do now? At that moment, a saleswoman approached, realizing the gravity of her mistake, yet she reassured herself that it would surely be fine. Uncle, if young Master Cheng no longer wants the fishing boat, it shouldn't be that severe, right? You have truly led me into a dire predicament. Young Master Cheng's order was for a large fishing boat over 40 meters long, with a production cost nearing 10 million. I even assured him that the deposit would not be collected up front, as the shipyard would cover the initial costs. If he withdraws now, I will be the one liable for that sum. No matter if I sell my house, my body, or even my kidney, I cannot possibly gather that amount. Upon hearing the potential loss of over 10 million, the salesgirl was left completely stunned, standing motionless like a statue. After a moment, sensing her uncle's disapproving gaze, she awkwardly forced a smile and sought an excuse to slip away. Chui Ling, this entire predicament stemmed from your actions. Do you think you can simply escape? The shipyard manager nearly ground his teeth as he uttered this. Meanwhile, after Wang Hai and Sun Chung left, they inspected the remaining 2 shipyards for fishing boats, this time encountering a much smoother experience without any unexpected occurrences. The receptionists were polite and thoroughly explained the performance and features of the fishing vessels. However, after careful consideration, they concluded that the first shipyard offered the best value for money with a higher discount. The final shipyard provided a fishing boat with equivalent specifications at a price of 480,000, along with a complimentary set of new trawl nets and a winch, which appeared to be a superior deal compared to the first, but the catch was that there were no boats available for immediate delivery. Purchasing would entail a wait of at least 3 months. Wang Hai simply could not afford to wait that long. After exiting the last shipyard, it was already 6:30 in the evening. As they walked along the seaside path, the sunset painted the surroundings in a golden hue. In the distance, dolphins could be seen leaping gracefully from the water. Chapter 107. Payment of deposit. Wang Hai pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone and sending a message to the sales representative from the first shipyard, expressing his intent to visit the next day to sign the contract. Having made his decision, he was not inclined to delay. He wished to secure the deal as soon as possible. The response from the other party arrived almost instantaneously. Initially, Wang Hai intended to arrive at 8 in the morning, but the sales representative had already scheduled another client, so the time was adjusted to 9:30. At that time, they would conduct the first trial run, and if all went well, they would finalize the payment upon return. Upon returning to the fruit shop, they found it bustling with customers due to the weekend. Sun's father and mother were both quite busy, and Wang Hai and Sun Sheng assisted for over half an hour, attending to the influx of patrons until it was 8 o'clock in the evening. After a long afternoon of work, Sun's mother, exhausted from managing the cash register and restocking, decided it was best to close the shop and dine at the nearest restaurant. That night, Wang Hai and Sun Sheng shared a cramped room once more. Due to their early rest the previous night, they awoke around 6 in the morning. After washing up, they headed downstairs. It was still early, and Sun Sheng's parents had yet to rise. The two ventured out to a breakfast shop, bringing back 2 packed meals for Sun's parents. When they returned, the fruit shop was already open, with Sun Sheng's mother sorting through the stock, discarding the spoiled fruits, and rearranging the good ones. Sun Sheng's father was meticulously mopping the floor, ensuring that not a single crevice was overlooked. "Mom and Dad, come have breakfast," Sun Sheng shouted as he approached the shop. "Must you shout so loudly? You scared me half to death," Sun Tian exclaimed, nearly startled into a fit by his son's boisterous greeting. All right, Sun Sheng mumbled dismissively. After enjoying a brief morning tea at the fruit shop, around 8:30, Wang Hai and Sun Sheng hailed a taxi to the shipyard. The distance to the shipyard was not particularly far, merely 4 to 5 kilometers, but due to traffic, they still arrived over 10 minutes late despite their early departure. Upon reaching the shipyard entrance, the male sales representative from yesterday was waiting for them by the gate. "Here," he said with a smile, handing them bottles of mineral water. "Thank you," Wang Hai replied, accepting the water. "We apologize for being late. There was traffic on the way." "No problem at all," the sales representative waved off their concern. "Shall I take you both for the trial run now?" "Yes, that would be great," Wang Hai nodded. The three quickly made their way to the docking area. Once aboard, the sales representative inquired, "Both of you possess a boating license, correct? If so, you may take the helm yourselves, allowing you to better experience the fishing vessel's performance and handling." "I'll do it," Sun Sheng eagerly volunteered, having longed to try operating a large fishing boat. Following the sales representative to the control station, he proceeded to lift the anchor and gradually maneuver the fishing vessel out of the shipyard's harbor. After sailing for over half an hour in the nearby waters, they switched places, allowing Wang Hai to take the helm. As he navigated, Wang Hai couldn't help but marvel at the stability of the larger vessel compared to smaller boats. It was far more comfortable to operate, providing protection from the sun and even air conditioning. The sole drawback was its fuel consumption, especially during starts and stops. Yet, in light of the anticipated catch, that fuel expense paled in comparison. At 11:30, lunchtime arrived, and Wang Hai steered the fishing boat back to the shipyard. After disembarking, the sales representative did not immediately inquire about Wang Hai's decision regarding the purchase. Instead, he remarked, "It's just in time for lunch. Our shipyard staff meals are quite good. Allow me to treat you." "Thank you, Zhanggu," Wang Hai replied with a smile, having thoroughly enjoyed the trial run. Both he and Sun Sheng were quite satisfied with the fishing boat. They would discuss payment matters during lunch. After filling their plates in the cafeteria, Wang Hai stated, "Zhanggu, we have made our decision. We would like to purchase the fishing boat we just tested. After placing the order, how soon can we take it away?" Hearing Wang Hai's intent to buy the fishing boat, Zhanggu was delighted, as clients who were so decisive were a rarity. Typically, clients would take weeks to finalize their decisions, demanding lower prices and additional trawls and accessories. "If you can make the full payment today, theoretically, you could take it away today. However, I recommend that you first pay a deposit of 50,000 yuan today. I will arrange for our staff to conduct a thorough maintenance check on the boat. You can come back the day after tomorrow to pay the remaining balance and complete the transfer." Wang Hai glanced at Sun Sheng, seeking his opinion. "A Cheng, what do you think?" "I don't know much about this. You can decide," Sun Sheng replied, fully focused on his meal. Seeing this, Wang Hai turned back to Zhanggu. "All right, let us proceed as you suggested. We will pay the deposit today and return for the boat the day after tomorrow." Absolutely no problem. After lunch, Zhang Gu led Wang Hai and Sun Cheng to the reception area, where they signed 2 copies of the contract. Once the payment was made, the deal was finalized. Zhang Gu, we'll take our leave now. See you the day after tomorrow in the morning. After signing the contract, Wang Hai exchanged pleasantries with the other party before departing the shipyard with Sun Cheng. The weather was overcast, making it quite pleasant, and with little to occupy their time. Sun Cheng proposed a hike. Although Wang Hai was not particularly keen on the idea, he would have much preferred to lounge at home and sleep. He ultimately acquiesced to Sun Cheng's enthusiasm. A mere 2 kilometers away lay a free scenic area, complete with a mountain to climb, and given the short distance, the two decided to walk there. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, it was evident that even at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, many tourists were visiting the city. Numerous tricycles selling snacks and cold drinks lined the base of the mountain. Having just finished lunch, Wang Hai was not hungry, but he purchased 2 bottles of drinks to take along, knowing that prices would double at the summit. Initially, Sun Cheng was full of vigor, eagerly ascending the steps. But after climbing for a little over 2 hours and still not reaching the halfway point, he began to regret his decision. I can't go on. Let us take a break, he exclaimed, waving his hands in surrender and plopping down onto a stone step. Fortunately, he was not alone in his fatigue. Many others were resting on the steps beside them. Wang Hai, appearing unfazed, sat down next to him and offered a bottle of water. Here, have a drink. Sun Cheng accepted the water and gulped it down in one go. Ah, that's refreshing. Wang Hai, aren't you tired? He asked, enviously eyeing Wang Hai, who seemed hardly out of breath. I'm all right, not too tired. Perhaps you're just a bit out of shape, Wang Hai chuckled. After resting for a while, Wang Hai said, let us go. Let us muster our energy and reach the top before nightfall. All right, let us go, Sun Cheng replied, rising to continue their ascent. After approximately half an hour of climbing, they reached a supply point at the halfway mark, where cold drinks and ice water were sold. Seeing Sun Cheng's exhausted and thirsty state, Wang Hai approached to inquire about the prices. How much for a bottle of mineral water? He asked. 15 yuan a bottle. The vendor replied. Upon hearing the price, Wang Hai instinctively thought it a bit steep, considering it was only 2 yuan at the foot of the mountain. However, realizing the water had been transported up the mountain, he accepted the price, albeit reluctantly. If he were alone, he would have certainly abstained from purchasing it. But glancing at the panting Sun Cheng, he decided to buy 2 bottles. Sun Cheng quickly interjected, Wang Hai, I'm not thirsty, just buy for yourself. All right then, Wang Hai said without hesitation, taking 1 bottle for himself and paying. However, he did not drink it, knowing his friend would soon regret not having one. As expected, after another hour of climbing, Sun Cheng glanced at the mineral water in Wang Hai's hand and quietly asked, Wang Hai, aren't you thirsty? Observing Sun Cheng lick his dry lips, Wang Hai tossed the bottle to him. Go ahead, I'm not thirsty. Really? Sun Cheng confirmed as he caught the water. Drink up quickly. We need to reach the top before sunset, Wang Hai urged. Without further hesitation, Sun Cheng twisted off the cap and drank it all in one go, even tilting the bottle to catch the last few drops, clearly in dire need of hydration. Wang Hai, witnessing this scene unfold repeatedly around them, could not fathom why. Despite the existence of a cable car to the summit, so many chose to endure the hike. Was it truly the enjoyment of the journey? As time passed, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng hurried along, finally reaching the summit by dusk. The setting sun cast a warm glow in the west while the full moon rose luminously in the east. Wang Hai was pleasantly surprised by this sight, as it was a rare occurrence to witness both the sun and moon in such harmony. Standing atop the mountain, gazing over the cityscape, was a uniquely enriching experience. Wang Hai, take a selfie of me, Sun Cheng said, finding a secluded spot and requesting a photo. Yes, just like that, don't move. Wang Hai snapped several pictures of Sun Cheng and also took a selfie for himself. Afterward, they bought 2 popsicles and settled on a rock to enjoy the icy treats while watching the sunset. The evening sun always sets rather swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. As they turned their gaze back towards the city below, the vibrant lights illuminated the streets, and the continuous flow of traffic indicated the start of a new nightlife. After indulging in a cigarette, the two took the cable car back down to the foot of the mountain, where they sought out a roadside barbecue stall. Boss, I'll have 2 skewers of kidneys. No, make it 4. Wang Hai, noticing Sun Cheng's weariness, initially intended to order 2 skewers for him to replenish his energy, but then decided on 4. Wang Hai, are you not worried about overdoing it with so many kidneys? Sun Cheng remarked. Seeing you so drained, I figured you could use the extra. I'm fine, Wang Hai replied. Sun Cheng had no rebuttal to Wang Hai's logic, as he had indeed spent an exhausting afternoon climbing the mountain, his legs feeling weak and unsteady, while Wang Hai remained unfazed. After ordering the kidneys, Wang Hai selected a few additional items to share with the vendor. Approaching the cooler, He initially intended to grab a few bottles of beer, but found none to his liking, so he settled for 2 bottles of beer and 2 bottles of soft drinks. The barbecue stall was quite popular, with nearly every table occupied, leading Wang Hai to believe they would have to wait a while for their food. To his surprise, shortly after they sat down, the 4 skewers of kidneys arrived. Having never tasted such delicacies before, Wang Hai recalled his university days when he worked tirelessly to make ends meet and had no extra funds for barbecue. Even after graduating and earning a bit on construction sites, he had not indulged in much, especially kidneys. He took a skewer and, after a few bites, found it rather unremarkable compared to the deliciousness of the blue crabs he adored. However, the price difference between the two was undeniable. Sun Chung, unreserved, grabbed a skewer and began to eat as well. Cheers. Let us celebrate the successful acquisition of the ship in advance. Cheers. They clinked their bottles together, producing a crisp sound. After finishing the barbecue, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The two hailed a taxi back to the fruit store. Upon arrival, they found a delivery truck parked outside, with Sun Cheng's father unloading boxes of fruit into the store. Wang Hai and Sun Chung rushed over to assist. Most of the fruit had already been unloaded, and with the 3 of them working together, they quickly finished the task. Sun Cheng's father brewed a pot of hot water, set up a table outside the store, and sat down for tea. With no customers around, Sun Cheng's mother took the opportunity to wash up and relax upstairs with a face mask. Wang Hai joined Sun Cheng's father at the door for tea, while Sun Cheng, disinterested in tea, grabbed a few lychees and began to snack beside them. The next morning, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng rose early for breakfast. By the time they arrived at the dock, it was only 7 in the morning. Their fishing boat was undergoing maintenance and would not be ready until the following day, leaving them with nothing to do for the day. After some discussion, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng decided to go fishing. At the port, they purchased 2 pounds of live shrimp. Once aboard the boat, Wang Hai conducted a thorough inspection to ensure everything was in order before taking the helm and starting the engine. The waters near the port were crowded with boats of all sizes, and although they spotted several sizable grouper weighing around 7 or 8 pounds, Wang Hai did not stop to fish. It was not until they had traveled 10 kilometers away from the port that he slowed the boat, maneuvering to search for fish beneath the surface. In this area of the sea, the average depth was around 22 meters. After several minutes of searching with the fishing gear, they indeed found an abundance of fish, though most were small and of low market value. If they were to target these inexpensive fish, they would be lucky to earn 2,000 yuan after a long, exhausting day. Thus, Wang Hai held no particular expectations for them. If he sought to earn more, he should target larger, more expensive fish. The grouper would certainly satisfy all the criteria, yet he had not encountered a single one. After over half an hour had passed, Wang Hai concluded that maintaining the current course was futile. It was improbable to spend an entire day without spotting a grouper. After some contemplation, he decided to anchor the boat, opting instead to catch some less costly fish to recoup the fuel expenses. After all, it was one thing to not make a profit, but it would be unacceptable to end up losing money on fuel for the trip. Chapter 109. The Silver Pomfret? At that moment, a small school of golden pomfrets swam beneath the surface. Although they were not large, their numbers were significant. Catching 7 or 8 would suffice to cover the day's fuel costs. Cheng, let us fish here, Wang Hai called out as he dropped anchor. Okay, Sun Cheng replied, grasping the fishing rod, baiting it, and casting into the water. With the fishing boat fully anchored, Wang Hai also retrieved his rod, affixing a live shrimp as bait before casting it into the depths. A fish on, Sun Cheng exclaimed, quickly lifting the rod to set the hook. He felt a decent weight on the line, yet upon reeling it in, he discovered it was only a 1-pound golden pomfret. Noticing the fish's modest size, he deemed it unnecessary to use a net and simply lifted it aboard. The golden pomfret, also known as the golden threadfin, is a member of the Perciformes order and the Carangidae family. Although it shares a name with the silver pomfret, the price disparity is enormous. The silver pomfret generally exceeds 100, while the golden variety hovers around 30. At this point, Wang Hai also hooked a fish. Knowing it was not large, he swiftly cranked the reel to bring it up. Once again, it was a golden pomfret, though this one was considerably larger than Sun Cheng's catch, likely weighing at least 1.5 pounds. Once aboard, the fish still had some fight in it, thrashing about on the deck. Big C, we're using the same bait. How come you always catch bigger fish than me? Sun Cheng queried, perplexed by the disparity in their catches. If it were an occasional occurrence, he wouldn't think much of it, but consistently catching larger fish seemed rather unfair. Haha, it's not just the size of the fish I catch that surpasses yours, Wang Hai joked. Get over it. Sun Cheng merely scoffed, unconvinced. In truth, there was a reason Wang Hai consistently caught larger fish, while Sun Cheng relied on chance. Wang Hai had the advantage of underwater visibility, allowing him to target larger fish directly, thus significantly increasing his odds. Now seeing the golden pomfret lying still on the deck, Wang Hai attempted to retrieve the hook, only to be thwarted by the fish's greed. It had swallowed the bait and hook whole, making extraction impossible without a dehooker. Fortunately, Sun Sheng had a well-equipped tackle box. I have a dehooker in my tackle box. Take a look, he suggested. All right, Wang Hai nodded, moving to open Sun Sheng's tackle box, only to feel a pang of regret as he surveyed the chaotic jumble of powdered bait, fishing line, hooks, and pre-tied leaders. It was a veritable mess. After rummaging for over a minute, he finally located the dehooker, enduring a couple of minor snags from the tangled hooks, but fortunately, he escaped without injury. Aching. Your tackle box is too cluttered. It's time for a cleanup, Wang Hai remarked. Oh, I'll get to it when I have time, Sun Sheng replied. Continuing to fish, Wang Hai, seeing this, chose not to press further. He took the dehooker and extracted the hook from the golden pomfret, tossing the fish into the live well before rebaiting with another shrimp and resuming fishing. The two fished for over half an hour, reeling in approximately 30 to 40 pounds. However, the school of fish gradually dispersed, and bites became scarce. Big C, it seems there are no more fish here. It's been over 10 minutes without a bite. Let us move to another spot, Sun Sheng suggested. You drive the boat. No need to go too fast, just ease into it, Wang Hai instructed, settling on the deck to smoke a cigarette. After around half an hour of sailing, Wang Hai still had not spotted any new prey. During this time, he had been maneuvering the lure at the bottom, targeting grouper, but to no avail. Realizing that if he did not change his strategy, the day's yield would be limited to the few golden pomfrets aboard. He decided to abandon the search at the bottom and began directing the lure in the upper water column. Soon, he encountered a plethora of small fish, primarily tiny sardines weighing less than a pound. That doesn't make sense, he pondered. Given the abundance of sardines in this area, one would expect some predators to be drawn here. Yet, despite searching for over half an hour, there isn't a single noteworthy fish. Wang Hai's confusion was palpable as he contemplated whether to change locations when suddenly, his vision brightened. Through the lure's perspective, he spotted a school of silvery fish densely packed 3 meters below the surface, about 30 meters away. Not silver pomfrets. No, these are red snapper. The resemblance to silver pomfrets was striking, and Wang Hai nearly mistook them until he noticed the distinctive black spots that confirmed their identity as red snapper. Aching. Steer the boat this way, Wang Hai commanded Sun Sheng, directing the vessel toward the red snapper. They quickly arrived above the school, which was actively feeding on smaller fish and likely wouldn't disperse soon. With the sea calm, Wang Hai saw no need to anchor and called Sun Sheng over to fish. Aching, there's a school down below. Hurry and get ready to fish. Upon hearing of the fish school, Sun Sheng wasted no time, rushing to the side of the boat to prepare his line. Big C, what type of fish are they? Are they large? He asked. I'm not sure, but they should be about the same size as the golden pomfrets we caught earlier, Wang Hai replied, withholding the species to prevent raising Sun Sheng's suspicions. Though they were good friends, some secrets must remain undisclosed. After hearing Wang Hai's response, Sun Sheng thought little of it. If they were a bit smaller, that was fine. Catching more would still yield a decent profit. At this point, Wang Hai cast his line into the water, letting the live shrimp drift down with the current. As it swam, it frantically flicked its tail to escape, drawing the attention of the red snapper, which quickly swarmed to bite. Fish on, Wang Hai shouted, swiftly lifting the rod to set the hook. Through the lure's perspective, he discerned that this fish wasn't particularly large, weighing just over a pound, so he reeled it in rapidly. The fish, disoriented by the swift motion, struggled mightily to escape, but ultimately found itself rising uncontrollably to the surface. When it finally regained its senses, it was already floating atop the water. Wow, it's a large white pomfret, Sun Sheng exclaimed in shock, recognizing the species from previous fishing trips where they had sold for over 300 per pound. It seemed they were in for a lucrative day. Chapter 110, Caught a Shark. This isn't a white pomfret. It's a red snapper, Wang Hai corrected Sun Sheng, who had mistakenly identified it. It's not a white pomfret. Sun Sheng then took a closer look and realized that while the fish bore a resemblance to a white pomfret, the presence of several black spots confirmed it as a red snapper. Upon encountering a fish that was not the white pomfret, Sun Sheng's initially buoyant spirits swiftly dwindled. Nevertheless, he mustered the patience to inquire, Hai, is this fish valuable? I can't say for certain, but this species is rather scarce. Following the principle that rarity enhances value, it is unlikely to be inexpensive, Wang Hai replied. He had indeed never tasted or purchased this fish, and his familiarity was purely coincidental. Recently, he had acquired a book on marine fish species, where he had stumbled upon this particular fish, the Frisch's pomfret, scientifically known as Trachinotis blochii, a carnivorous fish belonging to the family Carangidae. Hearing that it wouldn't be cheap, Sun Sheng's mood lifted again. Just then, his fishing rod trembled, prompting him to instinctively raise it to strike the fish. I've caught one too, he exclaimed, swiftly reeling in the line. Moments later, a red grouper emerged from the water. Observing that his catch was still smaller than Wang Hai's, Sun Cheng pouted, determined to prove that his haul could rival the Hai's. After unhooking the fish, he rebaited his line and cast it once more. Fish on. It's here. I've got it. After catching several fish, Sun Cheng finally landed one that surpassed Wang Hai's in size, and with satisfaction, he placed it into the live well. Witnessing this, Wang Hai thought to himself, that insatiable competitive spirit, how infuriating yet delightful. The more Sun Cheng sought to outdo Wang Hai, the harder he fished, inadvertently increasing their total catch. The two fished diligently for over 3 hours until it was nearly noon. The underwater shoals remained undeterred, and as Wang Hai glanced at the nearly full live well, he mused about the convenience of a larger vessel. Envisioning how easy it would be to deploy a trawl net and fill their haul without enduring the sweltering sun while fishing. At this moment, Wang Hai still managed to persevere, standing resolutely at the boat's edge, whereas Sun Cheng could no longer withstand the heat and sought refuge in the shadow behind the helm, gulping down water and gasping for breath. Although the fish were not particularly large, each weighed over a pound. And one must remember that saltwater fish exert several times the pull of freshwater fish. After several hours under the blazing sun, it was fortunate that Sun Cheng was in good shape. A less robust person would likely succumb to heat exhaustion after just an hour of fishing in such conditions. After resting for a few minutes, Sun Cheng observed Wang Hai, drenched in sweat as though he had just emerged from a bath, and felt a surge of admiration. "Da Hai, we've caught quite a few fish already, but the sun is scorching. Let's take a break. We don't want to risk heat stroke," he advised. "No worries." Wang Hai waved him off. Although fishing in the blazing sun was somewhat uncomfortable, every fish represented potential earnings, and one mustn't pass up the chance to earn money. A few minutes later, noticing Wang Hai thoroughly soaked in sweat, resembling someone who had just taken a shower, Sun Cheng, concerned for his well-being, offered him a bottle of water. "Da Hai, earning money is important, but we haven't reached the point of risking our health for it. Rest assured, I know my limits." Wang Hai replied, accepting the water and consuming half before pouring the remainder over his head, the cool water cascading down through his hair. Having rested sufficiently, Sun Cheng resumed fishing, turning his back to the sun as he cast his line once more. At that moment, Wang Hai furrowed his brow. Peering through the lens of his fish-finding device, he noticed the fish below diving rapidly towards the depths and swiftly darting away. Initially, he assumed the fish had gorged themselves and were retreating to deeper waters to rest, but he soon sensed something amiss. The fish's hurried escape seemed less like a retreat and more akin to fleeing. Realizing he could no longer expect to catch fish, Wang Hai reeled in his line, preparing to alert Sun Cheng to change locations. However, before he could utter a word, Sun Cheng suddenly jerked his rod upward, and in the next instant, the rod bent dramatically, the line taut, and the sound of the reel's drag echoed in their ears. Wang Hai cursed inwardly, "This is bad." Sun Cheng, watching the line rapidly unravel, shouted in exhilaration, "Haha, it's a big fish. With this much strength, it could be a tuna." Wang Hai rolled his eyes, knowing full well that only sharks lurked beneath the surface at this moment. Nevertheless, he guided the device to confirm his suspicion, and indeed, a shark was on the line. Yet, seeing Sun Cheng's excitement, he refrained from disillusioning him with the truth. After all, Sun Cheng was oblivious to his secret advantage. Should he reveal that it was a shark, and Sun Cheng ultimately hooked one, it would be akin to declaring himself a harbinger of misfortune. Fortunately, the sharks surrounding them were not particularly large, measuring only about a meter in length and posing no threat to their fishing vessel. Wang Hai decided against taking further action, opting instead to sit quietly on the deck and observe as Sun Cheng fought the fish. If it had been a 3 or 4 meter great white shark threatening their boat, Wang Hai would have disregarded Sun Cheng's feelings entirely, grabbing a pair of scissors to sever the line and hastily retreat. After several minutes, noticing that Sun Cheng appeared fatigued, Wang Hai inquired, "Cheng, do you need help with that fish?" "No, I want to reel this big one in myself. It'll feel more rewarding." Sun Cheng gritted his teeth, straining with determination. He squatted in a stance, bowing his back as he faced off against the shark. Seeing this, Wang Hai decided against further commentary. After all, it was merely a shark below, and if it swam away, that would be for the best. Otherwise, Sun Cheng would be left fuming if he lost it at the shore. Just then, Sun Cheng let out a startled cry and plopped down onto the deck. Wang Hai rushed over to check on him, and upon seeing the fishing rod, he realized what had happened. The line had snapped. Still, he asked Cheng, "Are you all right? This is disastrous. I finally hooked a big fish, and at the crucial moment, the line gives out. If I had known, I wouldn't have tightened the drag so much," Sun Cheng lamented, repeatedly slapping his thigh in frustration. Chapter 111, Arrival on the Island. "Don't fret. Tomorrow we can take the larger fishing vessel out. There will be ample opportunities to catch tuna when we venture into deeper waters, Wang Hai consoled him. Sigh. That's all we can do now, but what a pity. Hai, you have no idea. That fish was incredibly strong. I reckon it weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds. Sun Chung declared. Yes, I understand, Wang Hai replied, though internally he mused. Indeed, it weighed that much, but it was merely a shark. What use is that? Wang Hai glanced at the live well, which was nearly full, and after pondering, he decided it was time to return to port. The sun was simply too relentless. And while a few more hours of fishing might yield a better catch, risking heat exhaustion was not worth it. Chung, let's head back to port. We haven't had lunch yet, and it's a perfect time to grab a bite, Wang Hai suggested. I am indeed a bit hungry. I'll go start the boat. Sun Chung replied, dashing to the helm to power the fishing vessel back to shore. At this point, they were quite a distance from the harbor. Approximately 30 to 40 nautical miles away, and it would take nearly an hour to return in a straight line. After traveling for half an hour, as they passed an island, Wang Hai's eyes lit up, and he immediately called out, Chung, stop for a moment. The engine's noise was somewhat loud, combined with the sea breeze, making it difficult for Sun Chung to hear. What did you say? He shouted back. Stop the boat. Wang Hai bellowed at the top of his lungs. This time, Sun Chung understood and began to throttle back, slowing the vessel. Hai, what is going on? Are you looking to rest on the island? Sun Chung asked, glancing at the island a few hundred meters away. Thinking that Wang Hai wanted to escape the heat for a brief respite, Wang Hai instructed Sun Chung to anchor the boat, not for the purpose of resting on the island, but rather to continue observing the underwater world with his spirit fish. As they passed the waters near an island, he noticed a plethora of sea cucumbers, the size of a child's arm, nestled among the stones, with numerous lobsters also lurking nearby. The depth of the water was quite manageable, only about 3 to 4 meters, and he contemplated whether he could retrieve some. When Sun Chung inquired if he wished to go ashore for a respite, Wang Hai readily agreed, stating, Indeed, it is rather warm. There appear to be coconut trees on the island. Perhaps we might find some coconuts. Let us take a moment to rest there. Coconut trees? I don't see any. Sun Chung remarked, glancing at the island, which was devoid of coconut trees, though palm trees were abundant. Oh, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Once we reach the island, we shall see for ourselves, Wang Hai responded, having fabricated an excuse without truly considering the presence of coconut trees. All right, I shall navigate the boat over, Sun Chung nodded, feeling the heat and thinking that even if there were no coconuts, it would still be pleasant to cool off on the island. As for meals, it was of little concern, as they had a few packets of instant noodles aboard that would suffice until evening. The island was not far, and the fishing boat did not travel at a great speed. Within a couple of minutes, they arrived at the shoreline. Sun Chung tossed the anchor and hurriedly grabbed several bottles of mineral water and the instant noodles before sprinting toward the island. Initially, he had not spotted any coconut trees from a distance, but upon reaching the shore, he was delighted to find a few, adorned with coconuts. Though these trees stood tall at 7 or 8 meters, making them inaccessible, he intended to search for a long stick nearby. But after a fruitless search lasting over 10 minutes, he found nothing suitable, either too short or too thin. Lacking tools, Sun Chung decided to embrace the coconut tree and attempted to climb it. Remarkably, his trousers provided enough grip, allowing him to ascend 3 or 4 meters with relative ease. However, climbing higher posed a challenge. The branches were thin, and given the tree's height, a fall from such a distance could result in serious injury. Having ascended so high, he gazed at the green coconuts above, unwilling to concede defeat. He shouted towards Wang Hai in the distance, Hai, come over and hand me that stick. Wang Hai, in the midst of removing his shirt to dive for sea cucumbers, instinctively looked over at Sun Chung's call. He was taken aback to see Sun Chung, resembling a monkey, perched so high. Chung, come down. If you can't reach the coconuts, it's not worth the risk of falling. He exclaimed urgently. I'm fine. Hurry and bring me the stick. I won't be able to hold on much longer. Sun Chung shouted back, visibly straining. Realizing he could not dissuade Sun Chung, Wang Hai reluctantly approached and handed him the stick, cautioning, be careful. If it gets too precarious, come down. I know, Sun Chung replied, tightening his grip on the coconut tree with his legs while extending a hand to receive the stick. He attempted to poke the coconuts down. Fortunately, the stick was long enough to reach the coconuts, but despite his efforts, they remained firmly attached to the tree. Just as Wang Hai was about to suggest he descend, Sun Chung's legs gave way, and he tumbled from the 4-meter height. Oof, he exclaimed as he landed on his backside. Fortunately, the ground was sandy, and he quickly rolled onto his feet. Chung, are you all right? Wang Hai rushed to inquire. Sun Chung waved dismissively, indicating he was fine, and once again eyed the coconuts, preparing to climb back up. Wang Hai, seeing this, was determined to prevent another attempt. It was fortunate that he had escaped injury this time. Another fall would not be a laughing matter. He firmly grasped Sun Chung, expressing his frustration. Chung, stop it. Realizing Wang Hai was genuinely upset, Sun Cheng ceased his efforts, letting out a sigh of resignation. Fine, I won't try to pick them anymore. Wang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, silently reflecting on how troublesome this child could be. He had forgotten that he was the one who had taken Sun Cheng to climb trees and pick coconuts when they were younger. Of course, his irritation was also rooted in the memory of the time Sun Cheng had broken his left arm while climbing. A mishap that left Wang Hai feeling guilty for a long time. When he saw Sun Cheng fall, his heart had momentarily tightened in fear for his safety. As Sun Cheng expressed a desire for coconuts, Wang Hai pondered alternatives to climbing the tree. After considerable thought, he was about to give up when a nearby bush rustled, prompting both of them to turn their heads in unison. It must be a coconut crab, Sun Cheng said with a grin, as he used the stick to part the foliage, revealing a coconut crab, its body covered in a black shell and sporting a pair of enormous pincers. At that moment, Wang Hai's eyes lit up with inspiration. I have an idea, he murmured. Sun Cheng, sensing his excitement, asked, What do you mean? I have a plan to get the coconuts. Just wait, we will soon have coconuts to drink, Wang Hai declared, striding purposefully towards the coconut crab. Sun Cheng was momentarily bewildered, pondering how this could lead to obtaining coconuts. Before he could grasp the situation, Wang Hai seized the coconut crab and positioned it beneath the coconut tree. To Sun Cheng's astonishment, the coconut crab began to ascend the tree, climbing 1 meter, then 3, then 5, until it reached the top. There, it raised its massive pincers and clamped down on the base of a coconut, causing it to plummet onto the sandy shore below. Is this really happening? Sun Cheng exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. The coconut crab continued its task, swiftly dislodging another coconut. This spectacle reminded him of a video he had seen online, depicting Southeast Asians training monkeys to climb trees for coconuts. Wang Hai's ingenuity surpassed that, as he had trained a coconut crab to achieve the same feat in the time it took Sun Cheng to process the scene, for coconuts had already fallen. Dai Hai. This trick is incredible. Who would have thought to use a coconut crab for this purpose? Sun Cheng exclaimed with excitement. Had he known earlier that coconut crabs could be employed to harvest coconuts, he would not have gone through the trouble of climbing the tree and risking a fall. It was simply a spur-of-the-moment idea when I spotted the coconut crab. I didn't expect it to work so well, Wang Hai chuckled. In truth, not just anyone could command a coconut crab to retrieve coconuts. It required his spirit fish to possess the crab to make it possible. Surveying the 4 coconuts on the ground, Wang Hai deemed it sufficient for their needs and directed the coconut crab to descend from the tree, allowing his spirit fish to vacate its body. The coconut crab appeared momentarily dazed, its confused gaze gradually clearing as it noticed the presence of humans and instinctively prepared to flee. Sun Cheng, recognizing the value of the coconut crab as a delectable treat when roasted, dashed forward to prevent its escape. Wang Hai, however, swiftly restrained him, saying, Chung, let it go. After all, it has helped us by fetching coconuts, and we ought to consider it a form of ransom for its life. That makes sense. Sun Cheng conceded, acknowledging Wang Hai's reasoning and refraining from pursuing the crab. The coconut crab then scurried away, swiftly disappearing into the underbrush. Sun Cheng wasted no time in returning to the fishing boat to retrieve a machete. In a few swift motions, he expertly opened one coconut and handed it to Wang Hai, while taking another for himself and sipping eagerly. So sweet, he exclaimed with delight. Wang Hai simply shook his head in resignation, sometimes finding Sun Cheng's exuberance reminiscent of a child. Yet, he recognized that growth often requires a measure of risk. After finishing his coconut, Wang Hai made his way to the seashore, preparing to venture into the previously explored waters to catch sea cucumbers. Just as luck would have it, there was a net on the fishing boat, so he first grabbed it before swimming out into the distance. His swimming skills were commendable, and upon seeing him swim far, Sun Cheng merely reminded him to exercise caution while he himself indulged in swimming near the shore. Once in the water, Wang Hai commanded the spirit fish to lead the way, checking for any lurking dangers before he proceeded. Despite being close to the island's shore, such areas were often frequented by sharks. Fortunately, they encountered no large sharks today, though there were plenty of smaller species like the longtail and cat sharks. These 2 types posed little threat, as they were not aggressive unless provoked. As Wang Hai delved deeper, he finally reached the area teeming with sea cucumbers and lobsters. Approximately 200 meters from the island, the water was relatively shallow, only 3 to 4 meters deep. Wang Hai bent down and plunged into the water. Upon opening his eyes, the saltiness stung, causing him to instinctively want to close them. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he descended to the seabed, where he was thrilled to discover sea cucumbers as thick as a child's arm. He wasted no time and began to gather them eagerly. Although there were several sizable sea cucumbers, the overall yield was not substantial. Wang Hai decided against calling Sun Cheng for assistance, opting instead to harvest the bounty alone. He meticulously filled the net with the larger specimens, leaving the smaller ones behind, mindful of the limited resources. Overharvesting could jeopardize future yields, so he prioritized sustainability, allowing the smaller ones to grow and reproduce. Surprisingly, after holding his breath underwater for 2 minutes, Wang Hai felt no discomfort from a lack of oxygen and remained invigorated. Could this be a benefit of his training in the spirit control and body refinement technique? Not only did it enhance his physical strength, but it also allowed for prolonged breath holding. Elated by this realization, he worked even harder. After several minutes of diligent collection, as he was nearly finished with the sea cucumbers, a thought struck him. If he could hold his breath for so long, perhaps he could also breathe underwater? Eager to test this theory, he attempted to inhale, only to have seawater rush into his lungs, overwhelming him with discomfort. Frantically, he swam toward the surface, coughing violently as he broke through. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed for half a minute before the discomfort subsided. If only I had known better, I could have suffocated, he gasped, taken aback by the experience. Are you all right? Sun Cheng, who had unknowingly swum into Wang Hai's vicinity, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw Wang Hai emerge from the water. I'm fine. Just swallowed some water. By the way, how did you get here? Wang Hai asked, catching his breath. I thought you were in trouble. You were underwater for over 10 minutes without resurfacing. I was worried. Sun Cheng exclaimed, his heart still racing. Only then did he notice the net in Wang Hai's hand, bulging with something, prompting his curiosity. What's in the net? Wang Hai raised the net above the water, grinning. There are plenty of sea cucumbers in this area. So I dove down to collect some. Realizing the net held a significant haul, weighing at least 30 pounds, Sun Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. That's an incredible amount of sea cucumbers, and they're quite large. I need to dive down too. Without hesitation, Sun Cheng prepared to plunge into the water. However, Wang Hai stopped him, saying, There's no need to dive. I've already collected all the larger ones, which are in the net. The smaller ones can remain to grow, and we can come back for them in a few months. Chapter 113. The little blue dragon. Hearing that most of the sea cucumbers had been harvested, Sun Cheng appeared somewhat disheartened. Wang Hai, noticing this, encouraged him. Don't be discouraged. I spotted several large lobsters among the rocks below. We can try to catch some. Upon hearing about the lobsters, Sun Cheng wasted no time and dove into the water, quickly adapting before heading towards a large rock. After searching for a moment, he indeed found 2 small blue lobsters. But the dim light within the crevice only allowed him to see their antennae, making it difficult to gauge their size. He reached into the crevice, attempting to grasp the lobster's antennae to pull it out, but the gap was too narrow for his hand to fit. After several attempts, he finally found a wider section and managed to insert his hand, only to frighten the lobsters deeper into the crevice. Frustrated by his lack of success and feeling the onset of oxygen deprivation, he reluctantly decided to surface for air. How did it go? Wang Hai asked with a smile as Sun Cheng resurfaced. It's no use. The crevice is too narrow, and the lobsters retreated to the back, Sun Cheng replied, shaking his head in disappointment. After a brief rest, he took a deep breath and dove back underwater to continue his pursuit. A minute later, he resurfaced again, empty-handed. Let's call it a day. Next time, we'll bring tools to catch the lobsters. By this time, Wang Hai had coughed up most of the seawater that had caused his earlier discomfort and felt much better. Noticing Sun Cheng's readiness to give up, he urged, Don't rush, give it one more try. Hearing Wang Hai's encouragement, Sun Cheng nodded. The thought of giving up weighed heavily on him, so he decided to make one last attempt. Taking a deep breath, he bent down and kicked his legs, diving back into the water. Wang Hai, seeing Sun Cheng dive again, controlled the spirit fish to follow him. He wasn't merely encouraging Sun Cheng to try his luck, he had a plan. Soon, Sun Cheng reached the same rock, changing his approach to search for a wider gap. On the other side, Wang Hai directed the spirit fish into the crevice, positioning it near a larger blue lobster, swimming it towards Sun Cheng's hand. As Sun Cheng was feeling around, he suddenly touched something that didn't feel like a rock. The crevice was too narrow for him to grasp it fully, so he pinched it between his fingers and slowly pulled it out. With great effort, he managed to bring something out, instinctively using all his strength to prevent it from escaping. His arm finally emerged from the water, and he was elated to see he had indeed caught a large lobster, nearly bursting with excitement, but remembering to keep his composure in the water. Though his mind raced with thoughts of triumph, his other hand instinctively reached out to grasp the lobster firmly. Strangely, it was surprisingly easy to hold on to. Considering its size, likely weighing over 2 pounds, he wondered why it wasn't struggling more. If it did, it could easily escape even with his strong grip. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to dwell on it, and quickly swam to the surface, gasping for fresh air. How did it go? Wang Hai inquired, eager to know the outcome. Sun Cheng grinned widely, holding up the sizable lobster triumphantly. Look at this massive blue lobster. It weighs at least 2 pounds. Excellent. We'll save it for dinner later, Wang Hai replied with a smile. Do not rush, let me dive down and catch a few more. Just moments ago, I managed to snare a small dragon, and Sun Cheng felt a surge of confidence. After handing the lobster to Wang Hai, he dove back into the water, returning to the crevice in the rocks where he had previously searched. Observing this, Wang Hai shook his dizzy head. He had already felt some discomfort while controlling the spirit fish to possess the lobster, approaching the limits of his endurance. Nevertheless, upon seeing Sun Cheng plunge underwater once again, he contemplated for a moment and decided to forcefully guide the spirit fish to follow, for their family was large, and although the lobster was substantial, it would not suffice for everyone. Underwater, Sun Cheng gripped the reef with his left hand while extending his right into the rocky crevice. His face pressed against the stones as he endeavored to reach deeper within. After a brief exploration, he quickly encountered the sensation of something alive and immediately grasped it. Carefully pulling it out, it was another small dragon, nearly the same size as the previous one, weighing over 2 pounds. Just as he felt elated, the little dragon swiftly flicked its tail and attempted to escape. In the blink of an eye, Sun Cheng loosened his grip, and the dragon darted back toward the crevice. Realizing that his hard-earned catch was about to slip away, he acted with remarkable swiftness, seizing its 2 antennae with one hand while the other secured its body. With no time to celebrate, he swam towards the surface, having lingered too long in pursuit of the lobster and now feeling the onset of oxygen deprivation. Upon surfacing, he retrieved the lobster and exclaimed to Wang Hai, "Look, I've caught another one, and this one seems even larger than the last." Wang Hai merely smiled. Feeling somewhat fatigued, merely maintaining his buoyancy was an achievement, and he lacked the strength to reply. He had sensed the lobster's presence at the moment it was caught, realizing that if he continued to exert himself, he would surely exhaust his energy. Consequently, he had no choice but to guide the spirit fish back into the spirit fish pendant. Fortunate that Sun Cheng was quick enough to seize the lobster. At that moment, Sun Cheng noticed that Wang Hai's lips had turned pale. Instinctively thinking that he might be suffering from low blood sugar, he swam over to support him, saying, "Let me help you to the shore." He placed the small dragon into a net and prepared to swim towards the beach with Wang Hai. "No need. I can swim back by myself," Wang Hai replied, shaking his head to indicate he was capable. The brief moment of exhaustion passed quickly. Once the spirit fish returned to the pendant, it felt as if he were resting, even aiding Wang Hai's recovery. Chapter 114, Abundant Harvest, Returning to Port. Sun Cheng noticed that Wang Hai's lips had regained their color, which eased his worries. "All right, you head to shore first. I'll catch a couple more lobsters for dinner tonight." Wang Hai intended to advise him against continuing, believing he wouldn't be successful, but before he could speak, Sun Cheng had already dived back into the water. Wang Hai chose not to intervene, knowing that after a while, Sun Cheng would naturally return to shore if he failed to catch anything. Upon reaching the beach, Wang Hai placed the lobsters and sea cucumbers onto the boat before settling in the shade of a tree. He was feeling somewhat hungry and grabbed a pack of crispy noodles to eat. Once finished, he lay back on the sand, and fatigue overtook him, leading him to drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng was continuously diving in the distant waters, surfacing intermittently as he attempted to catch lobsters. He changed locations several times, and after nearly half an hour of effort, he had yet to secure a single catch. Initially intending to return to shore, he felt a pang of reluctance and decided to make one final attempt. If he failed again, he would indeed give up. This time, whether by divine favor or sheer luck, he managed to catch one just as he felt he could no longer hold his breath. Although it was smaller than the first two, weighing only about a pound, it was still a commendable catch. Sun Cheng swam back to shore and placed the lobster into the boat before approaching the beach. Seeing Wang Hai asleep, he refrained from waking him and instead took a pack of crispy noodles to replenish his energy. After regaining his strength, he ventured back into the water, successfully catching another small lobster. He felt a renewed sense of accomplishment. Including himself, Wang Hai, and his parents, there were 4 people in total. They had now caught 3 lobsters, enough for each person to have one for dinner. This catch took half an hour, and after relentless effort, he ultimately secured another lobster weighing over a pound. The time had progressed to around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, nearing 4. After placing his catch onto the fishing boat, he returned to the island and found Wang Hai sound asleep, so he chose not to disturb him. Instead, he wandered beneath a coconut tree, eyeing the coconuts above. The coconuts he had previously picked were long gone, and he felt an urge to have more. Remembering how Wang Hai had used a coconut crab to reach the coconuts, he wished to try it himself. However, the coconut crab he had just released would need to be caught again. Sun Cheng believed the island was quite large, and there should be plenty of coconut crabs. He anticipated the presence of mosquitoes as well. So he donned his clothing and shoes before taking a wooden stick and venturing deeper into the island in search of coconut crabs. Whether it was due to an overabundance of coconut crabs on the island or sheer luck, after walking for just 7 or 8 minutes, he stumbled upon a basketball-sized hole, its entrance littered with fragments of coconut shells. Sun Chung immediately deduced that there must be coconut crabs within. As he approached and crouched down to peer into the hole, it appeared dark and deep, and he could not see the bottom. At this point, Sun Chung found himself in a dilemma. How could he catch something from such a deep cavity? Coconut crabs were not like the small dragons hiding in the crevices, as they possessed formidable pincers capable of easily crushing fingers. After contemplating, he decided to use the wooden stick to poke into the hole. But due to its depth and irregular shape, it proved futile. Ultimately, he had to abandon the endeavor. While coconut crabs were primarily nocturnal, it was not impossible to encounter them during the day, as evidenced by their earlier capture upon arriving on the island. With this thought in mind, Sun Chung ventured further into the dense foliage, where the vegetation grew more luxuriant, and the sounds of insects and birds echoed around him. Along the way, he discovered numerous coconut crab burrows, yet none were useful, as he could not catch any. If he waited until nightfall, the coconut crabs would emerge to forage, and he could lure them out by placing a piece of coconut at the entrance of their burrows. However, it was unreasonable to wait until dark just to catch a coconut crab and collect coconuts, even if he successfully caught a coconut crab and gathered coconuts. The rough seas at night would prevent them from returning home. While pondering this, his phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Hai. "Aching, where are you? I was thinking of catching a coconut crab and picking a few coconuts, so I ventured deeper into the island." Sun Chung replied honestly. Hearing Sun Chung's intentions, Wang Hai felt somewhat helpless. He understood that even if Sun Chung managed to catch a coconut crab, without the spirit fish's possession, the crab would not cooperate. "It's getting late. Don't bother looking for coconut crabs now. Quickly return to the boat. We need to get back to the port before dark. We can buy some coconuts when we return," Wang Hai instructed. "All right, I'll be on my way back shortly," Sun Chung replied before hanging up. He considered taking a shortcut but feared that it might lead him astray and waste more time. So he opted to retrace his steps along the original path. The route through the forest was challenging, and even with increased speed, it took him nearly 20 minutes to return. By the time he arrived, Wang Hai was already dressed and prepared, sitting on the fishing boat. In the interim, he had contacted Fei Chiu, who was bringing people to the port to haul fish. Wang Hai originally intended to call Sister Alan to arrange for contacts. But after 2 unsuccessful attempts, he decided to reach out to Fei Chiu, who had previously purchased tuna from them. The latter responded promptly, expressing his willingness to send someone to the port to collect the fish upon learning of the substantial catch of pomfret. Once Sun Chung boarded the vessel, Wang Hai set the fishing boat on a swift course towards the port, estimating that they would arrive in just over half an hour, given their current position and distance. "What shall we do with the fish, Dahai?" Sun Chung inquired, unaware that Wang Hai had already made arrangements. "I have already contacted someone, Fei Chiu, the friend of Brother Chung from last time. He mentioned he is en route to the port, and we should arrive around the same time," Wang Hai replied. Upon hearing that someone was arranged, Sun Chung felt a surge of joy and wondered how much they would earn today. The time had now reached 5:30 in the evening. With the sky beginning to brighten with a hint of dawn, the sun obscured by a thin veil of clouds, casting a silvery glow. By 6:10, despite the rush, Wang Hai managed to return to the port just before the sun disappeared completely. At the port, there were several boats just returning, and after a brief wait, Wang Hai gradually maneuvered his vessel into position. Fei Chiu, with his ample belly, stood on the shore scanning the horizon, where nearly all he could see were medium to large boats, but he easily recognized the smaller craft that Wang Hai and his crew operated. As Wang Hai's boat approached the shore, Fei Chiu waved to signal the 2 workers following him to come along. Once alongside, Wang Hai's boat steadied, and Fei Chiu, unable to contain his excitement, leaped aboard with surprising agility despite his girth. Brothers Dahai and Achung. Fei Chiu greeted them as he dashed to the live fish tank, lifting the lid to inspect the catch. The moment the lid was opened, water splashed up, and as the surface calmed, Fei Chiu nodded in approval at the bountiful haul. "Impressive indeed. So many red snapper," he exclaimed, then noticed the net at his feet brimming with sea cucumbers. "Goodness, Dahai, how did you manage to catch so many sea cucumbers?" "We stumbled upon them while resting on an island, and simply collected a few," Wang Hai replied casually. Fei Chiu thought to himself, how casual. Such a haul of sea cucumbers is beyond the reach of most. The fish catch alone could rival what others would gather in over a month. It was not merely the quantity, but rather the high value of the catch that stood out. "Fei Chiu, it's getting late. We should weigh the fish promptly," Wang Hai reminded him. "Oh right. We must prioritize weighing the fish," Fei Chiu acknowledged, signaling his 2 workers to approach and assist with the weighing. Once the fish were brought out of the water, Fei Chiu remarked, "Dahai, your fish are quite uniform in size. There's no need to separate them. We'll weigh them directly. The golden pomfret will be priced at 40 yuan per pound, the sea cucumbers at 90 yuan per pound, and the relatively rare pomfret at 180 yuan per pound. As for these small lobsters, how about 120 yuan per pound? That pricing sounds reasonable. Wang Hai nodded. However, the small lobsters were caught for our own dinner tonight, so we won't be selling those. Very well, let us proceed with the weighing. Fei Qiu agreed, hopping onto the dock to oversee the process. As the fish were weighed, Wang Hai and Sun Chung assisted in bringing the catch ashore. Each basket of fish was reported by Fei Qiu, allowing Wang Hai to keep a record for later reconciliation. The golden pomfret weighs 36 pounds. The pomfret weighs 43 pounds, 42 pounds, and 39 pounds. Initially, the nearby fishermen paid little attention to the weighing, but soon, as basket after basket of pomfret was lifted ashore, they began to take notice. Goodness, such a small fishing boat has caught so many fish, and they're all red snapper. Indeed, these lads have extraordinary luck. This haul could rival my earnings from 2 to 3 months at sea. That's not even the main point. They still have more to bring in, basket after basket. Listening to the compliments around him, Sun Chung felt a bit elated. Wang Hai, however, remained focused, mentally calculating the total weight of their catch. By the time all the fish were weighed, it was already past 7 in the evening, the sun having fully set and darkness enveloping the sky. Though the port remained brightly lit, Fei Qiu tapped away at his calculator and, moments later, looked at Wang Hai with a smile. The golden pomfret weighs 36 pounds at 40 yuan per pound, totaling 1,400 yuan. The pomfret weighs 386 pounds at 180 yuan per pound, totaling 69,480 yuan. The sea cucumbers weigh 49 pounds at 90 yuan per pound, totaling 4,410 yuan. Altogether, the total comes to 75,330 yuan. Hai, please verify this. If all is well, I will transfer the funds to you. Wang Hai mentally confirmed the calculations and found them to match perfectly. It's all correct, he affirmed. Fei Qiu then took out his phone and, after a brief moment, confirmed, Hai, the money has been transferred. Received, Wang Hai nodded, glancing at the amount credited to his account. Fei Qiu produced some cigarettes, offering a few to them before addressing Wang Hai and Sun Chung. Given your current fishing capabilities, I believe your small boat is somewhat limiting. You should consider upgrading to a larger vessel. If you need financial assistance, I can lend you the funds, provided you sell the fish to me afterward. What do you think? Wang Hai smiled and politely declined, explaining that he currently had several million yuan in cash and had already ordered a 24-meter mid-sized fishing vessel, which would suffice without needing to rely on Fei Qiu's funds. Fei Qiu, to be frank, we have already secured a large fishing boat and can pick it up tomorrow. We appreciate your goodwill, and as for the fish sales, I believe we can still collaborate. Fei Qiu's expression slightly fell upon learning of Wang Hai's new vessel, as he had hoped to partner with them. However, he was pleased to hear they could still sell their catch to him. Hai, feel free to sell your catch to me. I assure you the prices will be the highest in the market, Fei Qiu said with a smile. Wang Hai nodded in agreement, confident in the favorable pricing they had received from him in previous transactions and looking forward to a potential long-term collaboration. After discussing the details of future fish sales, Fei Qiu remarked, well, I mustn't linger any longer. I need to hurry back with the fish to avoid spoilage. After Fei Qiu departed, Wang Hai said, Chung, it's getting late. Let us gather the lobsters and head back. We can clean the fishing boat tomorrow. All right, Sun Chung replied, returning to the boat to bag the lobsters before jumping back onto the shore, and together they hailed a ride back to the fruit shop. In the fruit shop, a considerable number of customers were present. Sun's mother was busy cooking upstairs, while Sun's father was preoccupied, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Hai, please take the lobster upstairs for my mother. I'll attend to the customers, Sun Chung said, handing a bag of lobsters to Wang Hai before rushing off to greet the patrons. Wang Hai ascended to the kitchen on the second floor, deciding to assist Sun's mother in preparing the meal, as 2 hands were undoubtedly better than 1. Half an hour later, dinner was finally ready. However, the fruit shop remained bustling with customers. Observing this, Sun's mother also ventured downstairs to lend a hand. Before descending, she advised Wang Hai, Hai, if you're hungry, feel free to eat first. You needn't wait for us. Aunt Qian, I'm not hungry, Wang Hai replied with a wave of his hand. He understood that Sun's mother was genuinely offering, not merely being polite. Nevertheless, with Sun Chung's family all occupied, he felt it inappropriate to dine alone. A sentiment he was acutely aware of. The fruit shop was not overly busy at that moment. The 2 of them could manage well enough. And with 3 on hand now, Wang Hai thought about assisting, but realized his presence might only complicate matters. Thus, he retreated upstairs and occupied himself with researching endangered and protected fish species on his phone, ensuring he could recognize them should he inadvertently catch one, thus avoiding any unintentional legal transgressions. Over an hour later, the peak rush at the fruit shop subsided around 9 in the evening. Even as they finished their meal, a few scattered customers continued to trickle in. Sun's father took a moment to serve himself some rice before watching over the shop while eating. After dinner, Sun's mother finished her shower, applied a face mask, and retired to her room for the night. As the hour grew late, compounded by a day of labor, both Sun Cheng and Wang Hai completed their showers and returned to their rooms. Reclining on the bed, Wang Hai took out his phone and transferred Sun Cheng's share of the day's catch earnings. "Ah Cheng, I've sent you the money for today's fish haul. As for the ambergris funds, once we purchase the fishing boat and renovate a few houses, I'll send you the remaining amount according to your share." "Da Hai, the ambergris was a gift from Xiaobai for you. The money you're using for my family's renovations is more than sufficient. I cannot accept the rest," Sun Cheng insisted, shaking his head at Wang Hai's intention to share the ambergris funds. His refusal was not mere politeness. He was genuinely content with the earnings he made from fishing alongside Wang Hai, which often amounted to several thousand daily. Most importantly, he felt he had fulfilled his dream of owning his own fishing boat and living the life of a carefree fisherman. Engaging in work he loved, something far beyond what many could claim. Seeing Sun Cheng's resolute refusal, Wang Hai opted not to press the matter further. He would ensure the funds were provided after the renovations, given how much Sun Cheng had supported him during his own hardships. The following day marked the much-anticipated boat acquisition. At around 4 in the morning, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai awoke, and after breakfast at dawn, they caught a ride to the shipyard by 7:30. Arriving precisely at 8, they were greeted by sales representative Zhang, who awaited them at the entrance. After their customary pleasantries, Zhang handed them a bottle of water and led them to inspect the well-maintained fishing boat. Following a trial run and a thorough inspection confirming everything was in order, they proceeded to the reception hall to sign contracts and settle the final payment for the vessel. The service at the shipyard was commendable, offering a comprehensive service from registration to issuing the fishing boat license, all handled by the shipyard staff. Sun Cheng and Wang Hai needed only to sign at the property registration. However, the process was lengthy, extending from 8 in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon before they completed all necessary procedures. "Congratulations to both of you on acquiring your beloved vessel," Zhang remarked warmly. "Thank you for your assistance today, Manager Zhang," Wang Hai replied, shaking Zhang's hand with a smile. "No need for thanks, it is my duty. Should you encounter any issues with the boat in the future, do not hesitate to contact me, and we will dispatch someone promptly," Zhang assured them. After another round of farewells, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng made their way to the boat's helm, slowly navigating the vessel out of the shipyard. After several trial runs, Sun Cheng became increasingly adept at handling the large fishing boat. Instead of venturing into the open sea, they headed directly to the nearest port. Although they had acquired the fishing boat, it was still essentially an empty shell, lacking furniture and amenities. Once docked, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng hurriedly embarked on a shopping spree before nightfall. Their first stop was a furniture store, as the boat's lounge remained barren, devoid of beds or furnishings. The fishing vessel boasted 2 lounges, each capable of accommodating 2 sets of bunk beds. However, Sun Cheng deemed the bunk beds too cramped and proposed, after discussion with Wang Hai, to place 2 sets of bunk beds in one lounge and a spacious 2-meter-wide bed in the other. With the beds settled, the next step was to acquire mattresses. Most deep-sea fishing boats utilized wooden planks with makeshift bedding, but since they were both owners and crew members, they opted for comfortable Simmons mattresses instead of hard ones. Though life at sea would be challenging, their resting quarters should undoubtedly be comfortable. There was no rush to purchase bedding, as they had ample spare at home, which they could retrieve once they returned to Dolphin Bay. In the ensuing hours, Sun Cheng guided the furniture company personnel to install the beds on the fishing boat, while Wang Hai ventured alone to a large fishing gear store to purchase 2 large drag nets, reserving one as a backup. Initially, he considered acquiring several silk nets, but ultimately decided against it, presuming they would be unnecessary. He also procured a few lengths of longline fishing gear, each 500 meters in length. Beyond that, Wang Hai was uncertain about what else to buy. As the store owner incessantly recommended various items, Wang Hai felt overwhelmed. Fully aware that one should never blindly trust a merchant's words, for the adage "all merchants are deceitful" held true. "Boss, I'll browse on my own for now," Wang Hai said, feeling somewhat irritated by the owner's persistent chatter. Sensing Wang Hai's growing annoyance, the slender store owner quickly ceased his commentary, understanding that losing such a significant customer would be unwise. Eventually, Wang Hai bought 2 sets of diving fins, 2 sets of heavy-duty electric fishing reels, and a waist guard. At the checkout, the owner remarked, "Young man, with all this new gear, it's clear you've just acquired a big boat. This is a must-have. Do you need one?" Wang Hai glanced up to see that the owner was fiddling with a walkie-talkie. This gadget is indeed essential, Wang Hai thought, considering that their fishing vessel was no small craft that could be easily heard from afar. "How much does it cost?" he inquired. "Not expensive, it's 500 each. Since you've purchased so much from me, I'll sell it to you at cost, 300 each," the owner replied, eager not to lose the sale. This model is very effective. Don't let its size fool you. It outperforms larger models, supporting communication up to 5,000 kilometers. Wang Hai internally scoffed, thinking that while he could believe it supported 5,000 kilometers of communication, he would never accept that the owner's cost price was merely 300. However, the proprietor did remind him that it was indeed essential to equip oneself with walkie-talkies. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Let us go with 4 units." "Certainly," the proprietor replied, as he retrieved 4 unopened walkie-talkies from beneath the counter. "How does one operate these walkie-talkies?" Wang Hai inquired, genuinely unfamiliar with their functionality. "Allow me to demonstrate," the proprietor said, unboxing 2 of them to teach Wang Hai how to power them on, adjust the frequency, and utilize their features. Learning the operation was not particularly challenging. After a thorough explanation, Wang Hai had nearly memorized the instructions. Once the tutorial concluded, the proprietor began calculating the total cost. Moments later, he cheerfully announced, "Young man, the total comes to 45,670. I'll waive the 70. So you can settle for 45,600. Wang Hai mentally verified the amount, noting that the proprietor had not charged excessively. Indeed, the 2 sizable fishing rods and electric winches alone were nearly worth 40,000, while the 2 nets added around 4,000 to the tally, making the total quite reasonable. The proprietor eagerly awaited Wang Hai's payment. However, Wang Hai remained unhurried, pulling out his phone to scan the payment code and input the amount. But he refrained from completing the transaction just yet. Instead, he turned to the proprietor and asked, "Given the quantity of items I am purchasing, would it be possible for you to deliver them to the port? Just to the port would suffice. There is no need to bring them onto the vessel." The proprietor nodded in agreement, confirming that delivery was indeed a service offered, albeit for a fee of 100. However, since Wang Hai had yet to make his payment, he hesitated, ultimately deciding against charging, recognizing Wang Hai as a valuable customer. He understood well that some individuals were overly meticulous about shipping costs. After a moment's consideration, the proprietor opted to forego mentioning the delivery fee, not wanting to risk losing a sale, especially since he would profit significantly from this transaction. With the delivery arrangement settled, Wang Hai proceeded to complete his payment. Once the funds were confirmed, the proprietor beamed with delight, offering Wang Hai a cigarette and a bottle of water. "Please, make yourself comfortable while I have someone load your goods into the vehicle." The pace at which the fishing gear shop owner worked was commendable, within a mere 10 minutes. He had arranged for all of Wang Hai's items to be loaded. The delivery driver, a young man who appeared to be the proprietor's nephew, was quite talkative. During the drive to the port, he engaged Wang Hai in a lively discussion about fishing. The journey was smooth, and in no time, they arrived at the port. Sun Cheng was in the ship's lounge, overseeing the loading of beds. Wang Hai took the initiative to carry the smaller items, such as the electric winch and fishing rods, onto the vessel. The trawler's net, being both heavy and cumbersome, required assistance, prompting Wang Hai to call Sun Cheng over for help. "I'll lend a hand," the proprietor's nephew remarked, visibly intrigued by Wang Hai's fishing boat, and joined in to help carry the net aboard, eager to take a look around. "I appreciate it," Wang Hai expressed, having previously informed the proprietor that merely transporting the items to the port sufficed. Seeing the young man offer assistance, Wang Hai was grateful. With their combined efforts, they eventually managed to load the net onto the boat, albeit with some effort. "May I tour your fishing vessel?" the proprietor's nephew inquired. "Of course. I'll show you around," Wang Hai replied. While he was agreeable to the tour, he stayed close. Understanding that the controls on a fishing boat were not to be trifled with, a misstep could lead to significant complications. The young man was genuinely fascinated by the boat, and, after completing his inspection, received a call from his sister's husband. He bid farewell and hurriedly returned. Once the loading of beds in the lounge was complete and the workers departed, it was already 6 in the evening. The sky was painted with the hues of twilight, and the sea shimmered under the setting sun, resonating with the sounds of ships' horns as returning vessels docked. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng initially intended to return to Dolphin Bay that evening, but with the hour growing late, they reconsidered. While the larger vessel could withstand the waves, leaving the smaller fishing boat behind was not an option. Although they had acquired a larger fishing boat, they had no intention of selling the smaller one, which had only cost a few thousand at purchase. Despite having been used for a short duration, it was essentially a second-hand boat, and selling it would likely yield a significantly reduced price. It was uncertain whether they could even recoup half of what they spent. Thus, they opted to hold on to it for inshore fishing, as it was far more fuel efficient compared to the larger vessel, which consumed a considerable amount of fuel with each start and stop. After securing the fishing boat, they conducted a thorough inspection to ensure everything was in order before heading back to the fruit shop. Upon their arrival, they found the shop devoid of customers. Sun Cheng's father had set up a small table outside, enjoying tea and boasting with the proprietor of the neighboring roast duck shop about his son acquiring a large fishing boat. when he spotted Wang Hai and his son returning. He inquired with a smile, "Chum, did you get the fishing boat?" "Yes, it's currently docked at the port. I'm planning to return to Dolphin Bay with Wang Hai tomorrow for a day of rest before we officially set sail," Sun Cheng replied cheerfully. Hearing that his son was going to sea filled Sun Cheng's father with excitement. After all, few men were uninterested in fishing. Yet, upon glancing at his wife in the shop, he refrained from expressing his desire to accompany them on this venture. "Chum, that large fishing boat must have cost quite a bit, huh?" the roast duck shop owner asked curiously. "Not too bad, around 500,000, Sun Cheng replied. After lingering over tea until past 9 in the evening and noticing the absence of customers, Sun Cheng's father began to pack up the tea table, stating, "Let us go. You and Wang Hai are heading back tomorrow. Tonight, we should treat ourselves." He turned to his wife and instructed, "Close the shop, we're dining out." Once they locked up the fruit shop, the group made their way to the nearest Sichuan hot pot restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Sun Cheng's father indulged in several drinks with Wang Hai and Sun Cheng. Even the usually strong-drinking Sun Cheng's father became intoxicated. Upon returning home, the three men found themselves too exhausted to even bathe, collapsing into bed immediately. "Drink, drink, drink. Can't you hold back a little?" Sun Cheng's mother chided, giving her husband, reeking of alcohol, a nudge. Yet, the next moment, she prepared a cup of honey water and insisted he drink some. Afterward, she poured 2 more cups and went to Sun Cheng's room, rousing both him and Wang Hai to drink as well. Adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable 26 degrees, she finally left, shutting the door behind her. Chapter 118, The Colossal Behemoth. The following morning, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng enjoyed a rare sleep-in until after 10 o'clock. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, piercing Wang Hai's eyelids, prompting him to awaken. After sitting up in a daze for a moment, he dressed and washed up. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed Sun Cheng's mother bustling about, attending to customers. Seeing this, Wang Hai rushed over to assist, easing her workload considerably. "Aunt Qian, it seems the fruit shop gets quite busy every day, especially in the evenings, often not having time to eat until after 9. Have you considered hiring someone?" Wang Hai inquired after the current wave of customers had left. "No need. Your uncle's son and I have grown accustomed to it. Besides, hiring someone would mean additional expenses," Sun Cheng's mother replied with a smile. Wang Hai found no further comment necessary. After finishing lunch, he bid farewell to Sun Cheng's parents before heading with Sun Cheng to the port, preparing to return to Dolphin Bay. "Cheng, you take the large boat, and I'll take the small one," Wang Hai stated. "All right, I want to be courteous then," Sun Cheng responded, promptly boarding the large vessel and starting the engine as they set off from the port. Wang Hai hopped onto the small fishing boat, donned his sun hat, and likewise departed. The journey was silent until around 3:30 in the afternoon when Sun Cheng arrived at the waters near the dock first. However, he found it impossible to maneuver the fishing boat into the port alone and had to wait on the water for Wang Hai to bring the small boat alongside before he could finally approach the dock at a minimal speed. As the fishing boat approached the shore, just 2 meters away, Wang Hai made a swift leap onto the vessel, grasping the anchor rope and skillfully securing it to the anchorage point on the land, gradually bringing the fishing boat to a halt. At this moment, several fish vendors, drawn by curiosity, gathered around to behold the imposing craft before them. Dolphin Bay was predominantly inhabited by small fishing boats, with the occasional larger vessel docking to collect fish. However, this particular boat appeared remarkably new, unmistakably a recent acquisition. A shared sense of wonder filled the minds of the onlookers. Could it be that someone from Dolphin Bay had purchased it? If so, who could that individual be? Upon recognizing Sun Cheng and Wang Hai aboard the vessel, the fish vendors quickly realized it was indeed these 2 young men. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng were somewhat famous at the Dolphin Bay port, known for their bountiful catches each time they set sail. Thus, they were familiar faces to many local fish vendors and fishermen. These 2 youngsters were quite impressive. Having acquired a small boat less than a month ago, they had now upgraded to a larger vessel. Indeed, this boat must have cost several $100,000. It was evident that they had been bringing in substantial hauls daily, necessitating the switch to a larger boat, for the small one could hardly accommodate the volume of their catches. Just a fleeting moment of glory. They probably financed that big boat. One young man scoffed disdainfully, spitting on the ground. If Wang Hai had seen him, he would have instantly recognized his cousin, Wang Liken. Wang Liken had originally intended to visit the port to purchase some lobsters, but unexpectedly encountered Wang Hai. He had heard rumors that his cousin had partnered with Sun Cheng to buy a fishing boat and had reportedly made a considerable profit. Seeing them now with a large fishing vessel, he instinctively assumed they had taken out loans or borrowed money for the purchase. After all, in his eyes, fishermen could earn a maximum of 5,000 a month. Wang Hai and his companion had never fished before, and even if they were lucky, making 10,000 a month was remarkable. The thought of them owning such a large boat seemed to him the height of youthful hubris. Surely, they would learn their lesson when they faced losses. Once the fishing boat was securely docked, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng disembarked. Given the early hour, they decided to retrieve the fishing rods from their small boat, intending to catch some smaller fish at the dock for dinner later. Cousin, impressive. You bought such a large fishing boat. Must have taken out quite a loan, huh? After taking only a few steps with his fishing rod, Wang Hai heard a mocking voice behind him. Turning around, he found Wang Liken standing there, wearing a derisive expression. Wang Hai frowned, unwilling to engage with the fool before him. A Chung, let us go? Sure, Sun Chung replied, shaking his head and adding, some people just crave attention. Wang Liken huffed in disdain, but dared not say more, fearing Sun Chung might retaliate. They proceeded to a deeper area of water a few hundred meters away, where several anglers were already present. Among them were two individuals Wang Hai recognized, Li Qingyang and Zhou Zheng. Both men noticed Wang Hai and Sun Chung simultaneously, with Zhou Zheng being the first to wave. Hi, Chung, you've come to fish too? Let us fish together. Perfect timing. We're out of bait anyway. Mind if we share? Sun Chung said, placing his tackle box next to Zhou Zheng with a grin. Feel free to use ours. We have plenty, Zhou Zheng replied. Wang Hai offered cigarettes to Li Qingyang and Sun Chung, but skipped Zhou Zheng, who didn't smoke. Chung, when did you arrive at Dolphin Bay? You didn't even give us, your hosts, a heads up for a proper welcome. We just came over this morning, around 10. We figured you wouldn't be back so soon after buying the boat, so we didn't contact you. I noticed a large fishing boat docked from afar. Was that yours? Li Qingyang inquired. Indeed, we just brought it back, Wang Hai confirmed with a nod. At that moment, Sun Chung had set up his fishing rod, taken a sandworm from Zhou Zheng's bait box, and cast it into the water. Zhou Zheng, how has the fishing been for you? Hearing this, Zhou Zheng chuckled awkwardly before answering. Not great today. I've only caught a few mudskippers and a few stonefish, not even a pound in total. But Chung here had some luck. He caught a 1-pound grouper earlier this morning. As their conversation meandered, Wang Hai maneuvered his lure through the nearby waters. Noting that the fishing yield was indeed poor, within a 50-meter radius, there were hardly any decent fish, most being small and underweight. However, a bit further out, around 80 or 90 meters, he spotted a few grouper, though most anglers struggled to cast their lines that far. Sun Chung, however, was fortunate. His line landed right at the mouth of a stonefish, which promptly bit. Noticing the movement of his float, Sun Chung immediately lifted his rod. Sensing the weight was light, he anticipated it was a small fish, and as he reeled it in, a bright red stonefish emerged from the water. Its size was impressive, likely weighing close to 2 tails. Witnessing Sun Cheng's swift catch, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but think, how unfair. He has only been fishing for a minute and already caught a sizable stonefish, while I've been at it for hours and only managed 5 tiny ones. Wow, Chung, what incredible luck. You just cast your line and hooked such a big stonefish. Li Chunyang gazed at Sun Chung enviously, having fished all day without catching anything nearly that size. Haha, just luck, Sun Chung replied modestly. Without the comparison to the others, he wouldn't have realized how significant his catch was, but in light of their struggles, it was indeed a considerable prize. I wish I could catch one that big. Zhou Zheng muttered enviously. Meanwhile, Wang Hai had readied his fishing rod, deliberately switching to a 50-gram weight. He stood, bent slightly, and with a powerful thrust of his right hand, cast towards the approximate location of a grouper 80 meters away. In the next moment, the weight sliced through the air, hurtling towards the water surface before landing about 70 meters from the shore. However, it was still too far, and with the wind at sea, his cast veered off, missing the grouper by several meters. How can you expect to catch anything from that distance? Even if you do hook a fish, there's a good chance you'll snag the bottom, Li Chungyang cautioned. Not to worry, risk and opportunity go hand in hand. Who knows? I might just reel in a big one, Wang Hai replied with a grin. As for snagging the bottom, he wasn't concerned. He had a clear view underwater and wouldn't cast his line haphazardly. He was adept at selecting spots where snagging was unlikely. Hearing Wang Hai's confidence, Li Qingyang could only silently hope that he wouldn't indeed snag the bottom. And they call that fishing? It'd be a miracle if he doesn't snag. Wang Liken, watching from a distance, mocked Wang Hai for casting so far, while he settled on the shore, waiting for returning fishing boats to buy lobsters. Meanwhile, below the surface, as Wang Hai's hook sank, several minuscule fish approached, nibbling at the bait. Observing the sandworm being tugged by the small fish, Wang Hai knew it wouldn't be long before they stripped it from the hook. However, he didn't mind. Even if he only dropped the hook, he could still catch fish using his lure. The sandworm was merely for show, so as not to alarm Li Chungyang and the others. If he cast an empty hook and still caught a fish, it would surely shock them. Wang Hai maneuvered his lure closer. Hiding near a cluster of corals was a strikingly red grouper adorned with blue spots. In the next instant, the lure darted into the grouper's mouth, which had been poised to strike at the smaller fish before it froze, its demeanor shifting as it slowly swam toward Wang Hai's hook. Without hesitation, it swallowed the bait whole, and moments later, the lure emerged from within the grouper. The once dazed grouper snapped back to reality, its expression one of utter bewilderment. It distinctly recalled being beside the coral reef, poised to catch a small fish, yet in the next moment, it found itself several meters away. Could it be that it had somehow teleported? Before the grouper could ponder further, a tremendous force surged forth, forcibly dragging it toward the water's surface. Damn! Exclaimed Li Qingyang and his companions beside Wang Hai, simultaneously voicing their astonishment. What the hell, Ocean? You've hooked a fish already? Observing the curvature of the fishing rod, Zhou Zheng noted that the catch was no small feat. He gazed incredulously at Wang Hai. After Wang Hai landed the massive creature, many nearby anglers shifted their attention to him. At that moment, he had become the most dazzling figure among the port fishermen. Even Wang Liken, not far off, gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Hai, silently repeating to himself, "Cut the line, cut the line, cut the line." Beneath the surface, the grouper was indeed of considerable size. Through the spirit fish's observation, it was estimated to weigh around 4 to 5 pounds, which explained why Wang Hai immediately directed the spirit fish to descend from above it. A fish of such magnitude would require significant energy from the spirit fish. More importantly, why do anglers fish? It isn't solely for the catch. It's about the experience of reeling in the fish. If one were merely after the catch, they wouldn't be using a rod. They might as well employ a net. Despite weighing only 4 to 5 pounds, this fish had considerable strength. To prevent the fishing line from being frayed against the rocks, Wang Hai expertly played the fish for nearly 10 minutes before it was finally brought to the shore. East Star Grouper. Several anglers exclaimed in unison. Incredible. First cast, and he has already landed such a large East Star Grouper. Zhou Zheng remarked with a hint of envy. Wang Hai shook his head and replied, "This isn't an East Star Grouper." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng's faces reflected their confusion. Just then, Li Qingyang interjected, "This fish is called the strawberry grouper, scientifically known as the Cephalophilus sonorati. It is often kept as an ornamental fish abroad and commands a high price. However, its taste is quite delightful and rivals that of the East Star Grouper. The strawberry grouper, known scientifically as Cephalophilus sonorati, belongs to the family Serranity and the genus Cephalophilus. Its vibrant coloration and robust, oval, laterally compressed body are adorned with numerous evenly distributed blue spots on a red surface. Strawberry groupers typically swim alone but can also be found in small groups, usually inhabiting clear waters at depths of 21 to 50 meters near coral-rich rocky crevices or slopes. They often hide in reef holes but will roam the reef area, primarily foraging in the early morning and afternoon, feeding on small fish and crustaceans. Once the fish was brought to the shore, Li Qingyang swiftly grabbed the landing net and scooped it up. As soon as it reached the land, the strawberry grouper flopped a couple of times before finally succumbing to exhaustion, lying motionless on the ground. "Brother Chung, let us head over to a Chung's house tonight. This strawberry grouper will make for a splendid addition to the meal." Wang Hai chuckled as he removed the hook and filled a live fish bucket with water to place the fish inside, activating a portable oxygen pump to prevent its demise. Seeing Wang Hai successfully land such a sizable fish, Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng could no longer sit idly by. They reeled in their rods, replaced their weights with heavier ones, and cast their lines out to deeper waters. Wang Hai contemplated advising them against it, knowing that the fishing would not be as easy as it seemed, but he hesitated to voice his thoughts. After all, having landed such a substantial catch himself, he couldn't very well suggest they refrain from casting far. Li Qingyang, however, displayed a modicum of restraint. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to fish at a distance of just a few meters from the shore, recognizing that the deeper waters were unfamiliar territory and fraught with potential snags. A few meters away, Wang Liken, observing Wang Hai's success, may not have been able to identify the specific species of fish, but he could tell it was a grouper, likely not inexpensive. Chapter 120, Hooked a Planet. If Wang Hai can catch one, surely I can too. With that thought, Wang Liken stood up and made his way to a nearby tackle shop, purchasing a fishing rod set for over 500. Initially intending to buy a rod costing just over 100, he succumbed to the owner's persuasive sales pitch and ended up spending nearly 800, including bait and other equipment, which left him feeling quite pained at the expense. However, the thought of reeling in a large grouper to recoup his costs alleviated some of his regret. Upon returning to the shore with his new rod, he witnessed Wang Hai landing another grouper, albeit one smaller than the first, its body a striking shade of green. He recognized it as a green grouper. "TSK, what rotten luck," he muttered under his breath, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Hai as he began to assemble his fishing rod. Wang Liken possessed some fishing skills of his own. After a brief struggle of about 10 minutes, he managed to spool the line onto the reel and assemble the rig. After attaching a sandworm, he cast his line toward the distant water, achieving a precise strike that placed his hook just 2 meters from Wang Hai's. Wang Hai noticed someone casting a hook nearby and instinctively followed the line's direction, realizing that Wang Liken had begun fishing a mere 10 meters away. Seeing Wang Hai glance in his direction, Wang Liken raised his chin defiantly, looking down at him through his nose, letting out a scoff. Interesting. So he wants to cast his line near me, does he? Wang Hai mused silently. In the next moment, Wang Hai grasped his fishing rod and began to turn the reel. Observing this, Zhou Zheng initially believed Wang Hai had hooked a fish, but soon realized that the rod showed no signs of movement, indicating that there was no catch. At that moment, the tip of Zhou Zheng's rod twitched twice before he decisively lifted it to set the hook. I've got one, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement as he frantically turned the reel with his left hand. But in the next instant, he found himself unable to budge it. Realization dawned upon him as he understood that he had snagged the bottom. Damn it, I'm snagged. He tugged forcefully on the rod a couple of times, confirming his predicament. On the other side, Sun Cheng was no better off. After casting his line over 20 minutes without any action, he suspected that the sandworm had been consumed by smaller fish. As he began to reel in the line to replace the bait, he felt it tighten. He too was snagged. Both men, sensing a connection, simultaneously tugged at their lines. When they found them unyielding, they pulled with all their might, and in the next moment, there was a simultaneous snap as both of their lines broke just a few meters from the tips of their rods. Damn, I'm really at my wit's end. The line snapped. Now I need to respool, Zhou Zheng lamented, dejectedly retrieving 2 spools of main line from his tackle box, one for himself and one for Sun Cheng. Li Qingyang observed this, thinking to himself, thank goodness I didn't cast far, I might have snagged as well. He then watched as Wang Hai, who had been steadily reeling in his line, filled with curiosity, noting that Wang Hai had cast at least 10 times without a single snag, while Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng had both hit bottom. What could be the reason for this disparity? Unable to comprehend the situation, he attributed it to some mystical luck that favored Wang Hai, believing him to be a vessel of good fortune. After reeling in his line, Wang Hai reattached the fishing float and prepared to fish closer to shore using his own skill rather than relying on the spirit fish. After all, he had already caught 3 groupers and had more than enough to eat, rendering further fishing unnecessary. Once he reattached the hook, he cast his line once again, watching as it sank rapidly into the depths, the line pulling the hook down swiftly until the float stabilized on the water's surface, sending rippling waves that gradually spread outward. At this moment, Wang Hai cast a sidelong glance at Wang Liken, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In the next instant, he deftly maneuvered the spiritual fish towards the direction of Wang Liken's fishing hook. Upon arrival, he guided the spiritual fish to possess an octopus nearby. In a heartbeat, the octopus lunged straight for Wang Liken's bait, but instead of consuming it, it grasped the fishing line tightly, slowly dragging it towards a nearby coral, wrapping it thrice to the left and thrice to the right, twisting its neck and ensnaring the line securely around the rocky outcrop. In the following moment, the octopus bit through the fishing line, carefully removed the bait from the hook, and dug a small pit in the sand to bury the hook. Once everything was in place, the octopus seized the fishing line and yanked it forcefully. Wang Liken, seated cross-legged on the shore, was taken aback as he felt the fishing rod in his hands jerk violently. His expression shifted instantly to one of excitement. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted the rod to set the hook, but after a brief pause, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why was it so heavy? Soon, realization dawned upon him, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I must have snagged something. Using a heavier line than usual, he attempted to tug a few times, but it resisted his efforts entirely. Cautious not to exert too much force lest he snap his newly purchased rod, he pondered for a moment before reluctantly retrieving a lighter and severing the line. Glancing at the spool, which now contained only a few meters of line, Wang Liken felt a surge of frustration. This was merely his first cast, and already he had rendered a main line useless. Should he wish to continue fishing, he would need to purchase a new main line. Although it was relatively inexpensive online, it would cost him over 10 yuan at the tackle shop. Contemplating giving up, he glanced at the expensive gear he had purchased for over 800 yuan and gritted his teeth, turning towards the tackle shop. Boss, I need a spool of main line. Wang Liken, still irked from his earlier mishap, spoke with a brusque tone. Fortunately, the shopkeeper, possessing a good temperament, smiled and presented a spool of line. 25 yuan. How much? Wang Liken thought he had misheard and repeated the inquiry. 25, the shopkeeper reiterated. But wasn't he at 13 just a moment ago? How did it double in price so quickly? The shopkeeper maintained his smile, inwardly mocking. Umph. Who told you to speak so rudely? If not you, who else would I take advantage of? With no other tackle shop nearby, you can either buy it or leave it. Take a closer look. These 2 brands are different. This line is high quality, priced at 25 yuan. Do you want it? The shopkeeper remarked. I don't want this. Give me the 13 yuan line, Wang Liken replied. The spool you just saw was the last one. This is all that's left at 25. If you don't buy it, I'll return it. The game is about to start, the shopkeeper said. His gaze fixated on the television. I'll take it. Wang Liken's words were forced through clenched teeth. He could tell that the shopkeeper was deliberately overcharging him. Yet he found himself with no alternative. Chapter 121, The Behemoth. After paying, he hurried back to the shore and replaced the line. This time, he dared not cast in the same spot, but opted for a different direction, still aiming to fish at a depth of several dozen meters. After all, taking a risk might yield rewards. While fishing nearby would only attract smaller fish, deeper waters could yield prized grouper. Wang Hai observed the lad, who had switched to a new line and cast it out, a smile creeping onto his face as he thought, keep going, as long as you cast again. I'll ensure you waste another spool. It was not that Wang Hai was malicious. Rather, Wang Liken had proven to be quite the nuisance. Recently, he had been caught stealing dogs and had shot a black Shiba Inu with a poison dart. However, Wang Hai had yet to find evidence against him for the theft. So he decided to first sabotage his fishing line, considering it a way to collect some interest on the matter. In the next moment, possessed by the spiritual fish, the octopus approached Wang Liken's hook once more. This time, Wang Hai did not hastily instruct the octopus to entangle the fishing line around the rocks. He understood that Wang Liken lacked patience. If he snagged the bottom twice in a row, he might abandon fishing altogether. Instead, he decided to let the octopus tease him for a while, to elevate his adrenaline and render him less rational. In a swift motion, the octopus extended its tentacle, grasping the fishing line and vigorously pulling it towards the distant surface of the water. Wang Liken, seated cross-legged on the shore and preparing to light a cigarette, noticed the rod's tip tremble violently. In his excitement, he tossed the lighter to the ground with such force that it exploded, scattering fragments everywhere. In the next moment, he jerked the rod upward to set the hook, but the line remained slack. There was no sensation of a fish on the other end. Damn it, my big fish. Wang Liken lamented, repeatedly slapping his thigh. Judging by the earlier vigorous shaking of the rod, he was nearly certain it had been a large fish. However, his delay in setting the hook due to his smoking had cost him the catch. Reeling in the rod, he found the hook empty, further confirming his suspicion that he had indeed missed a sizable catch. He rebaited the hook and cast it back into the water. Whether by luck or fate, the area before him was devoid of obstacles. Unless intentionally snagged, it was unlikely he would catch on anything. After casting, Wang Liken resumed his seat on the ground, still holding the unlit cigarette that had slipped his mind. He rummaged through his pockets and realized he had lost his lighter in the commotion. Turning to the ground, he found the lighter in ruins and silently returned the cigarette to its case, lamenting its cost. Just then, the tip of his fishing rod began to twitch once more. Having learned from his earlier mistake of waiting too long, he promptly grasped the rod and lifted it to set the hook. Yet, the line still felt alarmingly slack. Despite the lead weight offering some resistance, there was no sign of a fish struggling. Upon reeling it in, his fears were confirmed. There were no fish. The bait remained intact on the hook, and Wang Liken muttered, "Could it be that I lifted the rod too early? Did the fish not take the bait?" He suspected this was the case and resolved to be patient before attempting to set the hook again. After replacing the hook with fresh bait, Wang Liken cast his line into the water and settled in to wait. This time, his rod took longer to signal a bite, and he waited a full 7 or 8 minutes without any action. Meanwhile, Wang Hai was engaged in a fierce struggle with a fish. He had initially thought casting just a few meters from the shore would yield nothing significant, yet to his surprise, he had hooked a substantial catch. He had been reeling it in for several minutes, relying solely on his strength to unveil the mystery of the fish at the end of his line. Without the assistance of the spiritual fish, the sound of the reel's drag continued to echo as the line steadily unwound. Goodness, this fish must weigh dozens of pounds. Wang Hai exclaimed, noting the extreme bend of the rod. The metallic sound of the drag echoed in the ears of the onlookers, for avid anglers. It was music to their ears. "Hey, why don't you tighten the drag a bit more?" Sun Chung remarked, observing the line had extended nearly 70 or 80 meters. "If this continues, it won't be long before the spool is emptied, leaving you with only two outcomes, a snapped line or a broken rod followed by a snapped line. Just wait a bit longer. The fish is too strong right now." Wang Hai grunted through clenched teeth, his entire body tensed as every muscle worked hard. Despite his exertion, he felt the strain acutely. Watching the line continue to unwind, he estimated there was hardly 30 meters left on the spool, causing a sense of urgency to swell within him. However, the rod had reached its limit. If he tightened the drag further, it risked breaking. What to do now? As the fishing line from the reel was gradually pulled in from over 20 meters down to just 10, 9, 6 meters. A sudden roar of an engine echoed across the water, prompting everyone to look up in unison. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qingyang had arrived, piloting Wang Hai's small fishing boat. Once the vessel drew near the shore, Li Chengyang called out loudly, "Da Hai, get on board." Seeing that Li Chengyang had brought their fishing boat over, Wang Hai, despite his myriad of questions, could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly grabbed his fishing rod and leapt aboard with a single bound. Observing this, Zhou Zheng prepared to follow suit, eager to discover the identity of the fish they were pursuing, but Li Chengyang had already turned the boat around, heading in the direction of the fishing line. "Ah, help!" Zhou Zheng exclaimed, losing his footing and nearly falling into the sea. Fortunately, Sun Cheng was quick-witted and managed to grab him, but Zhou Zheng was too heavy, and with a loud splash, both of them fell into the water, drenched from head to toe. Though the water by the port was deep, both were capable swimmers. Furthermore, several nearby anglers quickly rushed over with nets and fishing rods to assist them, ensuring that no harm was done. Li Chengyang, operating the boat, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhou Zheng would also board and had already turned the vessel around. Thankfully, both were adept at swimming, sparing them from any dire consequences. Had they been unable to swim, Wang Hai and the others would have had to abandon the fish to rescue them instead. As the fishing boat continued its journey, the pressure on Wang Hai's fishing rod eased, the once taut line now slackened. Noticing this, Wang Hai rapidly reeled in the line, re-establishing the tension. Chapter 122, The True Identity of the Giant. Below the surface, the fish zigzagged rapidly, evading capture, much to Li Chengyang's frustration as he maneuvered the engine, turning and redirecting. Fortunately, their persistence bore fruit. After navigating the waters for over half an hour and nearing 3 kilometers from the shore, the giant fish was finally about to break the surface. At that moment, both Wang Hai and Li Chengyang's gazes converged on a spot a mere 10 meters away. As a fin broke the water, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Damn, it's a shark." The shark had merely revealed its dorsal fin, yet its massive shadow sent shivers down their spines. The dark silhouette stretched at least 2 meters long, explaining their prolonged struggle to bring it to the surface. Wang Hai, not daring to waste a moment, swiftly procured a pair of scissors and decisively severed the fishing line. If they had hesitated even slightly longer, such a formidable shark could have attacked their boat, which was no trivial matter. Without exchanging a word, they moved in perfect synchrony. One cut the line while the other pivoted the boat to flee. After the fishing boat had traveled several hundred meters, both finally exhaled in relief. "Brother Chang, did you catch a glimpse of what kind of shark it was?" Wang Hai inquired. "It should be a great blue shark. These creatures are notoriously aggressive. We were fortunate it didn't attack our boat," Li Chengyang replied, still shaken. A blue shark. Though the fishing boat was still some distance from the dock, it took them over 10 minutes of full-speed travel to return. As they approached the dock, before the boat had even come to a complete stop, Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng leaned over the side, eager to see what kind of fish they had caught and how large it was. However, the boat was small, and it was easy to see there was no fish on board. Simultaneously, a thought crossed Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng's minds. Could the fish be in the live well? But upon further reflection, they dismissed the idea, knowing that the fish had fought fiercely and must weigh over 100 pounds, likely too large for the live well. Had they not managed to reel it in? "Stop looking. We caught a shark, cut the line, and let it go," Wang Hai declared, noticing their curious glances. "Oh, it was a shark." Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng's faces fell at the revelation. Once the boat was secured, Wang Hai and Li Chengyang disembarked, and the group made their way to the fishing spot. As they passed by Wang Laikan, Wang Hai noticed that the live well beside him already contained 2 mudfish weighing over half a pound each, which surprised him. Just then, the tip of Wang Laikan's rod quivered again, and after reeling in, he hooked yet another mudfish of similar size. Wang Hai merely glanced and continued on, while Zhou Zheng, not recognizing Wang Laikan, glanced enviously at his catch, thinking, "He just arrived and has already caught bigger fish than I have. Life is so unfair." "What are you staring at?" Wang Laikan instinctively remarked, noticing Zhou Zheng was with Wang Hai. "I'm looking at the fish, not you," Zhou Zheng retorted, somewhat taken aback by the other's tone. "Zhou Zheng, let us go," Wang Hai interjected, sensing that if the exchange continued, it could lead to trouble. "We're just here to fish and relax. There's no need to get upset." "Oh, fine," Zhou Zheng replied, dismissing Wang Laikan's attitude and following Wang Hai back to their fishing spot. Once settled, they rebaited their hooks and cast their lines once more. Wang Hai rummaged through his tackle box for a new rig, and after rigging up, he cast his line at the same distance as before, refraining from casting too far. Afterward, he used his spirit fish to scan the surrounding waters for sharks, and upon finding none, felt reassured. He then maneuvered the spirit fish back to Wang Laikan's hook. The octopus that had previously possessed the spirit fish had seemingly vanished, so Wang Hai sought out a new target, possessing the spirit fish onto a 1-pound blue crab, directing it horizontally toward the fish hook. As he approached, he noticed a 4-pound grouper lingering near Wang Laikan's bait. seemingly intrigued by the sandworm dangling above it. Seeing this, Wang Hai was determined not to let it bite the hook and instead commanded the blue crab to stand beside the sandworm, waving its large pincers to chase the grouper away. However, the grouper showed no signs of retreat. In fact, it viciously attacked the crab, biting down on its legs and, in a frenzy, managed to tear one off. Witnessing this, Wang Hai was taken aback. This grouper is surprisingly formidable. After devouring the crab leg, the grouper appeared to have discovered a newfound interest, relentlessly assaulting the blue crab, eventually tearing off all its legs. At this point, the crab had become nothing more than a plaything for the grouper. With the legs consumed, the grouper set its sights on the crab's claws, but after several attempts, it failed to dislodge them, even suffering a pinch in the process. Realizing it could not remove the claws, the grouper shifted its focus back to the sandworm on the hook, preparing to bite it. Seeing the grouper's relentless pursuit, Wang Hai mused, "I already have enough fish. You brought this upon yourself." In the next moment, the spirit fish detached from the blue crab and swiftly dove into the grouper's body, taking control. However, Wang Hai did not rush. He allowed the grouper to chew on the hook while initially aiming to get it to bite through Wang Liken's line. After several attempts, the grouper's teeth proved too dull, and it was unable to sever it. Left with no choice, Wang Hai abandoned that plan and directed the grouper to bite Wang Liken's line instead, trying to keep it quiet as he maneuvered the line toward the nearest rock, wrapping it around in a series of tight circles. Confirming that it was secure, Wang Hai then directed the spirit fish back toward his own hook, covering the distance of several dozen meters in less than half a minute. Wang Hai initially intended to allow the spirit fish to bite his hook, but after observing the lack of any noteworthy catches by Zhou Zhang throughout the day, he decided to let Zhou have this one. After all, the thrill of catching it would be far more exhilarating for him than for Wang Hai himself. With a swift motion, the blue-spotted grouper swam towards Zhou Zhang's bait, biting down fiercely and beginning to thrash about, causing Zhou's rod to tremble noticeably. Once the deed was done, Wang Hai concealed his own prowess, skillfully controlling the spirit fish. Chapter 123, Another Snag. At that moment, Zhou Zhang, lost in thought, suddenly noticed the tip of his fishing rod shaking, nearly causing him to leap from excitement. Instantly, he raised the rod to set the hook. The next moment, the rod bent into an arc. Wow, a big fish. A really big one. Zhou Zhang exclaimed in exhilaration. He felt the weight on the rod and estimated that this fish must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds. Fearing that the hook might not be secure, he made another swift jerk, illustrating his determination not to let this fish escape. Wang Hai, observing his cautiousness, couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Liqing, noticing that his rod had been idle for far too long while Zhou Zhang had landed a large fish, considered reeling in his line to fish closer to shore in hopes of catching something as well. Initially, after snagging the bottom, he had lost hope, but the subsequent catch of 3 mudfish had reignited his spirits. However, as he turned the reel a couple of times, it became stuck, inciting his frustration. Damn, snagged again. He attempted to pull a few times and flicked the line, but it was tightly caught, utterly immovable. I'm truly at my wit's end. What is the point of fishing now? He cursed, quietly retrieving scissors to cut the line, resigning himself to no longer fish with that rod. With no main line left, and the local tackle shop owner charging an exorbitant 25 yuan for a 100-meter spool, he felt he couldn't afford to waste money on a line that would likely snag again with minimal casting. Just as he packed his gear and prepared to leave, he caught sight of Zhou Zhang bringing a fish to the surface, a stunning black-brown grouper. Witnessing this, he hesitated. Is he really going to walk away now? At that moment, 2 little figures appeared in his mind, engaged in a heated debate. The black figure insisted, of course you should keep fishing. If he can catch a grouper, so can you. Besides, fishing closer to shore reduces the risk of snagging. The white figure countered, stop fishing. Grouper are notoriously difficult to catch. You'd need to spend another 25 yuan on a new line, and what if you don't catch anything and snag again? The conflicting voices filled Wang Liqing's mind, leaving him distraught and indecisive. As he watched Zhou Zhang snap a picture with his catch, he could no longer contain himself, gritting his teeth. He returned to the tackle shop to purchase a float and main line, spending over 40 yuan. Upon returning to his fishing spot, Wang Liqing grimaced, gritting his teeth as he assembled his line. He had originally brought 1,000 yuan, intending to buy lobsters and seafood for a dinner with a potential romantic interest later that evening, but now most of it was spent, leaving him with only a few dozen yuan. If he didn't catch a grouper to take home, he would have no way to explain his spending. Rebaiting and casting out once more, the float settled gently on the water's surface. Observing this, Wang Hai first searched the surrounding waters with the spirit fish, locating an octopus, which he then maneuvered beneath Wang Liqing's hook. Fishing at depth? That posed a challenge. Realizing his opponent was fishing at depth, Wang Hai felt a twinge of frustration. Unlike bottom fishing, where a gentle tug from the octopus could be executed without disturbing the float. Surface fishing meant that any movement would cause the float to react, complicating the process of snagging the line on the rocks. Never mind, if I can't disturb the line, I'll play with his mindset instead. With this thought, Wang Hai guided the octopus beneath Wang Liqing's float, sharply pulling it down. Although it was possible to manipulate the weight at the sinker, it was riskier. When Wang Liqing lifted his rod, there was a chance of snagging the octopus, but dragging the float was a more reliable tactic. Sitting on the bank, Wang Liqing noticed the float being abruptly pulled under, instinctively jerking the rod upward. However, he felt no weight at all, and, glancing at the empty hook, muttered, "What the heck? Such an obvious bite, and I missed." Although he hadn't hooked anything, he was not disheartened. After all, the bite suggested the presence of larger fish in the area. He was confident he could catch one next time. The sandworm on his hook was still intact, so he adjusted it and cast out again. To his delight, the float hadn't even settled in the water before it was yanked to the side. What a fantastic bite, he thought, quickly raising the rod to set the hook, but the next moment, disappointment crossed his face. Again, he had missed. What on earth was nibbling at his bait? For the next half hour, every time Wang Liqing cast his hook, the float would barely rise before being pulled away, driving him toward the brink of despair. What the hell? Is this even fishing? Wang Liqing was so frustrated he nearly hurled his rod into the water. This spectacle drew the attention of several onlookers, who gathered around to witness the commotion. "Oh, another misbite, huh?" one remarked. "I bet he hasn't caught anything yet. Does it even need guessing? It's been half an hour, and every time he drops his hook, there's a bite, yet he can't seem to catch anything. How strange. Maybe there's something down there. Who knows? Just recently, someone drowned here. Anything's possible." As they conversed, Wang Liqing lifted his rod once more, and this time, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Previously, every lift of the rod had felt light, with no sensation at all, but this time was different. He could distinctly feel the weight. Initially, he thought it might be a small fish, but soon he realized it was something else entirely, as there was no struggle from the fish on the line to indicate a catch. The spectators, witnessing the bending rod, became agitated, exclaiming, "Finally! You've hooked a fish after all this time." Observing the arc of the rod, they anticipated a sizable catch. Yet, Wang Liqing questioned, "Wait a minute. If it were a big fish, the rod would be thrashing." It seemed more likely that he had snagged something unwanted. Just as he thought this, he finally pulled the hook from the water, revealing an unexpected catch, a fish, albeit not a desirable one. At that moment, a rather decayed sea bream, weighing over 4 pounds and with its eyes clouded, surfaced, trailing from the hook. What the heck, a dead fish? Chapter 124. Is there something unpleasant below? Indeed, there was something foul beneath the water. No wonder the float had been moving incessantly without any actual bites for so long. It was time to leave. Staying here was likely unwise. Among fishermen, there's a saying, when you hook a dead fish, just lift the rod and leave. A change of clothes is all it takes, and as long as you're not empty-handed, you'll make it back to shore. Seeing the dead fish, Wang Liqing's hand trembled as he gripped the rod. His fear was understandable given how bizarre the day had been. He had already lost 2 main lines, and for the entire duration, every time he cast, the float had acted erratically, and now he had caught a dead fish. Anyone in his position would feel unnerved. Noticing Wang Liqing's fright, Wang Hai felt a surge of satisfaction. In truth, there was nothing foul down there. Rather, a dead fish had drifted by. And seeing Wang Liqing struggle to catch anything for so long, Wang Hai had decided to help him by hooking the dead fish onto his line. After a prolonged session with the octopus, Wang Hai himself began to feel fatigued, his head growing dizzy, prompting him to reel in the spirit fish. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Liqing was jolted back to reality by the chatter of the nearby fishermen. At that moment, an elderly man sporting a goatee approached him, declaring, "Young lad, fear not. I am a disciple of the Maoshan sect, the 46th generation heir, and the brother of my wife's girlfriend's elder brother's uncle's father." As he spoke, the old man donned a Taoist robe from his backpack and, after some fuss, produced a peachwood sword resembling a dagger. Today, this Taoist priest offers his services at an enticing discount. Only 500 for the removal of your misfortunes and the obliteration of the underwater demons. Wang Liqing felt a twinge of fear, but he was not foolish. It was evident that this old man was a charlatan, prompting him to retort, 500 is too steep. How about we negotiate a more reasonable price? Ah, young man, your spirited nature is commendable, yet be cautious of excess, lest it lead to harm. As a part-time traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I could prescribe you some herbs to quell your fiery temperament, the old man replied with a chuckle, maintaining a calm demeanor. Get lost, you old swindler. Do you believe I won't make you regret this? Wang Liqing gritted his teeth. Already irked from a day of unsuccessful fishing, and now confronted by this old fraud who mistook him for a fool. Who are you calling a swindler? I came here to help you, as I sensed malevolent spirits clinging to you. You should be grateful. The old man's beard trembled with indignation as he pointed accusatorily at Wang Hai, positioning himself on a moral high ground. Around them, several bystanders, eager for entertainment, began to chime in. I think the old man has a point. Consider that your float hardly stood a chance in the water, and you were catching dead fish earlier. Indeed, the old gentleman said nothing offensive. You could have simply declined his offer without resorting to insults. Though the words came from the older crowd, Wang Hai noticed that none of the younger individuals spoke up, merely observing from the sidelines. Growing increasingly exasperated by the elders' incessant commentary, Wang Hai gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. However, the self-righteous group of older individuals blocked his path. Young man, you insulted this elder without even offering an apology. And now you wish to walk away? Exactly. If we remain silent today, what will happen when such things occur to us in the future? Wang Hai internally cursed the meddling crowd, feeling rebellious against their demands for an apology. Move aside, he commanded, shoving past one of the obstructing women as he made his way out of the throng. In response to the sight of his wife falling, the elderly man became enraged. Spewing curses, "You scoundrel, get away." With that, Wang Hai pushed the old man, causing him to stumble backward, falling to the ground and beginning to convulse. Frothing at the mouth. From a distance, Wang Hai felt a pang of panic. Was this old Taoist really attempting to pull a scam? No, he corrected himself. It was more likely a scammer masquerading as a Taoist. Wang Hai noted that just before the old man fell, he had stuffed something into his mouth, likely the cause of the foam. Witnessing this scene, even Wang Hai, usually brash, felt a flicker of concern. He had previously been embroiled in a similar incident, resulting in over 3,000 in damages. Last time, he had collided with an elderly woman's tricycle after spotting Wang Hai, and now, once again fishing near Wang Hai, he found himself entangled with another scammer. Was Wang Hai truly his nemesis? Now, escaping the situation seemed impossible, as the act of pushing the elder was undeniable. Nevertheless, he attempted to navigate through the crowd, insisting, "Excuse me, I have matters to attend to. Young man, you should wait a moment. Given the elder's condition, it seems he is seriously injured. You cannot simply leave." A middle-aged man interjected. Wang Hai, feeling trapped and still clutching his fishing gear, a recent purchase he was reluctant to abandon, sought an escape. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was merely a bystander, having already called the police and an ambulance. He had witnessed the entire ordeal and suspected the Taoist was a fraud, but with the elder lying there, frothing at the mouth, he hesitated to jump to conclusions. The hospital and police station were not far from the dock, and within minutes, they arrived. The officers began dispersing the crowd to gather information, while the paramedics checked on the elder. After a thorough examination, they reported to the police. This elder shows no significant bodily issues. The foam is likely from a substance containing soap. However, it is prudent to take him to the hospital for further evaluation. The police nodded in agreement. Let's transport him to the hospital for a full assessment. Officer, you must not let this scoundrel escape. He pushed the elder down. Individuals like him should be imprisoned for a few years to receive proper correction. He is a blight on society. The woman who had been pushed exclaimed, clutching the officer's arm, crying and lamenting. Calm down, ma'am. First, let me ask, what is your relationship with this elder? The officer inquired, suspecting she might be an accomplice. I don't know him. I just came to buy fish. She quickly defended herself. Humph, you all seem to be in cahoots. At your age? Resorting to scams. It's you who should be taught a lesson. Sun Chung realized that the woman was likely the elder's partner in crime. Don't slander me, or you'll face consequences. She retorted angrily. As tensions rose, the police intervened. Please, refrain from arguing. We will sort this out at the station. This was not a mere civil dispute. They needed to take the involved parties to the station for further clarity. Upon realizing he was to be taken in, Wang Hai panicked. Officer, my date is at my home for dinner. I can't go to the station. I must return. Yes, officer. I have an elderly mother and a hungry infant waiting for me to cook. The woman added, her face filled with urgency, desperate not to go to the station, especially since she had illicit substances on her. Ultimately, none of the individuals could escape the fate of being taken away. As the sun set, the last remnants of twilight faded, and Dolphin Bay welcomed another night. The brightly lit harbor buzzed with fishermen returning from their day at sea, wrapping up their endeavors. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and his companions returned home on a tricycle. After dinner, as the clock struck 9:30, they lingered by the seaside for a while before Li Chunyang and Zhou Zheng bid farewell. They had planned to join Wang Hai on a fishing trip the next day, but an unexpected matter arose, leading them to reschedule for another time. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Wang Hai rose to wash up. Today marks the inaugural voyage of the new fishing vessel, and Grandfather C insisted on orchestrating a ceremonial send-off for the vessel. In preparation for this, He had meticulously arranged everything the day prior to Wang Hai and Sun Cheng's return. Both Wang Hai and Sun Cheng were rather unfamiliar with the intricacies of such rituals. Had it not been for Grandfather C's insistence, they likely would not have engaged in the ceremony at all. Nonetheless, since Grandfather C had spoken, they were obliged to adhere to the traditional proceedings. After completing their morning ablutions, as dawn broke gently, Grandfather C arrived aboard his tricycle, laden with offerings: a pig's head, beef, lamb shank, incense sticks, firecrackers, an altar table, and an assortment of fruits. Wang Hai approached Grandfather C and offered him a cigarette. Sun Cheng, having just finished washing up and yawning, emerged shortly thereafter. Grandmother also stepped out of the house, instructing, "Dahai, you must first present incense to Mazu before setting off." "Certainly." "Anai," Sun Cheng responded promptly, racing into the house to light the incense, followed by Wang Hai and Grandfather C, who also completed the ritual. Once everything was concluded, the family made their way to the town's dock. Upon arrival, Wang Hai's fishing vessel was easily identifiable, primarily because it was the sole 24-meter ship present. Due to her advanced age, Grandmother found it somewhat challenging to board and chose to remain on the shore. Grandfather Sun, however, expressed great interest in Wang Hai's fishing boat, exploring its various features with satisfaction. Upon entering the lounge and discovering the plush mattress, he couldn't help but smirk, thinking, these two youngsters certainly know how to indulge themselves. Yet, upon reflection, he found this sentiment justifiable, for after all, what is the purpose of earning money if not to enjoy life? If one were to be miserly all the time, what would be the point of making so much? Meanwhile, Wang Hai and the others began transferring the offerings from Grandfather C's tricycle onto the boat, arranging them on the altar table under Grandfather C's guidance. As the final touches were completed, the sun fully rose, casting a warm glow across the sky, while a gentle breeze rippled the ocean's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. At this moment, Grandfather C took a stick of incense, stood before the altar, ignited it, and placed it in the incense burner, proclaiming, on this auspicious day, may the new ship launch smoothly, with favorable winds and bountiful fortune. May every journey be prosperous, every month peaceful, and may the machinery roar forth with the promise of wealth. Following his words, the engine of the fishing boat roared to life, while Sun Cheng lit the firecrackers, their explosive pops echoing throughout the dock. The firecrackers purchased by Grandfather C were particularly lengthy, continuing for over half a minute before finally ceasing. Observing the remnants of red paper scattered across the deck, Sun Cheng quietly picked up a broom and muttered, the thrill of firecrackers lasts but a moment. The sweeping of the aftermath brings 2 lines of tears. With that, he began to tidy up. After clearing the deck of debris, Sun Cheng's stomach growled, and he spotted the marinated beef on the altar. Smacking his lips, he approached Grandfather C and asked softly, Grandfather, is this meat edible? Indeed. But you must wait until the incense burns out, Grandfather C replied with a chuckle. I anticipated your cravings and saved a piece for you on the tricycle. Hearing that there was more on the tricycle, Sun Cheng wasted no time, jumped off the boat, and rushed to the tricycle, retrieving a piece weighing approximately a pound. However, he had no intention of keeping it all to himself. Realizing he was not the only one who had eaten, he invited everyone to Old Zhu's noodle shop, where they ordered beef noodles, the marinated beef being directly added to the dish. After their meal, upon returning to the boat, they found that the incense had nearly burned out. Grandfather C directed Wang Hai and Sun Cheng to gather the offerings. The beef and fruits would remain on the boat for their consumption, while the pig's head and lamb shank, being raw, were to be taken back. Time was of the essence, as most fishing vessels had already set sail, and others were in preparation. Therefore, Grandfather C took the helm and navigated the boat out to sea. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai stood by the rail, bidding farewell to Grandmother. Once outside the harbor, Wang Hai entered the cockpit, handed Grandfather C a walkie-talkie, and said, Grandfather, our vessel is quite large. We will need to communicate using this. After demonstrating its use, Grandfather C examined the device with great curiosity, recalling the days when they ventured out to sea without such technology, relying solely on their voices to communicate. He pressed the button and called out, Achung, can you hear me? Moments later, Sun Cheng's voice crackled through the device. I can hear you, Grandfather. Delighted with his newfound treasure, Grandfather C began to explore the walkie-talkie, while Wang Hai assumed control of the vessel, steering it towards Coconut Island. The rocky area there was known for its abundant shrimp and crab resources. A few days prior, he had purchased several crab traps, perfect for deployment in that region. Half an hour later, the fishing boat approached Coconut Island. When they were still over 500 meters away, Wang Hai switched off the propeller, allowing the vessel to glide forward on inertia. Had they been aboard their previous small fishing boat, this would have been unnecessary. With the engine off, it would have quickly come to a halt. At this moment, Sun Cheng and Grandfather C positioned the crab traps at the edge of the boat. Upon receiving Wang Hai's signal through the walkie-talkie to deploy the traps, they began to lower them into the water once the boat slowed down. The process of placing the traps was relatively swift, as all the traps were linked by a main line, spaced 5 meters apart. Although they had a considerable number of traps on board, they ultimately decided to set only 20 in the nearby waters. This decision was made in light of their plans to venture further out to sea. Leaving all the traps in this area would be unsafe, and it would be impractical to remain there for an entire day just to guard a few traps, which would ultimately lead to losses. Once the traps were set, Grandfather C and Sun Cheng returned to the cockpit. Having previously accompanied the boat owner on deep-sea excursions, Grandfather C was well aware of the regions where larger fish could be found. Wang Hai inquired, "Grandfather, having once sailed on larger vessels, you must know many productive fishing areas, correct?" While Wang Hai possessed a spirit fish, its range was limited to within 150 meters. And relying solely on luck to find larger schools of fish was no easy feat indeed. "I remember some locations well, and one in particular stands out," Grandfather C replied. "Our fishing boat would often catch large schools of yellow croaker in that area, sometimes yielding several thousand, even 10,000 pounds in a single haul. However, it's a pity that back then, yellow croakers weren't valued much. We would often use them to feed the chickens and ducks. Now, they've become quite valuable, fetching tens of thousands for just one weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Upon hearing about the potential for catching yellow croaker, Sun Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Grandfather, where's that spot?" Wang Hai also focused intently on Grandfather C, quickly realizing that he would not be able to use an electronic map. He thus took out a paper nautical chart and handed it to Grandfather C. After examining the map, Grandfather C pondered for a moment before pointing to a specific location. "This is the place," he affirmed. However, he noted, "in recent years, the yellow croaker population has dramatically declined. I'm uncertain whether they still inhabit these waters. Let us go take a look. We might just get lucky," Wang Hai suggested. The location Grandfather C indicated was not far. Situated about 100 nautical miles off the coast of Dolphin Bay, near a reef. Having made their decision, there was no reason to hesitate. Wang Hai returned to the helm, located the corresponding position on the fishing boat's map, marked it, and set off. As the fishing boat sped ahead, Wang Hai took the opportunity to maneuver the spirit fish beneath the water, hoping to encounter a grouper. Although he considered stopping to catch it, he soon realized that even if he did manage to reel it in, it likely wouldn't cover the fuel costs for the boat to halt. So he ultimately chose to forego the attempt. Grandfather's son ascended to the deck, making his way to the second level of the fishing vessel to survey the maritime surroundings. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would promptly notify Wang Hai, ensuring readiness for any necessary adjustments. Sun Cheng appeared somewhat bored, meandering about the deck before darting into the wheelhouse. Observing his incessant pacing and the clouds of smoke enveloping the cabin from his chain smoking, Wang Hai remarked, "A chum. There's nothing pressing at the moment. Why not venture out and indulge in some fishing?" "Fishing?" Sun Cheng was taken aback, doubting his ears. With the vessel cruising at such a swift pace, how could one possibly fish? The bait would be swept away before it could even sink. "You call yourself a fisherman, yet are oblivious to trolling?" Wang Hai's gentle prod sparked an epiphany in Sun Cheng. Indeed, he could engage in trolling. "Ah, the open sea. You steer the boat while I prepare for some trolling." Emerging from the wheelhouse, Sun Cheng retrieved his fishing rod, outfitted it with a lure, and cast it toward the stern, allowing the line to unfurl leisurely. The mechanics of trolling mirrored that of lure fishing. Both employed artificial bait cast into the water. However, trolling utilized the vessel's movement to animate the lure, rendering it a more effortless technique. One rod was insufficient, so Sun Cheng also equipped Wang Hai's rod with a lure, casting it out and placing it in the rod holder at the stern, awaiting patiently. As time passed, and half an hour slipped by without any action on the rods, Sun Cheng ascended to the second level of the fishing vessel to engage in conversation with fourth grandfather. The sea breeze was gentle, and the sun shone brightly. The hour still early enough that the sun was not overly harsh. The fishing vessel continued its journey until nearly 11 o'clock, finally reaching the area designated by Grandfather Sunday. With the vessel's speed reduced, Sun Cheng reeled in his line, realizing that the trolling had yielded no catch. The boat had arrived at its destination, and it would be prudent to retrieve the lines before they became entangled in the propeller. Upon reaching the designated spot, fourth grandfather approached the wheelhouse, contemplating whether to inquire with Wang Hai about casting a net. Before he could voice his thoughts, a flurry of splashes erupted on the water's surface ahead, as fish leaped joyfully, while a flock of seabirds circled overhead. Could there be a school of fish over there? Grandfather's son wondered, incredulous, as he had not ventured out to sea in over a decade. Surely, he mused, it was improbable to encounter a school of fish so soon. Wang Hai confirmed his observations with excitement. Indeed, there is a school of fish. Upon receiving this confirmation, fourth grandfather seized the radio, exclaiming, "A chung, hurry to the stern. There's a school of fish ahead. Prepare to deploy the net." Moments later, Sun Cheng's voice crackled through the radio. "Roger that. I'm at the stern. Lower the speed of the vessel. A chung and I will cast the net, and afterward, we can accelerate," Grandfather Sun instructed before turning to exit the wheelhouse. Wang Hai squinted into the distance, the school of fish somewhat obscured by the glare of the sun on the water's surface. Just then, a large black and white fish breached the surface, its mouth agape as it voraciously hunted the fish below. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Hai felt a jolt of alarm and called out to fourth grandfather, who had yet to step out of the wheelhouse. "Fourth grandfather, we have a situation." "What is it?" Fourth grandfather inquired, having been preoccupied with his intentions. "Orcas. I just saw one leap from the water. They must be hunting." Chapter 127. Snatching from the jaws of the predator. Adult orcas typically measure around 8 meters in length and can weigh between 7 and 8 tons. Most notably, they are social creatures, often appearing in groups, ranging from 3 to 5 individuals, or sometimes even exceeding 10. Their moniker, Ocean Street Thugs, reflects their formidable nature. Fortunately for Wang Hai and his crew, they had not yet deployed the net. Otherwise, the large fishing vessel would have been unable to halt in time. Even if the orcas were indifferent to the few fish caught, any entanglement with the propeller or net could spell disaster for them. After all, orcas are apex predators in the ocean, and a coordinated assault from several could easily capsize their vessel. At that moment, fourth grandfather finally noticed the orcas in the distance, but was undeterred in his intentions to cast the net. "Little Hai, these creatures are quite intelligent. As long as we don't provoke them, we should be fine. Let us wait a moment. The size of this fish school is in the tens of thousands of kilos. Once the orcas are satiated, we can deploy the net." Wang Hai, contemplating the idea of turning back, was taken aback by fourth grandfather's determination to cast the net, his surprise evident. "Fourth grandfather, are you certain we won't be attacked by the orcas?" Noticing Wang Hai's concern, fourth grandfather chuckled reassuringly. "There's nothing to worry about. The first time I encountered orcas hunting, the captain's expression mirrored yours. But after witnessing it several times, one becomes accustomed." Reassured by fourth grandfather's experience, Wang Hai felt more at ease, especially since they were still a significant distance of 700 to 800 meters from the orcas. As fourth grandfather prepared to cast the net, Wang Hai adjusted the vessel's course, navigating slowly. The net was divided into surface and bottom trawls, as the name implies. Surface nets float on the water's surface, primarily capturing pelagic fish. Conversely, bottom trawls sink to the seabed, targeting demersal fish and shellfish. However, bottom trawls have the drawback of only being effective in flat seabed areas. In regions with coral reefs, they risk snagging or damaging the net. The two trawls purchased by Wang Hai were both designed for surface fishing. Under Grandfather Sun's guidance, they took roughly 10 minutes to lower the net. Wang Hai surveyed the underwater terrain through the lens of the sonar, noting that while the majority of the fish were distant, several smaller sardines and a few prized fish like white pomfret and mackerel were present. However, sardines dominated the catch. Initially, Wang Hai intended to cruise the vessel for a while, waiting for the orca pod to depart before heading toward the school of fish to deploy the net. However, upon realizing that the underwater population was primarily sardines, he abandoned this plan, as it would not be cost-effective. The large mesh of the net meant that sardines could easily escape if not caught in the net pocket, while the rarer white pomfret and mackerel were too few to justify the effort. Stop the vessel. At this juncture, deploying the net wouldn't be profitable, fourth grandfather stated as he entered the wheelhouse. Seeing that fourth grandfather shared his thoughts, Wang Hai nodded and shut off the engine. Though the vessel continued to glide forward slowly due to inertia, after drifting about 100 meters, it finally came to a halt. Peering through the wheelhouse window, Wang Hai observed the water's surface several hundred meters away, where small fish leaped in a frantic bid to evade predators. Unbeknownst to them, seabirds circled above, poised to snatch any fish that breached the surface. Meanwhile, the pod of orcas circled the school of fish, herding the scattered fish back to the center before launching another attack. After anchoring the boat, Wang Hai stepped out onto the deck, only to find fourth grandfather skillfully wielding a cast net, flinging it over the side. One couldn't help but admire fourth grandfather's prowess as the 6-meter diameter net formed a perfect circle in the air before descending gracefully into the water. After a half-minute wait, as the net sank to nearly the bottom, fourth grandfather began to haul the rope, pulling the net back aboard. As the net surfaced, it was teeming with sardines, no less than 3 kilos in that single haul. It is not to say that 3 kilograms of sardines is an abundance. Rather, the sardines are diminutive in size. This particular catch contains approximately 40 to 50 fish, which presents a rather spectacular sight. Observing this, Wang Hai did not hesitate to seize his fishing rod, approach the side of the boat, and replace the bait with a lure, casting it into the depths. Within mere seconds, before Wang Hai could even lift his rod to entice the fish, he felt the unmistakable tug of a catch. He smiled at the sensation of struggle transmitted through the rod, though he refrained from hastily reeling it in. After waiting for another 10 seconds, sensing the resistance intensify, he finally engaged the reel to pull on the line. When the series of hooks broke the surface, each of the 6 hooks was adorned with a sardine. However, these were not particularly valuable fish, as they were all sardines. This single cast yielded less than what fourth uncle had caught in a single net. Undeterred, Wang Hai removed the fish and tossed them into the bucket beside him. Although sardines may not hold much monetary value, their small size necessitates a considerable quantity, over a dozen, to accumulate even a pound. The rate of catching was indeed brisk, with each cast. He generally hooked at least 3 or 4 sardines. Fourth uncle's side, however, was even more remarkable, as his nets yielded no less than 3 kilograms each time. And soon the deck was littered with fish. Witnessing this, Sun Cheng opted to cease his own fishing and instead began to assist fourth uncle in transferring the caught fish into buckets for freezing. Despite their lack of value, sardines proved effective for baiting when fishing and saved them the trouble of purchasing more. Given fourth uncle's advanced age, after casting several nets, he began to show signs of fatigue. Wang Hai quickly interjected, "Fourth uncle, you've caught plenty of sardines. Please take a rest. Here, Sun Cheng and I can manage." Fourth uncle nodded in acknowledgement, reflecting on how, in his youth, he could effortlessly cast nets for hours on end. "Fourth uncle, I would like to learn how to cast the net as well. Please teach me." When fourth uncle had caught over 3 kilograms of sardines on his first cast, Sun Cheng felt a strong desire to try his hand at net casting, particularly intrigued by the coolness of the act and the speed of the catch compared to fishing with a rod. With only fourth uncle wielding a cast net on the boat, and now that he had finished using it, Sun Cheng eagerly took it and asked fourth uncle for guidance. "First, secure the main rope to your hand to prevent the net from slipping into the water," fourth uncle advised. He then organized the net for Sun Cheng and demonstrated how to exert force while casting. "Now, give it a try, Sun Cheng." "All right." Sun Cheng nodded, confident in his innate talent, convinced that his first cast would be impressive. However, the reality proved to be the opposite. As he flung the net, it tangled into a large clump mid-air, failing to open at all, and upon hitting the water, it created a significant splash. At first, Wang Hai had thought Sun Cheng might possess some skill, but it quickly became apparent that he had misjudged. "Sun Cheng, are you trying to bludgeon the fish with the net?" Wang Hai chuckled. Feeling humiliated by his unsuccessful cast, Sun Cheng's competitive spirit ignited. "I refuse to believe I can't master a simple cast net." Seeing this, fourth uncle smiled and remarked, "Sun Cheng, simply managing to cast the net is already an achievement. I recall my first attempt. Not only did I fail to cast it, but I also stumbled and fell. Look at me now, I can cast quite well, just practice more." Encouraged by fourth uncle's support, Sun Cheng promptly reeled in the net, reorganized it, and cast it again under fourth uncle's guidance. Indeed, following his earlier practice and fourth uncle's instructions, Sun Cheng's next cast was a significant improvement. The previous cast had looked like a ball, while this one flew out in a straight line, yet the net remained closed, indicating that there were no fish present. There's progress, just keep practicing. Remember to prioritize safety while casting. It can be quite dangerous if you fall overboard, fourth uncle cautioned as the clock struck 11:30. He then took several sardines to prepare for lunch. Observing this, Wang Hai also stepped forward to assist. Although they were busy preparing fish for lunch, Wang Hai would periodically step out of the kitchen to check on the direction of the fish. Normally, if one were to wait like this upon encountering a school of fish, they would have vanished by now. However, this time, the orca was persistently driving the fish school, preventing them from fleeing. Halfway through lunch preparation, Sun Cheng burst into the kitchen exclaiming, "The pod of orcas has left. Should we head out to cast a net?" Upon hearing this, fourth uncle and Wang Hai instinctively halted their tasks. Before leaving, Wang Hai turned off the gas stove to avoid any accidents. Upon reaching the deck, they indeed spotted the orcas, which had ceased hurting the fish and were now swimming eastward, exhaling and taking in air. Without hesitation, Wang Hai made his way to the helm, started the fishing boat, and steered towards the direction of the fish school. With the orcas no longer driving the fish, the school began to scatter, swimming off in various directions. Realizing the fish were dispersing while his boat was just beginning to accelerate, Wang Hai felt a surge of urgency, promptly pushing the throttle to increase speed. As the net passed over the school of fish, both Sun Cheng and fourth uncle, positioned at the side of the boat, peered into the water. Despite many fish having already dispersed, the underwater scene remained teeming with life. Once the net had traversed the fish school, Wang Hai immediately turned the boat around, preparing for another attempt. However, given the boat's size and the additional drag of the net, the turn took longer than anticipated. And by the time they made another pass, there were nearly no fish left on the surface. After concluding their efforts, the boat gradually slowed to a halt. The seabirds circling above, having found no food, began to disperse as well. Fourth uncle proceeded to instruct Sunken and Wang Hai on how to use the winch to retrieve the dragnet. Once the rope was secured to the winch, the net was slowly pulled aboard with each turn of the mechanism. When everything was finally retrieved, they employed a hoist to lift the last net bag onto the boat. The net bag was swollen, with seawater continuously trickling from its mesh onto the deck. Judging by its size, it likely contained around 2,000 pounds of fish. However, Wang Hai and the others did not express overwhelming joy, primarily because they were uncertain of the primary catch within. Previously, the fish caught at the periphery had mostly been sardines, with only one sizable white pomfret among them. Compared to the sardines, this was a rare find. Sardines are not particularly valuable, fetching only around 10 yuan per pound. Thus, even with 2,000 pounds, they would amount to only 30,000 yuan. In contrast, white pomfrets could sell for over 100 yuan per pound. If the net bag contained even half white pomfrets, it would be a substantial profit. Fourth uncle, you should open this net, Wang Hai suggested, looking toward fourth uncle. All right, I'll do it, fourth uncle replied, nodding as he approached the net bag and pulled the rope. In the next moment, the fish within the bag seemed to find their escape route, tumbling onto the deck. Contrary to Wang Hai's expectations, the predominant catch was not sardines or white pomfrets, but rather mullet, commonly known as gray mullet. In this haul, there were primarily three types of fish, with mullet comprising the majority, followed by sardines, while white pomfrets were the least represented. Though there were a few other fish mixed in, they numbered only one or two. Mullet is still a respectable catch. Although it does not match the price of white pomfrets, it can still fetch around 50 yuan per pound. Given the heat, it was imperative to sort the fish promptly and transport them to the cold storage. Otherwise, they risked spoiling. Fourth uncle looked at the writhing mullet on the deck, his smile never wavering. Mullet, the scientific name is Mugelcephalus, belonging to the family Mugilidae. They possess an elongated body, with the front resembling a near cylindrical shape. Tapering at the rear, their snout is broad and short, with large eyes and a wide, flat space between them. The tail fin is forked. The head and dorsal region exhibit a deep, dark hue, while the upper lateral sides are adorned with 7 black longitudinal stripes, each interspersed with silver-white spots. The abdomen is white, and the fins are gray, hence the name derived from the intricate dark patterns adorning its body. Grandfather C could likely estimate the proportions of each species of fish, approximately 50% comprised of catfish, 30% sardines, 10% white pomfret, with the remaining 10% consisting of various other miscellaneous fish. Overall, this catch can be deemed quite favorable. Even decades ago, during times of more abundant resources, it could be considered a modestly successful haul. In the ensuing hours, the 3 individuals commenced sorting the catch. Those in good condition were placed directly into the live fish tank, while those in poor condition were relegated to the cold storage. The over 2,000 pounds of fish were meticulously sorted from noon until well past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, completing the task only due to the relatively homogeneous nature of the catch. Had it been more varied, they might not have finished before nightfall. At this point, they had yet to have their lunch, and seeing Sun Chung exhausted and sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move, with a lollipop stuck in his mouth and lost in thought. Chapter 128, Eel. Wang Hai understood that the sorting had primarily been carried out by himself and Grandfather C, while Sun Chung had been responsible for transporting the sorted fish to the cold storage. The arduous task of ferrying over 2,000 pounds of fish back and forth had indeed been tiring, leaving his clothes drenched in sweat. Grandfather C, however, seemed unfazed. Upon noticing Wang Hai heading to the kitchen to continue preparing the meal, he followed suit to lend a hand. In fact, the lunch preparations had largely been completed prior to the netting, comprising a dish of cold beef salad and another of pan-fried sardines. However, due to the interruption caused by the netting, the sardines had been left partially cooked when the heat was turned off. Now, the stove was reignited to continue cooking. Grandfather C also brought a pot of water to a boil, as there were no rice cookers or such appliances on board, making it impossible to prepare rice. Noodles would suffice as the staple. The cooking progressed swiftly, and within 7 to 8 minutes, the noodles and fried fish were ready. After a satisfying meal, with the time nearing 4 o'clock, Wang Hai seized the opportunity to inspect the nearby underwater area, using his spirit fish, discovering a plethora of intriguing finds. Having been preoccupied with the netting, he had not noticed the abundance of eels beneath the surface, and he could not let this chance slip away. Grabbing a fishing rod, he positioned himself at the edge of the boat to cast his line. Sun Chung, however, was utterly disinterested in fishing, still too fatigued. He returned to the rest area and lay down on the comfortable mattress, which offered a truly delightful respite. Although Grandfather C had been a fisherman in his youth, his experience lay mainly in setting traps and dragging nets rather than fishing with a rod, so he felt somewhat unskilled. Nonetheless, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to take up Sun Cheng's fishing rod, recalling that he had dabbled with hand rods in his younger days, though he had never used a sea rod. Observing Grandfather C's unfamiliarity, Wang Hai kindly assisted him by rigging a bottom fishing setup and demonstrating the technique. Grandfather C, you can either hold the rod in your hands or rest it on the fishing platform of the boat. When the tip of the rod quivers, swiftly lift it to ensure the hook penetrates the fish's mouth, then simply reel it in. All right, Grandfather C nodded, following Wang Hai's instructions. He opened the spool of the spinning reel, opting not to cast, but merely letting the line drop. As the sinker plunged into the water, it quickly descended to the bottom, approximately 20 meters deep, reaching the seafloor in about 10 seconds. Once he sensed the weight of the sinker had disappeared from the rod, Grandfather C closed the spool and patiently awaited a bite. After Grandfather C had cast his line, Wang Hai returned to his own rod to continue fishing. Thanks to the spirit fish, his success rate was remarkably swift. Within a minute of casting, he felt a tug on the line. A snake eel had taken the bait. The snake eel was quite vigorous, swallowing the hook whole, prompting Wang Hai to skip the usual step of setting the hook and quickly reel it in. The fish was not particularly large, weighing just over 2 pounds. Snake eels inhabit muddy waters, similar to eels, often burying themselves in the sediment with only their heads exposed. Consequently, when Wang Hai pulled the fish from its burrow, it required some effort. However, once free from the mud, it became significantly easier to haul out of the water. Grandfather C, noticing Wang Hai's success, curiously leaned over the side of the boat to glimpse the catch. Moments later, a slender fish with a grayish-white body, speckled with black spots, emerged from the water, its startled form coiling around the line in a frantic struggle. It's a black-spotted eel. What a prized catch. They were once quite common, but have become increasingly rare in recent years. Grandfather C remarked upon seeing the fish. Wang Hai, unfamiliar with its name and market value, only knew it as a snake eel, and being aware of the high prices associated with eel species, he was eager to catch more. Do you recognize this fish, Grandfather C? Wang Hai inquired, intrigued by the name and price of the eel. This is called a black-spotted eel. I had the pleasure of tasting it several times in my youth, and it is indeed among the finest of eels. Of course, its price is not modest. Decades ago, it sold for over 300 yuan per pound, and I can only surmise it has not diminished in value since. The black-spotted eel, scientifically known as the black-spotted flower eel, belongs to the family of snake eels and the genus of flower eels. Its body is cylindrical, with a laterally compressed posterior and a tail longer than its head and torso combined. The head is of medium size, with a short and blunt snout, and it is a warm water species characterized by varying sizes of black spots across its body. Hearing Grandfather C extol the virtues of the fish, Wang Hai carefully unhooked the one he had caught and placed it in a nearby bucket, reserving it for a savory braised dish later that evening. Observing this, Grandfather C contemplated mentioning that it was unnecessary, as the fish could fetch a good price, perhaps even 1,000 yuan at current rates. Spending such a sum on a single meal seemed extravagant, yet he ultimately withheld his thoughts. As he pondered, Grandfather C felt a tug on his fishing rod. Snapping back to attention, he fixed his gaze intently on the tip of the rod, not wanting to miss any movement. After waiting a brief 10 seconds, he felt another subtle motion, surmising that a fish was testing the bait. He settled in to wait patiently, and after a moment, when the rod began to quiver, Grandfather C swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook. The rod conveyed a sense of struggle, yet soon fell silent. Assuming he had snagged the bottom, he tugged a couple of times, only to realize, akin to Wang Hai, that he had likely hooked an eel. With deft movements, he gradually pulled the eel from its hiding place, and after approximately 2 minutes, the snake eel was finally drawn to the surface. As Grandfather C deftly cranked the reel, a black-spotted eel emerged from the depths. This particular catch was noticeably smaller than Wang Hai's, weighing around 1 pound. Once the eel was on deck, it squirmed vigorously, and Grandfather C promptly lifted the rod, seizing the eel by its head, while its body coiled tightly around his arm. After unhooking it, Grandfather C swiftly tossed the eel into the live fish tank and rebaited his hook for another cast. Whether it was sheer luck or the so-called beginner's luck, within just half an hour, he had caught nearly 12 pounds of black-spotted eel, alongside a 2-pound ribbon eel. Though Wang Hai had the assistance of the spirit fish, he had only managed to catch around 20 pounds of black-spotted eel, with just a slight advantage in the number of fish caught. Another half hour passed, and both Wang Hai and Grandfather C had each reeled in another 10 pounds, having nearly exhausted the larger snake eels in this area. Only the smaller ones remained, those too diminutive to even take the bait. Chapter 129, A Glimpse and a Bite. After reeling in his line, Wang Hai paused for a few minutes, and seeing that no more fish were biting, Grandfather Sea followed suit and retrieved his rod. As time progressed, Wang Hai skillfully navigated the fishing boat, while simultaneously manipulating the spirit fish, searching for areas abundant with fish. Upon reaching a new location, he diligently fished until the catch was nearly exhausted before relocating, rarely lingering in one spot for an extended period. Grandpa Sea observed Wang Hai's relentless pursuit of fishing spots and finally comprehended why both Wang Hai and Sun Cheng returned from their daily maritime excursions with such bountiful hauls. It seemed as if Wang Hai possessed an uncanny ability to discern whether fish dwelled beneath the waves. Whenever the boat halted, fish would invariably be present below. And once the underwater inhabitants were nearly fished out, he would move on. Soon, the clock struck 8 in the evening, and the fishing boat was aglow with bright lights, attracting numerous plankton to their vicinity. In turn, small fish, drawn to the plankton, gathered, luring larger fish that feasted upon them, thus creating a perfect ecological cycle. However, at this moment, Wang Hai had no time for fishing. He was preoccupied in the kitchen, preparing dinner. Tonight's fare was rather simple, consisting solely of braised eel and leftover beef from lunch, with noodles as the staple. After a hearty meal, the hour approached 9 o'clock. Grandpa Sea, accustomed to an early bedtime, retired to the lounge to rest. The cooking had been the responsibility of Wang Hai, leaving the task of washing dishes to Sun Cheng. Once the dishes were cleaned, Sun Cheng made his way to the deck of the boat. The night had deepened, and the sea breeze had intensified, causing the waves to crash high. Had they been aboard their smaller fishing vessel from earlier, it likely would not have endured such conditions. Noticing Wang Hai leaning against the deck, gazing at the stars, Sun Cheng approached and offered him a cigarette. "Care for a smoke?" he inquired. Wang Hai accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a drag, savoring the moment. "Do you think Grandpa and the others worry about us?" Sun Cheng asked, taking a puff. "Of course they do," Wang Hai sighed. For reasons unknown, the late-night hours often induced a sense of melancholy, particularly on nights devoid of stars. Checking his phone, he found that the lack of signal, due to their distance from shore, rendered him unable to scroll through videos to pass the time. It was still too early to sleep, and despite his desire for rest, slumber eluded him. Feeling restless, he decided to fish for a while to alleviate his weariness. As long as fishing was not perceived as a chore but rather a means to pass the time, it remained enjoyable. However, once fishing became synonymous with work, it transformed into a torment akin to descending into the depths of hell. It was similar to a beloved song. Once it was set as a morning alarm, it morphed into the most despised sound. At that moment, Sun Cheng felt the weight of exhaustion from the day's labor and found no interest in fishing. The mere suggestion of it felt akin to a death sentence. After a long day, how can you still consider fishing? Aren't you tired? Sun Cheng questioned. With nothing else to do and no phone signal, what else can I do but fish to pass the time? Wang Hai replied, moving to the boat's railing. The water danced with small fish darting about, and occasionally, a larger fish would break the surface to catch its smaller counterparts. Larger fish, being cautious by nature, would typically bite and then retreat to deeper waters, regardless of whether they had captured their prey. Wang Hai decided against using a baited rod, and instead retrieved Sun Cheng's lure rod, switching to a metal jig to target larger catches. The spirit fish had reached its limit, and he could no longer see what lay beneath the surface. Every fish caught would rely solely on his own skill. With both spinning and bait casting rods available, he opted for the spinning rod, having previously encountered issues with the baitcaster. Opening the line spool, he executed an overhead cast, sending out nearly 70 to 80% of the 150-meter fishing line. In the darkness, he could not see where the jig landed, but after a few moments, as it sank to the lower depths, he began to jerk the rod vigorously, reeling it in with quick, short pulls. He had previously observed that the nearby waters were primarily sandy, free from rocks and coral, alleviating any concerns about snagging. The underwater lure danced up and down, mimicking the appearance of a wounded fish struggling to escape. Soon, several queenfish followed closely behind, yet they hesitated, none daring to take the first bite. Just as the queenfish were deliberating, a brilliantly colored larger fish darted swiftly past them, seizing the jig in its mouth and immediately attempting to flee. Simultaneously, Wang Hai, standing at the railing and reeling in, felt a tremendous tug on the rod. Instinctively, he jerked the rod upward to set the hook. In the next moment, the rod bent dramatically, and the reel emitted the metallic sound of line being pulled out rapidly. "Wow," Wang Hai muttered, initially believing the fish to be small and not paying much attention. To his surprise, he stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance and tumbling into the sea. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly stepped back. Fishing was one thing, but risking his life was another. After all, Falling into the ocean at night was no trivial matter, even for someone who could swim. With the waves crashing around them, a fall could very well spell disaster. Sun Cheng, who had been leaning against the boat railing smoking, noticed Wang Hai had hooked a fish. He quickly turned to see the rod bent in a bow shape, the reel still exerting pressure, confirming that this was no ordinary catch. Once steady, the reel continued to release line. Observing the current situation, Wang Hai sensed that it would not be long before the reel was stripped bare. Reflexively, he tightened the drag slightly. Although the line was still being pulled out, it was clear that the speed had diminished. The fish was merely exerting force now, allowing only small amounts of line to escape. Realizing this, Wang Hai wasted no time. He anchored himself firmly and began to tire the fish. When the fish exerted force, he paused reeling. When it relented, it was his turn to reel in. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued between the two, lasting half an hour. The fish gradually lost its strength, eventually drawn closer to the boat, about 10 meters away. The boat's lights illuminated the water, allowing him to see clearly, yet the fish continued to thrash beneath the surface, making it impossible to discern what species it was. Sun Cheng had retrieved the landing net, leaning over the side to glimpse the line's direction, ready to scoop it up as soon as it broke the surface. After several more minutes, the large fish seemed to have exhausted itself, slowly being pulled towards the boat. Just as Wang Hai prepared to haul it out of the water, the fish, seemingly on purpose, surged with newfound energy and dove towards the boat's underside. Damn it, Wang Hai cursed inwardly, astonished at the fish's cunning. Although he was mentally scolding it, his hands remained steady. The fish was nearly spent, engaging in one last desperate attempt. Wang Hai's rod was equipped with a number 7 PE line. As long as the hook was secure, there was little chance of escape. With this thought, he locked the drag and forcefully reeled in, yanking the fish from its hiding spot beneath the boat. In the next instant, a massive dark wave erupted on the surface, and under the glow of the lights, a vividly colored large fish broke through the water. "Oh wow, it's a knife fish," Sun Cheng exclaimed, estimating its weight to be around 70 or 80 pounds. Upon recognizing the species, Wang Hai felt a moment of disappointment. While the knife fish was indeed visually striking, its flesh left much to be desired in terms of quality, leading to a lower market price. Frozen varieties could be worth only a few dollars per pound, while live specimens fetched a slightly higher price of around 10 to 20. However, many sea fishing enthusiasts enjoyed targeting this species, and if the goal was profit, that was a different matter entirely. Ultimately, the knife fish was prized more for its speed and strength, providing a thrilling experience rather than a lucrative catch. As the knife fish submerged, it seemed to regain its strength, launching itself from the water in a spectacular display, its vibrant colors glimmering in the night's illumination. A sight that would have been truly breathtaking in daylight. After the recent fishing expedition, the mola mola had truly exhausted its final strength, easily slipping into the hands of Wang Hai, where it lay motionless on the shore. The mola mola was nearly drained of vitality, and once out of the water, it struggled to survive. Thus, Sun Cheng opted not to use a net, instead employing a fish hook to pierce the lower jaw of the creature. As the hook penetrated the flesh, the mola mola writhed in pain, but only managed a few feeble tail flicks before succumbing to stillness. Sun Cheng exerted his strength, hoisting the fish above the water's surface and dragging it onto the deck, where vibrant crimson blood continued to flow from the hook, cascading across the fishing boat's planks. The mola mola, also known as the opa, bears the scientific name of mola mola. It belongs to the phylum Chordata, class Actinopterygiae, order Perciformes, family Mollidae, and genus Mola. The opa features an elongated, laterally compressed body that tapers towards the rear, with nearly straight dorsal and ventral edges. Its fins are a dark gray hue, and its short tail stem supports a deeply forked, gray tail fin. The opa is classified as a warm-temperate pelagic fish, often schooling together as they migrate to the open sea. They occasionally appear in coastal waters, favoring areas beneath floating debris or seaweed, and are swift swimmers. As carnivores, they primarily prey on mid-water species such as sardines and flying fish. In Hawaii, they are considered a prized catch, referred to as mahi-mahi, which means strong, earning them the alternative name of strong fish. Observing the mola mola that had nearly gone cold, Wang Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Ah Cheng, bring me a knife, we need to process the fish." The flesh of the mola mola is inherently coarse, and now that it was dead, failing to bleed it properly would diminish its texture and significantly lower its market value. Sun Cheng turned towards the kitchen and returned shortly with a dagger in hand. After receiving the dagger from Sun Cheng, Wang Hai set to work, removing the fish's gills and entrails before placing it in the boat's cold storage to bleed out. Due to the sweltering weather, Wang Hai was clad only in a t-shirt and shorts. Upon entering the cold storage, he was met with a chilling blast that sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to hastily arrange the fish before exiting. Meanwhile, Sun Chung disposed of the entrails into the sea, filling a bucket with seawater to rinse the bloodstains from the deck. Noticing that the cleanup was nearly complete, Wang Hai refrained from assisting, opting instead to pick up his fishing rod and continue fishing. Hey, you should check the leader line. The mola mola has sharp teeth. And we don't want it to cut the line when we hook another one, Sun Chung advised. Got it, Wang Hai acknowledged, inspecting the fishing line under the light, confirming it was in good condition before casting it overboard. This time, Wang Hai's cast was not as far as before, only about 30 meters. It wasn't due to fatigue from reeling in the previous fish, but rather a strategic decision, as mola molas often appear in schools. By casting closer, he aimed to avoid them. If he cast out 80 to 90 meters, the presence of mola molas would likely preclude the possibility of catching other species. This was not mere superstition. The fact is that the mola mola is the fastest swimming fish in the ocean, often snatching up bait before other fish can even take a bite, thereby ensuring no other species could be caught. The price of mola molas is relatively low. The one Wang Hai had just caught, despite its impressive size and weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, fetched only 2 to 300 yuan. After spending an hour reeling it in and processing it, the effort seemed hardly worthwhile, which naturally dissuaded Wang Hai from targeting them further. Yet, as is often the case with Murphy's Law, the very things one wishes to avoid tend to occur with greater frequency. As soon as Wang Hai's bait hit the water, it did not even sink before he felt a tug, the fishing rod shaking violently. The force of this fish was significantly less than the previous one, and after a few minutes of struggle, he successfully reeled in yet another mola mola, this one weighing around 10 pounds. Sun Chung assisted in netting the fish and removing the hook, muttering, "Another mola mola?" Gazing at the thrashing mola mola on the deck, Wang Hai lost interest in bleeding it. Initially intending to place it in the live fish tank, he reconsidered upon recalling its other name, glutton, and decided against it. The live fish tank already housed several white pomfret, any one of which was worth more than this mola mola. It wouldn't be worth the risk of losing one to a ravenous fish. Instead, he tossed it directly into the cold storage, resigning himself to sell it at a lower price. With the boat finally tidied up, he had no desire to create another mess of blood. In the following period, Wang Hai cast several more lines, nearly all resulting in bites, yet they were all mola molas. After an hour of this, he decided to abandon fishing altogether. If the fish beneath the surface had been groupers or pomfrets, he wouldn't have minded the effort, but since they were all inexpensive catches, it seemed pointless. He briefly entertained the idea of using the boat to drag a net through the school of mola molas, but ultimately dismissed it. With his grandfather resting, Wang Hai did not wish to disturb him. Moreover, considering that mola molas are the fastest swimming fish in the sea, he doubted a net would be effective. Even if it were, they would likely only catch the slow or sickly specimens, making the effort unnecessary. He made his way to the bow of the deck and lay down, unaware that the clouds had dispersed, revealing a vast expanse of stars above. Wang Hai easily recognized the Big Dipper, having learned about it from school textbooks as a lad. He remembered it resembling a ladle, often sitting outside on the roadside in his slippers at night, gazing up at the sky in search of it. A gentle breeze began to stir across the sea, offering a refreshing chill. The moonlight illuminated the surface of the water, casting a silvery glow that danced with the waves. Sun Chung entered the cabin, switching off the fishing lights while leaving on the navigational lights to prevent other fishing boats from colliding with them in the dark. He then joined Wang Hai at the bow, patting his backside as he sat down beside him, pulling out a cigarette to light for himself and offering one to Wang Hai. In moments, the dim red glow of their cigarettes flickered in the night, casting shadows on their faces. If only we had a bottle of beer, Sun Chung sighed, stretching lazily. Upon hearing Sun Chung express a desire for beer, Wang Hai recalled that he had purchased a case of beer a few days prior while stocking up on supplies for the fishing boat. Remembering it was stored in the kitchen cabinet, he stood up and went to retrieve 4 bottles. A light buzz was sufficient. There was no need to drink excessively. Having secured the beer, he felt it necessary to prepare some snacks. Although there were no peanuts on the boat, there was still plenty of beef from the ceremonial sacrifice for the new boat. Wang Hai sliced some to prepare a cold dish and returned to the bow, offering the beers to Sun Chung. "Where did this beer come from?" Sun Chung exclaimed in surprise, having thought Wang Hai had gone to the restroom. "I bought a case a few days ago and stored it in the kitchen cabinet. If you hadn't mentioned wanting a drink, I would have forgotten it myself." Wang Hai replied, sitting back down. Lacking a bottle opener, he simply bit off the cap with his teeth and took a swig, just like driving a car. Drinking and operating the boat were not permitted. However, the rule stated that one could not work within 4 hours of consuming alcohol. Given that they would sleep the night away, it posed no issue. After downing 2 bottles of beer, Wang Hai felt pleasantly tipsy, his head buzzing lightly. "Ah Chung, you should take a rest. I'll keep watch here," he suggested, noticing Sun Chung struggling to keep his eyes open, clearly fatigued. "All right, I'll take over in the early morning. Just wake me up then," Sun Chung replied, yawning as he returned to the sleeping quarters. After lying down, he set an alarm for 2 o'clock, knowing that although he had asked Wang Hai to wake him, it was likely that Wang Hai would shoulder the responsibility until dawn. Better to set an alarm for himself, just in case. On the other side, Wang Hai leaned against the deck at the helm, reminiscing about his experiences over the years. Unbeknownst to him, the night had deepened, and gradually, fatigue began to overtake him. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, Wang Hai shook his head and stood up, determined to resist the pull of sleep. Despite the inky darkness enveloping the sea, the weather was notoriously fickle. One moment, the starry sky dazzled above, caressed by a gentle breeze, and the next, a tempest could arise, with ominous clouds rolling in. Occasionally, fishing boats would pass by, necessitating communication to avoid collisions, thus requiring someone to keep watch through the night. Boredom weighed heavily on Wang Hai's mind. He resolved that upon returning, he would equip the vessel with satellite signals to alleviate the monotony of night watch and maintain contact with family. Overwhelmed by ennui, he retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the kitchen and ascended to the deck for a much-needed invigorating moment. Time, when one is idle, drags interminably. After a long, drawn-out wait, the clock finally struck 2 in the morning. The winds and waves had intensified, but the fishing boat handled the swells with aplomb, merely swaying slightly. At that moment, Sun Chung emerged from the lounge, wrapped in a jacket and yawning. "Wang Hai, you should get some rest. I'll take over," he offered. Wang Hai, utterly fatigued, nodded in agreement and returned to the lounge. Within a minute of lying down, he succumbed to a deep slumber. When Wang Hai next awoke, it was already 9:30 the following morning. Before he even stepped out of the lounge, he could feel the fishing boat in motion. Taking a moment to gather himself, he pushed open the door to the lounge and immediately spotted Sun Chung standing at the stern, surveying the surroundings. Glancing back, he noticed the trawl net trailing behind the boat, billowing on the surface of the sea. He approached Sun Chung and inquired, "Ah Chung, how long has this net been out?" Sun Chung, focused on observing the trawl net, turned to respond, "We started dragging it at 7:30. So it's been nearly 2 hours. Grandpa C said we should haul it in at 10, so it won't be long now. By the way, breakfast is ready in the kitchen. You should go eat something." "All right." Wang Hai nodded and proceeded to the kitchen. Lifting the lid of the pot, he found several steamed buns and a bowl of pickled vegetables beside them. Indeed, the meals on the boat paled in comparison to those at home. He mused as he picked up a bun, tore it open, and added a bit of pickled vegetable before taking a bite. Surprisingly, the taste was quite delightful, reminiscent of simpler times. Carrying the bun to the helm, he found Grandpa C engaged in communication with another fishing boat over the radio, coordinating their paths to prevent collisions. 462, "I'm on a straight course. Reduce your speed now while I accelerate past you," he instructed. Just then, he noticed the door to the helm swing open and turned to see Wang Hai had risen. He smiled and asked, "So, how did you find your first night aboard?" "It was quite good, actually. I slept very soundly," Wang Hai replied with a grin. "It's mostly thanks to the comfortable beds you two bought. I remember my first time at sea. I had to sleep on a blanket in the lounge with several others crammed together. The first night was so uncomfortable that I couldn't sleep at all, and by morning, I was yawning incessantly. I even had an accident while working, nearly getting pulled overboard by the trawl net, which earned me a scolding from the boat owner," Grandpa C reminisced. Wang Hai took a seat in the co-pilot's position, munching on his bun while listening to Grandpa C recount tales from his youth. Time flew, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Grandpa C began to slow the boat's speed until it came to a halt and dropped anchor. Once all the preparations were complete, they all gathered on the back deck to begin hauling in the trawl net with the winch. Eventually, they used a crane to lift the heavy net bag, which was clearly a struggle, but they managed it without incident. Gazing at the enormous net bag before them, the crew could not help but swallow hard. It was not that they had never seen such a sight, but the sheer size of the net bag was astonishing. It was easily more than twice the size of what they had caught the previous day. The crane, equipped with a digital display, indicated that the combined weight of the net and its contents exceeded 6,000 pounds. As they looked at the massive net bag, curiosity piqued their interest regarding the types of fish within. Regardless of the species, the sheer volume suggested they would not suffer losses. "This net must contain some decent fish. I'll open it," Sun Chung declared, feeling fortunate today. Wang Hai and Grandpa C nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, Ah Chung." With a hint of hesitation but driven by excitement, Sun Chung tugged at the rope securing the net bag. In an instant, a multitude of contents spilled forth onto the deck, and the weight of the crane suddenly crashed onto the deck, causing the fishing boat to sway slightly. Upon witnessing the contents of the net bag, both Wang Hai and Sun Chung inwardly cursed, while Grandpa C voiced his frustration aloud. "What on earth? It's nothing but jellyfish." Indeed, the net was filled predominantly with jellyfish, alongside a few small fish that were engulfed in the mass of jellyfish. Infuriated, Sun Chung kicked the nearest jellyfish in frustration. It was understandable for him to be upset, as jellyfish were notoriously difficult to preserve. Over 90% of their body mass was water, causing them to rapidly melt once aboard, resulting in a watery mess with no place to store them. Unless they were on a specialized jellyfish catching vessel, there was nowhere to keep them. Storing them in a cold storage facility was out of the question, even before freezing. They would release water, turning the entire facility into a slippery hazard, and if frozen, it would affect the refrigeration efficiency, making it treacherous for anyone entering. As for the live fish tank, that was an even more implausible option, as the jellyfish they caught were large, often weighing over 20 pounds each, and their tentacles were venomous, posing a threat to the fish if placed together. What do we do now, Grandpa C? Sun Qing asked, looking to him for guidance. Wang Hai mirrored his concern, gazing expectantly at Grandpa C. There's no choice. If we were closer to shore, we could sell them directly at the dock. But we're still over 100 kilometers from land, and there's no need to head back. We'll have to toss the jellyfish back into the sea. But first, we need to remove their skins. These are valuable. Dried jellyfish skins can fetch over 1,000 per pound, Grandpa C explained. Jellyfish skins are that valuable? Sun Chung exclaimed in surprise. He recalled that Grandpa C often returned from sea with some to share with their families when he was younger, but he and T realized their worth. Yes, jellyfish skins are rare, and it's uncertain how much we can collect from each. That's why they're so expensive. Grandpa C clarified. The jellyfish skins he referred to were also known in some places as jellyfish blood or jellyfish membranes, a layer of red, membranous substance on the underside of the jellyfish, which could sell for over 1,000 per pound once dried. Hearing about the high value of jellyfish skins, Sun Chung squatted down and flipped a jellyfish over, preparing to attempt to extract the jellyfish skin. Grandpa C cautioned him, "Ah Chung, don't use your hands." Before he could finish his warning that jellyfish tentacles were venomous, Sun Chung yelped in pain. "I hadn't even finished. I told you the tentacles are poisonous." Grandpa C shook his head, observing Sun Chung grimacing in pain. He continued, "Go relieve yourself and rinse the stung area with urine. It should alleviate the pain shortly." At first, Sun Chung instinctively doubted that advice, but the pain in his hand left him no choice. He decided to give Grandpa C's suggestion a try. Surprisingly, the remedy proved effective. The pain subsided significantly after he rinsed the area. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and Grandpa C each grabbed a wooden stick to flip the jellyfish aside and began extracting the fish from within. It is uncertain whether the prolonged trawling or the stinging of jellyfish has caused the predicament, but the catch of fish is rather disheartening. Few are lively, the majority either gasping for breath or already deceased. After about half an hour of sorting, Wang Hai estimates that he has gathered over 200 pounds of fish, a decent haul, albeit negligible compared to the weight of the jellyfish aboard the fishing vessel. The catch is quite varied, comprising more than a dozen species, none of which hold significant monetary value. Opting for expediency, Wang Hai refrains from sorting them further, instead selecting the more valuable specimens and discarding the remainder into a basket to be packaged and sold upon their return. Once the fish are stored, each person takes a knife and squats on the deck to begin processing the jellyfish, primarily scraping off the stinging membranes, while the bodies are discarded back into the sea to feed the fish. Fortunately, Wang Hai had brought several pairs of gloves for his planned encounter with larger catches. Unexpectedly, they now serve a different purpose in handling the jellyfish. After half an hour of crouching, Sun Chung can no longer endure the strain of the position. Disregarding the jellyfish residue on the deck as he shifts and sits down, resuming his work with his head bowed. He first removes the jellyfish tentacles with his knife, tossing them into the sea, before scraping off the desired jellyfish membranes and placing them into a prepared basket, discarding the heads into the water as well. With approximately 5,000 pounds of jellyfish to process, the trio toils from 10 in the morning until the sun reaches its zenith, approaching noon without even halfway completing the task. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel, a meal skipped leads to hunger. Although the work remains unfinished, lunch must be attended to. Fourth Grandpa and Sun Chung continue with their processing, while Wang Hai heads to the kitchen to prepare their meal. Among the least valuable of sea goods, Wang Hai selects a jellyfish head for a cold dish and pan-fries a ribbon fish, with noodles remaining as the staple. He muses that upon their return, it would be wise to acquire a rice cooker. Eating noodles every day is not a sustainable option. Leaning out from the kitchen, he calls out to the distance, "Fourth Grandpa, a Chung, stop for now, it's time to eat." Upon hearing the call for lunch, Sun Chung, exhausted after several hours of work, springs back to life, rushing to the kitchen. Normally, he detests noodles, but today he surprisingly serves himself a generous bowl. "Fourth Grandpa, the Hai, would you care for a drink?" Sun Chung inquires. Fourth Grandpa waves his hand dismissively. "You drink your own, I'll pass. Then hand me a bottle." Wang Hai requests. Sun Chung retrieves 2 bottles of beer from the cupboard, handing one to Wang Hai while opening the other for himself. After several hours of labor, He feels both fatigued and thirsty, downing the beer in one go. Once finished, he can only lament that it is not chilled, quite the letdown. He resolves to buy a refrigerator for the boat upon returning, envisioning the luxury of cold beverages. Wang Hai, too, contemplates the acquisition of a refrigerator, but his thoughts lean more towards storing vegetables. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the trio returns to the deck to continue processing the remaining jellyfish. As time progresses, the sun becomes obscured by clouds, and by the time they finish processing the entire catch of jellyfish, evening descends. At this hour, the setting sun bathes the horizon in hues of orange and yellow, and Wang Hai gazes at a cloud resembling a puppy, finding comfort in its stout form, which evokes a sense of security. The sea breeze stirs the previously calm waters into gentle ripples, but suddenly, a flock of seabirds interrupts Wang Hai's tranquil reverie. A large group of frigate birds sweeps past the fishing vessel. Had they merely flown overhead, it would have been inconsequential. However, Wang Hai suddenly recalls that there remain 100 or 200 pounds of nearly dried jellyfish on the deck, set aside for their own consumption. These frigate birds, akin to eagles spotting rabbits, swoop down upon the deck with alarming speed, their landing producing a thudding sound. Wang Hai instinctively feels compelled to rescue the jellyfish from the deck, yet a primal warning cautions against it. The frigate birds, fierce and formidable, boast wingspans of nearly 2 meters. There are at least 400 or 500 in the sky. Attempting to reclaim the jellyfish could lead to injury or, worse, being overwhelmed by bird droppings. At that moment, fourth grandpa, Sun Cheng, and Wang Hai stand before the glass of the wheelhouse, helplessly witnessing these marauders deplete their jellyfish stock. After a mere 10 minutes, as the frigate birds finish their feast and take flight, the three men stand in stunned silence, surveying the chaos left on the deck. Frigate birds, gently, I come, flapping my wings, leaving only a deck full of droppings. Wang Hai is consumed by frustration. Not only have these birds absconded with their jellyfish, but they have also left a veritable mess of excrement behind. What do they think this is, money? He fumes. No wonder they are called pirate birds. What else could they be? Gritting his teeth, Wang Hai silently retrieves a broom to begin cleaning up. Undeniably, the droppings of frigate birds carry a foul stench, yet he possesses the ability to hold his breath for extended periods. After finishing the cleanup, Sun Cheng fetches seawater to wash down the deck. Once all is complete, darkness envelopes the surroundings, and fourth grandpa heads to turn on the vessel's lights before retreating to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The meal preparation is straightforward. The fishing vessel is devoid of substantial provisions, so Wang Hai boils a pot of noodles, tossing in a handful of hollow vegetable greens that have wilted from 2 days of storage, though this does not deter their consumption, as they are promptly added to the noodle pot. Earlier in the day, they had caught over 2 pounds of shrimp, now frozen in the cold storage. Wang Hai decides against complicating matters. After cleaning the shrimp, he simply tosses them into the noodle pot, creating a seafood noodle dish. Admittedly, this simplified meal lacks flavor. Primarily due to the absence of seasonings on the fishing vessel, the noodles are merely boiled with salt, rendering them somewhat bland, despite the unremarkable taste. For Wang Hai and his companions, who have labored throughout the afternoon, this is of little consequence. The priority is merely to fill their stomachs. Dinner is prepared relatively early, and by the time they finish eating, it is only 8:30. Feeling revitalized, the group considers dragging another net, although nighttime is not ideal for such endeavors. Instead, Wang Hai takes his fishing rod to the bow of the boat, preparing to fish. Unexpectedly, as he approaches the side of the boat without even casting his line, he notices numerous pencil squids floating on the surface. So many little squids, Wang Hai muses, suspecting they have been attracted by the vessel's lights. He dismisses the need for further contemplation, believing that as long as there are fish, it suffices. Wang Hai does not rush to cast his line. Instead, he maneuvers the spirit fish to explore the surrounding waters. To his astonishment, the underwater realm teems with squids, far more than he initially anticipated, an expanse so dense it exceeds the surface count by hundreds. As he reaches the maximum range of the spirit fish, squids continue to abound. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, Wang Hai hastily returns to the kitchen, calling out, "Fourth grandpa, there are plenty of squids near the fishing vessel. Shall we drag a net?" At that moment, fourth grandpa, having just finished washing a bowl and preparing to fish himself, encounters Wang Hai's eager entrance. Upon hearing the suggestion to drag a net, fourth grandpa hesitates. Xiao Hai, dragging a net at night is inconvenient. The squids around the vessel are likely attracted by the lights. This is a common occurrence. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Let us drag a net and see what we can catch. It won't take long, just a few laps around the vicinity, about half an hour should suffice. Wang Hai said with a serious nod. All right, as you suggest, go call a Cheng while I turn on all the lights on the boat, Grandpa C replied. Heading towards the boat's control room, he illuminated every available light, and in an instant, the fishing vessel resembled a giant bulb, casting a glow across the surrounding sea. Once outside the control room, Grandpa C peered over the ship's railing into the water. Earlier, when the lights were off, visibility had been poor. But now the surface gleamed brightly, revealing a mass of squid beneath. Initially, he had thought there were only a few scattered squids around the boat. But he was astonished to discover such a multitude. Could it be that there is indeed a school of squid beneath? Grandpa C murmured softly. Whether or not there was a school of squid would soon be revealed by dragging a net. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and made his way to the stern of the deck, directing 2 younger crew members to begin lowering the net while the fishing boat maintained a steady, slow pace. After 2 rounds of netting, Sun Chung had become proficient in the operation, first tossing the net's bag into the water. As the boat moved forward, the resistance of the sea would gradually pull the remaining net underwater. Naturally, it was crucial to keep a safe distance from the net during this process, as a careless misstep could result in someone being dragged in. After the net was cast, Wang Hai took over the controls of the fishing vessel, while Ling Yu submerged ahead to scout the movements of the squid. Chapter 132, The Squid School. However, to his surprise, the squid school remained in the area, showing no signs of leaving. At this moment, Wang Hai maneuvered the boat calmly at the surface, while underwater. It was as if a cauldron of boiling water was bustling with activity. This school of squid was, without a doubt, at the bottom of the food chain in this aquatic ecosystem, constantly being hunted by sharks and other large fish. After the fishing boat had traveled approximately a kilometer in a straight line, the school of squid vanished. Observing this, Wang Hai began to slowly turn the boat around to continue dragging the net. Just a few hundred meters into the new course, a swift school of large fish darted by beneath the surface. Wang Hai could see clearly through Ling Yu's perspective. They were all tuna, at least 40 in number. What a pity, Wang Hai lamented with a sigh. The tuna swam too swiftly for the dragnet to catch them, and stopping the boat to fish was out of the question. The water was teeming with squid, estimated to weigh in the hundreds of thousands of pounds. How could the tuna possibly be tempted by their hooks? As time passed, Wang Hai continued to drag the net back and forth in the area. After half an hour, the fishing boat began to struggle more than before, prompting him to finally halt the vessel and start retrieving the net. To Wang Hai's astonishment, large fish such as knifefish, sharks, and dolphins relentlessly attacked the squid school beneath, yet the squid seemed oblivious, continuing to linger in the vicinity. As the winch turned continuously, the dragnet was gradually pulled onto the fishing boat. When the net bag reached the deck, the crew could hardly contain their excitement. The bag was completely filled, with squid spilling back into the sea through the net's openings. How can there be so many? Grandpa C, having been at sea for decades, had never encountered a situation where the dragnet overflowed with fish, especially after just half an hour of fishing. By the heavens, it's a bumper catch, Sun Chung exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Wang Hai remained calm. He had already seen the bounty through Ling Yu's perspective. After a moment of surprise, Grandpa C quickly regained his focus, realizing that retrieving the net was of utmost importance, as the fish on board would belong to them. As the crane lifted, the weight of the catch caused the fishing boat to tilt, but it was still manageable. Soon, the net bag was hoisted onto the deck at the stern of the boat. Wang Hai glanced at the weight display and noted that this haul weighed over 9,000 pounds, nearly 10,000. How much did this net yield? Sun Ching inquired, while Grandpa C turned to Wang Hai, eager to know the weight. 9,700 pounds, Wang Hai replied with a smile. 9,700 pounds, rounding up, that's 8,000 pounds. This means we've caught a full 10,000 pounds in this net. And this is just from half an hour of fishing. Even if the net bag is filled solely with squid, it's worth quite a sum. Currently, the price of squid is around 25 yuan per pound, meaning this haul could net us 25,000 yuan, a tidy profit for just half an hour, rivaling the earnings from cases in the penal code. Upon hearing the figure of 10,000 pounds, the crew was momentarily stunned. Yet Wang Hai was the first to regain his composure. Since the squid school had not departed, he was eager to get this haul on board before dragging another net. Chung, step back a bit. I'll open the net, Sun Chung said, standing beside the net bag. Wang Hai reminded him to move away to avoid being overwhelmed when the bag opened. Once Sun Chung had stepped back, Wang Hai approached the net bag without hesitation, grasping the rope and pulling it open before retreating a few steps. In the next moment, the bag's opening expanded, and the fish inside, succumbing to gravity, tumbled onto the deck, causing the boat to sway slightly. As they beheld the deck covered with fish, Wang Hai and the others experienced a mix of pain and joy. The pain stemmed from the daunting task of processing so many catches, while the joy arose from the substantial value of the haul. Wang Hai had initially considered dragging another net, but given the current situation, it was unnecessary. Just this shipload of fish would take them all night to sort through. The fish caught in the dragnet would likely struggle to survive, and if they dragged another net, by the time they finished sorting the current haul, it would be morning, and the fish would likely spoil. Lost in thought, he noticed movement at one corner of the squid pile. Instinctively, Wang Hai looked up to see something pushing its way through the pile of squid, attempting to emerge from beneath. Sun Cheng and Grandpa Si noticed as well, and after waiting for several seconds without further movement, Sun Cheng approached, ready to investigate what lay beneath. Seeing this, Grandpa Si quickly shouted, "Cheng, be careful not to touch whatever is in the fish pile." As he spoke, Grandpa Si handed Sun Cheng a wooden stick, advising caution, as many fishermen had been injured while probing their catches with their hands. Understood, Grandpa Si. Sun Cheng nodded, taking the advice to heart. He turned and cautiously poked at the area where he had seen movement among the squids. In the next moment, a turtle's head emerged, peeking out. It's a sea turtle, looks to weigh around 80 to 90 pounds. Sun Cheng remarked as he cleared the squids surrounding the turtle and dragged it to a clear spot. Seeing the sea turtle, both Wang Hai and Grandpa Si sighed in relief. The turtle flailed its short limbs on the deck, desperate to return to the ocean, with the deck laden with fish. The crew knew they could not waste time. Wang Hai quickly removed the barnacles from the turtle's shell, lifting the creature to the edge of the boat. "Dear turtle, I brought you up with the net, and I've cleared the barnacles from your back. Let us consider it even. Please bless our fishing boat with safety. By the way, next time, be more cautious and avoid getting caught by other fishing boats. You may not be so fortunate then." Wang Hai's words were not mere idle warnings. Although sea turtles are protected species, in the vast ocean, there are no laws to govern their safety. While no one would dare to openly buy or sell them for consumption, illicit dealings could certainly occur. Upon uttering these words, the sea turtle, whether comprehending the sentiment or merely sensing the eagerness of the sea, began to nod vigorously and thrash its limbs. Observing this, Wang Hai promptly pushed the turtle into the water. With a resounding splash, the surface of the sea beside the boat erupted into a flurry of droplets, a few of which even splattered onto Wang Hai's lips, leaving a distinctly salty taste when he licked them. Chapter 134, a large glass orb, peering down at the water. He noticed the absence of the turtle, leading him to believe it had swum far away. He prepared to sort through the day's catch when, at that moment, the turtle resurfaced, carrying a round object in its mouth, its surface encrusted with green algae, rendering it unidentifiable. The turtle approached the edge of the boat. Nodding its head repeatedly, Wang Hai, interpreting the gesture, pointed to himself, inquiring if the turtle intended to offer him the object. The turtle, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, nodded once more. Wang Hai, eager to seize the offering, realized that the height of the boat's edge above the water made it impossible to do so without assistance. Thus, he stated, "Please wait a moment while I fetch a tool." Without regard for whether the turtle understood him, he turned and rushed toward the bow of the boat to retrieve the landing net. Upon his return to the boat's edge, he found the turtle still thrashing about. As Wang Hai extended the net, the turtle dropped the object into it, shook its head as if bidding farewell, and then gracefully submerged into the depths. Once the turtle departed, Wang Hai retrieved the net and examined the object presented by the turtle. Having been submerged for an extended period, the object was slick with a viscous coating. After using a paper towel to clean off the slimy exterior, he held it up under the light to scrutinize it. It resembled a glass orb, albeit larger, approximately the size of a goose egg, with a milky white, somewhat opaque surface. The more Wang Hai scrutinized the item, the more he became convinced it was indeed a large glass sphere. He even squatted down on the deck, playfully tossing the orb, which rolled away into a dimly lit corner. Could it emit light? Wang Hai was taken aback by the glowing orb nestled in the shadows. Within the confines of his understanding, the only object akin to a luminous glass sphere was the legendary pearl of light. Picking up the orb, he weighed it in his hands. It was surprisingly heavy. Could it truly be the pearl of light? However, at that moment, Wang Hai had no time to ponder the true nature of the object, as a boat full of fish awaited his attention. He placed the orb into the drawer of the lounge and donned his gloves, joining Sun Cheng and Grandpa Si to sort through the catch. Initially, the task was not exhausting, but as the hours dragged on into the early morning, fatigue overwhelmed them. The moment they closed their eyes, slumber would claim them within a minute. "Grandpa Si, it's quite late now. Sun Cheng and I can handle this. Please take a moment to rest," Wang Hai urged. Noticing Grandpa Si's persistent blinking, a clear sign of his struggle against sleep, Grandpa Si waved his hand dismissively, indicating his willingness to continue. "No worries. We've only processed half of this catch. The more hands, the quicker the job. If we wait until dawn, the rising sun will spoil the fish." After several more hours of labor, having classified the majority of the catch by 5 in the morning, the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. A cool breeze swept through, and the trio sighed in unison, particularly Wang Hai, who inwardly mused, "Thank goodness I didn't suggest dragging a second net last night." At this pace, we would still be working into tomorrow morning. Grandpa Si, Ah Chung, let us take a brief rest. The sun will rise soon, and we can skip sorting the remaining fish. We should simply store everything in the cold storage, rest for a few hours, and then head back to port. That should suffice. We can hire a couple of workers to sort through it later, he proposed. With that, the three men settled on the clean ground. Wang Hai offering cigarettes to both, lighting one for himself as well. Originally, their plan was to spend 3 days at sea, returning the following evening. However, having already caught a substantial amount, the remaining 3,000 pounds of squid and assorted fish were now in the cold storage. They could not afford to let them sit for too long, as they would spoil. Sorting through the catch on the boat would take more than half a day. After a brief rest, finishing the sorting would stretch until midday tomorrow. It was far more practical to return home early. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Grandpa Si nodded in agreement, visibly exhausted from the relentless work over the past day and night. After finishing their cigarettes, Grandpa Si stood up, preparing to continue working, but was halted by Sun Chung and Wang Hai. Given his age and the exhaustion from not sleeping, Wang Hai and Sun Chung insisted he take a break, gently guiding him to the lounge. Grandpa Si, please rest. We will manage the rest, Wang Hai assured as he closed the door to the lounge. As he stepped onto the deck, Wang Hai surveyed the boat filled with fish, feeling overwhelmed. Indeed, with fewer hands aboard such a large fishing vessel, the workload was nearly unmanageable. With the nets dragged aboard, there was scarcely time to rest. If they did not hurry to sort the fish, they would spoil, and the stench would necessitate discarding the catch overboard. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hai grasped a large shovel, lifting the fish into a transfer basket while Sun Chung maneuvered a cart to transport the catch to the cold storage. The two labored until nearly 9 in the morning, finally completing the task. Exhausted, Sun Chung collapsed onto the ground, too fatigued to move. Wang Hai assisted him to the lounge, removing his own clothes to avoid soiling the sheets. He then returned to the deck. Although he had been quite sleepy around 5 in the morning, the urge to sleep had diminished as time passed. Nonetheless, after working for over 20 hours, he was still drained. His muscles ached, particularly when lifting his arms. While all the fish had been stored in the hold, the deck was now slick with slime, an unpleasant sight. Had Wang Hai not been accustomed to the sea, the odor might have made him retch. However, he knew that if they did not clean it before noon, the heat would intensify the stench. After pouring several buckets of seawater over the deck, he swept it before rinsing again. The fishing boat required someone on watch, so Wang Hai stifled a yawn and made his way to the wheelhouse. Finding it unbearably dull, he decided to start the engine and head back. Once the boat was underway, Wang Hai glanced at the map and turned toward the city. Given the estimated weight of his catch, approximately 17 to 18,000 pounds, selling it at Dolphin Bay was not feasible, as there were no buyers capable of handling such a quantity. The boat was about 150 nautical miles from the city. Chapter 135, Returning to Port, Selling Fish. Their fishing vessel boasted substantial power, capable of reaching speeds exceeding 60 nautical miles per hour. Under ideal conditions, they could arrive in approximately 3 hours. However, as at sea, various unforeseen circumstances could arise, preventing them from maintaining full speed, especially as they approached an area roughly 80 nautical miles from the coastline, where many fishing boats were present. They would need to slow down and communicate their course to avoid collisions. After navigating cautiously, they finally reached a point just a few kilometers from the port by early afternoon. Wang Hai reduced the boat's speed further, as the vicinity was bustling with speedboats, yachts, and fishing vessels, requiring heightened vigilance. Checking his phone, he found it connected to a signal, albeit weak, but sufficient for a call. Just as he was about to unlock his phone, a flurry of notification sounds echoed, indicating an influx of messages. After a quick glance, Grandpa Sun made 4 phone calls, while Ali made 13 and sent a flurry of messages. Li Qingyang was also inquiring whether Wang Hai had returned. Unlocking his phone, Wang Hai decided to respond to Ali first, informing him that he had been at sea for the past couple of days without signal and was now back in the city. He reassured both Grandma and Grandpa Sun that they were safe. After updating Li Qingyang about his return, he turned his attention to a message from Kai Ling, indicating that the pig farm had undergone substantial renovations and would be completed the day after tomorrow. Kai Ling extended an invitation for Wang Hai to join a meal with the workers to celebrate. After confirming his attendance, Wang Hai searched for Fei Chio's contact information and dialed his number. The phone rang for several seconds before Fei Chio's voice resonated on the other end. Brother Desai, I heard from Chengge that you just switched to a new large fishing boat. Are you back already? You can't keep anything from me, Fei Chio. Indeed. We returned today with quite a haul. Would you like to know the details? Of course. How much did you catch? I can send someone over right now. Fei Chio inquired eagerly. The catch is rather substantial, totaling nearly 17,000 pounds, predominantly comprised of squid, with around 10,000 pounds of that, followed by white pomfret, and some sardines and assorted fish. Wang Hai succinctly summarized the catch to avoid any delay when Fei Qiu sent a vehicle that might not have enough capacity. Wang Hai continued, additionally, there are approximately 3,000 pounds of fish still on the boat, which have yet to be sorted by size and type. It may take some time, so I'll find a few workers at the dock to assist with that. You can send your people over around 4 o'clock. Everything should be sorted by then. How much did you say? 17,000 pounds. I can hardly believe my ears. You've only been at sea for 2 days. And you've caught nearly 20,000 pounds? Is the ocean teeming with fish like cabbages these days? Fei Qiu exclaimed in disbelief. 17,000 pounds. I didn't weigh it precisely, but it's roughly that amount, Wang Hai confirmed. Fei Qiu, realizing he hadn't misheard, felt a twinge of existential doubt. Though his family operated a seafood business and owned 3 deep-sea fishing vessels, their combined catch upon returning from a week at sea barely reached 20,000 pounds. How could Wang Hai's single 24-meter boat surpass that in just 2 days? Not a problem. You needn't find anyone else for sorting. I'll bring a few workers over to help with that. As for the pricing, I'll need to evaluate the quality of the catch before quoting you. But rest assured, the price will be fair, Fei Qiu replied, his enthusiasm palpable even through the phone. After a brief exchange, Wang Hai hung up and went to the lounge to rouse Sun Cheng. Ah Cheng, wake up, he called a couple of times. But Sun Cheng was deeply asleep and unresponsive. Wang Hai was reluctant to disturb him, but given the size of the vessel, he needed assistance at the bow to throw the anchor line. Seeing that calling wasn't effective, Wang Hai gently shook Sun Cheng's shoulder. Moments later, Sun Cheng opened his bleary eyes, yawned, and groggily murmured, "What's up, Dazai? Time to get up. We've arrived at the port. You need to throw the anchor line to secure the boat," Wang Hai instructed. "Okay," Sun Cheng replied, still battling sleep. He had been resting since around 9 that morning and had only managed about 5 hours of sleep. Realizing the importance of docking, he decided to postpone further rest. Having only brought 2 sets of clothes for the trip, Sun Cheng had already changed, and with no clean clothes available on the boat, he opted to wear a pair of shorts he found among Wang Hai's belongings, foregoing a shirt due to the heat. Upon reaching the control room, they had to wait for 3 other fishing boats to dock before they could secure their own. After a half-hour delay, they finally managed to moor the vessel, and it was now around 3 in the afternoon. Once ashore, Wang Hai found a spot to sit and lit a cigarette. Just as he finished smoking, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was an unfamiliar number, likely the one Fei Qiu had mentioned would be calling. "Hello, is this Wang Hai, a friend of Fei Xiao?" A deep voice greeted him, tinged with the unmistakable scent of smoke and alcohol. "Yes, that's me. Are you at the port?" Wang Hai inquired, glancing around and noticing someone in the distance who seemed to be on a call as well. The person on the other end appeared to be looking in Wang Hai's direction, prompting him to wave. "Is that you over there?" "Yes, it's me," the voice confirmed. As the man jogged toward Wang Hai, as the figure approached, Wang Hai could see that it was a man in his 40s, tall and clad in a suit that exuded professionalism. Despite his age, he retained an air of rugged handsomeness that suggested he had once been quite the heartthrob. "Are you not hot in that suit?" Wang Hai pondered but refrained from asking outright, since it was their first meeting. "Wang Hai, right? You can call me Lao Yi." The man extended his hand for a handshake. "Yes, Lao Yi, just call me Wang Hai." Wang Hai reciprocated the gesture politely. At that moment, Wang Hai asked, "Is it just you?" "No, a few others are coming. I rode an electric bike while they drove and hit some traffic, so we'll have to wait a bit." Lao Yi replied with a smile, offering Wang Hai a cigarette. They settled down on the steps leading to the fishing boat. After about 10 minutes, 4 vehicles arrived, 3 refrigerated trucks and 1 specialized live fish transport truck. 5 individuals disembarked, and Lao Yi called out to them, "Over here." As the workers approached, Lao Yi turned to Wang Hai, "Let us board the boat and start loading the fish." Fei Xiao mentioned there are still over 3,000 pounds of fish that need sorting, which we can do last. "Sounds good," Wang Hai nodded, leading the way as everyone followed him onto the boat. Chapter 136. Collecting crab traps after waking, Sun Cheng didn't return to sleep. Instead, he sat in the control room smoking a cigarette. When he saw Wang Hai bringing the fish buyers aboard, he stepped out and headed to the cold storage to assist with lifting the fish. The group worked diligently from 3 in the afternoon until sunset, and only by around 9 or 10 in the evening did they manage to sort, weigh, and load all the catch. After a quick dinner at the port, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai returned to the boat to rest, exhausted from their long day. Meanwhile, Fourth Grandpa was not yet tired and took a leisurely stroll around a nearby park. The next morning, when Wang Hai awoke, it was already past 10. Without air conditioning, he was drenched in sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable. After a quick cold shower, he headed to the deck, but there was no sign of Fourth Grandpa or Sun Cheng. Just as he wondered where they had gone, he spotted 2 familiar figures approaching from the port, Sun Cheng and Fourth Grandpa, with Sun Cheng carrying a transparent bag. From a distance, Wang Hai couldn't see what was inside, but he guessed it must be breakfast. After Sun Chung boarded the fishing boat, he handed the bag he was carrying to Wang Hai, saying, "Dai Hai, here is your breakfast. Make sure to enjoy it while it's still warm." Indeed, Wang Hai was quite hungry at that moment. He gratefully accepted the bag, eagerly opening it to reveal 2 meat pies and a cup of millet porridge. Taking a bite of the meat pie, he savored the rich beef flavor, with its thin crust and generous filling, which was utterly delicious. In just a few bites, he polished off both pies. After finishing the porridge, he felt a lingering desire for more, wishing he could eat a dozen more. However, he decided against it, remembering that there were pressing matters to attend to. Before the afternoon arrived, Wang Hai ventured to a nearby appliance street, meticulously selecting and bargaining for essential items for the fishing boat, including a refrigerator, air conditioner, and rice cooker, basically, all the commonly used appliances. By the time everything was delivered to the boat and set up, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Just then, Wang Hai's phone rang. It was Fei Chiu calling. Once the call connected, Fei Chiu spoke first. "Dai Hai, I was a bit busy last night and woke up late today. I apologize for that. I'm transferring the earnings from the catch to you now. The total is 45.67 million. I'll send you the weight and price list of the catch shortly for you to verify. If there are any discrepancies, let me know." "All right, no problem," Wang Hai replied. After hanging up, Fei Chiu sent the weight and price list, and simultaneously, Wang Hai received a bank notification indicating the deposit of 45.67 million. After verifying the price list and confirming there were no issues, Wang Hai exchanged a few pleasantries with Fei Chiu before transferring Sun Cheng's share of 30%. This arrangement had been pre-established, and Wang Hai had no thoughts of greed despite the substantial earnings. As for Fourth Grandpa, Wang Hai intended to offer him some money, but he knew Fourth Grandpa would undoubtedly refuse. Insisting on giving him money might even lead to an unpleasant situation, so Wang Hai decided not to bring it up. By 3:30 in the afternoon, after refueling the fishing boat with 2 tons of diesel, the 3 of them unanimously suggested returning to Dolphin Bay. As the fishing boat departed from the harbor, it sailed forth, bravely cutting through the waves. 2 hours later, while passing Coconut Island, they halted the boat to check on the 20 crab traps they had set a few days prior. Upon inspection, the buoys of the traps remained in their original positions, indicating that they had not been prematurely collected by well-meaning individuals. After retrieving all the crab traps, Wang Hai was somewhat disappointed to discover that the catch was not particularly promising. It wasn't that there were too few fish or crabs. Rather, the traps were filled primarily with low-value mudskippers and small blue crabs and flower crabs, with not a single valuable red flower crab in sight. Although there were some larger crabs, the total weight of all the edible crabs across the 20 traps barely amounted to over 10 pounds, less than a pound per trap. Observing this, Wang Hai maneuvered the spirit fish to explore the seabed nearby, trying to ascertain the situation. He remembered that when setting the crab traps, the shrimp and crab resources in this water area were quite abundant. Logically, after nearly 3 days, there should have been a much more substantial yield. After the spirit fish conducted a thorough search underwater, it confirmed that the resources remained plentiful, with numerous crabs still residing among the rocky seabed. However, Wang Hai could not fathom why the crab traps yielded so little. Following this outing, Wang Hai and his companions planned to rest for a few days before heading out again, deciding it was unnecessary to set the traps once more. After folding up the traps and placing them on the fishing boat, they made their way back to the harbor at Dolphin Bay. Sun Chung took the helm, while Wang Hai sat on the front deck, enjoying the sea breeze and the glow of the setting sun, watching seagulls soar. At that moment, 2 piercing eagle cries resonated from the sky, startling the distant seabirds into flight. Wang Hai shielded his eyes from the sun and looked towards the source of the calls. Although the distance was considerable, he recognized the familiar sounds belonging to Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui. The 2 little creatures circled the boat a few times before cautiously approaching. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Hui, over here," Wang Hai called out, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Xiao Hai, those are sea eagles. They can be quite fierce," Fourth Grandpa exclaimed, startled. In their previous outings, whenever they spotted sea eagles from the fishing boat, they would steer clear of them. They had never thought to call them over. Such encounters could potentially lead to trouble, as there had been instances of fishermen suffering injuries. Noticing Fourth Grandpa's unease, Wang Hai chuckled. "Don't worry, Fourth Grandpa. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui are very tame. They won't attack people." Of course, Wang Hai felt confident making that assertion because he had rescued Xiao Bai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared stand there so calmly. As Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui approached the fishing boat, their wings spread out to nearly 2 meters, larger than an adult. Although Fourth Grandpa had heard Wang Hai reassure him that the 2 little ones wouldn't pose a threat, he still felt an inexplicable tension in their presence. Moments later, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui landed on the side of the boat, hesitant to come any closer. Wang Hai quickly realized that this was likely the first time they had encountered Fourth Grandpa, and they were a bit wary. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Hui, No need to be afraid. He is one of us. It seemed as if the two little ones understood Wang Hai's words, for they hopped down from the boat's edge to stand before him, curiously chirping. Well, it seems like we have two little gluttons here. Just wait a moment, Wang Hai said, patting their heads before heading to the cold storage, where he had saved over 200 pounds of squid and a few devilfish for Sister Allen. After rummaging for a moment, he selected the smallest devilfish, which still weighed a good 10 pounds. With so much food, the two little ones surely wouldn't be able to finish it all, so Wang Hai cut half of it off, bringing the remainder to the deck to feed Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui. Upon seeing the fish, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they lunged at it, completely disregarding Wang Hai, the one who provided their meal. At this time, the fishing boat was only a few nautical miles away from Dolphin Bay, and more fishing boats were appearing in the vicinity, with one passing by every few minutes. For safety, Sun Chung slowed the boat's speed. Fourth Grandpa gradually became familiar with Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui. Initially wary of each other, he soon offered a piece of fish to Xiao Bai. Here, Xiao Bai. This is a nice piece of fish belly. Fourth Grandpa cut a slice of fish and playfully extended it toward Xiao Bai, with a flap of its wings. Xiao Bai quickly snatched the fish from Fourth Grandpa's hand. Seeing Fourth Grandpa's successful interaction with Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui, Wang Hai felt relieved. He stepped to the bow of the boat to send a message to Sister Allen, informing her to arrange for the catch to be delivered upon docking. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui, having filled their bellies, took flight toward the horizon just before darkness enveloped the sky. By the time the fishing boat arrived at the Dolphin Bay dock, night had completely fallen. However, the dock remained brightly illuminated, its lights guiding returning fishermen home. As vessels laden with catches approached the shore, Ollie had eagerly arrived early, waiting by the dock in his tricycle. Upon seeing Wang Hai's boat return, he hurried over, waving to greet them. Fourth Grandpa, Brother Dai Hai. Fourth Grandpa disembarked first, patting Ollie's shoulder. Ollie, have you been waiting long? Ollie scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish as he replied, not too long. I just got here. Wang Hai exchanged pleasantries with Ollie before turning toward the fish hold. Meanwhile, Sun Chung, after shutting off the boat's engine, stretched his limbs and leisurely pushed open the door to the cabin. Wang Hai opened the cold storage door, using a cart to pull out the catch. Given his grandfather's advanced age, it was certainly not suitable for him to undertake this task. Just then, Sun Chung emerged, prompting Wang Hai to say, Ah Chung, quickly lend a hand and help me move the fish from the cold store. I need to deliver it to Sister Allen later. All right, Sun Chung responded. Although he had been at sea for a considerable time and felt some soreness in his back, he understood the importance of the task at hand, nodded, and followed to assist. The haul weighed over 200 jin, which is not an insignificant amount. The catch was neatly packed in plastic crates for transport. The two of them made 4 trips with the cart, loading everything onto a tricycle. Wang Hai glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening. Not wishing to delay any further, he bade farewell to his grandfather and the others, then drove the tricycle towards Sister Allen's restaurant. Sun Chung and his grandfather stayed behind to inspect the fishing boat. Once they confirmed everything was in order, they headed home. The restaurant was not far from the port, but due to the nightfall, Wang Hai chose to slow down for safety's sake. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he found that nearly all the tables were occupied. He decided to park the tricycle at the back door to avoid disturbing the diners. The delivery had been pre-arranged with Sister Allen, so Wang Hai simply carried a crate inside. Since Sister Allen was busy at the front desk, no one noticed his arrival. Chapter 139, Expanding the Business? After making several trips to bring in all the fish, Wang Hai finally approached the front desk, where Sister Allen was intently focused, her delicate fingers tapping swiftly on the calculator as she processed customer payments. Not wanting to interrupt, he stood by patiently, waiting for the customers to finish. Once they departed, he smiled and approached her, saying, Sister Allen, your business is thriving, especially in the evenings when the place is nearly full. Have you considered expanding the restaurant? Oh, it's not as easy as you think. Recently, we've had an increase in tourists, but I suspect that this boom won't last long, Sister Allen sighed, her brows furrowing slightly. A moment later, she smiled and asked, by the way, did you bring the fish? Wang Hai nodded yes. I brought it all in through the back door. I was just coming to weigh it. Why didn't you give me a heads up so I could have someone help you? Sister Allen replied, somewhat helplessly, as she turned to lead Wang Hai to the back door. Although the kitchen was nearly ready with orders for the customers, Sister Allen called the chef upon seeing the fish so they could weigh it quickly and store it in the cold storage. After weighing all the catches, Sister Allen settled the payment with Wang Hai. Despite the haul being over 200 jin, the fish weren't particularly valuable, resulting in a total of over 6,000 yuan. Of course, while that sum wasn't insignificant, equivalent to more than a month's wages for an average worker, it felt modest compared to the total earnings from this fishing trip. Sister Allen insisted that Wang Hai stay for a meal before departing, but having been at sea for several days and with family awaiting his return for dinner, he politely declined. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Hai didn't rush to drive off on the tricycle. Instead, he visited a nearby shop. The small store was surprisingly well stocked. A quick glance around revealed no adults present, only a chubby boy of about 8 or 9 years old, seated at an old wooden desk resembling a cash register, munching on a lollipop while flipping through a cartoon book. Upon hearing footsteps, the boy instinctively looked up and, seeing Wang Hai, cheerfully asked in a childish tone, "Big brother, what would you like to buy?" "1 pack of homely cigarettes, please." Wang Hai pointed toward the upper right corner of the cigarette display. "Okay, just a moment." The boy stood up on tiptoe, trying to reach the cigarettes, but despite his efforts, even jumping, he couldn't grasp them. "I can't reach," he pouted, his chubby belly shaking slightly from his exertion. Noticing this, Wang Hai chuckled. "Let me get it for you." He stepped forward, retrieved a pack of homely, and also grabbed a case of beer. The boy, evidently accustomed to helping out in the shop, quickly calculated the prices. After a moment of counting on his fingers, he announced, "The cigarettes are 18 yuan, and the beer is 39 yuan, so that's a total of 57 yuan. After paying, Wang Hai loaded the beer onto the tricycle, lit a cigarette, and began his journey home. A few minutes later, the tricycle left the street and turned onto the coastal highway. Although it was nighttime, the full moon illuminated the dark sky, casting a silvery glow across the landscape. The distant sound of waves crashing on the beach mingled with the howling wind and the subtle chirping of insects. Chapter 140, Lullaby. Due to the ebbing tide, many people were out clamoring on the beach, their flashlights flickering across the rocky shore. Upon arriving home, Wang Hai plugged in the tricycle to charge, washed his face, and then made his way to Sun Cheng's house. Dinner was already prepared, and everyone was waiting for Wang Hai to return before they could eat. Upon his arrival, Sun Cheng eagerly called out, "Da Hai, come over and eat." Sun Cheng, already salivating at the sight of the feast laid out on the table, was impatiently waiting for everyone to gather. "I'm coming," Wang Hai replied. After dinner, Ollie rushed into the kitchen to help wash the dishes. At that moment, Wang Hai furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. It felt as though something was missing. What could it be? After a moment's contemplation, he recalled, "Where's Hai?" Normally, the dog would be absent during the day, but he always returned home punctually at mealtime. What could be the reason for his absence today? With the thought of the dog thief, Wang Liqing, crossing his mind, Wang Hai felt a pang of anxiety and quickly asked grandfather Sun, "Have you seen Hai?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, Hai has been helping out at the rescue center for Kai Ling these past few days, so you needn't worry," grandfather Sun reassured him. Relieved to learn that Hai was safe, Wang Hai's tension eased. Just then, Sun Cheng appeared with a small bucket, a fishing rod, and a flashlight, saying to Ollie and Wang Hai, "Now that things are quiet, let us go catch some cicadas." "Sounds good," Ollie nodded. During the days when Wang Hai and Sun Cheng were away, Ollie had been too scared to venture to the graveyard where the cicadas were, so he was eager for the company. Wang Hai admired Sun Cheng's energy. After spending several sleepless nights on the fishing boat, it was impressive that he was now keen on catching cicadas instead of resting. "You all go ahead. I'll pass this time." Wang Hai waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't join them. "All right then, let us go, Ollie." After Sun Cheng and Ollie left, grandfather Sun and grandma returned home as well. Wang Hai lingered in grandfather Sun's yard for a while before heading to the beach. The salty sea breeze enveloped him as he lay on the sand, lulled by the sounds of the waves, the distant chirping of insects, and the whispering wind through the seashells, forming a soothing lullaby fit for a child of the sea. Before he realized it, Wang Hai had fallen into a deep slumber. Plop! A raindrop fell on Wang Hai's cheek. Yet he remained undisturbed until the gentle patter of rain awakened him from his dreams. Blinking against the darkness, he noticed that the once softly illuminated beach now lay shrouded in inky blackness. Checking his phone, he saw that it was already 4:30 in the morning. He had slept for quite some time. Wang Hai chuckled to himself, realizing he only intended to rest for a moment on the beach, but had unwittingly dozed off for hours. Enjoying the sensation of raindrops on his skin, he relished the coolness of the light rain. Deciding to lie back down, he tucked his phone beneath him to keep it dry. However, just minutes later, the rain began to intensify, prompting Wang Hai to rise and head home. After taking a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Wang Hai returned to his room. At this hour, he felt no inclination to sleep, so he settled cross-legged on his bed to practice the spirit control and body refinement technique. Time flew by, and soon it was past 7 in the morning. After 2 hours of cultivation, Wang Hai felt invigorated, his body lighter than before. Chapter 141. Cooking. Rising from his meditation, he stepped into the courtyard, where a light drizzle continued to fall from the sky. After a brief wash-up, he pushed open the gate of his yard and gazed towards the sea, now shrouded in thick fog, obscuring his view. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had returned the previous day, Had he still been at sea, it would have posed quite a predicament. Indeed, the recent days had been marked by overcast skies with persistent rain, making it difficult for the mist to dissipate. With low visibility, fishing boats naturally refrained from venturing out, as the risk of running aground or colliding with one another loomed large. Approaching the neighboring Sun Cheng's house, he found Grandpa Sun washing sorghum, presumably preparing for another round of brewing, while Ollie was busy cooking in the kitchen. Wang Hai greeted Grandpa Sun before heading to the kitchen to assist Ollie. Breakfast was simple yet satisfying, consisting of fish porridge made from dried mackerel, stir-fried loofah, and some leftover marinated goose from the night before. With the rain falling in the courtyard, Wang Hai and Ollie carried the dishes into the main room, where everyone had gathered, except for Sun Cheng, who was still enjoying his slumber. Grandpa Sun, slightly irritated, mused to himself about how early both the sea and Ollie had risen to work. While his grandson remained in bed, Sun Cheng was still deep in sleep, oblivious to the silent disdain his grandfather harbored for him. Is Ah Cheng still not up? Grandpa Sun inquired. Don't worry about him. He's a grown man, and the sun's already high in the sky. Grandpa Sun's tone clearly conveyed his annoyance. Wang Hai silently offered a prayer for Sun Cheng. After breakfast, Wang Hai spent some time playing on his phone, but boredom soon set in. He decided to take a stroll, grabbing an umbrella before heading to the coastal road. Of course, the spirit fish were not idle either, drifting beneath the waves in search of resources. However, whether due to the rain or other reasons, the nearby coastline yielded little in the way of fish. Although plenty of seaweed had washed ashore, it held no allure for the local fishermen, nor for Wang Hai, who barely spared it a glance. Before long, Wang Hai found himself wandering near the old pig farm. He had heard from Kai Ling that the Wildlife Rescue Center was nearing completion, so he decided to check it out. The distance was neither too far nor too close, approximately 800 meters away. However, the rain had turned the path into a muddy slog, making the journey somewhat laborious. It took him nearly 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the old pig farm. Upon arrival, Wang Hai was pleasantly surprised. The last time he visited, the yard had been dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Now, the walls had been freshly painted, and the former pig pens were divided by wire mesh, complete with iron gates, a transformation that could only be described as remarkable. Entering through the main gate, he found that the muddy ground had been replaced with a row of red bricks leading to various rooms, making walking easier and saving considerable funds, as paving the entire farm with cement would have been quite a hefty expense. At that moment, a chorus of barking echoed from a distance, coming from beneath the eaves of a nearby holly tree. Though he couldn't see the dog, Wang Hai instantly recognized the bark as belonging to the black dog. Come here, black dog, he called out. Chapter 142, Guarding Food? Although the barking ceased, the black dog did not heed his call. Approaching the eaves, Wang Hai found the black dog lying on the ground gnawing on a large bone. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Impressed by the dog's comfortable situation, no wonder it didn't want to return home. The black dog merely glanced up at Wang Hai, then resumed gnawing on the bone with audible crunching sounds. Wang Hai reached out to pat the dog's head, but the black dog was solely focused on its meal, showing no interest in him. Hey, you little rascal, is food all it takes for you to forget me? Wang Hai, frustrated by the dog's indifference, snatched the bone from its grasp. The black dog, surprised, stared blankly at him, but did not retaliate, instead looking up with pleading eyes and whining softly, as if requesting the bone back. What are you doing by the sea? At that moment, a melodious female voice called out. Wang Hai looked up to see Kai Ling, dressed in a blue leisure outfit, looking at him with curiosity. Hee. I noticed the black dog was being possessive over its food. I thought I'd correct that behavior early, Wang Hai replied sheepishly, tossing the bone back to the dog and pretending as if nothing had happened. Woof. The black dog barked at Wang Hai in protest before returning to its meal. Kai Ling chuckled at the sight and refrained from exposing Wang Hai's little charade, instead bending down to pet the black dog gently. Such a good boy, black dog. You can't be possessive over your food. Kai Ling, since it's been raining all day, I imagine the work at the rescue center might not be finished today. Wang Hai asked. Kai Ling shook her head with a smile. Not at all. The new metal roof is complete. They just need to install some doors and finish setting up the interior. Uncle Jangwo said they should be done by 3 or 4 this afternoon. Just then, the gentle drizzle turned into a heavier rain, the sound of raindrops pattering against the metal roof filling the air. The two fell into a momentary silence, which Wang Hai was the first to break. Kai Ling, I'm going to check inside. I'll take you, Kai Ling offered. They walked side by side, following the eaves toward the rescue room. Soon, Wang Hai spotted several workers diligently laboring, with Uncle Sun Jangwo leading the group. The other workers appeared unfamiliar, likely not from the village. However, this was easily understandable. In a small village, everyone knew each other, and bringing in outsiders for work could lead to complications. Uncle Jangwo, Wang Hai greeted as he approached. Hi, you're back. Just switch to a bigger boat. So this trip should yield a good haul, Sun Jiangwo remarked, his hands never ceasing their work. Not bad, just enough to get by, Wang Hai replied with a smile, avoiding specifics on profit or loss. After all, some matters were best left unsaid. Boasting about earnings could breed jealousy, while lamenting losses could invite further misfortune. Just getting by is sufficient. Sun Jiangwo understood Wang Hai's intent and refrained from pressing for more details. At that moment, Kai Ling's phone rang, prompting her to step aside to take the call. Sun Jiangwo gave Wang Hai a thumbs up, saying, "Ah, hi. Kai Ling must be your girlfriend, right? You've got good taste. She is a fine girl." Chapter 143. Landslide. Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Just as he began to explain, Sun Jiangwo interrupted. "No need to clarify, I understand. I've been there myself." He chuckled knowingly and returned to his work, humming a tune occasionally while chatting with Wang Hai. After a while, they discussed the upcoming renovations on the houses of Sun Cheng and a few others. By the time the clock struck 10, the rain had stopped. Wang Hai continued to explore the rescue center before bidding farewell to Kai Ling as he left. As he stepped out, the earthy aroma of freshly fallen rain filled the air, and he began to whistle, walking along the coastal road back home. Halfway along his journey, Wang Hai suddenly felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. Instinctively, he glanced towards the left slope of the mountain, where small clods of earth were cascading down. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and fled into the distance. It must be said that ever since he had cultivated the spirit control and body refinement technique, Wang Hai's physical abilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to run at remarkable speed. Just as he had sprinted a few dozen meters away, a resounding rumble echoed behind him. The vegetation and trees on the slope collapsed under the weight of the earth, cleaving the coastal road into two segments. A landslide. Wang Hai silently rejoiced, grateful that he had made it through, for otherwise, he would have been buried alive. Having witnessed several landslides during his childhood, he realized that such occurrences had become rare in recent years. Not in a hurry to leave, Wang Hai took out his phone and dialed the emergency services. It was imperative to report such incidents to ensure safety, allowing for the clearing of debris from the roadway. Once the call connected, he succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. "Are there any injuries or individuals trapped at the scene?" inquired the operator's voice. "No one is injured," he replied. "Understood. We will dispatch personnel to the site immediately. Please make your way to a safe area without delay, in case of further landslides." After hanging up, Wang Hai decided not to linger by the roadside. Fortunately, there was a vast stretch of beach nearby, where he opted to wait. After approximately half an hour, a vehicle arrived, and two personnel responsible for managing the landslide emerged. They briefly inquired about the incident, took a few photographs, and left, reminding Wang Hai to depart swiftly. Wang Hai was accustomed to such procedures. When there were no injuries to address, the situation was relatively straightforward, and debris would not be cleared the same day. Instead, they would first ensure that the area was safe from further landslides before commencing any cleanup. At a distance of several hundred meters, barriers had already been erected, imposing temporary road restrictions. Upon returning home, he found only Grandpa Sun tending to the small vegetable garden at the entrance, fertilizing the eggplants. Wang Hai couldn't help but pinch his nose as he approached to assist. Over time, he had grown accustomed to the odor, no longer needing to react as dramatically as he had at the beginning. Once everything was finished, he hurried back indoors to take a shower, washing away the unpleasant smell. "Grandpa Sun, where are a Chung and a Li?" he asked, noting the time was nearly 11 o'clock, mealtime approaching. Not having seen either of them, he inquired further. It seemed a Chung had learned from somewhere that large blue crabs were being caught at the beach in Bay Park, and had taken a Li with him to go crab fishing. Wang Hai had no idea if they had been successful, and his phone calls had gone unanswered. Chapter 144. Stone Crabs. Wang Hai had already prepared lunch by noon. Yet a Li and Sun Cheng had still not returned. After trying to call them again without success, he said, "Grandpa Sun, you all go ahead and eat. I'll check on Bay Park." Both a Cheng and a Li were adults. They should have returned by mealtime. Even if they were busy catching crabs, they could at least have made a phone call to inform him. After several unanswered attempts, Wang Hai resolved to seek them out. "Be careful on the road," Grandpa Sun advised. He hopped on his electric scooter and swiftly rode along the coastal road, the sea breeze gently billowing his clothing, the sound of the waves resonating in his ears. After a few minutes, Wang Hai arrived at Bay Park. As he reached the roadside, he spotted a Li's tricycle, easily recognizable due to its colorful Doryman wrap. However, he couldn't see either of them nearby, so he made his way toward the artificial reef beach within the park. After walking along the coastal road for a while, he finally caught sight of Sun Cheng and a Li, observing them intently peering into the crevices of the rocks, their faces occasionally lighting up with expressions of delight. Wang Hai couldn't help but feel curious about what could captivate them so thoroughly that they lost track of time. Even during mealtime. Just then, Sun Qing gently lifted a wooden stick in front of him, from which dangled a rope. As he pulled the rope from the rocky crevice, Wang Hai saw that a chicken leg was tied to the end, and at that moment, dozens of crabs were scrambling to seize the morsel. So they were crab fishing. Wang Hai thought it quite amusing. He reminisced about the last time he had gone crab fishing, which had been years ago. With only a simple setup, a wooden stick and a piece of pig lung or chicken intestine tied with a rope. Though the equipment was rudimentary, the catch was often plentiful, typically several pounds after just a couple of hours. In the evening, Grandpa's son would prepare the crabs as spicy salted delicacies, a cherished childhood treat. Once Sun Chung had lifted the crabs, he carefully placed them into a small bucket, only then noticing Wang Hai beside him. "Dai Hai, what are you doing here? It's already noon. I called both of you, but no one picked up. Grandpa's son mentioned you were here crab fishing, so I came to see what was going on. By the way, weren't you supposed to be catching blue crabs? Why are you fishing for stone crabs instead?" Sun Qing pulled out his phone to check, realizing he had several missed calls. He chuckled awkwardly. "My phone was on silent. I didn't see them." He sighed and continued. "As for the blue crabs, don't even mention it. There are quite a few people here today, and no one has caught a single one. Ali and I decided to buy a chicken leg instead to catch some stone crabs to take home." Ali nodded in agreement. Intrigued, Wang Hai decided to join them. It had been a while since he had fished for stone crabs, and the overcast weather was perfect for it. He crouched beside them to start fishing. After informing Grandpa's son of his safety with a quick phone call, he lowered his gaze to the rocky crevices, where two stone crabs were cautiously peeking out, waving their pincers as they approached the chicken leg. As the scent of the chicken legs spread underwater, more and more stone crabs began to gather. Once they had amassed a sufficient number, he lifted the rod to haul them in. One by one, the stone crabs fell into the bucket with a satisfying plop. Stone crabs, scientifically known as the Portunus pelagicus, belong to the family Portunidae. Chapter 145. Stinky fish proves effective for crab fishing. After half an hour of crabbing, Wang Hai decided to take a break. Each time he raised the rod, he had managed to catch over half a pound, but the monotony was becoming too tedious. It was akin to something. When rewards come too easily, one quickly loses interest. Of course, the primary reason was that stone crabs held little value. Catching too many would lead to waste, and he might even have to release some before leaving. Meanwhile, Ali and Sun Chung remained enthusiastic, crouched beside the rocks, diligently capturing stone crabs. When the crabs in one area dwindled, they simply moved to another spot to continue their efforts. At that moment, Wang Hai picked up the fishing rod he had set aside for blue crabs. Since stone crabs weren't worth much, it made sense to try for blue crabs instead. If he caught a few, he could either eat them himself or sell them. The crab net was already assembled with the fishing rod, ready to be baited and used. "Ali, do you have any bait for catching blue crabs?" Wang Hai asked. Glancing at Sun Chung, "Dai Hai, I advise you to stick with us and catch stone crabs. The blue crabs are too elusive. Ali and I have been at it all morning without a single catch. It's all right, let me give it a try. Who knows, I might get lucky." Wang Hai replied with a smile. "Go ahead and fish then. There are still some sardines in that bag over there." Sun Chung pointed to a black bag near the bucket of stone crabs. As Wang Hai approached the bag, the heat of the day caused a strong odor to waft out as soon as he opened it. He couldn't help but grimace at the pungent smell. Goodness, that has quite the scent. The bait for catching blue crabs is quite straightforward. Dead fish and rotten shrimp suffice, though occasionally, a bait with a bit more scent can yield extraordinary results. The rig employed for crab fishing is rather rudimentary, constructed from a half-empty mineral water bottle, which is encircled by 7 or 8 slender, retractable iron wire loops. In essence, the bottle serves as a receptacle for the bait to entice the blue crabs, while the surrounding loops tighten when the line is pulled, ensnaring the crabs by their legs or claws, allowing for their capture. Wang Hai was quite familiar with this setup, having crafted similar contraptions in the past, albeit with only a handful of successful catches to his name, before eventually discarding them. This particular rig was likely fashioned by Sun Chung and Ali themselves. Although the sardines had begun to emit a foul odor, Wang Hai considered this minor inconvenience trivial in pursuit of his quarry and proceeded to secure several fish within the bottle. He first maneuvered the spirit fish into the water, allowing it to traverse the vicinity. Through the spirit fish's perspective, Wang Hai discerned the reason Sun Chung and his companions were struggling to catch blue crabs, not due to their absence, but rather their scarcity and dispersion. Within the range accessible to the spirit fish, he spotted only 3 crabs, positioned over 40 meters from the shore. Despite their limited number, Wang Hai felt a surge of excitement. These 2 crabs were substantial specimens, with the larger estimated to weigh around 5 pounds, and the smaller, located a few meters away, still weighing approximately 4 pounds. However, a new dilemma arose. The primary structure of the crab-catching apparatus, being a mineral water bottle, had a light weight and significant resistance, making it challenging to cast beyond 10 meters. It was impractical to expect the crabs to swim over from the depths of the water. Perhaps adding some lead would allow for a more successful cast? Resolving not to linger on indecision, Wang Hai rummaged through the tackle box brought by Sun Cheng and discovered two 30-gram leaf-shaped sinkers. With a splash, the rig landed approximately 20 meters from the surface, creating a small spray of water. As anticipated, even with the added weight, it could not be cast much farther. Thankfully, he had his external assistance. Otherwise, he would have encountered significant difficulties. Moments later, Wang Hai guided the spirit fish to the seabed, initially intending to possess a larger fish to transport the crab-catching rig to the location of the crabs. But then he smacked his forehead in realization. Why not simply possess a blue crab directly? With the power of his will, the spirit fish glided toward the largest blue crab, all the while scanning its surroundings for any other hidden treasures. Unsurprisingly, Wang Hai's hopes were soon dashed, within a radius of several meters. It was unlikely to encounter anything of value. The best find was merely a small leopard moray eel, which was not worth pursuing given its size. As the spirit fish approached the blue crab, Wang Hai observed through its eyes that the crab was contentedly gnawing on a dead snapper. Just then, as if sensing danger, the large blue crab glanced up at the spirit fish, abandoned its meal, and scuttled into a nearby crevice, quickly disappearing from sight. Wang Hai, witnessing this, felt no anxiety. He was confident that the crab was as good as caught. However, he pondered why the crab seemed to perceive the spirit fish, which other creatures and animals could not see. Did the crab possess some sixth sense? That seemed implausible, as animals typically do not forsake food so easily. After a moment's contemplation, he let go of the puzzling thought and redirected his focus to the crevice. Capturing the crab took precedence. As the spirit fish entered the rocky fissure, the previously dark space gradually illuminated, revealing outlines that became increasingly distinct. Wang Hai was taken aback. He had underestimated the extent of this crevice. What had appeared to be merely the width of a fist from the outside unfolded into a vast chamber, housing an astonishing number of blue crabs, approximately 20 of them, all weighing over 2 pounds. Regaining his composure, Wang Hai swiftly commanded the spirit fish to possess the nearest blue crab and maneuvered out of the crevice toward the location of the crab-catching loops. "Hey, young man, are you fishing for blue crabs?" A voice interrupted, prompting Wang Hai to instinctively turn his head. The speaker was an elderly gentleman clad in a tank top adorned with a doryman design and shorts featuring a one-piece motif, complemented by flip-flops. His most striking feature was his bald head, gleaming to the extent that even a fly would slip upon landing. He sported a tuft of goat-like facial hair reminiscent of Grandpa's son, and appeared to be around 60 years old. Wang Hai was slightly taken aback by the incongruity of the gentleman's attire for his age, a sentiment echoed by the curious glances of those nearby. The elder, however, seemed unfazed by the surrounding attention, completely disregarding the unusual stares. "Yes, I am indeed fishing for blue crabs," Wang Hai replied, noticing the bucket and fishing rod in the elder's grasp, which contained the tools for crab fishing. It dawned on him that the gentleman was also there to catch blue crabs. "Sir, the conditions today are not favorable for catching crabs," Wang Hai cautioned with a smile, indicating that the area was devoid of crabs. This was indeed the truth. There were no crabs in the immediate vicinity, and casting further was futile. He himself, a young man, struggled to cast beyond the distance required, let alone the elderly gentleman. Moreover, with the scorching sun overhead, it was unwise for the old man to venture out without an umbrella. The risk of heat stroke outweighed the potential rewards. Clearly, the elder dismissed Wang Hai's warning, his expression conveying a sense of experience that suggested he had consumed more salt than Wang Hai had ever tasted, and he was not easily swayed. His confidence stemmed from a successful outing the previous day, where he had caught over 30 pounds of crabs in just an afternoon. At that moment, the blue crab possessed by the spirit fish edged closer to the crab-catching bottle, with several claws extending into the loops. Wang Hai stifled his excitement, gently lifting the rod to begin reeling in, as the loops tightened around the crab's legs. The elder, observing this, became even more convinced that Wang Hai had merely been deceiving him. "Humph, there's clearly something caught," he thought, feeling betrayed by the young man who had appeared to be fishing alone. Sun Cheng, watching from the side, began to doubt whether Wang Hai had truly caught a crab, given that he and Ollie had spent the entire morning without a single catch. However, the bend in Wang Hai's rod suggested otherwise. Perhaps he snagged some debris. "It can't be that easy to catch," Sun Cheng mused, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wang Hai, eager to uncover what he had reeled in. Wang Hai continued to reel in the line at a measured pace. He was mindful not to pull too quickly, as the rig relied on the loops to ensnare the crab's legs, and sudden movements could risk breaking them. Even if the crab does not escape, its appearance is greatly diminished once it is brought ashore. Consuming it oneself might not be an issue, but if one intends to sell it, the price would certainly plummet. The 20-meter distance was not far. Soon, the fishing line was pulled to the shore, revealing a large blue crab, its shell a vibrant hue of green, vigorously attempting to sever the iron wire entangled around its legs with its formidable pincers. Although the strength of a blue crab's claws is immense, capable of crushing human fingers, they are no match for the rigidity of the steel wire, and despite the crab's valiant efforts, it remained ensnared. Indeed, it is a blue crab. Upon witnessing Wang Hai reel in the crab, Sun Qingli could not contain his excitement and promptly approached Wang Hai, expertly immobilizing the creature by pinning it down from behind. Your luck today is almost divine. This morning, with over 20 of us fishing for hours, not a single catch. Yet you land one in mere minutes. Sun Qingli felt a twinge of envy within. Just average, really. I'm only third in our village, Wang Hai joked lightly. At that moment, an elderly man nearby, noticing Wang Hai's catch, grew increasingly convinced that Wang Hai was hoarding all the luck and misleading others about the fishing conditions. Huh? You claim it's not a good spot? I barely arrived a minute ago, and you already have a catch. The old man silently scoffed at Wang Hai and his thoughts. Naturally, Wang Hai was pleased with his success and promptly offered a cigarette to Sun Qingli before turning to the elderly man beside him. Would you like a smoke, sir? I don't smoke. The old man curtly waved his hand and walked away, seeking another fishing spot, eventually settling about 10 meters from Wang Hai. Wang Hai was puzzled. Had the old man not just approached him cheerfully? Did he feel a pang of jealousy upon seeing Wang Hai's success? Meanwhile, Sun Qingli had freed the crab from the wire and was now searching for a rope to secure it. Wang Hai bent down to reconfigure the crab-catching loop and then stood up to cast his line once more. At that moment, the elderly man extended his fishing rod, beginning to assemble the specialized rig for crab fishing. Just as the crab trap was connected and the bait was being prepared, Wang Hai was already reeling in his line with vigor. Has he caught another one so soon? The old man, observing the spinning reel, found it hard to believe that Wang Hai had landed another crab. Impossible. He barely cast his line a minute ago. Even if he threw it right next to a crab, it wouldn't bite so quickly. However, reality contradicted the old man's skepticism, for as Wang Hai completed reeling in, he indeed had another blue crab in hand. As Wang Hai displayed a crab weighing over 2 pounds, the attention of many nearby fishermen gravitated toward him. Just then, a slender, dark-skinned youth, clearly an experienced angler, approached Wang Hai and cheerfully said, "Hey mate, could I have a smoke?" With a smile, the youth added, "I've been fishing over there for more than 2 hours without a single catch, yet you've landed 2 hefty ones in just a few minutes. Do you have some secret weapon?" "No secret weapon, but I do have a bit of luck," Wang Hai thought to himself, knowing he could not simply divulge the existence of any cheat to another angler. Even if he did, who would believe him? It would likely lead to suspicions about his sanity. "Well, I don't have any secret weapons, but I do have a few tips," Wang Hai said. Before he could elaborate further, the youth, curious, inquired, "What tips do you have?" "Just cast your line as far as possible. Many have fished close to shore in the past few days, so the nearby ones have mostly been caught." Wang Hai replied with a smile. His advice was genuine. The likelihood of catching crabs diminishes closer to shore. As for whether one would actually catch any, that depended on luck. "All right, I'll give it a try," the youth nodded, then hesitantly added, "Mate, I've run out of bait. Could you?" Noticing this, Wang Hai understood that the young man believed his success was primarily due to superior bait. "There are sardines in that bag over there. Feel free to take some," he offered. Indeed, the youth had merely been trying to borrow Wang Hai's bait, rather than using his own. The elderly man nearby overheard their exchange and dismissed it. He could not fathom how one could only catch crabs from a distance. He had caught crabs just 3 or 4 meters from the shore yesterday. As for effective bait, he believed that even a rotten fish would suffice when the resources were plentiful. At that moment, the elderly man prepared his bait, stood up, stretched his old back, and cast his line without much force, letting it land just 5 or 6 meters away. He then casually seated himself on a nearby rock, patiently awaiting a bite. Wang Hai noticed the old man's casting distance and contemplated warning him that crabs wouldn't be caught that close. However, he ultimately refrained, considering the old man's age. Even if the old man caught something, it might only be a rock crab. Wang Hai thought it best not to risk the old man injuring himself by casting too far and then blaming him. This apprehension wasn't due to excessive caution. Rather, it stemmed from the current societal climate where people are reluctant to help others, even in situations such as an elderly person falling on the street. The gentle sea breeze caressed their faces while seagulls soared overhead. The once calm sea began to stir, waves lapping rhythmically against the rocky shore, producing a soothing sound. Accompanied by the calls of the seabirds, the atmosphere felt serene. As time passed, Wang Hai continued to catch blue crabs, soon filling a small bucket. Although the dark-skinned youth had managed to catch 1 crab during the 2 hours, he could not help but feel despondent as he watched Wang Hai's successes. "Oh, comparing myself to him is disheartening," the the youth muttered to himself. Yet, he quickly brightened upon glancing at the elderly man. At least he was faring better than him, having not caught a single crab. Meanwhile, the elderly man, feeling the strain of holding up his fishing rod after a considerable time, lowered it to the ground, rubbing his sore arms. "Ah, at my age, I can barely last 2 hours," he lamented, glancing over at Wang Hai, his thoughts a mix of emotions. As Wang Hai reeled in yet another catch, the crab surfaced, prompting Sun Chunli to exclaim, "Goodness, how enormous!" The only one consistently catching blue crabs nearby. Wang Hai drew everyone's gaze with Sun Chunli's outburst. "My word, mate, have you caught the ancestor of all blue crabs?" exclaimed the slender youth, his voice trembling as he pointed at the massive crab Wang Hai was dragging ashore. His excitement was understandable. The blue crab Wang Hai had caught was simply colossal. As the crab thrashed about, waving its claws, onlookers estimated it weighed at least 6 pounds. "Wow, I've never seen a crab this size before," someone exclaimed. "And I've spent my entire life as a fisherman and have never seen such a gigantic crab." The crowd buzzed with discussions about Wang Hai's remarkable fortune, speculating about the potential value of such a catch. At that moment, Sun Chunli finally realized that while Wang Hai had caught an impressively large crab, it could still slip away at any moment before being securely grasped. Although the crab was not caught by him, the thought of such a large blue crab escaping still caused him a pang of regret. With this in mind, he hurriedly bent down to seize the crab. Wang Hai, witnessing this, promptly cautioned him, "Ching, be careful. Getting pinched by those claws can be quite debilitating." "I understand. Don't worry," Sun Chung replied, initially filled with excitement. But upon hearing Wang Hai's warning, he composed himself and reached for the crab from behind. The large crab, sensing danger, swiftly released the iron wire it had been clutching and raised its claws to swipe at Sun Cheng's hand. "Whoa, that's something." Sun Chung quickly withdrew his hand, searching for another opportunity. At this moment, Ali also arrived to assist. Sun Cheng's face lit up with joy as he said, "Ali, use the stick to distract the crab while I sneak up from behind to grab it." "All right," Ali responded, following Sun Cheng's instructions and using the stick meant for catching stone crabs to tap at the crab's claws, diverting its attention. Meanwhile, Sun Chung took advantage of the distraction to stealthily approach and grasp the crab's shell from behind. Wow, this crab is surprisingly strong. After a minute of struggle, Sun Chung finally managed to tie up the crab's pincers with a rope. "Hey, not so tough now, are you? Come at me." Sun Chung triumphantly tapped the crab on its head, a smug grin on his face that made Wang Hai feel an urge to smack him. Though the crab had only its pincers bound, it resembled a venomous snake stripped of its fangs, utterly powerless, akin to fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Wang Hai merely chuckled at Sun Cheng's antics with the crab. A few meters away, a dapper old man gazed longingly at the enormous crab, his eyes filled with envy. Once Sun Cheng secured all 4 crabs, he noticed Wang Hai was reeling in his fishing rod. He quickly exclaimed, "Hey Dahai, why are you packing up? We've caught quite a few crabs." "There's no need to fish for more," Wang Hai replied nonchalantly. However, the main reason was that after a prolonged session of crabbing, Wang Hai was feeling mentally drained. What a splendid opportunity. It's rare to encounter such a good catch. Leaving after just over 2 hours would be a shame, Sun Cheng said, taking the fishing rod from Wang Hai's hands. "If you're tired, take a break. I'll fish." Seeing Sun Cheng so enthusiastic, Wang Hai felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. "All right, give it a go." Once he had the rod, Sun Cheng eagerly adjusted it, even changing the bait to a fresher one, discarding the old, pale fish. Wang Hai quietly observed Sun Cheng's actions, knowing full well that changing bait had no bearing on catching fish. After a brief moment of smoking, Sun Cheng could hardly contain his excitement as he reeled in the line, feeling a promising tug on the rod. Chapter 149, Master of the Skies. With renewed fervor, Sun Cheng reeled in even more vigorously, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Yet, when he finished pulling in the line, he found nothing at all on the hook, completely empty. Sun Cheng was taken aback. He had felt a bite moments ago. How could there be nothing by the time he reached the shore? Upon noticing the lead weight on Wang Hai's rig, the realization dawned on him. So that was the source of the commotion. At that moment, the old man in the distance perked up. "Hey, nothing on the line." He had observed Wang Hai consistently catching fish and had grown somewhat numb to it. But seeing Sun Cheng catch, nothing brought him a flicker of consolation. Sun Cheng, however, refused to be disheartened. If Wang Hai could keep reeling in fish, surely he wouldn't leave empty-handed either. With renewed determination, Sun Cheng cast his line once more. Yet reality proved to be rather harsh. From the blazing sun to the soft glow of the setting sun, for hours passed without him landing a single crab. Watching the sun dip below the horizon, Sun Cheng wore a frustrated expression, internally lamenting. If Wang Hai had also caught nothing, he wouldn't mind. But the stark contrast of Wang Hai's continuous success against his own failure was hard to bear. Reel it in, reel it in, he muttered as he began to pull in his line. The sunset always vanishes swiftly. One moment he was reeling in, and the next, the sun disappeared below the horizon. The once bustling seaside was now left with only a few anglers. The evening sea breeze brushed against him, the fabric of his clothes fluttering, offering a refreshing contrast to the heat of the day. After packing up their gear, Wang Hai and the others began to head back to shore with their catches of blue crabs. While the dapper old man finished packing his equipment and followed behind them to the roadside, Wang Hai approached with a smile. Old man, we've caught quite a few crabs. Let me give you a couple. The old man, just placing his gear onto a tricycle, was momentarily taken aback at Wang Hai's offer. Initially harboring some skepticism about Wang Hai's ability to catch crabs, his attitude softened upon witnessing the young man's generosity. Thank you, but no need for the crabs. I just came out here to pass the time. The old man waved his hand, indicating he declined the offer. Wang Hai's gesture was motivated by compassion. Having seen the elderly man fish all day without a single catch, and knowing he had plenty to spare, not wanting to press the matter further, he waved goodbye and returned to his tricycle. Observing the blue crabs from the afternoon's catch, which weighed at least 60 pounds alongside over 20 pounds of stone crabs, he realized they could not possibly consume all that himself and decided to check with Sister Allen if she wanted any. With that thought, Wang Hai pulled out his phone and called her. After a couple of rings, the line connected, and Sister Allen's voice came through to Hai. What made you think of calling me? Surprised to receive a call from Wang Hai, she knew he hadn't gone out to sea today. Besides selling fish, what could he possibly need? Sister Allen, I caught some blue crabs this afternoon, around 50-something pounds, and I can't eat them all. Do you want any? Blue crabs? Sure. Just bring them over. After hanging up, Wang Hai selected the largest blue crab he had caught, along with a few others of decent size, and placed them onto Sun Cheng's electric bike. Chung, Ali, take these crabs back home. I'll sell the extras at Sister Allen's restaurant. Chapter 150, Prizing Open Oysters. All right, Ali and I will head back first. After leaving the Bay Park, the three parted ways in different directions. By the time Wang Hai arrived at Sister Allen's restaurant, the sky had fully darkened, and he hurriedly brought the crabs inside to weigh them. This catch was not abundant, and all the crabs were blue, so he quickly settled the bill. The 52 pounds of blue crabs averaged about 2 pounds each. Of course, if they had been truly wild catches, the sizes wouldn't have been so uniform. This was largely thanks to Wang Hai's expertise, leading him to catch mostly larger specimens while leaving the smaller ones behind. Sister Allen offered him a price of $150 per pound, totaling $700-800. After selling the crabs, Wang Hai exchanged pleasantries with Sister Allen before riding off. However, he did not rush home. Instead, he stopped by a nearby larger supermarket to buy some beef and lamb along with other ingredients, planning for a barbecue that evening. The tricycle slowly made its way out of the street and onto the coastal highway. The salty sea breeze continually swept towards him, tousling his hair. By the time he returned home, it was already 7:30. Hai, why did you buy so many groceries this late at night? Sun Cheng asked, puzzled as he watched Wang Hai carry 2 bags from the tricycle. I bought some beef and seafood. We're having a barbecue tonight, Wang Hai replied, handing a bag to Sun Cheng. Cheng, please take these to the kitchen while I charge the tricycle. Sure. Upon hearing that a barbecue was on the horizon, Sun Cheng's spirits lifted instantly. He eagerly accepted the ingredients purchased by Wang Hai and, with a bounce in his step, hurried back to his home. As he crossed the threshold, Grandpa Sun noticed his grandson's exuberance and remarked, "Can't you be a bit more composed? You're not a child anymore." Old Sun interjected, "I believe Cheng's enthusiasm is quite admirable. Young people should radiate vitality. If they were perpetually morose, it would surely be a source of worry for you, haha." The 3 elderly gentlemen, uninterested in the barbecue, prepared their own meal instead. With ample time to spare before the barbecue, Sun Cheng proposed, "Are you hungry? If not, shall we head to the shore? We might find some oysters to grill later." "I'm in," Ali responded with a grin. Wang Hai, impressed by Sun Cheng's stamina after a long afternoon of fishing, nevertheless contemplated the idea and nodded. "Sure, bringing back some oysters sounds delightful. I've expended quite a bit of energy controlling the agile fish these past few days. It would be nice to replenish." In truth, when he ventured to buy groceries earlier, he had intended to procure some oysters, but as night fell, the seafood market had closed, and the oysters at the supermarket were small and of poor quality, leading him to forego the purchase. With plenty of time left, the larger oysters remained submerged, only to be revealed when the tide receded around 9 in the evening. So there was no rush. Wang Hai reclined in a chair, scrolling through his phone, curious about the day's trending topics, only to find an array of videos featuring attractive young women, much to his delight. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng and Ali, brimming with energy, donned their mining lamps and armed with small shovels, dashed to the little vegetable garden at the entrance to dig for earthworms, claiming they were headed to catch eels in the abandoned rice paddies later. Wang Hai, however, had no intention of joining them, preferring the comfort of his chair and the enticing videos. After approximately an hour, Sunken and Ollie returned, each carrying a bucket. How many traps did you set? It took you an hour to come back? Wang Hai inquired, perplexed by their delay. He recalled that there were only 6 or 7 traps at home. Even if they had set them all, it shouldn't have taken so long. Brother Hai, look what we have here, Ollie replied, not directly answering Wang Hai's question. Instead, presenting the bucket for him to see. Wang Hai instinctively leaned down, spotting a mass of small crayfish wriggling within. There were at least 4 to 5 pounds. Where did you catch so many crayfish? All from the rice paddies behind the house. When Ollie and I went to set the traps, we found plenty crawling along the shore, so we gathered some. Otherwise, we would have returned sooner, Sunken declared proudly. Surprised that such a bounty could be found so effortlessly in the paddies, Wang Hai reflected on his own childhood experiences catching crayfish with them, where a dozen would be considered a significant catch. He couldn't believe how much they had proliferated over the years. Given that we have so many crayfish, why didn't we catch any when we set the traps last time? Wang Hai asked. Who knows? Perhaps we didn't place them in the right spots, Sunken chuckled. Well, it's already past 9. Let us head to the rocky beach. The tide must have receded significantly by now, Ollie suggested. I'll grab the gear, Sunken said, retreating to the storage room to fetch the necessary tools for their excursion. When he emerged, Wang Hai and Ollie were already waiting on the tricycle. Sunken loaded the equipment into the back and climbed aboard. Their destination, the rocky beach at the eastern edge of Yunbian village, lay 4 kilometers away. It was nighttime, and they had to navigate the coastal road carefully, arriving after half an hour. It seems we've arrived a bit late. Others are already here, Ollie pointed out, noting the distant headlamps illuminating the dark shore. Normally, this place sees little activity at night. Why are there so many people today? Sunken murmured. Enough chatter. Let us not dawdle. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return for the barbecue, Wang Hai reminded them. As they walked toward the shore, Sunken proposed. How about we have a friendly competition to see who catches the most tonight? The one with the least catches will handle the barbecue. I'm game. But I fear someone might try to welch on the bed, Wang Hai joked. Indeed, I worry about someone dodging their responsibilities, Ollie echoed with a laugh. Come on. Can we not have trust among us? Sunken replied, a hint of exasperation lacing his tone. Not a chance, Wang Hai and Ollie chorused. Do I really need to cheat? With my skills, I'll surely bring home a bountiful catch. As the trio bantered while making their way to the rocky beach, they caught the attention of a group of individuals preparing to scour the shore. The leader, a portly fellow, called out, Skinny, Chong, we're about to go live. Don't let those 3 come over. You too, go and shoo them away. Don't worry, leave it to us. A slender young man with a mohawk replied with a grin. Just let me handle it, interjected a robust youth beside him, disdainfully eyeing the mohawk. The next moment, the duo approached Wang Hai and his friends, closing the distance of about 40 to 50 meters quickly. The night obscured their features, and the beams from their flashlights made it difficult to discern one another's faces. Once they drew closer, the mohawk youth froze upon seeing Wang Hai's face, his initial malice evaporating, replaced by a shiver of apprehension. Damn it, why are these 2 here? He thought ruefully, instinctively touching his recently capped gold tooth, feeling a pang of anxiety. If it weren't for Wang Hai knocking out his tooth, he wouldn't have had to spend 2 months' wages on dental work. While harboring resentment towards Wang Hai, the mohawk youth dared not provoke him. The impending live stream took precedence. Patience was key. Yes, patience. He mentally reassured himself, quickly donning a sycophantic smile. Ah, Brother Hai, what a coincidence. We're out here for the same reason. Would you mind moving to another spot? Wang Hai, taken aback to see the mohawk youth, quickly deduced that the group must be preparing for a live stream. He remained silent, and neither he nor his companions accepted the cigarettes offered. Feeling slighted by their rejection, the mohawk youth thought to himself, if it weren't for the live stream, he wouldn't have bothered to lower himself to this level. Ollie, let us go. We need to wrap this up and head home, Wang Hai urged, signaling that they should not linger. Hearing that they intended to continue, the mohawk youth's expression darkened, and he promptly obstructed their path. You can't scour this beach. Sunken, growing impatient, retorted, What, do you live by the sea? Why are you so concerned? Upon uttering these words, he suddenly realized the absurdity of his statement. Wasn't it true that the other party lived by the coast? The mohawk youth, feeling a surge of indignation, refrained from retaliating, knowing that provoking these individuals could jeopardize their live stream just as it had previously. Hold on, gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. We are not here to cause trouble intentionally. Since we are live streaming, we just wanted to showcase some seafood in advance. Before the rooster-headed man could finish his statement, the young man beside him, with an expression of disdain, interrupted, Tao, there's no need to waste words on them. With that, Dezhuang took a couple of steps forward, cracking his knuckles with a dismissive look aimed at Wang Hai and his companions. We are live streaming here. so you'd better get lost quickly. Don't force my hand. At the time when Wang Hai and his friends were streaming with Depao, Dezhuang had not yet joined them, and thus he was unaware of Wang Hai and his group's reputation, prompting him to speak arrogantly. As Dezhuang began to speak, the rooster-headed man felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively tried to restrain him. However, Dezhuang had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and, being physically stronger, he shrugged him off easily. Dezhuang, don't act recklessly if you've had too much to drink. The rooster-headed man hurriedly approached to pull him back again. Casting a helpless glance at Wang Hai's group, Chung, Dezhuang is drunk. Don't stoop to his level. Having just joined Depao, Dezhuang was eager to make a name for himself. Seeing the rooster-headed man as cowardice only fueled his bravado, and he forcefully pushed him aside. Chapter 153, Internal Strife. The rooster-headed man did not anticipate that Dezhuang would push him with such force. He stumbled back 2 steps and fell directly onto the rocky shore. Due to the receding tide, there was still some standing water on the ground, and his pants were soaked through. Ouch! As he fell, he happened to land on a small stone, causing tears to well up in his eyes from the pain. Look at you, so cowardly. How can you even dare to associate with Brother Pao? I can't believe Brother Pao would choose someone like you. Dezhuang scoffed at the rooster-headed man, who sat on the ground in a disheveled state. He had always looked down upon the rooster-headed man, who followed Brother Pao around doing nothing but flattering him, taking a cut of the live stream earnings that should rightfully belong to those who actually worked. You heard what Dezhuang said. The rooster-headed man gritted his teeth in anger, but alas, Dezhuang was a hulking figure, while he himself was quite thin, making him no match for Dezhuang in a physical confrontation. Although Dezhuang was intoxicated, he did not dare to utter any harsh words. However, a cold smile soon spread across his face as an idea sparked in his mind. Noticing the brewing conflict, Wang Hai felt it unnecessary to waste time. It was already past 10 o'clock, and after finishing with the seafood, he still needed to return for a barbecue. Let us go, don't waste any more time. Wang Hai gestured to Sun Sheng and Ali to move further away from the live stream to gather seafood. Stop. Are you implying my words are worthless? Scram. Dezhuang grew furious upon seeing Wang Hai's group continue to gather seafood, and he immediately charged forward with the intent to strike. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes. He had already intended to move to a spot farther from their live stream, yet the other party was still being unreasonable. Although Wang Hai was not one to seek out trouble, he was not one to shy away from it either. Initially, he contemplated whether to collect the seafood they had carelessly left behind as a lesson for them not to provoke him again. However, he did not expect Dezhuang to reach out and grab his collar. Why hesitate? Just take him down. Since the other party was inebriated and had initiated the confrontation, Wang Hai felt justified in defending himself. With that thought, he seized Dezhuang's arm, using his strength to execute a shoulder throw, sending Dezhuang crashing to the ground. Wang Hai ultimately tempered his strength. Otherwise, given his trained physique and the rocky surroundings, he could easily have caused serious harm to Dezhuang. On the sidelines, Sun Sheng, seeing Dezhuang grab Wang Hai's collar, felt he could not stand idly by. Instinctively, he swung the bucket he was holding towards Dezhuang while preparing to rush in. However, just as he took a step forward, Dezhuang was sent sprawling to the ground by Wang Hai's maneuver, his mouth agape in disbelief. Damn it! When did you become so strong, Hai? Sun Sheng, having grown up alongside Wang Hai, knew he had some strength. But he never expected Wang Hai to effortlessly take down someone larger than himself. Having trained in martial arts during his school days, he recognized he could not withstand such a move. Seeing Sun Cheng's astonishment, Wang Hai felt compelled to fabricate an explanation. Chapter 154, The Spotted Eel. After graduating high school, Sun Sheng had remained at home helping sell fruits and was not well versed in university matters. Thus he readily believed Wang Hai's statement. Dezhuang groaned as he clumsily rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and fixed on Wang Hai, as if he were about to tear him apart. Damn it! I've never faced such humiliation. You're dead meat. Dezhuang, after being thrown, failed to grasp the disparity between them, attributing his defeat to a moment of negligence. In contrast, Wang Hai remained remarkably composed, not even blinking as he smiled and beckoned for Dezhuang to continue. Seeing Wang Hai's audacity, Dezhuang was infuriated. He sprang up from the ground and charged at Wang Hai, throwing a punch aimed squarely at his face. Wang Hai was taken aback. Although he could easily take down Dezhuang, he noted the sheer force behind the punch, which lacked any regard for consequences. Sun Sheng had gained a rough idea of Wang Hai's strength by now and felt he could hold his own against him. But he believed dealing with the clumsy Dezhuang would be comparatively simple, so he refrained from intervening. However, Ali, standing beside him, did not share the same sentiment. Seeing Dezhuang's aggressive advance, he instinctively wanted to rush in to assist, shouting, "Brother Hai, be careful." Yet before he could take 2 steps, Sun Sheng grabbed him, saying, Ali, don't worry, I can handle him easily. Despite being held back by Sun Sheng, Ailey still appeared anxious, failing to absorb the reassurances. He only remembered how, when he was bullied in childhood, Wang Hai had always stood up for him without hesitation. He could not afford to back down now. Sun Chung, holding on to Ailey, was taken aback. He initially assumed Ailey, being slender, would lack strength and thus did not exert much effort in restraining him. However, Ailey suddenly broke free with a surge of strength. As Ailey charged forward, he witnessed Wang Hai deliver a swift slap that sent De Zhuang spinning, landing him back on the ground with a groan, utterly incredulous. Ailey's mouth fell open in disbelief as he watched De Zhuang, who was much larger than Wang Hai, being effortlessly knocked down. He covered his mouth in shock, feeling utterly dazed. In the next moment, Ailey gazed at Wang Hai with starry eyes, marveling at his newfound prowess. Yet, having already rushed to assist, Ailey couldn't simply stand by. He contemplated and decided to deliver a couple of kicks to De Zhuang. Seeing Ailey aim for De Zhuang's groin, Wang Hai felt a chill run down his spine. He rushed over to pull him back, realizing that while his actions were self-defense, Ailey's potential assault could lead to serious repercussions. It was one thing to defend oneself, but if Ailey were to cause any permanent damage, it could lead to more than just financial consequences. It could result in criminal charges. After restraining Ailey, both Wang Hai and Sun Chung exchanged glances, silently acknowledging they never expected Ailey, who usually kept a low profile, to have such a cunning side, targeting the most vulnerable areas. At that moment, De Zhuang, trembling, cautiously moved his hands away from his groin, casting a wary glance at Ailey. Damn it. This kid plays dirty. If I hadn't sensed trouble and protected myself, I might have been in serious trouble today. As De Zhuang gradually regained his senses, the previously numbed pain in his mouth now flared with a fiery intensity. Instinctively, he spat out a mixture of blood and something hard onto the ground, which upon closer inspection turned out to be 3 bloody teeth. Hastily, he covered the swollen side of his face with one hand, while the other trembled as he pointed at Wang Hai, stammering, "You're finished. Call the police. I want to report this." Blood and saliva continued to dribble from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Meanwhile, sitting a distance away, the rooster head struggled to stifle his laughter, covering his mouth with his hand to suppress the sounds. Witnessing De Zhuang's beating brought him immense joy, and he silently reveled in the thought, this is what you get for daring to lay a hand on me. Just as he was enjoying the thought of having dealt with De Zhuang and letting the police handle Wang Hai, Sun Chung let out a cold laugh and said, "Call the police? Go ahead." Sun Chung was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of the police being involved. Rather, he feared that De Zhuang might not dare to report the incident. As he spoke, he gestured to the collar of his shirt, and only then did De Zhuang notice the action camera attached there. Initially, he had thought that, although he had struck first, there was no evidence, and perhaps the police might sympathize with him since he was the one injured. However, upon seeing the camera, he instantly felt deflated. Faced with the reality that he could neither fight back nor safely report the incident, he realized he might be the one to suffer. "Well done," Wang Hai remarked as he approached Sun Chung, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder. He had just seen Sun Chung clip the camera to his collar, meaning the earlier altercation had not been recorded. It was night, and no one would notice when the camera had been attached. Sensing the advantage, Wang Hai turned to the rooster head blocking their path and asked, "What is it going to be? Are you still going to stop us?" The rooster head, who had been stifling his laughter at De Zhuang's misfortune, quickly sidestepped at Wang Hai's sudden gaze, thinking to himself, with De Zhuang looking so pitiful after the beating, what could I possibly do against them? Seeing the rooster head step aside, Wang Hai felt no need to press the matter further. After all, he was merely a lackey, and the real instigator was likely the big guy. Yet, he could not simply let this go. It would be too easy on them. Initially, he had only intended to scavenge some seafood and head home early, but after the commotion caused by De Zhuang, he decided to gather some good finds nearby. Let's go. The tide is receding, and there must be plenty of treasures washed ashore. Who knows, we might even catch another king crab like last time, Wang Hai said half-jokingly. Sun Chung and Ollie instantly understood Wang Hai's implication and laughed in agreement. Maybe we'll even find some Australian lobsters. Haha, let us go. I can hardly wait. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they made their way toward the exposed rocky shore, the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoing in the distance. Meanwhile, at a distance, the big cannon, who was live streaming, began to feel puzzled when De Zhuang and the rooster head had yet to return. However, as he was engaged in his stream, he couldn't leave. "Guys, look. There's a leopard eel. It looks like it weighs over 3 pounds. The big cannon exclaimed, lifting a rock where he had previously placed some seafood, revealing a large eel. Without the rock's cover, the leopard eel sensed danger and immediately twisted its body to escape. You think you can run from me?" The big cannon quickly pursued and clamped the eel with his tongs. Just then, the rooster head's urgent voice reached him from behind. "Cannon bro, we have a problem." having seen Wang Hai and his crew going after the seafood they had buried earlier. The rooster head rushed back to inform the big cannon. Not wanting to shout too loudly while he was streaming, he whispered anxiously, "Cannon bro, it's bad. The ones coming to scavenge are Wang Hai and his gang. De Zhuang tried to confront them and got taken down. Now they're picking up our seafood." "What?" The big cannon initially dismissed it, but upon realizing it was Wang Hai and that they were taking their catch, he instantly lost his composure. In his shock, he loosened his grip on the tongs, and the leopard eel, which had been firmly held, seized the opportunity to bite down on the webbing of his hand. Damn it! As pain surged through him, the big cannon instinctively shook his arm, flinging the eel to the ground. A row of bright red bite marks was clearly visible on his hand, blood oozing from the wounds. Meanwhile, viewers in the big cannon's live stream were enjoying the spectacle, some even believing it was part of the show. Looks like the streamer has got the drama down to a T. Haha, I don't know why, but watching the streamer get bitten is oddly exhilarating. It doesn't look like a mere stunt. Look at the blood on his hand. At that moment, a young man next to the big cannon, seeing the blood, was unfazed, having grown accustomed to the minor injuries that came with scavenging at the beach. As he handed over a tissue, he said, "Cannon bro, you might want to clean that up." The big cannon, realizing the situation was far more pressing than his minor injury, dismissed the stream entirely. The small wound was trivial. The urgent matter was to stop Wang Hai and his crew. Although the seafood they had buried wasn't particularly valuable, they had prepared one special item. And if Wang Hai got to it first, they would suffer a significant loss. With this in mind, the big cannon quickly turned to the camera, forcing a grim smile as he said, "Folks, we've hit a snag, and I need to handle it. I'll be right back." Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the tide pools where they had hidden the fish, silently praying that Wang Hai had not discovered their stash. However, as he approached the location, he spotted the beam of a flashlight illuminating the area, sending a chill down his spine. "Damn it, Rooster Head, you useless slacker." As he ran, the big cannon muttered curses under his breath. Despite his height of 6 feet, he weighed over 300 pounds, making it a strenuous endeavor to run. After just a few steps, he was already gasping for breath. The Rooster Head, feeling the sting of the big cannon's words, merely shrank his neck but continued to follow. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and his companions ventured deeper into the receding tide, soon discovering signs that someone had previously rummaged through the rocks. Sun Qing eagerly approached, flipping over a stone, and upon seeing what lay beneath, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? So many abalones." Underneath the overturned stone, 5 large abalones clung tightly, each roughly the size of half a palm. Knowing the rocky shore's resources, Wang Hai and his friends were aware that stumbling upon even a single sea urchin or crab was considered a boon. Thus, finding 5 abalones as their first catch of the day was undoubtedly a stroke of luck, likely left there by the big cannon. Nonetheless, given they were by the sea, Wang Hai and his crew could easily claim these as wild catches, leaving the big cannon with little recourse. "Not bad at all. Let us collect these," Sun Qing said, pulling out the tool he had brought for prying open oysters and effortlessly prying the abalones free to place them in a bucket. Just then, a splash echoed from several meters away. Initially, the trio paid it no mind, but soon, the sound repeated. Having grown up by the sea, they quickly realized it was likely a fish stranded on the shore. "Let us go check it out," Wang Hai suggested. The distance was not considerable. The 3 soon arrived at the source of the sound, where they encountered a low-lying area, a puddle formed by the retreating sea, approximately 2 to 3 meters in size. It is quite normal to find puddles along the shore after the tide has receded, but typically, the water in such pools is relatively clear. However, the puddle before Wang Hai and his companions was remarkably murky. This indicated that something was stirring within, agitating the sediment at the bottom. Sun Chung and Ali set down the buckets they were carrying, eager to wade into the water to catch fish, but were promptly halted by Wang Hai. "Chung, Ali, let us not rush in just yet. The bottom is strewn with rocks, and given the murkiness, it could be perilous. Moreover, this area is home to numerous sea snakes. Encountering one could lead to a serious bite." "What is wrong, Hai?" Sun Chung inquired. "Hold off on entering the water. It's too murky, and there are many crevices. You wouldn't want to run into a sea snake." As he spoke, Wang Hai instinctively began to control his spirit fish to search the depths and discern what lay beneath. However, he quickly realized that after spending the afternoon catching blue crabs, his mental energy was depleted, rendering him unable to manipulate the spirit fish. Seeing that the spirit fish was unusable, Wang Hai pondered for a moment before picking up a stone nearby and hurling it into the puddle. The disturbance startled whatever was beneath, causing it to thrash about, sending waves splashing. Simultaneously, a golden figure swiftly flipped over and plunged back into the water. It turned out to be a yellow croaker, its earlier commotion suggesting it weighed over 3 pounds. Although not overly large, it would make for a delightful grilled fish, Sun Sheng remarked with a smile. 3 pounds is just right. Any larger and the flesh would be too thick for grilling. Ollie chimed in from the culinary perspective. Yellow croaker only Wang Hai, with narrowed eyes, appeared deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head, stating, "That's unlikely to be a yellow croaker." Chapter 156, Big Yellow Croaker. Not a yellow croaker? Upon hearing this, Sun Sheng queried in confusion, "Then what kind of fish is it?" "Indeed, the yellow croaker is yellow. But it certainly doesn't match the weight of that fish we just saw. I suspect it is far more likely to be a big yellow croaker." Sun Sheng and Ollie exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing Wang Hai's assertion. "Hi, are you certain it's a big yellow croaker? Normally, big yellow croakers inhabit deep-sea regions. They would never wash up on this rocky shore. A fish of that size could fetch thousands. Surely it wouldn't be something that DePao bought for props?" Seeing Sun Sheng's skepticism, Wang Hai chose not to elaborate further, opting instead to let the facts speak for themselves. "We'll find out once we catch it." With that, he picked up 2 large stones and forcefully smashed them at the spot where the fish had surfaced. In no time, a dazed fish floated to the surface. This fish was covered in dark gray spots and appeared to weigh around 2 to 3 pounds. This is a ratfish," Sun Sheng exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The ratfish, also known as the humpback bass, belongs to the family of bass-like fish. "Well, what a pleasant surprise." Wang Hai expressed his delight, having initially assumed that there was only one fish in the puddle. At that moment, the puddle began to churn once more, and Sun Sheng was the first to leap into the water to catch fish. Observing this, Wang Hai followed suit, having thrown several stones earlier. He reasoned that any sea snakes would have likely retreated, alleviating his concerns. "Ollie, come on in. Once in the water." Wang Hai tossed the dazed ratfish to Ollie on the shore before teaming up with Sun Sheng to pursue the remaining yellow croaker. The puddle was not large. Its deepest point barely reached 40 centimeters. As they continued their search, they quickly cornered the fish against the bank. Sun Sheng extended his hands slowly toward the fish, attempting to seize it. However, being in the water and with the fish's slippery surface, it eluded his grasp. After several minutes of effort, it was ultimately Wang Hai who managed to catch it. When the fish was finally pulled from the water, illuminated by the flashlight, it gleamed a brilliant gold. It was indeed a big yellow croaker. Truly a big yellow croaker. Just then, a breathless voice called out from a distance. "That's my big yellow croaker. Put it down." Wang Hai turned to see DePao and Roosterhead approaching. DePao pointed at Wang Hai's muddy hands, his hair disheveled and smeared with dirt. Had it not been for DePao's recognizable physique, Wang Hai might not have recognized him. Given DePao's disheveled state, it was evident he had rushed over in a panic, likely having fallen in his haste to prevent them from taking their big yellow croaker. Sun Sheng shot him a disdainful glance, recalling how DePao had instigated trouble when they first arrived at the shore, even attempting to confront them. Had it not been for Wang Hai's skills, they might have ended up in the hospital. Now he dared to demand the big yellow croaker? "We caught this big yellow croaker while beachcombing. Why should we give it to you?" Sun Sheng retorted, cutting off DePao's attempts to speak. If DePao truly wanted this big yellow croaker, he would have to admit to his deceit in the live stream. However, this tactic appeared ineffective, as just then, the cameraman and 2 assistants who had been helping with the live stream had shut it down and approached, flanking the bloody Dijuan. Initially timid, DePao felt emboldened by the presence of his subordinates, glaring at Wang Hai and his companions with renewed bravado. "What a coincidence, to run into you here again. Last time during my live stream, you all picked up the sea goods. Now you've come to snatch my big yellow croaker. Let us settle both old and new scores today." As he spoke, DePao clenched his fist ominously. Wang Hai, unfazed by DePao's threats, simply ignored him and continued walking toward the shore with the big yellow croaker. Meanwhile, DePao, feeling triumphant, assumed Wang Hai and his friends had backed down. He boasted, "But you see, I have grown weary of fighting. I'm done with that. If you 3 return the sea goods to me and kneel down to offer us each 2 bows, calling us grandfather, I might consider letting you go." "Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Sheng exclaimed, incensed by DePao's arrogance and his demands for bows. He was ready to teach DePao a lesson. "A chung." Wang Hai restrained Sun Sheng, signaling him to temper his anger, for letting their emotions flare could be detrimental. He turned to DePao, ready to engage him in a game, and smiled. "Are you certain that merely bowing and calling you grandfather will secure our release?" DePao, mistakenly believing Wang Hai was willing to comply, grew even more excited, smugly responding, "That was back then. As for now, there's one more requirement. You must crawl under my legs." Wang Hai found DePao's audacity amusing and wondered where he derived such confidence. Thinking he could act so brazenly with 5 people backing him, Wang Hai merely opened his mouth silently in response. DePao, noticing Wang Hai's reaction, furrowed his brows, urging, "If you want to crawl, do it quickly. Otherwise, if I'm displeased, I won't let you off so easily." Rooster Head, standing beside Dapao, surmised Wang Hai's unspoken words and felt a twinge of apprehension. Nevertheless, he leaned closer to Dapao, whispering, "Pao Gu, he called you an idiot." Initially perplexed, Dapao soon realized that Wang Hai's lip movements had indeed insulted him. Although Dapao felt a flicker of fear toward Wang Hai, he leaned on the fact that he had the numbers on his side. He picked up a stone from the ground and charged at Ollie, declaring, "Dezhuang, you and Rooster Head deal with Wang Hai." With that, Dapao rushed toward Ollie, targeting him. As the saying goes, one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng's prowess was undeniable, so he opted to confront Ollie instead. As he took just 2 steps forward, the cannon suddenly halted. For it was not as he had envisioned. The rest of his entourage did not rush forward. Only he remained, clutching a stone, and now found himself in an awkward predicament. Faced with the menacing presence of Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, he was caught in a dilemma. Damn it. I distribute my live stream earnings to you each month, and this is how you repay me? Get in there. The cannon could only turn back and bellow at his followers. It wasn't that the others were particularly kind-hearted, reluctant to engage in violence. Rather, they were simply intimidated, especially since Dezhuang had been thoroughly beaten, his face swollen to an alarming degree, leaving them all too frightened to step up. However, after the cannon's furious shout, they had no choice but to advance and take their punishment. Brother Cannon, they have a sports camera. Cockhead pointed to the camera strapped around Sun Cheng's neck, hoping to dissuade the cannon from proceeding, for even if they triumphed, they would surely emerge battered and bruised. Chapter 157, Tears of Despair. Following Cockhead's gesture, the cannon indeed spotted the camera, but the moment had arrived, and there was no turning back. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "We 5 cannot possibly lose to their 3. Let us just smash that camera." Seeing the hesitation among his followers, the cannon gritted his teeth. "Cockhead, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. If you don't step up, I will make you regret it." With no way to escape, Cockhead reluctantly seized a fire tong used for beach gathering and joined the fray. The remaining 3, witnessing the situation, charged forward as well, with his companions now in tow. The cannon wasted no time and hurled the hefty stone towards Ali's head. Wang Hai, realizing the impending danger, swiftly sidestepped and knocked the descending stone away just in time. "Ali, stay back. Let me and Chung handle this." Ali, already limping on one leg and possessing a slight frame, had recently regained some strength from better nutrition. Yet he still appeared fragile. Wang Hai would not allow him to engage in the fight. Okay, Ali genuinely wished to assist, but he feared that his involvement might distract Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, potentially hindering their efforts, so he nodded and retreated to the sidelines. Sun Cheng, on the other hand, seemed invigorated. He flexed his shoulders and directly confronted Dezhuang and Cockhead. Wang Hai cast a cold glare at the cannon, remembering the force with which the stone had been aimed at Ali. Although it seemed easy for him to deflect the stone to the ground, his hands still tingled with residual numbness. It was clear that if that stone had struck Ali's head, the consequences would have been dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Hai sidestepped the 2 charging towards him and advanced straight at the cannon, landing a resounding slap. The quiet night amplified the sound of the slap, which echoed harshly in the stillness. Stunned by the blow, the cannon felt the world spin and his ears buzz. Wang Hai had pulled back somewhat, for although the cannon had initiated the altercation, he did not wish to cause serious harm. After all, both were living in modern times, where such disputes could become complicated. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng observed Cockhead, who charged at him with fervor, yet was curiously making exaggerated facial expressions. Ignoring the oddity, Sun Cheng delivered a swift kick. In an instant, Cockhead sidestepped, absorbing the blow with his rear, crashing to the ground, and clutching his abdomen in apparent agony. Sun Cheng was momentarily bewildered. What was this absurdity? Did my kick truly possess such power? As Cockhead lay there, refusing to rise, Sun Cheng dismissed any further thoughts of him. Just then, a rushing wind swept past him, and instinctively he dodged. In a flash, a fist the size of a sandbag whizzed by his cheek, causing his hair to flutter. Regaining his composure, Sun Cheng identified his assailant. It was Dezhuang. Rather than feeling fear, he was filled with exhilaration. Seeing his surprise attack fail, Dezhuang unleashed a kick aimed at Sun Cheng's abdomen, convinced he could overpower him, despite Wang Hai's earlier dominance. Reality, however, proved harsh. Sun Cheng easily evaded the kick, and before Dezhuang could launch another assault, Sun Cheng unleashed a flurry of punches upon him. Dezhuang could only shield his head with his arms, attempting to deflect the barrage. When Sun Cheng realized his initial 3-pronged attack had been ineffective, he resorted to his ultimate technique. The monkey steals the peach. Dezhuang's face paled at the sight of Sun Cheng employing such a cunning maneuver. He swiftly protected himself. Yet Sun Cheng feigned a move, not truly reaching for the peach, but instead launched a punch directly at Dezhuang's abdomen. though De Zhuang had just endured a grappling maneuver from Wang Hai. His sturdy build absorbed Sun Cheng's blow, eliciting merely a grunt of discomfort. As Sun Cheng prepared to intensify his onslaught, Wang Hai's voice rang out from a distance. Cheng, hurry up. We're in a rush to get back for barbecue. Sun Cheng glanced over at Wang Hai, who had already subdued the 3 adversaries lying on the ground, groaning in defeat. Witnessing this, Sun Cheng, though aware of Wang Hai's prowess, felt a spark of surprise. After acknowledging Wang Hai with a quick reply, he summoned all his strength and, after several arduous minutes, finally subdued De Zhuang, though he had sustained some superficial injuries in the process. Brother Cheng, you're bleeding from your nose. Hurry, wipe it. Ali exclaimed, producing a tissue to offer to Sun Cheng. Are you all right? Wang Hai inquired, noticing the blood. I'm fine. He is in much worse shape than I am, Sun Cheng replied with a smile, waving his hand to indicate he was unscathed. Oh, that's a relief. As Wang Hai turned to collect the fish they had caught earlier, Sun Cheng inhaled sharply, unable to suppress the urge to clutch his nose. At that moment, the cannon, wearing a sorrowful expression, sat up from the ground. Wang Hai, we concede this time. However, I purchased that yellow croaker for several thousand. You must leave it with us. If you dare take it, I will definitely call the police. Wang Hai frowned at this, pondering the absurdity of the cannon's logic. Why was he attempting to reason with him now after ignoring his earlier words? Did he expect everyone to cater to his whims? Just because he claimed the fish was his doesn't make it true. It was clearly a fish they had caught themselves. Wang Hai shrugged with a smile. You think just because you say it's yours, it is? We clearly caught it ourselves. You shameless scoundrel. The cannon felt tears welling in his eyes, utterly defeated. Wang Hai had little regard for this fish. He had his own spiritual fish and fishing boat. Though he couldn't catch yellow croakers every day, if he truly set his mind to it, he could easily reel in a few. Given the trouble the cannon had caused tonight, he was determined not to give it up, for if he didn't make them pay a price, they would think him easy to bully. Furthermore, it was evident this was a fish they had caught, with no name tag indicating it belonged to the cannon. At this point, he could no longer be bothered to engage in further discussion, placing the yellow croaker into a bucket and signaling for Sun Cheng and Ali to leave. Seeing Wang Hai and the others turn to depart, the cannon was frantic, wanting to reclaim the fish but too fearful to approach, as he was still nursing his injuries. Although the blows had not been fatal, he was far from healed, and if he were to rush in for a confrontation, he would only find himself beaten again, which would not be worth it. Just then, Cockhead whispered a few words in his ear, and in an instant, a spark of realization lit up the cannon's eyes. Chapter 158, An Opportunity Arises. Li Chun is your cousin, isn't he? We bought this fish from him, and we have the weight and record to prove it. If you call the police, they won't ignore it. You'd best comply and let it go. I'll pretend this incident never happened. Wang Hai had initially intended to disregard the cannon, but upon hearing the mention of Li Chun, he paused. He did not know many people, but he certainly knew Li Chun. This individual is typically idle, and not a fisherman by trade. How could he possibly procure such a large yellow croaker? There is only one plausible explanation. The fish must be farmed. However, judging by the excitement displayed by the cannon, this fish does not appear to have been purchased at a bargain price. With this thought in mind, Wang Hai paused, extracting the yellow croaker from the bucket for a meticulous inspection. In the haste of capturing the fish, he had overlooked certain details, but upon closer examination, it was evident that this was indeed a product of aquaculture. A smile crept across Wang Hai's lips at this realization, and he had no intention of departing. Last time, Wang Liken had shot a poison dart at the black dog in an attempt to steal it, and Wang Hai had yet to find the opportunity to confront him. Now, it seemed, the chance had finally arrived. It truly resonated with the adage, sometimes the most elusive treasures are found effortlessly. Wang Hai halted, prompting Sun Cheng and Ali to cast puzzled glances in his direction. Let us not rush to leave just yet. With that, he turned and approached the cannon, scrutinizing the yellow croaker with a look of disdain before tossing it onto the ground before him. This fish, not even fit for a dog. The cannon hastily retrieved the fish. After being out of water for so long, what had once been a lively yellow croaker was now barely clinging to life, its mouth occasionally opening in a futile gasp, indistinguishable from a creature already departed. TSK, clearly unaccustomed to the world, the cannon muttered under his breath, too intimidated to speak aloud given Wang Hai's apparent disdain for the fish. Observing Wang Hai's action of returning the fish to the cannon, Sun Cheng, perplexed, inquired, What is going on, De Hai? Wang Hai stretched lazily, replying as he walked, That's farmed. It's not worth much. If you want to eat, we can get a few dozen pounds tomorrow to dry for consumption. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was just audible enough for the cannon to catch. Once doubt arises, the accusation is already established. The cannon and his companions, managing a following of several 100,000 fans, must surely include some astute individuals. And with Wang Hai's parting words, it was inevitable that someone would discern the fish's true origin. Wang Hai turned his gaze towards the cannon and his crew hastening to the shore, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My dear cousin, I can only wish you good luck this time. Wang Hai and his companions had not forgotten their primary objective for the evening. Upon reaching the oyster beds, they began to search for the larger oysters scattered about. However, it was evident that the resources here were not as bountiful as before. After a full half-hour of labor, they had only pried up 10 reasonably sized oysters. Though few in number, these delicacies were not the main fare for the evening and would suffice for their needs. The hour had approached nearly 11, and in the distance, Sun Chung remained tirelessly in pursuit of larger oysters, showing no signs of wanting to leave. Wang Hai resigned, called out, Chung, it's getting late, we should head back. All right, just let me find one more oyster before I go, Sun Chung replied. Seeing this, Wang Hai chose not to press further. Sun Chung had a tendency towards obsessive behavior and would not find rest until he had pried up at least one oyster to take home. Ollie, let us head to the shore and wait for him, Wang Hai suggested. Sure, Ollie replied. As they departed, Wang Hai noticed the bucket Ollie was carrying and was taken aback. While it contained only a few large oysters, the smaller ones were plentiful, adding up to around 8 or 9 pounds altogether. Ollie, impressive. You've gathered quite a number of the smaller ones, Wang Hai remarked with a smile. Indeed. While the smaller ones lack the meatiness of their larger counterparts, they're still delightful for porridge and fried oysters, so I decided to gather some for tomorrow, Ollie responded. The two chatted as they made their way to the shore, finding a large stone to sit upon. The grass along the shore was alive with the chirping of insects, and the rhythmic crashing of waves upon the sand filled the air with a soothing melody. The previously cloud-covered night sky had unveiled itself, revealing a tapestry of twinkling stars. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon the beach, illuminating the contours even without the aid of a flashlight. Ollie stifled a yawn, perhaps feeling a bit weary, and reclined upon the stone, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease, perhaps best described as a state of blissful indifference. Before he had met Hai, he spent his days foraging for mushrooms in the mountains to earn a living. Despite running a small shop, business had been dismal, yielding less than 20 yuan a day. Reflecting on his current circumstances, where food and drink were no longer a concern, and he earned 200 yuan simply by cooking, Ollie felt an immense sense of joy. Yet in the next moment, he found his eyes stinging with unshed tears. Noticing Ollie's unusual demeanor, Wang Hai inquired, What's the matter, Ollie? I'm fine. Just missing my grandpa a bit, Ollie replied, quietly wiping away a single tear from the corner of his eye. Wang Hai placed a reassuring hand on Ollie's shoulder, offering silent comfort. Ollie missed his grandfather, and Wang Hai felt a similar ache. However, for those who had passed, living well was the best tribute, and they would surely find peace in seeing their loved ones thrive. Hai, could you spare me a cigarette? Ollie asked as he observed Wang Hai lighting one for himself. Normally, Wang Hai would have retorted that it was better to avoid such vices, as they were not particularly beneficial. Yet, given the current atmosphere, he handed Ollie a cigarette. Just take a gentle puff. You've never smoked before, he advised. Ollie took the cigarette, imitating Wang Hai's actions, but upon inhaling the first puff, he was immediately seized by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Hai watched Ollie's struggle, reminiscent of his own early attempts at smoking. Those initial coughs, the dizziness that followed, leading to the habit becoming inseparable from his life. Hai, how can something so harsh be enjoyable for you? Ollie wondered aloud after his first taste, genuinely perplexed as to why so many found pleasure in it. You don't understand. We're not smoking for pleasure, but rather to fill the void of loneliness and contribute to the nation, Wang Hai quipped. After hearing Wang Hai's words, Ollie steeled himself to try once more to experience this peculiar sensation, but just as the cigarette approached his lips, Wang Hai snatched it away. Wang Hai patted his shoulder meaningfully, saying, Just a taste is sufficient. While smoking may somewhat alleviate loneliness, it is ultimately not a good thing. It's best to avoid it. Recalling the discomfort of his first puff, Ollie nodded in agreement, returning to his reclined position on the stone. Hai, your work at sea must be quite arduous, right? Ollie asked. It's manageable, while it is tiring. The joy of catching fish brings a sense of satisfaction that working in a factory never could. There, each day was a monotonous cycle, work during the day, returning home exhausted, collapsing onto the bed, and repeating the same routine. It left one feeling numb, Wang Hai reflected. Now, while going out to sea is tiring, I am my own boss and earn a living doing what I enjoy. That sense of fulfillment is truly rewarding. Chapter 159, The Insects Fly. Hai, hearing you speak makes me want to join you at sea, Ollie said with a chuckle. Yet he understood the impracticality of this. It wasn't that he thought Wang Hai wouldn't take him, but rather that he suffered from seasickness. He could manage a day near the shore, but the thought of enduring a few days on a fishing vessel far from land was daunting. He would surely be sick the entire time, and couldn't he expect Hai and the others to turn back for him? If you wish to experience the sea, tomorrow we can take a small boat to fish near the shore. If you feel unwell, you can always return to land, Wang Hai suggested. Noticing Ali's desire to join, but understanding his physical limitations. Sounds good. After finishing the cigarette, Wang Hai glanced over at Sun Cheng, who was still diligently searching among the oyster beds for larger specimens. Wang Hai didn't rush him. Instead, he and Ali lay back on the stone, gazing up at the stars and humming a nursery rhyme. The dark sky hangs low, the bright stars twinkle, insects fly, who are you missing? As Wang Hai hummed, a firefly serenely floated by overhead, perfectly timed with the melody. On the other side, Ali had spent the entire day crabbing and was feeling rather fatigued as he returned to the shore in the evening. Listening to Wang Hai hum a tune, he soon succumbed to slumber. The rhythmic crashing of the waves against the sea provided a tranquil backdrop, the perfect lullaby for a peaceful night, and before long, Wang Hai too found his eyes growing heavy. When he next opened his eyes, Sun Cheng had approached to rouse them. Wang Hai yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes, asking, "Ah Cheng, what time is it?" "It's almost midnight," Sun Cheng replied, slightly sheepish for having taken so long. "Well then, let us head back," Wang Hai suggested. The trio gathered their belongings and ambled towards the roadside where their tricycle was parked. Both Wang Hai and Ali, still dazed from their slumber, entrusted the task of riding to Sun Cheng. Seated in the tricycle's cargo area, Wang Hai couldn't help but admire Sun Cheng, who, despite a long day's toil, appeared remarkably energetic. The briny sea breeze enveloped them, and a refreshing chill in the night air dispelled any lingering drowsiness from Wang Hai. As the tricycle sped along the coastal road, Wang Hai cautioned, "Ah Cheng, it's quite late now, do be careful." Though the night was quiet, with few vehicles or pedestrians, the looming mountainsides posed potential hazards of falling rocks, warranting vigilance. "Don't worry, I'm mindful," Sun Cheng shouted over the wind. At that moment, a van approached from behind, honking twice as it drew near. Sun Cheng assumed it intended to overtake, and since he was already far to the right, there was ample space for the van to pass. Just then, the passenger window rolled down, and a familiar voice called out, "Wang Hai, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you at this hour." Initially distant and obscured by the headlights, Wang Hai now recognized the pink van belonging to Kai Ling. Upon realizing it was an acquaintance, Sun Cheng halted the tricycle, not needing to worry about disturbing anyone at this hour. "Kai Ling, are you just returning from a house call?" Wang Hai inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "In our line of work, late-night emergencies do arise. If it weren't urgent, the farmers wouldn't call. By the way, why are you all out so late?" Wang Hai chuckled, patting a nearby barrel. "We were just out on the shore, but we got delayed by someone," he said, glancing at Sun Cheng. Realizing Wang Hai was referring to him, Sun Cheng merely shrugged, feeling sheepish. "Speaking of which, Kai Ling, we're heading to the beach for a barbecue. Would you care to join us?" Wang Hai invited cheerfully. Kai Ling was about to decline, but was interrupted by the rumbling of her stomach, a wave of hunger washing over her. After a moment's thought, she acquiesced, "Sure." Wang Hai felt a surge of happiness at her acceptance. After all, Kai Ling was a veterinarian, charming and lovely, and it would be disingenuous to say he didn't harbor any fondness for her. "All right, let us go," Wang Hai signaled to Sun Cheng to resume their journey, while Kai Ling followed closely behind in her van. With less than 2 kilometers remaining, they soon arrived at their doorstep. "Ali, please clean the grouper and start marinating it. Sun Cheng and I will bring the barbecue supplies to the beach," Wang Hai instructed, mindful of the sleeping elders and signaling for everyone to keep quiet. Kai Ling wished to assist, but was unsure how she could contribute. She offered to help Ali with the fish, but was politely turned down. Then she thought of aiding Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, but found no opportunity to lend a hand. Ultimately, she decided to wait quietly on the beach. Before long, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai emerged with charcoal and the barbecue grill. "We still need a barbecue frame," Wang Hai muttered. "That's simple, just wait a moment," Sun Cheng replied, darting towards his yard. After rummaging for a while without success, he turned his attention to the wall dividing his and Wang Hai's properties. The bricks, sturdy and previously fired, could be arranged to form a makeshift barbecue frame. In the next moment, Sun Cheng fetched tools from his storage room and began prying up the bricks, leaving Ali bewildered. "Brother Cheng, what on earth are you doing?" Sun Cheng quickly gestured for silence, whispering, "Nothing, just keep working on the fish." "Oh," Ali replied, returning to his task. Though Sun Cheng tried to minimize the noise of brick prying, the commotion roused the ever-sleepless Grandpa Sunday. Upon waking, Grandpa Sun, startled by the sounds, assumed there was an intruder and hastily donned a jacket, arming himself with a stick as he approached the window. Peering through the curtains, he noted the moon was quite bright that night, illuminating the scene enough for him to recognize Ali crouched on the ground, dealing with fish. Seeing this, Grandpa Sun sighed in relief, thinking, that boy is cleaning fish without even turning on the light. He understood Ollie was likely trying to avoid disturbing him, so he decided to turn on the yard light and join in the nighttime festivities for a late-night snack. Ollie, you finished crabbing so late, he began, but was interrupted as he spotted Sun Chung crouched atop the wall like a monkey, startling him and prompting an exclamation of surprise. Sun Chung, feeling guilty under his grandfather's stern gaze, dared not speak. He had initially intended to borrow a few bricks for the barbecue and return them afterward, but fate had other plans. The silence was palpable until Sun Chung awkwardly broke it, forcing a grin and waving at his grandfather. Grandpa, you're still awake? You little rascal, what's this? 3 days without a beating and you've taken to climbing walls. Grandpa's son huffed, his displeasure evident. I wasn't climbing walls. I was just borrowing bricks, Sun Chung muttered under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Although Grandpa's son didn't catch the words, he knew his grandson well enough to sense mischief was afoot. Haha, I was just saying I wanted to sit on top and gaze at the stars. Sun Chung laughed nervously, knowing his grandfather's presence meant he could not proceed with his plan. Unluckily, as he attempted to dismount, the corner of his pants snagged on the wall, causing him to tumble awkwardly, landing squarely on his backside. Ouch, Sun Chung exclaimed, feeling as though he had nearly split himself in two. Are you all right, Brother Chung? Ollie rushed forward, concerned. Did you hurt yourself? Grandpa's son, though irritated, couldn't help but check on his only grandson. I'm fine, just a bit sore, Sun Chung replied, casting a glance at the wall, relieved it wasn't too high, or the consequences would have been far worse. Once the commotion subsided, Sun Chung decided to take a stroll to find some bricks to borrow. Grandpa's son had intended to join the barbecue festivities and enjoy a drink, but upon reaching the beach and noticing Kai Ling engaged in cheerful conversation with Wang Hai, he opted to retreat to his room for sleep, wishing not to inhibit the young people's revelry. Minutes later, with the grouper properly marinated, Ollie arrived at the beach where Wang Hai and Kai Ling had already prepared the charcoal and were grilling lamb skewers. Ollie, where's Sun Chung? Wang Hai inquired. He just stepped out. I'm not sure what he's up to, Ollie replied. Just then, as if summoned, Sun Chung emerged from a narrow path, carrying a stack of bricks towards them. As he approached, Sun Chung observed that Wang Hai and the others had already commenced grilling, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. So, all the effort he expended searching for bricks was in vain. Dai Hai, where did you procure these bricks? Sun Chung queried, exhaling heavily as he placed the bricks he had carried onto the ground. They were just lying around in my yard. Leftovers from when I built a doghouse for the black dog, Wang Hai casually replied, flipping a skewer of lamb. Good grief. Sun Chung sighed, feeling utterly disheartened, and once again hoisted the bricks. I'll return these bricks to their rightful place. The lamb skewers will be ready shortly. You can do that afterward. Wang Hai called out. Forget it. After devouring the lamb skewers, I won't have the energy to move again, Sun Chung retorted as he walked away. At that moment, the black dog, lying in its doghouse, stirred slightly, its nose twitching before it opened its eyes and followed the enticing aroma to the beach. Woof woof. The black dog barked twice, seemingly protesting that they were indulging without inviting it. Come here, black dog. I have something delicious for you, Kai Ling called out, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing the black dog. Previously, the black dog had been aloof, barely acknowledging Kai Ling when she offered it a chicken leg. But now it sprinted towards her, tail wagging, embodying the essence of a devoted companion. Wang Hai, observing this, couldn't help but smirk, murmuring, lapdog. Despite his jest, a twinge of jealousy flickered within him. After all, the black dog had only known Kai Ling for a few days and had completely disregarded him. Darting straight to her feet, Kai Ling affectionately ruffled the black dog's head, her face bathed in the gentle moonlight, which accentuated her soft features. The sea breeze tousled her hair around her shoulders, captivating Wang Hai momentarily. Unbeknownst to them, the charcoal flames danced in the wind, adding a touch of allure to her profile. Watch out, it's burning, Sun Chung exclaimed, noticing the skewers were now charred, prompting Wang Hai to snap back to reality. With Sun Cheng's reminder, all eyes turned to Wang Hai, and in the next instant, Kai Ling's gaze met his, sparking a moment of shared warmth. Startled by her own feelings, she hastily averted her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she played with the black dog. If it were daylight, the others would surely notice the faint blush adorning her cheeks. Oh, Wang Hai stammered, awkwardly diverting his gaze from Kai Ling's face, focusing intently on the grilling meat. Yet, the fluttering in his heart was undeniable. For someone who had never experienced love, this sensation was remarkably unfamiliar. Seeing the barbecue was ready, and even slightly burnt, Wang Hai continued grilling, prompting another reminder from Sun Chung. Dai Hai, even I, a culinary novice, know when food is ready. You're still grilling. Something's amiss. I know. I prefer mine well done. Wang Hai quickly fabricated an excuse to justify his actions. Kai Ling, do you enjoy cumin and chili? He inquired, glancing at her. I can handle cumin, but I can't eat spicy food, she replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai separated the burnt skewers from the well-cooked ones, dousing the charred ones in extra chili and cumin while keeping the appealing ones mild and natural. Sun Sheng, being rather straightforward, noted Wang Hai's differential treatment without questioning whether Ali and he could tolerate spice. However, witnessing Wang Hai divide the skewers, reserving the good ones for Kai Ling while keeping the burnt ones for himself and Ali, he could hardly contain his irritation. Just as Sun Sheng prepared to voice his discontent, Kai Ling interrupted, "Let us not eat the burnt ones. Everyone should have the good ones first." Indeed, Kai Ling is considerate, unlike Dai Hai, who is letting his friends down. "Don't you agree, Ali?" Sun Qing jested, accepting the 2 skewers of lamb that Kai Ling offered. Ali nodded in agreement, accepting the skewers as well. "Dai Hai, these 2 skewers are for you," Kai Ling smiled, extending the remaining skewers to Wang Hai. "I don't need them. You all go ahead," Wang Hai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Kai Ling had been busy tending to livestock for farmers that evening and, having missed dinner, felt quite hungry now that it was past midnight. She decided against further refusals and began eating. Although the first bite had a slightly burnt taste, after a night of hunger, Kai Ling found it delicious and fragrant. Meanwhile, Sun Sheng, after taking a bite of his skewer, felt something was missing. "Right, I'll fetch some wheat juice," he declared, promptly returning home to retrieve a box of beer he had purchased 2 days prior. Chilled from being in the refrigerator, it was refreshingly delightful. Kai Ling, who didn't drink beer and only had juice, naturally took on the role of grill master, preparing more skewers for everyone. "Barbecue is ready. Everyone eat while it's hot. Cheers. Cheers." The sound of glass bottles clinking resonated across the empty beach. Before they knew it, the clock struck 1:30 in the morning. Sun Sheng and Ali had become quite intoxicated. Ali lay quietly on the sand, sound asleep, while Sun Sheng clutched a bottle of beer, babbling incoherently. "Cheers. I'm still sober, let us keep drinking." Wang Hai, witnessing this scene, reluctantly seized the bottle from Sun Cheng's grasp, replacing the contents with orange juice, allowing him to ramble on alone. Even the black dog yawned, resting its head on Wang Hai's foot, fast asleep. Meanwhile, Wang Hai and Kai Ling gazed out at the sea, engaging in light conversation, their laughter ringing out joyfully when they shared something amusing. The stillness of the early morning was punctuated only by the sound of waves and their chatter. In the distance, the sea remained bustling, with the occasional fishing boat passing by, its engine disrupting the tranquility. As the first crow of a rooster heralded the dawn, the fishing village seemed to awaken to a new day. Feeling a wave of fatigue, both Wang Hai and Kai Ling unconsciously yawned in unison, then, as if sharing a silent agreement, rose together to begin tidying up the remnants of their gathering. Wang Hai had brought a trash bin from home, ensuring that they discarded the used paper towels and skewers without littering, collecting the beer bottles and barbecue grill to take home. They worked together efficiently, finishing the cleanup in about 10 minutes. "Dai Hai, don't forget, tomorrow evening we're dining at Sister Alan's restaurant. Oh, and be sure to bring your 2 good buddies along," Kai Ling reminded him as they prepared to leave. "Absolutely. It's late, let me walk you home," Wang Hai said, concerned as he observed Kai Ling's weary expression. "You've been drinking too, so you can't drive. Don't worry. I'm used to staying up late. It's no trouble for me," Kai Ling assured him, fastening her seatbelt and offering him a reassuring glance. Though Wang Hai felt sober, he had indeed consumed alcohol, and seeing her confidence, he decided against further protest, merely advising her to drive slowly and message him when she got home. After Kai Ling departed, Wang Hai looked at the 2 men and the dog sprawled on the ground. He approached the black dog and gave it a gentle kick, attempting to rouse it to return to its doghouse. Perhaps he hadn't kicked hard enough, or the black dog was simply too deep in slumber. It didn't budge an inch. Frustrated, Wang Hai delivered a firmer kick to the dog's rear, but it remained as unresponsive as ever. "Are you seriously this sound asleep?" Wang Hai muttered, turning his attention to helping Sun Cheng and Ali get back home. Ali was relatively cooperative, leaning on Wang Hai's shoulder as they made their way back to the house, obediently lying down on the bed. However, when it came to Sun Cheng, cooperation was not the word to describe his state. Upon waking him, Sun Cheng instinctively reached for a beer bottle to continue drinking, only to find it missing and then insisted on going for a swim in the sea. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Hai was momentarily rendered speechless, ultimately resorting to forcibly carrying Sun Cheng back to his room. Just as he was about to lay him on the bed, Sun Cheng suddenly retched, and fortunately, Wang Hai managed to evade the unpleasantness that would have ensued otherwise. He resolved to prevent this individual from consuming such an excessive amount of alcohol in the future. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Wang Hai fetched a trash bin for Sun Cheng to vomit into while he himself went to the kitchen to gather some ash to clean up the mess. Before taking his leave, he poured a glass of warm water and placed it at the bedside for Sun Cheng. After purging, Sun Cheng felt significantly more alert. And recalling his earlier embarrassment, he sheepishly remarked, "Dai Hai, I'm sorry for almost throwing up on you. No worries, I've poured you some water. Drink it if you're thirsty. I'll be heading back now." After exchanging a few words with Sun Cheng, Wang Hai stepped outside. Upon arriving at the beach, he found Hai Chai still asleep, having shifted from a prone position to lying on his back, exposing his belly. Wang Hai sighed, realizing he had no choice but to carry Hai Chai back to his doghouse. After a busy half-day, fatigue had eluded Wang Hai. He glanced at his phone, only to be met with disappointment at the absence of messages from Kai Ling squatting in the yard. He lit a cigarette, instinctively checking WeChat several times. Still finding no notifications. After taking a refreshing shower, he lay in bed, observing Ali sleeping soundly beside him, while he himself tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Ding dong. At that moment, Wang Hai's phone chimed. Instinctively, he picked it up to check, only to discover it was not a message from Kai Ling, but rather from someone he hadn't been in touch with for quite some time. "Hi Z, are you asleep?" The message evoked memories of a stout and earnest friend from his university days. He typed out a response. "Son, why are you looking for me so late? Is there something wrong?" After a brief hesitation, he deleted the message and retyped, "Not yet asleep." The sender was Li Gang, Wang Hai's roommate from university, with whom he shared a bond akin to that with Sun Cheng and Ali. Initially, they kept in touch after graduation. But as work took them to different cities and their schedules grew hectic, communication dwindled. Contrary to Wang Hai's expectations, Li Gang did not respond promptly. Instead, he called for a video chat 2 minutes later. Upon answering, Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, Li Gang had been a rotund fellow. But the man on the screen now bore sharp features, devoid of the extra flesh that once characterized his visage. If not for the familiar glint in his eyes, Wang Hai would scarcely have recognized him. "Gang Dan, what have you been through these past few years? You've transformed completely." Wang Hai's astonishment was palpable, yet he felt a genuine happiness for his friend. Reflecting on the times when Li Gang, clutching a fried chicken leg, had repeatedly vowed to lose weight, Wang Hai felt a wave of nostalgia. Noticing Li Gang's silence, Wang Hai gradually sensed something was amiss. The man on the other end appeared extremely haggard, with unkempt facial hair that suggested he hadn't groomed himself in over a month. Wang Hai recalled how, despite his size, Li Gang had always been a fastidious individual, not one to let himself appear so disheveled. With his mood turning serious, Wang Hai inquired, "Is everything all right on your end? Have you encountered some troubles?" After a prolonged silence, Li Gang finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Hi Z, could you lend me some money?" Rather than displaying any impatience at the abrupt request, Wang Hai simply asked, "How much do you need?" 50,000, came the hesitant reply after much deliberation. For Wang Hai, the sum of 50,000 was not particularly daunting. He could earn it on a single trip at sea. Without much hesitation, he nodded and said, 50,000 is fine. But what do you need such a large amount for? Of course, if you prefer not to share, that is perfectly all right. Just send me your bank account details, and I will transfer the money shortly." Upon hearing Wang Hai's willingness to assist, Li Gang's eyes unexpectedly glistened with unshed tears, which he quickly turned away to conceal from Wang Hai. After a moment, he reoriented himself, forcing a smile as he explained, "My mother was diagnosed with liver cancer a couple of years ago, and she was already in the late stages. Last month, her condition began to deteriorate, but fortunately, the heavens have smiled upon us, and she has finally been matched with a liver donor. However, the expenses for her treatment over these 2 years have drained our family's savings, and I've borrowed from every relative I could. But for families dealing with cancer, people tend to shy away, fearing any association with such misfortune, let alone lending money." After sharing his burdens with Wang Hai, Li Gang felt a slight alleviation of the weight pressing on his chest. Listening to his friend's plight, Wang Hai felt a deep sympathy. While he could not claim to fully understand the pain of watching a loved one suffer, he certainly empathized with the helplessness of being unable to provide financial support for their medical needs. Organ transplants are no small matter. Even if you manage to gather the funds, have you considered how you will manage your life afterward? Will you be buried in debt? Wang Hai refrained from voicing his deeper concerns. That recovery would be a blessing, but the worst-case scenario would leave both the person and their finances in ruins. He realized that these matters, while not his to manage, compelled him to speak up. Li Gang managed a weak smile, the familiar grin from their past. But Wang Hai discerned no trace of joy in his expression. "Dai Hai, you know I've been an orphan since childhood. My mother took me in, sacrificing her own comforts to raise me and support my education. If I were to let her forego treatment now, what kind of person would I be?" At this point, Wang Hai could only affirm, she must receive treatment. After a moment's reflection, he asked, "How much more do you need for her care?" "I sold our house for 200,000 and borrowed an additional 100,000. All expenses combined total 500,000, including your loan. I am still short 150,000. After discussing some more mundane matters, Wang Hai finally said, I happen to have some free time in the coming days. I'll come visit you and your mother at the hospital. You've opened a veterinary clinic back in your hometown. We're over 2,000 kilometers apart. Don't joke around. Li Gang assumed Wang Hai was merely teasing. Are we no longer good friends? Stop joking. Just give me your location. Wang Hai's straightforwardness revealed he was serious. Are you really coming? Of course. What time is it? I have no inclination for jest. Wang Hai placed great value on friendship. His friend was in distress, and while he could not alleviate all of it, he was more than capable of providing assistance. In truth, he could have simply transferred the remaining 20,000 needed for the treatment without needing to visit in person. However, he felt that some exceptions were warranted. After all, they had not seen each other in years. Though they had once shared a close bond, the authenticity of this situation remained uncertain, and it was natural for Wang Hai to harbor such doubts. Furthermore, if Li Gang's mother truly was ill, he hoped that his previous experiences with healing might also benefit her condition. After receiving Li Gang's address, Wang Hai offered a few words of comfort before ending the call. Checking for flights on his phone, he discovered there were no direct flights to Linshur City the following day, but there were tickets available for a train transfer. While the journey would take longer and cost more, Wang Hai felt no hesitation and effortlessly purchased the ticket. At that moment, a message from Kai Ling arrived. I have reached home. Wang Hai picked up his phone and replied, all right, rest early. The next instant, the other party sent a goodnight emoji. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. With a flight scheduled for 10 in the morning, Wang Hai decided against sleeping and instead settled into a meditative posture on his rooftop, practicing the spirit manipulation body refinement technique. A gentle breeze swept by, seemingly whisking away time. When he opened his eyes again, it was 5 in the morning, and the sky was still shrouded in a gray haze. Initially, Wang Hai intended to wake Sun Chung to take him to the city, but upon recalling that Sun was near unconscious from drunkenness, he abandoned the idea. He returned to his room, packed 2 changes of clothes into his backpack, and jogged to the dock, where he boarded a small fishing boat bound for the city. Although there were minibus services from the village to the city, they only ran twice a day, once at 8 in the morning and once at 1 in the afternoon, thus making it impossible for him to catch them. The dawn at Dolphin Bay revealed that only a few fishing boats remained at the dock, as most had departed around 3 or 4 in the morning. Chapter 163, Little Bai. As the boat departed from the dock, the calm sea was punctuated only by the engine's hum. After a short while, the sky gradually brightened, and large swathes of red clouds emerged on the eastern horizon. Just then, a piercing eagle's cry echoed overhead. Wang Hai looked up to see Little Bai circling above him, slowly descending to glide alongside the boat. Little Bai, I have urgent matters today and cannot catch fish for you, Wang Hai called out. Whether Little Bai understood was uncertain, but it did not leave. Instead, it landed on the fishing boat. At 10 minutes past 8, with the boat still several minutes from the harbor, Little Bai finally called out and flapped its wings, taking flight. The harbor was devoid of other vessels, allowing Wang Hai to dock smoothly. He paid the docking fee and arranged for a ride with a ride-hailing service, heading straight for the airport. After collecting his ticket and arriving at the departure hall, Wang Hai took out his phone to message Sun Chung, informing him that he would be away for a few days and would not be going out to sea. He also mentioned that he would ask Uncle Jiang Wo to oversee some renovations for a few houses while he was gone, as Sun had been working hard. Once that was settled, he messaged Kai Ling, letting her know he might not be able to attend the gathering. The message to Sun Chung seemed to disappear into the void, as he knew his friend was likely still asleep. However, Kai Ling replied within a minute, expressing concern for Wang Hai and inquiring about his situation, reminding him to stay safe given his travels. Having conveyed everything necessary, the announcement for his flight echoed through the departure hall. Meanwhile, on the other side, DePao and his gang were menacingly surrounding Wang Liqing's dog meat restaurant. On the ground lay a battered Wang Liqing, tearfully sobbing. Damn it, you actually tried to fool me with farmed yellow croaker. It's like turning on a light in the toilet, looking for shit. DePao brandished a steel pipe, pointing it at Wang Liqing, who cowered on the ground, shielding his head. Hey, you're going to kill someone. Are you part of the mafia? Wang Liqing's mother had just returned from grocery shopping when she saw the scene and immediately let out a scream. Mom, save me. Wang Liqing cried out, his voice frantic upon seeing his mother return. Shut up. The leader, known as Rooster Head, kicked Wang Liqing for still daring to yell. You filthy hag. If you dare scream again, I'll cut out your tongue. De Zhuang seized Wang Liqing's mother, dragging her inside and shutting the rolling door. Wang Liqing's mother had never encountered such a situation and fainted from fright. So timid, and she fainted just like that? De Zhuang muttered. But as he recalled his own injuries, he involuntarily gasped, the image of Wang Hai igniting a surge of anger within him. With this newfound rage, he turned his attention to Wang Liqing's mother, mercilessly kicking her in the stomach. Filthy bitch. It was uncertain whether De Zhuang kicked too hard or if she was merely pretending, but he inadvertently woke her up. De Zhuang, unconcerned with her condition, believed she was faking and delivered another kick. Meanwhile, De Pao regarded Wang Liqing coldly. Little Chung, tell me, what do you think would happen if this steel pipe accidentally fell on your leg? Brother Pao, no, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Wang Liqing, now terrified, regretted his past decisions. Had he known they were so ruthless, not even 100 of his bravado would have dared to sell farmed yellow croaker as wild. Again? You think there's going to be a next time? De Pao sneered, slapping Wang Liqing hard. Mom, help me. Wang Liqing turned desperately to his mother for aid, only to find her in a worse predicament, groaning painfully on the ground after being struck by De Zhuang. Smack. Another slap landed on Wang Liqing's face. Help you? Help your mother. Rooster Head jeered. Just then, urgent voices could be heard outside. It was Wang Liqing's father. He had been playing cards all night and had just dozed off when his son called, saying there was trouble at home and urging him to return quickly. Thinking it was just a minor issue, he tried to sleep through it, but after several persistent calls from his son, he finally returned home, only to hear his wife's horrified screams as he rushed to the door. Upon opening the door, he was greeted with the sight of several men wielding steel pipes. Wang Liqing froze, instinctively thinking it was a robbery. As he turned to flee, De Zhuang grabbed him and pulled him inside, shutting the door behind them. All of this transpired in mere seconds, unnoticed by anyone outside. Your son scammed us out of 60,000. What do you propose we do about it? De Pao sat down, nonchalantly crossing his legs, while Rooster Head prepared to light his cigarette. However, the lighter flared too high, igniting De Pao's eyebrows and filling the air with a burnt odor. Damn it. Are you trying to set me on fire? De Pao slapped Rooster Head in irritation. No, it was an accident. Rooster Head hastily explained. De Pao understood it was unintentional. If it had been deliberate, the consequences would have been dire. Though a minor incident had occurred, De Pao did not lose sight of the matter at hand and redirected his attention back to Wang Liqing's father. Clearly still processing the accusation of his son scamming someone, he hesitated, unsure whether to believe it. However, he dared not directly counter De Pao, recognizing that the men surrounding him were not to be trifled with. Instead, he turned to his son. Wang Liqing, what on earth is going on? I. Wang Liqing stammered, and upon seeing his son's fearful demeanor, Wang Lijian began to believe De Pao's claims, his desire to physically discipline his son rising. Yet, he knew there was no time for that. He needed to resolve the situation with these men first. Little brothers, my son defrauded you out of 60,000, right? I can pay you right now. What do you think? Wang Lijian said calmly. Chapter 164, Chaos Ensues. Your son did scam us out of 60,000. But we came personally to address this matter. We don't have time to waste, De Pao replied curtly. Then what do you suggest we do? Wang Lijian realized that they found 60,000 insufficient. You may feel indifferent, but I must caution you about my companions, who possess rather volatile tempers. Should they find any dissatisfaction, I cannot guarantee their restraint. De Pao's intentions are abundantly clear. If he is displeased with the compensation offered, he will not hesitate to summon his associates to administer a beating. Wang Lijian's frustration is palpable, yet he must maintain a facade of composure, akin to feigning enjoyment of something utterly distasteful. Thus, the sum of 80,000 yuan is proposed. After all, my wife and son have sustained significant injuries. Should matters escalate, you may find yourselves in a most uncomfortable position. Wang Lijian's message is unequivocal. I possess only 80,000 yuan, and it is up to you whether you accept it. Should you provoke me further, I assure you that the consequences will not be trivial. De Pao, after some contemplation, acquiesces. 80,000 yuan is preferable to nothing at all. Once an agreement is reached, Wang Lijian promptly inquires about the bank account details for the transfer. However, De Pao insists on cash instead, instructing Ganjitu to accompany him to retrieve it. Wang Lijian had hoped for a bank transfer to retain evidence for potential legal recourse, but, seeing that cash is the demand, he complies without further protest. Upon returning with the cash, De Pao gestures to indicate their departure. At the threshold, he turns to Wang Lijian, warning him against any thoughts of involving the authorities. As his establishment's thriving business would not escape his notice, he would not hesitate to frequent it with his comrades. Watching De Pao and his associates depart, Wang Lijian clenches his fists in anger. Once they are out of sight, he turns towards his son, berating him for his reckless behavior. With that, he retrieves his belt, advancing towards his son. Li Zuolan, bruised and battered, instinctively positions herself in front of him, pleading, Wang Lijian, why not confront those who harmed our son instead of punishing him? You insufferable woman. He retorts, it seems you have been too lenient with this wretch. Without your indulgence, he would not have found himself in this predicament. If I do not discipline him now, who knows what calamity he may invite in the future? Enraged, Wang Lijian pushes her aside, declaring, if you dare to obstruct me today, I will not hesitate to strike you as well. You wouldn't dare? Li Tsuelon stands her ground, shielding her son. Yet, in an instant, a resounding slap lands upon her face. The force leaves her momentarily dazed, her ears ringing with disbelief. You dare strike me? She gasps, her expression one of utter shock. Wang Lijian, indifferent to her dismay, turns his focus to his son, delivering a thorough chastisement that leaves the boy in tears, gasping for breath. Now, recount every detail of this debacle to me. Should you omit even a single word, I will ensure you regret it. Initially, Wang Liqing had hoped to evade punishment by relying on his mother's presence, but witnessing his father's wrath, he relinquishes all pretense and divulges the entire truth. What a monumental failure you are. Wang Lijian sighs, feeling utterly defeated after hearing his son's account. He had contemplated contacting the authorities, for DePeo and his crew's aggression warranted repercussions. However, upon learning of his son's misdeeds, he realizes that reporting the incident would be unwise. While the confrontation might have been instigated by DePeo, resulting in mere superficial injuries, a police report would yield only minor consequences, and retaliation could ensue. Yet, his son's offense of selling farm-raised fish as wild could lead to grave legal ramifications, potentially branding him a fraudster, far beyond mere fines or detention. Though his son is a fool, he is still his flesh and blood, and Wang Lijian cannot bring himself to consign him to such a fate. Meanwhile, Wang Hai boards his flight, finding his seat, and closing his eyes to rest. The flight attendant's voice breaks through his reverie as she explains emergency procedures. Sir, please wake up. Upon awakening, he discovers the plane has arrived at Linha Airport, with the cabin nearly empty, save for himself. Sir, we have arrived. The attendant smiles at him. Oh, very well, he replies, still groggy from sleep. After retrieving his backpack and disembarking, he has ample time before his high-speed train departs at 3 in the afternoon. He takes a bus to the station, enjoying a bowl of beef noodles before settling down to wait. Once on board the train, he finds the carriage sparsely populated, a fact he relishes. As evening approaches, the train's announcement rouses him from his slumber. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon arrive at Chongling West Station. Please prepare to disembark. Wang Hai, with his backpack in tow, steps off the train, only to be met by a biting cold wind. Goodness, it's freezing, he exclaims, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Quickly, he retrieves a sweatshirt from his bag, which alleviates the chill somewhat, though it hardly suffices. He had anticipated the northeastern cold, but had not expected it to be this severe, regretting only bringing 2 sweatshirts. Checking his phone, he notes the temperature is a mere 7 degrees, bearable with both sweatshirts layered, yet the piercing wind makes it unbearable. With no other option, he puts on both sweatshirts and hastens out of the train station to escape the cold. Having pre-booked a ride, he finds the driver waiting outside. Once in the car, the warmth of the heater envelopes him, providing immediate comfort. The driver, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch, remarks, "Young man, your attire suggests you are not from around here." "Indeed, I am visiting friends," Wang Hai responds succinctly, engaging in light conversation with the driver. After half an hour, the driver pulls up beside a large shopping mall. "We've arrived, young man. Be sure to check your belongings before you exit." "Thank you, sir," Wang Hai replies, grabbing his backpack and stepping out. The sky has begun to drizzle, prompting him to hurry inside the mall. After browsing for a while, he purchases a down jacket, which brings him considerable relief. Noticing the time, he realizes it is already past 8 in the evening. The address provided by Li Gang is for a hospital in the county, located over 70 kilometers away. With no time to spare for a meal, he hails a cab to the hospital's address, only to discover it is the same driver from earlier. What a coincidence, the driver jokes. Wang Hai smiles and agrees. The driver, chatty as ever, shares information about local attractions and famous dishes during the journey. Once they arrive near the hospital, Wang Hai, having come in a rush and without any gifts, decides to buy some fruit before pulling out his phone to call Li Gang. After a few seconds, the call connects. "Haiji, what is up?" Li Gang's hoarse voice comes through the line. "As I arrived at the entrance of the hospital, I inquired, 'Which ward are you in?' 'I shall come to find you,' said Wang Hai. 'What? You've come?' Li Gang on the other end of the line seemed incredulous. He had contacted Wang Hai in the early hours around 3, and now, after traversing over 2,000 kilometers, he had arrived by nightfall? "Stop dawdling. Tell me your ward number. I'm heading over now." "No, wait at the hospital entrance. I will come down to find you," Li Gang quickly replied. "All right." After hanging up, Wang Hai squatted by the roadside and lit a cigarette. As he neared the end of it, a voice called from behind. "Haiji." Turning around, he was met by Li Gang, whose appearance was notably haggard. Dark circles adorned his eyes, clearly a sign of sleepless nights. "You've lost weight," Wang Hai remarked, patting his shoulder, conveying comfort without words. Li Gang gave a bitter smile. "Indeed. Back in school, I would rejoice for days at losing just a pound. Yet now that I've slimmed down, it feels rather indifferent." "Enough of the sighing. I've brought fruit for Auntie, Wang Hai consoled him. Upon reaching Auntie's hospital room, Li Gang placed the fruit basket by his mother's bedside and then turned to her. Mom, this is my friend, Wang Hai. Child sit. Li Chunyan managed a strained smile through the pain in her abdomen, gesturing for Wang Hai to take a seat. All right, Auntie. As Wang Hai gazed at the pallid face of Auntie Lan, he felt a pang of guilt. The old adage rang true. A thin rope is most likely to break under strain. Misfortune finds those already burdened. Gonzi, help me pack my clothes. I wish to go home. Let's discharge tomorrow. Li Lan spoke in fragmented sentences, gasping for breath after each phrase. Mom, you have a matching liver source already. You needn't worry about the money. I will handle it. Li Gang knelt beside his mother, gently clasping her hand in reassurance. Silly child, why waste that money? I know my condition. Even if the surgery is successful, the annual cost of anti-rejection medication will exceed several $100,000. It isn't necessary. Li Chunyan shook her head. Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Gang fell silent. Yet his countenance conveyed a resolute message. Treatment is imperative. After sharing a few more words with his mother, Li Gang stepped out of the ward with Wang Hai. What is the success rate of the surgery, Auntie? Wang Hai inquired. The doctor said the success rate is below 10 before the cancer spreads. As he spoke, Li Gang's voice choked with emotion. He was at a loss on how to confront this grim reality. Should he proceed with the surgery? There was a high chance she might not even emerge from the operating table. Conversely, if he opted against treatment, given his mother's current condition, she had at most a month left, and it would be fraught with suffering. Hai Zi, I truly don't know what to do. I wish it were me lying on that hospital bed, Li Gang lamented, his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Wang Hai swiftly placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to regain his calm. If you decide to proceed with Auntie's liver transplant, I will cover the remaining 150,000. Think it over and let me know. I can transfer it to your account. A real man isn't going to be defeated by such trivial matters, is he? Upon hearing that Wang Hai could provide the remaining sum, Li Gang hesitated. Should he truly gamble 500,000 on a mere 10 chance? In the next instant, he chastised himself. How could he harbor such thoughts? Rather than allow his mother to endure a painful final month, it was far better to take the chance. Resolute, he declared, Da Hai, I've made my decision. We shall proceed with the surgery. Wang Hai, taken aback by Li Gang's sudden self-reprimand, quickly regained his composure, nodded, and transferred 150,000 to him. As he sent the money, Wang Hai had already prepared for the worst outcome, that this sum might never be repaid. Nevertheless, he was in a position to absorb such a loss if it came to that. Thank you, Hai Zi. Li Gang expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he received the funds, etching this kindness deeply into his heart. After uttering this, he rose to approach the nurse's station, requesting a piece of paper and a pen to write an IOU for Wang Hai. Here, take this IOU. I assure you I will repay the money in the future. Li Gang stated earnestly. Wang Hai accepted it without refusal. Have you eaten? He asked. Not yet, replied Li Gang. Perfect, neither have I. Let's go grab a bite. There were numerous eateries near the hospital, and the two enjoyed a meal of noodles. Afterward, Li Gang excused himself to return to the ward to watch over his mother, while Wang Hai found a nearby inn to stay. The following morning, Li Gang sought out his mother's attending physician, confirming the liver transplant surgery and making the payment. The procedure was scheduled for 3 days later. Wang Hai, not in a rush to return, decided to make the most of his visit to northeast China, eager to explore during his stay. Chapter 166, The Surgery. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the surgery, Wang Hai accompanied Li Gang as they waited anxiously outside the operating room. With Li Chunyan's parents having passed years ago and distant relatives avoiding them, they had no other family or friends present. Outside the operating room, Li Gang trembled as he signed the informed consent forms, his expression betraying his anxiety. Wang Hai, attempting to reassure him, said, Fear not. Auntie is destined for good fortune. She will be fine. Li Gang nodded, though his tension could not dissipate with mere words. The surgery commenced promptly. As time ticked away, both men grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the surgery door swung open, with nurses bustling in and out. Li Gang desperately wished to inquire about the situation, but knew that these nurses were racing against time to save his mother, and he dared not interrupt. Observing the constant flow of nurses, Wang Hai began to suspect that Auntie's condition might be deteriorating. With a determined resolve, he summoned his spirit fish. Fortunately, the spirit fish was visible only to him, allowing him to act without drawing attention. It swiftly penetrated the walls of the operating room and arrived at the operating table. A middle-aged male doctor, in his 50s, was methodically removing the freshly excised liver. At that moment, the monitoring equipment emitted urgent alarms. The patient's blood pressure is plummeting, a nurse exclaimed. The lead surgeon's expression darkened as he exchanged urgent instructions with the nurses. Yet, despite their efforts, Auntie's blood pressure continued to drop. Wang Hai, seeing no other option, decided to take a leap of faith and directed the spirit fish above Auntie's head. Miraculously, the spirit fish seemed to sense his intent, emanating an invisible green light that enveloped Auntie. Gradually, the monitoring equipment registered a return to normalcy. Not just her blood pressure, but all monitored indicators stabilized to optimal levels. The patient's blood pressure has stabilized. The young nurse's voice carried a hint of relief, yet her hands did not cease their work, continually supplying the lead surgeon with necessary instruments. Indeed, it works. Wang Hai felt a surge of joy at witnessing the spirit fish's efficacy. As Auntie's vital signs returned to stability, he prepared to withdraw the spirit fish, realizing that an extended duration would tax his own reserves. However, just as the spirit fish departed the operating table's vicinity, the alarms blared once more. Realizing the urgency, Wang Hai quickly maneuvered the spirit fish back to the bedside. As time wore on and the surgery progressed, exhaustion began to set in, yet he pressed on, unwilling to relent. Each time fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, he pinched himself sharply, forcing himself to remain alert, pushing through the mental strain. As each second stretched painfully, Wang Hai felt as if a hammer had struck his brain, enduring this torment for a grueling 4 hours. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the surgery concluded. Glancing at Aunt Li, whose wounds had been meticulously sutured, a fleeting smile graced Wang Hai's lips before his head grew heavy and he collapsed, slumping sideways in his chair. Li Gang, who had been anxiously waiting since morning, was on the verge of panic, unable to summon the courage to glance towards the surgery room. When he noticed Wang Hai fainting beside him, instinctively, he reached out to support him. Observing the limp, pallid form of his friend, Li Gang hurriedly exclaimed, "Hai Zi, what's wrong? Are you all right?" However, Wang Hai had already succumbed to unconsciousness and was unable to respond. In that moment, Li Gang cast aside his concerns for his mother, hoisting Wang Hai onto his back and rushing forward. Fortunately, after just a few steps, they encountered a young female doctor who promptly approached to assess the situation. After conducting a brief examination, she remarked, "He is merely suffering from severe fatigue and some low blood sugar, resulting in his fainting. There is no serious issue. He should regain consciousness after some rest." Amidst the chaos of his mother's surgery and Wang Hai's sudden collapse, Li Gang's mind was a flurry of confusion. He barely registered the doctor's words, only feeling relieved that Wang Hai was out of danger. He carefully settled his friend onto a nearby chair for proper rest and resumed his silent vigil at the surgery room door. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity before the door swung open, revealing the lead surgeon. With a heart laden with anxiety, Li Gang stepped forward and inquired, "Dr. Zheng, how is my mother?" The seconds of waiting for a response felt interminable. The surgery was remarkably successful. However, she has yet to exit the critical phase. Your mother will be transferred to the intensive care unit shortly, but there is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing that his mother was safe, tears welled in Li Gang's eyes, and he instinctively dropped to his knees to express his gratitude to Dr. Zheng for saving her life. Dr. Zheng, taken aback by such profound gratitude, quickly helped Li Gang to his feet, sharing in his joy. "Saving lives is our duty. I understand your feelings. But there is no need for such formality," he said with a hint of exasperation. After rising, Li Gang continued to express his thanks profusely. At that moment, his mother was wheeled out by nurses, prompting him to rush towards her. 3 days later, Wang Hai awoke to find himself in a hospital bed, the acrid scent of antiseptic filling his nostrils. As he attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through his head. He realized he had overexerted himself by controlling the spirit fish for an extended period, leading to these dire consequences. The only memory that lingered was of Li Gang supporting him before he lost consciousness, and now he found himself awakening in this hospital room. After a brief search, he located his phone on the bedside table, but to his dismay, it was dead. His gaze shifted to the elderly man in the adjacent bed, who was engrossed in a book. "Excuse me, sir, what is today's date?" Wang Hai inquired. Startled by the interruption, the old man replied gruffly, "The 8th. The 8th. Realization dawned on Wang Hai. He recalled that Aunt Li South's surgery had taken place on the 5th. If today was the 8th, he had been unconscious for a full 3 days. This was troublesome. If Sun Chung and the others hadn't contacted him during that time, they must be quite worried. Determined, he swung his legs over the bed and scanned the room. Despite the presence of 8 beds, only he and the elderly gentleman occupied the space. Chapter 167. The bitter cold. Just as he was about to disturb the old man again, a young female nurse entered the room. Noticing Wang Hai was awake, she said, "You're awake. Please don't move. I'll fetch the doctor." Once the nurse departed, Wang Hai turned to the elderly man. "Could I borrow your charger? Come over and get it yourself." The old man gestured towards the charger on the bedside table. Wang Hai, not bothering with politeness, grabbed the charger, plugged it in, and hurriedly began recharging his phone. Before the phone could power up, the door swung open again, and the nurse returned, accompanied by a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. The doctor gestured for Wang Hai to sit still and commenced a general examination. However, upon completing the checks, the doctor's brow furrowed in confusion. Strange. All your tests are normal, yet you fainted for 3 days. Do you have any family members with similar ailments? Wang Hai, understanding the situation, thought about his overexertion while assisting Aunt Li. He shook his head, no. After a prolonged silence, the doctor concluded, this is likely not a serious condition. You've just exhausted yourself. I'll arrange for your discharge, but make sure to rest and avoid strenuous activities when you return home. Thank you, Doctor, Wang Hai replied, eager to see the doctor leave. After the doctor exited, the nurse began taking the elderly man's blood pressure, allowing Wang Hai time to check his phone. To his relief, there were no frantic messages, but rather a single photo sent by Sun Chong, depicting mushrooms gathered in the mountains. Wang Hai chuckled and texted back, make sure to dry some, we'll enjoy them together when I return. He then dialed Li Gang's number. Upon answering, Li Gang exhaled in relief. I was about to lose it if you didn't wake up after 3 days. Hang on. I'll be there shortly, Li Gang said before abruptly ending the call, leaving Wang Hai feeling helpless as he awaited his friend's arrival. A short while later, Li Gang burst through the door, rushing to Wang Hai's bedside, handing him a transparent bag with a smile. You haven't eaten in days. I brought you some jianbingguozi. Give it a try. Wang Hai, ravenous, wasted no time with pleasantries. He took a bite, and the flavor was nothing short of divine. After a few more bites, he still felt hungry. By the way, how is Aunt Li doing? He asked. At the mention of his mother, a smile spread across Li Gang's face. The surgery went very smoothly, and her recovery is progressing rapidly. The doctor mentioned that given her current condition, she could be discharged in 4 days. Good to hear. Have you eaten lunch yet? Wang Hai, still feeling hungry, inquired politely. I've eaten. You're not planning to gorge yourself, are you? Just a reminder, you haven't eaten in days. Overindulging isn't Li Gang cautioned. Don't worry, I know my limits. Li Gang, seeing his friend's determination, refrained from further admonitions, recognizing that Wang Hai was no longer a child. After arranging for their discharge together, Wang Hai stepped out of the hospital, his thoughts focused on finding a restaurant. The gnawing hunger in his stomach made him feel as if he could devour an entire cow. Dining out at this hour seemed impractical, especially considering his substantial appetite. After searching on the map, he found a buffet just 12 kilometers away, highly rated, and decided to walk there. The streets were relatively empty, and the biting cold wind cut across Wang Hai's face like a knife, leaving no trace behind. Upon entering the buffet restaurant, the temperature surged from a brisk 4 or 5 degrees to a balmy 20 degrees. Wang Hai, feeling the warmth, promptly shed his down jacket. Perhaps due to the time having passed the usual dining hours, the restaurant was notably quiet, devoid of patrons. After settling the bill, Wang Hai found a table, ordered a broth, and proceeded to gather ingredients. By the time he finished his meal, the table before him was cluttered with a multitude of bowls, prompting even the server to exclaim in astonishment at his remarkable appetite. Satiated, Wang Hai rubbed his belly, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Venturing onto the street, he found himself at a loss for what to do, so he rented a bicycle and aimlessly pedaled along the road. Plop! A droplet of rain landed on Wang Hai's forehead. Was it starting to rain? Initially, just a few drops. The rain quickly intensified into a downpour. Fortunately, a pet shop was nearby, and Wang Hai pushed his bicycle under the eaves to take shelter from the rain. With the streets already sparsely populated, the heavy rain further alleviated any concerns about disrupting business. Hey there, with the rain coming down like this, why not come inside and wait it out? A hearty voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw a young woman, perhaps in her 20s or 30s, quite attractive, though her voice seemed somewhat mismatched with her appearance. Grateful for her invitation, Wang Hai thanked her and stepped into the shop, where the sound of small dogs yapping greeted him. He had a fondness for animals, so he crouched down to observe the puppies. The petite pet shop boasted a limited selection of breeds, primarily common ones like golden retrievers and labradors. However, the puppies were well-groomed and lively, a testament to the owner's attentive care. Found any you fancy? The shopkeeper asked, noticing Wang Hai's affection for the pups. He merely shook his head. While he liked them, he lacked the time to care for a pet. After half an hour, the rain began to subside. As is often the case with heavy showers, they arrive quickly and depart just as fast. Once the rain had ceased, Wang Hai bid farewell to the shopkeeper and exited the pet store. Chapter 168, The Big Carp Bites. Resuming his aimless cycling, the towering buildings gradually receded into the distance, giving way to fields. Perhaps the harvest had been gathered for the season, as the fields were now barren, revealing only dark soil. Further along, Wang Hai unexpectedly spotted a small creek. Despite the chilly weather, the determination of anglers remained unfazed, The 7 to 8 meter wide waterway was flanked by a dozen fishermen, predominantly young men, with a couple of older gentlemen sporting graying hair. Locking his bicycle, Wang Hai approached the nearest older gentleman, offering him a cigarette before cheerfully inquiring, "How's the fishing today?" The elder lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, and shook his head. "Not great today, just a few small crucian carp." Just then, Wang Hai noticed the elder's float dip twice before plunging dramatically beneath the surface. "Sir, you've got a fish." Wang Hai quickly alerted him. Instinctively, the elder yanked the rod upward, but in the next moment, a large splash erupted on the water's surface as a hefty carp severed the line. Stunned, the elder recalled the weight of the rod when he struck, and the sight of a large red tail breaking the surface before it slipped away. Overcome by frustration, he nearly struck his thigh in exasperation. He had been fishing there for 2 weeks without encountering anything substantial, only small crucian carp, using a size 3 hook with a 0 for line. Who would have guessed he would encounter such a large fish, only to lose it without a proper fight? Observing the severed line, the elder felt a pang of regret. "What kind of setup are you using, sir?" Wang Hai inquired. "Size 3 hook, with a 0 for line. If I'd known better, I would have used a sturdier setup. Finally hooked a big one, and it got away," the elder lamented. Wang Hai felt a twinge of sympathy. It wasn't that the elder's setup was inadequate. The carp he had just seen could hardly weigh more than 2 kilograms, and a size 3 hook paired with a 0 for line could have worked, especially in the colder weather when fish were less active. A more cautious approach might have yielded success. But the elder's vigorous strike had led to the unfortunate break. After readying his rig, the elder took heed of his earlier lesson. This time, he switched to a size 6 hook and a 2 line, striking a balance between size and sturdiness. Extracting a worm from a plastic bag at his feet, he halved it, deftly attaching it to the hook and casting his line with practiced ease. The elder offered Wang Hai a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. Surprised by the elder's choice of brand, Wang Hai accepted the cigarette without further inquiry. "Young man, I've got another rod in my bag. Care to join me for a bit?" The elder, noticing Wang Hai's evident fishing skills, gestured to his rod bag. "Sure," Wang Hai replied, seizing the opportunity, and walked over to open the elder's bag. To his astonishment, the assortment inside revealed high-end fishing rods. Despite the elder's humble military coat, his equipment was top-notch, with each rod valued at several hundred yuan. Wang Hai had spent countless nights browsing these rods online, his desire often thwarted by their steep prices. Though he had recently earned some money at sea, he had yet to indulge in fishing gear, particularly for pole fishing. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Hai selected an old Deng brand rod, measuring 3.5 meters, plenty sufficient for the modest creek. With the main line and float ready, he needed only a leader line. Given the cold weather, he opted not to use a larger setup due to the fish's diminished activity. A smaller hook and finer line would be more suitable. Finding no suitable pre-made leader line among the elder's supplies, he rigged 2 size 5 hooks with a 0 for line instead. Once he had assembled all the components, Wang Hai swiftly secured the main line, attached the float, and tied on the leader line with the hook, adjusting it to 3 eyes for depth. After completing his setup, he borrowed a worm from the elder, cast his line, and hoped for a bite. Noticing Wang Hai's swift and efficient movements, the elder discerned that this young man was no novice, undoubtedly possessing some skill. However, the elder was puzzled by Wang Hai's choice of a size 5 hook paired with a 0 for line. Such a large hook typically signaled larger target fish. Yet the fine line posed a risk of breakage with even a slight miscalculation. It seemed this young man was quite confident in his fishing abilities. And as the elder observed Wang Hai's composed demeanor, he felt a fleeting resemblance to his younger self. Unbeknownst to Wang Hai, the elder was lost in his thoughts, as he had chosen the size 5 hook because he believed that if a fish couldn't take it, it was hardly worth catching. The 0 for line was merely an expedient choice for enticing bites. Meanwhile, Wang Hai remained intently focused on the float, and within mere seconds, it bobbed ever so slightly. "It's on." Wang Hai gently lifted the rod, and the bend of the pole momentarily surprised the elder. "Already hooked?" he marveled. Having fished alone for 4 hours that afternoon, he had only managed to catch 3 crucian carp, while this young man had achieved the equivalent of an entire afternoon's haul in less than a minute. As Wang Hai watched the golden crucian carp break the surface of the water, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment. The fish, resplendent in its golden hue, weighed no less than half a pound, quite aptly referred to as a sizable specimen. In stark contrast, the fish in the old man's net were merely the size of a pinky finger, hardly weighing even an ounce. Wang Hai's catch far surpassed the old man's efforts throughout the afternoon. "Impressive, young man. You've landed quite a substantial crucian carp right off the bat," the old man remarked enviously, directing his admiration toward Wang Hai. Just fortunate, Wang Hai humbly replied. The old man, noting the young man's modesty, felt a surge of goodwill towards him. As the fish glided toward the bank, Wang Hai initially underestimated its size, accustomed as he was to the heft of sea fish weighing in at tens of pounds. He intended to lift the fish by the line, but hesitated upon noticing that the hook was barely lodged in its mouth. Abandoning that approach, he realized that a forceful tug would surely sever the line. With the water's edge elevated by more than half a meter, maneuvering without a landing net would be quite challenging. At that moment, the old man swiftly interjected, "Hold on, I have a landing net." He proceeded to assemble an old net that had seen little use, effortlessly scooping the fish from the water. "This crucian carp is truly remarkable," the old man exclaimed, his admiration evident. After Wang Hai removed the hook from the fish's mouth, he turned to the old man and said, "Here, let me place this fish in your net." "Are you sure you don't want it?" the old man asked, visibly surprised. Wang Hai chuckled and shook his head. "No, I don't need it." Having brought nothing of his own, he had utilized the old man's gear entirely, deriving joy from the experience while the old man benefited from the catch. A win-win situation indeed. After depositing the fish into the net, Wang Hai resumed fishing, attaching another segment of worm to his hook. The short rod offered a high degree of accuracy, allowing him to cast the line beside the aquatic vegetation where the fish had previously been caught. Whether it was the location he had chosen or simply the stroke of extraordinary luck, even without any aids, he continued to reel in one fish after another. Within a mere 10 minutes, his haul had already reached 5 or 6 pounds, all consisting of uniform half-pound crucians, leaving the old man in awe. "Look at that. The fellow across from us has quite the catch. Indeed, in such a short time, he has caught more than we have combined. My request is modest. I would be satisfied with just 2 large ones." The old man watched Wang Hai's unceasing success, eliciting envy from the surrounding anglers. Once again, as Wang Hai felt a tug on his line, he sensed that this fish was no small fry and was careful not to exert too much force. Chapter 169, a 6 to 7 pound koi. The next moment, the fish below began to thrash violently, and after several frantic attempts to escape, Wang Hai skillfully guided it back. As a golden tail broke the surface, a wave of seriousness washed over him. This was a koi. The fish, not yet fully exhausted, lashed out with its tail and dove back beneath the surface. After a couple of minutes of struggle, it was gradually brought to the shore. Observing the magnificent golden koi, Wang Hai felt a surge of excitement. This koi was not only adorned in gold, but also boasted fins that were considerably longer than those of an ordinary koi. The old man, recognizing the size and rarity of the fish, quickly submerged the landing net in anticipation, and once the koi approached, he deftly scooped it up. This koi must weigh at least 6 or 7 pounds, a truly uncommon sight. This marked Wang Hai's first encounter with a koi, and for reasons unknown, he felt a thrill greater than that of catching a sea fish weighing over 10 pounds. "Old man, could you help me take a picture with this koi?" Wang Hai asked, handing his phone to the old man. "Of course. Just make sure to get a picture of this old man too." The old man replied with a smile as he accepted the phone. Wang Hai cradled the koi in his arms while the old man snapped several photos from different angles. Afterward, Wang Hai reciprocated by capturing a few pictures of the old man before gently releasing the koi back into the water. After all, it had grown to such a size against the odds, and given the koi's vibrant colors, he felt no inclination to consume it. "Old man, do you use WeChat? If so, I can add you and send you the photos," Wang Hai inquired. "Yes, I do," the old man nodded, pulling out his phone to connect with Wang Hai. "What is your name, young man?" he asked. "Wang Hai, but you can call me Da Hai," Wang Hai replied as he sent the photos. "How coincidental. I too share the Wang surname. You can call me Old Wang," the old man responded, feeling a sense of kinship with the young man. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I'll still call you Wang Da," Wang Hai said, acknowledging the age difference and their newfound acquaintance. "You're a good lad. Quite agreeable with an old man like me. Here, have a smoke." The old man produced a cigarette and tossed one to Wang Hai with a smile. "Wang Da, your float has gone dark. Quickly lift your rod." Just as Wang Hai accepted the cigarette, he noticed the old man's float had vanished and promptly warned him. Old Wang, who was about to light his cigarette, instinctively glanced at his float upon hearing Wang Hai's words. To his dismay, it had indeed disappeared. Forgetting all about his cigarette, he tossed the lighter to the ground and lifted his rod. Seeing that the float was entirely submerged, he anticipated a sizable catch. His excitement was palpable as he carefully raised the rod, fearing the fish might escape. However, when the rod bent, it did not yield the anticipated struggle. Instead, it merely curved slightly, and upon lifting the fish from the water, he discovered it was but a small white fish, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Noticing his reaction, Wang Hai chuckled softly, preparing to lend a hand. In the next moment, he manipulated the spirit fish to emerge, and as it did, its body began to swell rapidly. Wang Hai recalled that just days ago, the spirit fish had been no larger than a basin, but now it had expanded to a size comparable to that of a cow's belly. The spirit fish's once translucent blue horn had transformed into a deep black gold hue, and its fins had grown larger, resembling wings. The intricate patterns on its body, once easily discernible, had become increasingly enigmatic. Now, the spirit fish bore a closer resemblance to the mythical creature described in Chinese folklore, the kuan from the northern sea. While Wang Hai had never seen a genuine kuan, he imagined it must resemble the spirit fish quite closely. Upon witnessing the spirit fish's sudden transformation, Wang Hai was reminded of the time he had forcefully manipulated it to assist Aunt Li with her treatment. Unexpectedly, it had led to a stroke of fortune. After a moment of astonishment, Wang Hai refocused on his objective, guiding the spirit fish beneath the water where it began to explore. Despite the other anglers catching little, the underwater resources were plentiful, with schools of crucians and bream hiding in deeper waters among the structures, remaining relatively still. The area beneath the aquatic vegetation he was fishing in happened to be such a spot, harboring a school of fish. This revelation clarified why he was continuously reeling in catches while the others struggled. After all, during winter, fish activity is minimal, and without locating their hiding spots, the catch would undoubtedly be limited. As the spirit fish swam about, Wang Hai soon identified an ideal target, a grass carp weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Once he inhabited the spirit fish, the grass carp seemed to lose its will, slowly drifting toward the hook. Without hesitation, it devoured both the hook and the worm. Having created the opportunity for old Wang Hai relinquished control of the spirit fish and allowed it to depart, leaving the outcome of the catch in the old man's capable hands. Seated idly, Grandpa Wang suddenly noticed a slight tremor beneath his float, and his spirits were instantly lifted. However, he refrained from hastily striking at the bite. With half a worm still on the hook, he understood that in winter, fish often nibble lightly, and it was not guaranteed that the first bite would result in a catch. He had a strong premonition that this particular rod would yield a substantial prize, and he could not afford to let the opportunity slip away, so he held back for a moment. Time passed swiftly. In the next moment, he watched as the float gradually sank, eventually becoming completely submerged. With a jolt of excitement, he swiftly lifted the rod to hook the fish. As the rod arched dramatically, the line tightened with a whistling sound, indicating a formidable catch. Quickly, grab the landing net. We must not let this fish escape. Grandpa Wang felt the strength pulsing through the line, knowing instinctively that this was no ordinary fish. Without waiting for it to surface, he urged Wang Hai to prepare the net. Seeing Grandpa Wang's animated demeanor, Wang Hai feared for the elder's blood pressure, worried that he might not catch his breath. Fortunately, his concerns were unwarranted. Despite his advanced age, Grandpa Wang was in remarkably good health. After a few tense moments, he managed to coax a nearly 4-pound grass carp to the shore. Hurry, net the fish, Grandpa Wang urged, barely able to conceal his excitement as the fish neared the bank. Wang Hai glanced at the net in his hands. Though it was adequate for fish weighing up to a pound, the nearly 4-pound grass carp presented a significant challenge. The mouth of the net was only about 20 centimeters wide, making it all too easy for the fish to evade capture if it wasn't fully subdued. Wang Hai thought about how embarrassing it would be if he allowed a fish to slip away from an elder like Grandpa Wang. After all, how many amicable anglers had left in disappointment due to poorly executed netting? With this in mind, he decided to play it safe, waiting until the fish was thoroughly exhausted before attempting to net it. Though he resolved to do so, he lowered the net into the water in advance. Just as he anticipated, when the grass carp was merely half a meter from the net, it suddenly surged to the side with renewed vigor. Wang Hai quickly lifted the net to prevent a snag from the other hook. Grandpa Wang, this fish still has some fight left. Let us not rush the netting. Wait until it's more subdued, Wang Hai suggested. All right, if the fish is being uncooperative, we shall tire it out. Grandpa Wang nodded in agreement, having nearly lost the fish due to an early attempt at netting. Throughout the process of tiring the fish, Grandpa Wang remained tense, torn between the fear of losing the catch and the thrill of the fight, a bittersweet experience. As time passed, the grass carp made 2 more attempts to flee, and after swallowing a significant amount of water, it soon lost its strength and was brought closer to the shore. Wang Hai pushed the net forward, only to encounter an awkward moment. Grandpa Wang had not loosened the line, and the fish was not captured within the net. Instinctively, Wang Hai pulled the net back, wary of another hook snagging it. He was somewhat surprised. Given Grandpa Wang's impressive equipment, he did not seem like a novice angler. How could he not know to loosen the line when netting a large fish? The only explanation was that Grandpa Wang had limited experience with sizable catches. Although the fish had not been netted, it was fortunate that the grass carp had already been sufficiently exhausted, remaining firmly hooked. Grandpa Wang, when I net the fish, please do not keep the line so taut. Loosen it a bit, or else the fish will not go into the net, Wang Hai quickly reminded him. All right. Grandpa Wang nodded repeatedly, internally chastising himself for nearly allowing his hard-earned catch to escape. Thanks to Wang Hai's guidance, their coordination improved. As Wang Hai netted the fish, Grandpa Wang adeptly relaxed the line, allowing the grass carp to be easily scooped into the net. Onlookers nearby were riveted by the spectacle, silently celebrating as the fish was finally secured. As soon as the fish was on dry land, Grandpa Wang rushed forward, exclaiming, "This grass carp must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Wang Hai, seeing the exaggerated estimation, thought it appeared closer to 4 pounds at most. But he refrained from dampening Grandpa Wang's enthusiasm. Instead, he offered an encouraging thumbs up, saying, "Grandpa, you're impressive." Delighted by the praise, Grandpa Wang, already elated by his catch, felt his heart swell with joy. After unhooking the fish, he asked Wang Hai to take a couple of pictures, then smiled broadly, saying, "In all my years of fishing, this is the first time I've reeled in such a large one. What a proud moment." Wang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. If a mere 4-pound fish brought Grandpa Wang such joy, he could only imagine how elated he would be if he caught something even larger. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, pondering the potential disappointment if he were to entice Grandpa Wang into a fishing addiction with his assistance, only for him to struggle without it later. After returning the spirit fish to the water, Wang Hai resumed his seat, offering a cigarette to Grandpa Wang before lighting one for himself. In the ensuing time, while Grandpa Wang did not catch another fish as large, he was still pleased with the smaller cushion carp. Meanwhile, Wang Hai's luck remained steady, consistently landing sizable cushion carp, though the intervals between catches lengthened from the initial few minutes to nearly 10. Time flew by while fishing, and before long, the sky began to darken. One by one, anglers began to pack up and head home, though a few remained steadfast against the biting wind, having switched to luminous floats. Noticing the time, Wang Hai decided it was best to call it a night. He gathered his rod and line, stowed them in his rod bag, and prepared to leave. Before he could depart, Grandpa Wang called out to him, warmly inviting, "Dai Hai, you're a fine lad. It's about dinner time. Come to my house, and we can share a meal." Wang Hai had initially considered declining, but seeing Grandpa Wang's genuine enthusiasm, which clearly extended beyond mere politeness, he reconsidered. After all, he had planned to eat alone. Seeing Wang Hai acquiesce, Grandpa Wang, as if fearing a change of heart, quickly added, "Ha, once you agree, there's no backing out." "Rest assured I won tea," Wang Hai replied, amused by the elder's unconventional charm. After releasing the remaining fish, Wang Hai assisted Grandpa Wang with his gear, while Grandpa Wang slowly lifted the fish basket from the water. As it emerged, the fish within thrashed about, creating splashes all around. Observing the bounty, Wang Hai felt a surge of surprise. While each individual fish had seemed inconsequential, witnessing them all together was quite an impressive sight. The lower sections of the basket were brimming, surely containing over 30 pounds of fish, far too much for one man to consume. After a brief discussion, Grandpa Wang and Wang Hai decided to keep only the largest grass carp and a few sizable cushion carp, releasing the rest. After all, with such a large haul, the effort required for cleaning them without professional tools would take a couple of hours. Selling them at this late hour was also uncertain, thus, it was best to let them go. Upon reaching the roadside, Grandpa Wang pointed to an old white van parked nearby. Wang Hai, somewhat taken aback, placed the fishing gear in the vehicle and, once seated, asked, "Grandpa, you seem well off. Why not buy a proper car? This old van doesn't seem safe, with just a layer of metal." "This vehicle is just fine," Grandpa Wang replied. "It shields me from the wind and rain. And it even has heating." What he didn't mention was that he did not possess a driver's license, hence his inability to drive a car. The home of Grandpa Wang was not as opulent as Wang Hai had envisioned. It was merely a quaint little courtyard typical of northeast China. Upon Grandpa opening the door, the first sight that greeted him was a spacious yard, not paved with concrete, but rather cultivated and adorned with a flourishing vegetable garden. Although the chill of autumn had set in, the surrounding greenery still thrived with an abundance of vegetables. The house was modestly constructed around the yard, consisting of single-story dwellings, though the rooftops had been fitted with solar panels. "Is it just you at home, Grandpa Wang?" Wang Hai inquired. "Yes," Grandpa Wang replied with a smile. "My partner passed away a few years ago, and my only daughter works far away, returning home only for a few days each new year." Wang Hai felt a pang of empathy upon hearing this, recognizing the stark reality that mirrored their own small fishing village, where many elderly individuals lived alone, often due to financial constraints that drove the younger generation to seek employment in more prosperous regions. Following Grandpa Wang into the main room, Wang Hai noted the pleasant decor. The clean floors were spotless, and every corner was meticulously organized, showcasing the elder's diligent nature. Once the water boiled, Grandpa brewed a pot of tea and said, "Please enjoy some tea while I prepare dinner." With that, he headed to the kitchen, but Wang Hai, though not particularly industrious, felt uncomfortable simply sitting idly while a man in his 70s, nearing 80, cooked for him. He joined Grandpa in the kitchen to lend a hand. Seeing Wang Hai diligently cleaning fish, Grandpa Wang nodded approvingly, his admiration for the young man growing. He appreciated Wang Hai's humility, thoughtfulness, and diligence. Indeed, the young man was quite impressive. Meanwhile, Wang Hai remained focused on his task, paying no mind to the elder's thoughts. The fishing spot was not too far from Grandpa's home, and the few large crucian carp Wang Hai had brought back were still lively, swimming in the basin. Although one sizable grass carp seemed in poor condition, floating belly up. However, it was still fresh as long as it hadn't died. After bleeding the grass carp, Wang Hai efficiently removed its entrails, showcasing his experience in handling fish. Once he finished with the crucian carp, he cleaned them thoroughly and set them aside for marinating. At that moment, Grandpa Wang was busy shelling peanuts, and Wang Hai could easily deduce that the elder intended to fry a plate of them as a snack to accompany their drinks. "Grandpa, what dishes are we making for dinner?" he asked. "What do you like to eat?" Grandpa Wang responded. If asked about his favorites, Wang Hai would mention vegetables. And since Grandpa's garden had plenty of asparagus, he suggested, "How about we make a dish with asparagus?" "Sure, you can go outside and dig some up," Grandpa Wang replied. Without hesitation, Wang Hai took a few strides to the asparagus patch, where the stalks were robust, sufficient for their meal. The tender leaves could be stir-fried, while the asparagus could be cooked with meat. Before leaving, he also gathered a handful of garlic sprouts. Upon returning to the kitchen, he found Grandpa Wang had finished shelling the peanuts and was starting a fire at the stove. After slicing the asparagus, Wang Hai decided to use the gas stove for efficiency. The duo toiled in the kitchen for over an hour, finally preparing 5 dishes in total. Grandpa had made crucian carp and tofu soup, along with fried grass carp, while Wang Hai had cooked stir-fried asparagus with meat, sautéed asparagus leaves, and fried peanuts. Once seated at the dining table, Grandpa Wang stepped into the adjacent room and returned with a bottle of Erguo Tu, a strong Chinese liquor. "How well can you hold your liquor, Wang Hai?" Grandpa Wang asked with a chuckle. Though Wang Hai was not particularly fond of strong spirits, he could manage half a gin without issue, especially now that he had been practicing a technique that enhanced his physical resilience. He dared not boast, knowing he could likely handle 2 gins without feeling intoxicated. "I'm all right, just managing," he replied. Seeing this, Grandpa Wang laughed heartily, pleased to have someone to share a drink with after a long time. There were no formalities between them, no rigid customs of younger generations pouring drinks for their elders, just a simple camaraderie to enjoy the moment. Grandpa poured a cup for both himself and Wang Hai, perhaps feeling exuberant or simply craving a drink. He downed his glass in one swift motion, savoring the warmth it brought. Wang Hai followed suit. The fiery liquor still retained its acrid bitterness, regardless of his tolerance. Grandpa Wang refilled Wang Hai's glass, and the two engaged in a cheerful exchange of toasts, until they had cycled through the drinks 3 times. With the dishes on the table largely untouched, observing Wang Hai, who had consumed half a gin of liquor without so much as a flush or a racing heart, Grandpa Wang mused to himself about Wang Hai's concealed prowess, questioning his earlier modest claim of merely managing. "I can't keep up with you. I'd best stop drinking now. Be honest, just how deep is your tolerance?" Grandpa Wang, now with a rosy complexion and slightly tipsy, pressed for an answer. Wang Hai did not shy away. He casually quoted a popular saying, 2.5 gins of white liquor, and I can drink beer freely. "You rascal, just bragging." Grandpa Wang replied, somewhat skeptical. Wang Hai merely smiled, choosing not to argue further. As the meal progressed, the two had grown more familiar with one another, and Grandpa Wang learned that Wang Hai had come from a coastal area to find someone. The clock had moved past 10 in the evening, and after clearing the table, Wang Hai bid farewell and prepared to leave. Noticing this, Grandpa Wang suggested that Wang Hai stay the night, considering he had drunk quite a bit, and it would be unsafe to venture out at such a late hour. However, Wang Hai had other matters to attend to and politely declined. He hailed a taxi to the hospital and called Li Gang, inviting him out for a drink. Meanwhile, he found a nearby barbecue restaurant, ordered some skewers, and settled in to wait for his companion. Chapter 172, The Invitation. After about 10 minutes, Li Gang arrived, and once seated, he remarked, "There's a noodle shop nearby that has excellent flavors. Let us go there." Wang Hai understood Li Gang's intentions. He likely preferred the less expensive option of noodles over the pricier barbecue. Considering Li Gang's current debts of over 300,000, indulging in barbecue would indeed be a luxury. "Not a problem. Let us stay here. I've already ordered." Wang Hai gestured dismissively. When the barbecue arrived, Wang Hai asked the proprietor to bring over a couple of beers. After consuming 2 bottles, Li Gang, who was not accustomed to drinking, was already flushed and slightly tipsy. Wang Hai pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Li Gang, before lighting his own. "So, Gongzi, have you thought about what you'll do once your mother is discharged?" he inquired. Li Gang took a deep drag of smoke, paused for a moment, then let out a bitter smile, and shook his head, saying nothing yet conveying everything. In his 20s, he had accumulated significant debt, while his mother had just undergone a liver transplant, requiring costly anti-rejection medication each year to fund her treatment. He had sold his home and was now without a place to live. He dared not think about it, nor did he wish to confront the harsh reality that would not relent simply because he wished it away. Gongzi, I have a great job opportunity that I believe would suit you well. My childhood friend and I have a fishing boat back home, and we're in need of crew members since we can't handle the workload alone. The salary is quite appealing, 500 a day, plus a commission of 0.5 for every catch. I've been here for several days now, and I've already purchased my return ticket for tomorrow afternoon. Think it over tonight. And if you're interested, let me know by morning. I'll keep a spot for you. Having said this, Wang Hai chose to say no more. Li Gang, on the other hand, appeared visibly moved, but quickly fell into a somber mood. Hi Z, such an excellent opportunity. I would love to go. But my mother needs someone by her side to care for her. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Hai naturally understood the concerns of the other party. However, he had already preemptively considered these matters. It was quite simple. You could bring your aunt along when the time came. Our village has plenty of vacant houses. We could easily rent one nearby my home. Your aunt wouldn't need to cook, as my grandmother often dines at my childhood friend's house. So she could join them for meals as well. After listening to Wang Hai's words, Li Gang's gaze gradually solidified with determination. Having sold his house and lacking any place to stay, he could not conceive of a better alternative than the job and suggestions Wang Hai had offered. All right, I'm in, Li Gang exclaimed. However, you must first consult your aunt's opinion. After all, this is not a solitary endeavor. Just give me a response by tomorrow. Wang Hai replied. In the following hours, Li Gang inquired about the earnings from going out to sea. And upon learning that each trip yielded around 200,000 to 300,000, he began to calculate in his mind. If he could secure a 5 commission, and a fishing trip brought in 300,000, he would earn 1,500 from that venture. Wang Hai had mentioned that each outing lasted about 4 days. And with 4 days' wages, he could make around 2,700 for a single trip. The thought of this filled him with excitement. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Wang Hai headed to the bus station to catch the train home. By 9 o'clock, Li Gang's message arrived as expected. Hi Z, my mom has agreed to come with me. I'll head over once she's discharged in a few days. Wang Hai replied with a simple good, then donned his headphones and closed his eyes to rest. After 2 transfers, he arrived in Qingshan City at 4:30 in the afternoon. Wang Hai had already contacted Sun Cheng in advance, and upon reaching the port, he found Sun Cheng waiting for him on a small fishing boat. Upon seeing Sun Cheng, Wang Hai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sun Cheng's hair had been dyed a striking Barbie pink, giving him an exceedingly abstract appearance. Given their frequent outings to sea, both their skin and faces had tanned significantly. Why choose such a color? Did he wish to stand out more? Seriously, you dyed your hair. But could you not have chosen a more sensible color? Wang Hai remarked in disbelief. Although he considered himself open-minded, he found it challenging to adapt to Sun Cheng's new hair color. Stop it. Over the past few days, Zhou Zhou and her brother Zhou Zheng came over. And last night, Zhou Zhou had mixed too much dye when coloring her hair. Not wanting to waste it, she used the leftovers on me and Zhou Zheng. We thought the dye was red, and when we asked Zhou Zhou, she tricked us into believing it would turn out light brown. Who could have guessed it would end up looking like deathly Barbie pink? Sun Cheng explained, and Wang Hai could sense his helplessness, stifling a laugh. Just dye it back, Wang Hai suggested. I was helping at home with renovations all morning. I didn't have the time. We can talk about it later. Sun Cheng waved his hand, starting the fishing boat and heading towards Dolphin Bay. As it was already late, they dared not delay, and even with the boat moving at full speed, they couldn't return to the dock before dark. By the time they arrived at the dock, it was already half an hour past sunset. After hopping onto an electric bike and feeling the cool sea breeze, they made swift progress home. Upon reaching Sun Cheng's doorstep, a commotion erupted from within. Zhou Zheng, stop right there. You think I'll just stop because you told me to? Do you take me for a fool? Zhou Zheng ran around the yard while Zhou Zhou chased after him. Spotting Sun Cheng at the entrance, Zhou Zheng dashed over as if he had found a savior. Hiding behind him and pleading, Ah Cheng, save me. Zhou Zhou emerged, biting her lip. Zhou Zheng, you're done for today. No one can save you, I swear. Initially inclined to help Zhou Zheng, Sun Cheng faltered upon meeting Zhou Zhou's fierce gaze, silently thinking, I can't provoke that, and quickly made way. Ah Cheng, we're good brothers. You can't leave me to fend for myself. Zhou Zheng exclaimed as he turned to flee upon seeing his sister approach. Wang Hai shook his head in exasperation, quickly stepping aside to avoid the oncoming Zhou Zheng. After such a long journey, he felt mentally fatigued and just wanted to lie down and sleep rather than engage in playful antics. Meanwhile, Hei Chai, oblivious to the situation, thought Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zheng were merely playing and joined the chase, wagging his tail in excitement. With a speed surpassing Zhou Zhou's, Hei Chai easily reached Zhou Zheng first, bouncing around him gleefully. Chapter 173. An unexpected visitor after washing his hands upon entering the house. Wang Hai noticed Li Chungyang sitting in the yard and approached him to offer a cigarette. Brother Chung, when did you arrive? I've been here for 2 days. I heard from Ah Chung that you spent a few days in northeast China. How was it? Enjoyable? Not particularly enjoyable, but I certainly remember the biting cold winds. Wang Hai replied, sitting on a stone bench and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Observing Ali bustling in the kitchen, Wang Hai stood up to assist. But the already cramped kitchen was occupied by Grandpa's son and Ali, leaving him with no room to help, so he stepped back outside. At that moment, Zhou returned to the yard, tugging Zhou Zheng's ear. You little brat, how dare you scare me with a centipede? You're really asking for trouble. As she spoke, her grip on his ear tightened further. Ouch, I promise I won't do it again, sis. Please, that hurts. Zhou Zheng pleaded. As time passed, by the time dinner was ready, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The group gathered around the stone table in the yard, enjoying a lively dinner together. Though Zhou Zheng initially boisterously declared his intent to go beachcombing after the meal, he soon fell into a stupor after consuming 2 bottles of beer. After clearing and washing the dishes, Zhou, Sun Cheng, and Li Chungyang each took a small bucket and looked towards Wang Hai, saying, Hi, shall we go beachcombing together? Having been exhausted from a day of travel, Wang Hai waved his hand to decline, turning back to the house for some much-needed rest. Ali also opted out, gesturing to the others before heading home. The following day, Wang Hai awoke to the sun already high in the sky. Stretching and glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 10 in the morning. Though he felt wide awake, he remained reluctant to leave his bed. It wasn't until lunchtime that Sun Chung forcibly dragged him to Grandpa Sun's house. Today's lunch was bountiful as usual, featuring a delightful array of dishes, totaling 8 dishes and 1 soup. Despite the abundance, with careful portion control from Grandpa Sun and Ali, nothing went to waste. After a satisfying meal, Grandpa Sun intended to wash the dishes, feeling a bit uneasy about not contributing anything during his visits. However, as he began to gather the dishes, he was quickly intercepted by the younger ones. Grandpa, it's midday. You should head back for a nap. We'll take care of this, one of them urged. Yes, we've got this, another chimed in. Seeing their insistence, Grandpa Sun felt a wave of gratitude and replied, All right, I'll head back then. Once Grandpa Sun left, the young men, not eager to wash the dishes either, resorted to playing rock, paper, scissors to determine who would do it. In the first round, Zhou chose scissors, while the boys, in perfect sync, all picked paper. Zhou pouted but accepted her fate. Haha, sister, you lost. Go wash the dishes. Zhou Zheng teased, waving his paper enthusiastically. Though Zhou didn't mind washing the dishes, seeing her brother's smug expression fueled her irritation. She promptly smacked the top of Zhou Zheng's head, instantly improving her mood before skipping off to the kitchen. Wang Hai reclined on a lounge chair in his own courtyard, scrolling through his phone, as a gentle breeze wafted by, rendering the atmosphere pleasantly warm. In the evening, he and Li Chungyang set up a table outside, engaging in a game of chess. Meanwhile, Zhou, accompanied by Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng, busied themselves on the nearby beach, gathering seashells with the intent of crafting wind chimes later that night. The black dog, resembling a rogue, roamed the village with a few canine companions, meandering about. Fortunately, the villagers recognized the black dog and knew it posed no threat, allowing Wang Hai to disregard it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light bathed the fishing village in a golden hue, enhancing the already resplendent sands. At that moment, a tricycle approached from a distance, and Wang Hai casually glanced over, only to be surprised to see Wang Laikan and his mother aboard. Although their grandfathers were brothers and had maintained a cordial relationship, the connection had faltered after the elder generation's passing. Wang Hai harbored a strong aversion towards their family and made no effort to greet them upon their arrival. Initially assuming they were merely passing by, he was taken aback when Wang Laikan's mother drove straight to his doorstep. Oh, hi. We're just here to visit, Li Chunlang greeted warmly, instinctively signaling her son to unload the 2 boxes of gifts they had brought. Reluctantly, Wang Laikan complied, though he wore an expression of discontent. And after receiving a stern look from his mother, he stepped forward to say, Cousin, I brought some gifts for Grandma and Grandpa C. I'll just take them inside. However, Wang Hai remained engrossed in his chess match with Li Chungyang, seemingly indifferent to Wang Laikan's advances. While their families had once shared a more amicable rapport, the animosity had intensified since Wang Laikan had previously attempted to poison the black dog to steal it. Thus, Wang Hai felt little inclination to respond out of courtesy, choosing instead to ignore his cousin. Noticing the cold shoulder, Wang Laikan's irritation began to simmer. But he managed a forced smile, reminding himself that he had come seeking a favor. I'll just take these home first, he muttered, hoisting the gifts as he made his way toward Wang Hai's house, intending to set them down before broaching his request. Wang Hai, well aware of Wang Laikan's family's nature, could only scoff inwardly, recalling the saying, "A weasel doesn't wish a chicken well." No need, it's rather cluttered at home. And there's hardly any food prepared for dinner, Wang Hai replied, though he did not explicitly tell them to leave. His meaning was unmistakable. Wang Hai, not oblivious, quickly grasped the implication that he and his mother were being dismissed. Already irked, he snapped, "Come on, what else with the act? My mom and I came to bring you gifts, it's a courtesy." Before he could continue, Li Chunlan swiftly slapped him, fearful of any further ungracious remarks that could lead to irreparable damage. "Oh hi, please don't misunderstand. My son has been a bit off lately, often rambling nonsensically. Don't take it to heart," she said, forcing a smile as she discreetly pinched her son to keep him in check. Just then, Grandpa C rode up on his tricycle, and Li Chunlan's eyes brightened at the prospect of seizing an opportunity to stay for dinner. Hoping to address her family's matters then. "Uncle, how have you been? I had Lycan bring you some treats," she said, placing a box of milk and bread onto his vehicle before he could respond. Grandpa C frowned but refrained from commenting further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Grandpa's son emerged with a bag of trash, preparing to dispose of it. Spotting Li Chunlan, he furrowed his brow, harboring no fondness for Wang Lycan's family, yet remaining silent as he tossed the garbage in the bin and announced, "Dinner is ready, wash your hands and come eat." Wang Hai, engaged in an intense chess match with Li Chengyang, found the game evenly matched, but it was time to prioritize dinner. "Let us set the game aside for now. We can continue after we eat," Li Chengyang suggested, stretching his back after sitting for too long. As dinner time approached, Li Chunlan shamelessly entered the house, and Wang Hai made no effort to stop her, curious about their intentions. During the meal, laughter and chatter filled the air. But whenever Li Chunlan attempted to join the conversation, Grandpa's son's voice would drown her out, leaving her no chance to speak. Internally, she cursed him for his interruptions. Yet outwardly, she maintained her composure. Grandpa's son, aware that the family harbored ulterior motives, continued to interrupt, eager for them to finish their meal and depart. However, he underestimated Li Chunlan's resolve. As the meal neared its conclusion, she finally interjected amidst the conversation. "Hi. I heard you and Achung bought a large fishing boat to go out to sea. It seems like several families are renovating. You must be making quite a bit of money," she said with a smile. Before Wang Hai could respond, Grandpa's son swatted at the table, irritated by the persistent flies buzzing around. "It's late. Why are there still so many flies?" he complained. He then turned to his grandson, "Achung, go fetch the fly swatter." Having eaten his fill, Sun Cheng leaned back in his chair, distracted by his phone, and glanced at the table, noting the absence of flies. Quickly realizing that his grandfather was indirectly criticizing Li Chunlan, he hopped up eagerly to fetch the swatter. Li Chunlan inwardly chastised Grandpa's son for his relentless nitpicking, but remained steadfast in her quest to glean information about Wang Hai's fishing income. Sensing her probing questions were veiled attempts to borrow money, Wang Hai felt a surge of resistance. Although he had recently earned some money from fishing, he was no philanthropist willing to lend to just anyone. He was certain that lending to Li Chunlan would be a futile endeavor, one from which he would never see a return. "It's all right, just enough for my family's needs," he replied ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Li Chunlan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly added, "Hi, I heard your boat is over 20 meters long. You and Achung must be quite busy. Why not have your cousin help you out? It would be better than hiring workers, right? You can trust family, and we won't ask for much. Just let Lycan have 30% of the catch, and you and Achung can keep the rest. We won't ask for more." Wang Hai was taken aback by her blatant audacity, incredulous that anyone could be so brazen. How could she even suggest trusting family? And only taking 30% of the catch? Was this even a reasonable request? The atmosphere at the dinner table, once harmonious, turned tense as everyone's expressions soured. Wang Hai's grandmother and Grandpa C, who had initially tolerated their presence out of familial ties, found their disappointment in Wang Lycan's family growing ever more profound as their true intentions became clear. Grandfather's son was aware of the situation involving fourth grandfather and Grandma Wang Hai. Rather than directly confronting Li Chunlan and her son, he took on the role of the villain, preparing to have Sun Cheng expel them. However, it was fourth grandfather who spoke up first. "Humph, Li Chunlan. What sort of character does your son possess? Who here is unaware? Ever since elder brother passed away, just look at the things you've done one after another. Back in the day, when we brothers jointly purchased a boat to go fishing, after elder brother's demise, we could hardly make a profit. We returned the boat to you at the original price of 300,000, and then when we finally encountered a school of fish and started to earn money, you came knocking, accusing us of partnering with third brother to cheat you and demanding a buyout, leaving you to feast alone. Now it seems you're brazen enough to come here and demand a direct share of the catch? You must be out of your mind." The more fourth grandfather spoke, the more his emotions surged, if not for his advanced age, he would have been tempted to slap her. Fourth grandfather, please calm down. It's not good for your health to be so agitated, Wang Hai remarked, astonished at fourth grandfather's unexpected fervor, considering he was usually so mild-mannered that he had never been known to utter an expletive. Old man, who the hell are you cursing at? On the side, Wang Liken, witnessing his mother being scolded continuously, initially felt indifferent, but upon realizing he too was being included in the tirade, he could no longer contain himself and pointed an accusatory finger at fourth grandfather, preparing to strike. However, with so many of Wang Hai's companions present, he was hardly able to approach fourth grandfather. Sun Cheng and Wang Hai were the first to object, each lifting a nearby stool, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of aggression from Liken. Wang Liken, recognizing the intimidating atmosphere, quickly recoiled, instinctively swallowing hard and stepping back. Ah Cheng, throw them out. They are no longer welcome here, grandfather Sun said with a hint of irritation. Li Chunlan was momentarily taken aback. After all, they were family. And she was not asking for much, merely a 30% share. Yet, the barrage of insults began. By the time she regained her composure and contemplated retaliating verbally, after all, she was not one to back down. She was met with the fierce glares of everyone present, as if they were ready to tear her and her son apart. She hurriedly led her son away, tail between their legs. At this moment, Zhou indignantly exclaimed, "How can there still be such shameless people? Indeed, it's best to keep a distance from such individuals. Otherwise, it can be quite infuriating," Zhou concurred. Only then did Wang Hai turn his attention to fourth grandfather, who had displayed quite the fighting spirit, mercilessly scolding Li Chunlan. "Ah Hai, if they come back again, just throw them out. Do not let them through the door." After this uproar, Grandma Wang Hai felt it was unnecessary to maintain ties with that family. Understood, Wang Hai nodded. Previously, he had allowed them to stay for dinner out of consideration for Grandma and fourth grandfather, else they would never have been permitted inside. Returning outdoors, Wang Hai resumed his unfinished game of chess with Li Chengyang. Meanwhile, Zhou and Sun Cheng busied themselves arranging the shells they had collected in the yard, using a small electric drill to craft wind chimes. Zhou, feeling bored, trailed after Ollie to play video games. As night deepened, the earlier warmth was gradually replaced by a cool breeze. A chill. Sitting outside, Li Chengyang felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. Wang Hai glanced at the time, realizing it was already 10:30. "It's getting late. Tomorrow Ah Cheng and I plan to head out to sea. Chenggu, do you want to join us?" "Absolutely. Going out to sea with your boat and catching fish is the real thrill. I can hardly find a decent school of fish on my own," Li Chengyang replied. This trip to Dolphin Bay was partly for leisure and partly to fish alongside Wang Hai, whose fish-finding skills were renowned. "Regarding the catch, we will adhere to our usual arrangement. It all belongs to you," Li Chengyang stated. "All right," Wang Hai nodded, not refusing. Knowing that Li Chengyang and his friends were all affluent and not in need of money, it was simply a matter of sharing the bounty. The next morning, Wang Hai awoke around 4, washed up outside, and noticed that dawn had yet to break fully. It had been over 10 days since they had last gone to sea, and the night before, he had arranged with Sun Cheng to set sail at 5. Li Chengyang and Zhou were also to join. Knowing Wang Hai's early plans, Ollie arrived at 4 to prepare breakfast. Seeing this, Wang Hai joined in to assist. Although he claimed to help, he mostly sat at the kitchen counter chatting with Ollie. Breakfast was simple, a pot of seafood congee paired with homemade pickled vegetables, which was soothing for the stomach. By the time the congee was nearly ready, Li Chengyang and his companions arrived. "Breakfast is ready. We have seafood congee. Let's eat quickly before we head out," Wang Hai called out. "Yay." Zhou was the first to serve herself a bowl, and after tasting it, she couldn't stop eating. Once everyone had begun, Wang Hai realized one person was still missing. "Where's Ah Cheng? Why isn't he up yet?" He knocked a few times on the door, and seeing no response, he pushed the door open and turned on the light. Sun Cheng was sprawled asleep, drooling. "Ah Cheng, wake up!" Wang Hai called out a couple of times at the bedside, and seeing Sun Cheng in such a deep slumber, he yanked off his blanket. Sun Cheng groggily opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented, before remembering they were going out to sea today. He hurriedly dressed, asking, "What time is it?" "It's not late." "Is it?" "It's not even 5 yet. Chenggu and the others are already here." "Hurry up and eat before we leave," Wang Hai replied, stepping out of Sun Cheng's room. "Okay, got it." By the time everyone finished breakfast, it was 5:10. Grandfather Sun and the others were already outside to see them off. "Be careful at sea. Safety comes first," fourth grandfather advised. "Don't worry, we understand," they replied. After exchanging goodbyes, they wasted no more time, getting into the car driven by Li Chengyang and heading towards the town. Their planned outing at sea was set for 5 days. Upon reaching the town, they first visited the market to procure supplies and food before heading to the port. At this hour, the port was relatively empty. Li Chengyang had thought they had arrived early, only to realize they were actually quite late compared to other fishermen. In fact, many fishermen had already set sail by 2 or 3 in the morning, making Wang Hai and his group appear tardy in comparison. However, there was a distinction. These fishermen typically operated small wooden boats, fishing in nearby waters and returning to shore by day. In contrast, Wang Hai's larger fishing vessel was designed for extended trips, often lasting several days, making the timing less critical. Once aboard, Wang Hai conducted a thorough inspection of the fishing boat, ensuring everything was in order before making his way to the wheelhouse to start the engine. With a resounding horn, the fishing boat slowly departed the harbor. Li Qingyang and the others chatted on the deck at the front of the boat. The weather today was less than ideal. It was already 6:30, and although dawn had fully arrived, the rising sun was still obscured by thick clouds. Half an hour into their journey, a strong wind swept across the sea. Fortunately, they were not in a small fishing boat. Otherwise, they would have had to return to port for safety. Before departing, Wang Hai had checked the weather forecast, which predicted light rain around 9 o'clock, but it was not expected to pose significant issues. As the boat moved farther from the coastline, the once visible lighthouse and houses gradually faded into the distance. Throughout the journey, Wang Hai occasionally instructed Ling Yu to search the waters ahead for larger or more valuable schools of fish. While there were numerous small fish along the way, none were of any significant value, prompting Wang Hai to forego stopping and wasting time. Outside the cabin, Li Qingyang and his companions each wielded a fishing rod, engaging in the art of trolling. Although they occasionally managed to reel in a fish, their catches were modest in size and lacked the thrill of the chase, leading to a waning interest. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that Wang Hai, glancing through the cabin window, spotted fish leaping from the water in the distance. Unable to discern the species due to the distance, he decided to send Ling Yu ahead for reconnaissance. Upon approaching, he discovered a pod of dolphins engaged in a hunt for a school of sardines. The dolphins spread out, circling in formation, herding the sardines into a tight ball before launching their attack. Although the school of sardines was not particularly large, estimated at about a ton, their value was modest, with frozen ones fetching only 6 to 7 yuan per pound. However, it should be noted that the number of dolphins was limited, and they would not be able to consume all the sardines. A few hundred pounds would suffice, primarily because they had not brought any bait fish for their outing. Should they encounter a rare school of larger fish, lacking some form of sustenance would hinder their chances of retention. In terms of the fishing vessel's speed, it could only keep pace with slower species. Any encounter with faster fish would likely result in their swift disappearance. With this in mind, Wang Hai reduced the vessel's speed, guiding it towards the fish school. Meanwhile, on the deck, Zhou Zheng was the first to spot the fish school aside from Wang Hai, eagerly pointing toward the distant sea, exclaiming, "Look over there. It seems their SA school of fish." The others turned their gaze in the direction Zhou Zheng indicated, but due to the distance, they could only vaguely perceive fish leaping from the surface. At that moment, the dolphins launched their attack on the fish school, causing the water's surface to erupt as fish sprang into the air, splashing back down. As dolphins leapt alongside, Zhou Zhou exclaimed in excitement, "Dolphins!" Li Qingyang nodded in agreement, remarking, "The size of this pod is substantial. They must be hunting the fish in the water." At this juncture, Wang Hai, holding a walkie-talkie, instructed, "Qing, there is a school of sardines ahead. When we get closer, cast a net to gather some for bait." "Understood," replied Sun Cheng, heading to retrieve the net while glancing at Li Qingyang. "Brother Cheng, we still have 3 rods out for trolling in the back. Could you help bring them in to prevent the dolphins from biting the hooks?" Li Qingyang had already intended to collect the rods, so he nodded and called Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zheng to assist. With the net in hand, Sun Cheng crouched by the edge of the boat, preparing the fishing net. As the vessel approached, he seized the opportunity to cast a net into the densest area of sardines. Although his casting was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the seasoned fisherman. Nonetheless, given the density of the fish school, he was confident that he would secure a significant catch as long as the net could spread adequately. Observing the dolphins swiftly darting beneath the surface, Sun Cheng was unfazed, knowing that these intelligent creatures could easily evade the net before it closed. After waiting by the side of the boat for several seconds, Sun Cheng leisurely began to pull in the net. However, the catch was substantial, proving somewhat strenuous for him alone. Just then, Zhou Zhou, having finished gathering the trolling rods, rushed over, rolled up her sleeves, and offered her assistance. Despite being a girl, Zhou Zhou possessed a surprising amount of strength, and her help made Sun Cheng's task considerably easier. Li Qingyang and Zhou Zheng, intending to assist, noticed the close proximity of the two, their heads nearly touching, creating a somewhat intimate atmosphere, and thus refrained from interrupting. Li Qingyang, however, remained busy, retrieving 2 landing nets from the tool room and handing one to Zhou Zheng. "Let us use the landing nets to scoop up the fish," he suggested. The two moved to the side of the boat, using the nets to catch fish. Though not as bountiful as Sun Cheng's haul, Their efforts yielded about a pound of fish with each scoop. The dolphins continued their relentless hunt below, driving the school of fish together, prompting everyone to cast nets and scoop fish as quickly as possible. After about 10 minutes, the dolphins seemed to have their fill and ceased hurting the fish. Instead, they began leaping out of the water, circling around Wang Hai's fishing boat for a while before gradually swimming away. Once the boat was finally stopped, Wang Hai stepped out of the cabin, surveying the deck, which was now covered in a bountiful catch of sardines, amounting to over 600 pounds. This would be more than sufficient for bait. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, with the fish still sprawled on the deck. Wang Hai instructed Li Qingyang and the others to seek shelter inside, while he and Sun Cheng tended to the catch. Li Qingyang waved his hand, insisting, "There's not much fish. I'll help out to expedite the process." Zhou Zheng, not one to shy away from lending a hand, joined in as well. Zhou Zhou had initially intended to assist, but, due to her menstrual cycle, opted to stay in the cabin to avoid the rain. The group had hoped that with more hands, they could finish packing the fish before the rain intensified, but the weather took a turn for the worse, and the rain soon poured down in torrents. Sun Cheng, feeling uncomfortable with his soaked shirt clinging to him, decided to remove it entirely. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Zhou Zhou watched Sun Cheng's toned physique, her heart racing as she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, uncertain of what thoughts were causing her reaction. Once all the sardines were packed into crates and stored in the cold storage, everyone emerged from the ordeal drenched. Before heading out to sea, they had all brought spare clothes, so they changed into dry garments. The group gathered in the room, listening to the relentless patter of rain outside. With operations on hold due to the weather, they turned to cards for entertainment. Around noon, Wang Hai retrieved some sardines from the cold storage to prepare a dish of pan-fried sardines. Li Chengyang joined him in the kitchen, helping to prepare rice and wash some leafy vegetables for stir-frying. The meal was simple yet satisfying, consisting of stir-fried greens and delicious pan-fried sardines served with rice. Li Chengyang had cooked extra rice, intending to reserve some for fried rice later that evening. But to his surprise, every portion was devoured. Observing his companions struggling to move after their feast, he admonished them, "The rice is good, but there's no need to overindulge. You'll regret it later." "Got it, Brother Cheng," Zhou Zheng replied, perhaps a bit too hastily, as he sensed Li Chengyang's growing exasperation. After the hearty meal, the group settled in for a midday nap, lulled to sleep by the soothing sound of rain outside. When Wang Hai awoke, the rain had ceased, and he noticed that over half an hour had passed. Noticing Li Chengyang's absence from the room, he stepped outside and was immediately drawn to the sight of Li Chengyang engaged in lure fishing. The rod was bending under the strain, indicating a sizable catch. "Brother Cheng, it looks like you've hooked something substantial," Wang Hai remarked with a smile. "Yes. I've been reeling it in for 4 or 5 minutes, and it still hasn't surfaced. I'm curious to see what it is," Li Chengyang replied, both men intrigued by the mystery beneath the waves. As the reel continued to spin, a silvery fish leapt from the water, shaking its head as it broke the surface. "Is that a mackerel?" Wang Hai asked, squinting for a clearer view. "Indeed it is. I can't believe it's a large one. We're in for a treat tonight, with some sashimi," Li Chengyang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Observing the exuberance of Li Chengyang, Sun Cheng was somewhat perplexed. The smoked fish, a common sight, was merely priced at a few dozen yuan per kilogram in the market, and its taste was rather unremarkable. Was Cheng Gu truly intending to prepare it as sashimi? Chapter 177, The School of Fish? Seeing that Wang Hai had not responded, Li Chengyang understood that he likely deemed the fish unpalatable. He chuckled and elucidated. "Indeed, the commonly available smoked fish is quite lackluster in flavor. The primary reason for this is that most of them are small in size, and when caught by fishermen, they are neither bled nor aged, resulting in poor meat quality. This specimen, judging by its recent struggle in the water, weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. After being bled and aged, its flavor may even surpass that of yellowfin tuna." With that, Li Chengyang focused on landing the fish, and soon enough, the smoked fish was exhausted and surfaced. Wang Hai deftly scooped it into the net and brought it aboard. The smoked fish, scientifically named Coryphena hipparus, belongs to the family of mackerels and is known as a delicacy in the culinary traditions of Japan. As Li Chengyang gazed at the fish in the net, his excitement grew. Despite it not being the peak season for smoked fish, which typically means lower fat content and a more fibrous texture, this particular specimen appeared plump and promising. While both smoked fish and bluefin tuna, as well as yellowfin tuna, belong to the mackerel family, their price differences are stark. However, if the smoked fish possesses sufficient fat, its taste, though not quite comparable to bluefin, can rival that of yellowfin and, at times, even surpass it. Thus, it is often referred to as the little tuna. Though the fish looked plump and promising in terms of fat content, the true quality would only be revealed upon filleting. Li Chengyang fetched a knife from the kitchen and began the process of bleeding the fish. The moment he cut into the flesh, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "The quality of this fish exceeds my expectations. It is indeed a rarity." Wang Hai, not entirely versed in such matters, nonetheless gleaned from Li Qingyang's words that the fish's flavor appeared quite promising. As it was still early, the prepared smoked fish was placed in the cold storage for preservation, as prolonged exposure to heat would compromise its taste. The weather at sea is notoriously capricious. Just half an hour prior, it had been drizzling, and now the sun shone brightly. However, the recent rain kept the temperature relatively mild, even under the sun's rays. Smoked fish typically schools together. Should we not expect to see a group below? Wang Hai mused. If Li Qingyang's assertions held true, with proper handling and preservation, the fish's value should elevate significantly. Li Qingyang, overhearing Wang Hai's musings, shook his head and explained, under normal circumstances, smoked fish are indeed schooling fish. However, in September, they migrate southward. At this time of year, they are generally scarce in these waters. Yet, there are exceptions. To put it plainly, this fish is somewhat lost and missed the school. This is also why this smoked fish has such rich fat content. Without long-distance migration, its fat reserves remain intact. After Li Qingyang's explanation, Wang Hai felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he instinctively maneuvered the fishing rod into the water for a quick inspection and, as Li Qingyang had indicated, found no trace of smoked fish within several hundred meters. During their earlier processing of the smoked fish, they had discarded its entrails and gills into the sea, which had unfortunately attracted a few sharks. Having fished for over half an hour with little success, perhaps we should change our location, suggested Li Qingyang. Wang Hai concurred, as the waters below were now teeming with sharks, posing no immediate danger to them aboard the boat. However, continuing to fish here not only risked catching nothing substantial, but might also lead to an encounter with a shark, which was far from enjoyable. Returning to the helm, Wang Hai abandoned his initial quest for larger schools of fish and navigated for half an hour until they reached the vicinity of an island. The water here was approximately 40 to 50 meters deep, with a rocky bottom that concealed numerous grouper fish. Chenggu, the bottom is strewn with rocks. The grouper should be plentiful here. Let us fish a while, Wang Hai stated, having already surveyed the underwater landscape through his fish finder, confirming the abundance of grouper. In rocky areas like this, trawling nets proved ineffective. Fishing rods were the only viable option. When targeting grouper, lures were rendered useless, necessitating a switch to bottom fishing gear with bait. Wang Hai retrieved a basket of sardines from the cold storage. Upon seeing him haul out an entire basket of sardines, Li Qingyang was taken aback. "Why are you taking so many sardines? That must weigh at least a dozen pounds. Will we even use them all?" Wang Hai had his reasons for such a bounty. This area was known for its plentiful grouper. To catch all the larger grouper in the vicinity, even 2 baskets of bait might prove insufficient. Not too much, just enough for some ground bait, Wang Hai replied with a smile. Indeed, both sea fishing and freshwater fishing require ground bait to attract fish. While it may not significantly impact grouper fishing, it was still wise to consider other species as well. By now, Li Qingyang had prepared his fishing gear and began to lower a sardine bait along the side of the boat. Once the rig reached the bottom, he tightened the line, ensuring he could feel any bites immediately, facilitating a swift hook set. At that moment, Wang Hai, originally poised to fish for tuna, suddenly spotted a school of large, bluish-green fish through his fish finder. Though he did not recognize them, their size and coloration suggested they were of high value. Without delay, he grabbed several sardines from the basket, intending to attract the fish below. As the sardines were cast into the water, they sank slowly. While they lacked the lively movement of live fish, they were still enticing morsels. The school of large fish wasted no time, darting forward to devour the sardines. Having been frozen earlier in the day, the sardines were not completely solid but retained a pleasantly cool texture that the fish found delectable. Chapter 178. The blue fish. Seeing the sardines vanish so quickly, Wang Hai feared the fish would disperse and promptly dumped the entire basket into the water. With a splash, the once calm sea erupted in a flurry. Li Qingyang watched in astonishment. "Is this your method of baiting? Such a vast quantity of sardines will surely satiate the local fish." However, having accompanied Wang Hai on 2 previous fishing trips, he had developed a profound respect for his skills in locating and catching fish, believing that his actions surely had merit. With quick precision, Wang Hai tied his hooks and returned to the cold storage for another 2 baskets of sardines. As he baited his hooks, the line descended slowly, and before the bait could even reach the bottom, Wang Hai's fishing rod began to tremble. Instinctively, he set the hook. The next moment, the rod bent dramatically, the line singing as it released tension with a metallic whir. Meanwhile, Li Qingyang, engrossed in his own fishing, was taken aback. He had been fishing for several minutes without a bite, yet Wang Hai had hooked a fish within mere seconds. "It seems this fish is quite substantial, perhaps weighing 4 or 5 pounds, Li Qingyang remarked enviously. Wang Hai shook his head, bubbling with excitement. ID estimated at 8 or 9 pounds. This fish is incredibly strong. Through his fish finder, he could see that the fish was indeed larger than 4 or 5 pounds. Even his estimate of 8 or 9 pounds was likely an understatement, as the fish beneath the surface had yet to exert itself fully. Li Qingyang still perceived it as merely 4 or 5 pounds. Watching the fishing reel continuously unwind the line, Wang Hai hastily tightened the drag. He was using a number 10 heavy-duty line. As long as the fishing rod held firm, pulling a fish weighing over 10 pounds ashore was a mere trifle. With a steady approach, even a fish exceeding 100 pounds could be effortlessly landed, albeit requiring a bit more time to tire it out. Observing Wang Hai skillfully maneuvering his catch from a distance, Li Qingyang felt a twinge of impatience and turned to glance at his own rod, which remained frustratingly still. As Wang Hai secured the drag, the reel continued to spin, and the sizable fish beneath the surface gradually lost its strength, being coaxed towards the shore. Li Qingyang placed his rod in a designated holder, slightly loosened the drag to prevent the rod from snapping if a larger fish were to strike, and then approached Wang Hai to assist in landing the fish. At that moment, sensing impending danger, the fish below began to thrash wildly. The line was once again pulled out by about half a meter, but the fish was nearing exhaustion, revealing a flash of blue beneath the water. When the fish broke the surface, it was entirely blue, with greenish scales adorning its flanks. I initially thought it was a grouper, but it turns out to be a bluefish. Li Qingyang exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Hai, unfamiliar with this species, curiously inquired, Brother Chang, what is the market value of this fish? Bluefish have a fine texture, featuring a singular main bone, and their flavor rivals that of certain groupers. Fresh, they can fetch around 100 to 120 per kilogram. Frozen, the price is typically halved, Li Qingyang explained. Hearing that it could sell for over 100 per kilogram, Wang Hai felt elated. The bluefish he had caught weighed at least 12 or 13 pounds, translating to a potential sale of over 1,000. Furthermore, a school of them lingered below, possibly numbering close to 100, though most weighed only 5 to 6 pounds each. Yet, if all were caught, it could amount to 70 or 80,000, a significant sum indeed. Brother Chung, it's time to net the fish, Wang Hai declared as the fish became utterly exhausted and lay motionless on the surface. All right, Li Qingyang replied without hesitation, swiftly netting the bluefish. The bluefish, also known as the bluefish snapper, belongs to the order Perciformes and the family Leviathans. Just then, approximately 7 or 8 meters away, Li Qingyang's rod bent sharply, and the sound of the drag followed, indicating he had hooked a fish as well. Rushing over to his rod, Li Qingyang prepared to set the hook. Due to the loosened drag, the line continued to be pulled out, compelling him to tighten it and rapidly reel in the fish from the depths. He was using a number 10 heavy-duty line, but if the fish were to drag it over rocks, it could easily snap. Initially, he believed the fish he had hooked was not particularly large. However, as he tightened the drag, it became clear that he was struggling to bring it to the surface. The fish remained immobile beneath the water. Were it not for the drag releasing line again, he would have suspected the line had become entangled on a rock or that the fish had taken refuge in a crevice. What on earth is this fish? Li Qingyang cursed internally, observing that the drag was nearly at its maximum setting while the line was still being intermittently pulled out. Could it possibly be a shark? Meanwhile, Wang Hai, not wanting to delay, quickly removed the hook from the bluefish's mouth and tossed it into the live well. Upon noticing Li Qingyang almost being pulled into the water, he rushed over to assist in stabilizing the rod. What kind of fish is this? It's incredibly strong, Wang Hai exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Regaining his composure, he controlled the spirit fish to inspect what Li Qingyang had caught. If it was a shark, they could swiftly cut the line to save time and energy. When the spirit fish reached the hooked fish, Wang Hai gulped in disbelief. Li Qingyang's catch was not a shark, but rather a giant barramundi, a true behemoth in this aquatic realm. Although barramundi are relatively common, most weigh only a few or a dozen pounds. Those exceeding 40 pounds are typically purchased by affluent buyers before they reach the market. The fish Li Qingyang had hooked, however, was far more formidable, easily surpassing 100 pounds based on its size. At this point, the fish had yet to surface, making it impossible for Wang Hai to estimate its exact weight. He then noticed that the barramundi still had half a bluefish in its mouth. Realizing that the barramundi had likely seized the struggling bluefish, which had been attempting to escape after being caught. This fish was enormous, and Li Qingyang was merely using a standard sea fishing rod, not a heavy-duty one designed for such colossal creatures. While he could manage a catch of 30 or 40 pounds, this barramundi was an entirely different challenge. Wang Hai pondered the slim chances of successfully landing such a fish. Observing the drag tightly locked yet the reel still releasing line, he felt a sense of helplessness. This is heading towards disaster. Li Qingyang cursed inwardly, regretting not using a heavy-duty setup and electric reel for such a formidable catch. Chapter 179, Kayak Pursuit. Otherwise, he wouldn't be left anxiously watching the line continuously unravel. Feeling utterly powerless, barramundi become more valuable with size, and Wang Hai recalled the prices he had seen, particularly the barramundi, which could sell for over 900 to nearly 1,000 per kilogram when weighing around 40 pounds. Of course, barramundi alone are not worth that much. Their swim bladders are the most prized part. It is said that a barramundi worth over 10,000 could yield 3 times that amount if its swim bladder were processed into fish glue. Naturally, this applies only to wild specimens, as farmed ones are a different matter. The line continued to be pulled out, and the sound of the drag echoed across the tranquil sea. "Oh, great sea, please assist by providing some water to cool down the reel, or it won't withstand this strain much longer," Li Qingyang grunted, squatting low and bending at the waist in exertion. "All right, just hang in there," Wang Hai replied, quickly fetching a bottle of water from the kitchen and pouring it over the reel. By this point, more than half of the original 100 meters of line had been drawn out, and there was no more than 20 meters remaining. If this continued, the line would surely snap once it was fully unwound. Fortunately, when the line had about 10 meters left, the barramundi seemed to tire, pausing momentarily. Li Qingyang seized the opportunity to crank the reel, attempting to retrieve some line. However, even with the drag locked tightly, the fish had pulled out several dozen meters, rendering the reel almost immovable. "Damn it, the reel is broken." Li Qingyang felt a surge of frustration. Such a large fish was a rare opportunity. If it slipped away now, he might not have another chance to catch one again. Just then, Wang Hai's eyes lit up. "Brother Chung, I have an idea. Just hold on for a moment." Without waiting for Li Qingyang to inquire about his plan, he raced towards the cabin where the fishing nets were stored. When he returned, he held 2 foam floats used for marking crab traps. Upon seeing the floats, Li Qingyang immediately grasped Wang Hai's intention, excitement bubbling within him. Wang Hai's concept was simple: to tie the floats to the rod to serve as a surface marker. Since they couldn't land the barramundi with the rod, he decided to tie the floats to it and toss it into the water, allowing the boat to follow and gradually exhaust the fish's strength. Certainly, this is the simplest approach. If only the vessel were equipped with GPS, it would be even more advantageous, enabling us to follow the fish wherever it might flee. Observing the buoy swiftly drifting southward, Wang Hai hurried to the cabin, igniting the fishing boat in an attempt to pursue it. However, the large vessel required a considerable amount of time to power up and exhibited poor maneuverability. After several minutes of chasing, the buoy continued to zigzag across the surface. Had it not finally come to a halt, they would have almost lost track of it. The vast ocean rendered the boat's mobility inadequate, making it all too easy to lose sight of their quarry. "I recall there being a kayak on board. I shall inflate it and follow the buoy. You can simply steer the larger boat from a distance." "Brother Chong, that is not advisable. The rubber dinghy is for emergencies, and the tumultuous sea poses significant risks." Upon hearing Li Qingyang's caution, Wang Hai immediately dismissed the idea. While the fish was indeed valuable, it was hardly worth the danger of pursuing it in a kayak. "Do not worry, the sea is calm right now, and I am a proficient swimmer. Besides, donning a life jacket will mitigate any risks. Should the waves pick up, I will certainly return at the first sign of trouble." Thus, it was settled. Without waiting for Wang Hai to offer further objections, Li Qingyang turned and dashed toward the cabin where the kayak was stored. Wang Hai contemplated dissuading him once more, but seeing Li Qingyang's determination, he recognized that the pursuit of this fish would not be abandoned easily. Glancing at the ocean's surface, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze wafted, and the waters appeared tranquil, devoid of peril. After a brief internal struggle, Wang Hai resolved to join him. After all, the lure of this fish was too enticing to resist. Had he been unaware that it was a prized species, he might have abstained. But having glimpsed it through the spirit fish's vision, relinquishing the chase would be profoundly regrettable. Wang Hai utilized the spirit fish's sight to locate the prized fish. Observing it nestled against a cluster of rocks, seemingly stationary, he promptly dashed out of the cabin to rouse Sun Cheng, who had been slumbering. As Sun Cheng blinked awake, still dazed, Wang Hai pulled him forcibly into the cabin. "Hey Cheng, have you spotted the buoy ahead? There is a large fish beneath. You'll be piloting the boat to follow the buoy. Do not let it escape." Wang Hai succinctly relayed his instructions. Noticing that Sun Cheng's expression had shifted from confusion to clarity, he then exited the cabin. On the deck, Li Qingyang was busy inflating the kayak, while Wang Hai inspected it for any leaks or damage. "Brother Cheng, I will accompany you in the kayak. The conditions at sea can change swiftly, and it's prudent to have a companion." "All right, find a stick or a hammer for us to use when we catch the fish," Li Qingyang replied. Wang Hai wasted no time. Although he lacked a hammer, he did possess 2 axes. These tools were invaluable for both self-defense and cutting ropes, and he ensured they were prepared, pleasantly surprised that they would be of use today. Once the kayak was fully inflated, both Wang Hai and Li Qingyang donned their life jackets. The fishing boat remained stationary as they lowered the kayak over the side. with Li Qingyang descending the rope ladder to take his place in the small craft. Wang Hai then carefully lowered the engine into the water. Just as he joined Li Qingyang, the radio crackled to life with Sun Cheng's voice. Wang Hai, the buoy has drifted away. Are you two ready yet? Upon hearing that the buoy had moved, Wang Hai and Li Qingyang hastened their efforts to assemble the engine. Fortunately, putting together the kayak's engine was straightforward, and they soon had it operational. At this point, the buoy was already over 200 meters from the fishing boat, making it difficult to discern with the naked eye, especially as the large fish sporadically tugged, causing the buoy to submerge. Luckily, the fishing line was over 100 meters long, and the water in this area was only about 40 or 50 meters deep, so the buoy would not be dragged to the ocean floor. The fish continued to struggle and dart about in an attempt to dislodge the hook from its mouth, yet after a flurry of activity, it showed no sign of loosening its grip. Gradually, as the fish swam further south, venturing away from the rocky area, the water deepened significantly. Eventually, the buoy would occasionally sink for several seconds or even minutes before resurfacing. Chapter 180. The fish escapes. However, with the spirit fish guiding him beneath the surface, Wang Hai was able to pursue the fish's trajectory directly. Yet, to avoid arousing Li Qingyang's suspicions, he could not afford to follow too closely. He maintained a distance of several dozen meters, only accelerating towards the buoy when it resurfaced. This back and forth continued for nearly 2 hours, during which the fish remained vigorous, leading the buoy on a wild chase. Meanwhile, the two men in the kayak were struggling under the blazing sun, their lips parched and their bodies drenched in sweat. Observing the dwindling fuel tank, Wang Hai felt increasingly anxious. If they continued this pursuit, the fish would inevitably slip free. After 2 hours of relentless chasing under the scorching sun, if they did not catch this fish, it would be a tremendous loss. Li Qingyang shared Wang Hai's sentiments. We can't pursue any longer. The engine's diesel will only last another half hour. If we wait any longer, we'll run out of fuel and definitely lose the buoy. All right, Brother Chong. You take the helm while I attempt to reel in the line and see if I can tire the fish out. The two swiftly swapped positions. As the fishing boat drew closer to the buoy, Wang Hai seized the rod from the water. He attempted to turn the reel, but it was stuck and utterly unresponsive. Damn it, the reel is broken and utterly useless. Wang Hai cursed under his breath, frustration mounting. Just then, the fish below surged with renewed vigor, causing the rod to bend dramatically. The line tightened, and the hook's sharpness pricked the fish's mouth, prompting it to instinctively struggle fiercely. Wang Hai was taken aback by the ferocity of the fish's resistance, nearly being pulled into the water. Wang Hai, are you all right? Li Qingyang inquired anxiously. I'm fine. Brother Chong, just focus on steering the boat, Wang Hai replied, realizing he could no longer crouch to maneuver the fish. Instead, he sat fully in the kayak, bracing himself against its edge, leaning back to hold the rod firmly. Damn it, come on, keep fighting, Wang Hai shouted, his grip tightening on the rod. The fish continued to thrash with all its might, and Wang Hai had no technique to rely on, merely using his strength to maintain his hold on the rod. From the fishing boat, Zhou Zheng shouted excitedly, Wang Hai, go for it. We're here to provide support. In contrast to Zhou Zheng's enthusiasm, Zhou Zhou harbored concerns for the duo. After all, they were at sea. Although the conditions were currently calm, many uncertainties loomed. Wang Hai gripped the bent rod, the kayak being uncontrollably dragged by the fish. His arm veins bulged, and every muscle tensed as he feared that at any moment, the line could snag on a rock, unable to withstand the strain and snap. Fortunately, the fishing line proved resilient and held firm. Seeing Wang Hai's vigorous struggle with the fish, Li Qingyang felt compelled to give it a try as well. Wang Hai trusted Li Qingyang's fishing skills, and after nearly 10 minutes of strenuous reeling, he was fatigued and thus handed the rod to his companion. Brother Chong, be cautious while reeling. The fish below may strike at any moment. Prioritize safety. After issuing his warning, Wang Hai leaned back against the kayak, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Sun Cheng piloted the larger fishing boat, maintaining a distance of over 200 meters behind Wang Hai and Li Qingyang. The larger vessel's maneuverability was limited, unlike a car that could brake swiftly in emergencies. The fishing boat stopped primarily by reversing the propeller, relying on backward thrust, but even then, it would glide forward for quite some distance before coming to a halt. Sun Cheng continuously communicated with Wang Hai over the walkie-talkie, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Li Qingyang, aboard the inflatable boat, savored the exhilarating thrill of reeling in a fish. To be candid, he had previously caught his fair share of sizable fish, including yellowfin tuna weighing between 80 to 90 kilograms. However, the sensation of battling the fish he was currently pursuing was unparalleled. Oh, what a delight! The ocean, this fish, I dare say, must weigh at least 120 kilograms, perhaps even a massive tuna. Wang Hai, aware of the creature lurking beneath the waves, merely chuckled. As time elapsed, the clock swiftly approached 5 in the evening, and Sun Cheng's voice crackled through the radio with a hint of urgency. Wang Hai, be cautious. There's a boat 5 nautical miles ahead, and its course overlaps with yours. I'll communicate with them to request a course adjustment. However, you must also stay alert. If the situation appears dire, toss the fishing rods back into the sea and wait for the other vessel to pass before reconsidering your approach. Understood. Proceed with the communication and inform me immediately of any developments, Wang Hai replied. In reality, fishing boats often encounter overlapping routes. With timely communication, such situations typically resolve without incident, as vessels tend to yield to one another. Meanwhile, the elusive fish had been towed for several hours, its strength waning significantly. Its speed noticeably diminished. Minutes later, the fish finally ceased its struggle. At last, it had succumbed to fatigue. Now it was time for me to exert my strength. Wang Hai donned a pair of gloves and grasped the fishing line, slowly pulling it toward the surface. Yet, he managed to reel in less than 3 meters of line before the fish surged once more, compelling Wang Hai to loosen his grip. Though the fish had exhausted much of its energy, it was still an immense creature, and a desperate burst of strength could easily overpower him, potentially leading to injury from the line. After a few more minutes of carefully maneuvering the rod, Wang Hai, through the perspective of the spirit fish, observed the creature beneath the surface thrashing its tail before finally growing still, as if it had reached its limit. At this point, he dared not grasp it with his hands. Instead, he removed his shirt, twisting it into a rope-like form to wrap around the fishing line, gradually securing it. Meanwhile, a medium-sized 19-meter fishing vessel traversed a nautical mile away, and a rotund man on deck, upon spotting the inflatable boat, expressed surprise. He initially presumed someone had fallen overboard, and that the inflatable boat was a rescue vessel, prompting him to summon the crew for binoculars. Peering through the lenses, he observed Wang Hai tirelessly winding the twisted shirt around the fishing line, and quickly deduced that this was no rescue mission. Rather, it was an endeavor to land a substantial catch due to inadequate fishing gear. Having spent many years at sea, the man had seen such occurrences, though they were rare, and thus, it did not strike him as particularly extraordinary. Watching the young man laboriously reel in the line, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, especially as his own boat had been at sea for 3 days with minimal returns. Factoring in the cost of fuel and the wages for the crew, they were not just failing to profit, they were incurring losses. This realization fueled his frustration, and he turned to an older gentleman with graying hair and said, "Old Yi, I didn't hire you for a leisurely jaunt. If we don't land any valuable catches today, you might as well consider yourself out of a job. Boss, the sea is unpredictable, but I assure you, I'm doing my utmost," Old Yi replied, his voice humble despite his age. After a prolonged silence without a response, he sheepishly offered the man a cigarette. After all, at his age, with a son engaged and a wedding on the horizon, he could ill afford to lose his job. The shipowner glanced at the offered cigarette with disdain, then resumed his observation of Wang Hai and his crew. Old Yi hesitated, his hand frozen in midair, before silently returning the cigarette to its pack with a sigh, retreating to the cabin to try their luck with a net. Meanwhile, the shipowner on the deck remained fixated on Wang Hai's efforts. He watched with growing curiosity as the young man struggled for over 10 minutes to reel in the fish, wondering what kind of creature could withstand such a lengthy battle. "This fish must weigh at least 70 or 80 kilograms, he muttered to himself. As Wang Hai continued to draw in the line, the exhausted fish gradually emerged from the depths. Spotting the dark silhouette beneath the water, Li Chengyang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing it might be a shark after all this time. As the fish finally broke the surface, revealing its snow-white scales and enormous fins, Li Chengyang nearly leaped with excitement. "Goodness, what a massive fish!" he exclaimed, his heart racing. Following closely behind, Zhou was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. "That must weigh over 100 kilograms," she gasped. "Over 100? It's at least 150. Zhou, lacking a precise concept of weight, exaggerated with enthusiasm. By this point, Wang Hai had exerted all his strength to drag the fish close to the boat. He had even attempted to use the spirit fish to guide the creature toward the shore, but as soon as the spirit fish entered his body, it was ejected by a sudden force. Clearly, the spirit fish lacked the power to possess such a sizable fish, Wang Hai mused. With the fish now alongside the boat, he realized that a standard net would be insufficient. He needed something more robust. Containing his excitement, he urged, "Chenggu, fetch the American-style net." "Understood. Hold steady. Leave it to me." Li Chengyang quickly comprehended Wang Hai's intent and retrieved the axe from the boat, cautiously approaching the location closest to the fish. While the fish had been pulled to the surface, it still remained over 2 meters away, rendering them helpless and anxious. Wang Hai, employing a delicate touch, carefully maneuvered the fish toward the side of the boat, wary of causing it pain that might provoke another burst of energy. Once the fish was adjacent to the fishing vessel, Li Qingyang took aim at its head and shouted, 80. With a resounding thud, the back of the axe struck the fish's head, producing a dull sound. However, contrary to their expectations, the fish did not succumb to the blow. Instead, it thrashed violently. Diving deeper into the water, Wang Hai, holding onto the line, was taken aback, standing at the front of the inflatable boat. He knew that clinging to the line would risk capsizing. He quickly loosened his grip on the twisted shirt, and as the fish swam beneath, the fishing rod was pulled back into the water. Fortunately, the buoy attached to the rod continued to signal the fish's movements, allowing them to pursue it with the boat. The fish, seemingly fueled by a final surge of power, swam faster than before. In the blink of an eye, the buoy had drifted 7 or 8 meters away from their inflatable boat. Despite the dwindling fuel supply, Li Qingyang revved the engine to its maximum, determined to follow the buoy. A nautical mile away, the rotund shipowner observed Wang Hai's impressive catch, feeling a pang of envy that their own vessel had not experienced such fortune. However, upon witnessing Wang Hai's failed strike, which allowed the fish to swim away again, he felt a sense of relief. A bunch of inexperienced youngsters trying to fish at sea. He chuckled, watching as Wang Hai and his crew pursued the fish with their inflatable boat. As he observed the buoy drifting ever closer to their fishing vessel, from a mile away to now just over 500 meters, his heart grew increasingly restless. If it were merely a small fish weighing 20 or 30 pounds, he would hardly feel any excitement, perhaps even indifferent. However, beneath the surface lurked a sizable croaker, weighing over 100 pounds, a veritable gold nugget swimming in the depths. If it were still far from him, perhaps he could quell his desires. But given the proximity and the absence of other distractions, he found it hard to believe he could ignore it. Determined to seize the opportunity for this magnificent croaker, he called out to the distant Old Yi. Old Yi, boss, what's the matter? Old Yi responded, setting aside his tasks and jogging over to the rotund man. The shipowner pointed towards the buoy on the horizon. Do you see that buoy? There's a croaker weighing over 100 pounds. If you can maneuver the boat over there and haul it up, I want to hold you accountable for this trip's lack of catch. And I'll even reward you with 1,000 yuan. Old Yi glanced at the buoy, noting the nearby inflatable boat that was clearly in pursuit. It was evident that the fish belonged to them. Boss, that fish is theirs. If we go over and interfere, it would be against the rules. Besides, if we get too close and they don't yield, a collision could be deadly. Old Yi was not a domineering figure. He was, to put it plainly, a good-natured man. Old Yi, it would be wise to recognize your position. There are plenty of others who would gladly take on this task if you refuse. The shipowner's irritation was palpable, feeling as if Old Yi's defiance was a challenge to his authority. Boss, that's not what I meant. But it genuinely could lead to a catastrophe, Old Yi hastily clarified. Yet, the shipowner was unperturbed by such considerations. In his eyes, only profit mattered. Seeing Old Yi hesitating, he snapped, if you're unwilling to do it, then pack your things and leave when we return. Under the weight of the shipowner's threats, Old Yi reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, I'll do it. He turned back toward the control room with resignation. The one at the helm was the shipowner's brother-in-law, whose skills were rather lacking. Otherwise, the shipowner wouldn't have assigned him this role. Delighted not to have to steer the boat, the brother-in-law settled into the passenger seat, casually propping his legs up and engrossing himself in his phone. The shipowner, standing on the deck, cast a glance at Old Yi in the control room and resolved that upon their return, he would ensure Old Yi was dismissed. Hey son, stop playing on your phone and come help with the fish. The shipowner called out as he approached the control room, displeased to see his brother-in-law lounging about. However, as he was family, he refrained from reprimanding him further. Coming. Asun waved dismissively, only reluctantly emerging from the control room after a brief pause. 2 other crew members, who had been tending to the nets, were summoned to grab hooks and spear guns, preparing to assist in the fish retrieval. Old Yi, with no other choice, turned the helm sharply to port, guiding the fishing vessel closer to the buoy. Meanwhile, Li Qingyang and Wang Hai continued their pursuit of the buoy aboard the inflatable boat. Just as they were within a dozen meters, they sensed something amiss. The fishing vessel, which had been sailing straight ahead, had abruptly reversed course and was heading directly toward them. With only about 300 meters separating them, the buoy was now speeding toward the larger fishing vessel. Given the current trajectory, a collision would be imminent within half a minute. The large fishing boat would likely sustain no damage. But their inflatable craft was akin to an egg colliding with a stone. Should they collide, their boat would surely capsize. Wang Hai cursed inwardly, preparing to use the radio to alert Sun Chung to the situation when Sun Chung's frantic voice came through first. Hai, stop pursuing the fish and get out of the way. If you don't yield, you're going to collide. Got it, I'll handle it. After the radio communication, Wang Hai glanced at the four men standing on the side of the opposing fishing vessel, armed with spear guns. It was clear they were envious of the large fish they'd caught and intended to steal it. Through Ling Yu's perspective, they noticed that the croaker was losing strength and beginning to float belly up. If they evaded the approaching fishing vessel, the moment it drew near, it could easily haul the nearly lifeless croaker aboard. Would they truly allow the other party to reap such a windfall? Not only was Wang Hai unwilling, but Li Chengyang felt the same. Yet, they dared not gamble on whether the other vessel would halt. If it did stop, they could negotiate. But if it pressed on without yielding, the inevitable outcome would be their boat capsizing. If they were caught in the propeller's path, it could be a matter of life and death. Chenggo, let us wait 10 seconds. If they don't change direction, we'll set our course to escape. Wang Hai gritted his teeth. Understood. Each second felt excruciatingly prolonged as they awaited the impending crisis. Ling Yu, under Wang Hai's control, reached the bridge of the other fishing vessel, but being in a spectral state rendered it ineffective. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the distance between the two vessels shrank from 100 meters to 50. Li Chengyang tightened his grip on the engine's throttle, poised to veer left at any moment. Just as their vessel was about to change course, the opposing fishing vessel unexpectedly turned left, beginning to reverse and slow down. Old Yi, seated at the helm, trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, the shipowner stormed in, unleashing a torrent of curses. You scoundrel! I'm giving you a chance, and you dare to turn the boat around? That fish was almost mine. With a furious snarl, the shipowner struck Old Yi several times, shoving him aside to seize the wheel and redirect the boat in pursuit of the buoy. Old Yi stumbled and fell, and the other two crew members, witnessing this, moved to help him, but the shipowner's threatening words froze them in place. If any of you dare to assist him, pack your things and get out. Though the three had worked together, they understood that aiding Old Yi could cost them their jobs. At this moment, Sun Cheng's large fishing vessel arrived, with Zhou Zheng somehow managing to procure a loudspeaker, standing at the side of the boat and hurling insults at the crew of the opposing vessel. Zhou Zhou recorded the entire incident on his phone, intending to report the matter to the Coast Guard upon their return. Seeing the other fishing vessel still pursuing Wang Hai and the others, Sun Cheng was furious. Initially, he had considered colliding with them in a mutual demise. But after reflecting on recent events, his impulsiveness had diminished. Wang Hai, aboard the inflatable boat, urged Sun Cheng over the radio not to act rashly and to follow behind instead. The Hai, I understand. Don't worry. Reassured that Sun Cheng would not act foolishly, Wang Hai peered through Ling Yu's perspective at the bald, rotund captain at the helm of the other vessel. Still pursuing, were they? They truly were asking for trouble. Through Ling Yu's vision, Wang Hai discerned that the man piloting the boat was likely the shipowner, given his brazen demeanor and threats of dismissal. Submerging Ling Yu beneath the waves, Wang Hai searched for venomous marine creatures, initially hoping to find a sea snake to deal with the troublemaker directly. However, after searching tirelessly, he found no sign of one nearby. Realizing that it was futile to seek revenge through Ling Yu, he abandoned the idea. The shipowner, noticing Sun Cheng's large fishing vessel closing in, grew anxious and quickly turned the boat to make a hasty retreat. He could manage to bully Wang Hai and the others in their kayak, but when faced with a larger fishing vessel, he would certainly fear a real collision, putting his life at risk. At that moment, the body of the fish, the flathead mullet, lay motionless under the water, its belly turned upwards. If not for the gills still rhythmically moving, one might have thought it was already dead. However, judging by its current state, it would likely not survive for much longer. Chapter 183, The Flathead Mullet. Acheng, the fishing boat has stopped. Prepare to hoist the mullet aboard. Wang Hai communicated via the intercom to Sun Cheng. Received. Once their large fishing vessel came to a halt, Li Chengyang carefully maneuvered the rubber dinghy alongside the boat. After much effort, they secured the mullet, and Zhou Zheng operated the crane to gently lift the fish onto the deck of the fishing vessel. After dismantling the motor from the kayak, Sun Cheng tossed down a rope to assist in pulling it aboard. The dinghy was treated similarly. Once back on the boat, Wang Hai finally took a good look at the large mullet. The flathead mullet, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared slightly yellowish. Ordinarily, it should exhibit a white hue. However, the more Wang Hai observed, the more he sensed something amiss. This did not seem to be merely the sun's golden reflection, but rather the fish itself bore a somewhat yellowish tint. Golden mullet? Li Chengyang murmured. Brother Cheng, what do you mean by golden mullet? Wang Hai inquired. A golden mullet refers to a mullet with golden scales. Most common mullets exhibit predominantly white coloration, with only the tips of their mouths being yellow. As golden mullets are rare, their price is typically double that of ordinary mullets. This particular fish, exceeding 100 pounds, was exceptionally rare. If they encountered a willing buyer, it could fetch at least 300,000 yuan. Of course, the fish itself was not worth that much. The most valuable aspect was the fish glue contained within. Upon hearing it could be worth 300,000, Wang Hai felt a rush of excitement. Although this fish had been caught by Li Qingyang, they had agreed prior to their outing that the catch would belong to Wang Hai and the others. Furthermore, as all three were wealthy second-generation heirs, while 300,000 was indeed a substantial sum, it was not enough to breach their agreement. 300,000 is quite a lot, but someone has to be willing to pay that amount, Zhou interjected. By the way, didn't Fei Qiu's family participate in a sea fish auction? If we take this fish to auction at their place, the price will surely be high. Exactly, Dahai. I think Zhou is right. Fei Qiu's family has a rival participating in this auction, and I heard they brought a bluefin tuna weighing over 100 pounds. Uncle Chun is strategizing on how to outbid them. If we take this big golden mullet to auction, it should definitely give us an edge, Li Qingyang added. The Uncle Chun that Brother Chung referred to was likely Fei Qiu's father. In recent sales, Fei Qiu had been buying fish at high prices, so it was only natural to offer this mullet to them, which could also serve as a favor. Wang Hai was naturally agreeable to this. Alright, today is only the first day at sea. I'll call Fei Qiu when we return. Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Come, everyone. Let's help lift the fish onto the scale and see how heavy it is. Unbeknownst to them, Sun Chang had brought over a scale and attempted to place the fish on it, but its slippery body made it nearly impossible to handle. Not only was Sun Qing curious about the fish's weight, but everyone present was equally intrigued and rushed forward to help lift the fish onto the scale. The fish was too long, and the electronic scales platform was too small. When placed on the scale, both the head and tail dangled over the edge, rendering it inaccurate. Li Qingyang fetched a large fish container and placed the fish inside. Watching the electronic scale display a constantly changing number, it finally settled at 635. This scale measured in kilograms, meaning the mullet weighed an impressive 127 pounds. The flathead mullet, scientifically known as the flathead mullet, belongs to the family Mugility. Wow, 127 pounds. I've never caught a fish this big. I'm truly envious of you two, Zhou exclaimed, disregarding the fish's fishy smell as he squatted down to embrace the mullet. Come on, guys, let us take some photos. What better time to post on social media to make others envious? Observing his brother's antics, Zhou pushed him away, insisting, I want to take pictures too. The group took turns posing with the mullet for photos, but given their distance from land, there was no signal on the boat to post on social media, so they would have to wait until they reached shore. With the temperature rising outdoors, the mullet had already passed, and it definitely needed to be stored in the cold storage to prevent spoilage and retain its value. Wang Hai fetched a cart to transport it to the cold storage. As the sun began its gradual descent, the vast sea became dimmer, and the fishing boat turned on its lights to alert passing vessels and avoid collisions. Today, everyone is in for a treat. I'm going to cook dinner. Is there anything specific you all want? Zhou cheerfully volunteered to prepare the evening meal. Wang Hai was about to respond that any dish would suffice when he noticed Zhou and Li Qingyang exchanging knowing looks. The two promptly urged Zhou not to cook, suggesting that such tasks were better suited for the men. What? Is my cooking not good enough? Zhou retorted, slightly displeased. It's not that it's bad. It's exceptionally bad, Zhou muttered under his breath, then hastily added, of course not. Sister, your cooking is the best. Anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. Most of Zhou's allowance came from his sister, so while they often joked around, he knew that criticizing her cooking could jeopardize his pocket money. Thus, he begrudgingly praised her culinary skills. Li Qingyang, not wanting to dampen Zhou's spirits, chose to remain silent. Once Zhou entered the kitchen, he finally spoke up. Zhou, just so we're clear, if the food turns out terrible, you'll have to deal with it. Come on, Brother Chang, we're all good buddies. If there's trouble, we share it, Zhou remarked, turning away to grab a fishing rod, then looked at Sun Chang. Chung, is it really that bad? Wang Hai, finding Zhou's words exaggerated, was somewhat skeptical. However, after considering it, he decided to head to the kitchen to lend a hand. After all, cooking is always quicker with two people than one. After washing his face, Wang Hai entered the kitchen, and upon witnessing Zhou making fried rice, he understood that the situation was far beyond bad. To call it poisonous would not be an exaggeration. At that moment, Zhou was busy frying the rice, pouring soy sauce and salt in copious amounts as if they were free. The dark, sticky fried rice resembled a lump of coal. Sighing was no longer sufficient to convey Wang Hai's exasperation. He had intentionally steamed extra rice at noon with the hope of enjoying fried rice. But now it seemed that would not be possible. Zhou, is this your fried rice? Wang Hai asked. Yes, my special coal-fried rice. It's a delicacy that most people want to get to try, Zhou replied proudly. Most people, thank you very much. Even the simplest fried rice had been turned into a culinary disaster. If Zhou continued cooking, they would surely face a catastrophe that evening. Realizing this, Wang Hai suggested. Zhou, and Aiqing mentioned they were a bit hungry. Why not serve them a bowl of your fried rice first? I can saute some vegetables afterward. Chapter 184, Coal Fried Rice. Alright. Jojo had finished preparing the fried rice, filled a bowl to the brim, inverted it onto a plate, poked a few holes with chopsticks, and sprinkled some chopped scallions for garnish. Jojo's version of coal fried rice was complete. Feeling quite proud of his creation, he took a photo and said, "Brother Hai, I'll leave the cooking to you. I'll take the fried rice to Jojo." Fortunately, there wasn't much fried rice, just enough for 2 servings. However, Jojo initially used a small bowl. Noticing this, Wang Hai quickly interjected, stating that he and Li Chengyang weren't in the mood for fried rice. So it would be better to serve it all to Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng, who were hungry. Jojo, not giving it much thought, happily divided the 2 bowls of fried rice between them. As Jojo emerged from the kitchen, precariously balancing a dish of dubious culinary creation, Wang Hai felt a silent wave of apprehension for both Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng. Alas, he had no intention of leading them into misfortune. But in the name of securing an edible meal for the evening, he had no choice but to burden the 2. The dimly lit sea gradually calmed, surrendering itself to the encroaching darkness. In the kitchen, Wang Hai stood before the stove, tossing the greens into the hot oil, which soon crackled and popped. And with a splash of soy sauce, the dish was ready for serving. He then busied himself with preparing the fish, slicing the smelt that Li Chengyang had caught earlier that afternoon into sashimi. Wang Hai held no high expectations for presentation. He simply laid the fish slices atop a bed of lettuce on a plate. Once everything was complete, he set up a small table on the deck, placing the 2 dishes upon it. "The sea, it seems, favors your cooking," Li Chengyang remarked softly, placing his fishing rod aside as he seated himself at the table. Wang Hai glanced at his modest offerings, realizing they were far from the culinary masterpieces created by Grandpa Sunday. However, aboard the fishing vessel, one had to make do. They would indulge in finer fare upon their return. When Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng finally joined him at the table, each with a plate of dark rice, half-eaten and glaring at Wang Hai with eyes ablaze with indignation, it was clear they were on the brink of devouring him instead. Wang Hai felt a twinge of guilt and forced a sheepish smile, turning to Jojo, who was munching on stir-fried greens. "Jojo, there's a bag of peanuts in the left cupboard of the kitchen. Could you fetch it for us? We could all use a drink." "Sure," Jojo replied, placing down her chopsticks and heading to the kitchen. She rummaged through the cupboard, but after flipping through its contents, she called out, "Brother Hai, I don't see any peanuts here." "Oh, I might have misremembered. Let me help you look," Wang Hai said, rising to assist. Noticing that Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng were still dawdling over their fried rice, Wang Hai gestured towards their bowls and then to the sea, prompting them to follow as he walked toward the kitchen. In their blinded fury, Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng had been solely focused on their revenge. But Wang Hai's gesture snapped them back to reality. They hurriedly approached the ship's edge, eager to dispose of their plates. Ultimately, they merely discarded the remnants of their fried rice, swiftly returning to the table, feigning nonchalance. When Jojo returned with the peanuts, she was incredulous to find that the 2 had finished so quickly. "Did you 2 really throw your rice away?" "Sister, what are you talking about? This delicious fried rice is too precious to waste," Zhou Zheng retorted, unwilling to admit any wrongdoing for the sake of his pocket money. "Precisely," Sun Cheng chimed in, eager for Jojo to prepare another round of fried rice in the future, not wanting to discourage her. Thus, both men harbored their own motives, managing to navigate the situation. As the meal concluded, the clock approached 8 in the evening. Jojo, perhaps in high spirits, volunteered to wash the dishes. Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng, possibly overwhelmed by their alcohol tolerance, leaned over the ship's edge, retching. "Well, no need to set up a nest now," Li Chengyang chuckled. After a brief bout, the 2 retreated to their quarters to rest, leaving only Wang Hai and Li Chengyang on the deck. The sea breeze was cool against their skin, providing a refreshing comfort, and they each picked up their fishing rods to cast lines over the side of the boat. Li Chengyang wielded a lure rod, employing a long-distance casting technique. Wang Hai, finding the repetitive motion exhausting, opted for a shrimp bait rig, slowly sinking it to the depths below. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and without any enhancements, he was akin to an ordinary fisherman, needing to entice fish from various depths. To his delight, the shrimp bait proved effective. As soon as it hit the water, the tip of his rod began to quiver. "Hooked!" Wang Hai exclaimed, swiftly lifting the rod to set the hook. He was using an 18-sized hook, which typically meant that smaller fish would struggle to bite. Yet, sensing the weight, he surmised that this fish wouldn't be substantial. As the real word, a pale yellow fish soon emerged at the surface, its size suggesting it was barely over a pound. "Not bad. It's a 3-toothed fish, though it's a tad small. A slightly larger one would be splendid for pan frying," Li Chengyang remarked with a smile. The 3-toothed fish, scientifically known as the 3-toothed sea perch, earned its name from its 3 prominent teeth, although it belongs to the same family as the yellow croaker. The two species are easily distinguishable due to the three-toothed fish's distinctive dental features. While both are members of the same family, their market prices differ drastically. Larger three-toothed fish typically sell for around 15 to 16 yuan per pound, while smaller ones fetch even less, only 6 or 7 yuan. Given its modest size, Wang Hai hoisted the fish up but found it uninteresting. He promptly removed the hook and tossed the fish back into the sea. "Off to school you go? Tell your parents to come eat the bait," he quipped. Just as he spoke, before the three-toothed fish could swim away, a shadow darted beneath the surface, swiftly snatching the small fish. The water erupted into a splash. "What fish was that?" Li Chengyang inquired, hearing the commotion. "It's too dark to see clearly." "Probably a sea bass," Wang Hai speculated. Without hesitation, Li Chengyang reeled in his lure and cast it towards the spot where the explosion had occurred. After several casts without a bite, he assumed the fish had fled and decided to change direction. Meanwhile, Wang Hai continued to drop his shrimp bait rig into the water, engaging in a careful dance at a depth of 20 meters, tantalizing the hook to attract any nearby fish. Chapter 185, Sea Bream. If there were fish nearby, they would mistake the bait for small shrimp and take the hook. After a fruitless attempt at 20 meters, Wang Hai reeled in and shifted to about a 15-meter depth, repeating his previous actions. This time, after only a couple of teases, he felt a tug on the line. He had a catch. The resistance was minor, indicating this fish was only slightly larger than the previous one, perhaps weighing around 4 to 5 ounces. Wang Hai was not in a rush to bring the fish to the surface. He utilized a 6-hook shrimp bait rig and intended to wait for another catch to bring both up together. Just as he continued his enticing motions, Li Chengyang suddenly exclaimed, "I've got one. This one's a good size." Judging by the arc of Li Chengyang's rod, it was evident his catch was no less than 3 or 4 pounds. At that moment, Wang Hai's rod jolted with a vigorous struggle, the weight unmistakably greater than before. Confirming he had hooked a fish, he began to reel in slowly. The catch was not deep, and soon enough, 2 three-toothed fish broke the surface. This time, they were larger than the last. One was considerably bigger, estimating close to a pound, while the smaller one weighed half a pound. Without any special enhancements, Wang Hai was less discerning about his catch. Though the fish were only worth a few dollars per pound, considering the current rate of bites, he could easily make a few hundred in an hour, far superior to delivering takeout or working a regular job. As he tightened his line to hoist both fish aboard, a shadow swept across the water, swiftly seizing the smaller three-toothed fish and disappearing into the depths. The fishing rod in his hand bent rapidly, and the reel emitted a sizzling sound as it was pulled. Goodness! Wang Hai had never anticipated that a sizable fish would bite the bait. The rod was nearly dragged into the sea. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, clutching the rod with both hands to prevent it from slipping away. In the next moment, a slender figure leapt from the water, glimmering with a silvery sheen, repeatedly shaking its head as it gilled. It was a sea bream. Although the surface of the sea was enveloped in darkness, Wang Hai could discern the fish clearly through the boat's lights. It was indeed a sea bream. Judging by its size, it was at least over a meter long. The sea bream, colloquially known, is often referred to as a large whitebait by many anglers. Its vigorous head-shaking behavior upon capture is exhilarating, making it a favorite among sea fishing enthusiasts. While its flesh is generally considered mediocre, many anglers choose to release it after catching. However, when transformed into fish balls, its taste surpasses that of most other sea fish. There are numerous species of sea bream, and the one Wang Hai caught is known as the Thai bream, scientifically classified as the Atlantic bream, belonging to the family of breams. The Thai bream can grow to over 300 pounds and is a formidable predator in the ocean. Another common type, resembling freshwater fish, is known as the Hawaiian bream. It is easier to catch but typically much smaller, with those exceeding 10 pounds being quite rare. After a vigorous gilling, the large sea bream managed to shake off the shrimp bait and swim away. This was not unexpected for Wang Hai, as the shrimp bait he used was not intended for larger fish, and his main line was merely a number 4 nylon line, with the leader line being a number 3. The sea bream that had just escaped weighed nearly 50 pounds, making it effortless to break the leader line. Losing such a large fish was certainly disheartening. Although the flavor of this fish is not exceptional and its market price is relatively low, it still holds significant allure for enthusiasts of ornamental fish, thus commanding a higher price in the ornamental fish community. A mere 10-centimeter long specimen can fetch 300 to 400. As for the hefty one that had just escaped, realistically, given the conditions of their fishing boat, it would have been challenging to keep it alive. Observing that there was still a 3-tooth fish on the shrimp bait hook, Wang Hai considered it a decent catch, especially since he hadn't gone home empty-handed. The 3-tooth fish, evidently dazed from the earlier encounter with the sea bream, lay floating on the surface, showing its white belly and barely moving. He guided the fish to the shore, tossing it onto the bank, and casually discarded the hook into a nearby bucket. Meanwhile, Li Qingyang had just emerged from his astonishment, glancing at the 3-pound three-toothed fish he had just caught, which, to be honest, was not insignificant. Yet, his mind was consumed by the image of the massive sea bream thrashing on the surface, a sight he could not shake off. He had caught his fair share of sea bream before, but they were all Hawaiian bream, which resembled freshwater fish. He recalled his largest catch had only weighed 7 or 8 pounds. The Thai bream, on the other hand, was still uncharted territory for him, let alone one of the size he had just witnessed, which he estimated to be around 60 to 70 pounds. What luck you have, encountering such a colossal sea bream. It's a shame, though, that you were using shrimp bait and couldn't reel it in, Li Qingyang lamented. Sea bream are schooling fish. So catching one suggested that many more lurked beneath the surface, presenting further opportunities. However, Li Qingyang shook his head. The behavior of sea bream is quite similar to that of the Chinook, with the smaller ones schooling together, but the larger ones, measuring over a meter, do not school unless during spawning seasons. With that, he tossed the three-toothed fish into the bucket, where it flopped a few times before settling, its gills slowly opening and closing. I see, Wang Hai mused. He wasn't well versed in the habits of sea bream. He had only gleaned that they were schooling fish from reading a fish biology book some time ago, and the details had faded from memory. Just then, he heard a commotion on the water's surface. Had someone caught a big fish? Zhou, having just finished washing the dishes, bounced out from the kitchen, shaking the water off his hands. I just caught a sea bream, but the line snapped immediately. Wang Hai chuckled. What a pity, Zhou exclaimed, pulling a rubber band from his pocket to tie up his loose hair into a bun. He grabbed a fishing rod, ready to join the fishing endeavor. At that moment, Zhou, clad in blue overalls, stood with his back to the kitchen door, the dim lights spilling from inside, casting a charming glow upon him. Observing Zhou's cherubic face, Wang Hai felt an urge to pinch his cheeks, albeit only for fun. Chapter 186, Drumming for Fish. Zhou, there are plenty of three-toothed fish below. Just use the shrimp bait hook, and I guarantee you'll catch one after another, Wang Hai advised. Retrieving a set of shrimp bait hooks and weights from the tackle box and tossing them to Zhou. Thanks, Brother Hai. Zhou beamed in gratitude. Squatting down to rig the line. Rigging shrimp bait hooks is quite simple. One just needs to connect the bottom pin to the weight and the top pin to the main line of the fishing rod, and it's ready to go. The greatest convenience of the shrimp bait hook is that, unlike ordinary hooks, it does not require bait. Once rigged, it can be tossed into the water and jigged to attract fish. Zhou, being quite familiar with fishing, quickly assembled the line and stood at the edge of the boat, letting the hook sink slowly along the side. I've got a bite. Just seconds after the weight sank. Before it even reached the bottom, the tip of the rod began to quiver. Zhou deftly lifted the rod to set the hook, swiftly cranking the reel to bring a 3-pound three-toothed fish to the surface. Eyeing the lightly golden three-toothed fish, Zhou mumbled, I wish it were a big yellow croaker. Li Qingyang chuckled, a small yellow croaker is more like it. Big yellow croakers aren't as plentiful as they used to be. This was indeed the case. During the 50s and 70s, the population of large yellow croakers was abundant, with prices plummeting to as low as 10 cents per pound. Many fishermen would catch them solely for their swim bladders, using the flesh to feed chickens and ducks or discarding it as waste. During this period, a fishing method known as drumming for fish emerged. Since large yellow croakers possess extremely sensitive hearing, fishermen began to emulate this method, employing dozens of boats to encircle and drive the fish into nets for capture. It is said that the largest catch from a single operation reached an astonishing 50,000 tons. The yellow croaker, taking 4 years to mature from juvenile to adult, was already a vulnerable species and soon faced near extinction. Since then, large yellow croakers have become increasingly rare, with prices rivaling that of gold. The drumming method typically involves dozens or even hundreds of fishing vessels collaborating to catch fish. Zhou removed the hook from the caught three-toothed fish and tossed it into the bucket, then reopened the line cup to continue fishing. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the sea, causing the boat to sway lightly. As time passed, Li Qingyang remained focused on catching a Thai bream. But despite casting line after line, he had yet to succeed by 10 o'clock that evening. Fortunately, he had managed to catch several larger three-toothed fish and a few small jumping fish, marking a modest success. Wang Hai and Zhou, on the other hand, enjoyed a bountiful haul, as using shrimp bait hooks almost guaranteed at least one fish per cast, with the maximum being 5 at a time. Although most were around half a pound, they had still caught over 30 fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds. As the clock approached 11, Zhou returned to rest, leaving only Wang Hai and Li Qingyang on the fishing boat, still engrossed in their angling. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and before they knew it, midnight had arrived. Brother Chung, it's getting late. You should head to bed. I'll keep watch tonight, Wang Hai chuckled, observing Li Qingyang yawning repeatedly in quick succession. All right, I'll turn in then. Chung and Zhou went to bed early. If you get tired later, wake them up for the second half of the night, Li Chengyang replied, yawning once more. With the fish storage bucket now full, Li Chengyang carried the fish to the cold storage, returned the bucket, and then went to sleep. Wang Hai stretched, stowed away his fishing rod, and felt the fatigue of a long night of fishing weigh on him. He found a chair at the bow, lit a cigarette, and watched as the moonlight, previously obscured by clouds, spilled down, casting a silvery glow over the undulating waves. The cigarette was soon finished, and with no cell signal on the sea, Wang Hai decided to sweep the deck of the fishing boat. By 3:30 in the morning, nearly unable to keep his eyes open, he returned to the cabin, roused Sun Chung to take over the night watch, and lay down to sleep. After a demanding day, he fell asleep almost instantly upon hitting the pillow. When he awoke the next day, daylight streamed in, and he noted it was already past 11:30. After using the restroom, Wang Hai began his morning routine. Just then, Zhou Zheng entered the room. Hai, you're up just in time. Lunch is ready. Come eat. Yes, I'll be right there. Wang Hai mumbled, still slightly groggy. After freshening up, he made his way to the deck, where Zhou Zhou and the others had already set the meal on a small table, eagerly awaiting the feast. Zhou Zheng, feeling the pangs of hunger, couldn't resist reaching for the dishes as they were set down, only to be playfully reprimanded by his sister for not waiting for everyone to gather. Upon seeing Wang Hai approach, he quickly called out, Hai, come sit and eat. The midday spread was quite sumptuous, featuring steamed three-tooth fish, stir-fried oil wheat, and twice-cooked pork, with rice as the staple. During the meal, Li Chengyang spoke up, Hai, how about we change our fishing spot this afternoon? The resources here have dwindled. We've only caught small fry all morning, and even those are scarce. Indeed, I recall an island not far from here, rich in resources. The seabed is primarily sandy and rocky. Chung and I could deploy a trawl net to see what we can catch, while you all can go explore the island and fish as well, Wang Hai suggested. Wang Hai understood that Li Chengyang accompanied them mainly for the thrill of fishing, but he recognized that trawling would yield better results. He made it clear that if Li Chengyang preferred fishing, they could head to the island instead. Li Chengyang nodded in agreement. All right, we can take the kayak to the island. You can contact us via satellite phone when you're finished here. Brother Chung, I'd like to join you in the trawling. I want to go to the island, Zhou Zheng said. Zhou, do you want to join us? Li Chengyang inquired. I prefer to explore the island, so I'll go with Brother Chung while you all trawl, Zhou replied, feeling the monotony of staying on the boat. After lunch, Wang Hai proceeded to the wheelhouse, charted their course, and set sail toward the reef island. The distance was not too great, approximately 20 nautical miles, and at full speed, they would arrive in about 40 minutes. Hai, have some fruit, Sun Chung said, entering the wheelhouse with a platter of fruit. Sitting beside Wang Hai and enjoying a grape. Chung, aren't you getting a bit old? Have you thought about finding a partner? Wang Hai asked, biting into an apple. I think I'll pass. Seeing how my brother-in-law is managed by my sister. Only $50 a month for pocket money, and he even asked me to lend him 100 for cigarettes the other day. It's quite pitiful. Honestly, being single isn't so bad. It's free and easy, Sun Chung replied, lighting a cigarette. After finishing his meal, Sun Chung found it quite satisfying. Wang Hai couldn't help but feel that he had a point, shaking his head to dispel any inclination toward that line of thought. Chapter 187, Herring. As the two conversed, time flew by, and by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the fishing boat reached its destination, Coconut Wave Island. Though small, the island was lush with vegetation, and from a distance, the coconut trees were numerous. Once they finished trawling, they could explore the island for coconuts. After assisting in assembling the inflatable kayak, Li Chengyang and Zhou Zhou donned life jackets and set off for the island. Meanwhile, Wang Hai maneuvered the fishing boat nearby, surveying the underwater resources, which appeared promising with abundant crabs and small fish. Before arriving, he had assumed the area around the island would be devoid of reefs. But upon inspection, it was clear that the seabed was rocky and coral-laden rather than sandy. The bottom trawling net would be ineffective here. As the seabed was riddled with rocks, any attempt to deploy it would likely result in entanglement. Fortunately, the fishing boat was equipped with a surface trawl net, which, while it could not catch bottom-dwelling fish and shellfish, could still yield some catches from the upper water column. Zhou Zheng, you take the helm while Chung and I handle the net, Wang Hai instructed the excited Zhou Zheng. Though he and Sun Chung had learned to trawl from grandfather's son, they were still somewhat inexperienced. However, with careful attention, they could manage, while Zhou Zheng, lacking experience, would steer the boat. Understood. Zhou Zheng signaled with an OK gesture and dashed to the wheelhouse, awaiting Wang Hai's command. Wang Hai first inspected the trawl net stored at the stern, checking for any damage and ensuring the connecting ropes were intact. Once satisfied, he took out the walkie-talkie and directed Zhou Zheng to slowly navigate the boat as they began to deploy the net. Upon receiving the command, Zhou Zheng gently pushed the throttle while sounding the horn. With a blast of the horn, the fishing boat began its journey. and the trawl net was lowered into the water, quickly unfurling into a net-like shape behind the vessel. "The Hai, which direction should the boat head next?" Zhou Zheng's voice crackled through the radio. "Just circle around the island, but don't get too close to shore. Some areas may be shallow to avoid snagging the net." Wang Hai replied, "Copy that." As the fishing boat glided over the water, the swirling waves churned up small fish, creating a spectacle that attracted a growing number of seabirds trailing behind. Initially, a few birds appeared, but soon they were joined by a large flock. The small fish on the surface were insufficient for such a multitude of seabirds. Some bolder ones even landed on the boat's railing, peering curiously for food. At first, Sun Sheng found it amusing and began tossing bread to the birds. However, as more and more birds perched on the boat, the once clean deck became speckled with droppings. "Chung, if you're going to feed these birds, you'll be the one to clean up later," Wang Hai remarked, glancing at the birds flitting above before retreating to the wheelhouse. Sun Sheng sighed, reluctantly chasing away the birds by the boat's edge, knowing they would soon be pulling the net. With the deck now littered with droppings, he begrudgingly began to clean the boat, muttering to himself, "I kindly offer you food, and you repay me with bird droppings?" Just then, 2 seagulls landed nearby, squawking loudly. Go on, there's no food left," Sun Sheng shouted, using a broom to shoo them away. Fortunately, the mess was manageable. After about 7 or 8 minutes of work, he had finally tidied up. Just as he felt a sense of relief, he suddenly sensed warmth above his head. Instinctively, he reached up and felt something wet and sticky. "Damn it, a dead bird. If only I had a slingshot, you'd know how to spell death." As he gazed at the seabirds flitting overhead, Sun Sheng erupted into a tirade. However, he dared not linger on the deck any longer, fearing that another unwelcome deposit might land upon him. "Brother Hai, what's wrong with the Chung?" Zhou Zheng, at the helm, inquired with a perplexed expression. The reason for Wang Hai's presence in the cockpit was clear. He wished to avoid the potential calamity of bird droppings. Sun Sheng's outburst hinted that he had likely fallen victim to such misfortune. "I don't know. Let me step outside and take a look," Wang Hai replied, poking his head out of the cockpit, feigning ignorance. "Chung, what seems to be the matter?" "Bird droppings landed on my head. No need to discuss it further." "I'm off to wash my hair," Sun Sheng retorted, his face a mask of displeasure as he hurried towards the restroom. Wang Hai returned to the cockpit and settled back into his chair, munching on sunflower seeds. Zhou Zheng swiftly turned the fishing vessel to port. "There's a significant number of seagulls circling in this area," Wang Hai instructed. "Understood." Though Zhou Zheng did not fully grasp Wang Hai's intentions, he complied, adjusting the vessel's course. According to Wang Hai's experience, wherever seabirds hovered, schools of fish were sure to abound beneath the surface. Yet, with several hundred meters still to traverse, the range of the spirit fish's detection was limited, leaving Wang Hai uncertain about whether any fish congregated below, or if so, what species they might be. Conversely, even if no fish were present ahead, it posed little loss to him, as the surrounding waters were teeming with marine life. Regardless of the direction they sailed, their nets would undoubtedly yield a catch. As the fishing vessel advanced, the flock of seabirds grew increasingly visible, and Wang Hai utilized the spirit fish to gain a clearer view of the underwater realm. Indeed, a school of fish was present, predominantly herring, and their considerable numbers suggested a weight of at least 10 tons. While herring is relatively inexpensive, frozen at around $6 to $7, and slightly more costly when fresh, the price disparity remained minimal. Despite being merely herring, a successful haul would still ensure profitability. Even a ton of catch would yield approximately $14,000 in revenue. Wang Hai mentally calculated this sum, recognizing it as a substantial amount. "Herring, and there are mackerel too," Wang Hai exclaimed, as his spirit fish's vision revealed a small school of mackerel darting toward the herring. Momentarily surprised, he quickly deduced that these herring, occupying the base of the marine food chain, would inevitably attract predatory fish eager to feast upon such a bountiful banquet. Continuing to survey the area with the spirit fish, Wang Hai noted an influx of carnivorous species drawn to the herring, including both mackerel and several blue sharks. Chapter 188, Blue-Ringed Octopus. However, while the presence of these predators was noteworthy, they were not particularly valuable. Initially, Wang Hai had anticipated a haul of around 1 ton of herring, but the sheer number of carnivorous fish, especially the sharks, disrupted the herring school, scattering them. By the time the fishing vessel passed overhead, a portion of the herring had already been herded into shallower waters near the shore, resulting in a catch that amounted to little more than 1,000 pounds. Given that the fish had become so dispersed, attempting to turn back for another haul would likely yield scant rewards. As they approached, Zhou Zheng noticed herring leaping from the water as they were pursued by their predators, and upon the vessel's passage, he excitedly asked, "Brother Hai, how did you know there were fish here?" "It's quite simple. Did you not notice the seabirds circling above the vessel?" "Ah, I see, with the cabin overhead." You couldn't see them, Wang Hai explained. Ah, I see now. By the way, should we turn back and try another net? Zhou Jing suggested. It's unnecessary. The fish have become too dispersed. Turning back would consume valuable time, and by the time we arrive, the fish may be long gone, Wang Hai replied, lighting a cigarette. All right, Zhou Jing nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Wang Hai's words. Indeed, returning might mean losing the chance altogether. Pressing onward could reveal further schools of fish ahead. Time passed swiftly, and after approximately 2 hours of sailing across the surrounding waters, the vessel encountered no further fish schools. Eventually, they came to a halt, and the winch began to turn slowly, drawing the net back aboard. As the net's pouch was gradually gathered, fish leaped and crashed against the net. Above, a cacophony of seabirds circled, poised to swoop down and snatch at the fish below, while some smaller fish managed to escape through the net's openings. They soon faced the imminent threat of the seabirds. Once the net's pouch was entirely gathered to the left side of the vessel, Wang Hai secured the ropes and employed the ship's crane to hoist it aboard. As the net emerged from the water, a steady stream of seawater flowed out. The catch appeared promising, the net bulging significantly, and the scale indicated a weight of around 4.5 tons. Zhou Jing, you take the helm and see how fortune favors you. Sun Chung grinned, placing an arm around Zhou Jing's shoulders. Is there any doubt? My luck has always been exceptional. It's bound to be a haul of valuable fish. Zhou Jing declared confidently, exuding self-assurance regarding his luck. Sun Chung then briefed Zhou Jing on operating the net and pertinent precautions before stepping back to stand beside Wang Hai. As Zhou Jing pulled the ropes, the pouch's bottom opened slightly, gradually widening to release the fish onto the deck. Observing the substantial pile of fish, Zhou Jing furrowed his brow. Why are they all such low-value fish? Nevertheless, he noted a considerable number of white shrimp among the catch. The net's haul was quite mixed, predominantly comprising less valuable fish. Yet a few higher-priced varieties were present, such as white shrimp and yellow-footed prawns, though the latter were scarce. Among the multitude of fish, only 4 or 5 could be found interspersed within. The white shrimp, however, were abundant, constituting nearly a tenth of the total catch, evident all around. This is still commendable. Typically, a normal fisherman would consider a ton of fish a remarkable haul, even if one were at sea for several days. They might not match our catch in a single net. We've done quite well, Wang Hai remarked, patting Zhou Jing on the shoulder. Really? Zhou Jing, initially feeling a twinge of disappointment regarding his luck, brightened at Wang Hai's perspective, his previous dismay replaced by excitement. Meanwhile, a multitude of seabirds swooped above their vessel, some daring enough to attempt a dive to snatch a small fish. Although the catch had been secured, the real work was only just beginning, sorting out the more valuable fish and preparing the remainder for transport to the cold storage. Wang Hai observed the flock of seabirds overhead with a hint of exasperation. While a few birds could be tolerated, the sheer number now was formidable, each consuming its share. Sun Chung, having returned with baskets for the fish, squatted beside the pile, sorting through it to extract the more valuable yellow-footed prawns and shrimp. Zhou Jing joined him, crouching alongside Sun Chung to assist, whispering conspiratorially, a Chung as they spoke. Both occasionally shared a mischievous grin. Wang Hai, sensing an inexplicable chill, wondered if the two were conspiring against him over the previous night's mishap with the coal-fired fried rice. Each time he attempted to eavesdrop, they would smile at him and fall silent, only to resume their hushed conversation upon his turning away. Wang Hai shook his head, pondering why he was overthinking the situation. Surely, fate would guide them through whatever challenges lay ahead. Could those two truly conspire to deceive him? As he found himself lost in thought, he had just pushed aside a pile of fish, preparing to retrieve the white shrimp mixed within, when his gaze fell upon an octopus the size of a goose egg. Initially distracted, Wang Hai was about to pick it up, but instinctively halted his hand just before contact. A blue-ringed octopus. He observed the creature, its body adorned with vibrant blue rings, its tentacles undulating as if poised to ensnare Wang Hai's hand the moment it drew near. Blinking in surprise and focusing intently, Wang Hai confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed the blue-ringed octopus. Named for the multitude of blue circular patterns that grace its body, this species, commonly referred to as the blue circle octopus, is prevalent in the Pacific waters between Japan and Australia. It is a diminutive octopus, with an arm span not exceeding 15 centimeters, capable of consuming small fish, crabs, shrimp, and various crustaceans, using its potent venom to paralyze its prey. Within the ocean, the blue-ringed octopus is classified among the most venomous creatures. A single bite from this small octopus can be fatal, with enough toxin to claim the lives of 20 adult humans. Wang Hai promptly warned Zhou Jing and Sun Chung, urging them to exercise caution as there was a blue-ringed octopus nearby, advising them to avoid being bitten. Feeling a sense of unease, he retrieved 3 wooden sticks, distributing one to each of them. instructing that they should use the sticks to sift through the catch rather than their hands. Zhou Zheng, upon hearing the gravity of Wang Hai's warning, leaned closer to inspect the blue-ringed octopus, remarking that it was merely slightly larger than an egg, questioning its fearsome reputation. I am not joking, Wang Hai replied, elucidating the toxicity of the blue-ringed octopus. Initially indifferent, Zhou Zheng immediately took to using the wooden stick to sift through the fish, even humorously donning gloves to avoid any contact with the octopus. Although the blue-ringed octopus is indeed venomous, with a modicum of caution and by refraining from provoking it, one generally remains safe. Observing Zhou Zheng fully equipped, Sun Qing chuckled. It's all right. This way feels much safer. Zhou Zheng agreed, noting the substantial catch. And the trio diligently sorted through the valuable fish and shrimp until the western sky was painted with the hues of dusk. Oh, I haven't felt this exhausted in a long time, Zhou Zheng sighed, stretching with a sense of accomplishment as they completed their task. Chapter 189, Camping. Zhou Zheng. Earlier this afternoon, when the fishing boat passed the backside of the island, I noticed numerous large oysters and barnacles on the rock face. How about we gather some for a barbecue tonight? Sun Qing suggested, moving closer to Zhou Zheng. Upon hearing about the large oysters, Zhou Zheng's eyes brightened. Absolutely. I must indulge this evening. While the two discussed their evening meal, Wang Hai chuckled, shaking his head as he transported the last basket of fish to the cold storage. Upon returning, the three of them took turns rinsing the deck of the fishing boat. The sun had nearly dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in fiery shades of red. The reflection of the half-sunk sun danced upon the waves. The skies echoed with the calls of seagulls gliding overhead. Captivated by the breathtaking scene, Wang Hai couldn't resist snapping a photograph to immortalize the moment. Zhou Cheng and Zhou Zheng were seated on the front deck of the fishing boat when Wang Hai finished taking pictures and joined them, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Sun Cheng. Hearing you two chat about food has made my stomach rumble, he chuckled, lighting his cigarette and taking a puff. Perfect. After this, we can all head out to gather the oysters. By the way, I remember there are 2 tents on the boat, right? Zhou Zheng inquired. Indeed. There are 2 tents. I had intended to camp on the island when the opportunity arose, Wang Hai confirmed. Yes, I recall they are stored in the cargo hold. Wang Hai nodded in agreement, noting that sleeping aboard the fishing boat was far from comfortable, and camping on the island tonight would be a welcome change. After discussing their plans, the sun gradually vanished beneath the horizon, and night began to envelop the surroundings. Having rested sufficiently, Sun Cheng made his way to the cockpit to steer the boat closer to Coconut Island. Wang Hai took out his satellite phone to contact Li Qingyang, informing him that they had finished fishing and were preparing to approach the island. However, the waters near the shore were somewhat shallow, requesting that he bring the inflatable boat to retrieve them. The fishing boat swiftly approached the outer edges of the island, halting about 100 meters away from the shore due to the shallow waters. Once anchored, Sun Cheng, opting not to take the inflatable boat, shed his shirt and dove into the sea, swimming toward the shore. Wang Hai, seeing this, did not intervene. He had already surveyed the area with the remote-controlled fish and determined that there were no dangerous sharks nearby. He contemplated joining but decided to wait by the boat to collect the tent and some meat for the island. Zhou Zheng, while capable of swimming, felt uncertain about his skills and chose to wait on the shore. Soon, Li Qingyang arrived with the fishing boat, bringing along tents, fish, and vegetables. Before departing, Wang Hai conducted a final check of the fishing boat, ensuring the anchor was secure before boarding the inflatable boat. All set, Li Qingyang called out, steering toward the shore. Upon arrival, Sun Cheng had already reached the beach, joyfully sipping from a coconut. Brother Cheng has gathered quite a few coconuts. You should have one too, Dao. Zhou Zheng exclaimed, offering Wang Hai a coconut he had just opened. Feeling parched, Wang Hai accepted it with gratitude, tilting his head back to drink. The sweet, subtle coconut flavor filled his mouth. Ah, my beautiful sister, you are the best. Bringing me a coconut as soon as I set foot on the island. Zhou Zheng instinctively assumed the other coconut in Zhou Zheng's hand was meant for him, flattering her as he reached for it. Hey, who said this one is for you? Zhou Zheng playfully stepped back, making a face. Zhou Zheng, feigning a pout, lamented, Sister, are you even my real sister? Nope. I've told you since childhood, you were a gift with a phone recharge, Zhou Zheng replied, visibly displeased. He crouched down, drawing circles in the sand with a stick. Seeing his brother genuinely upset, Zhou Zheng laughed and crouched beside him, patting his shoulder. Haha, I was just teasing you. Here. When Zhou Zheng handed over the coconut, he snatched it eagerly, running and drinking from it, laughing. Haha, you fell for it. Zhou Zheng, now frustrated, stomped her feet, realizing he had merely been playing with her all along. As night fell, the group ceased their playful banter, collectively searching for a level spot to set up the tents. Wang Hai and Zhou Zheng seized the opportunity to gather some oysters and barnacles from the backside of the island. Upon their return, they discovered a fire had been kindled on the beach. How was the haul? Li Qingyang inquired, noticing Wang Hai and Zhou Zheng returning with a large bag. Not bad. The rock face over there was steep, and the oysters were quite sizable, Wang Hai replied, approaching the fire and placing the black plastic bag on the ground, revealing it to be filled with oysters, each about the size of a palm, estimating around 40 to 50 in total. Zhou Zheng also placed his bag down, filled with barnacles, though fewer in number, weighing approximately 6 or 7 pounds. Wang Hai squatted beside the campfire, which was primarily fueled by coconut shells and branches, crackling and popping as the heat rose, sending sparks into the night sky. The warm light illuminated the faces of the group, casting sharp shadows against the dark. Li Qingyang, having found some tender branches, skewered pieces of beef and crouched by the coals, holding the meat over the flames. This barbecue was rather rudimentary. Aside from the meat and vegetables, everything else was sourced locally. The campfire crackled rhythmically, blending seamlessly with the crashing waves on the beach. And of course, what would a barbecue be without some beer? As Sun Cheng navigated his kayak back to shore, cradling a box of wusa beer, he approached with a buoyant demeanor. Chapter 190. The Stench of Decay. Wang Hai gazed with a hint of melancholy. He had brought only 2 boxes of beer on this voyage, initially doubting whether they would even finish them. Yet, here they were, on the second day, and it seemed the last box would soon be depleted. After indulging in a barbecue, the clock struck 10:30 in the evening, and Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng were still engaged in a playful contest of who could drink more. The entire box of beer had nearly been consumed by the 2 of them. The ground was littered with empty beer bottles, prompting Zhou Zhou to step forward and snatch the bottles from their hands, expressing her annoyance. How can you 2 party every night like this? Don't you know it's bad for your health? Dear sister, neither Cheng nor I are drunk. What harm could it do? Zhou Zheng mumbled, his words slightly slurred before he collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to slumber. Zhou Zhou, witnessing this, felt an urge to reprimand her brother, yet she ultimately refrained. Although Li Qingyang had not consumed as much, he too bore a flushed visage, leaning against a rock and dozing off. Wang Hai glanced at Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng sprawled on the beach and approached to assist Zhou Zhou in getting them into the tent. On this side of the sea, there are only 2 tents. You 2 can camp here on the beach, while I'll sleep on the fishing boat. Zhou Zhou emerged from the tent, her face etched with fatigue. Indeed, the fishing boat required oversight, and Wang Hai had initially intended to sleep there himself. However, now that Zhou Zhou expressed her desire to sleep on the boat, he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll escort you. Naturally, Wang Hai was uneasy about sending a girl alone to the boat, so he took the opportunity to accompany her while also retrieving some items. Grabbing a headlamp, he and Zhou Zhou made their way to the shore. The inflatable boat lacked an anchor, and there were no trees nearby to secure it, so they had simply dragged it ashore. Fortunately, aside from the engine, it was quite light, allowing Wang Hai to easily pull the kayak back into the water. After ensuring Zhou Zhou was safely by the fishing boat, he followed her aboard. He first checked the cold storage to confirm the refrigeration system was operational. After all, the fish in the hold were quite a significant quantity. Upon returning to the deck and inspecting the fishing boat for any issues, Wang Hai finally retreated to his cabin. He retrieved an unopened packet of glucose from the drawer, unwrapped it, and stashed 2 packets in his pocket. Zhou Zhou, take the satellite phone, call if anything arises. Exiting the room, he encountered Zhou Zhou, who had just finished rinsing herself. He handed her the satellite phone. All right, good night, she replied with a smile, waving goodbye as she returned to her room. Back at the beach, Wang Hai dragged the kayak onto the sand, glancing at his surroundings. Even with the incoming tide, it wouldn't he reach this spot. With the light of his flashlight guiding him, he entered the tent. The glucose he had brought was intended to alleviate the effects of their drinking, but seeing the 2 of them sleeping soundly, he chose not to disturb them. He set aside the glucose, planning to offer it later in case anyone needed it. Wang Hai settled down next to the rock where Li Qingyang was reclining, leaning back against it, and found it surprisingly comfortable. Have one, Li Qingyang said, pulling out a cigarette and offering it to Wang Hai. Accepting the cigarette, Wang Hai lit it and took a deep drag. The night breeze was cool, and the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. The sound echoed in his ears, and as he gazed at the moonlit, shimmering sea, an indescribable tranquility enveloped him. In the distant waters, glimmers of light danced upon the surface, akin to the sole beacon amidst the vast starry sky. The cigarette burned quickly, half of it whisked away by the sea breeze, while the other half filled his lungs, providing a fleeting pleasure. The following morning, the sea breeze rustled the tent noisily. As Wang Hai opened his eyes, a gentle light penetrated the fabric, soft and not blinding. Beside him, Li Qingyang remained asleep. Wang Hai unzipped the tent. The night had quietly receded, and the eastern sky began to glow with the first light of dawn. Stepping softly from the tent, he was greeted by the chorus of birdsong mingling with the sound of the waves, a melodic symphony. compared to the sweltering heat of summer. The autumn morning breeze was refreshing, albeit tinged with a hint of decay. The wind was particularly strong that day, with fierce waves crashing against the shore, as if threatening to wash over his feet at any moment. Such large waves signified that it was an unsuitable day for sailing. This island appeared deserted, seldom visited, and the tidal resources on the surrounding beaches were likely abundant. After some contemplation, Wang Hai resolved not to venture out to sea today. Instead, he would wait for the tide to recede and then explore the beach. As dawn broke, the sun gradually peeked over the horizon, painting the eastern sky a brilliant red. His stomach grumbled in protest after a night's rest. A day begins with a good breakfast, he thought, and promptly paddled the kayak back to the fishing boat. After a brief wash-up, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Rummaging through the freezer, he soon unearthed a sealed bag, which Grandpa's son had insisted he bring along before their departure. Inside were several meat buns that, while not freshly steamed, still promised to be delicious. Grandpa's son was quite the culinary master, particularly adept at making buns. Though they had been frozen for 2 days, they were undoubtedly superior to the pre-packaged buns found in many breakfast establishments. He heated the buns and prepared some congee. While standing by the stove, stirring in the prepared fish fillets, Jojo peeked into the kitchen, her wide eyes filled with curiosity. "What delicious food are you making, Hai? I have buns and fish congee ready. The buns are heated. Would you like to have some?" Wang Hai said with a smile, noticing Jojo's tousled hair. After inhaling the fragrant aroma of rice, Jojo licked her lips, but ultimately suppressed her urge to eat immediately, waving her hand. "No, I'll wash up first." With that, she dashed out of the kitchen. The congee bubbled and simmered. Wang Hai continued to stir to prevent it from sticking to the bottom, turning off the heat for the buns. After breakfast, Zhou Zheng and Sun Chung hurried off to pick coconuts. Wang Hai, carrying a small bucket in one hand and a pair of tongs in the other, strolled along the beach. The shoreline was alive with the sound of crashing waves, and while there were plenty of small crabs scuttling about, they were hardly larger than a thumbnail, making them inedible. Coconut Wave Island was not large. Wang Hai walked along the coastline, eventually finding himself on the island's side. Why is there so much garbage here? He wondered, as he beheld the beach strewn with plastic bags, bottles, and even some fishing nets tangled with decaying fish remains. It was a stark reminder that where there is a will, there is a way for waste to appear. Despite being a small island with one side boasting pristine sands and azure waters, the other side was littered with trash, reeking of decay. Chapter 191, The Seagull. As far as the eye could see, the trash seemed endless. Even a truck would need to make several trips to clear it away. Coconut Wave Island was indeed a tiny, isolated isle. It was improbable that anyone would inhabit it. Most of the refuse likely drifted in from the sea, washed ashore by the waves. In reflection, this was not entirely surprising. Much like the beach near his home, which is beautiful and clean, the ocean would inevitably deliver some litter after every storm, which would typically be cleaned up promptly. Hence, it remained unseen. Wang Hai felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of such a splendid environment marred by rubbish. However, he was merely an ordinary person, and doing his part by collecting the trash brought up during fishing operations was a small contribution. As for the refuse on this island, it might continue to accumulate. Yet there was a possibility that environmental organizations or volunteers would come to collect and manage it. His options were limited. He set down the bucket in his hand and used his pliers to gather the surrounding fishing nets, burning them to prevent entangling any fish when the tide came in. Once the flames subsided and he confirmed that no embers remained, he hoisted the small bucket once more and continued his journey forward. After a few minutes of walking, the sandy beach gradually transformed into a muddy terrain. As he pressed on, he found himself amidst the marshland. A group of seagulls? Upon reaching a patch of mangroves, he noticed several seagulls flapping their wings frantically on the ground ahead, unable to take flight. As he drew closer, he realized that their feet were ensnared by a fishing net. Although Wang Hai was wearing flip-flops and had not intended to venture into the marsh, he hesitated briefly, weighing the risks of sinking into the deep mud alone. However, he ultimately resolved to approach. He picked up a stick to probe the ground before him, relieved to find that the mud was not excessively deep, just reaching his knees at its worst. After trudging through the muck, he finally arrived at the fishing net. This mass of netting was considerable, measuring over 2 meters even when bundled. For seagulls were entangled within, flapping their wings desperately in an attempt to escape. Yet their feet remained firmly ensnared, rendering their efforts futile. As Wang Hai reached out to rescue the nearest seagull, he was taken by surprise when it pecked at the back of his hand. Though it did not break the skin, the sting was palpable. "Fear not. I am here to save you," Wang Hai whispered softly, slowing his movements to avoid startling the bird into another bite. At his gentle words, the seagull became noticeably calmer. Ceasing its aggression, he cautiously stroked the seagull's head before bending down to gently tear the net binding its foot. letting out a plaintive cry. The seagull squirmed as he tugged at the net, but it seemed to grasp that Wang Hai meant no harm and was indeed rescuing it, enduring the discomfort without retaliating. The seagull was not tightly bound, and he soon freed it. Strangely, it did not take flight immediately, but instead lingered nearby, watching as he proceeded to liberate another seagull. At that moment, it inadvertently spotted a small fish caught in the net ahead and darted forward to peck at it. The fish was ensnared tightly, and the seagull had to peck several times before finally securing it in its beak. After consuming the fish, it attempted to take off, only to realize it had become ensnared once more. Cawing loudly, Wang Hai, who was focused on untangling the net from another seagull's foot, looked up instinctively at the sound. To his dismay, he had just rescued one bird only for it to become ensnared again. Truly a foolish creature. Silly bird, he muttered, continuing to work on freeing the other foot of the seagull in his grasp. This seagull, however, was more astute. It flapped its wings and swiftly took off, disappearing from view. At that point, he directed his attention to the remaining two seagulls. One appeared to have been dead for some time, its body already decaying, while the other, though not decomposed, was rigid, having succumbed to death some time ago. The remaining seagull continued to struggle, calling out to Wang Hai as if imploring him for help. Observing the seagull that had been ensnared again out of gluttony, Wang Hai pulled his leg from the mud with difficulty and slowly approached the distressed bird. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this seagull was noticeably smaller than the one he had just freed. It seemed to have recently left its nest, perhaps explaining its foolishness. Having already been rescued once, it did not flee but instead became ensnared again. With a few deft movements, Wang Hai untangled the seagull and, holding it aloft, pointed to the fishing net. Do you see this? This is a fishing net. You were fortunate to be found by me. Otherwise, your fate would have been sealed. In the future, steer clear of such traps. He paid no heed to whether the seagull understood, tossing it into the air. The seagull circled above but did not fly away. Instead, it landed squarely atop Wang Hai's head. What on earth? I saved you, not seeking your gratitude. Do you wish to exact revenge? Wang Hai exclaimed, grabbing the seagull and tossing it back into the air. This time, drawing on his experience. He remained vigilant as the seagull circled around, clearly reluctant to leave. Eventually, it settled on the marshland, feasting on small crabs. Wang Hai, meanwhile, gathered the fishing nets into a large ball and dragged them to the shore, incinerating them along with the two deceased seagulls. Once everything was completed, he resumed his journey with the small bucket. His legs were now dirty, so he began to wander nearby, searching for any pools of water that might harbor stranded fish or other catches. After meandering for over half an hour, he encountered only a few small fry. Noticing the seagull following closely behind, he tossed the small fish to it as a treat. As he walked, he unwittingly entered a patch of mangroves, where the roots were densely intertwined, resembling inverted stalactites, carpeting the entire area. Before him lay a small, meandering irrigation ditch, twisting and turning into the depths of the mangroves. There should be plenty of blue crabs in the mangroves. Perhaps he might even come across stranded fish. Wang Hai glanced at the time, just past 9 o'clock. Still early enough to explore. Although he had grown up by the sea, there were no mangroves near his village, and he had never sought marine life in such places. However, he had often seen videos on social media showcasing bloggers effortlessly catching crabs in mangrove forests, returning with buckets overflowing as if they were as abundant as cabbages. Chapter 192, The Stowaway. Were it not for Wang Hai's upbringing by the sea, he might have been swayed by such illusions. Blue crabs fetched a hefty price. And if one could catch so many at once, surely the fishermen would abandon their boats for the mangroves, growing rich in the process. With his left hand clutching the small bucket and the pliers tucked inside, he wielded a stick in his right hand to probe the muddy ground ahead. Upon reaching the edge of the mangroves, several seabirds took flight, startled by his presence. He ventured deeper into the mangroves, following the narrow waterway for several minutes, winding through its twists and turns. Despite his careful observations, he encountered not a single catch. It seemed the resources here were scarce, or perhaps his luck had run thin. Indeed, the videos of crab catching online were misleading. They seemed too good to be true. After wandering for half an hour, he had yet to spot a single crab, let alone a fish trapped in the ditch. Muttering under his breath, he glanced back at the seagull he had fed earlier, which was trailing behind him at a leisurely pace. Like a little shadow, it followed him closely, flapping and hopping a few steps as he walked. When he paused, it halted as well, maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters, seemingly unwilling to leave him. Wang Hai decided to ignore it. Its presence did not impede him in any way. Continuing along the mangroves for a few more minutes, he stumbled upon a shallow pool. Upon closer inspection, a crab claw emerged from the water's surface. Blue crab, having entered this area without any success thus far. The sight of such a sizable claw ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Hai. navigating through the crevices of the mangrove roots. He managed to grasp the blue crab with his pliers. It appeared quite large, perhaps weighing around 1.5 pounds. However, to his dismay, it remained motionless, its claws hanging limply. It is indeed a sizable catch, albeit lifeless, a pity. With a sigh, I discarded the blue crab and continued my journey. The terrain here was evidently far more treacherous. The mud had risen past my knees, making each step a laborious endeavor. Wang Hai decisively turned back, unwilling to risk becoming ensnared in the mire without having secured any seafood. Such incidents had occurred before, particularly when venturing alone to less populated tidal flats. If I were to find myself alone in this area, trapped in the muck, I could only watch helplessly as the tide gradually rose. Upon turning back, I noticed a little seagull circling around the discarded blue crab, pecking at it intermittently. Observing its incessant pecking at the crab's shell, it was clear that it was quite hungry. Though the blue crab had perished, its shell remained remarkably hard, and despite its efforts, the little seagull struggled to break through. Approaching, Wang Hai retrieved a previously pried open mussel from his bucket, presenting it to the seagull by bending down and gesturing for it to come and eat. Upon sighting the food, the little seagull hopped excitedly towards Wang Hai, snatched the mussel meat, and swallowed it whole. Akin to Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, likely without even savoring the flavor. After finishing, the seagull flapped its wings and called out to Wang Hai, appearing eager for more. Wang Hai glanced at the remaining mussels, which were few in number, and decided to pry open the rest for the seagull. With his bucket now empty, the little seagull continued to flutter around him, squawking insistently. Was it possible that it had mistaken him for a maternal figure? All right, it's all gone, Wang Hai said, showing the empty bucket to the seagull, unsure if it comprehended his meaning. The little seagull squawked a couple of times, then hopped a few steps over to a red mangrove, pecking at the mud and emerging with a shellfish. It then hopped back to Wang Hai, dropping the shell at his feet. Thank you, Wang Hai said, picking up the shell and tossing it into the bucket. The shell the seagull had brought was a cowrie, a common find along the way, but Wang Hai had not collected any due to their low value and poor taste. Seeing Wang Hai's nonchalance, the seagull promptly dropped the cowrie into the white bag he was carrying. It tilted its head in confusion, reacting after a moment with excited squawks, as if it wished to convey something more. Observing this scene, Wang Hai couldn't help but smile. He realized that the little seagull was likely hoping he would assist in opening the cowrie, rather than expecting it for itself. Wang Hai's playful antics had unwittingly caused the little creature to become quite agitated. Do not fret, he said, opening the cowrie and offering it to the seagull, which this time took its time to eat, not as frantic as it had been with the mussel. Afterward, Wang Hai found several more cowries and opened them all at once, laying them on the ground. Enjoy, but I must continue my search for seafood, he remarked, gently patting the little seagull on its head before moving towards a nearby puddle. These puddles formed during low tide, often harboring stranded fish. Blue crabs typically favored hiding in such areas. The little seagull, contentedly eating the opened cowries, noticed Wang Hai's departure and glanced between the cowries and him. Ultimately, it reluctantly picked one from the pile and hurried after Wang Hai. Why are you following me again? Wang Hai asked with some surprise, wondering if the little seagull truly regarded him as a mother figure. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. While the seagull seemed newly fledged, it was not a chick and did not follow a parent. Its continual following was likely due to its recent departure from the nest and its inadequate foraging skills, often leaving it hungry. Naturally, it would not want to leave the presence of someone providing ample food. Once he understood the reason, Wang Hai thought nothing of it. If the little one wished to follow, so be it. After all, it hardly consumed much food at a time. Suddenly, a splash echoed in the distance. Wang Hai instinctively turned to see the source of the sound, which came from a small puddle ahead. It appeared he had stumbled upon a bountiful find. Navigating through the mangrove, he reached the puddle, which was not large, about 2 square meters in size, with a black dorsal fin breaking the surface. Swiftly, he used his tongs to secure it, pulling it from the water. To his delight, it was a black sea bream, weighing over 2 pounds, quite a catch indeed. As its flavor when pan-fried was delightful, he quickly placed it into his bucket. The puddle's water was murky, so Wang Hai bent down, using his tongs to sift through the mud to see if there were any overlooked fish. After confirming the puddle was devoid of movement, he stood up and continued forward. Suddenly, he spotted a line of small footprints in the mud. Having spent considerable time on the tidal flats, he recognized these tracks as those left by blue crabs. Following the footprints for about 7 or 8 meters led him to a spot where he uncovered a blue crab nestled beneath the mud. Unfortunately, this crab was not particularly large, weighing perhaps 4 to 5 ounces, but it was still edible. The disturbed crab was visibly displeased, raising its claws in a threatening manner, as if to say that it would tear apart anyone daring to reach for it. However, Wang Hai was no fool. Why would he attempt to grab it with his hands when he had tongs at his disposal? At that moment, the little seagull could no longer contain itself, darting forward to peck the crab's eye. Fortunately, Wang Hai acted quickly, pinching the crab with his tongs just as it was about to clamp down on the seagull's neck. Observing the seagull's foolishness, Wang Hai felt a bit exasperated. Had he been a moment slower, this little bird might have met its end. Why do you peck at everything you see? What would you do if you encountered an eagle? He mused, though the little seagull, being merely an animal, could not comprehend his words and merely responded with a couple of squawks. Wang Hai had not anticipated catching blue crabs during this outing and had not brought any rope, so he simply tossed the crab into the bucket. With only one crab, it was manageable, but should he catch more, it could become problematic. If there were too many crabs in the bucket, they might fight, resulting in lost claws or legs. As time passed, Wang Hai's luck soared, and he managed to catch several more blue crabs in quick succession. Regrettably, none exceeded a pound. Each time he passed a puddle, he would check for fish, collecting the larger ones while tossing the smaller ones to the little seagull. Over an hour passed, and the seagull's crop was visibly swollen. By the end, the little creature refused the small fish Wang Hai offered, clearly having reached its limit. Checking the time, he noted it was nearing 11 o'clock. His bucket was now more than half full of fish, weighing approximately 11 to 12 pounds, though not excessively heavy. Holding it for an extended period had left Wang Hai's arm feeling somewhat sore. Emerging from the mangroves, Wang Hai first washed off the mud at the beach. He found a flat rock to sit upon, lighting a cigarette as he relaxed. The little seagull, still lacking in flight capability, flapped its wings but failed to take off. Instead, it hopped to the shallow water's edge, settling in to wash its wings. The warm sun bathed him, and the sea breeze was quite pleasant. Just a couple of minutes had passed, and the heat was becoming quite unbearable. He hoisted a small bucket and, cigarette clamped between his lips, made his way towards the fishing boat. A little seagull followed behind Wang Hai at a leisurely pace, acting as his persistent shadow. After a few minutes, the little seagull, summoning all its strength, flapped its wings and finally took flight. However, it barely soared for half a minute before landing directly on Wang Hai's shoulder. "You little rascal. You're rather lazy," he remarked. When he first emerged from the mangroves, he hadn't felt the heat much, but now walking on the beach, the oppressive warmth intensified. Soon, sweat began to drench his body. Although the woods were to his right, they were so thickly overgrown that traversing the beach was quicker. After a few more minutes, Wang Hai could see their tent in the distance, along with the fishing boat bobbing on the sea. Upon reaching the tent, he only found Zhou, who was busy digging for clams at the edge of the beach, and did not see anyone else. "Zhou, where are Sun Cheng and the others?" he asked, placing the bucket on the ground as he approached. Zhou was crouched down, focused on digging for clams, her long braided hair cascading naturally over her left shoulder, adorned with a mysterious yellow flower. "They said they went fishing for rockfish and haven't returned yet," she replied with a smile. Then noticed the little seagull perched on Wang Hai's shoulder. "Oh, why isn't this little seagull afraid of people?" Zhou set down her shovel and rushed over, reaching out to stroke the seagull's head. But before her hand could touch it, the seagull, seemingly startled, quickly took flight to the top of the nearby tent. Seeing the seagull fly away, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, pointing to herself and pouting slightly. "What? Am I that frightening?" The little seagull let out a couple of squawks in perfect harmony. "I suspect it might be a bit timid around people," Wang Hai chuckled. "But hold on. If it's afraid, why was it just sitting on your shoulder?" Zhou asked, visibly puzzled, but then seemed to recall something and quickly added, "I didn't mean to imply you're not human. Perhaps I have a rather gentle appearance. It seems like small animals harbor no hostility towards me." Wang Hai thought of Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui, and indeed, this appeared to be the case. Zhou rolled her eyes, clearly not convinced. "But I've heard from a Chung that the black dog used to bark at your doorstep every day. He said you would even go out of your way to avoid it. That a Chung, why does he have to spread everything around?" Wang Hai sighed in exasperation. He didn't want to revisit the fear that the black dog instilled in him back in the village, so he changed the subject. "This morning, when I went to gather clams, I found this little seagull entangled in a fishing net. I freed it and fed it some food, and then it just wouldn't leave my side." Wang Hai recounted the little seagull's journey of following him. "Oh, I see. In the afternoon, I'll also check for any seagulls caught up like that. Maybe I can rescue one too," Zhou said excitedly, eyeing the adorable little seagull. "Wait, hold on. Seagulls are a protected species. They can't be kept as pets," Wang Hai said with a serious expression. However, he added, "But if this little creature chooses to follow me, then I suppose there's nothing I can do about it. Of course, this is under the condition that the seagull is free. In that case, it wouldn't count as keeping a protected animal, merely as feeding it." "Huh. I thought you genuinely weren't planning to take the seagull with you. Turns out you're just looking for loopholes," Zhou teased, nearly believing Wang Hai was serious about not keeping the seagull. It was then that she noticed the bucket Wang Hai had brought back, filled to the brim with large blue crabs, and squatted beside it in surprise. Wow, Dahai, you caught so many blue crabs. Well, there are just under 10. Wang Hai replied nonchalantly. What do you mean, just under 10? That is already quite a lot. Zhou exclaimed, bewildered by Wang Hai's casual tone, as if he were discussing something as mundane as cabbage. Is it a lot? Wang Hai genuinely felt it wasn't much. Based on his prior experiences at the tidal flats back in the village, he could catch more than this in a single night. Although there were times when he caught fewer, each crab was generally larger than the ones he caught today, making his overall catch greater. Zhou fell silent for a moment. She hadn't idled away her morning either. She had enthusiastically taken her small bucket to the nearby rocky area to gather clams as well, but she hadn't managed to catch even a single tiny crab. Each time she approached, the little crabs would scurry away in a flash, moving like the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, fate had not conspired against her entirely. She had managed to gather a sizable amount of kelp by the water's edge, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, which had required a great deal of effort just to bring back to the tent. Since fishing was out of the question, she had resorted to digging for clams and razor clams on the beach nearby. Although her haul wasn't substantial after more than 2 hours, with some kelp added, it would certainly suffice to make a seafood soup for lunch. In comparison to Wang Hai's catch, hers seemed like that of an infant next to a hefty adult. Zhou couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and turned her attention back to the little seagull, determined to try her luck in the afternoon. Convinced she would also be able to rescue one. Wang Hai, unaware of Zhou's inner thoughts, prepared to board the kayak to sort through the fish he had caught earlier. Zhou, I'm going to prepare lunch. Do you want to come help on the big boat? He asked. Sure, I'll come help, Zhou replied, realizing she had nothing else to do. Continuing to dig for razor clams, not knowing how long it would take to find even one, so she might as well help with the cooking. Why did I even ask? Wang Hai regretted asking her to help, wishing he could slap himself. The little seagull, like a little shadow, flew from the tent to the kayak, landing next to Wang Hai, but deliberately choosing a spot a bit farther from Zhou, as if it were genuinely afraid. Zhou was almost tempted to go over and pinch the little seagull. Am I really that fierce? Am I going to eat you or something? She wondered why it was keeping its distance. The little seagull, noticing the look in Zhou's eyes, squawked a couple of times and shuffled its feet to hide behind Wang Hai. This scene left Wang Hai both amused and exasperated. Upon returning to the fishing boat, the little seagull stood on the edge of the boat, basking in the sun and leisurely preening its feathers. Wang Hai placed all the crabs into a basin and squatted on the deck to wash them. Although these crabs lived in the tidal flats, cleaning off the mud was not overly troublesome, and he quickly had them all cleaned up. After gutting and cleaning over 2 pounds of Black Sea bream, Wang Hai returned to the kitchen. At this moment, Zhou had also finished cleaning the razor clams and clams, preparing to cook the soup. Zhou, hold on a moment. Wang Hai raised his hand to signal her to wait. What is up? Zhou asked, looking puzzled. Razor clams and clams can't be eaten directly. They need to be soaked in salt water to expel the sand. Otherwise, the sand inside will greatly affect the taste. Wang Hai explained, taking the basket from her and adding some seawater to a bucket for the clams to purge the sand. What? They need to expel sand too? Zhou chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head to ease the embarrassment. These clams can soak for a whole day. The kelp can be eaten directly, and it would also make a nice soup. Wang Hai could see that Zhou genuinely wanted to help, so he decided to let her prepare a simple kelp soup. He also needed to cook in the kitchen, and when it came time to add seasonings, he would remind her, which should pose no problem. With this thought in mind, Wang Hai felt reassured. All right, I'll make kelp and egg drop soup, Zhou exclaimed, dashing to the cutting board, grabbing a knife, and preparing to get to work. Although Zhou's cooking skills were not the best, her knife skills were passable, and before long, she had cut the kelp into various shapes, stars, hearts, and diamonds. In comparison to creativity, Wang Hai indeed finds himself somewhat humbled. Zhou, in a moment, please chop some garlic and ginger, stir-fry them together with the kelp. Then add water to simmer. This will enhance the flavor, he advised, arranging the blue crabs in the steamer and noting that Zhou had already prepared the kelp. All right. Zhou nodded, retrieving a clove of garlic from the basket on the floor and diligently peeling it. With the chopping board now free, Wang Hai tied on an apron and began to cut the Black Sea bream into pieces for marinating. Ouch, my hands are on fire. Zhou exclaimed shortly after finishing with the garlic, feeling a sharp sting between her nails and quickly blowing on them. Observing her predicament, Wang Hai was reminded of his childhood with Sun Cheng. Every year, a month before the Lava Festival, Grandpa Sun would purchase copious amounts of garlic to prepare lava garlic. He and Sun Cheng delighted in eagerly helping with peeling, only to find their hands stinging afterward. During those times, Grandpa Sun would pour white vinegar into a small basin, mixing it with water for them to wash their hands. He vividly recalled one instance when Sun Cheng went to the restroom after peeling garlic, returning in tears for hours. Wang Hai had found immense amusement in the situation. Unable to suppress a chuckle at the memory, Wang Hai noticed Zhou looking at him quizzically, mistaking his laughter for mockery. "Oh, you're laughing at me, are you?" she huffed, realizing her misunderstanding. Wang Hai quickly cleared his throat to suppress thoughts of Sun Cheng's embarrassing moment. "No, I was merely reminiscing about some of Cheng's past antics. By the way, soaking your hands in white vinegar for a while will alleviate the pain," he suggested, pouring some vinegar and water into a small basin and placing it before Zhou. "What embarrassing stories?" Zhou inquired, intrigued by the mention of Sun Cheng's misadventures, her pain momentarily forgotten. Though Sun Cheng had divulged Wang Hai's secrets to Zhou, he felt it prudent to refrain from retaliation, considering the potential embarrassment for Sun Cheng if the stories were to circulate. Thus, he settled for diverting the conversation to other matters. As lunchtime approached, Wang Hai stepped onto the deck to glance at the tent on shore, noticing the absence of Zhou and the others. Where could those three be? "It's past mealtime," he muttered, pulling out his satellite phone to call them. After a few rings, Zhou's voice came through. "Hi, guess what? We're reeling in the barramundi. Want to come over?" he asked rhetorically. "Weren't you all supposed to come back to eat?" "You can't skip lunch for fishing," Wang Hai responded, bemused, initially thinking they might have caught something significant, only to realize they were referring to barramundi, a relatively small fish, weighing only a couple of pounds at best, and not worth sacrificing a meal. Then, Li Chunyang chimed in from the other end. "Hi, Zhou is just joking. We've only caught 7 or 8 pounds this morning. We're on our way back now. Should be there in a few minutes." After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. Wang Hai returned to the kitchen, removing his apron and hanging it on a hook behind the door. "Zhou, Chenggu, and the others will be back shortly. Just wait a couple more minutes, and then turn off the steamer for the crabs. I'll go fetch them with the rubber dinghy." "All right, I'll take care of it," Zhou assured him with a pat on her chest. As he approached the dinghy, a little seagull followed closely behind. "Is this bird really this clingy?" Wang Hai remarked just as the seagull landed on his head. He gently shooed it away. He could now see the 3 figures of Sun Cheng and the others in the distance, and swiftly maneuvered the dinghy towards the shore to greet them. Upon getting closer, the trio noticed the little seagull perched on the boat. "Why isn't this seagull afraid of us?" Zhou asked, cautiously approaching the bird. Sun Cheng and Li Chunyang, standing on the shore, shared the same curiosity. Startled, the seagull quickly retreated. "Don't scare it," Wang Hai cautioned Zhou, briefly explaining why the seagull was following him. "Oh, I see," the three understood. The dinghy soon reached the large fishing boat, where the waves rocked it gently, under the blazing sun. Only Wang Hai was unprotected from the sun's rays, while the others sported sun protective clothing. Wang Hai, however, felt the heat reddening his skin as he first climbed the ladder onto the boat. By now, Zhou had already set the table in the kitchen, arranging the dishes neatly. Once Zhou hopped aboard, he eagerly made his way to the kitchen, reaching for a piece of fried fish. Zhou's expression soured as she swiftly smacked his hand with a spatula. "Wash your hands first." "Got it," Zhou replied, wincing as he shoved the fish into his mouth, rubbing his hand where he had been struck. As he turned to wash his hands, he muttered under his breath, "So fierce. Whoever marries you is in for it." "What did you say?" "Nothing. I'm just going to wash my hands," he said, chuckling as he hurried to the sink by the door. Sun Cheng was the last aboard, placing the day's catch into the freezer before washing his hands and sitting down to eat. Spotting the blue crabs, he couldn't resist and immediately grabbed one to enjoy. The steamed blue crab, paired with the dipping sauce prepared by Wang Hai, was quite delectable. With 8 crabs to share, each person received 2, yet they all felt it was insufficient. "Hai, where did you catch these crabs? We need more. Let us go grab some this afternoon to have for dinner," Zhou inquired. "Just follow the left beach for about 20 minutes, and you'll reach the mangroves," Wang Hai replied, savoring a piece of fried fish as he spoke. "Wow, this kelp egg drop soup is quite unique, and the kelp is even cut into heart shapes," Zhou noted, surprised by the various designs of the kelp in the soup. "Of course, you should try it. Zhou made it especially for us," Wang Hai enthusiastically encouraged. After this grand introduction, both Sun Cheng and Li Chunyang, who had been content after their meal, reconsidered their earlier intentions of having some soup. They felt a wave of regret, fortunate that their hands hadn't reached for the soup. Zhou's hand hovered in midair, torn between serving the soup and recalling his sister's culinary skills. An awkward silence enveloped the dining table. Zhou's mind raced for a solution when he noticed Wang Hai eating rice. A light bulb moment struck him, and he resumed ladling the soup, filling the bowl generously. "Hai, we owe our blue crab feast to you, so this first bowl of soup is rightfully yours," he said with a mischievous grin. Placing the bowl in front of Wang Hai, Sun Cheng secretly gave Zhou a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "Well done." Feeling a bit parched, Wang Hai accepted the soup without hesitation and took a large sip. The delicious flavor, infused with a subtle hint of garlic, filled his mouth, and he downed it in one go. Although Zhou had prepared the soup, he had contributed as well, having tasted it freshly made, and he found it delightful. Delicious, Wang Hai exclaimed, rubbing his belly contentedly after a satisfying meal. Meanwhile, Zhou looked a bit unsettled, his mouth twitching as he thought. The Hai is really brave to drink the soup made by my sister. Sun Cheng appeared equally puzzled, questioning whether the soup was truly that good. Li Qingyang was becoming increasingly composed, observing Wang Hai enjoying the soup with evident satisfaction. It was clear he was not merely pretending. At that moment, Qingyang himself felt a pang of thirst, and, seizing a spoon, ladled a modest half-bowl of the broth, savoring a delicate sip. The flavor burst forth vividly, exquisite and delightful. He watched intently as Li Qingyang finished his bowl and ladled another, prompting Sun Cheng to follow suit, and tasted himself. The instant the broth touched his palate, his eyes lit up. It was not that the soup was transcendent, but rather that his expectations for Zhou's culinary skills had been set rather low. As long as it was not as dreadful as the previous charred rice, it would be deemed an improvement. However, the unexpected deliciousness created a stark contrast. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Sun Cheng gave Zhou a thumbs up, his face radiating affirmation. Really? Zhou blushed at the praise, resolving in her heart to showcase her culinary prowess again that evening. Indeed, it is quite delicious, Sun Cheng nodded, glancing at Zhou. Zheng, you should give it a try. Zhou quickly waved his hand, smiling as he replied, I'm not thirsty. He had previously harbored fantasies about his sister's cooking, but with each meal, his hopes dwindled. Gradually, he had unconsciously come to believe that his sister could not possibly prepare tasty dishes. Chapter 196, Squid Fishing. While Sun Cheng and the others praised the meal, Zhou suspected they were merely conspiring to deceive him. After the meal, every dish had been devoured entirely. The clock now read 12:30 p.m., and Wang Hai lay on his bed, engrossed in videos, when Zhou and Sun Cheng entered, proposing a trip to the mangroves to catch blue crabs. Wang Hai glanced outside at the blazing sun, noting that it was the hottest part of the day, suggesting they wait until around 4 when it would be cooler. Chenggu, shall we three go then? Seeing Wang Hai's reluctance, Zhou turned to Li Qingyang. Wait, are you two really planning to go now? Li Qingyang asked, exasperated. How much energy did these two possess? They had fished all morning, and after lunch, they still wanted to chase the tide? As a competent angler, what does a little sun matter? Sun Cheng replied earnestly. Exactly, Zhou chimed in. Faced with their youthful exuberance, Wang Hai turned away, facing the wall as he continued to scroll on his phone. You guys go ahead. But remember to take the satellite phone. Contact me if anything happens. Li Qingyang waved his hand, indicating he would not join. All right then. Sun Cheng and Zhou donned their sun protective clothing and hats, fully equipped, wrapping themselves tightly. Just before leaving, Zhou stood at the door of her sister's room and asked, Sister, Cheng and I are going to catch blue crabs at the beach. Do you want to join? Get lost. Zhou had just applied her facial mask and, having just dozed off, was irked by her brother's interruption. Okay. Zhou swiftly descended the ladder onto the kayak, fearing his sister might emerge and give him a good thrashing. When Sun Cheng arrived with the bucket on the rubber boat, Zhou untied the fixed rope, starting the engine. As the kayak set off, the sea breeze greeted them. Initially refreshing. However, once they reached the beach and walked under the scorching sun for just a couple of minutes, they were drenched in sweat. Although they wore protective clothing, it only shielded against UV rays and did nothing to cool them down. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to turn back, climb aboard the kayak, and travel along the coastline to the mangroves. Once inside the mangroves, with natural cover, the heat would surely dissipate. The sea breeze swirled, and the waves rhythmically crashed against the shore, rustling the leaves in the trees. As time passed, the wind lessened, and the sun's intensity waned from its midday ferocity. Wang Hai, still absorbed in his phone, dozed off. When he awoke again, it was already 5 in the evening. He glanced at the adjacent bunk, noticing Li Qingyang was absent. Stretching lazily, Wang Hai slipped on his slippers and washed his face. Stepping out of the room, he immediately spotted Zhou and Li Qingyang, clad in gray sun-protective jackets, standing on the front deck fishing. Zhou sat on a stool, resting her chin on her left hand while her right held the fishing rod, clearly fishing at the bottom. Li Qingyang, meanwhile, was slowly rotating the reel, occasionally pulling quickly or gently flicking the rod, engaged in lure fishing. How's the catch, my two friends? With the sun now less oppressive, Wang Hai donned a straw hat and approached with a smile. Not great. I've been fishing for over an hour and only caught a yellowfin bream. Zhou shook her head. My luck is even worse. I only hooked a jellyfish, and that was by accident. Li Qingyang sighed, leaning his lure rod against the boat, producing a cigarette and offering one to Wang Hai, who lit up. It's normal. Fishing from the shore is like this. The underwater terrain is mostly muddy, offering little cover for fish. Unless there's a school of fish nearby, bites are scarce, Wang Hai analyzed thoughtfully. Indeed, we caught a few in the rocky area this morning, but in this region, the fish are scarce. Oh, I've got a bite. While they were chatting, Zhou suddenly exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she quickly turned the reel. Li Qingyang and Wang Hai shifted their attention to her, noticing her rod bending, occasionally releasing tension. Zhou, that fish doesn't seem too big. You can tighten the drag a bit, Wang Hai advised, as Zhou's rod had only a slight bend, indicating a need for adjustment. Oh, right. Zhou quickly tightened the drag, and indeed, the reel ceased to be pulled by the line. As she continued to turn the reel, when the fish surfaced, all three were slightly taken aback. It was a squid. Zhou, visibly thrilled, had never caught a squid before. The creature glimmered a pale red on the water's surface, its tentacles writhing as it attempted to escape. Impressive, Zhou. That looks to be over a pound, Li Qingyang praised, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy after having caught nothing all afternoon. Truly, it's infuriating. I was the one who taught her to fish when she was just starting out. Now, despite Zhou's skills being inferior to his, her success rate was evidently higher. Wang Hai grabbed the landing net and positioned himself at the side of the boat, deftly scooping the squid into the net and bringing it aboard. Excited about her first squid catch, Zhou dashed forward, eager to unhook it. Zhou, wait a moment. Wang Hai quickly grasped her arm. Huh, what's wrong? Just as Wang Hai was about to explain the precautions for unhooking a squid, a little seagull swooped down from the top of the boat, greedily pecking at the squid. In an instant, the squid released a jet of black ink, drenching the unsuspecting seagull. Fortunately, the seagull's feathers were coated with a layer of hydrophobic oil, sparing it from being stained entirely black. See, if the squid's mouth is facing you, this is what can happen. Wang Hai pointed to the inky mess on the deck, illustrating the lesson vividly. Zhou couldn't help but feel a chill. Had the ink sprayed on her, it would have been disastrous. The squid's ink sac is quite large, and it doesn't always expel all the ink at once. When you unhook it, avoid having its mouth pointed at yourself, Wang Hai instructed. Got it. Zhou nodded, stepping forward to grasp the squid, directing its mouth towards the ground as she unhooked it. Sure enough, as she did, another burst of ink shot out, splattering onto her hands. Meanwhile, the curious little seagull, standing at a distance, was inadvertently targeted by the ink, which shot directly in its direction. The little seagull flapped its wings frantically, trying to evade the onslaught, but ultimately failed to escape unscathed. Sorry, little seagull. I didn't mean to. As the little seagull cawed raucously above the fishing boat, Zhou quickly chimed in. Wang Hai, unable to suppress his amusement, chuckled silently, thinking to himself, this is what you get for flying above my head. Chapter 197, Double Catch. Brother Chung, since Zhou was able to catch squid, it indicates that there are indeed squid in the vicinity. Shall we switch to wooden shrimp for a chance at catching some? After finishing a cigarette, Wang Hai retrieved his fishing rod, holding 2 unopened lures, and inquired whether Li Qingyang would like to join. Never mind. I think I'll stick to the iron plate for now. There is still a chance of catching squid, Li Qingyang jested. Zhou, not fully understanding, only caught the words iron plate and squid, and curiously tilted her little head towards the two, her sparkling eyes wide with wonder, asking, are we going to have iron plate squid tonight? Both Wang Hai and Li Qingyang couldn't help but laugh at Zhou's adorable demeanor. She truly was a foodie. Yes, we will be having iron plate squid tonight, Wang Hai affirmed with a smile. Yay, then I'll catch a few more. Won't be enough to eat, Zhou declared, turning her gaze back to her fishing rod, determined not to miss a bite. Wang Hai wasted no time, unwrapping the wooden shrimp packaging, attaching it to the hook, and casting out his hopeful first line. In the brief interval while he was smoking, he had scanned the nearby waters with his fish finder, noting that while there were indeed fish at the bottom, they were generally quite small. Although squid were not abundant, they were certainly more plentiful than the larger fish, making them easier to catch. This was why he had asked Li Qingyang if he wanted to fish for squid. Since Li Qingyang declined, Wang Hai felt no need to press him further. The lures used for squid fishing are quite different from those used for sea fish. The wooden shrimp, resembling a shrimp, features a row of tiny hooks at its tail. There are many varieties of wooden shrimp, with various colors and designs, including those specifically made for night fishing that glow in the dark. To a squid, the wooden shrimp appears similar to a live shrimp, prompting it to approach and grasp it with its tentacles. As the lure is reeled in, the tiny hooks at the tail securely pierce the squid's tentacles, ensuring a firm catch. The technique for using wooden shrimp diverges significantly from that of standard lures, involving a combination of small pulls, large pulls, small hops, and large jumps. Of course, merely reeling it in steadily can also yield results, but the lure's movements underwater may appear somewhat monotonous and lack the necessary finesse. In contrast, incorporating additional actions, such as small and large hops, brings the wooden shrimp to life, enhancing its allure for squid. Wang Hai cast his line not too far, allowing the wooden shrimp to land about 20 meters from the boat. The water was calm, and as the wooden shrimp splashed down, it created a small wave that gradually spread across the surface. After sinking, the wooden shrimp swayed gently as it descended towards the seabed. As it approached the bottom, Wang Hai began to reel in steadily, soon attracting a squid that followed closely, just half a meter away from the lure. However, it merely trailed behind without making a move to strike. Noticing this, Wang Hai gave the tip of his rod a quick twitch twice, mimicking the wooden shrimp as if it had sensed the squid behind it and was trying to escape. Sure enough, as the wooden shrimp made a small hop, the squid became visibly excited and darted forward to grasp the lure. Wang Hai, seizing the moment, gently lifted the rod to set the hook. Although he managed to snag the squid, only one of its tentacles was caught. In its struggle, it wriggled free. Wang Hai pondered that he had likely missed the timing for the hook set and resolved to try again, aiming to strike a bit earlier next time. After breaking free, the squid did not flee as Wang Hai had anticipated. Instead, it continued to follow the wooden shrimp, poised to attack. However, despite Wang Hai's varied techniques of steady reeling, small pulls, and large jumps, the squid remained behind, reluctant to abandon the lure, but also wary of being hooked like before. Wang Hai's cast had not gone far, and soon the wooden shrimp was only a few meters from the shore. Until it reached the bank, the squid had not made a single attempt to strike, losing interest. It swam away quickly. The wooden shrimp lingered about 10 meters from the boat, now wary, and Wang Hai decided not to waste further time on it. He scanned the area again and spotted a small group of squid, approximately 3 in number, not far from the seabed, and promptly cast his line once more. This time, as the wooden shrimp landed and began to sway, all 3 squid surged forward, eager to snatch it. Indeed, the old adage holds true: if one pig doesn't eat, a whole nest of pigs will fight to get it. 2 squid simultaneously clutched the wooden shrimp, prompting Wang Hai to swiftly lift his rod to set the hook. He had anticipated that one might escape, but to his surprise, both squid were firmly hooked by the tiny barbs at the tail of the wooden shrimp. Was this the rhythm of a double catch? Watching the squirming squid, which began to release ink in the water, Wang Hai felt a surge of excitement. With both squid hooked, he refrained from reeling in too quickly, fearing that excessive force might sever their tentacles. Instead, he kept the line taut and gradually turned the reel. Li Qingyang, observing the bent rod and the quivering tip, was slightly taken aback. After fishing with an iron plate for so long without a single catch, Wang Hai had only just made his second cast and already had fish on the line. Zhou, fixated on the prospect of tonight's iron plate squid, watched curiously, wondering if they were indeed squid. As Wang Hai continued to reel in, the surface of the water began to reveal a splash of red. Incredible! He actually caught 2 squid at once. Li Qingyang exclaimed, finally losing his composure. Although squid are relatively easy to catch, it is quite rare for a single wooden shrimp to yield 2 at once. Typically, double catches involve smaller squid. Yet both of Wang Hai's catches were clearly over a pound each. Wang Hai, you're amazing. You caught 2 squid in one go, Zhou exclaimed, her face glowing with admiration. Wang Hai, basking in their praise, felt a sense of pride. Brother Cheng, could you help me net them? He requested. Given that he was using a large hook with a robust line, while one squid could easily be lifted, 2 certainly could not. Upon hearing Wang Hai's request, Li Qingyang snapped back to reality, grabbing the net to assist in bringing the squid aboard. By now, it was already 5:30 in the evening. Since they would be eating the squid tonight, there was no need to freeze them for preservation. Wang Hai found a live fish bucket, added oxygen, and placed the 2 squid inside after removing the hooks. During the process, the squid sprayed quite a bit of ink, leaving the surrounding deck messy, which he would need to clean up later. Chapter 198, Squid on Both Sides. Li Qingyang, undeterred, refused to believe he could not catch fish using the iron plate. This particular lure can be effective even when fish are not biting, especially when employing a big jump technique. However, Li Qingyang harbored a strong dislike for snagging fish. In the past, while fishing in freshwater lakes, he had witnessed many individuals around him using long rods to snag fish, which he found quite frustrating. Fishing is inherently a pursuit of serenity and an exercise in cultivating one's temperament. Yet, these snagging enthusiasts, with their exaggerated rod lifts, would inadvertently hook fish, purely aiming for their haul, which was utterly irksome. Typically, anglers catch few fish, with most merely feeding them, preventing any disruption of the aquatic ecosystem. However, snagging fish often involves groups of fishermen who, over the course of an afternoon, could haul in hundreds or even thousands of pounds, leaving little for others to catch. Metaphorically speaking, fishing is a mutual agreement. One must take the bait willingly. In contrast, snagging is akin to coercion. After casting for another 10 minutes with no bites, Wang Hai had managed to reel in 4 more squid during this time. Even Zhou Zhou, who was fishing with bait nearby, managed to catch a yellowfin snapper. At this moment, Li Qingyang finally conceded defeat, switching to a wooden shrimp and joining the pursuit of squid. In the time that followed, while he did not catch squid as effortlessly as Wang Hai, who seemed to reel them in with every few casts, he managed to land one every 20 or 30 attempts, marking his first success. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the warm glow of its remnants bathed the tranquil seashore in a golden light. Seabirds soared across the sky, and cruise ships glided over the surface of the sea. Everything moved in serene harmony. Suddenly, a rubber dinghy sped toward their fishing boat, and from afar, Zhou Zheng could be seen waving his arms and shouting something. Though the distance rendered his words inaudible, a little seagull perched quietly atop the cabin, glancing back momentarily before resuming its preening. Once Sun Sheng and Zhou Zheng boarded the vessel, Zhou Zhou noticed that both were covered in mud, their lips slightly chapped. She set down her fishing rod and brought them 2 bottles of water, saying, "You must be parched. Have some water." As the two had rushed out in the afternoon without bringing any, they were indeed quite thirsty. Gratefully accepting the water, they quickly finished the bottles. "Thank you, Zhou Zhou," Sun Sheng said, wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth. "Don't mention it," Zhou Zhou replied with a smile, peering curiously into the buckets the two had brought aboard. However, the lids prevented her from seeing inside. "How was your catch this afternoon?" "Don't mention it, sis. Aching and I spent the entire afternoon without spotting a single blue crab. The woods were littered with footprints. Those 8 crabs from the morning must have been swept away by the sea," Zhou Zheng sighed, shaking his head. Then, abruptly changing the subject, he opened the lid of the bucket with excitement, exclaiming, "Tada, look what we found. We may not have caught any blue crabs, but we dug up a big one on the island." The others, intrigued, leaned in to see as Zhou Zheng held the bucket closer to his sister's eyes. Startled by the contents, Zhou Zhou took a step back. "You little rascal, are you trying to scare me?" she scolded, playfully tapping her brother's head, though not with any real force. "I swear on the heavens, I had no intention of frightening you," Zhou Zheng said with a grin. Inside the bucket were not mere trinkets, but rather several coconut crabs they had caught on Coconut Island, one large and one small. The larger crab weighed over 3 pounds, while the smaller one was still over a pound. Both crabs had their formidable pincers bound, appearing less menacing than one would expect. "You two did well, managing to catch 2 of these," Li Qingyang praised, prompting Zhou Zheng to puff out his chest with pride and recount the dramatic tale of how he and Sun Sheng had captured the coconut crabs. Initially, his story was quite normal, but as he continued, it became increasingly exaggerated, leading the others to lose interest and return to their fishing rods. "Hey, I haven't finished my story," Zhou Zheng exclaimed, sensing their disinterest and feeling a bit dejected. He believed he had vividly described the events, merely embellishing them with a few exaggerated metaphors to make the tale more thrilling. As the gentle breeze stirred and waves danced, the sun gradually retreated beyond the horizon, plunging the sky into darkness. The group then packed away their fishing rods to prepare the ingredients for dinner. By the time they finished and had eaten, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Wang Hai found a cardboard box for storing vegetables and gathered some dry twigs on the island, creating a simple nest for the little seagull in the storage room. Observing the exhausted little bird, whose eyelids drooped heavily, he chose not to disturb it and went out to the deck of the fishing boat to enjoy the sea breeze. Zhou Zheng and Sun Sheng had thoroughly enjoyed their day, yet they were also quite fatigued. After dinner, they lay down without even taking a shower. Zhou Zhou, having completed her evening routine, was dressed in her pajamas, reclining on a deck chair while applying a face mask. Li Qingyang, whose passion for fishing was insatiable, was still casting his lure, circling the boat and making repeated casts. Although he hadn't caught any large fish, he still managed to reel in a small one every 10 casts or so. Wang Hai approached Li Qingyang, saying, "Chenggu, care for a smoke?" Accepting the cigarette, Li Qingyang quickly reeled in his lure, resting the rod on the deck before lighting up. They engaged in light conversation, enjoying the leisurely atmosphere. Time slipped away, and before they realized it, it was nearing midnight. Wang Hai unconsciously yawned. "If you're tired, you should head to bed. I'll fish for a little longer," Li Qingyang suggested. Noticing the fatigue etched on Wang Hai's face, Wang Hai, indeed feeling sleepy, nodded. "All right, Chenggu, you should also get some rest." He waved goodbye to Li Qingyang and turned back toward the cabin. Having sweated throughout the day, Wang Hai felt sticky and took a quick shower before returning to his bunk. The air conditioner was blowing cool air, creating a slight chill. Checking the remote, he saw the temperature was set to 16 degrees. These two are using the air conditioner all wrong, he thought. Not that Wang Hai was frugal or concerned about electricity bills. The money earned from a single outing could sustain him for years. The real issue was that the blankets they had were thin summer quilts. At this temperature, sleeping all night would likely leave him with a cold. He adjusted the temperature to 24 degrees before settling under the covers. After closing his eyes, he found that he was not at all sleepy. The refreshing shower had invigorated him. Turning on the bedside lamp, he started playing a casual game. Sure enough, the game's sleep-inducing effects were remarkable, and within minutes, his eyelids began to droop. He turned off his phone and soon fell asleep. Inside the cabin, the sound of snoring filled the air, each louder than the last. Li Qingyang continued fishing for another half hour, but as the night deepened, the bites became increasingly sparse, and eventually, he decided to pack up and go to bed. After showering, he opened the cabin door, only to be met with the cacophony of snoring and pressed his forehead in exasperation. Chapter 199, A Little Explosion Net. He was typically a light sleeper, easily roused by the faintest noise, and the thunderous snoring within left him with no desire to enter. Fortunately, the tent on the beach had not yet been taken down, so he made his way there to sleep. After a restful night, the next morning, the group in the cabin was awakened by the sound of the old-fashioned alarm clock brought by Sun Cheng. Although Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng had gone to bed early, they glanced at the time and saw it was only a little past 5. Not inclined to rise just yet, they buried themselves deeper under their blankets. Wang Hai, accustomed to a life of minimal sleep from years of working outside, yawned and got out of bed, quickly dressing before heading to the outdoor water basin to freshen up. As soon as he opened the door, the little seagull flapped its wings and flew over, circling him a few times before landing. Not bad, in just one night. Your flying skills have improved, Wang Hai remarked, squatting down to pet the little bird's head. Zhou Zhou then emerged from her room, and upon seeing Wang Hai petting the seagull, she approached, eager to join in. Although the little seagull was less frightened of her than it had been the previous day, it still jumped back a few steps to avoid her reach. Zhou Zhou found this reaction completely understandable. After all, even with a small pet, it takes time to build trust before they can be handled. The little seagull was naturally cautious, and she was determined to gain its trust. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhou completely forgot about her intention to wash up and dashed into the cold storage, retrieving a few frozen sardines. Little seagull, would you like to eat? She called, squatting 2 meters away and waving the sardines enticingly. It resembled the actions of a child trafficker, brandishing snacks, poised to lure away little ones. Ha ha ha. The little seagull flapped its wings, clearly eager to partake, yet instinctively fearful, hesitating to approach, anxiously stamping its feet in place. Wang Hai observed this with a sense of delight. A heightened sense of vigilance is, in truth, not a detrimental trait for the little seagull. Otherwise, should it encounter a person, it might recklessly rush forward for food. If it were to meet someone with ill intentions, the outcome would certainly be dire. After brushing his teeth, the little seagull remained rooted in place, still too timid to venture forth for a meal. It's all right, go ahead and eat, Wang Hai encouraged, as the little seagull circled him, creating quite a commotion. Yet, the little seagull still dared not approach. After several minutes had passed, Zhou Zhou's legs began to ache from squatting, yet the little seagull remained hesitant, prompting him to toss a small fish nearby. Only then did the little seagull cautiously advance, confirming its safety before seizing the sardine and swallowing it whole. Once a few sardines had been consumed, the little seagull seemed to grasp that Zhou Zhou posed no threat, and its fear abated. Although Zhou Zhou could now crouch close to the little seagull, it would still flinch at his outstretched hand. Having feasted, the little seagull energetically flapped its wings, circling the fishing boat before finally alighting atop the cabin, leisurely preening its feathers. Such a little ingrate, Zhou Zhou muttered, observing the little seagull's reluctance to let him touch it, before heading off to freshen up himself. At 8 in the morning, everyone had finished breakfast, tidied up the tent and litter on the beach, and brought everything aboard the boat. Zhou Zhou entered the cabin to start the fishing vessel. The weather was splendid, with calm seas conducive to normal operations. As the fishing boat roared to life, the little seagull, basking in the sun, was startled and quickly took to the air. Watching the massive vessel glide forward, Wang Hai stood on the deck, observing the little seagull circling the boat. He harbored hopes that the little seagull would return to the fishing boat, which would signify its acceptance into their fold, ensuring a daily supply of food. If it chose to leave, that too would be a positive development. Now, its flying abilities had improved significantly, enabling it to thrive in the wild. Wang Hai specifically instructed Zhou Zhou in the cabin to slow the boat, waiting to see if the little seagull would descend again. The little seagull continued to circle the fishing boat in the sky, and as the vessel moved, Coconut Wave Island gradually shrank in the distance. It seemed reluctant to abandon the life of effortless sustenance, flying alongside the boat for a while before slowly descending, aiming for Wang Hai's head. Seeing this, Wang Hai quickly sidestepped, wondering if the little creature intended to land on his head, as if it were a nest. Ultimately, the little seagull settled on Wang Hai's shoulder. Well, this bird is well trained. When will you train one for me to keep? Li Qingyang chuckled from the side. I didn't train it. This little fellow chose to follow me. Moreover, it's a protected species. We cannot keep it, Wang Hai explained with a smile. Indeed. It was the little seagull's own choice to accompany Wang Hai. It possessed wings and could leave whenever it wished, no matter how much Wang Hai desired its company. Zhou stepped forward, eager to tease the little seagull, but it evaded him, flying to the ship's railing to peer curiously into the sea. Time flew by, and soon evening arrived. The day's catch had been quite satisfactory. After departing Coconut Wave Island, Wang Hai led the group on a trawl that lasted until noon, yielding an impressive haul. Though this catch was not of the prized grouper variety, it consisted primarily of smaller fish like the anchovy and mullet, with the bulk being golden pomfret. The net returned approximately 4 tons of fish. They worked diligently until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, before categorizing and storing everything in the cold storage. Wang Hai had initially planned to trawl twice that day, but upon assessing the situation, he deemed it unwise. If they were to have another explosive catch, they might not conclude until 1 or 2 in the morning. Furthermore, since Zhou and the others were not hired as crew, it would be inconsiderate to keep them working without respite. After some contemplation, he decided against continuing with the trawl. Wang Hai piloted the fishing boat to an underwater rocky area where there were plenty of groupers, allowing Li Qingyang and the others to enjoy some fun fishing. Aching, it's getting late. I'm going to prepare dinner. Come help me out, he said after 2 hours of fishing as darkness enveloped the sky. All right, responded Sun Cheng, though reluctant to leave the thrill of fishing. He felt he could not shirk his duty after Wang Hai had been cooking for them for days. Wang Hai first went to the cold storage, selecting a white pomfret weighing over a pound and a 3-pound swallowtail grouper, handing them to Sun Cheng. Just prepare these 2 fish, leave the rest to me. I trust you to complete the task, he instructed. Sun Cheng, looking serious, took the 2 fish to the deck's water basin to begin processing them. Although he was not adept at cooking, he was a skilled fisherman and knew how to handle fish. In the past, he had brought home numerous small white fish, and after a long day of fishing, his mother would handle the cleaning. Yet after 2 consecutive days of similar catches, each exceeding 5 pounds, his mother became exasperated. Each evening, from 8 until past midnight, she would toil to clean them, visibly aging with each passing night. Eventually, she declared that whoever caught the fish would have to clean them themselves. At that time, he was still learning to fish and couldn't bear to release his catches. Subsequently, he found himself weeping late into the night, cleaning fish alone. Eventually, he shifted his focus from small fish to carp and grass carp, using corn as bait, but suffered several barren days. Eventually, he adopted the tactics of an old man from next door, setting 2 rods, one long for big fish and a short one for smaller catches. As time passed, he grew tired of small fish, often giving them away to nearby fishermen, only bringing home larger catches or small fish when he felt like eating them. In less than half an hour, Sun Cheng had finished processing the 2 fish. After rinsing them with water, he brought them to the kitchen. Is there anything else you need me to do? He inquired. No, I can handle the rest, Wang Hai replied, taking the fish and placing them on the cutting board. He donned a pink apron and focused intently on scoring the white pomfret. Seeing that he was no longer needed in the kitchen, Sun Cheng stepped aside, eager to return to fishing. The basin still held the blood and entrails from the fish he had just cleaned, so he decided to pour it overboard, effectively creating a chum. Wang Hai finished scoring the white pomfret and placed it in a plate, adding 2 slices of ginger and some scallions. The steam pot had begun to bubble, with steam rising steadily from the sides. He placed the white pomfret into the steamer to cook. After cleaning and drying the cutting board, he took the swallowtail grouper next. The grouper still bore some water stains, which he dried with absorbent paper, then filleted it along the backbone from beneath the gills. He repeated the process on the other side, simply removing the bones and slicing the flesh thinly, arranging it atop a bed of lettuce to create sashimi. Zhou's clams and razor clams had also expelled their sand, pairing perfectly with seaweed to make a delicious soup. With plenty of ingredients still available on the fishing boat and a morning of work ahead before returning to port, Wang Hai decided to prepare a few more dishes, ensuring a hearty meal for everyone that night. As he surveyed the table laden with food, he felt a surge of emotion. Reflecting on his days laboring at the construction site, he felt content merely to have a meal of 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for 10 yuan, let alone indulge in seafood or lavish feasts. In those times, to save money, he often opted for the cheapest 7 yuan lunchbox, which consisted solely of vegetables accompanied by a small chicken leg or an egg. He relied entirely on the unlimited rice to satiate his hunger. What day is it today? Why are there so many dishes? Zhou inquired, his eyes widening at the sight of the table laden with plates. It's nothing. Tomorrow's fishing trip comes to an end, so it's only fitting we enjoy a hearty meal tonight, Wang Hai replied with a smile. Indeed, this outing has stretched on for quite some time. It's about time we head back. Li Qingyang nodded in agreement. It's all your and Ah Cheng's fault. Zhou pouted, feeling inexplicably irked. Wait, how did we provoke you? Zhou Zheng, caught off guard by his sister's glare, was perplexed. Exactly, Sun Cheng chimed in, nodding in affirmation. We brought 2 cases of beer with us, and you 2 finished them in just 2 days. Now there is none left for tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zheng and Sun Cheng exchanged awkward glances, realizing the truth in the statement. With their return imminent, and such a spread laid out, it was indeed the right occasion to celebrate. It was true that 1.5 cases of beer had been consumed, leaving them with little to lament. Zhou, don't be so anxious, Li Chengyang chuckled, sharing a knowing look with Wang Hai before heading into the room. When he returned, he was carrying another case of beer. Wait, didn't we finish all the beer? How is there another case? Zhou Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his elation barely concealed. Before we boarded, Chengge had me buy an extra case while you were out getting vegetables, just in case. Otherwise, we'd be left eating vegetables dry. Wang Hai explained with a grin. Chengge and Hai truly possess foresight. Zhou couldn't suppress her joy. Having been on her period for the past few days, she finally had the chance to indulge in drinks. As soon as the beer was on the table, Sun Cheng and Zhou Zheng burst into glee, each grabbing a bottle, opening them with their teeth, and taking large gulps. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over them. Li Chengyang produced 3 more bottles, handing 1 each to himself, Zhou, and Wang Hai. Let us raise a toast to the successful conclusion of this trip. Cheers, he proclaimed, lifting his glass to clink with the others. Cheers. May we all find joy every day, and may Ah Cheng and Hai return from every fishing expedition with bountiful catches and smooth sailing, Zhou declared, raising her bottle sincerely. Under the tranquil night sky, the crisp sound of glass clinking resonated across the deck. At the dining table, everyone feasted and drank with joy etched on their faces. As the night deepened, Zhou Zheng, thoroughly inebriated, leaned over the ship's railing and began to vomit. Wang Hai grasped his shoulders, fearful that he might topple overboard. Sun Cheng, having heeded Wang Hai's advice, had exercised restraint and only consumed 3 bottles. His face merely flushed but not drunk, as he regaled tales at the table. Zhou, resting her chin in her hands, listened intently. Li Chengyang, unwilling to miss any fishing opportunity, noticed Zhou Zheng baiting the hook at the railing and took the chance to fish alongside him. To their delight, the bait worked wonders, and they began to catch fish in quick succession, each weighing around a pound. Not bad, this one is a pound and a half. Hey, even a pound is good enough. Hai, help me net this fish, Li Chengyang exclaimed, exhilarated by the long-awaited thrill of fishing. As he reeled in the line, a dark silhouette emerged from the water, a sizable grouper that immediately thrashed upon surfacing, attempting to dive back down. Upon witnessing the large fish, Zhou Zheng, feeling much better after vomiting, summoned his strength and prepared to leap into the sea to retrieve it. This startled both Wang Hai and Li Chengyang. Hold on. Wang Hai quickly grabbed him, while Li Chengyang dropped his fishing rod and restrained him. What is wrong with you? You've only had 5 bottles and you're already in this state. Li Chengyang wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhou, snapping back to reality, was equally alarmed. She approached, gave her brother a light smack on the forehead to snap him out of it, but it had little effect. Zhou Zheng, his gaze glazed over, was still grinning foolishly, mumbling about the grouper. Grouper, you say? Once you've sobered up, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhou scolded, though despite her irritation, she felt a bond with her twin brother, having grown up together. Recognizing they couldn't constantly watch over him, Zhou grabbed 2 lengths of rope to bind his hands and feet. This sight left Wang Hai and Li Chengyang dumbfounded. Zhou, is this really appropriate? Wang Hai cautiously inquired. Zhou shook her head. It's fine. We need to rest later, and we can't have him causing any more trouble. At that moment, Li Chengyang suddenly remembered his fishing rod was still in the water. He hurried over to retrieve it, relieved to find that the grouper was only 2 to 3 pounds. Had he delayed, the rod would have surely been dragged under. Feeling the weight of the fish still on the line, Li Chengyang breathed a sigh of relief. He swiftly cranked the reel, guiding the fish to the shore, while Wang Hai adeptly netted it. Once on deck, the grouper thrashed vigorously, slapping against the surface. With the immediate crisis averted, Wang Hai hoisted Zhou Zheng onto his shoulders, preparing to carry him to the resting quarters. Hai, take him to my room, Zhou instructed. All right, Wang Hai nodded, following her inside once she opened the door. Zhou's room was neatly organized. Not that their shared space was messy, but her bed was meticulously made, the sheets smooth and the quilt folded neatly. The decor remained largely unchanged, save for a few items Zhou had brought along. Wang Hai laid Zhou Zheng on the bed, while Zhou fetched a pillow to prop him up. Whether it was the aftermath of his vomiting or something else, Zhou Zheng was no longer causing a ruckus. By the way, I have glucose in my cabinet to help with the hangover. I'll go grab a couple. Wang Hai recalled, remembering the box of glucose in his room. Great, I'll come with you, Zhou replied with a nod. The two entered the adjacent room. where Wang Hai opened his bedside drawer to retrieve 2 unused glucose packets. "The Hai, could you pass me the glucose? I'll keep an eye on Zhou." Zhou said apologetically. "No problem, friends don't mind such things," Wang Hai replied with a smile, showing no sign of impatience. Seeing his easy demeanor, Zhou smiled back, clenching her small fist, determined to give her brother a proper reprimand when he awoke the next day. "All right, no worries. You two go have fun," Zhou said, reaching out for the glucose. "Wait a moment." The glucose came in ampoule vials, and Wang Hai broke one open before handing it to her. "Thank you." Taking the glucose, Zhou hurried back to her room, clearly concerned for Zhou. "If anything comes up, just call us," Wang Hai said. "Understood." Wang Hai casually tossed the broken glass into the trash bin, dusted off his hands, and made his way back to the deck. At this point, Sun Cheng was tidying up, stacking the bowls and chopsticks, while Li Qingyang had ceased fishing and was sweeping up the debris on the floor. The remnants of the meal were scant, merely a thin layer at the bottom of the plate, all of which had been poured into a bowl. Wang Hai carried it to the ship's railing and cast it into the sea, ensuring nothing went to waste, for the fish would surely come to feast. Initially, Wang Hai intended to assist with the dishwashing, but today was an unusual turn of events. Sun Cheng surprisingly volunteered to wash the dishes and even nudged Wang Hai out of the kitchen. Observing this, Wang Hai felt a surge of relief at being spared from the chore. He brewed a pot of tea and joined Li Qingyang on the deck, where they basked in the gentle breeze while savoring their tea. This particular tea was brought by Zhou for Grandpa's son, wrapped in paper, its origins a mystery. There were 5 packets in total, and Grandpa's son had handed one to him. The brewed tea revealed a pale green hue, crystal clear, emanating a subtle fragrance. The initial sip was slightly bitter, yet it transitioned into a delightful sweetness that lingered. Even for someone like Wang Hai, who seldom indulged in tea tasting, it was remarkably enjoyable. During his quest for a boating license, he had sampled the tea purchased by Sun Cheng's father, reputed to cost over 1,000 yuan per pound. Wang Hai was unaware of the exact price difference, yet he found himself favoring the one Zhou had brought. The sea breeze caressed his face, akin to delicate fingertips gliding over his skin, providing a comforting and pleasant sensation. At that moment, Sun Cheng emerged from the kitchen after finishing the dishes and approached to pour himself a cup of tea upon seeing Wang Hai and Li Qingyang enjoying theirs. He was not particularly fond of tea, but was merely feeling thirsty. He gulped it down in one go, finding it somewhat hot and bitter, yet refreshing. Meanwhile, in the northeast, the biting cold wind and persistent drizzle enveloped the landscape. De Zhuang struggled under the weight of a large suitcase in his left hand, a massive snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder, and a bulging backpack on his back. Despite the near-freezing temperatures, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, while his mother held an umbrella for him, steadfastly keeping close by his side. "Mom, you don't need to hold the umbrella for me. The doctor said you just got discharged. You can't get caught in the rain or catch a chill," De Zhuang said with concern, his thick northeast accent evident. Chapter 202, Departure. What kind of mother would allow her son to get drenched in the rain? She replied. "Besides, the doctor said my swift recovery is a miracle. Now, apart from avoiding strenuous activity, I'm just like anyone else. You needn't worry about me." Seeing this, De Zhuang's face broke into a simple smile. Especially considering the dire straits he had faced just days ago, even contemplating selling himself to afford treatment for his mother. Fortunately, his brother Wang Hai had lent him the medical expenses. After the liver transplant, his mother miraculously showed no signs of rejection, as if the new liver were her own. Recalling the doctor's words before discharge, he felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. "Young man, your mother's liver transplant was remarkably successful. It's nothing short of a miracle. Although I am a doctor and should trust in science, her recovery is unprecedentedly swift, with almost no signs of rejection. However, for safety's sake, she must take anti-rejection medication for 6 months and return for a checkup. If all indicators are normal by then, we can gradually reduce the medication. Perhaps even discontinue it altogether. I believe the chances of this are quite high. Mom, we're almost at the train station. Is there anything you want to eat?" "I'll go buy it," De Zhuang inquired. "Just something simple will do," his mother replied. The two quickly entered the train station, where the cold dissipated, replaced by a wave of warmth. After purchasing a bowl of noodles for his mother, De Zhuang's mother asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry, you eat first." "I need to use the restroom," De Zhuang said, turning away with an anxious demeanor, rushing towards the restroom. His mother, puzzled, wondered how anyone could go without food for an extended period and not feel hunger. "Oh, it's all my fault for being a burden," she sighed. Next to the restroom, De Zhuang did not enter but instead removed his backpack, unzipping it to reveal some bread and milk, with a bag of steamed buns prominently displayed. He opened the plastic bag containing the buns, retrieving 2 to eat against the wall. He paid no mind to the curious glances from passers-by. After all, He had witnessed the indifference of humanity and the disdain of relatives during his mother's illness. He had been consuming these buns for months. Yet today they tasted exceptionally sweet and delightful, even though they were cold and slightly hardened. However, he still felt a warmth within. The northern-style steamed buns were large. Yet even after finishing two, De Zhuang still felt a twinge of hunger. Glancing at the remaining buns, he smacked his lips and tied up the plastic bag. He took out his water bottle and drained it in one go, finally feeling a semblance of fullness. Filling his water bottle at the hot water dispenser, he returned to his mother's side. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. The station buzzed with chatter, and suddenly, the loudspeaker crackled to life. "Dear passengers, the train from Chongling South Station is now boarding." Upon hearing the announcement, De Zhuang grabbed his suitcase and snakeskin bag. "Mom, the train is here. Let us head to the ticket gate." As night deepened, a chill began to permeate the air, and twinkling stars dotted the sky, while the distant roar of an airplane passed overhead. Under normal circumstances, De Zhuang's mother would have been discharged today. He was uncertain whether they had tickets for tonight or the following day. However, it was late, and his phone had no signal, rendering him unable to send a message. Throughout his mother's illness, he had not slept soundly. He hesitated to use a satellite phone, fearing he might wake someone if they were already asleep. The cigarette between his fingers glimmered dimly, resembling a chrysalis, slowly burning down, a testament to the passage of time. "Da Hai, Chingge, you two should go to bed." "I'll take the night shift," Sun Cheng suggested, noticing both were growing drowsy and yawning. By this time, it was already 1 in the morning, and indeed, they were feeling tired. Wang Hai and Li Qingyang nodded in agreement. "Chung, wake me at 4. I'll switch shifts with you then," Wang Hai said as he departed. "Understood." When only Sun Cheng remained on deck, he reclined leisurely in a chair and lit a cigarette. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was 4 in the morning. Sun Cheng's eyelids fluttered, struggling to stay open, as if ready to succumb to slumber. He initially thought he could manage the night alone, but fatigue overwhelmed him, prompting him to awaken Wang Hai. Upon awakening, Wang Hai yawned and took several seconds to gather himself before slipping on his slippers. "Da Hai, I'm off to bed," Sun Cheng called out. And with another yawn, he collapsed onto the bed, nearly falling asleep instantly, the sound of his snoring soon filling the room. Wang Hai splashed water on his face, making his way to the front deck of the fishing boat. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, he felt the wind chill his skin, causing his nose to itch, leading to a series of sneezes. Achoo! Achoo! He rubbed his nose, quickly crossing his arms to shield himself from the cold, and retreated into the cockpit. Indeed, upon entering the cockpit, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, free from the biting cold. He casually picked up a book about fish species and their habits that was lying in the cockpit, and began to read. In the east, a faint light began to emerge, heralding the arrival of a rosy sun, quietly peeking over the horizon. With the dawn of a new day, life stirred once more. In the distance, a pod of dolphins leapt joyfully from the water, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Wang Hai leaned back in his chair, stifling a yawn. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 5:30 in the morning. Suddenly, the deck was filled with a cacophony of noise through the cockpit glass. He spotted a flurry of seagulls flapping their wings, fluttering about. Wang Hai set down the book in his hands and pushed open the door to step onto the deck. Upon spotting Wang Hai, the little seagull flew over as if it had encountered its long-lost father, alighting on his shoulder and incessantly squawking. Chapter 203, The White Pomfret Connection. "What? Are you hungry already?" Wang Hai gently grasped the little seagull in his hands. The young bird, surprisingly docile, did not struggle but instead tilted its head curiously from side to side, observing its surroundings. "Wait a moment, I'll prepare your breakfast." Wang Hai placed the little seagull on the ship's railing and retrieved his fishing rod, baiting it with a string of shrimp skins to catch some fish. While there were fish in the cold storage, they were all frozen. Thus, Wang Hai opted for fresh catches to provide a delightful meal for the little creature. The seagull, somewhat bewildered, did not quite comprehend Wang Hai's actions, yet it remained silent, perched on the ship's edge, quietly preening its feathers. The waters in this area were relatively deep, around 30 meters, with a rocky seabed. Wang Hai cast out a fishing line of about 10 meters, hoping to catch some surface fish. After shutting off the line spool, he began to gently lift the fishing rod, teasing the fish. Indeed, there was a reason why seasoned anglers would rise before dawn to fish. Wang Hai had barely begun to tease the bait when he felt a tug. The rod bent slightly, a clear indication of a catch, though it was apparent that the fish was not large. Wang Hai did not rush to reel it in. Instead, he continued to tease, hoping to catch several fish at once. After a few more playful tugs, the curvature of the rod increased, and the weight felt heavier. Judging it to be sufficient, Wang Hai started to reel in the line. He had not cast very deep, only about 11 meters, and soon enough, he pulled up 4 small pomfrets, each weighing around 1 to 2 taels. Upon seeing the fish, the little seagull instantly became agitated, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if it could hardly wait to feast. Don't be hasty. If you eat the hook, it will be the end of you. As Wang Hai tossed the fish onto the deck and bent down to remove the hook from one, the little seagull rushed over. Wang Hai quickly held its beak shut, fearing that this foolish creature might mistakenly swallow the shrimp bait. He removed the smallest pomfret first, tossing it far onto the deck. And the seagull flapped and hopped over to devour it in a single gulp, as if it had been reincarnated as a glutton. The remaining 3 fish weighed more than 2 taels each, and instead of directly offering them to the seagull, Wang Hai went to the kitchen to cut them into small pieces before feeding them to the bird. The little seagull, having indulged in so much fish, now had a bulging crop. Such a glutton. Perhaps I shall call you greedy ghost from now on. Sitting on the ground, Wang Hai waved the last piece of fish meat to amuse the little seagull. If you don't protest, shall I take it as your acceptance? Of course. The little seagull was incapable of speech, and thus it was whimsically bestowed with the name Greedy Ghost, tossing the final morsel to the little creature. Wang Hai stood up and made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Opening the refrigerator, he found a handful of lettuce and half a jar of pickled vegetables, sufficient for a simple breakfast. The lettuce was grown in his own garden, and although it had wilted slightly after a few days, it was still edible. The breakfast was straightforward, plain porridge, as Zhou Zheng had indulged excessively in drink the previous night, and the porridge would be gentle on his stomach. The lettuce was stir-fried lightly, accompanied by a bit of homemade pickles, making for a simple but satisfactory meal. Breakfast ready, it was only a little past 6 o'clock. Since everyone had gone to bed late the night before, he opted to eat a bit himself without waking the others. After all, compared to breakfast, they would likely prefer to sleep in a little longer. When they eventually arose, they could heat it up and eat. Around 7, Zhou Zhou and Li Qingyang both got up one after the other. The porridge was still hot, perfect for consumption. Once the two finished washing up, Wang Hai spoke. He then proceeded to the wheelhouse, starting the fishing boat and maneuvering it back toward the harbor while keeping an eye on the waters to see if he could locate any schools of fish or areas rich in resources. Being out at sea, vessels occasionally passed by, and Wang Hai remained vigilant, communicating with nearby boats via radio to ensure they did not intersect paths. As the sun poured down, the morning temperature began to rise, becoming rather warm. Around 9, nearing 10 o'clock, Wang Hai spotted a school of white pomfrets beneath the surface and began to gradually reduce speed. By this time, Sun Cheng had also awakened, and Wang Hai instructed him over the radio to bring out a box of sardines and chop them into pieces to create a bait pile. The fishing boat glided a short distance before coming to a stop. Wang Hai joined Sun Cheng on the deck, where Sun Cheng had already chopped a considerable amount of sardines and was preparing the bait. Isn't that an excessive amount of sardines? Wang Hai inquired, seeing the large quantity. Sun Cheng had brought out an entire basket, which must have weighed over 30 jin. If we don't create a substantial bait pile, how will we attract the fish? Wang Hai replied, pouring the chopped fish into the water. As the sardine pieces hit the surface, the nearby white pomfrets detected the scent and rushed over to feed. Today we must make the most of it before heading back to port. Who knows when we will have the chance to fish again? Li Qingyang was the first to take his fishing rod and approach the side of the boat, eager to try his luck. His plan was simple: fish for half an hour and reel in if there were no bites. He baited his hook with a piece of shrimp and let it down along the side of the boat. To his surprise, within mere seconds of the bait hitting the water, the tip of the rod began to tremble. Am I catching one? He had not anticipated such a quick response. Yet instinctively, he lifted the rod to set the hook, and in the next moment, the rod bent under a significant weight. I've got one. With a shout of excitement, everyone turned their attention to him. Brother Chung, is it a big one? Sun Qing asked eagerly. Not small. It's probably around 2 to 3 jin. Li Qingyang nodded, quickly reeling in the line. Soon, splashes erupted from the surface, and everyone leaned over to catch a glimpse. A big white pomfret. This one must weigh over 3 jin. Sun Chung exclaimed, watching as a gleaming white pomfret thrashed about, attempting to escape back into the depths. Li Qingyang chuckled at Sun Cheng's exaggeration. 3 jin is unlikely, but it's surely 1 tb less than 2. Sun Chung helped to net the fish, and he quickly grabbed his own rod to start fishing as well. Silver pomfrets typically traveled in schools. Catching one indicated there were more below. Zhou Zheng, having sobered up after a night of heavy drinking, picked up a rod upon seeing the white pomfrets and joined Sun Chung to fish alongside him. Thanks to the presence of a fish school, everyone was nearly guaranteed a bite whenever they cast their lines. Wang Hai joined in as well, assisting the others with netting their catches. As is often the case, such joyous moments are fleeting. By around 11:30, the fish began to disperse, and bites became less frequent. What had once been a catch every minute dwindled to one every 10 minutes or so. Let us have some fruit, Jojo called out, bringing a platter of cut fruit for everyone to enjoy. Chapter 204, Returning to Port. with the bites ceasing and the sun growing increasingly intense. Everyone stowed their rods and gathered to eat fruit. Wang Hai checked the time. It was already 11:30, nearing lunchtime. The haul from this outing had been substantial, and he thought it prudent to return early to sell the catch, perhaps inviting Fei Qiu and Li Qingyang for a meal later that evening. After all, these individuals had connections. Fostering good relations could prove beneficial in the future. Certainly, the rapport between Li Qingyang, Zhou Zhou, and the trio has developed quite favorably. Importantly, I intend to invite Fei Qiu to join us this evening. He has heard from Li Qingyang that the other party's family engages in aquatic product wholesale and possesses a fleet of boats. Currently, they consistently purchase his fish. But what about in the future? In any case, cultivating this relationship is undoubtedly beneficial. Even if Fei Qiu and his associates were to cease their purchases one day, they would certainly recommend someone capable of handling the catch. Chenggu, Zhou Zheng, do you wish to continue fishing? Wang Hai inquired. There will always be opportunities to fish. But the temperature has risen, and the bite has slowed. There's no need to fish any longer. Li Qingyang waved his hand and continued. Dahai, do you have any thoughts? Wang Hai did not conceal his intentions and expressed his desire to return early and invite everyone for dinner that evening. Although Li Qingyang is a wealthy heir, he is not one to lounge idly. From Wang Hai's few remarks, he could discern the underlying message and smiled. I thought it was something significant. This matter is easily arranged, but you mustn't bear the cost of the meal. During this time, we have often troubled Grandpa's son and your family. Thus, it is only fitting that I host. How about this? I will be the host, and we shall dine at my home tonight. To preempt any potential refusal from Wang Hai, he added, Dahai, do not decline. It is settled. All right, Chenggu. Then this evening we shall impose. Wang Hai accepted graciously. Being invited to someone's home, rather than dining in a restaurant or hotel, signifies a genuine friendship. Let me take care of lunch. Dahai, you should steer the boat back now so you can return home early, Li Qingyang suggested. You all can rest. I will navigate the boat with a Cheng, Zhou Zheng said, pulling Sun Cheng along toward the cabin. Wang Hai offered to assist Li Qingyang with lunch preparations, while Zhou Zhou amused himself with small fish, teasing the seagulls. As the fishing boat continued its voyage, lunch was ready by noon, consisting of a simple seafood medley. After the meal, Wang Hai prepared to take over the helm. Glancing at the route, he noted they were still about 70 nautical miles from the city port, estimating they would arrive around 3 in the afternoon at full speed. Wang Hai retrieved the satellite phone and called Fei Qiu. The call was answered promptly. Brother Fei Qiu, it's Dahai. I've returned from the sea, and the harvest is promising, approximately 7 to 8 tons of fish. We got lucky this time with a hefty golden mullet weighing over 120 pounds. No exaggeration, it's fresh and has already been placed in the cold storage. Very well, it's settled then. The fishing boat should arrive at the port around 3, Fei Qiu replied. After hanging up, Wang Hai felt a wave of exhilaration. The fish had already been pre-sold, and they could unload directly upon docking. Just then, the cabin door creaked open. Dahai, how much longer until we reach the city? Sun Cheng stepped in, lazily taking a seat and casually snagging a cigarette from the console, tossing one to Wang Hai and lighting one for himself. About 70 nautical miles. We should reach the port around 3, Wang Hai said, igniting his own cigarette. By the way, after dinner at Chengji's tonight, why don't you stay at my place? I haven't visited my mother in a while. She has likely been murmuring about my absence. Sounds good. I'll reserve a couple of grouper and white pomfret for my uncle, Wang Hai smiled. Despite the scorching midday sun outside, the cabin's air conditioning provided a refreshing respite. As the fishing boat continued its journey, it left a trail of frothy waves behind. Around 2:30, with less than 20 nautical miles to the coast, both Wang Hai and Sun Cheng's phones chimed simultaneously. We have signal, Sun Cheng exclaimed, quickly checking his phone. While the signal was only 3 bars strong, the internet was barely functional. He sent a message to his grandfather to assure him of his safety and informed him that he and Dahai would be staying at their parents' house for a day. Wang Hai also checked his phone. Although there were no missed calls, the WeChat notifications were overwhelming. The first message was from Kai Ling, inquiring whether he had returned from the sea. Wang Hai replied, mentioning their successful catch. After exiting that chat, he opened De Zhuang's conversation and learned that De Zhuang was already on a train, expected to arrive at Qingshan City Station the following afternoon. Wang Hai felt a twinge of annoyance before departing for the sea. He had urged De Zhuang to take the fast train instead of saving money by opting for the regular train. It wasn't merely about the cost. De Zhuang's mother had just been discharged from the hospital, and the fast train would be less taxing on her. Under normal circumstances, the fast train would reach the destination in a day, yet De Zhuang had stated he would arrive the day after tomorrow, which clearly indicated he was on a regular train. However, Wang Hai refrained from further comment and simply replied, got it. As the fishing boat drew closer to the port, they noticed an increasing number of vessels, all waiting in an orderly manner on the water for docking instructions. After approximately half an hour, the radio crackled to life, instructing them to approach the port and dock at the designated berth. Wang Hai expertly maneuvered the fishing boat, gradually bringing it alongside the dock until it was securely berthed. At that moment, Feiqiu, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, awaited them on the shore. Upon seeing the fishing boat settle, he was the first to leap aboard. Feiqiu greeted Li Chengyang and Zhou Zhou before approaching Wang Hai and Sun Cheng, cheerfully offering them cigarettes. "Brother Dahai, where's the golden mullet? I want to see it first." Feiqiu's voice trembled with excitement. "This way, follow me." Wang Hai led the way without hesitation. They arrived at the cold storage. And as soon as they entered, a biting chill enveloped them, causing goosebumps to rise. "Goodness gracious! I've never seen a golden mullet this size in my life," Feiqiu exclaimed, eyes gleaming with eagerness as he resembled a wolf starved for weeks, gazing at the fish as though it were a sumptuous feast. "Feiqiu, when we caught this golden mullet, Dahai immediately thought of you. How about that for consideration?" Li Chengyang chuckled from the side. "Consideration indeed. This fish resolves a pressing issue for my family. Dahai, from now on, you are my true brother," Feiqiu declared with enthusiasm. Wang Hai simply smiled at this reaction and cast a grateful glance towards Li Chengyang. He was not naive. He understood that Li Chengyang was assisting him in fostering goodwill. However, expressing gratitude vocally was unnecessary. Action spoke louder than words. After a moment of admiration, Feiqiu's attention shifted to the rest of the catch aboard the vessel. Although Wang Hai had previously informed him of the total weight, the sheer quantity was still astonishing. "You must have been at sea for at least half a month to amass this much catch," Feiqiu remarked in awe. "Feiqiu, what are you thinking? This is the result of our 4-day expedition. If it were truly half a month, the boat would likely sink under the load." Zhou Zheng interjected proudly. "What nonsense. 4 days? Zhou Zheng, such jokes aren't made lightly. My family has a fleet too. If we had this much catch in half a month, it would be considered an overwhelming success. Are you seriously telling me this was caught in just 4 days? That seems a bit far-fetched." Feiqiu expressed skepticism, his face rife with doubt. "Wait, Chenggu, Dahai, tell him, didn't we just set out for 4 days?" Zhou Zheng became slightly agitated. He loved to boast, but this was a legitimate 4-day venture. "Indeed, it was 4 days," Li Chengyang nodded affirmatively. Although Wang Hai did not utter a word, he nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging the veracity of Zhou Zheng's statement. "Am I dreaming? In just 4 days? We've caught so many fish." Feiqiu appeared to be somewhat lacking in confidence, while Zhou Zheng's claims might contain an element of exaggeration. He understood Li Chengyang's character well enough to know that the latter was not one to boast. Thus, he was compelled to concede that the truth of the matter was indeed as stated. "Damn it. Our fleet is merely idling away while we can't even catch half of what they have brought in." Feiqiu suddenly felt that his crew was nothing more than a bunch of rabble. "See, Brother Cheng and the sea can attest to this. Do you believe it now?" Zhou Zheng exclaimed with satisfaction. I believe, Feiqiu replied with a smile. "All right, let us not delay any longer. We have quite a catch to weigh. Let us finish this before nightfall." With that, Feiqiu stepped out of the cabin and called out to his companions, "Everyone, come aboard and start unloading." Upon hearing Feiqiu's command, the others extinguished their cigarettes, and 4 of them jumped onto the fishing boat, while the remaining 4 waited below. Feiqiu had brought a considerable number of people, so Wang Hai and the others were spared from laboring. "Feiqiu, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight at my place. Since you need some time to weigh the catch, we'll head back first," Li Chengyang suggested. "Sounds good." Feiqiu nodded in agreement. Zhou Zheng pulled Sun Cheng aside, engaging in a hushed conversation that appeared to be somewhat conspiratorial, occasionally casting mischievous glances at Wang Hai. This made Wang Hai feel uneasy, as if something ominous was afoot. After a while, Zhou Zhou emerged from the room carrying his suitcase, and Zhou Zheng bid Sun Cheng farewell before making his way to the bow of the ship. "Dahai, see you tonight," he said cheerfully while waving at Wang Hai. However, to Wang Hai, that smile seemed distinctly amiss. There was something sinister about it. Zhou Zhou also greeted them before leaping off the boat. Wang Hai then turned to Sun Cheng and quietly inquired, "What were you and Zhou Zheng just discussing?" "Oh, nothing much, just a casual chat." Sun Cheng replied with a grin, "I'm heading to the fish hold to keep an eye on things." With that, he turned and walked toward the cabin, leaving no room for Wang Hai to probe further. Seeing Sun Cheng's demeanor, Wang Hai couldn't shake the feeling that the two had been up to no good. These two. Surely they still harbored a grudge over that incident with the coal-fried rice. Never mind, let us face whatever comes our way. Wang Hai decided to set aside his worries for the moment, just as Feiqiu appeared with several people, transporting the golden pomfret from the cold storage. "Be careful. Don't bump or drop it," Feiqiu repeatedly urged. Spotting Dahai, he added, "Dahai, could you have your young brother in the cabin keep watch while you come down to record the weight?" "Sure," Wang Hai nodded, then jumped off the fishing boat to the electronic scale to note the weight of the catch. Both Fei Qiu and Wang Hai recorded the figures for ease of reconciliation later. Soon, the golden pomfret was hoisted onto the scale, the numbers fluctuating before ultimately settling at 127 pounds. Wang Hai nodded in affirmation, as that was indeed the weight when they first caught it. Brother Dai Hai, to be frank, I intend to auction this golden pomfret. I won't calculate the price just yet. Once the auction price is revealed, I'll take a 10% commission, if that is agreeable to you, Fei Qiu stated earnestly, fearing that Wang Hai might misunderstand. But rest assured, the auction price will certainly exceed what you would normally sell it for, so you won't suffer any loss. All right, let us do it your way, Wang Hai nodded. Although he had heard from Li Chunyang that golden pomfrets commanded high prices, he wasn't quite certain of the specifics. However, he assumed the auction would yield a substantial amount. At this moment, many onlookers had taken notice of the sizable golden pomfret, casting envious glances. Such a large fish must be worth a fortune, right? This is a golden pomfret, and judging by its size, it has clearly surpassed 100 pounds. It's not just about its value. It might take years for a fishing boat to catch even one of these. Moreover, the fish's swim bladder alone is worth at least several tens of thousands. If it were processed into fish glue, the value could easily double or more. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wang Hai began to form an estimate of the fish's worth. Hey, two young brothers, would you consider selling this fish for 300,000? An elderly gentleman with graying hair, dressed in traditional attire and accompanied by two sturdy bodyguards, approached to inquire. Sir, I'm afraid this fish has already been reserved for this young man, Wang Hai replied candidly, recognizing the gentleman's distinguished demeanor. The elder turned to Fei Qiu, inquiring again about the fish's availability, clearly showing his strong desire for the pomfret. Sir, I can't part with it at this moment, but you can come to the Qingshan Fisheries auction in a couple of days, where this golden pomfret will be auctioned off, Fei Qiu said, his demeanor revealing that he recognized the old man was not an ordinary person, as he donned a professional smile. Qingshan Fisheries auction? Very well. Old man will personally come to claim it in a few days, the elder remarked, as he reluctantly watched the pomfret being loaded into a refrigerated truck before departing. The weighing of the catch proceeded swiftly, with baskets being unloaded from the fishing boat and weighed for loading. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed in waves. By the time all the fish had been weighed, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Finally finished, Sun Chung exclaimed as he jumped down from the fishing boat. Stretching his arms in a yawn, Wang Hai and Fei Qiu briefly reconciled their accounts, confirming the final weight was accurate, before Wang Hai took out his phone to call the finance department. Shortly thereafter, his phone buzzed with a bank notification. The total weight of all fish came to a staggering 18,642 pounds, with a majority being miscellaneous fish that had not been categorized. Fei Qiu had quoted a price of 8 yuan per pound, totaling over 120,000. The remaining grouper and white pomfret amounted to over 3,000 pounds, adding up to more than 420,000. Seeing the figure exceeding 600,000 in the bank message, Wang Hai felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It all seemed surreal. Moreover, this total did not even include the golden pomfret. Dai Hai, the Qingshan Fisheries auction is the day after tomorrow. Here are 2 tickets. If you'd like, you can come along and take a look, Fei Qiu said, handing Wang Hai 2 blue tickets. Wang Hai accepted the tickets without hesitation. Since we're done here, why don't you all ride with me? We can head to Brother Qing's place for dinner, Fei Qiu suggested. Wang Hai glanced at the time. It was already past 7. He had initially intended to weigh all the fish and clean the fishing boat before it got dark. However, it was quite late now, and if he attempted to clean up, he would surely be late for dinner at Li Qingyang's house. Cleaning the boat could wait until after dinner. With this thought in mind, Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Fei Qiu led the way, and once they exited the port, he brought them to a Wuling Hongguang van adorned with oceanic fishing imagery. Initially, Wang Hai thought he was imagining things. Such a wealthy person driving this kind of vehicle seemed implausible. Yet, witnessing Fei Qiu open the door confirmed the reality. Rich individuals certainly possess unique personalities, Wang Hai mused internally. He climbed into the passenger's seat, observing that the interior remained unmodified and quite ordinary. Surprised? Fei Qiu chuckled. Indeed. A bit, Wang Hai admitted candidly. Quite normal, really. Li Chunyang and Zhou Zhou think I'm eccentric. Why drive anything fancy when I can't afford it? I just like this kind of vehicle. That said, don't let the exterior and interior fool you. The engine and other components inside have been modified and cost over $1 million. The acceleration from 0 to 100 takes merely 5 seconds. How about experiencing it firsthand? Fei Qiu exclaimed with palpable excitement, and in the next moment, the van roared to life, reverberating throughout the entire street. Spending $1 million to modify this vehicle seemed to Wang Hai a feat only a deranged individual would undertake. However, he soon found himself reconsidering. As the engine's growl echoed, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards them. Fei Qiu donned his sunglasses and leisurely rolled down the window, reveling in the attention of passers-by. Observing this, Wang Hai quickly turned away, feeling that Fei Qiu was not merely eccentric, but somewhat foolish. The gazes from outside resembled those directed at a simpleton, yet he seemed to relish the moment. Fasten your seatbelt, we're ready to set off, Fei Qiu declared enthusiastically. Wang Hai complied promptly, securing his seatbelt. With a sudden press of the accelerator, the van shot forward like an arrow. After passing just 2 traffic lights, they were signaled to pull over by a traffic officer at an intersection for inspection. "Hello, please present your driver's license and vehicle registration," the officer requested. Fei Qiu flashed an innocent smile and handed over the documents, assuring, "Officer, everything here is legal and compliant." The officer examined the credentials thoroughly, glanced at the license plate with 4 fours, and, satisfied, returned the documents to Fei Qiu. "All right, you may proceed. Thank you for your hard work, officer," Fei Qiu responded, promptly easing off the accelerator and departing. The journey continued smoothly, and Fei Qiu displayed an unexpected kindness, assisting an elderly lady across the street. This gesture significantly altered Wang Hai's perception of him. By the time they arrived at Li Qingyang's residence, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Li Qingyang lived in a standalone villa, where Zhou Zhou was waiting at the entrance, walking a boisterous husky. To call it walking the dog seemed a misnomer, as the husky was bouncing around energetically, and Zhou Zhou struggled to maintain control. "Achung, you're here. Dinner is ready," Zhou Zhou called out as she jogged towards them. After greeting Zhou Zhou in the car, Fei Qiu parked the van in front of the villa, and everyone disembarked. The husky, noticing the company, jumped and wagged its tail excitedly. "The silly, you've gained quite a bit of weight since we last met," Fei Qiu said, patting the husky's head. "If Chunga knew you were calling to silly, he would surely give you a kick," Zhou Zhou joked. Inside the house, Zhou Zheng was lounging on the sofa, playing video games. Upon seeing Wang Hai and the others, he abandoned the game to pour tea for them. "By the way, Da Hai, Chenggu has already reported that fishing boat trying to steal our giant catfish and the reckless driving video to the Maritime Bureau. They might call you and Achung in the next couple of days, so be sure to answer," Zhou Zhou said with a smile as she approached the table. "Understood," Wang Hai nodded, initially planning to visit the Maritime Bureau the following morning, but now it seemed Li Qingyang had already taken care of it, saving him the trip. At that moment, Li Qingyang emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates of food. "Now that everyone is here, let us eat." Wang Hai also got up to help serve the dishes. The meal was a delightful affair, filled with laughter and camaraderie, lasting until 10:30 in the evening. Wang Hai and Sun Cheng had to leave early to clean the fishing boat. Zhou Zhou offered to drive them, but they declined. Once outside the villa area, Wang Hai hailed a tomato taxi. Although it was late, the streets were still bustling with traffic and pedestrians. For the youth, life was just beginning. As the street lights receded in the distance, the cacophony faded as the car windows were rolled up. Around 11 o'clock, the car came to a halt at the port. "Young man, please gather your belongings and ensure nothing is left in the vehicle," the middle-aged driver reminded them. "Thank you for your hard work," Wang Hai acknowledged, nodding as he opened the car door and stepped out, with Sun Cheng following closely behind. After exiting, Sun Cheng offered Wang Hai a cigarette, and they made their way to the dock where their fishing boat was moored. It was not far, just a few hundred meters, easily traversed in minutes. Despite the late hour, the port was brightly lit, bustling with trucks and fishermen. Upon boarding the boat, Wang Hai first checked the storage room, where the little seagull was nestled in its cozy corner, fast asleep. Startled by the sudden light, it initially flinched but soon recognized Wang Hai and settled back into its nest. "Little greedy, you can play by yourself tomorrow, but don't fly too far. Remember to come back at night. I probably want to be on the boat for the next couple of days," Wang Hai whispered gently. The little seagull responded with a couple of squawks, though it was uncertain whether it understood. Wang Hai then joined Sun Cheng on the deck, where they began washing down the cold storage and deck of the boat. By the time they had cleaned the fishing vessel from top to bottom, it was already past midnight. "Achung, it's quite late. Why don't we just sleep on the boat tonight? There's no need to disturb your parents," Wang Hai suggested. "That works," Sun Cheng agreed, realizing it was indeed late, and it would be inappropriate to wake his parents. In the cabin, Wang Hai briefly informed Sun Cheng about De Zhuang's arrival at the train station in 2 days. He had previously shared this detail after returning from northeast China, and Sun Cheng was already somewhat familiar with it, expressing his support for Wang Hai's plans. "De Zhuang is arriving in the afternoon, right?" Sun Cheng inquired. "Yes. He mentioned he would arrive at the station at 2:30, Wang Hai confirmed. "Perfect. Tomorrow we can explore the city. I heard the Wuzishan area is great for hiking. We can climb tomorrow, and then have De Zhuang stay at my house for the night. The day after, I'll accompany you to pick him up," Sun Cheng proposed. "Sounds good, but are you sure you want to climb? I remember someone struggling so much last time that their legs were shaking." Wang Hai raised an eyebrow, slightly skeptically. "Last time doesn't count. I wasn't prepared, and I hadn't slept well the night before." This time will be different, Sun Cheng insisted. Wang Hai chose not to press further, as since he had mastered the spirit manipulation and body refinement technique, climbing had become akin to childish play for him. As time passed, fatigue set in. Despite not having engaged in strenuous activities throughout the day, his mind felt heavy with drowsiness. Achung, I've transferred your share from this trip. Since the month is ending, I added an extra 3,000. You can use that plus 3,000 to pay Li's salary for this month, Wang Hai yawned, before laying down to sleep. Observing the substantial amount that had just arrived in his account, Sun Cheng felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. He pinched his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Ouch! The pain jolted him back to reality, and he gazed at the cold, hard numbers in his bank account, unable to contain his excitement. Yet, he refrained from causing too much commotion, considering Wang Hai was still asleep beside him. Reflecting on how they had made over 130,000 in just 4 days at sea, without even factoring in the catfish prices, he realized that if they maintained this pace, going to sea 4 times a month, even after accounting for the seasonal fishing ban, they could earn over 3 million in a year. In just a few years, he might become the first millionaire in Wangjia village. Wait, no, it should be Da Hai who gets there first. Sun Cheng continued to daydream about his future. Before remembering that he still needed to transfer money to Li, he picked up his phone, found Li's chat box, and directly sent 10,000 yuan. According to their prior agreement, 3,000 each was sufficient for Li, but Sun Cheng decided to send an extra 4,000. Not out of a desire to flaunt wealth, but rather to lend Li a helping hand. Before long, Li replied, Brother Cheng, why have you transferred so much money to me? It was rather late, and Li was still awake. Sun Cheng mumbled to himself and typed a response. This is your salary from last month. Upon reading Sun Cheng's words, Li, who was lying in bed, felt a slight sting in his eyes. However, he did not accept the money. Instead, he returned it. Brother Cheng, we had agreed on 6,000 each month. I cannot accept more than that, he replied. Realizing his oversight, Sun Cheng acknowledged that he had been somewhat presumptuous in sending Li extra funds, which could easily lead to misunderstandings regarding his intentions. Yet, Sun Cheng's motive was purely one of joy from earning more due to a successful fishing trip, and he regarded Li as a dear friend. He hastily clarified that the additional transfer was merely a reflection of his unexpected earnings from the sea. Ultimately, Li accepted only the agreed sum of 6,000. Lying in bed, Sun Cheng sighed, chiding himself for not thinking things through. The night passed swiftly, and by the following morning, Wang Hai was up early. He first prepared a few small fish he had set aside for the little seagull, then, after washing up, grabbed 2 bags and hurried to Sun Cheng's fruit store. Upon his arrival, he found the store just opening, with Sun Cheng's father standing at the entrance, enjoying a bun while chatting with the owner of the nearby roast duck shop. Hey, old man, look who has come. Sun Cheng called out from across the street. Whose child is that? He looks like a fool. Sun Cheng's father, who was nearsighted and had forgotten his glasses, squinted but could not recognize his son, muttering under his breath. Hey, Lao Sun, isn't that Cheng? The roast duck shop owner chimed in. Only then did Sun Cheng's father realize it was indeed his son. Recognizing the familiar voice, as Sun Cheng and Wang Hai crossed the street to join him, Sun Cheng playfully approached. Dad, how have you been? Missed me? He snatched the bun from his father's hand and took a bite. You mischievous brat, coming home just to steal your old man's food? Sun Cheng's father chuckled, lightly scolding him for his lack of decorum. Uncle Sun, Cheng and I just returned from the sea, and I brought some fish I caught, Wang Hai said, pulling out 2 cigarettes, offering one to Sun Cheng's father and another to the roast duck shop owner. Come on, family, no need for the fish, let us head inside, Sun Cheng's father said, feigning reproach but feeling elated as he accepted the bag from Wang Hai and ushered the 2 young men inside. Initially, Sun Cheng's father had assumed the catch was nothing of value, but as he took a glance into the bag, he felt his hand tremble. After all, having grown up by the sea and running a fruit store that also sold fresh produce, he recognized the contents. Those were not merely inexpensive fish, but rather large pomfrets worth hundreds per pound, and even some hefty grouper. Stopping in his tracks, Sun Cheng's father exclaimed, Wait a minute, boys. Aren't these pomfrets and groupers worth quite a bit? His voice took on a more serious tone. Dad, they aren't worth much. I just grabbed a few for you. Whenever you want more, just let me know, and I'll bring you some after the next trip, Sun Cheng replied nonchalantly, explaining that they had caught hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds during their outing. Exactly, Uncle Sun, just let us know when you want some, and we can bring plenty, Wang Hai echoed in agreement. Very well, very well. You two are truly doing well for yourselves. Sun Cheng's father beamed with pride. He had some inkling of how much money Sun Cheng and Wang Hai could earn from a sea trip, but from their conversation, it seemed they had made at least 20 or 30,000 this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be speaking so casually. As the 3 of them entered the fruit store, the roast duck shop owner murmured to himself, Is it really that easy to make a living at sea now? Are pomfrets and groupers as common as cabbages? Qian, come downstairs. Sun Cheng's father called out, gesturing towards the upper floor. Coming. Wang Qian, hearing her husband's call, assumed he was asking her to come down for breakfast. You two rascals, why didn't you let me know you were coming? Haven't had breakfast yet. Let me get you something, she said. Mom, no need for that. Hai and I brought some fish. We have other things to do, so we want to eat now, Sun Cheng quickly interjected. Oh, all right then. Will you be back for lunch? Wang Qian asked as she took a seat. We want to be back for lunch. We'll return tonight and stay over. Tomorrow afternoon. We'll head to Grandpa's, Sun Cheng replied, tossing a dragon fruit to Wang Hai while peeling one for himself. You're out all the time, aren't you? Wang Qian remarked helplessly, but refrained from saying more. Mom, we're off now. We'll be back tonight. Sun Cheng said after finishing the fruit and bidding his mother farewell, pulling Wang Hai out of the fruit store. See you later, Uncle and Auntie. Wang Hai waved as he caught up. Dear, look what our son and Hai brought back, Sun Cheng's father said, mysteriously revealing the bag of fish to his wife once the boys were out of earshot. Pomfrets and groupers? These kids are so wasteful. They went out to sea, and these few fish could sell for thousands. They could have made a good profit. Wang Qian grumbled about the boys' extravagance. Dear, this is their kindness. I've heard that pomfrets have mysterious powers. Let us steam one for lunch, Sun Cheng's father replied enigmatically. At your age, can't you be a bit more sensible? Wang Qian retorted, though she nodded in agreement to prepare it for lunch. At that moment, Wang Qian opened the bag to inspect the contents. There were 5 fish in total, 3 pomfrets, each weighing around 3 pounds, and a grouper and a starry grouper, each weighing about 4 pounds. Although the fish were frozen, they had been caught just days prior and were still quite fresh. Looking at the impressive haul, Wang Qian felt a pang of regret, realizing this was worth several thousand yuan, and simply consuming it felt like a waste. However, since it was a gift from her son, she couldn't very well sell it. Wang Qian placed the fish into her own display of fresh fish, temporarily preserving them. The pomfrets would be kept for their own meals, while the 2 groupers would be given to her daughter to take home for her granddaughter. Make sure to call her and tell her to come pick them up, Wang Qian instructed. Sun Cheng's father had initially thought they would enjoy a feast that night, and had yet to try grouper and starry grouper. But upon hearing his wife's decision to give them to their granddaughter, he muttered, that little girl is certainly lucky, but said no more. He took out his phone to call his daughter. After leaving the fruit store, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai rented a bicycle and rode towards Wuzhishan. Along the way, they picked up a few buns for breakfast, along with some water and snacks for their climb. Once they reached the mountain, they found not only were the drinks expensive, but the food was also priced at double, though they understood the effort it took to transport items up the mountain, making the prices somewhat justifiable. Nonetheless, Wang Hai believed it unnecessary, as purchasing beforehand would have sufficed. Wuzhishan was quite a distance from the fruit store, and by the time they arrived at the base of the mountain, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Climbers were not in short supply, most of them brimming with enthusiasm and exuding confidence. However, as their ascent commenced, a considerable number found themselves breathless after merely a tenth of the journey. Fatigue beginning to set in. Although their pace had slowed, they pressed on with determination. Wang Hai maintained a steady and measured rhythm, while Sun Cheng closely trailed him. Only slightly short of breath, managing quite well, perhaps due to the sweltering heat, by around 11 in the morning. The throng had thinned considerably as they reached the halfway mark. At this juncture, Sun Cheng's steps had grown somewhat unsteady, his breathing labored, trailing Wang Hai by several dozen steps. Observing Wang Hai's unwavering vigor, Sun Cheng couldn't help but think him somewhat abnormal. Slow down, Hai, wait for me. Sun Cheng called out. What's the matter? Just halfway up and you're already struggling? You ought to take better care of yourself. Looks like you've overexerted yourself. Wang Hai paused to wait for Sun Cheng, simultaneously teasing him. Come on, you think everyone is as freakishly fit as you? Sun Cheng retorted, finally sitting down on the steps to rest upon reaching Wang Hai's side. Wang Hai tossed a bottle of energy drink to Sun Cheng and joined him on the steps. After a brief respite, they resumed their ascent, although Sun Cheng's pace continued to dwindle, while Wang Hai ambled along, frequently stopping to wait for his lagging companion. After much effort, they finally reached the summit around 4 in the afternoon. At the peak stood a temple dedicated to the mountain deity, reputed for its efficacy. Most climbers came primarily for this shrine. In their childhood, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng had accompanied Grandpa's son on a visit here, when the temple was tended solely by a deaf-mute elderly woman who managed its daily upkeep. Wang Hai had envisioned resting there for a while and capturing a photograph of the sunset before descending. However, after half an hour of rest, Sun Cheng found the stillness too dull and insisted on entering the temple to pay homage to the mountain god. The temple was modest in size, and upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a withered Bodhi tree. Wang Hai vaguely recalled that when he had visited as a teenager, the tree had been lush and vibrant, its leaves dancing in the breeze. At the entrance of the temple stood a silver-haired old woman, sweeping the ground. Upon noticing their arrival, she set aside her broom. And as Sun Cheng and Wang Hai approached, a subtle glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. The old woman regarded them with warmth, even reaching out to pat Sun Cheng's head, her gaze hinting at a wave of nostalgia. In the next moment, she began to gesture with her hands, resembling sign language. To Wang Hai's astonishment, Sun Cheng responded in kind. Wow, when did a Cheng learn sign language? Wang Hai thought, taken aback by their apparent familiarity. Before long, Sun Cheng and the old woman exchanged smiles, clearly engaged in a joyful conversation. Finally, she turned her kind gaze toward Wang Hai, nodding with a smile. Let us go? Grandma Rong still has to clean. Let us light some incense first, Sun Cheng suggested, leading the way into the temple. Once inside, Wang Hai, filled with curiosity, inquired. Cheng, what is going on? Let us light the incense first. I'll explain on the way down, Sun Cheng replied. Wang Hai, seeing this, refrained from further questioning and followed Sun Cheng to the area designated for incense, where they took a stick, lit it, and placed it in the incense burner. The temple provided incense and paper for free, laid out on a table without charge. However, a box was placed nearby for those who wished to donate after using the incense and paper. Naturally, the box was open, allowing anyone in need to take from it. Yet, those who could expend such time and effort to climb this mountain primarily came with integrity. Even if they chose not to donate, they would not take from it. Wang Hai had not intended to come to pray, and thus had brought no cash, knowing that mobile payments were not an option here. At that moment, Sun Cheng pulled out 400 yuan in cash from his pocket, handing Wang Hai 200 with a cheeky grin. Just remember to pay me back later. Pay back what? Wang Hai replied, placing the money into the box with an immediate smile. You're such a miser, Sun Cheng said, gritting his teeth. The two bantered as they exited the temple. Sun Cheng resumed chatting with the old woman, while Wang Hai, unable to comprehend sign language, wandered around the temple. As he strolled, he found himself in the backyard, where a small, somewhat dilapidated house stood, likely the residence of Grandma Rong. The area around the house had been cultivated, with vegetables planted in neat rows. Wang Hai pondered how an elderly woman living at the summit managed to procure water. Did she descend daily to fetch it? That seemed impractical. He concluded that someone must deliver water and food to her. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, bringing a refreshing chill, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the wind. Wang Hai settled on a stone bench, lighting a cigarette and gazing at the surrounding peaks. Time slipped away swiftly, and before he knew it, the horizon was tinged with the glow of twilight. The warm orange rays of the setting sun casting a gentle warmth upon his face. Wang Hai took out his phone, capturing the last moments of reflection to preserve in his album. The sun gradually sank below the mountain peaks, the sky darkening with the onset of night. After sunset, darkness descended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the world was shrouded in twilight. The descent did not feature a cable car, so Wang Hai and Sun Cheng hurriedly bid farewell to Grandma Rong, who had suggested they stay for dinner, and began their trek down. Along the way, Wang Hai listened as Sun Cheng recounted stories about Grandma Rong. The tale was simple. In her youth, she had been romantically involved with Grandpa Sun, but circumstances had prevented them from being together. Eventually, Grandma Rong had come to the mountain to serve as its guardian. The specifics of their story remained unspoken between them, and Sun Cheng was left in the dark. They pressed on, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain just before 11 in the evening. By this time, Sun Cheng's parents had already finished dinner, so they decided to find a nearby barbecue restaurant to grab a bite. Upon returning to the fruit store, it was already past midnight, and the door was securely locked. Sun Cheng's father had left it ajar for them, and Sun Cheng skillfully pulled up the roll-down gate, leading them inside, where they quickly retired for the night. The following morning, Sun Cheng and Wang Hai opted not to wander, but instead assisted in the store. Sun Cheng's mother, finding herself with some free time, took her husband out shopping. After lunch, Wang Hai and Sun Cheng bid farewell to Sun Cheng's parents and set out early to the train station to meet De Zhuang and his mother. They arrived a bit early. It was just past 1 when they reached the train station. De Zhuang's train was scheduled to arrive at 2:30, so they sought refuge in the shade of a tree. Leaning against a camphor tree, Sun Cheng leisurely scrolled through his phone, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. Seeing how much Sun Cheng was enjoying his treat, Wang Hai craved one too. Cheng, toss me a lollipop. No way, no way. This is my last one. Sun Cheng quickly guarded his pocket, eyeing Wang Hai as if he were a thief, fearful of losing it. Why be so stingy? I'll give you 2 in return later, Wang Hai said. Really? Sun Cheng asked skeptically. Do I look like someone who can't afford 2 lollipops? Sun Cheng remained silent, but communicated his intent by tightly clutching his pocket. Wang Hai rolled his eyes and lit a cigarette to alleviate his boredom. Sun Cheng burst into laughter. I was just kidding. He then pulled a lollipop from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Hai. At 2:29 in the afternoon, The two arrived at the train station's exit, eagerly awaiting De Zhuang's arrival. After waiting for approximately 4 to 5 minutes, Wang Hai spotted De Zhuang and his mother amidst the crowd. It was not due to Wang Hai's keen eyesight, but rather because they were remarkably conspicuous among the throng. It was only De Zhuang who was carrying a suitcase and had a large woven bag slung over his shoulder. De Zhuang. Wang Hai squeezed through the crowd and made his way towards him. Aunt Lin, I heard from De Zhuang that your recovery has been quite remarkable, Wang Hai said as he approached, taking the suitcase from De Zhuang with a smile and greeting his mother. Aunt Lin was well aware that a significant portion of her surgical expenses had been covered by this young man before her, and he had also assisted her son in securing a job, for which she felt immense gratitude. Yes, the doctors have said that my swift recovery is nothing short of miraculous, Aunt Lin replied with a smile. Mom, De Hai, it's quite crowded here. Let us move to the front to chat, De Zhuang suggested. Indeed, it's quite warm here. Let us head to the front first, Wang Hai concurred, leading the way as they walked toward a tree by the roadside. Chung, this is De Zhuang, and this is Aunt Lin, Wang Hai introduced as they approached his friend Sun Chung. On the way, Wang Hai had already informed Sun Chung about De Zhuang's family situation. Aunt Lin, please just call me a Chung. By the way, do you get motion sickness? If so, you might also get seasick. When we board the boat, it would be wise to purchase some seasickness medication, Sun Chung inquired. Upon first seeing Sun Chung, Aunt Lin felt an immediate warmth and waved her hand with a smile, saying, I don't get motion sickness, but I've never been on a boat, so I'm not sure if I'll get seasick. No worries. I'll go buy some seasickness medication just in case, Sun Chung replied, dashing off to a nearby pharmacy. Such a clever lad. Truly knows how to win the favor of his elders, Wang Hai thought to himself. While Sun Chung was away, Wang Hai decided to hail a ride. Although there were tricycles and taxis near the station, he had been cheated by them in the past and preferred to avoid them. Sun Chung returned promptly with the medication. Before long, a car pulled up in front of them. The driver confirmed their identities as passengers and opened the trunk. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon. Nearing 3 o'clock, the hottest part of the day, and the roads were relatively clear. The train station was quite distant from the port, and they lost considerable time at traffic lights. By the time they arrived at the port, half an hour had elapsed. Upon seeing the azure waters, Aunt Lin's eyes filled with curiosity. De Zhuang had previously worked in coastal regions, so he was accustomed to such sights. Despite it being midday, the port was bustling with activity as many were busy loading goods onto boats. Auntie, that's our boat, Sun Chung called out, jogging ahead to point at their fishing vessel. It's quite large, Aunt Lin exclaimed, surprised by the size of the fishing boat, which bore a notably fresh coat of paint, suggesting it had been recently acquired. At the port, there was a noticeable elevation difference. The fishing boat was several feet above the dock. Wang Hai and De Zhuang assisted Aunt Lin onto the boat, while the remaining youthful companions easily climbed aboard. The sea was calm, and the fishing vessel remained relatively stable. Chung, please take Aunt Lin to the lounge. She must be tired after sitting on the train for so long. I'll handle the boat, Wang Hai instructed Sun Chung. Yes, Aunt Lin, this way. Sun Chung guided her toward the lounge. Wang Hai then turned his attention to the large woven bag and suitcase De Zhuang had brought. While he understood the suitcase likely contained clothing, the sizable woven bag raised his eyebrows. It must weigh at least 120 to 130 pounds. Surely it could not be filled solely with clothes and daily necessities. De Zhuang's strength was impressive, otherwise, few could manage such a load. De Zhuang, what on earth is in that bag? Why is it so heavy? Wang Hai inquired as he moved the bag to the cockpit and set it aside. Oh, it's filled with local specialties from my hometown, some homemade liquor, red sausage, mountain ginseng, cornmeal, and whatnot. After all, I'm coming to seek refuge with you. I can't arrive empty-handed, can I? De Zhuang scratched his head, speaking with a thick northeastern accent. Wow, you've really thought this through. Do you have red sausage in there? I haven't had it in ages. Hand me a couple of pieces to try, Wang Hai said, mimicking De Zhuang's dialect. I knew you would love it. The red sausage is the most abundant item. Here, try it and see if it tastes the same, De Zhuang replied, untying the woven bag and pulling out a piece of red sausage. Wang Hai took the sausage, unwrapped it, and took a bite. The flavor transporting him back to the days when he shared meals with friends in their university dorm. De Hai, do you remember how back in our freshman year, all my dorm mates loved the red sausage I brought? That guy devoured over 10 kilograms in just a couple of days after arriving at school. Later, my mom would send me red sausage, hazelnuts, pine nuts, and the like every month, and thankfully, you guys couldn't get your hands on them. When summer break came in our sophomore year, I worked at a restaurant to earn some money. Knowing you all loved red sausage, I bought a ton of it, so much that I had to stuff it all into my large suitcase, leaving no room for clothes. Who would have thought you guys would eat like beasts, skipping meals just to devour red sausage in the dorm? Over 100 kilograms of red sausage was polished off by you guys in just 2 weeks. Haha, I certainly remember, and I was the one who ate the most. Wang Hai admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. During university, most of his tuition was scraped together from working on construction sites during winter and summer vacations. As for meals, he had very little money and had to shamelessly rely on his dorm mates for food, but they understood his circumstances and didn't mind too much, especially De Zhuang, who not only shared his red sausage but sometimes even brought Wang Hai a portion when they went out to eat. Just then, a notification came over the radio that they could depart, and Wang Hai, wary of delays, acted swiftly as other fishing boats awaited their turn to leave. Toot! With a blast of the horn, the fishing boat began to set sail. At that moment, Wang Hai felt as if he had forgotten something. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not recall what it was. As the boat sailed a short distance, a seagull circled around the vessel before landing on the front deck, squawking incessantly. Caw, caw, caw. The little seagull called out. Finally, Wang Hai remembered. The little seagull nearly slipped his mind. Just then, Sun Chung arrived, having settled Aunt Lin, and entered the cockpit. Chung, you take the helm, Wang Hai said, relinquishing the driver's seat to Sun Chung and stepping out onto the deck. The little seagull, upon seeing Wang Hai, acted as though it were a child expressing immense grievance, persistently pecking at the hem of his clothing. Chapter 211, Almost Forgot You. Wang Hai crouched down and affectionately patted the little seagull on the head, saying, all right, I almost forgot about you. After being fed half a piece of red sausage, the little seagull finally flew up to the top of the fishing boat's cabin to preen its feathers. De Hai, why is this seagull so affectionate? De Zhuang asked, following Wang Hai out with curiosity written all over his face. Well, I found it a few days ago, and it seems to have taken a liking to me. No matter what I do, I can't scare it away, so I might as well keep it, Wang Hai replied with a smile. Time flew by, and by the time they reached Dolphin Bay, evening had arrived. When they returned home, the sun had just set. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog wagged its tail so vigorously that it seemed to spin in circles upon seeing Wang Hai, bounding towards him. Wang Hai, taken aback by the dog's sudden enthusiasm, quickly patted its head in response. Aunt Lin, following closely behind, appeared somewhat apprehensive of the dog. Prompting Wang Hai to reassure her, Aunt Lin, the black dog is very well behaved. It won tea bite. Aunt Lin nodded, albeit maintaining a cautious distance from the large dog, which resembled a Tibetan mastiff and could indeed be intimidating. After shooing the dog away, Wang Hai hoisted the woven bag onto his shoulder and led the group into Sun Chung's yard. The courtyard lay desolate and devoid of human presence, save for the intermittent sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. Ah, De Hai, you have returned. I presume this is your friend? Grandpa's son, hearing the commotion outside, ventured a glance and, upon seeing Wang Hai and his grandson, greeted them with a warm smile. Yes, Grandpa's son, this is De Zhuang, and this is his mother. Aunt Lin, Wang Hai succinctly introduced them. Well, seeing that you appear to be in your 40s, I shall call you Xiao Lin. You may refer to me as Sun Shu, Grandpa's son spoke with kindness. All right, Sun Shu, Aunt Lin. Initially apprehensive about venturing into an unfamiliar place and concerned about the disposition of Wang Hai's elders, felt her worries dissipate upon witnessing the amiable atmosphere. Your fourth uncle has already made arrangements for the neighboring house. Ali and your grandmother have tidied up the place and are likely making the beds now. Please take De Zhuang and his mother over to drop off your luggage. Dinner will be ready shortly, and I will call them over to eat, Grandpa's son instructed. Wang Hai nodded and led De Zhuang and Aunt Lin to the adjacent house. Though somewhat aged, the neighboring dwelling had been tidied up and presented no significant issues. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard, with a fragrant osmanthus tree blooming in the corner, its sweet aroma wafting through the air. The soil beneath their feet was somewhat disheveled, indicative of recent weeding. The layout resembled Wang Hai's home, consisting of single-story buildings, with the kitchen situated on the left side of the courtyard, built separately. Inside, the lights glowed, and the voice of fourth uncle could be heard. Ali, you've been busy all day. Go and rest for a while. It's all right, fourth uncle, I'm not tired. You child, when I say rest, you should rest. No need for so many words. A stern voice interjected, unmistakably belonging to Wang Hai's grandmother. As Wang Hai entered the room, his grandmother and fourth uncle were busy laying out bedding by the window, while Ali was reluctantly seated in a chair. De Hai, you're back. Ali exclaimed upon spotting Wang Hai, immediately getting up to greet him. Wang Hai nodded, stepping forward to take the bedding. Grandma, Grandpa's son, dinner is nearly ready. After we finish eating, Chung and I will come over to help. Let it be. You young ones are clumsy. I insist you both take a little more time to rest, his grandmother replied, though her tone was more playful than harsh. Grandma, we are not children anymore. You can leave it to us, Chung chimed in with a smile, gently encouraging his grandmother to step outside. After introducing De Zhuang and his mother once more, the group made their way into Grandpa's son's courtyard. Aunt Lin settled down to chat with Grandma and fourth uncle. initially engaging in ordinary conversation about family matters and amusing anecdotes. What else could older folks discuss but the important affairs of their children and grandchildren? As fourth uncle inquired about de Zhuang's age and romantic prospects, the dialogue blossomed, and they began contemplating potential matches for the young man. Wang Hai, sensing the growing intensity of the discussions, discreetly slipped away, returning only when a Cheng, with a frown, called him back for dinner. What's wrong? You appear to be in a foul mood, Wang Hai inquired with a smile. You know exactly what's going on. You snuck out while Ali de Zhuang and I were subjected to a thorough moral interrogation about marriage. It's utterly exhausting. A Cheng lamented. Dinner that evening was quite sumptuous, as Grandpa's son had prepared an array of dishes to welcome de Zhuang and his mother. During the meal, Grandpa's son intended to have his grandson fetch a jar of his home-brewed wine when Wang Hai recalled that de Zhuang had brought along some local specialties, including a few bottles of wine. He found a bottle in the snakeskin bag resting in Grandpa's son's main room and presented it. This is a specialty from de Zhuang's region. Let us see how it tastes. Wang Hai uncorked the bottle and poured a small cup for Grandpa's son and fourth uncle. Having brewed his own wine frequently, Grandpa's son possessed a discerning palate and was thoroughly impressed by the flavor of the newly tasted liquor, downing it with gusto. Quite good. Refill my cup, he declared, satisfaction radiating from his expression. Indeed, it is quite exquisite, with a unique flavor that rivals even your own brews, old son. Fourth uncle concurred, nodding appreciatively. As the evening progressed, Wang Hai filled their cups once more before putting the bottle away. Observing the two elders' discontent, he understood their desire for more, but knew it was for their own good. After the meal, the older folks engaged in conversation with Aunt Lin while the younger ones returned to the neighboring courtyard to continue tidying up the house, laboring until after 10 o'clock, drenched in sweat before finally completing their tasks. The house, though aged and long unoccupied, had some cracks in the ceiling boards that needed mending. Fortunately, the weather had been clear, so they planned to purchase some sealant the following day. They settled into chairs to rest under the fan when Ali spoke up. This is manageable. By the way, Ali, is Uncle Jianguo renovating your house these days? Wang Hai inquired. Ali nodded in affirmation. Yes, once your home renovations are complete, have Uncle Jianguo come over to apply a layer of putty here and install a ceiling. That should cover everything, Wang Hai suggested. De Hai, that won't be necessary. This current state is just fine, de Zhuang interjected quickly, aware that applying putty and installing a ceiling would incur considerable expense, especially since he was already burdened with a debt of 300,000. He felt it unreasonable to impose further financial strain on Wang Hai, who had already been so helpful. Do not concern yourself with the finances. I assure you it will be taken care of, Wang Hai replied earnestly. De Zhuang remained somewhat uneasy, though he had heard Wang Hai claim that one fishing trip could yield substantial earnings. However, he had also researched online before coming, learning that fishing trips often netted boat owners merely 20 to 30,000, and sometimes even resulted in losses. Wang Hai seemed to sense de Zhuang's apprehension, but understood that mere explanations lacked the persuasive power of first-hand experience. You needn't worry, trust me. Tomorrow, we will take another day of rest, and the day after we shall set sail, Wang Hai reassured, giving de Zhuang's shoulder a supportive pat. De Zhuang, do not overthink it, just follow my lead. By the way, since we will all be dining together, you must refrain from cooking for yourself. At mealtime, just come to my house to eat, a Cheng chimed in, producing cigarettes to offer both de Zhuang and Wang Hai. No, what do you mean by gang? Please choose your words more carefully, Wang Hai retorted with an eye roll. Hey, the meaning remains unchanged, a Cheng shrugged dismissively. Upon returning home, Wang Hai crafted a nest for the little seagull from wood beneath the eaves and affixed it to the wall. The little creature accepted it gladly, settling inside and arranging the straw Wang Hai had provided. Hey, as the elder, you must not bully the little seagull, Wang Hai warned the watchful black dog, holding its head in both hands to issue a stern caution before taking a shower and retiring for the night. The following morning, Wang Hai awoke around 5, practicing his spirit control and body refining techniques for a time. Soon, it was 7 o'clock. Outside, the birds chirped incessantly, and the rhythmic sound of waves crashed against the shore. After breakfast, a Cheng suggested they take fishing rods to the dock. The weather was pleasant, not too hot, prompting Wang Hai to agree. De Zhuang, Ali, would you like to join us? A Cheng asked. I don't know how to fish. Will I be able to manage? De Zhuang hesitated. Of course. Big brother De Hai and brother A Cheng are excellent fishermen. With their guidance, you'll surely catch something, Ali said, admiration evident in his voice. After contemplating that they would not set sail until the next day and had no other plans for the day, De Zhuang decided that even if they didn't catch any fish, it would be more enjoyable than staying at home, subjected to his mother's incessant chatter. He nodded in agreement. After a simple tidying up, they loaded the fishing gear onto the tricycle and set off towards the harbor. Grandma, we're going fishing. Wang Hai greeted his grandmother before climbing onto the tricycle and departing along the coastal road. Upon arriving at the harbor, they found a considerable number of anglers already seated along the shore. Hey, how's the bite today? Sun Chung approached a young fisherman nearby, offering him a cigarette with a friendly smile. Not great. Really, it's been slow so far, the young man replied, shaking his head, his mind evidently elsewhere. Wang Hai, upon reaching the harbor, began to maneuver the fishing boat nearby, but for some inexplicable reason, there seemed to be no fish in the vicinity today. The waters along the shore were only occupied by a few small scad, and even the usual presence of the common rockfish was conspicuously absent. Damn it. Now I understand why there is no action. It turns out there was electrofishing here last night, remarked a middle-aged man nearby, glancing at his phone with a grim expression, muttering curses under his breath. Electrofishing? But this is the harbor. The shallowest areas are still several meters deep. Who would dare to electrofish here? The young man who received the cigarette earlier replied, a look of disbelief on his face. I assure you, it was electrofishing. Just take a look, the middle-aged man said, showing his phone to the youth. A good friend of mine works at the police station and enjoys fishing as well. They received a tip-off last night about someone diving here with a special electric fishing rod. They managed to apprehend 4 or 5 individuals. And the catch weighed over 1,000 pounds, mostly grouper and rockfish. Look, here are the photos. The haul couldn't even fit on a tricycle. Damn it. I've always said this place has good fishing. Now I see it's been wrecked by those electrofishing scoundrels. The young man looked at the middle-aged man's phone, joining in the complaints. Many anglers around them were also having no luck. Even those who managed to catch something brought in only a couple of small, foul-smelling fish. They all concluded that the poor fishing must be due to the recent electrofishing incident. With around 20 or 30 fishermen present at the harbor, many began to reel in their lines, some preparing to change locations, while others ready to head home. We should leave too. It seems we won't catch anything here. Wang Hai suggested. Changing locations is fine, but where should we go to fish? Sun Chung inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hai replied. The weather is quite pleasant today, with calm seas. Let us take a small fishing boat out to sea. Upon hearing this, Sun Chung nodded in agreement, and the others, Ali and De Zhuang, who were not particularly experienced in fishing, readily concurred. Without further ado, they approached the small fishing boat docked next to their larger vessel, though it had been covered with a tarp due to disuse. Once everyone was settled, they prepared to set sail. Sun Chung took the helm and attempted to start the engine, but despite several attempts, it refused to ignite. Crap, is the engine broken? Sun Chung muttered, continuing to try. Could it be out of fuel? De Zhuang suggested. Impossible. Just a few days ago, I took Ali and Chungu out, and we returned with at least half a tank left. Sun Chung shook his head. After several more failed attempts, his frustration mounted. Having come to fish in the morning only to find the waters depleted, now the engine wouldn't start. Was it an ill-fated day? Ah Chung, let me take a look. Wang Hai said, moving to inspect the engine. After a couple of tries, the engine still wouldn't start, prompting him to conduct a thorough examination. Upon opening the fuel tank, he was stunned to find it completely empty. Wait, don't look at me like that. I distinctly remember checking the fuel level last time we returned. How could it be empty? Sun Chung quickly defended himself. Ask Ali, he can vouch for me. Noticing the tank was indeed devoid of fuel, he hurried to explain. Chapter 213, Out of Fuel. Yes, last time we came back. Ah Chung did check the fuel tank and said there was plenty left for another trip. Ali confirmed earnestly. It seems we might have encountered some unscrupulous thieves who stole the fuel. Wang Hai sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Fortunately, the small fishing boat's fuel tank was not large, and the remaining fuel was worth only a few dozen yuan. Just wait here. There are a few barrels of spare diesel on the big fishing boat. I'll go get some, Wang Hai said, swiftly jumping off the boat and boarding the larger vessel. His first order of business was to check the fuel tank, which was not as easily accessible as that of the smaller boat. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he went to the cabin to retrieve some seasickness medication before returning with a barrel of fuel for the small fishing boat. Their small boat had a fuel tank capacity of 16 liters, while the barrel he brought contained 30 liters, leaving him with a reserve of a little over 10 liters after filling it up. After adding the fuel, Wang Hai attempted to start the engine again, and this time it roared to life without issue. With a loud rumble, the fishing boat slowly began to move forward. Ali, here is some seasickness medication. Take it now, so you don't feel terrible later. Wang Hai tossed a packet to Ali. Wang Hai did not steer the boat too far, stopping approximately 4 nautical miles from the dock, where the bottom was rocky. Though there weren't too many grouper, several rockfish could still be found nearby. Once the boat was anchored, Sun Chung eagerly rigged his lure rod with a metal plate and was the first to cast his line. Although Ali had taken the seasickness medication, he still felt a bit unwell and decided to rest against the side of the boat. De Zhuang had never fished before. While Wang Hai stood by to teach him how to bait the hook, De Zhuang listened attentively, and once the bait was in the water, Wang Hai handed him the fishing rod. Hold the rod firmly, and when the tip starts to shake, gently lift it to hook the fish, then slowly reel it in. Wang Hai instructed. Got it, De Zhuang replied earnestly, focusing intently on the rod. Within just a few seconds, the tip began to vibrate rapidly. I've got a fish, De Zhuang exclaimed, quickly lifting the rod and turning the reel. Soon, a small rockfish, dark brown in color, was brought aboard. Is this a grouper? Why is it so small? Although the fish was not large, De Zhuang felt exhilarated. This is a rockfish, a member of the scad family, not a grouper. This species doesn't grow very large. It looks like this one weighs around 3 taels, which is actually quite big for its kind, Wang Hai explained beside him. Oh, it's not a grouper? Then it probably isn't worth much, De Zhuang, hailing from an inland area, had limited knowledge of marine fish. Only knowing that grouper fetched a high price. It's decent. Wild rockfish can go for about 80 yuan per pound, while farmed ones are significantly cheaper. Around 30 to 40, Wang Hai casually remarked. Hearing the price, De Zhuang became visibly excited. 80 per pound? Don't be so surprised. Wild fish are relatively scarce. Which makes them much more expensive, Sun Qing chuckled from the side, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous fish could fetch 80 yuan per pound. De Zhuang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurriedly grasped the fish, fearing it might slip away. After removing the hook, he carefully placed it in the live well and, following Wang Hai's instructions, attached sandworms to the hook, opening the line cup to let the line slowly out. Before long, De Zhuang caught his second fish of the day, once again a rockfish, though this one was noticeably smaller, weighing only 2 taels. Yet for De Zhuang, it felt like a dream come true. In just a few minutes, he had already caught 2 fish, weighing nearly half a kilogram. According to Wang Hai, a kilogram of this fish could fetch 80 yuan, which meant that half a kilogram would yield 40 yuan, earning 40 yuan in mere minutes. Reflecting on his previous job at a private enterprise, where he earned only 6,000 yuan a month while toiling away until midnight, he felt like a mere beast of burden. This lifestyle was the freedom he had always dreamed of, to simply play and earn money, and in just a few minutes, he had already made 40 yuan. Wang Hai approached Ali, inquiring, "How are you doing?" "I'm fine now," Ali replied with a smile, sitting up and exhaling a breath, feeling that his dizziness had considerably subsided. Seeing that Ali was all right, Wang Hai turned his attention back to fishing. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 11 in the morning. The sun had become increasingly scorching, yet De Zhuang remained spirited, oblivious to the heat, continuously casting his rod. After several hours, everyone had managed to catch a fair number of fish. This morning, apart from Wang Hai, De Zhuang had the most impressive haul. He alone had caught nearly 10 kilograms of stone base, and during the course of the morning, perhaps due to sheer luck or the novice's halo, he also reeled in a 7-kilogram green-spotted grouper. Ali, feeling a bit seasick, had only caught 2 stone base before returning to sleep. Sun Cheng had spent the entire morning using lures, casting until his arms ached, yet he had not caught a single fish. Just as he was about to give up on his last cast, he hooked a sea bass weighing over 5 kilograms. The fishing boat had 2 live fish tanks, both equipped with partitions, perfectly dividing them into 4 smaller compartments. When Wang Hai was fishing, he had separated the catches. It was no longer just Sun Cheng going out to sea alone. Their catches were now mixed, sold, and divided. With more people aboard now, if they continued with the previous arrangement, unspoken dissatisfaction would arise among those who caught more or less. Thus, it was decided to keep the fish separate. Whoever caught the fish would keep their own haul. Wang Hai had the most significant catch of the morning, with several stone base, selling for over 2,000 yuan. De Zhuang followed closely, with his 10-kilogram stone base and a grouper, earning over 1,000. Sun Cheng's sea base, by the time they reached Sister Allen's restaurant, had sadly succumbed to oxygen deprivation, fetching just over 100 yuan. Ali's 2 small stone base sold for just over 20 yuan. Upon returning home, it was perfectly timed for lunch. After finishing their meal, the group relaxed in Wang Hai's yard, scrolling through their phones. Around 2 in the afternoon, Sun Cheng, feeling quite bored, decided to go fishing again. Wang Hai opted to stay behind, finding it too hot, while De Zhuang accompanied Sun Cheng. Wang Hai and Ali took advantage of the pleasant weather to air out and sanitize some bedding from a few families. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was 3 in the afternoon. Ali, unable to sit still, ran over to Grandpa C's house to help with mowing grass and feeding the grass fish. Wang Hai, having scrolled through his phone and feeling bored, decided to take Black Dog and visit Kai Ling's Wildlife Rescue Center. A little seagull perched on the rooftop took flight as soon as it saw Wang Hai leave, landing on his shoulder. Thus, Wang Hai rode his electric bike, accompanied by a dog and a bird, towards the Wildlife Rescue Center. The sun blazed overhead, but a gentle sea breeze kept the heat at bay. As soon as the electric bike came to a halt at the entrance of the rescue center, Black Dog jumped off and dashed inside. The little seagull got along well with Black Dog, settling comfortably on its back. One might think Black Dog was the seagull's steed. Black Dog paid no mind and rushed toward Kai Ling's room upon entering the yard. Black Dog, what brings you here? Kai Ling, who was reading, instinctively reached for a handful of dog food as she noticed Black Dog's arrival. Oh, a little seagull. At that moment, Kai Ling noticed the seagull perched on Black Dog's back and found it amusing. However, as she approached, the little seagull fluttered its wings and flew towards the door. Black Dog leapt up excitedly, wagging its tail and eagerly devouring the dog food from Kai Ling's hand. Black Dog, you're making me quite embarrassed. Anyone would think I'm not feeding you, Wang Hai joked as he followed Kai Ling to the door. Kai Ling greeted Wang Hai with a smile, then noticed the little seagull on his shoulder. How come this little seagull isn't afraid of Black Dog? Is it yours? She asked curiously. Not long ago, while out at sea, this little creature got tangled in a fishing net, so I rescued it. It decided to stick with me for a few fish. Wang Hai replied with a grin. Go on, play by yourself, he said, placing the little seagull down from his shoulder. Make yourself comfortable. Kai Ling gestured for Wang Hai to sit while she got him a glass of water. How has the Wildlife Rescue Center been these days? Wang Hai inquired. It's going well. Recently, we received 2 injured red hawks, both juveniles. Since the veterinary station has been rather quiet lately, I've been staying here, Kai Ling responded. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Wang Hai, Sun Cheng, and De Zhuang packed their belongings and set off on a tricycle towards the port. Upon arriving, Wang Hai and De Zhuang went shopping for supplies for their sea outing, while Sun Cheng headed to the boat to greet the arriving fuel truck and instructed the driver to refuel the fishing vessel. The group busied themselves from 5 in the morning until after 8, finally setting sail from the port. As time passed, the fishing boat gradually approached the waters of Dolphin Bay, 50 nautical miles away. The resources here were plentiful, and they immediately deployed the trawl nets to begin their operations. After 2 hours, the fishing boat came to a halt to haul in the nets. The first haul was nothing short of spectacular, yielding nearly 4 tons of fish, creating a small mountain on the deck. Gazing at the bounty, De Zhuang could not help but believe Wang Hai's earlier claims that fishing could be quite lucrative. Even if the fish weren't particularly valuable, this catch could easily be worth tens of thousands of yuan. De Zhuang, don't just stand there. Getting the fish on board is just the beginning of our work, Wang Hai chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Here, gloves. Sun Cheng emerged from the cabin, tossing a pair of work gloves to both Wang Hai and De Zhuang. They continued their labor until 6 in the evening, when darkness began to envelop the sky, finally categorizing all the fish and storing them in the cold storage. How's it going? Getting used to it? Wang Hai offered 2 bottles of drinks to De Zhuang and Sun Cheng. It's all right, a bit tiring, but fulfilling. De Zhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. After a busy day, they had a simple dinner, and the time crept past 7. The night had fully descended, and after a brief fishing session, they returned to their quarters to rest, leaving Wang Hai to guard the boat during the first half of the night. Days at sea always flew by, and before they knew it, 4 days had passed. In the morning, Wang Hai piloted the fishing boat while chatting with De Zhuang. As they neared the shore, Wang Hai contacted Fei Qiu. Fei Qiu arrived on time at the port to weigh the catch. This time, the total weight of the haul was nearly double that of their previous outing. The primary reason being that during their last trip with Li Chunyang and the others, they had spent most of their time fishing. This time, they essentially deployed the nets daily and only fished a little at night. De Hai, that golden snapper from last time really helped me out. The fish has been auctioned off. Can you guess how much it ultimately sold for? After all the fish had been weighed, Fei Qiu cheerfully pulled Wang Hai to sit at the edge of the steps. Wang Hai received the cigarette Fei Qiu offered, contemplated for a moment, and tentatively guessed, around 350,000? I won't hide it from you. The final auction price was 720,000. Do you remember that distinguished gentleman from last time when we weighed the golden snapper? Fei Qiu asked mysteriously. Remember, how did this old gentleman manage to capture it? Wang Hai could probably surmise from Fei Qiu's words that it was indeed this elderly man who had taken the photograph. Indeed, I initially believed that over 300,000 was sufficient. However, I did not anticipate that this magnificent giant grouper attracted the attention of several affluent patrons, ultimately fetching a staggering price exceeding 700,000. Fei Qiu, with a look of astonishment, shared his sentiments. After a brief exchange, Fei Qiu began calculating the total earnings from this fishing expedition using his computer. Moments later, Fei Qiu remarked, the mixed fish weigh approximately over 7 tons. I will offer you the highest purchase price of 20 yuan per kilogram, amounting to a total of 156,570. Rounded off, it comes to 156,600. The grouper accounts for half a ton of squid, bringing the total to 415,600. Additionally, the payment for the previous golden grouper remains unsettled. It was auctioned for 720,000. As per our prior agreement, a 10% commission leaves you with 648,000. Altogether, That sums to 1,063,600. This time, the amount is rather substantial. I will reconcile the accounts upon my return and ensure the transfer is made before 8 this evening. All right, let it be as you say. Wang Hai mentally calculated the figures and found no discrepancies, nodding in agreement. Well then, I shall not delay any further and will hasten to store the fish. With that, Fei Qiu waved his hand, signaling the workers who had been smoking at a distance to disperse. At 7 in the evening, as the family gathered for dinner, Fei Qiu fulfilled his promise and transferred the earnings from the catch to Wang Hai. Glancing at his phone, Wang Hai remained silent until after dinner, when he proceeded to transfer De Zhuang's wages for this voyage. De Zhuang's base salary was 500 yuan per day for 4 days at sea, totaling 2,000 yuan. With an income of 415,600, the 5% commission amounted to 2,078, bringing the total to 4,078. Wang Hai rounded it up and transferred 4,100 to him. He also sent over Sun Cheng's share, then stepped outside to sit by the rocks not far from the house. He couldn't shake the feeling that this all seemed surreal. Before acquiring the spirit fish lure, he had been a struggling young entrepreneur fresh from failure. In just a few short months, he had transformed into a millionaire. What are you thinking? We made quite a fortune on this trip. Why do you still seem somewhat downcast? De Zhuang sat beside Wang Hai and offered him a bottle of beer. Nothing much, by the way, De Zhuang. At the moment, I'm not in need of money, but you still owe around 100,000. Use your earnings to settle that debt first, and I can pay you back later. Wang Hai took a sip of beer and said casually, all right, I want tea stand on ceremony then. However, at the current rate of earnings, I could clear the entire debt in just over a year. I wouldn't have dared to dream of this before. They clinked their glasses, and De Zhuang downed the entire bottle of beer in one go, his face brightening with a long-lost smile. In the following 2 months, every fishing expedition Wang Hai and his companions undertook resulted in bountiful catches, and their savings continued to swell. De Zhuang earned several thousand during this period, and on days when they didn't go out to sea, he accompanied Wang Hai and the others for fishing trips, bringing in considerable income. Soon enough, he repaid the 100,000 he owed. After continuing to earn money for several months, the fishing season came to a halt, and the boats could no longer venture out to catch fish. One morning, Wang Hai took his companions to fish in the nearby waters, and they managed to earn a decent sum of 1,000 or 2,000 yuan within just a few hours. In the afternoons, when he had nothing pressing, he found reasons to visit Kai Ling's Wildlife Rescue Center to assist with the treatment and feeding of injured animals. In this leisurely rhythm, day and night exchanged, and the seasons changed, from the budding of trees to the falling of autumn leaves. 2 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Whenever he had the chance, Wang Hai would visit the Wildlife Rescue Center, and he and Kai Ling developed mutual affection over time, solidifying their romantic relationship after 2 years. Over the course of these 2 years, De Zhuang matured significantly, earning a substantial amount of money. With Wang Hai's guidance, he opened a wholesale seafood shop, achieving a modest success. During this time, Ali also saved up a considerable sum and opened a small supermarket of over 100 square meters in town, hiring 2 staff members to manage it. After paying their wages, he still managed to net over 10,000 a month. After 2 years of companionship, Sun Cheng and Zhou Zhou confirmed their romantic relationship and became engaged, planning a wedding by the end of the year. Initially, Zhou Zhou's parents were opposed, but ultimately, they could not resist their daughter's wishes. Wang Hai gradually reduced his fishing trips, dedicating more time to help Kai Ling manage the Wildlife Rescue Center. One morning, Wang Hai was awakened by a cacophony of sounds, glancing around at the familiar yet strange surroundings. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.